On the opening day of the holographic online game Starry Sky, team manager Shen Fuyu unexpectedly falls into the home of her ex-boyfriend Fu Haoshan. The once aloof fleet commander instantly transforms into a clingy big dog. Did we break up 3 years ago just to reunite at this moment? She escapes, he chases, she feels trapped until he publicly declares, "Wherever Fuyu is, that's where I am. The command belongs to her, and I belong to her." When Shen Fuyu finally unravels the emotional knot from their abrupt separation years ago, she finds Fu Haoshan surrounded by interstellar fugitives. She pilots her mech and crashes down, slamming the core technology key onto the console. Using the universe's most advanced starship fleet as a betrothal gift, Commander Fu, "Will you marry me?" 001 randomly teleported to my ex-boyfriend's house. After completing her leave of absence procedures, Shen Fuyu walked outside with her luggage, only to be stopped by the gatekeeper. "Finally leaving, huh? Since you're always opposing the vice principal's mom, why not just drop out instead of taking a leave?" "Fool!" puffed. The gatekeeper had been publicly scolding her ever since Shen Fuyu offended someone, afraid that others wouldn't know he was placed there by the vice principal. Shen Fuyu remained silent and walked straight past him, leaving behind a group of students and teachers discussing her as they headed out for lunch. That is she the one who reported that old witch for scamming impoverished students and causing someone's death? Don't say that. Look how miserable it is. She was supposed to stay on as an assistant researcher, and now graduating is a problem. Don't be so harsh, calling her an old witch. Aunt Zhang still supports impoverished students. It must be a misunderstanding. Support? The students who went out with that old witch to get scholarships were all messed up a few months later. Who knows what happened? As everyone speculated, Shen Fuyu shook her head, tightened her grip on her bracelet, and quickly left, as if escaping the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. After a long day's journey, Shen Fuyu arrived in Zone 7. She hesitated for a long time in front of a villa, but eventually swiped her card to open the door. This was a property left behind by a missing but likely deceased acquaintance, still under Shen Fuyu's name, and she hadn't visited in a long time. Now it was truly stirring up old feelings. After putting down her luggage, Shen Fuyu hurried to a convenience store in the commercial district. The store owner, Ling Hong, had worked with Shen Fuyu and had received her kindness. Hearing that she was on leave to recuperate, he entrusted her with the store as a cover. During the day, nearby students would come by, and Shen Fuyu took the night shift. She had always been a night owl, so this job suited her well. Returning home late at night, Shen Fuyu slept until noon the next day. As she opened her smart assistant, she saw today's headline: the new game Metaverse, Eternity launched today. In the interstellar realm, this wasn't a huge news story, but since no game licenses had been issued for 15 years, and there hadn't been any new games, many people were somewhat excited. Shen Fuyu was stunned when she saw the underlying technology detailed in the announcement. Wasn't this what she had sold to a pharmaceutical company for pain relief and mental health treatment? How had it ended up in a game after 2 years? Looking at the producing company, which was still the pharmaceutical company, Shen Fuyu understood the situation surrounding her acquaintance's company before their passing. However, while the element of the metaverse wasn't officially banned in the interstellar realm, it was still a high-risk area, and she hoped they wouldn't mess it up. With that worry in mind, Shen Fuyu dared not touch anything related to her acquaintance and instead went to an internet CAF to access the equipment, entering the game without modifying any settings. The site of the novice village was quite familiar, but it was no longer customized to individual parameters. It had become a fixed scene with predetermined dialogues. Thinking she might as well do it since she was here, Shen Fuyu completed the novice tasks. She was certain that the materials for these tasks came from every patient who had entered this place. The tasks were marked with authorization symbols, indicating that the patients who had once visited this virtual environment had moved on. Finally reaching level 15, Shen Fuyu left the novice village, only to see the boss respawn, and a crowd rushed to the spawn point outside the village. Shen Fuyu found herself on the same path and joined in the commotion, but wasn't that the guardian she had placed at the entrance of a certain adventure cave? The crowd, having not seen a new game in a long time, shouted for the new wife upon seeing the boss in white, but the loudness caused the boss to turn around and reveal its health bar. Thus, those eager to level up surged forward to battle the boss, and Shen Fuyu suddenly remembered she hadn't adjusted her pain perception, quickly ducking behind a rock. As the boss's health was about to hit rock bottom, Shen Fuyu patted her clothes and prepared to leave, But unexpectedly, the boss went berserk and whipped its skirt, leaving no onlookers unscathed. Shen Fuyu reacted quickly, jumping up and discovering she had activated her flying skill, turning into a soaring monkey. However, due to her sudden elevation, she instinctively reached for something to hold onto and accidentally launched a volley of hidden weapons. Congratulations to player Fuyu for completing the first kill of the boss, Mountain Goddess. As the system announcement echoed, countless skills and hostile gazes turned toward Shen Fuyu, and she felt she was about to become a sieve that I didn't do it on purpose, you can split the materials. At the critical moment, Shen Fuyu pulled out a random teleportation scroll and vanished from the spot. Shen Fuyu had designed the underlying framework of this game, but had yet to experience the most fun random system within it. So she had just chosen a random teleport when the system gifted her a package. However, when she stabilized herself, she found herself in the living room of an unknown house, with voices seemingly coming from behind her. Turning around, Shen Fuyu saw a group of people in novice gear holding a meeting in the game. What a workaholic, Shen Fuyu thought, while she reached up to tidy her hair and clothes, which had become disheveled from nearly being hit by a skill. Sorry, I didn't know random teleportation could take me to someone else's home. I'll leave now. Shen Fuyu smiled as she stepped back. The game setting only allowed players to log off at their own homes, and Shen Fuyu hadn't had the chance to activate the teleport point at her own house, making the situation as awkward as possible. Suddenly, a gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto her and making her legs feel as heavy as lead. It was a familiar sensation. Shen Fuyu. The other party called out her name. The supervisors, who had been arguing moments ago, parted, and Shen Fuyu saw a familiar face among a few people. Haoshan. Shen Fuyu froze for a moment, panicking as she tried to flee, only to find the door locked. You all log off. Let's settle what happened just now before we talk. Soon, several supervisors teleported away, leaving only Shen Fuyu and Haoshan in the living room. Am I that scary? Haoshan stood up and walked towards Shen Fuyu. I heard he took a leave of absence. Shen Fuyu was taken aback for a moment as Haoshan approached her. Facing her ex-boyfriend, she nervously asked, "How do you know?" She had hidden herself. Well, how did she end up at his house? What a twisted fate. You left a letter when we broke up, of course. I had to keep an eye on who you ran off with. Haoshan's words sounded awkward, but Shen Fuyu seemed not to pick up on the awkwardness and defended herself. Me? Running off with a wild man? I told you it was because of our vast differences in status and experience that we weren't suited for each other. What differences? What disparities? Haoshan thought he had moved on, but hearing her words brought back feelings of frustration from back then. He didn't even know how to come up with a specific excuse. Even if he accepted her disdain for his age, they had clearly gotten along well. Their differences in status and experience didn't seem to manifest any contradictions. You are the commander of the strongest star fleet, the Star Navigation Fleet. While I'm just a useless student, you've seen the vastness of the stars. I've only been to home and school. My world is filled with models, while you are the richest person in the universe, treating wealth as if it were nothing, while I'm still struggling for 3 meals a day, arguing over scraps of silver. The phrase "the human heart is hard to fathom" struck Haoshan's ears, leaving him breathless. He had thought that there was a kind of tacit understanding between them that did not require words. So how did it turn into the human heart is hard to fathom? If it weren't for Haoshan numbing his pain, his heart would probably have started to ache by now. Seeing Haoshan clutching his chest, Shen Fuyu said seriously, "You don't need to worry about this. You're already in your 40s, take care of yourself, and marry a noble woman, soon to carry on the family line." I'm leaving. Why do I need to marry a noble woman? Because for people like you, family alliances are the best way to preserve wealth and honor. Haoshan became even angrier when he saw Shen Fuyu's expression, which seemed to justify her words. He stood up abruptly, grasped Shen Fuyu's chin, and asked, "Are you saying all this because you don't like me anymore?" Shen Fuyu, still feeling pain, was suddenly pinched and cried out in surprise. She forcefully shook off Haoshan's hand. He did not expect her to not have numbed her sense of pain and quickly apologized. "You don't need to ask anymore. Being with you will definitely mean I have to endure grievances. I, Shen, have always held grudges to avoid ruining your affairs." Haoshan seemed unable to refute this statement. Given Shen Fuyu's personality, she would definitely dislike those convoluted social niceties. Although he really did not have to enter into a marriage alliance, he still needed a wife to handle those occasions. Looking at it this way, She lived freely and unrestrained, while he seemed like a shackle. After a moment, Fu Haoshan opened the door and said, "Come by more often in the future, there's no need to act like we're strangers. My leg injury has flared up again, and it's been quite painful lately." As Shen Fuyu stepped out, she thought about the original intention of this game and couldn't help but remind him, "You should use this game to relieve pain, but also pay attention to your online time and rest more." Okay. Fu Haoshan showed a weary demeanor. It had been 5 years since he retired from the Star Fleet due to injury, and no one knew where this incurable, unexplained injury had come from. Seeing the usually gentle and composed person now so exhausted, Shen Fuyu's attitude unconsciously softened. Noticing Shen Fuyu's expression ease, Fu Haoshan looked at her with a smile and held her hand, saying, "Since we've met again, it's a kind of fate. Can you visit me more often?" Just like before. When Shen Fuyu heard this, she instinctively took a few steps back in shock. When they were together before, every time Fu Haoshan's injury flared up, he would like to hold Shen Fuyu and sleep for half the day. Fu Haoshan's body was warm, but below the knees, he was always icy. Thinking of this, Shen Fuyu panicked and looked around, only to meet Fu Haoshan's burning gaze. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of shame, as if a pair of large hands were gripping her feet. She covered her face and turned to run. When she logged off, she saw Fu Haoshan's friend request. This person's information was classified, and he hadn't even created an ID. Shen Fuyu lay in the game pod for quite a while, thinking that it was good she had booked a private room, because that feeling of shame had completely reddened her face. Okay, she admitted that she was somewhat tempted by Fu Haoshan's physique. Regardless of how much advanced technology Fu Haoshan had, his physique and face were unmatched by any star or model who relied on looks for a living. Calling him a masterpiece of divine creation would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, the two had communicated quite a bit, and that tantalizing feeling was indeed hard to forget. What a fateful entanglement, Shen Fuyu sighed. 002 being used, I accept it. Arriving at the convenience store, the sky was gradually darkening. Shen Fuyu changed her clothes and sat at the cash register. Now, the shopping methods in the interstellar world were diverse, and the social attributes of convenience stores had strengthened. Thus, groups of people finished work and bought snacks and drinks to sit inside and outside the store. Just as the lights began to illuminate, the convenience store was located in the most bustling commercial district, coinciding with an event featuring a superstar in business. Suddenly picked up, just as Shen Fuyu was feeling disenchanted while making drinks, Ling Hong appeared. "That I saw that there was a jewelry event today, and I knew you'd be overwhelmed, so I came back to help you." After sanitizing, Ling Hong began to help Shen Fuyu peel fruit. Although most production processes were nearly fully automated now, the convenience store advertised handmade goods, and to earn this money, there had to be a certain appearance. The two were busy until after midnight. Finally finishing up, Ling Hong used the leftover ingredients to cook a pot of stew and ordered takeout to prepare for a late-night snack in the store. "Did that old witch really send her son to cause you trouble? But doesn't he have a project in your hands?" Ling Hong was in the know about the incident, and when mentioning the owner of Moonlight Technology, Zhuang Yu, she seemed to grind her teeth, as if the term old witch was insufficient to describe this person's evil deeds. "That I got my revenge. Before I left, I deleted all my experimental data and algorithms." Shen Fuyu spoke with a hint of childish glee, as if reveling in having stepped on someone else's shadow. "You let go." Ling Hong noticed Shen Fuyu still wearing that glass bead bracelet, but spoke lightly, so she was puzzled. "How can I let go? I deleted the data, and they won't be able to recreate it, so they'll definitely come looking for someone to do it again. I've arranged for people. This game is already set up, just waiting to strike at their lair." "Where did you find these people? Are they reliable?" Ling Hong was a non-famous third-generation rich kid, having seen many dirty dealings in her family since childhood, so she couldn't help but worry. Shen Fuyu brought up the screen, showing the profiles of these people. They were actually family members of several victims, all indigenous people from the 9th District Wilderness, who had arrived in different batches than the current interstellar residents, living in seclusion and hurting for generations, only sending their children out for schooling as development progressed. Ling Hong's family dealt in food, and the high-end line of meat raw materials was sourced from these people. The prices weren't high, the yield was low, but the quality was excellent. After her mother took over, she was still helping to build public facilities. These people were simple and honest, and with a grudge against those who harmed their children, they would definitely not betray Shen Fuyu. Moreover, Once this matter was over, Shen Fuyu could return to the Ninth District and help a little before completely disappearing, making them indeed good candidates. Ling Hong set aside her worries and changed the subject. Are you still pretending to be me, Yun Yun, and writing letters to her parents? Actually, you could consider telling them this news. No, that's too dangerous. The 10th District is the logistics center of the 12th District. It's easy to be retaliated against. I can't let them take risks. Ling Hong looked at Shen Fuyu, still unable to understand why this cold-hearted person would do such things for a stranger. At that time, the three of them shared a dormitory. Ling Hong quickly moved out after buying and renovating a house, while Xiao Miyun came from a poor family, but was gentle and kind, a breath of fresh air in the top-notch Interstellar Research Institute where everyone had ulterior motives. Thus, Ling Hong hesitated for a long time while picking up meat, and finally said cautiously, I don't think Mi Yun seems like someone who would become friends with you. Am I too sinister? Shen Fuyu laughed at herself. Maybe it's because I haven't experienced being protected by someone for a long time. Shen Fuyu was delicate and slender. If Ling Hong hadn't seen her teach herself how to frame her uncle's entire family and how to infuriate a biased old man, she would have found it hard to believe she was sinister. However, Shen Fuyu's imposing aura was indeed frightening. Enough talk, let's eat while it's hot. After we finish, I'll take you home. Ling Hong hadn't delved into where Shen Fuyu's villa and numerous properties came from. After all, this friend seemed to have many secrets, and she didn't dare to stir up trouble. It was better to just enjoy being a carefree, third-generation rich kid. However, Shen Fuyu was reminded of her own words and felt a wave of sadness. If we talk about those who have protected her, Xiao Miyun counts as one, an old acquaintance as another, and Fu Haoshan also counts. Aside from these, there was no one else. Just like that, Shen Fuyu inexplicably agreed to Fu Haoshan's friend request. After all, two of these three were already dead. After Shen Fuyu, she never saw Fu Haoshan again, but she heard a lot about his deeds in the news. Occasionally, she would think that this person's money could keep him warm for decades. Half a month later, Shen Fuyu laid her trap. The vice principal failed the progress check and, in a panic, was fooled by a little algorithm presented by Shen Fuyu's arranged people. As time went on, these people became familiar with each other, and they brought Shen Fuyu's people to the so-called lair. 3 days later, the vice principal and his mother were arrested for fraud, human trafficking, and providing paid companionship. Since it was a case of high social concern and the evidence was conclusive, when Shen Fuyu sent the victims' parents back to District 9, the case was already in court. Even if it was fast, it wouldn't be that quick, but Shen Fuyu knew this matter was not so simple. The people behind it must have been eager to cut ties cleanly, so these two would die quickly. On that day, Shen Fuyu informed Xiao Miyun's parents that their daughter had passed away. When Shen Fuyu arrived, she saw the elderly couple sorting through Xiao Miyun's belongings. You must be Shen Fuyu. Xiao's mother seemed unsurprised by Shen Fuyu's appearance. Yes. Shen Fuyu was unexpectedly not in the position of revealing the truth for the first time. Xiao's father stepped forward, somewhat proudly saying, You don't need to be surprised. We already knew. Although your imitation of Miyun's tone and handwriting is excellent, the demeanor in your words is something she could never learn in her lifetime. She mentioned you in her first year of school, and we guessed it was you. Hearing this explanation, Shen Fuyu felt like she had been calculated against. She lowered her eyes, waiting for them to continue speaking, but unexpectedly caught sight of a little boy out of the corner of her. That we are very grateful to Miss Shen for what you did for Miyun, but we have more than one child. There's no need to be sad. We will live well with the compensation money and hope Miss Shen can forget these past events. Okay. Shen Fuyu felt somewhat stifled. Xiao Miyun must not have known she had a younger brother. She always thought of herself as the beloved only child. Now, with her death and the punishment of her enemies, it seemed to be just black and white on a piece of paper. It no longer held much significance. Shen Fuyu couldn't decide whether to call Xiao Miyun's parents open-minded or scheming. This was the first time Shen Fuyu was calculated and used by someone, but she accepted it in this context that in the following days, Shen Fuyu remained in a daze. Ling Hong noticed her state, but couldn't figure out the reason. Instead, her bracelet went missing. What happened to you? Ling Hong pulled Shen Fuyu into her favorite hot pot restaurant, but Shen Fuyu's expression didn't change. After a while, Shen Fuyu felt it was impolite to remain silent, so she said, Good intentions were calculated against, and I'm not in a good mood. Then she recounted the words of Qiao's parents to Ling Hong, who became furious. slamming the table, and was pulled back to sit down by Shen Fuyu. Come with me to the internet CAF? Shen Fuyu felt it was time to vent her frustrations. No, come to my house. The setup is definitely better than an internet CAF. Ling Hong's house was her mother's dowry, now part of her own dowry, a 3-story villa with a wine cellar, but compared to Shen Fuyu's billion-dollar villa with a mansion, it was lacking. They entered the game, and Ling Hong surprisingly made it onto the leaderboard. Shen Fuyu shamelessly settled into her home. As managing a home was too tiring, it was better to take the easy route. Shen Fuyu set up a teleport point and ran to the woods outside the novice village. She was a melee practitioner with violent output, and soon, the wild monsters in the entire forest were intelligently lamenting. Ling Hong, holding her healing branch, was dumbfounded. Was this still her weak former colleague? Finally feeling comfortable, Shen Fuyu walked aside, and the friend request that popped up on her panel made her momentarily dizzy. Don't reject it. Pick a few capable ones, and we can farm materials together in the future. I'm not interested. Shen Fuyu stood up and flicked her hair, shouting from a distance. That Fuyu is over here. Suddenly, a crowd rushed towards Shen Fuyu, and Ling Hong pulled her to fly away. But due to their combined weight, they both flew off Ling Hong's broken flower plate. Shen Fuyu didn't change her pain perception settings and instantly thought she was going to fall apart. I could see that moment. A shadow suddenly appeared, and Shen Fuyu was embraced and disappeared on the spot. Ling Hong stood up, brushed off her clothes, and cursed Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu didn't even need to open her eyes to know the person was Fu Haoshan. That familiar feeling of abs was too recognizable. People in games generally need to tweak their parameters, but Fu Haoshan clearly didn't need to. The modeling wasn't even that perfect. How does it feel? Fu Haoshan, free from pain, was lively again. After teleporting back home with Shen Fuyu, he instantly pinned her down on the sofa. Shen Fuyu feigned calmness, saying, "It's okay." Fu Haoshan raised an eyebrow, holding Shen Fuyu's hand and stroking his own chest, saying, "I have an important matter to discuss with you." Previously, when Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan during layoffs, he wasn't so serious. Thinking he was going to discuss something important, her gaze became firm, as if to say, "You can trust me, I'm reliable." The previous metaverse game crashed due to a faulty update, causing a hard fork and leading to the game's closure. I acquired a gaming team, and this game will open its league in 6 months. Do you want to give it a try? I play professionally? Shen Fuyu thought, does he not know my skill level? I can only deal with wild monsters, nothing else. You can't. Fu Haoshan bluntly added. Don't you have a professional manager certificate? You can lead the team and play, which counts as fulfilling your previous dream. Shen Fuyu's eyes lit up for a moment, but soon she lowered her head. You provide the funds, and I won't go to Fu Haoshan's in-game home was bare, but the sofa was large. He changed to a comfortable position, took Shen Fuyu's hand, and said, I won't let you freeload while sign a contract. You can balance making money with your hobby. If you're unwilling, they'll find someone else. Hearing this, Shen Fuyu pulled her hand back, sat up, and observed Fu Haoshan for a while, finally confirming from his calm expression that he was serious. So, Shen Fuyu extended 3 fingers and said, okay, but I want to add 3 additional clauses. Go ahead. First, no interference with training and personnel arrangements. Second, you can't touch me like you did just now. If we break up, it should look like a breakup. Third, guarantee the player's academic performance. Okay, but the second clause isn't suitable to be written in the contract, right? I can personally write you a guarantee. Shen Fuyu thought for a moment and realized it indeed wasn't appropriate. So she agreed, taking the guarantee and contract written by Fu Haoshan in the game and left completely, unaware of the underlying issues. 0.003 formation of the team. When Shen Fuyu logged out of the game, countless ways to brush off Ling Hong flashed through her mind. Shen Fuyu opened one eye and didn't see Ling Hong beside her, letting out a sigh of relief. But when she turned around, she met the other's smiling face. Honestly, tell me, which wild man have you hooked up with? Although I can't inquire about your matters, I won't allow you to be deceived by wild men, Ling Hong said very seriously. Shen Fuyu knew a bit about Ling Hong's family. Her mother, once a precious young lady, married her father, a vice president of a small company, a combination of a steady uncle and a naive girl. At that time, no one believed in this marriage, and the facts proved that listening to advice led to trouble. Shortly after the marriage, the truth came to light, and Ling Hong's mother, heavily pregnant, was confronted by her father's original partner. It turned out her father was married, and the original partner had considerable influence. If it weren't for the Ling family having some strength, they would have been in a dire situation back then. A few days before Ling Hong's birth, her so-called father left with his original partner, and Ling Hong always felt it was embarrassing for two outstanding women to compete over a trashy man. Shen Fuyu could understand Ling Hong's concerns, so she said, "That wild man is called Fu Haoshan, that I've broken up with him for quite some time now. This time, I'm just discussing forming a team with him." Fu Haoshan? Ling Hong pondered for a moment while stroking her chin, then slammed the table. "That's someone with immense power and wealth. Keep your distance from him. Aren't you going to advise me to handle him carefully?" Shen Fuyu felt this wasn't like Ling Hong's usual style. Ling Hong had many men she liked and forgot them quickly. Shen Fuyu occasionally suspected that her dopamine secretion rate was different from that of an average person. Handle him? With your intelligence, you aren't enough to compete with such an old man. Forget it. Just focus on your job. Ling Hong had seen the methods of her cheap father, and even acknowledging them was a form of disrespect toward herself. Is this really how I come across? Shen Fuyu thought Ling Hong had a point, but her damn competitiveness wouldn't allow it. Isn't it? Ling Hong planned to give a few more warnings when she was startled by a loud noise from an incoming message. "My mom is home. I have to go. If your team needs to provide ingredients, remember to have Fu Haoshan sign with me." Shen Fuyu watched Ling Hong hurriedly flee, hearing the faint cold inquiry and Ling Hong's awkward laugh as she bid farewell. It was a case of mutual retribution. 3 days later, as soon as Shen Fuyu started work, a thin middle-aged man walked in and asked if Shen Fuyu was there. He was Chi Kai, the coach of the Shui team. Why is it called that? It sounds quite ominous. Shen Fuyu finally voiced her long-held opinion in front of the team's personnel. She had watched a few of the team's matches. Their strength was decent, and the coach was professional, but unfortunately, he had no say in matters. Everything was fine except for the name, which was truly puzzling. Well, it said to commemorate a friend of the founder. Sorry, I see. Has the acquisition been completed? Who's left? Shen Fuyu wasn't worried about any issues arising from Fu Haoshan's acquisition. The management has all left. The first team was sold off, and there are 3 people left in the second team, for in the youth training, and just me as the coach. The coach handed over some documents. Shen Fuyu frowned. There must be some issues with this team. Otherwise, Fu Haoshan wouldn't have let them sell the first team. Where are the players now? What about the team's fixed assets? They're waiting outside. As for the fixed assets, there was originally a house as a training base and dormitory, but that has also been sold. Are you behind on salaries? Shen Fuyu thought about Fu Haoshan's character and asked jokingly. Yes, the house has been sold, and the salaries have been issued. Shen Fuyu rubbed her forehead. Did Fu Haoshan have a grudge against her? Could he at least buy her a championship team to realize her dream? It would be best if it came with 7 FMVPs. Was he really just sending her to play around? Not important. We have money, and I have a dormitory. All right, let the kids come in and eat something. I'll go to the dormitory after work. Point 7 slightly malnourished kids, 5 boys, and 2 girls walked in, and Shen Fuyu recognized each one according to the list. I've ordered the equipment you'll be using. It just arrived and has been installed. Eat, Shen Fuyu said concisely, conveniently putting all the meal expenses on her future partner Ling Hong's account. During dinner, Shen Fuyu took the opportunity to investigate some background information about the players and Chi Kai, feeling only an impulse to confront Fu Haoshan. He hadn't just found her a team, he had found her a group of troubled youths. That evening, Shen Fuyu brought the group back to the villa, registered their fingerprints and irises in the equipment, and arranged the dormitory. The villa had more than enough space for these few people. The next day, the group logged into the game. Knowing the team was going to disband, they had already registered accounts according to their original professional divisions. Shen Fuyu briefed Chi Kai to gather some information about gaming guilds and rushed to Fu Haoshan's house. Huh? Why are you here? Have you met everyone? I'm just a team manager, not a psychological counselor or psychiatrist. The kids you found for me should really go back to school and study hard. Fu Haoshan already knew the outcome. He had checked the backgrounds of those team members. Shen Fuyu had been through the rain herself and always liked to hold an umbrella for others, but unfortunately, her umbrella had been leaking for years. It was expected that she would come to confront him. However, Fu Haoshan continued to play dumb. Find their data is good. If there's a problem, bring them to me. Shen Fuyu wasn't fooled by Fu Haoshan's act. She pushed him behind a screen and called the players in for him to see. The first to enter was a warrior player named AI Chui, with the ID flower on the flower. Although she had changed her appearance, her extensive tattoos were still visible. Please have a seat, class flower. Shen Fuyu took a seat at the position Fu Haoshan had occupied earlier, pointing to the table, wondering what kind of capitalist was this who didn't even provide chairs for his subordinates. Is this about salary? AI Chui asked excitedly. Let's chat first. Salary is negotiable. Shen Fuyu waved her hand and pulled up a document. Can you tell me why you changed your name and ran away from home? Boss, since you already know, you must know that I don't get along with my stepmother. She hits me, so I ran away. Didn't your stepmother divorce your dad? Isn't your dad supposed to dote on you? Who said that? They had a son, and now they're back together. Isn't that son someone else's? Fu Haoshan suddenly spoke, and Shen Fuyu felt like she had seen a ghost. AI Chui dashed behind screen, grabbing Fu Haoshan by the collar and demanding, what's going on? Explain. Fu Haoshan had never had anyone grab his collar before. His expression turned serious as he took 2 steps back, saying, that brother of yours was born from your stepmother, and your ex-boyfriend. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test. Boss, you have a lot of talents here. I'll step out for a moment, you two chat. As AI Chui teleported halfway out, she turned back to Fu Haoshan and said, you look like a fake person. It's not suitable. I doubt Fu Haoshan was originally a low-key person, but at that moment, he wanted to jump up and say that he, Fu Haoshan, looked like this. Didn't she see that he used his looks and physique to attract Shen Fuyu? Next. Shen Fuyu pushed Fu Haoshan back. Don't speak, you can tell me the gossip privately. Fu Haoshan was suddenly disliked by 2 people and leaned against the wall in silence, feeling frustrated. Next to enter was a youth training player named Su Qingyi, ID Soft, a girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall and had just turned 18 yesterday. She greeted Shen Fuyu shyly. Su Qingyi was a sports student practicing gymnastics and didn't have any peculiar gossip. She was just unlucky. She had just been recruited into the youth training team by Chikai when the team was sold, missing the selection exam, and now she had been kicked out by her family. Our team has sufficient funds. I hope you can put aside your unpleasantness with your family and achieve some results this year. That way, you can prove yourself when you go home. Shen Fuyu knew that Su Qingyi came from a scholarly family and was somewhat traditional. For a girl to learn gymnastics was already dancing on her parents' landmines. Without some achievements, it would be difficult for her to reconcile. I know I will work hard. Su Qingyi's voice was still small, and for some reason, she looked a bit pitiful. You don't need to be afraid of me. Get familiar with the game and complete the main storyline. We'll be able to finalize the regulations in a few days. Shen Fuyu said gently. Su Qingyi nodded, seeming to be lost in thought as she left, calling the next player in. Shen Fuyu was stunned. She hadn't finished speaking. What was wrong with this child? Boss. Zhao Shiqin's mage ball exploded in the air with a bang, creating a firework. I'm Zhao Shiqin, ID very able to eat. A ranged mage. Isn't that cool? Please. Shen Fuyu realized there was nowhere to sit, stood up, and said, you're the only one in the team who has been on the competition stage. Your performance in those 2 matches was quite good, and I have high hopes for you. But could you tell us about the details of your suspension? Zhao Shiqin, who is 19 this year, had been on stage twice, won an MVP once, but was quickly suspended after that season ended, and has just been released. Can I not say? Zhao Shiqin showed a face of resistance. No, you can't. Honesty will lead to leniency, Shen Fuyu said seriously. Zhao Shiqin looked troubled and said, that day after the match, I brought back a litter of kittens. I was planning to have my mom pick them up the next day, since my family runs a pet hospital, but the kittens were so dark that they scared the manager's kid, and I got suspended for being late due to that. Is that it? To be honest, Shen Fuyu didn't believe it. Also, the manager wanted to kill those kittens, and I wouldn't let him, so I got into a fight with the manager. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu began to assess the physical difference between herself and Zhao Shiqin. They were both mages, but the difference was that Shen Fuyu had strong melee burst damage, while Zhao Shiqin focused on range control. The advantage is mine. Shen Fuyu confidently nodded and then asked, so what happened in the end? In the end, the kittens were adopted and the team was acquired, Zhao Shiqin said proudly, as if he never regretted his actions. Youth is wonderful. Shen Fuyu sighed inwardly. She didn't seem to be that carefree when she was young. 004. What kind of skill is it to move, my friend? Since that's the case, I'll pay you according to the salary of the previous captain of your team, with full insurance signed annually. If you have any additional clauses, you can discuss them with me before next Monday. All right. Familiarize yourself with the game as soon as possible. Complete your upgrade and call the next team member in. It might not be possible to call them in. Why? This afternoon at 1 o'clock, the level 30 boss, Moon River Spirit, respawned. They've gone to it, and I hurried over as well. Farewell. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Fu Haoshan walked out from behind the screen and said, "This is not a big issue. You just need to provide more guidance and constraints, and nothing will go wrong. These three are not a problem, but the remaining four are more awkward." Shen Fuyu sighed. "Then let's go take a look." Fu Haoshan took Shen Fuyu's hand and teleported to Moon River Valley. The originally beautiful Moon River Valley became devastated due to the boss's appearance. The boss had the form of a snake woman, and many snakes appeared on the ground, scaring many people away. Due to the dense forest, they still hadn't found the recently respawned boss. After listening for a while, Shen Fuyu sent a coordinate in the team chat, saying the boss might be at that location. "Is there a group chat? Add me in." Fu Haoshan tugged at Shen Fuyu's arm, looking as if he wouldn't let go until she pulled him in. "No, you said you wouldn't interfere with the training." Shen Fuyu forcefully pulled her arm out. "Then I'll arrange for an admin to come in. I'm paying for this. You can't keep me in the dark. What if we incur losses?" Fu Haoshan looked righteous, as if he hadn't just acted like a spoiled child. "Fine, you can't come in. I'll arrange for a finance person to come in. Thank you." After Shen Fuyu said this, she started heading towards the coordinate point. Fu Haoshan naturally agreed and followed Shen Fuyu to the boss's coordinates. However, as they walked, they noticed something was off. It seemed they had entered another space. What happened? Shen Fuyu had designed this feature, but it shouldn't connect without warning. She was afraid it would scare the patients. "Is Qiao Miyun your friend?" Fu Haoshan suddenly asked. "Yes." "Why?" Shen Fuyu scrutinized Fu Haoshan. As the provider of Qiao Miyun scholarship, he knew about her, which was not surprising. But why bring it up here? Feeling a bit anxious, she tried to ease her emotions. "What you just said makes me very anxious." Shen Fuyu couldn't discern Fu Haoshan's intentions and just wanted to divert the conversation. "Really? Then I won't tell you something. Let's focus on fighting monsters and get out early. I have a meeting." Fu Haoshan's tone was flat, and it was impossible to tell he was digging for information. Shen Fuyu was already concerned about being taken advantage of by Qiao Miyun's shameless parents. She felt she couldn't let this issue pass. But she was also afraid of how much it might involve Fu Haoshan. After all, Qiao Miyun had urged Shen Fuyu to take care of her parents before she died. And if it got too complicated, it might not end well. Fu Haoshan was waiting for Shen Fuyu to choose for herself. He wasn't in a hurry. He understood Shen Fuyu's nature very well. She worried too much and couldn't be forced. He had to wait for her to figure it out on her own. However, aside from his little scheme of digging for information, he felt more regret. He had originally found Shen Fuyu's family, and if he had put aside his pride, they would probably have had children by now, and many issues could have been avoided. Qiao Miyun really was just a lucky person whose luck outweighed her abilities. She was able to enter Yulin Academy, the highest interstellar academy and research institution where Shen Fuyu was, thanks to a scholarship program provided by Fu Haoshan's mother. Originally, Fu Haoshan was going to cancel the project due to being pressured to cut funding. But Qiao Miyun caught onto this small opportunity and entered as a preparatory researcher for the corporate project. However, this title sounded good, without backing. She was essentially just a helper, always having to be cautious and bullied, while also being used as a tool for funding. Unfortunately, Qiao Miyun was too upright and naive, constantly targeted by others. Shen Fuyu had helped her several times when she saw her crying in the dormitory, and they became familiar. As for Shen Fuyu's situation at school, there's no need to elaborate. She was far more tenacious than Qiao Miyun and relied entirely on her abilities. While others demanded she conduct research and work on projects, they wanted to take credit without letting Shen Fuyu shine. However, to repay Shen Fuyu, Qiao Miyun often helped her gather evidence. Originally, Shen Fuyu didn't care much, but because of this evidence, she managed to thwart many things, and the two roommates became targets. However, while those people didn't dare to touch Shen Fuyu, they felt free to go after Qiao Miyun. Thus, the vice principal, who had been obstructing Shen Fuyu's promotion for 10 years, took advantage of Shen Fuyu being out for an inspection and deliberately ruined Qiao Miyun's workbench battery with water. Qiao Miyun didn't dare to make a fuss, and, under deliberate guidance, quietly went to the vice principal's mother, Zhuang Yueka's store, to replace the battery. However, the price was clearly unreasonable, and it broke very quickly. Xiao Miyun demanded an explanation. Zhuang Yueka initially threatened and lured her, but after Xiao Miyun threatened to report her, she quickly backed down, saying she would take her to the main store to see. However, this visit led to a tragedy, and Xiao Miyun was assaulted, with the situation recorded on video. The vice principal experienced a huge rise and fall in life, first gaining a cushy position because of it, then being imprisoned due to Shen Fuyu's actions. By the time Shen Fuyu returned to school, Xiao Miyun had already lost her life due to the video leak. Shen Fuyu still vividly remembers the last time she saw her. During that time, many people reported frequent internet outages, and many projects were affected. That was when Shen Fuyu was deleting Xiao Miyun's video and gathering evidence, causing a massive data flow that impacted the base station. It was also this anomaly that caught Fu Haoshan's attention, leading him to find Shen Fuyu's whereabouts and realize that his feelings for her couldn't just disappear without him paying attention. Soon, Shen Fuyu received an invitation to team up. Several players who had also found this place had located the boss, one of whom was the most troublesome youth training team member, Zhou Yin, who approached her. "You go ahead. I'll leave first. If you decide, come find me." After saying that, Fu Haoshan left. Shen Fuyu joined the team and felt a bit uneasy upon seeing that player. This person was not simple. He was a retired genius sniper, an orphan who retired due to psychological issues. The issue wasn't very severe, but if he was interrupted while immersed in his own world, he would go berserk. The reason was that during a mission, the enemy found his position, and he was startled by the noise, nearly causing the death of a child. Although the mission was completed, he could no longer work in the fleet. He appeared in the team because the previous management agreed to a quota for accommodating retired fleet personnel to reduce taxes. In terms of data, he was absolutely top-notch, but he also made many mistakes and faced many accidents. Manager Zhou Yin found Shen Fuyu's position and walked over. "This is another space. I encountered members of other teams. Should we check out their strength?" "Okay." Shen Fuyu followed Zhou Yin to where they had gathered. This world looked like a reflection of the original world, with trees growing in the sky, and they stood on a blue sky and cloud layer. Shen Fuyu originally wanted to listen to the professional players discuss how to get out, as there were no guides for this game, and aside from the first day, there was no promotion. Only the official league account and forum had quietly appeared. This made Shen Fuyu worry whether her late friend's company was experiencing anomalies. But she didn't dare to act rashly, especially since her friend's disappearance was highly suspicious. However, no one spoke, and everyone was looking at Shen Fuyu. The more she looked, the more familiar these people seemed. Weren't they the main force of the boss she had stolen from before? "Hello, everyone. I promise I won't steal this time." It was all a misunderstanding. As Shen Fuyu spoke, she began to step back. "No way, you have to steal." Several teams came in this time. A player with the ID Peanut Peach Crisp looked eagerly and said, "Huh? I didn't expect Shen Fuyu to encourage her to fight for monsters this time." She had to agree, hoping that these few gods could take her out. "I just noticed that some areas on the ground cannot reflect the trees, so I'll try attacking those places first," said a player with an ID of intern 800 as he immediately took action. Another player with a confirmed ID of 2,500 silently nodded and followed. The few of them attacked in succession, and many whirlpools appeared where they struck. Shen Fuyu tried throwing a stone into one of them. Player Fuyu, in the ear, Peanut Peach Crisp, intern 800, confirmed 2,500 has opened the Moon River Spirit Dream Realm. Please be aware of the traps around you, other players. "Huh?" Shen Fuyu heard her ID again and was momentarily stunned, causing her to step into a void and fall. When a few of them woke up again, they had already entered a village. At the location of a well in the village, a group of people was approaching from a distance, seemingly unaware of Shen Fuyu and her group. They were carrying a cage to the edge of the well. Inside the cage was a child with a human body and a snake tail, about 6 or 7 years old, looking as if he had cried to the point of suffocation, leaning against the side of the cage. An old man stepped forward and said to the middle-aged man in charge, "Chief, we can't hesitate any longer. The village's water is already undrinkable. The Celestial Master said we must throw this monster and the human child in to use his inner elixir to detoxify." Because of this statement, the group noticed that the lips of these people were already cracked. They must not have had water for a long time. However, A Ling had been in the village for so long without harming anyone, even treating us for free and helping us during disasters. Isn't what we're doing now too much? A young man timidly said. Adults are speaking. What are children butting in for? The old man was angered, waving his hand, and the two carrying the cage pretended to throw it down. Zhou Yan, a mere assassin, raised his crossbow to attack, but was stopped by Shen Fuyu. We have to save the person according to the plot, Zhou Yan said anxiously. If you set a dream realm, would you want things to happen that you don't want to happen? Shen Fuyu retorted. Before Shen Fuyu finished speaking, a red figure rushed out. It was the Moon River spirit in human form. She was a woman in red, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. She raised her long sword and struck at the villagers. Each blow seemingly aimed at killing everyone. Zhou Yan was stunned, and the few watched as the Moon River spirit killed everyone to rescue the child. And the two embraced and wept. 005 again. I seized a boss and eliminated the boss along with this child. Shen Fuyu suddenly spoke up and initiated the attack. The spirit of the Moon River did not react in time and was pierced through the chest by Shen Fuyu's blade. Zhou Yan, however, looked at Shen Fuyu with red eyes, as if he was frozen in place. Then, Zhou Yan's crossbow flew towards Shen Fuyu, who barely dodged it. She wanted to continue eliminating the child, but was preempted by Zhou Yan, who silently held the half-demon child with a dark expression. What are you two doing? Haoshan Taosu did not understand why these two suddenly turned against each other, and wanted to confirm that they were not under any invisible attack. The development of this dream was undoubtedly the spirit of the Moon River's one-sided wish. Only by destroying everything could one return to the original world. Shen Fuyu's words had no basis, and the others were still puzzled, but the gradually appearing scenes of reality in the distance validated Shen Fuyu's words. However, these changing scenes stopped hundreds of meters away. The gazes of the few focused on the child, but Zhou Yan's aura was too frightening and no one dared to move. Shen Fuyu knew that this reason likely stemmed from Zhou Yan's unknown childhood, which was why he became an orphan. No matter how strong Shen Fuyu's information-gathering abilities were, she was not omniscient. Some things cannot be traced without any clues. No one knew about Zhou Yan's life before being adopted by the orphanage, nor were there any records of it. However, Shen Fuyu had probably linked his reaction just now to a deleted news article. 14 years ago, a father wanted to kill his daughter born out of wedlock and sell his 5-year-old grandson to allow his son to marry into a wealthy family. So, this father called in human traffickers, took away his grandson, and strangled his daughter with the traffickers. However, afterwards, the trafficker mysteriously died in an alley, and the child went missing. Given the composition and history of the orphanage Zhou Yan was in, it was highly likely that he was saved by the coach who taught him to shoot. However, the identity of this coach remained classified, impossible to verify. This case had been deleted from the entire internet, but it definitely wasn't the fleet that deleted it. After all, Shen Fuyu could find it. So it must have been that so-called wealthy family that deleted it. Shen Fuyu suddenly felt that Fu Haoshan was setting her up. Did he want to use her to eliminate someone? However, the status of the Fu family was an unattainable height since the establishment of the interstellar era. In the face of such power, all schemes and tricks were mere jokes, unnecessary. What did he mean? Shen Fuyu could not figure it out, but with her guess, she could find a way to solve Zhou Yan's problem. I know who they are. You can leave this child here and let him fend for himself. Shen Fuyu said this deliberately to provoke Zhou Yan. Upon hearing the words fend for himself, Zhou Yan immediately lost his rationality and attacked Shen Fuyu. However, such an attack, born of anger, had numerous flaws, and even if Shen Fuyu was weak, she quickly subdued Zhou Yan. You guys take the child away first. He seems to be parasitized by the spirit of the Moon River. The remaining 3 only wanted to get a first kill, and seeing someone willing to clean up the mess, they left without hesitation. However, halfway through, they found it really difficult to take action against this child with a human body and a snake tail. So they left him aside, truly letting him fend for himself. The system immediately displayed a prompt. The Moon River dream is disappearing. Please leave quickly to avoid damage from the dream shattering. Soon, the team icons showed Zhou Yan heavily injured and logged out, while Shen Fuyu was left with low health. In turn, 800 sent Shen Fuyu a coordinate, and when she arrived, The enraged spirit of the Moon River was already surrounded. "It's up to you." Haoshan Taosu patted Shen Fuyu's shoulder and was about to push her out. However, Shen Fuyu looked at her low health and was very reluctant. After a brief struggle, she used her sudden burst of strength to throw Haoshan Taosu, the healer, out. The flying Haoshan Taosu smashed into the boss's arms in front of everyone. Congratulations to players Haoshan Taosu, Fuyu, and in turn 800 for completing the first kill of the boss spirit of the Moon River. Haoshan Taosu gave Shen Fuyu a thumbs up in the direction of her before logging out at lightning speed. "I didn't snatch it. I was just slacking off." Shen Fuyu crawled away under the resentful gazes of the others. After logging out, Shen Fuyu rushed to Zhou Yan's training room, where she saw the 19-year-old boy sitting there with his head down, one hand supporting his head and the other gripping his knee as if he wanted to crush his kneecap. "I'm sorry," Shen Fuyu said as she approached. "I can help you investigate those people if you want revenge. The coach told me to let it go, but I can't. That day, I came back from kindergarten. I saw them strangling my mother. Although my mother did something to shame the family, she was the only one who loved me. Why do you think your mother brought shame to the family?" Zhou Yan did not expect Shen Fuyu's perspective to be so unique, and he was momentarily stunned. After a while, he said, "It's what my uncle said. You shouldn't think that way. What is your uncle's name?" "His surname is Chung, and his first name should sound like the strange." Zhou Yan had never seen his uncle's name, but remembered that there was a woman dressed in gold and silver who called him that back then. So it was him. Shen Fuyu had seen a lot of information about aristocratic families while with Fu Haoshan and had some impression of Chung Yi, who abandoned his wife and children to marry into a wealthy family. "Manager, do you know him?" "Yes, your uncle had been married before marrying into the family. But that girl was smart and ran away. You two became a token. This matter is well known in our investor circle. But we didn't know you were his sister and nephew." "Our investors? Don't worry about him. I can help you solve this. I'll notify you when the time comes. Think about whether you want to take revenge, but I suggest you do. After all, it's your first time being human, so why let these beasts off the hook? I have to go work now." "You look very wealthy, and you still have to work at a convenience store?" Zhou Yan asked in confusion. "To throw people off the scent. You should rest, but don't delay your leveling. In a few days, I will issue the team regulations. I hope you won't fall behind by then." Shen Fuyu bid farewell to Zhou Yan and went to the convenience store. However, she felt as if there was a flying vehicle following her as she rode her broken supersonic motorcycle. So she made a sharp turn to shake off the pursuer and then saw one of her teammates at the other end of the small road. Shouldn't he be leveling up? I made a mistake. This Qi Xiaoyin used to be in a racing team and was a non-famous rich second generation. But due to family changes, he only inherited a few houses. After he guaranteed for a brother, the brother ran away, and all the houses he inherited were auctioned off. He was eager to find a place to settle and was tricked into joining the team. If Zhou Yan was a sharpshooter, he was someone trying to keep up with the speed of sound. "Manager, is this your bike?" Qi Xiaoyin asked with an androgynous voice. "Yes." Shen Fuyu knew that ever since this person was tricked, his heart had turned into a beehive, dark and full of eyes. Did he think she was deliberately provoking him? But this supersonic motorcycle really looked cool. She just wanted to attract some customers. "The screws are loose and you're riding so fast. Do you want to die?" "Huh, I checked it." Shen Fuyu quickly jumped off. Qi Xiaoyin looked at her with a dumbfounded expression, walked to the other side of the motorcycle, crouched down, and gently pressed down to remove the cover of the charging box. "You're not familiar with this bike, are you? The small screws on the limited edition covers from this batch are prone to loosening. Didn't you notice? A little shorty riding such a big bike. This bike was given to Shen Fuyu by a deceased friend. She really did not know much about it. But you could say my skills were poor. You couldn't insult my height. I have something I want to ask you. I'll take you." Qi Xiaoyin took another helmet from under the car seat. "All right, let us go. Please respect the manager in the future. I'm not a little shorty." Shen Fuyu was lazy. If she didn't have to drive herself, that would be best. But the term little shorty was too hurtful. "Fine." Qi Xiaoyin imitated Shen Fuyu's tone and said, "Then you should drive in high heels next time. That would be cooler. You little brat, don't imitate my way of speaking. Watch the road." After the meeting, Fu Haoshan opened the surveillance footage and saw this scene, getting angrier the more he thought about it. At first, he thought Qi Xiaoyin was a woman, but later found out he was a man. "Jiang Yu, arrange for another driver." "No, arrange for 2 retired female race car drivers to go over. Fu Haoshan said to his secretary with a dark face. Jiang Yu understood and went to make arrangements. As the only person who had seen Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan being all affectionate, he was careful on this risky ship, fearing for his life one day, as both of them were not easy to deal with. Soon, Fu Haoshan's butler, Jiang Tong, came to say that someone claiming to be his uncle was here to see him. Let him in after 15 minutes. All right, sir. After the door closed, Fu Haoshan dialed Shen Fuyu's number. Shen Fuyu had just sent Qi Xiaoying away and was peeling grapes. Not clearly seeing who it was, when Fu Haoshan's face appeared, a grape flew out and hit the virtual image's forehead. Is there something you need? Shen Fuyu asked awkwardly while picking up the grape. Have you thought it through? Do you want to know? It's only been half a day. The person is here. I'm considering whether to take him out. You can listen. What kind of person is he? Do you really need to think about taking someone out? Shen Fuyu had never seen Fu Haoshan hesitate about anything. And he had the privileges of a star fleet. My uncle. That's worth considering. Shen Fuyu thought for a moment. Fu Haoshan's uncle was probably old. How old was he? If he wasn't a major criminal, just let him live out his life, right? He's 20 years older than me. In better health than I am. Letting him live out his life, isn't quite feasible. Are you listening? Ha ha ha. In better health than you? I told you to take care of yourself. Looking at Fu Haoshan's expression, Shen Fuyu asked earnestly, what is his background? His surname is Zhuang. I'm listening. Fu Haoshan hung up the call and had Jiang Tong bring the person in. As Zhuang he entered, he greeted Fu Haoshan with a friendly smile, saying, Nephew, how is your injury lately? It's fine. What brings you here? Fu Haoshan showed no interest in small talk. 006, didn't you notice that I was jealous? I have a half-sister named Zhuang Yueka, who is my illegitimate daughter. She has helped me with some things, but recently she got into trouble. Can you help me out? After all, I'm your uncle. Zhuang Yueka? Wasn't she sentenced to 3 years of suspended death penalty? She can live for a while. Fu Haoshan looked as if he didn't understand. The operability of a suspended death sentence still exists, but Zhuang he is definitely not trying to save anyone. There might be a little secret in someone else's hands that he wants to retrieve and eliminate. That's not what I meant. Zhuang he smiled and stepped forward, saying, I used to run a casino, right? She has a list in her hands that can't be discovered. What does that have to do with me? I don't need that list, and you have no way to involve me. Why would I help you with a losing business? At this point, Fu Haoshan deliberately displayed a greedy expression, and Zhuang he smugly indicated that he understood. Nephew, if this matter is resolved, I will give you 50% of the profit. 50%? It can't be more. Nephew, you know we need to leave some for others. Fu Haoshan pointed to a chair beside him and continued then. Fine, but you have to tell me what the list is about. The risk is too high, and I'm not interested. After Zhuang, he sat down. He was pleasantly surprised by Fu Haoshan's change in attitude. It seems that after he left the Starship Fleet, the Fu family's power is not what it used to be. Since we've come this far, I'll be straightforward. The list contains details about the children we harmed before and the people who were scammed and sold. That's still acceptable. Fu Haoshan smiled happily. And I heard your daughter is celebrating her 12th wedding anniversary tomorrow. I was busy then and didn't get to congratulate her. I wonder if tomorrow. Regarding Fu Haoshan's goodwill, Zhuang he was overjoyed and quickly said, Oh, I forgot, nephew. Just come directly tomorrow, and I'll greet you at the door. Fu Haoshan nodded, seemingly casually mentioning, but I heard your son-in-law, Chang, he hasn't been very honest lately. Have you dealt with it? Hearing Fu Haoshan say this, Zhuang he thought it was Fu Haoshan offering to help him as a kind of meeting gift, so he enthusiastically began to talk about Cheng Yi's recent behavior. Cheating is just a small matter. Cheng Yi has been reckless, relying on Zhuang he's daughter's love for him to bully others. And now he is not only accumulating wealth, but has also escalated to endangering lives. Initially, he didn't think it was a big deal, but now the situation is out of control. Do you have any evidence? Fu Haoshan stroked his chin, appearing to be considering options. Yes. Let my daughter explain it to you in detail tomorrow. Although he is older than you, he is your cousin, and you two haven't seen each other for many years. So you should get acquainted. All right, my legs are inconvenient, so I won't send you off, uncle. I'll have someone show you around the estate and have a meal. Zhuang he naturally agreed, smiling as he followed Jiang Tong out the door. Once the person was far away, Fu Haoshan opened a voice message and asked, You know the person just now, right? I know. Although Shen Fuyu was still brooding over being schemed against by Qiao Miyun's parents, she still cared deeply for Qiao Miyun herself. Zhuang, he was the person blurred out in that video. And now, it seems that the leak of the video probably indicates a conflict between Zhuang He and Zhuang Yueka. Do you have a photo of Cheng Yi? Shen Fuyu quickly thought of Cheng Yi. If he also appeared in the video, it would mean that this father-in-law and son-in-law are cut from the same cloth. Following Fu Haoshan's lead indicates that this son-in-law is also uncontrollable. Fu Haoshan sent over a photo of Cheng Yi, and Shen Fuyu's eyes instantly turned fierce. Are you going tomorrow? Shen Fuyu asked. Yes, do you have any ideas? They all have to die. Shen Fuyu's smile gradually twisted, but let me handle it. Fu Haoshan was stunned. He originally intended to use this matter to have Shen Fuyu come to him, and at that time, he could lament, hoping for a turn of events. After a while, Fu Haoshan finally said, Am I not worthy? Why are you stirring up trouble? Find me clues tomorrow. And if you need to recuperate, go ahead. I'm hanging up. Shen Fuyu had already planned everything in her mind. Wait, Fu Haoshan said excitedly, I ask you, do you know the person named Qi Xiaoyin from just now? Isn't he one of your team members? Of course, I know my team members. Then why did you seem so at ease getting into his car and calling him what? Little brat? Are you very familiar with him? Why does it feel like you were his sister? Also, what were you two talking about? I had a junior who looks a lot like him, and he was a really nice person, but he dropped out to be an apprentice. You know the tuition at Yulin Academy is very expensive. I just didn't react in time. We talked about the operation of the team in the future, and I think he's very experienced. He even worked as a model when he was down and out. Are you also very familiar with that junior? Fu Haoshan felt his leg hurt even more. Yes. We share an office for more than 2 years. He's quite impressive. He can organize many tedious tasks that I can't handle very well. Oh, all right, you can work now. I have a meeting to attend. Shen Fuyu hung up without hesitation. When Fu Haoshan heard the sound of the call disconnecting, he felt his heart sink. Shen Fuyu's profession is unique, and she is proficient in psychology. Even using the fleet's technology might not be able to investigate her matters. He didn't expect that after leaving for these years, she had met quite a few people. When Jiang Yu walked in with documents and saw her boss smiling gently, she knew something was wrong. Could it be that the boss and the boss lady had a falling out? Boss, here are the documents that need your signature. Jiang Yu put down the documents, activated the equipment, and quickly escaped. The next day, Fu Haoshan attended the banquet and suddenly realized that these people seemed to always have reasons to organize seemingly meaningless banquets. Fu Haoshan was the last to arrive, and everyone was gathered, waiting for him at the entrance. Nephew, please come in, please come in. Zhuang He led Fu Haoshan to the frontmost position. Zhuang He's eldest daughter. Zhuang Yuyu respectfully called Fu Haoshan cousin and said, I will go up and say a few words, and then we can catch up. Zhuang Yuyu stood on the stage, her eyes continuously looking towards Fu Haoshan's direction. This was the third time she had seen this younger cousin, who she could only read about in the news before. He is really handsome. I wonder what kind of cousin-in-law he will have in the future. Zhuang Yuyu daydreamed for a long time, counting through the entertainment industry and wealthy heiresses, then shook her head secretly. None of them were worthy, so she would have less opportunity to curry favor in the future. The speeches by the Zhuang father and daughter, as well as Cheng Yi's appearance, all exuded a sense of awkwardness. But Fu Haoshan found it strange why Zhuang Yuyu seemed so indifferent. After the speeches, the banquet began, with clinking glasses and fragrant clothes. Many people wanted to approach Fu Haoshan, but they were all blocked by Zhuang Yuyu. Cousin, please sit. My dad said he was very happy when you came today. I heard that you have something to ask me. I will definitely tell you everything. Zhuang Yuyu was born when Zhuang He was 18 years old with a popular movie star, but no one knew about this, and she was still raised as the eldest daughter of the He family. Now her tone was innocent. Fu Haoshan couldn't determine if it was genuine, so he said, Oh, I just heard that Cheng Yi has some issues outside that aren't very pleasant. After all, the Fu family has only you as relatives, so I came to ask. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi glanced at Cheng Yi, who was talking loudly in the distance, then lowered her head and said, Those matters must be someone slandering him. He doesn't have the guts. Really? That's good. You also know that a tall tree catches the wind. How many people are watching us? Some things are still better to be cautious about. If it's slander, Find the source as soon as possible to avoid any negative public opinion. That is certain. After I pay respects to my mother in a couple of days, I will send someone to investigate this matter. The 4 districts Haoshan Cemetery? The weather has been bad these days. Let's go another day. Fu Haoshan seems disinterested in mentioning the grave of Zhuang, his original wife. But she is not Zhuang Yuyu's biological mother. Huh? Yes, thank you, cousin. Zhuang Yuyu's expression seems a bit unnatural. Fu Haoshan confirmed one thing. She knows her own background, and there might be another story behind Cheng Yi's concealment of the truth. By the way, since you couldn't attend the wedding in person, here is a gift. Jiang Yu presented a gift from Fu Haoshan, a heavy box containing some raw stones. Zhuang Yuyu took a glance and already envisioned what kind of jewelry she would make. Thank you, cousin. I will have someone keep it for me. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Zhuang Yuyu had never seen jade and gems of such quality. There are always greater things in this world. All right, I'll take a look around. After Zhuang Yuyu left, Fu Haoshan walked towards the back garden, and Zhuang He immediately followed, asking, "Nephew, how is it? Your son-in-law is quite remarkable, and my cousin is a sincere person. She will get back to you in a few days. Remember to report Cheng Yi's schedule these days." That's good. Since your leg injury is inconvenient, just rest here. I won't let anyone disturb you. All right, thank you. Then I'll go greet the guests. You keep busy. After easing the intense pain in his leg, Fu Haoshan sent a message to Shen Fuyu, who received it immediately, but only replied with a thank you without saying anything more. Jiang Yu, tell me, why did she leave me? I can give her everything she wants. Jiang Yu was lost in thought and suddenly felt as if the sky was collapsing at this question. Was this something he could answer? Perhaps the lady has other pursuits. Then what do you think she wants to pursue? Fairness? Justice? But she holds an umbrella for others, and it leaks every day. Isn't that just her terrible luck? She can get her heel caught just by taking a few steps. Don't you know that? Of course, Jiang Yu didn't dare to say it out loud. When Shen Fuyu left without a word back then, Fu Haoshan was depressed for a full 6 months. Forget it. I'll find a way to trick her back. She has a soft heart. It's a soft heart, but not towards you. Jiang Yu internally complained wildly, but continued to smile as he looked into the distance. When the banquet ended, Fu Haoshan said, "Have Zhuang Yuyu come over." Soon, Zhuang Yuyu arrived, and Fu Haoshan wrote down Shen Fuyu's contact information, saying, "This is your sister-in-law's contact information. She studies philosophy and psychology. You should meet her when you have time." 007. When did I become a sister-in-law? Me? Zhuang Yuyu's eyes widened. Am I the first to know? If she's the first to know, then the turn of events is huge, and Zhuang Yuyu is very excited. Fu Haoshan pointed at Jiang Yu and said, "The second." All right, I will prepare to go see her in a few days. Okay, don't tell anyone else for now. I'm leaving. Zhuang Yuyu readily agreed and watched Fu Haoshan walk out, then grabbed Jiang Yu. Secretary Jiang, my sister-in-law has a high education, right? What are her hobbies? Is she good-looking? What high-end brands does she like? Madam is humble and polite. Education is no longer important to her. She probably likes jade bracelets, enjoys gaming. But I haven't heard of her liking high fashion. Jiang Yu didn't dare comment on Shen Fuyu's looks, so she skipped that part. After all, in the current star system, people prefer harmless appearances and avoid those like Shen Fuyu's, which are intimidating and aggressive. Jiang Yu had seen many remarkable figures with Fu Haoshan, but none had the terrifying pressure that Shen Fuyu had, not even Fu Haoshan himself. Jade bracelets? That's easy. I had a lot of good ones. Secretary Jiang, please let me know if you have any news. Jiang Yu eagerly agreed and hurried to catch up with Fu Haoshan, whose leg injury seemed to have flared up particularly badly this time. Shen Fuyu didn't get the news she wanted, so she temporarily postponed setting up the trap and focused on designing the team's regulations. The administrative, financial, and racing personnel sent by Fu Haoshan had also arrived. Finally, everyone sat down for a meeting. Shen Fuyu still had concerns about the two brothers. Wu Qi and Wu Jing had previously been victims of campus bullying. Although their gaming data was excellent, their personalities were reclusive, and while they had individual highlights in youth training, they lacked teamwork. Shen Fuyu had been trying to communicate with them these days, but the results were not ideal. However, they could still listen to Coach Chi Kai, so she felt reassured to leave them in his hands. First of all, Everyone's training in the past few days has been quite effective. I reviewed the documents submitted by Coach Chi Kai, and everyone's levels have caught up with the server levels, and they have gained a proper understanding of the game. Shen Fuyu had led several teams, so she could say some formalities. This is our first meeting with 2 tasks. First, Coach and I have preliminarily recruited some guild members over the past few days. This is a draft of the guild regulations, and we need everyone's feedback in the coming days. The guild matters will be handled by our administrator, Mr. Lin Yan. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yan, a home economics major, and I'll be your administrator from now on. You can come to me for any daily issues. This is my first time working with an esports team, so please guide me. Lin Yan exuded a gentle vibe, making everyone feel like they were in a spring breeze. Hey handsome, can you cook? AI Chui, in a good mood because of the chaos at home, asked. Ooh, no. Shen Fuyu paused for a moment and slowly leaned over to whisper, isn't home economics about cooking? I barely passed back then. No, I studied family asset management. Lin Yan awkwardly replied and noted Shen Fuyu's failing grade in home economics to report to Fu Haoshan later. Shen Fuyu patted Lin Yan's shoulder and said, it's not a big deal. We'll post a job opening for a chef and a team doctor. We can't eat takeout every day. Lin Yan recalled Jiang Yu's reminder and instantly felt that this shoulder might not be the best one to lean on. The second matter is everyone's salary and benefits. Shen Fuyu didn't notice Lin Yan starting to panic. Regarding this, everyone sat up straight. Since there are 7 of us, according to the competition rules, 5 will be on the roster and 2 will be substitutes, so everyone's salary will be based on a full team. Insurance is comprehensive, and the bonus distribution contract has regulations attached for you to review. Additionally, due to varying personal situations, I have set aside an emergency fund for everyone to ensure the team's normal operations. If anyone has difficulties, feel free to come to me. Upon hearing about the emergency fund, everyone exchanged glances, quickly understanding what it meant, each with their own thoughts. Besides that, I have already discussed the coach's salary with Chi Kai a couple of days ago, and the agreement has been signed, so there's no need to mention it here. As for the others, they were hired by Fu Haoshan and are not under my purview, so I won't elaborate. With just these 2 matters, the team's daily regulations have already been put into practice 2 days ago. Everyone is welcome to provide feedback. If there are any discomforts, please report them promptly. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. Meeting adjourned. The meeting was very brief because Shen Fuyu had to get to work. And aside from Cheng Yi's whereabouts, there had been no news from Fu Haoshan's side these past few days. She decided to take matters into her own hands. Manager, what about the operations? Qi Xiaoyin stepped forward. I'm still planning. We can't rush it. First, I need to analyze how previous teams operated profitably. I really haven't dealt with this before, but don't worry. I will get everyone to discuss this matter as soon as possible. Yes, we must seize the initiative in public opinion. Qi Xiaoyin had briefly worked as a model, but quickly left due to gossip, and had always felt regretful about it. Don't worry, in this regard, our investors can still control things. We won't let anyone get hurt. But the premise is that you must keep your own conduct clean. If there are indeed issues, no one can be protected. All right, I'll go gather materials. By the way, manager, it's good that everyone doesn't know we're in cahoots. Many people have taken your bounty since you haven't been online these days. Shen Fuyu smiled awkwardly but politely. She really didn't mean to steal the boss's thunder. As for the bounty, upon arriving at the convenience store, Shen Fuyu had just sat down and opened her laptop when the bell rang. Zhuang Yu felt a chill the moment she saw Shen Fuyu. The aura around her was terrifying. Hello, are you Miss Shen Fuyu? Yes, and you are. Shen Fuyu paused for a moment as the computer quickly displayed the information of the person in front of her. Zhuang Yu? Uh-huh. Zhuang Yu nodded blankly, thinking that it wasn't surprising for someone Fu Haoshan could notice to have this kind of ability. She hoped Shen Fuyu would be easy to get along with and would give her some leeway. Judging by Fu Haoshan's attitude, it should be fine, right? Zhuang Yu was here to please Shen Fuyu and gather some information. Did Fu Haoshan send you? Uh-huh. What did he want you to do? Cousin said to come see my sister-in-law. Although Zhuang Yu looked very young, she was old enough to be Shen Fuyu's mother, and she really wasn't used to this title. No, I wasn't originally. When did I become a sister-in-law? Why'd I need to get used to it? Shen Fuyu pinched her thigh to remind herself to stay alert. But what was that little excitement in her heart? That's not important. It's a matter that hasn't been settled yet. I need to talk to you about something. Do you have time to grab a meal together? Shen Fuyu got back to the point. Uh-huh. Zhuang Yuyu felt a bit scared and awkwardly watched Shen Fuyu open the convenience store's automatic vending system. No, I'm much older than her. What am I afraid of? Maybe it was the imposing manner she learned from Fu Haoshan. Zhuang Yuyu kept reassuring herself that she had to seize this opportunity. With Fu Haoshan's protection, things would be much easier. Where to? I have a driver. No need. I have a motorcycle. Want to try it? Shen Fuyu later went to check the details of her supersonic motorcycle, which was a limited edition in the star system. Top-notch craftsmanship, usually something to show off, leaving everyone dazzled. This included Zhuang Yuyu, who, although a bit scared, was eager to try it. Encouraged by Shen Fuyu's gaze, she sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. The interstellar supersonic car was complicated by safety equipment reporting requirements, and even a refined young lady like Zhuang Yuyu couldn't manage it, so her driver was quickly dismissed. Shen Fuyu took Zhuang Yuyu to a members-only private dining establishment, and Zhuang Yuyu rushed to scan her face to get in before Shen Fuyu, as if this could alleviate her anxiety. I want that window seat. The position proposed by Shen Fuyu offered a panoramic view of the golf course outside, something ordinary members wouldn't know about, and the manager's expression changed immediately. However, when Shen Fuyu took out her board member badge, the manager instantly smiled. This way, please. Once they were seated, Shen Fuyu handed Zhuang Yuyu a pair of glasses. Take a look first. I'll prepare some materials. After putting on the glasses, Zhuang Yuyu saw Cheng Yijing walking a terrified little girl. Do you know who this girl is? Who is it? Zhuang Yuyu realized she had fallen into a trap and wanted to run, but the door was already locked. That's your biological mother's granddaughter, just turned 18. Do you know why she's here? Shen Fuyu said, sliding the screen in front of Zhuang Yuyu, forcing her to confront the issue. Zhuang Yuyu didn't want to look, but saw it anyway. Her niece had come to find Cheng Yi to exchange resources. Your family doesn't have an entertainment company, but you have a casino, and you know about Cheng Yi's wife killing and child selling. Yet you chose to remain silent. Why? It's none of your business. Zhuang Yuyu slumped to the ground, her face full of fear. Let me guess, Cheng Yi told you that your mother was killed by Zhuang He and your adoptive mother, and made you stay silent. Zhuang Yueka is already in trouble. Zhuang He is next. You can take revenge and become the head of the family. Zhuang Yuyu's shocked expression betrayed her, and Shen Fuyu's guesses were spot on. Shen Fuyu continued, you want to use Fu Haoshan's hand to protect yourself. Fu Haoshan doesn't understand women, but I do. Are you sent by Fu Haoshan? Zhuang Yuyu's intentions were exposed, and the situation turned unexpected, leaving her extremely vulnerable. No, I'm sent by the girls who were killed by your precious husband. Shen Fuyu suddenly grabbed Zhuang Yuyu's arm, forcing her to make eye contact. As Shen Fuyu delved deeper into her investigation, she discovered that Cheng Yi and Zhuang He had conspired with Zhuang Yueka to kill hundreds of people, leaving no trace. These lives were exchanged for the capital they squandered. Let me tell you, your husband and father are scum. Your late adoptive mother was a victim of domestic violence, left outside for 3 days before she died, and your biological mother was no saint either. When she was alive, she sold her children for glory, and now her children are selling their own. Shen Fuyu's words completely shattered Zhuang Yuyu's psychological defenses, and she broke down in tears. But Shen Fuyu showed no mercy. She was an accomplice and deserved to be punished. 008 Glory and wealth. It's all in a dream. After Zhuang Yuyu finished crying, Shen Fuyu continued, you need to protect yourself. The only way is to give me the evidence. I guarantee your safety and wealth for the rest of your life. Shen Fuyu emphasized the keywords safety and wealth. These were the things Zhuang Yuyu cherished the most. She didn't speak not because she had much affection for her biological mother, but because she was afraid of losing everything she had. She looked at Shen Fuyu greedily, but then thought that she couldn't find this person in the upper circles. Even with Fu Haoshan's recognition, how much power could she have? Shen Fuyu seemed to see through Zhuang Yuyu's doubts and smiled. Think about how we got in here. What Fu Haoshan has, I might also have. What he doesn't have, only I have. Zhuang Yuyu was stunned into silence by Shen Fuyu's shocking words. Who is she really? If she were such a person, wouldn't she not need to use despicable means to obtain the love of her life? In that moment, Zhuang Yuyu felt an indescribable sense of desolation. However, Shen Fuyu had to stoke the flames further, continuing. Do you think Fu Haoshan funded my team because we are in love? Or that I need to rely on him? No, it's not that. He doesn't understand the twists and turns of a woman's heart, but he understands me, and I understand him. As long as he wants to keep me, he will definitely gather everyone for me. Otherwise, why would I go looking for him? Zhuang Yuyu looked at Shen Fuyu's half-smiling expression in disbelief. Why don't you like him? Do you know how many people want to step into the Fu family? Well, that number doesn't include me. Our relationship is very complicated. There are many things in this world that are far more important than love. Besides, you have harmed so many people for love. Have you gotten what you wanted? Listening to Shen Fuyu's questioning, outside the window came the screams of a girl and Cheng Yi's angry shouts. Zhuang Yuyu suddenly burst into laughter, threw a storage device to Shen Fuyu, and then collapsed lifelessly on the ground. After getting the address, Shen Fuyu obtained a box of evidence and then had a room prepared for Zhuang Yuyu at the mansion on the mountain with 24-hour surveillance. As soon as Cheng Yi discovered Zhuang Yuyu's disappearance, he would be thrown into chaos, and with just a little provocation, she could completely destroy the relationship between Zhuang He and Cheng Yi. Sure enough, within a few days, Zhuang He and Cheng Yi had a conflict due to mutual suspicion. At this time, Shen Fuyu released the surveillance video of their argument and submitted some evidence to the investigation department. However, Zhuang He was sent to the hospital due to a sudden heart attack, which was unexpected for Shen Fuyu, and she didn't have time to react, giving Zhuang He time. In the following days, Zhuang Yueka repeatedly changed her testimony, vehemently denying her relationship with Zhuang He and frantically slandering Cheng Yi. The two exchanged accusations, and, for a while, they couldn't catch Zhuang He. No matter how capable Cheng Yi was, he was just an outsider. Without protection, being a scapegoat was something everyone was willing to see. Those who had dirt on Cheng Yi began to stir the pot, all hoping to see Cheng Yi sentenced quickly. Thus, the matter became significant or minor, especially with the influence of Zhuang Yueka's son in academia. It seemed that the matter was about to settle down. Shen Fuyu would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. The night before the trial, she released Zhuang Yueka, who had been granted medical parole for cooperating with the operation. The first thing Zhuang Yueka saw when she escaped was countless banners demanding that she and her son pay with their lives. After walking a few steps, she saw Shen Fuyu's team promotional video and learned Shen Fuyu's location. However, all of this was arranged by Shen Fuyu. Stimulated, Zhuang Yueka entered the vehicle that came to pick her up and knocked out the driver, rushing towards Shen Fuyu's house while muttering to herself. If you listen carefully, you would hear her say, "My son is so outstanding, he deserves to be the commander of the Star Fleet. You harmed him, so you all must die." Shen Fuyu grasped this psychology. Zhuang Yueka had not been recognized by the He family because she was a girl. She had always felt superior after giving birth to a son. At first, Shen Fuyu didn't want their lives, but when Zhuang Yueka said, "My son is noble, and you women should serve as stepping stones for him," it thoroughly enraged Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu had already used a gathering to reward her team for their hard training recently and had sent everyone out. She watched as the approaching vehicle drew near, put down her utensils, and prepared to set a trap. However, unexpected events occurred. Shen Fuyu's umbrella began to leak, and when Zhuang Yueka stepped off the vehicle, she saw Su Qingyi, who was stumbling back while holding a broken high heel. "Little girl, what happened to you?" Zhuang Yueka asked kindly, her pale face revealing a touching weakness. Su Qingyi had initially intended to leave, but upon seeing that the other party seemed to be in trouble, she replied, "My heel broke. I'm going back to change." "In such a remote place, do you live around here? Then do you know how to get out?" "I was left here by the caregiver." As she spoke, Zhuang Yueka covered her face as if she were crying. "Ah, then you wait over there. I'll go back and call a car for you right away." Su Qingyi did not take Zhuang Yueka back as she had hoped, and for a moment, Zhuang Yueka felt a flash of gloomy anger. But she still spoke in a gentle tone. "Okay, I'll sit aside for a while." Shen Fuyu noticed that the delay was off and quickly pulled up the surveillance. Su Qingyi had already supported Zhuang Yueka. Next, in a flash, Zhuang Yueka had mixed in some unconventional places in her early years. Even though she was older now, her agility remained. However, Su Qingyi was also very nimble. After a few exchanges, Su Qingyi stumbled and fell to the ground because of her missing shoe and was taken hostage by Zhuang Yueka. Let her go. Come at me. Shen Fuyu arrived on her motorcycle at high speed. Shen Fuyu, how has my son offended you? Instead of helping him rise smoothly, you dare to resist. Ungrateful wretch. Today, I'll kill her first, and then you. As Zhuang Yueka finished speaking, before Shen Fuyu could respond, they heard Su Qingyi cursing loudly. The vice principal of Yulin Academy, who was arrested? Scum like him is worthy? You crazy woman, let me go. Su Qingyi was still young, and Shen Fuyu had arranged a lot of physical training recently, so she had great strength. As Su Qingyi struggled violently, Zhuang Yueka was almost unable to stand. If you let Qingyi go, I'll help you save your son. Shen Fuyu offered a condition. Just you? In the eyes of the big shots of the galaxy, you are just a piece of mud underfoot, a little wretch spouting nonsense. Today I will kill you both, and then find Zhuang he to settle the score, using his life to exchange for my son's life. Since you want to find Zhuang he, why are you still speaking for him? Don't you know that not long ago, Zhuang he begged Fu Haoshan to get you out to kill? What does that have to do with you? Zhuang Yueka tightly grasped Su Qingyi's neck, asking somewhat frantically, who are you, little wretch? Don't you know that those who follow Shen Fuyu die? Indeed, your son follows me. Picking up scraps of wisdom. He deserves to die. Even an ordinary person knows he is scum. I wouldn't even accept him as a dog. It's better if he quickly advises himself not to follow me. This remark from Shen Fuyu completely enraged Zhuang Yueka. Su Qingyi received Shen Fuyu's glance, feigned an attack with her left elbow, but struck Zhuang Yueka's eye with her right hand when Zhuang Yueka instinctively dodged. Zhuang Yueka fell to the ground and was subdued by Su Qingyi. Shen Fuyu stepped forward and said, "Let me show you something." Saying this, a projection screen was fixed in front of Zhuang Yueka, playing two video clips. One was Zhuang he betraying her in front of Fu Haoshan, and the other showed Zhuang he in the hospital arranging how to convict Zhuang Yueka's son and keep them quiet forever. Do you think Zhuang he wouldn't dare to kill you? Now that he is in a desperate situation, if you expose him, Cheng Yi will help you. Not only will the threat from Zhuang he be gone, but you can also have your death penalty commuted to life imprisonment. Hearing that the death penalty could become life imprisonment, Zhuang Yueka hesitated for a moment. This matter could go either way. The key is whether anyone would protect them. It seems that Zhuang he cannot save himself, and others involved would prefer they die quickly. Once they are dead, everything will be buried without evidence. Everyone can make money and indulge themselves without any impact. Thinking this way, Zhuang Yueka felt unwilling. She looked up and scrutinized Shen Fuyu for the first time in so long. Seeing the calm expression on her face, Zhuang Yueka felt a deep-rooted fear. Don't hesitate. Only I can help you. I still have more evidence against Zhuang he and Cheng Yi. As long as you go back, I will find Fu Haoshan to help you. You know how much influence the Star Fleet has in the interstellar community. What is your relationship with Fu Haoshan? Zhuang Yueka looked at Shen Fuyu in surprise. An unfinished relationship with an ex-boyfriend. Hearing this, Su Qingyi and Zhuang Yueka were both stunned. Is this something they can hear? Isn't that man the most eligible bachelor in the galaxy? Of course, Shen Fuyu wouldn't go. She couldn't even clarify her complicated feelings for Fu Haoshan. The feeling of being unable to understand the origin of one's emotions is probably what it is. Are you really going to help us? Of course. The instigator has no regrets. I'm still clear about right and wrong. As a woman, how could I not understand your maternal instincts? After all, we are all forced into this. Su Qingyi widened her eyes, looking at Shen Fuyu talking nonsense. Manager, if you say that, the sacrifice is too great. Zhuang Yueka felt validated, and all her doubts disappeared. She solemnly agreed to Shen Fuyu's plan and was willing to take the evidence back to the hospital. To reassure Zhuang Yueka, Shen Fuyu even showed her the surveillance of her son and promised that once they were released, she would transfer several patents to her son so he could regain his title and oust the principal. That day, Su Qingyi followed Shen Fuyu to see off Zhuang Yueka. Watching her wake up the fainted driver, concocting a story that he was misdiagnosed as a mental patient and released, giving the driver money to go home and rest. When they returned to the battle team base, everyone had already gone home, washed up, and fallen asleep. Shen Fuyu quietly took Su Qingyi into the kitchen to cook instant noodles. Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat. My instant noodles are edible. Su Qingyi seemed to revert to her original shy self, completely lacking the decisiveness she had just shown in dealing with Zhuang Yueka. 009, she has me in her heart. Shen Fuyu thought for a long time, but didn't dig deeper. She changed the topic and said, Why are you back? Don't pick people up by the roadside next time. It's too unsafe. My shoe heel broke. Next time, bye. Shen Fuyu looked down and saw that the shoes looked familiar. Aren't these the ones I gave you a couple of days ago? A while ago, when Shen Fuyu was bored, she was looking at team uniforms and saw some new shoes from a luxury brand that she liked, so she bought 2 pairs. But since they didn't fit her well, she gave them both to Su Qingyi. Yeah, such expensive shoes broke after just one wear. What a pity. They're not even those flashy things from the runway. How can they look good, but not be practical? Su Qingyi gom lai. Shen Fuyu suddenly remembered that it had rained when she went out last time, and her high heels must have broken at a critical moment. She had even missed getting the last portion of toppings for her milk tea. The corner of her mouth twitched. Maybe it's not a quality issue. Don't come back to exchange it next time. Just buy a pair on the street, and I'll reimburse you. Thank you, manager. The next day, Zhuang Yueka presented new evidence. He was taken away from the hospital, but many reports emerged, and multiple pieces of evidence indicated that they were all part of the same group. Soon, the casino was sealed off, and a large number of victims' families gathered outside the Interstellar Investigation Bureau. Some didn't even know that their children had been harmed before seeing the news. Because it involved wealthy families, the public's emotions were also very intense. Besides the victims, many live streamers appeared at the entrance, constantly capturing hot topics and driving public opinion. However, since Shen Fuyu still had a lot of explosive evidence that had not been released, no one of any weight dared to speak out. Everyone knew in their hearts that who hasn't made mistakes? Under the enormous pressure of public opinion and the severe situation, Yang Qianting, the head of the Interstellar Investigation Bureau responsible for this case, didn't even dare to go to work, and he had other concerns in his heart. A couple of days later, the weather in the galaxy worsened. Fu Haoshan called for doctors and masseurs, and Yang Qianting disguised himself as a masseur's assistant and followed them. However, due to Fu Haoshan's orders, Jiang Tong recognized Yang Qianting at a glance and took him outside under the pretense of explaining things. Director Yang, the boss won't see you. Since he was recognized, Yang Qianting stopped pretending and sighed. Then, Jiang Butler, can you give me a definite answer? What is the boss's attitude toward this matter? We haven't figured out who did it. What if? I know, but since the boss won't see you, there must be nothing to explain. Do you still remember what the boss said when he got you this job? Oh, I understand now. But it's obvious that the person who submitted the evidence anonymously has reservations. Should we investigate this? No need for that. We can't afford to offend that person. Yang Qianting looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Was there really someone they couldn't afford to offend in the interstellar world? Jiang Tong noticed Yang Qianting's sudden change in expression and began to doubt. Could Jiang Yu be setting him up? Did the boss really have a connection with someone as mysterious as Shen Fuyu? That would be very unsafe. All right, I understand. I'll go ahead and do it. If anything happens, I'll trouble Jiang Butler to inform me. That's natural, but before the matter is resolved, Director Yang should let the boss rest assured and recover. As Jiang Tong escorted Yang Qianting out, he listened to Yang Qianting endlessly lamenting about being caught every time he went out in the past few days as if he were at a press conference. After sending him off, Jiang Tong felt his head buzzing. After Yang Qianting left, Jiang Tong knocked and entered Fu Haoshan's room. The doctors and masseurs all walked out with their heads down. After all these years, Fu Haoshan's injuries seemed to have no room for recovery. Fu Haoshan felt a bit irritable. He missed Shen Fuyu. When they were together, he felt a sense of security that he didn't know where it came from. Jiang Tong, go get a few bottles of wine. Sir, your injury hasn't healed, and the weather is like this. You can't drink alcohol, since it won't get better anyway. Just go. Jiang Tong hesitated for a moment, then turned to get wine for Fu Haoshan. On the way, Jiang Yu returned, bringing back surveillance footage from the area near Lin Yan's team. Even with people arranged, it was still difficult for them to obtain information about Shen Fuyu. Jiang Yu doubted whether it was because Shen Fuyu was like a star visible in the distance but untouchable, which struck a chord with Fu Haoshan's past issues. making them come together. Sir, the surveillance is back. There's no danger to madam. Jiang Yu knew his unfortunate brother was eavesdropping outside, so he deliberately raised his voice. Fu Haoshan watched the surveillance while drinking. After finishing a few glasses, he glanced at Jiang Yu and said, "You sit down. Ever since the old butler passed away, I haven't cared about you and your brother's situation for a long time. My brother and I are doing well. You don't need to worry, boss." Jiang Yu was startled by this sudden concern and stuttered. "Oh, that's good. So tell me, she clearly likes me, and I like her too. It's such a mutually pursuing relationship. Why can't it work?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Wasn't this a scene that even comedies wouldn't dare to portray? "Boss, wake up. You can't be so love-struck, especially since she hasn't seen you in years. When she didn't want me back then, I didn't dare to look for her. Not being able to find her is one thing, but it feels like not doing homework in elementary school and being afraid to go to school. I can't remember what I did wrong. She treated me this way." Hearing Fu Haoshan's complaints like a wronged woman, Jiang Yu suspected that his brother was drinking fake wine. Not being able to find her was indeed one reason, but no. Jiang Yu immediately dismissed the thought in his mind. If Fu Haoshan had been searching for his wife in the media back then, wouldn't that have been even more embarrassing? "Why aren't you speaking? I've thought it through. When I first met her in the game, those reasons she gave were definitely excuses. She must have fallen for me. How could someone so lustful be indifferent to me? I can't speak." Jiang Yu seemed to be in deep meditation. To be honest, someone as talented as Shen Fuyu being a bit twisted is understandable, but boss, you can't be abnormal. Boring, not as interesting as little Fuyu. Fu Haoshan inexplicably felt in a good mood. No, he wanted to see Shen Fuyu. As he said this, Fu Haoshan tried to contact Shen Fuyu. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. When he saw the call connect, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. When Shen Fuyu saw it was Fu Haoshan, her breath caught. Was he here to let her off Zhuang He? Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, he was her only relative. However, when Fu Haoshan's slightly tipsy face appeared, Shen Fuyu instantly became infatuated, pinching her thigh a couple of times to calm down. "What is up?" "Nothing much, just missed you." Fu Haoshan leaned against the armrest, smiling charmingly. Shen Fuyu nearly blurted out "me too," but fortunately, her morals stopped her from doing so. "You've been drinking? Is your injury healed?" Shen Fuyu awkwardly changed the subject. Fu Haoshan tilted his head in sadness for a moment, then revealed a shy smile. "No, but I want a drink." This smile gradually merged with Shen Fuyu's memories, making her heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. When they first met, Fu Haoshan had smiled at her like this too. "Jiang Yu, I know you're here. Take his wine away and let him sleep." Yes. Jiang Yu, who had already moved to the door, was called back and shivered. "I'll go right now. Get out." Fu Haoshan insisted, holding the wine bottle. Jiang Yu was brainstorming in his head. Shen Fuyu wouldn't come home to hit him, so he listened to Fu Haoshan. After the door closed, Fu Haoshan asked, "Do you care about me? Then will you come see me?" "Fu Haoshan, are you sad for your uncle?" Various emotions flowed through Shen Fuyu's heart regarding Fu Haoshan, and the first words out of her mouth were the most hurtful. However, Fu Haoshan didn't realize. "Why should I be sad for him? I'm sad for myself. You left without a word. I still can't find you. Do you know how sad I was when I saw that my messages were marked as deleted by you? I have something to do. You should sleep first. Come find me in the game tonight, okay?" Shen Fuyu really had something to do, and she reluctantly comforted Fu Haoshan with a few words. After hanging up the call, Fu Haoshan smiled happily and then staggered to the bedside to lie down. "I told you, she has me in her heart." Because of this incident, Shen Fuyu's whole demeanor was unusual, even noticed by the already mentally unstable Zhuang Yu. Zhuang Yu sat on the floor, looking at reports about her husband and father, thinking that her turn would come soon. The cries of those parents brought a deep abyss of fear. However, she felt that the Shen Fuyu who appeared today was different from before. The once astonishing woman now seemed to carry a hint of worldly softness. "You're not quite right. Fu Haoshan doesn't want you anymore?" Zhuang Yu's words sounded more like self-mockery. If that were the case, it would be great. Shen Fuyu originally came to inform Zhuang Yu how to respond after being caught, but she began to ramble uncontrollably. "These days, I occasionally think of what you said, and every time I think of a person." Shen Fuyu quietly listened as Zhuang Yu began to reminisce. I changed my age to get into the dance academy. At that time, there was a student in the academy, beautiful as a fairy, exceptionally talented, the goddess of everyone. I couldn't even feel jealous of her. Back then, she said there wasn't a man in this world she couldn't conquer, that she would be the best dancer of this era. When a truly capable person says such things, they are not only not ridiculed, but also gain many followers. I didn't tea. Shen Fuyu seemed to be mocking the words truly capable and followers. You're different. She has already been found to be non-existent. To be honest, from the perspective of a blood relative, I don't think highly of you and Fu Haoshan. Why? You have too much suspicion, like to stab others in the back, right? If it really comes to a fight, Fu Haoshan is not your opponent. Even though Zhuang Yuyu has been troubled by love for many years, she has ultimately lived longer than Shen Fuyu and has some ability to read people. There are some things she didn't dare to say. Shen Fuyu's heart was like a trapped beast, ready to break free and devour everything. Shen Fuyu had no comment on this statement. She simply changed the topic, saying, "These are some phrases that can help you pretend to be mentally unstable during the trial. I'll handle the rest." Zhuang Yuyu took the folder and suddenly shouted, "Shen Fuyu, don't let things develop to a point where you can't turn back and then regret it." 010, I have a friend series. Shen Fuyu didn't know how she ended up outside the convenience store after leaving Zhuang Yuyu. She felt dizzy and didn't dare return to the team, so she stumbled to the store's entrance. Ling Hong had just finished calculating this month's salary and was about to contact Shen Fuyu when she saw Shen Fuyu's pale face and felt a jolt of concern. Could it be that Zhuang He's situation had taken a turn? What's wrong? Ling Hong helped Shen Fuyu sit down in the store and, glancing at the empty street, locked the door. "I'm fine. Did the Zhuang family find some backing to come after you?" "I'm fine, we can run." "Why just us?" "It's nothing, really," Shen Fuyu said as she walked to the shelf and picked up a bottle of alcohol, shaking it. You drink. Shen Fuyu downed half a bottle of fruit wine, suddenly smiled contentedly, sat back in her chair, and said, "I have a friend. This friend is you, right?" Ling Hong had no idea what had happened, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Otherwise, this person wouldn't be drinking. However, Shen Fuyu's alcohol tolerance. Soon, a flush appeared on Shen Fuyu's face as she laughed. She met a wealthy and powerful man. At first, she didn't believe in his wealth and power and spent 2 months checking to confirm he wasn't lying to her. But then, Shen Fuyu sighed and quickly began to doubt that someone of his age and unmarried status wasn't out to deceive her. Perhaps he had a hidden wife at home. Ling Hong nodded vigorously at this point, thinking that if her mom had your intelligence back in the day, no, if she had this intelligence, she wouldn't have had me. She would have gone to scold that dog of a man today. But she didn't, and my friend started to feel inferior. She can't do anything, and he is extraordinarily talented. She feels unworthy of him. Ling Hong disagreed, comforting her. Everyone has their own expertise. Look at the patent papers in your hands. How many people struggle their whole lives to have even one of those? At this rate, if you earn patent fees for 200 years, you'll be as rich as Fu Haoshan. Later, my friend figured out he's just wealthy and powerful. Her technology reduced energy consumption in interstellar exploration by half and improved efficiency by 30%. That's worth a statue. Ling Hong was stunned like a wooden man. Due to the absurdity, she was no longer sure if this friend and man were Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. If it were Shen Fuyu, this technology would definitely not be used so widely. But Shen Fuyu happily hugged Ling Hong, seeing her reaction, and said, "Don't worry. My friend definitely prioritizes the bigger picture and is a good person." Ling Hong wanted to erase the shocking statement she just heard from her mind. To avoid hearing more outrageous news, she changed the topic. "So what happened next? Did they get together?" "Of course not." Later, my friend discovered that the timing of the man's rise and the time the technology was stolen were the same. That's a deep grudge. But my friend just can't let go of this man, and she is too scared to face him, so she became a deserter. Why can't she let go? Ling Hong felt this couldn't possibly be Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu's personality carried a decisive ruthlessness. She wouldn't be so wishy-washy. An interstellar tycoon. A teenage genius, lovesick? That's even less likely. Love is about looks and personality. They got along very well, and feelings aren't something you can just let go of. That's true, but it's okay. I'll help you persuade her. breaking up is my specialty. So don't worry. What exactly is your friend's relationship with you? No way. She's a hopeless fool. Enough talk. I'm going to sleep. Saying that, Shen Fuyu leaned back against the chair and fell asleep. Ling Hong clicked her tongue. Why did Shen Fuyu love to meddle in others' affairs so much? It even affected her mood. She didn't even know which man it was. Unmarried at his age? Was it for real? Thus, with a gossiping spirit, Ling Hong called her mom. Has your friend contacted you? Does the team agree to cooperate with our new brand? Mom, you need to let them research this. I have a question. What is it? Are there any unmarried young men over a certain age? As soon as Ling Hong said this, Ling Yuan began to scold her. I'd rather you find an 18-year-old and get scolded to death. If you're thinking like that, I'll break your legs. Hurry up and make arrangements. I'll come over as soon as I finish here. Then, there was the busy tone as Ling Hong shook her head, her ears buzzing from her mother's voice. Why was it so hard to hear some gossip? Ling Hong helplessly glanced at Shen Fuyu and carried her back home. Unexpectedly, Shen Fuyu woke up after a nap in the middle of the night, her eyes still a bit dazed, insisting on going into the game. Ling Hong shook her head as she watched Shen Fuyu log in, then remembered that this person still had a bounty on her head and quickly followed her. The brain-machine interface technology used for the gaming equipment accurately captured that little bit of dazedness and disorientation in Shen Fuyu. As soon as she logged in, her vision went black, and she found herself at the resurrection point. Hiss! Shen Fuyu's first reaction was relief that she didn't have any equipment to lose. Her second reaction was how beautiful this NPC at the resurrection point was. Fu Haoshan had felt a headache after drinking, but it vanished once he entered the game. Knowing that Shen Fuyu had a bounty on her, he had been lurking at the resurrection point. However, she seemed a bit disoriented, so he walked up and asked, Do you know who I am? You're probably an NPC, right? The model is really beautiful. I'm looking for someone. You stand guard here. Shen Fuyu stood up and took out a teleportation charm. Who are you looking for? Fu Haoshan tried to keep jealousy out of his tone. I casually flattered someone today. You have to keep your word. Fu Haoshan's heart soared. Indeed, she had feelings for him. He picked Shen Fuyu up and said, I'll take you there. As he spoke, the two disappeared from their spot. When Ling Hong arrived at the resurrection point, she felt that the disappearing shadow looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the resurrection point? Ling Hong didn't find Shen Fuyu, but since she had no equipment, she thought it was fine and decided to clear the dungeon. Shen Fuyu smelled a familiar fragrance of tea, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Fu Haoshan. Why didn't you say who you are? Shen Fuyu suddenly realized, vowing not to drink again next time. It's okay, I found you. Fu Haoshan rubbed his hair against Shen Fuyu's neck. I'll come to the team in a few days. No, be normal. I'm not into this. Shen Fuyu couldn't tell if she was nervous or excited, turning her head away, tense all over. You're not into this? Why did you come looking for me just to flatter me? Fu Haoshan noticed Shen Fuyu's change and pressed his forehead against hers, and the system chimed. Detected inappropriate information. Fu Haoshan, who had been forcibly logged out for half a month due to being banned, angrily called Jiangyu and asked, What's this detection? A few days ago, 2 young people were reported by their parents for dating in the game, so the network department introduced a new detection system. For the next 3 months, we'll purify the online environment. Everyone is responsible for civilized internet use, Jiangyu replied, suppressing laughter. After Shen Fuyu was forcibly logged out, her mind went blank for a while. The fragrance of tea still lingered at her nose, and then she suddenly thought, oh no, as a team manager, being the first to get banned doesn't seem like a good thing. But Shen Fuyu didn't expect that when she returned to the team. Her players and staff were waiting at the door. Chikai stood at the front, smiling. Manager, how will you handle the ban? How did you know? This kind of ban doesn't get announced. Shen Fuyu felt very guilty. Let us talk inside. Shen Fuyu turned to see Lin Yin holding a booklet, which looked pretty new, and was informed that it was the civilized internet agreement distributed by the network department that required every team manager's signature. However, everyone reluctantly gave Shen Fuyu some face and let her in. During the meeting, Shen Fuyu was sidelined as a negative example, while Lin Yin and Chikai each reported on their work. The team was proceeding as usual without any major issues. Overall, Shen Fuyu's rules and regulations were quite comprehensive. But there were no specific guidelines for her mistake this time. Indeed, no one expected her account to be banned. When discussing the ban, Shen Fuyu couldn't help but recall Fu Haoshan's presence and face, and she took a deep breath to mask her embarrassment, acknowledging it was her fault. The others nodded, seemingly encouraging her to continue speaking. Since the launch of the holographic game, the excellent encryption technology and privacy protection detection algorithms employed by the network administration had deterred many from misbehaving in the game. Specifically, Shen Fuyu had inadvertently set herself up for failure. Her foundational technology was easy to expand, and she had indeed considered such needs. But she never expected that her first use would lead to her account being banned. So now, let us add a rule. When we ban an account, we will compensate for the losses at market value and deduct from the annual performance and bonuses. For serious violations, termination will occur. For team members, account bans will be handled as breaches of contract. I've set a bad precedent, and I will contribute a year's salary as a fine for everyone's team dinner. Is this acceptable? Yes. But other mistakes should be recited 7 times at the entrance. I will not make such and such mistake again. This should be included too, right? Shen Fuyu glanced at Chi Kai. Okay, brother, I'll remember you for this. That is fine, but I'm just afraid you want to get up in the morning and miss it. Shen Fuyu thought, if you want to embarrass me, then you all can train more. Only Chi Kai, the coach, managed to come out unscathed in this world. Fu Haoshan soon learned about this from Lin Yin and began to send messages to Shen Fuyu every morning at a specific time. By the 3rd day, Shen Fuyu could no longer stand it. While having breakfast, the team's little rascals scrutinized her, and she agreed to a video call with him during breakfast. On the 4th day, Jiangyu stood at the restaurant entrance, confused. Boss, it's tough for you to stand up now. But this table of yours looks like you're promoting products. This was indeed the case, as Fu Haoshan introduced Shen Fuyu to the snacks he had sent her. Looking very professional, the spring breeze was warm, making Jiangyu unable to resist asking, Boss, do you have a link for these? Actually, after receiving several boxes of snacks from Jiangtong's cold chain delivery yesterday, Shen Fuyu had already used them to silence the team members. Of course, the breakfast on the table now was also sent by Fu Haoshan. As a night owl, the last time Shen Fuyu had such a grand breakfast was a while ago, and she felt somewhat awkward when she opened the video call with Fu Haoshan. 011, I am too weak to take care of myself. Fuyu, this table of snacks is all your favorites. I've always remembered, but I didn't have time to take you to that shop before. Fu Haoshan said with regret. At that time, he had just retired from the fleet and was very busy. Now, he doesn't expect Shen Fuyu to understand him, as long as she still cares. That means she has her own place in his heart. Back then, you painted such a big picture for me. Shen Fuyu picked up a sweet little round cake and exaggerated its size. Take me to eat? Take me out to play? I sold my patent to you, and you won't even skip one meeting? After saying this, Shen Fuyu regretted it. How did it sound like she was blaming Fu Haoshan? No, she couldn't fall into his trap. Thinking this, Shen Fuyu quickly put on a nonchalant expression. Fu Haoshan's lips almost curled up in a smile. Suppressing his laughter and remaining quiet while eating, putting on an appearance of being too weak to care for himself, as if it was written on his face that his leg was severely injured and he might not be able to walk. When they were together before, Fu Haoshan was a workaholic, and Shen Fuyu had never seen him like this. It seemed even more serious now. It shouldn't be. What's wrong with you? Shen Fuyu couldn't help but ask when she saw him like this. My leg hurts, but it doesn't hurt when you're around. Fu Haoshan forced a weak expression, seemingly trying to comfort Shen Fuyu. Jiangyu, hearing Fu Haoshan's words, began to draft a will in his mind. What happened to the boss? He wasn't like this when he was dating Shen Fuyu before. What kind of stimulus did he receive? What's wrong with you? Are you still drunk? If your leg hurts, go see a doctor. What use am I to you? Shen Fuyu's face flushed as she spoke. Fu Haoshan dejectedly shook his head and said pitifully, I went to see a doctor, but there was no cause. My health has been poor lately. Just as Fu Haoshan was about to put on a few more pretended signs of chest tightness and shortness of breath, there was a knock at the door from Shen Fuyu's side. Shen Fuyu quickly turned off the video and fled in a panic. Jiangyu caught a glimpse of Fu Haoshan's sudden change of expression, turning cold and skillfully taking out a stack of papers from behind him. Through the sunlight, It was faintly visible, but the papers were titled Feasibility Analysis of Pretending to be Weak to Win Back Ex-Girlfriend and Ways to Pretend to be Weak, Big Data, Edition 3. Good heavens, if this backfires, it might end up in a crematorium. I'm a bit looking forward to it. What to do? Jiang Yu thought to himself as Fu Haoshan's gaze locked onto him. Bring over this month's schedule for me to take a look. Yes, boss. Shen Fuyu, of course, knew nothing of all this. She just felt that the knock was quite timely. When she opened the door, it was AI Chui, followed by a seemingly honest, middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. Manager, let me introduce you. This is my dad, AI Xin. Hello, Mr. AI. Are you Mr. AI Xin from the clothing giant Yuching industry? Shen Fuyu said as she welcomed the two inside. What brings you here today? Yes. Upon hearing that Shen Fuyu knew him, AI Xin became very excited. AI Chui said your team has just been established and doesn't he have a sponsor yet, right? I wonder what your requirements for sponsors are. Shen Fuyu looked at AI Chui in surprise, feeling that things were not so simple. Why did Fu Haoshan suddenly say that to remind AI Chui? He would just be a bystander, would he? We haven't really considered this yet. After all, the city competition is still a month away, and we don't have much fame, so it might not be worth it. Shen Fuyu probed AI Xion's intentions. After all, his personal ethics were questionable. There's no rush on that. I just want to open a new line. We have a high-end luxury line, and the low-end market is also quite broad. Now I want to target young people with suitable outfits for everyday wear. Here's the project proposal. Manager Shen. Take a look. Shen Fuyu took the project proposal, which mainly targeted those who didn't have time to buy clothes and match outfits. With prices suitable for the average working class, but with a wide variety of options. It seemed to be a volume-driven brand strategy. But if he only wanted to make a quick buck, that would be problematic. According to the age demographic, it indeed aligned closely with the audience of esports. And the sponsorship and operational details mentioned were exactly what Shen Fuyu had been drafting for the team's operational plan. Sure enough, professional matters still needed professionals to handle them. Shen Fuyu nodded silently. She had a few high-end line memberships from AI Xion's company. Overall, competence and personal ethics didn't seem to intersect at AI Xion. Shen Fuyu was somewhat cautious. She didn't want Fu Haoshan's investment now. How to maintain operations and make a profit was something that needed careful consideration, as there weren't many profitable teams right now. I need to discuss this with the team's investors, and we'll give you a reply within 3 days. Shen Fuyu printed another document, which included the team's marketing plan and basic information, and said, you could take this back to discuss as well. Okay. AI Xin hesitated for a moment and said, Manager Shen, my daughter is willing to come home this time, thanks to you. I still hope we can cooperate and hope you take good care of her. This 1 million is my personal donation to support the development of esports. Saying this, AI Xin took out a check and looked at AI Chui with concern. But AI Chui didn't respond much. Why don't you give it to your daughter directly? The team doesn't currently lack money, and I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate. Not to mention Fu Haoshan's investment. Combined with Shen Fuyu's savings, the team could maintain daily expenses. Taking this money would only complicate matters for her. All right then. AI Xin sighed and placed the check in AI Chui's hand. You take it. I'll head back first. Since you like it, train hard, and let us know if you need anything at home. Shen Fuyu saw AI Xin out. On the way back, AI Chui suddenly said, do you have a way to help me get the inheritance? This situation was within Shen Fuyu's expectations. But she didn't expect AI Chui to reach this point so quickly. The paternity test shows that the child is indeed not my dad's. He sent them away, but I think the inheritance in his hands isn't secure. It would be better to take it. Why do you think that? I have an older brother who passed away early. My mom died because she forcibly carried me. Actually, they were still very much in love at that time. But long-distance relationships can fall apart even after not seeing each other for a few months. My dad wanted to find me a stepmother is understandable. But you think those stepmothers are unreliable? As long as they treat me like heir, I'll take my share of the inheritance and entangle them further. But they can't mess around. I know there is nothing so big that it can't fall. But at least we are responsible for the employment of over 10,000 employees. Good ambition. Shen Fuyu praised. But now is not the time. You need to wait until after the city competition. After all, you are still a member of the team. However, you can start making some preparations. What preparations? First, your relationship is good now, so find out the specific amounts and storage methods. Second, our finance team is very capable. So ask them about the relevant regulations and prepare the documents in advance. Third, keep an eye on the shareholders' actions. You need to have your own power. I can handle the first 2 points, but what about the third? Just keep an eye on their actions and take it slow. You need to focus on training well now. Shen Fuyu kept a little suspense. AI Chui's situation was much simpler than Ling Hong's, and Shen Fuyu felt she could let AI Chui handle it herself. Very few people can make a living solely from esports, and considering a backup plan is a good thing. Okay, AI Chui looked at the time and left happily. Shen Fuyu returned to the break room and found that Fu Haoshan was busy. She located Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan didn't know much about Fu Haoshan's injury, and Shen Fuyu felt a bit lost for some reason. Should I ask him directly? She didn't want to, but she wanted to know. A few days later, under pressure from all sides and with ample evidence, Yang Qianting quickly closed the case without any obstacles in gathering evidence. The night before the trial, Zhou Yin did not appear, and Shen Fuyu found a booklet filled with another name on his desk. This person was his grandfather, the villain who caused his own daughter's death in pursuit of glory. That night, Zhou Yin sat by the roadside, holding a crushed soda can in a daze. Suddenly, he received a message from Shen Fuyu. A coordinate, a time, a password, and a message. There are 2 boxes in the abandoned cabinet behind you. The password can only be used once. It was an old community where Zhou Yan's mother had rented before, and it was his only memory. The cabinet was to be taken away tomorrow, and all the compartments were slightly ajar. When the 2 oversized compartments were opened, Zhou Yan knew that one of the boxes contained a gas line-type launcher with a range of 10,000, automatic positioning, and no trace left. However, the other one was very light, seeming to contain nothing, but shaking it produced a faint clattering sound. Zhou Yin quickly understood the meaning behind this coordinate. It was not Cheng Yi, but his grandfather, the one who caused his daughter's death in pursuit of wealth and has remained unpunished to this day. The first time Zhou Yin met Shen Fuyu, he felt she was extraordinary, but how did she possess this item, a patent of the Starfleet, of which there were less than 10 in the entire galaxy? Suppressing his shock, Zhou Yin wrestled with his inner turmoil. If his grandfather died today, no one except Shen Fuyu would know, but could he just let him die like this? Suddenly, he heard voices from nearby residents discussing the case of Zhuanghe, which had become common knowledge. Even these elderly people in their 60s and 70s knew a thing or two. Look, this news says that the person named Cheng even set up a scholarship. Could it be that his rich wife is forcing him to do those things? Said an old man carrying a birdcage. Then why hasn't that woman been arrested? She must be psychologically twisted, rushing to become a son-in-law. How embarrassing. An old woman casually remarked. Maybe she's coming to take the blame? I see that person is very submissive. He doesn't seem to be that ruthless. Those female celebrities and internet influencers he was involved with don't look like decent people. The old woman seemed to recall something and angrily said, "How do you know if others are decent people?" Then she chased the old man away, who turned back to say, "Long hair, short knowledge." This prejudiced conversation ignited Zhou Yan's fury. A few days ago, Shen Fuyu and Qi Xiaoyin had done public relations education for them, discussing this method of whitewashing through prejudice. Technology is never just technology. It cannot be belittled. At this moment, Zhou Yin only had this one thought, that the truth should come to light, and the villains should be brought to justice, rather than making mistakes that would ruin his future. Zhou Yin abandoned the launcher and used the password to open the lightbox, which contained the restored surveillance videos from that year and some evidence sufficient to prove that his grandfather was an accomplice. The surveillance showed the figure of a boy running wildly on the road. Fu Haoshan sent an email to Yang Qianting with Zhou Yan's information attached. There is another piece of evidence for tomorrow's case, and it is on the way. You handle it personally. Upon receiving this news, Yang Qianting quietly ran to the backyard of the investigation department, where there was a small door on the ground. He bent down to exit and circled to the intersection, seeing Zhou Yin and grabbing him. "Here, to report a case." Yang Qianting immediately recognized the sharpshooter. "Is it compliant?" Zhou Yin had seen Yang Qianing when he was in the fleet. At that time, Yang Qianing was a researcher doing investigations in the fleet. According to interstellar regulations, Zhou Yin could not directly hand over the items to Yang Qianing. Compliant, do you have something to do with this? My grandfather and Cheng Yi killed my mother. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianing pulled Zhou Yin inside. After watching all the surveillance footage, he pondered for a moment and said, "Arrest Zhuang Yuyu and the old man in the video." When Zhuang Yuyu was arrested, she saw the video where she asked Cheng Yi to kill his wife and sell his child, and immediately cursed Shen Fuyu. But it was too late. Originally, she was a witness and even a victim. Now she had become the sinner who incited the crime. However, she believed that she had Shen Fuyu's rhetoric that could drag her down. As long as Shen Fuyu was implicated, Fu Haoshan would definitely save her. But when she took out the lifeline, it had already turned into blank paper. Zhuang Yuyu couldn't accept it and kept pointing at the paper, claiming there were words on it, but she was still taken away mercilessly. The next night, the verdict was announced. Zhuang He, Zhuang Yueka, Cheng, and other participants were sentenced to death. Although Zhuang Yuyu was sentenced to life imprisonment, she was sent to a mental hospital because the doctor insisted she was mentally ill. Shen Fuyu sat in a milk tea shop, watching Zhou Yin feast at a snack stall, then returned home with a sense of relief, feeling both comforted and worried about herself. Fu Haoshan probably knew all of this, right? She initially assumed Fu Haoshan would save Zhuang, and also assumed he approached her to better save people, but she didn't expect that now Fu Haoshan had actually put righteousness above family. Moreover, to put it broadly, this was not only a matter of righteousness, but also a warning from the true master of this starship fleet. Are you really a good person? Shen Fuyu murmured unconsciously. Ma'am, your ice cream set. The staff placed the tray down, and there were 2 servings inside. I only ordered one. There is a promotion today. The other one is complimentary. The staff pointed to the sign behind them. The colorful sign read, 5-3 Technology's 12th anniversary, officially named Divine Gift. This store is rewarding customers. Buy one, get one free. The 5-3 technology refers to the code name after Shen Fuyu's stolen technology was applied. It greatly improved the efficiency of interstellar energy exploration and reduced losses, making it a millennium achievement in the interstellar realm. One major reason Shen Fuyu did not pursue the matter was that this technology benefited many people. The reason she was sad was that a technology is not just about the technology itself. It needs to consider many factors. If it suddenly appears and is used, it could lead to endless troubles. Does Fu Haoshan not understand this? Moreover, energy is not just anything. It is the lifeblood of interstellar development. Easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to simplicity. Suddenly, the large screen outside lit up, and the mainstream media of the entire interstellar community began to report this happy news. Shen Fuyu picked up her ice cream and walked out the door, seemingly trying to escape this world. Suddenly, she bumped into someone, and the other party clearly staggered. Hey, are you in such a hurry? Afraid your ice cream will melt? Fu Haoshan grabbed Shen Fuyu's shoulder, barely steadying himself. A familiar voice came, and Shen Fuyu felt as if she were in a different world. He came today? Is it a coincidence? Does he know whose thing Divine Gift is? Shen Fuyu's suspicions rose again, but she couldn't bear to shake off Fu Haoshan. I thought you would be in a good mood today. I wouldn't be chased away. Fu Haoshan said with a hint of sadness and humility. You could have come earlier or later. Shen Fuyu really couldn't ignore this coincidence. There have been a lot of things lately. I just finished a meeting, and I have. All right, you don't need to say any more. Shen Fuyu pried Fu Haoshan's hand and gave him an ice cream. Go wash up and sleep. I should go back. I'm not going back. Take me to see the team. After all, I'm an investor. Speaking of this, Shen Fuyu became lively and questioned. How much effort did you put into gathering these team members? I didn't. Everything happened after you came to find me. And I only knew that you must come to find me because there were many issues with this team. So, Fu Haoshan accidentally let the truth slip out in his anxiety. However, Shen Fuyu didn't believe him and instead asked, how do you know about the AI Chui family? I heard the gossip when I randomly checked the branch company. I swear, I only have you and have no connection with the entertainment industry or internet celebrity circles at all. Fu Haoshan missed the point successfully. Really? Shen Fuyu felt that the other party seemed to be on a different wavelength from her. Could it be that she was truly being overly suspicious? Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, check my communication records. Fu Haoshan even opened all his communication devices for Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu looked at the screens surrounding her, confirming that they were not on the same wavelength, but she also didn't know whether Fu Haoshan was telling the truth or not. Waving her hand to put them away, pay attention to privacy protection. Now, can I go to the team? Fu Haoshan asked expectantly. Tomorrow, today, everyone is resting. Shen Fuyu felt helpless. It seemed that his request wasn't too unreasonable, but she had told Su Qingyi last time that she still had feelings for Fu Haoshan. Yet Su Qingyi had something to hide from her. Last time, Su Qingyi came back to get something for the hospital. And the scariest thing was that the person from the hospital was an orphan, and his background was too clean, which made Shen Fuyu suspicious. However, this time she could test the purpose of the person approaching Su Qingyi. Fu Haoshan knew about Su Qingyi, but he didn't want Shen Fuyu to get involved in this matter. Su Qingyi had no issues, but the person approaching Su Qingyi had ulterior motives. Well then, let's take a boat from here and drift over. We can arrive by tomorrow morning. Shen Fuyu always felt Fu Haoshan was setting her up, but it seemed fine. Taking a boat was the same, although boats were an ancient mode of transportation in the interstellar realm. That works then. Shen Fuyu had never been on a boat in her life and found it novel, so she got on Fu Haoshan's boat. A small boat drifted on the river, full of ancient charm. The interstellar technology for pollution control had developed very well. The lake was sparkling, and the fish in the river were clearly visible. Shen Fuyu helped Fu Haoshan onto the boat, but saw Jiang Yu waving from the shore, and only then did she feel something was off. You? Shen Fuyu wanted to pull the rope back to the shore, but the rope had already fallen into the water. Come back quickly, it's not safe. He will come to pick me up tomorrow. Fu Haoshan did not respond to what Shen Fuyu wanted to hear, but just held her hand tightly. Shen Fuyu angrily stepped back, and just before she could explode, Fu Haoshan shivered and pulled Shen Fuyu's hand, bringing her close, his face pale against her shoulder. It's a bit cold. Fu Haoshan's tone was nasal. It's cold, wear some clothes. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any. You signed a guarantee with me. Fu Haoshan, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Shen Fuyu felt a bit reluctant in her heart. These words were said with a seriousness mixed with a hint of reluctance. You've been banned. Upon hearing these 3 words, Shen Fuyu became anxious and frustrated. So they had been waiting for her. Once her ban was lifted, she immediately printed out the guarantee and carried it with her. Just as Shen Fuyu was about to push Fu Haoshan's head away with her hand, Fu Haoshan weakly coughed a few times and shamelessly fell to the ground. When Shen Fuyu went to help him, he ended up collapsing on her thigh. Don't be angry, it's all my fault. But how can you bear to let me fall ill here? Fu Haoshan said, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Shen Fuyu's long hair, which hadn't been cut for years, draped down to the ground, and a person as perfect as a sculpture rested on her leg. One leg bent, the other dangling outside the boat, gently touching the water's surface, giving the impression of a painting. However, Shen Fuyu felt like there were 2 people arguing in her mind. One was saying she shouldn't get entangled with Fu Haoshan anymore. If this continued, she would sink deeper, and if the outcome was something she couldn't accept, how would she face her teacher? The other was saying that Fu Haoshan was indeed not at fault. She hadn't clearly explained why she left him. He knew nothing, and her distancing was inhumane, especially since he was sick. Is there a blanket in the cabin? Shen Fuyu compromised. There should be. This boat hasn't been cleaned since it came out of the shipyard. Fu Haoshan sat up again, surprisingly quick in his movements. Shen Fuyu shot him a glare and turned to go to the cabin, which was full of dust, and the things pulled out had already gotten damp and rotten. So, the feelings could only fit in that little space at the bow of the boat, right? Shen Fuyu stormed out, ready to confront Fu Haoshan, only to find him leaning against the mast, seemingly already asleep. Shen Fuyu felt a headache coming on. Why did this guy seem like a completely different person? The previous Fu Haoshan with a fatherly boyfriend, managing everything from Shen Fuyu's contracts to what she wore when she went out, as if she had never been so managed, even in kindergarten. But this one? He looked like he was on the verge of death, sticking to her like he was glued, as if he couldn't take care of himself. Had something happened to him? Well, it was unclear between them anyway. Shen Fuyu self-deprecatingly draped her trench coat over Fu Haoshan and then sat down beside him. Ultimately, it was still her lack of courage to ask Fu Haoshan where his divine grace came from. She feared the answer would be hard to accept, yet she couldn't bear to part with Fu Haoshan, still caught in the web of emotions. 013 New team member in the morning. Shen Fuyu woke up to find that they had already arrived. There was no dock, but she saw Fu Haoshan talking to Chi Kai. So she hurriedly jumped to the shore and walked over. How did you get up here? Shen Fuyu stared at Fu Haoshan's leg, thinking, are you okay? No more pretending? Jianyu helped me up. Fu Haoshan pointed to Jianyu, who was devouring food on a bench in the distance. I had a chat with Coach Chi, and it went well. Then there's no problem. You can go back, Shen Fuyu said, looking at the team members' inquisitive gazes, eager to send Fu Haoshan away. The city competition is in half a month. The arena for District 7 is far from here, and to ensure signal strength, the magnetic field is very strong. I think it's better to prepare early and go get used to it. Now, Shen Fuyu checked the notice and found that this arena was next to her hometown, which made her feel complicated. Tomorrow, I'll notify Lin Yin to prepare. If you're in a hurry, I can give you a ride. Fu Haoshan smiled at Shen Fuyu, his face showing the expression of not hitting a smiling face. Shen Fuyu accepted the team position to test Fu Haoshan's character and never expected to be caught in his trap now. All right, you go to your meeting. I have things to do. Shen Fuyu ignored the offer for a ride and frantically hinted to Chi Kai to find her a reason quickly. If this continued, she would be doomed. Oh, there's something. Chi Kai smiled. Today, Su Qingyi brought someone over to apply for the data analyst position. She's already here, and I've looked at the resume. It's not bad. Do you want to interview her? How can we keep someone waiting? Shen Fuyu shook off Fu Haoshan and fled. Everyone followed Shen Fuyu, and Jianyu glanced at Fu Haoshan before quickly asking, that analyst should be Su Qingyi's friend. Should we follow them? Let's not alert the snake yet. That person's background is unclear. Let's see what she wants to do first. She should know that I have some usefulness too. Since meeting Shen Fuyu again, Fu Haoshan always felt that whether he was there or not made no difference to her. When he wasn't around, she seemed more comfortable. However, he wouldn't allow that, as they were happy together. Since she complained that he kept drawing fantasies for her, she must also think that being happy together is better. Shen Fuyu probably guessed that Fu Haoshan knew about this, but she was surprised that he didn't come after her. Could it be that he couldn't find out what Su Qingyi's friend was doing during those blank 16 years? This left Shen Fuyu somewhat worried, as many things were currently unclear. Who plagiarized the underlying technology of Metaverse, Eternity? Who developed it into a game? The company of the deceased appeared to have no abnormalities, but the personnel structure was complex, and these personnel were frequently changing. As an outsider, Shen Fuyu would need a long time to clarify this matter. Back at the team, Shen Fuyu met a girl with a delicate appearance named Cheng Ruoxue. The resume stated that she was a graduate of Yulin Academy and had spent her early years juggling various public and private academies while studying part-time. If Shen Fuyu hadn't spent 9 years in this system, she wouldn't have noticed that this person's first 16 years were fabricated. She would think that this person was a rare talent due to her eagerness to learn and resilience. Please take a seat. Shen Fuyu wanted to see what explanation the other party would give. Did Qingyi introduce you here? Can you explain why you took a year off from school? That's personal. Then I'm very sorry. You know the team needs to be profitable, and our operational plan is out. The data analyst is subject to public disclosure and cannot have any hidden risks. Shen Fuyu had already found out why she took a year off. Su Qingyi went to the hospital the day after she visited Zhuangyu, and it was a pediatric hospital. Cheng Ruoxue lowered her head, blushing, and said, at that time, I was pregnant and gave birth. You took care of the child alone? Qingyi was my roommate before. She occasionally helped me take care of the baby, but she definitely didn't delay the training. Cheng Ruoxue explained in a panic. Single parent? Do you need to bring the child to work? No, I don't. The child's father has come to help, so I don't need to take care of the child. Shen Fuyu understood. This so-called child's father was probably not the real father. What had she experienced before? That's good. I'm also from Yulin Academy. My name is Shen Fuyu. You might have heard of me. The latest version of the data analysis system in the starry sky was revised by me. You? Cheng Ruoxue seemed startled. You are Shen Fuyu? Our professional course textbook was written by you? Yes, I need someone to help me share some work for the team. To be honest, I've been suspended, and my trial period is 1 month. I've looked at the average salary for related professions. It should be like this. Take a look. Saying that, Shen Fuyu took a contract from a shelf nearby, which she had prepared when she decided to hire someone a couple of days ago, detailing everything clearly. Chung Ruoxue didn't look at it closely before signing her name. Shen Fuyu couldn't help but remind her not to do that in the future. Putting away the contract, Shen Fuyu said, "All right, you shouldn't stay in the team. Keep the travel expense receipts. You can reimburse them once a month. I hope to see you again in a month. Thank you, manager. Your game account needs to be reported to Chi Kai, and if there's anything urgent, just find Lin Yan. I'll take you to tour the base." After leaving the office, Shen Fuyu saw Su Qingyi walking up with a nervous expression, saying, "Manager, Qingyi is here. It's breakfast time, and I have things to do. You can take your friend to get familiar with the team and meet everyone." "Thank you." Su Qingyi was very excited, taking Chung Ruoxue's hand and leaving. Shen Fuyu felt a bit worried. Did this count as leading the wolf into the house? However, if this plan had been laid for a long time, finding clues through it would also be good. Soon, Lin Yan came to discuss the departure for the next day. The next day, everyone arrived at the terminal with their luggage, but due to a particle storm, the spaceship was delayed. Buying insurance and cover it. Let's go eat something. When AI Chui said this, everyone immediately became excited and rushed into a nearby restaurant. Originally looking at the project plan, Shen Fuyu looked up to find that they had already ordered dishes. Although Shen Fuyu had never been a mother, she had already experienced what it meant for a half-grown boy to eat his father out of house and home. The team's biggest expense, aside from salaries, was food costs. Furthermore, the aunt who used to cook for them came to find Shen Fuyu, saying that several bags of glutinous rice flour had gone missing for several consecutive days. Upon checking the surveillance, it turned out that this group of people had secretly made dumplings at midnight. Seeing Shen Fuyu shake her head with a smile, Lin Yan stepped forward and asked, "Manager, are you going too?" "No, what do you think about the sponsorship from Ling's Foods and Ziyu Light Industry?" This morning, Shen Fuyu received the project proposal and details from Ling Hong. "I think we should consider it carefully. There are too many personal connections involved. In the 12 districts of the Starry Sky, except for District 9 and District 12, each district has about 10 teams that select 2 for the preliminaries. If the results are poor, we might have to compensate for a breach of contract." Lin Yan's words reflected Fu Haoshan's selfishness. Losing some money here could be easily made up elsewhere. However, with Shen Fuyu's personality, once things grew larger, Fu Haoshan would eventually be kicked out. That makes sense. I'll contact them and discuss the team uniforms and thanking them on social media after winning the competition. We can talk about sponsorship later. Shen Fuyu thought that this personal connection should be accepted, as she and Ling Hong also shared a common secret. However, since AI Chui had brought it up, it could also reassure her. "All right, then I'll go prepare some copy and images to see if they can adapt to this style." After the team registration was successful, Shen Fuyu asked Lin Yan to verify the accounts on various social media platforms and started the operation, mainly posting some strategies and team daily activities, with the number of fans steadily increasing. "Okay, if you feel overwhelmed, just hire someone. Just let me know during the interview." Shen Fuyu felt a bit embarrassed to have Lin Yan take on multiple roles alone, even though she didn't know how much salary Fu Haoshan was paying. For now, they were still managing. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he heard Chi Kai calling him. "I'll go over first." "Go ahead." After Shen Fuyu replied to the email, a person in a black trench coat sat down next to her. Before the other party had a chance to take something out of their pocket, Shen Fuyu spoke first. "Don't take it out. It's already broken. I know who is looking for me. Lead the way." Although the person covered half of their face with a scarf, the shock in their eyes was hard to conceal. "Miss Shen, this way please." The mysterious person led Shen Fuyu through the employee passage, turning left and right until they reached the door of a conference room, pushing the door open for her. "Please, inside." Shen Fuyu shook her head and walked in. Inside sat a man in home clothes, scruffy and looking tired, his age indiscernible. "Master." Before Su Yifan could speak, Shen Fuyu's palm wind brushed past his face, leaving him stunned for a while before realizing he had nearly been hit. "Is this how Fu Haoshan taught you to invite people?" Shen Fuyu had heard Fu Haoshan mention this disciple multiple times, the current chief and commander of the Star Navigation Fleet's research department. Since Fu Haoshan left the Star Navigation Fleet, the fleet's decision-making mode had changed somewhat, and as a master, Fu Haoshan was quite worried about this disciple. Given the recent grand promotional momentum of the Divine Gift and the early acceptance of multiple projects when she left Yulin Academy, Shen Fuyu had already guessed that the entire interstellar research progress had begun to slow down or even stagnate. Logically speaking, it was indeed inappropriate for an ordinary person to challenge the commander of the Star Navigation Fleet. But it was even more inappropriate for him to stir up trouble while relying on Fu Haoshan. Master, I know who you are. Luckily for you, it's me today. I'll let it slide for Fu Haoshan's sake. But if it were someone else, how would you justify tarnishing the Star Navigation Fleet's reputation? Even though Shen Fuyu found it hard to let go of the theft of the technology she had poured her childhood efforts into, Fu Haoshan's existence did play a significant deterrent role in the interstellar realm. The issues between the two of them, due to a romantic entanglement, were their own business. But when someone wanted to use the prestige of the Star Navigation Fleet to create trouble, it was indirectly slapping her in the face. Master, I really had no choice but to disturb you, and besides, it always feels like my master is living off someone else when I say it out loud. I really don't dare to tell him, Su Yifan said, holding his head. 014 soft rice, and bullying, what's the problem? Shen Fuyu walked to the window to conceal her smile, saying that it indeed could be considered that Fu Haoshan was living off her, and she felt a bit happy about it. Could it be said, am I really compatible with him? Shen Fuyu was startled by the sudden thought that popped into her mind and immediately put on a serious expression. Shiji, please take a look at this. Su Yifan handed over a thick document of several hundred pages. Don't call me Shiji. One cousin-in-law is enough. You're calling me Shiji as if you and Fu Haoshan are already married. Dream on. Yes. Su Yifan retreated in dismay, afraid he might really get slapped. Fu Haoshan had once told him that in research, having many people and money were just basic conditions. To achieve a qualitative change, a sudden breakthrough was needed, and this person in front of him was his last hope. Su Yifan had never seen Shen Fuyu in person, but through Fu Haoshan's description, he had already developed a deep fear of her. Now, this great figure looked indifferent, and he felt that being trapped in a black hole wouldn't be as terrifying. After reading the materials, Shen Fuyu's face turned dark. The problem she was worried about had indeed emerged. Regarding surplus energy storage, Shen Fuyu had already proposed effective solutions in the previous Yulin Academy project. However, the biggest problem was the increase in exploration speed, which meant a greater chance of interstellar exposure to other intelligent civilizations. Fu Haoshan had proposed a plan called the Star Domain to provide concealment facilities for all interstellar fleets. Of course, this facility would gradually control the exploration range and speed, in another sense restricting all fleets and allowing divine gifts only for emergencies. However, this plan had not been implemented for years. On one hand, there were human factors. It was impractical to take away people's jobs. On the other hand, there were technical factors. There had been no breakthroughs in key parameters, algorithms, and materials for the concealment facilities. The reason Shen Fuyu was able to successfully trap Zhuang Yueka and the vice president was largely because that project was vaguely related to the Star Fleet, and the consequences of failing the review were extremely serious. All right, I understand. You haven't accomplished anything in the past few years? Saying this, Shen Fuyu took off the bracelet on her wrist and smashed it on the table. The sound of the jade bracelet shattering almost made Su Yifan kneel down. Miss Shen, I had no choice. Please don't be angry. There's no need to smash things. Shen Fuyu sighed and took out a chip from the broken table, saying the thing you wanted is inside. You are at least the commander of the Star Fleet. How could you be like this? Shiji, I'm not usually like this. But you really. Su Yifan was speaking the truth. He was usually someone who was very assertive, but Shen Fuyu was truly terrifying. Even though she was just an ordinary person, from the first moment he saw Shen Fuyu today, he felt a fear that this person could kill him in the next second. Just now, when Shen Fuyu was reading the materials, Su Yifan had reflected on this issue. Was it because Shen Fuyu's mind was too precious that he didn't dare to confront her? Or was it because she was someone his master liked? Neither. It was just a transfer of fear of death and the unknown. Su Yifan didn't want to lose face like this, but if he needed to back down, he had to back down. A true man knows when to bend and when to be firm. Go back and work hard. Don't cause trouble for your master. After leaving this sentence, Shen Fuyu left, feeling a bit sad inside. Since childhood, people had said she looked fierce, but she really tried hard to show a friendly smile. However, when she smiled, people said she was sinister. Forget it, just consider herself exceptionally talented. When Shen Fuyu returned, everyone had already eaten and drunk enough, all waiting for her to board the spaceship. The group quickly arrived at the location arranged by Fu Haoshan. After settling down, Ling Hong came to invite Shen Fuyu out. Originally, Ling Hong was supposed to come in person to discuss sponsorship issues with Shen Fuyu, but she got delayed because she had to go to Zone 9 to check the expansion progress of the meat processing plant. Now, Ling Hong happened to be picking up Ling Yuan to go home, and the routes overlapped. This was Shen Fuyu's first time meeting Ling Yuan. Previously, all matters concerning their family were handled by Ling Hong and Shen Fuyu, and Ling Yuan only knew that she had taken over the company due to many coincidences. Therefore, Shen Fuyu felt inexplicably guilty. After greeting, she waited for the other party to speak. However, Ling Yuan couldn't clearly read Shen Fuyu's emotions. She seemed somewhat serious. Manager Shen, I read your reply, and I think it's fine. If there are no issues, we can sign a contract now. Sure, but do you need to take a look at our promotional plan? No. I'm very glad that Ling Hong has a friend like you. I've heard about your achievements, and we believe you can do well. Ling Yuan's project aimed to assist farmers and, in the long run, expand the source of raw materials. Shen Fuyu understood the importance of this project. She glanced at Ling Hong, who seemed to have intentions to cooperate with Fu Haoshan. However, Fu Haoshan was notorious for being ruthless. Sensing Shen Fuyu's gaze, Ling Hong knew this person had started to think of an excuse again and considered how to explain to Shen Fuyu that they did not intend to cooperate with the Fu family. As Ling Hong was lost in thought, she sensed unfriendly gazes behind her. She and Shen Fuyu turned to look and found that it was not Ling Yuan's scumbag ex, but Ling Hong's scumbag father. Enemies meeting each other, especially eyeing each other. Ling Yuan's companion spoke first. Oh, what a coincidence. The person who picked up our family's trash bag then is still bringing along your trash? Shen Fuyu, who usually liked to play dirty, was genuinely surprised to see someone arguing for the first time and looked at Ling Hong as if asking, should we leave? However, Ling Hong seemed not to notice this look and stood up, turning to continue. Isn't this the president and the president's wife? Why are you looking so shabby when you go out? Could it be that you can't make it anymore? The man in formal attire, being humiliated repeatedly, responded unhurriedly. Back then, it was you who shamelessly seduced me. Now that I've turned over a new leaf, you still have the nerve to cling to me? Exactly. It's the first time I've seen someone so brazenly acting as a third party, said the woman beside him. Shen Fuyu was originally just watching the show, but since he was distorting the truth, it wasn't right. She casually checked and found that this store belonged to them. Ling Hong's family matter hadn't been exposed at that time, and they were now on the opponent's territory. How could it not feel like a conspiracy? Thus, Shen Fuyu pulled Ling Hong, who was about to retort, and, in front of them, hacked their surveillance equipment. Your company is already on the brink of bankruptcy. Do you want to morally kidnap the Ling family? I advise you to spare yourself. You are. The opponent's accusation hadn't even come out before the surveillance returned to normal, but the footage didn't show Shen Fuyu and the other two at all, as if the two were going crazy. This store is only valued at about 400,000. I'm buying it, Shen Fuyu said as she took out a check. This check had a background. It was given to her by the finance department sent by Fu Haoshan, stamped with the seal of the largest venture capital firm in the galaxy under Fu Haoshan's name. The other side didn't dare to say a word, nor were they willing to take Shen Fuyu's check. This wasn't just a check. It was a sign of them ending up on the streets. This was the first time Shen Fuyu had bullied someone with her power, and it felt a bit exhilarating. Looking at the two fleeing in panic, Shen Fuyu morally condemned herself for a moment and smiled as she sat down, saying, Aunt Ling, their company has serious problems. If you want to take revenge, you can take action now. I knew it. Is your ex-boyfriend Fu Haoshan? Ling Yuan revealed a gossipy smile. This smile was strikingly similar to Ling Hong's. Truly, like mother, like daughter. Now that things had come to this point, Ling Hong directly stated, I never said anything about your relationship with Fu Haoshan. We also don't intend to cooperate with Fu Haoshan. I merely mentioned your glorious achievements and your ex-boyfriend, and my mom guessed your ex-boyfriend is Fu Haoshan. Why? Shen Fuyu felt that normal people wouldn't associate her with Fu Haoshan, right? I think with your intelligence. You could only admire this commander who has led the interstellar fleet to victory in 8 major wars. Ling Yuan nodded, feeling very justified. Shen Fuyu was at a loss for words. It wasn't that she didn't admire him, but she had initially gotten together with Fu Haoshan because they shared a hot pot and didn't feel like they were losing out. That was all in the past now. As long as her aunt had no objections, they could sign the contract. Shen Fuyu changed the subject. No. Ling Yuan naturally recognized the stamp on the check from earlier and had already imagined a scenario of a hidden beauty in a golden house. Thinking to herself that men are unreliable. After bidding farewell to the Ling family, Shen Fuyu waited by the roadside for Lin Yin to call a car for her. But unexpectedly, Fu Haoshan showed up. Why are you here? Shen Fuyu unconsciously softened her attitude towards Fu Haoshan. After all, he had made amends. Although she still didn't have the face to meet her teacher, everything had already happened, and it was good that things were taking a turn. Moreover, since he was making amends, it indicated that Fu Haoshan was unlikely to be the one who plagiarized the technology. And Shen Fuyu seemed to have found a reason for herself. Since she didn't want to face it and didn't dare to, she thought that it would be better to let the matter fade away. It wasn't impossible to make amends, as most things in the world couldn't be resolved in one go. Lin Yin said you were here. Let's talk in the car, Fu Haoshan said. Shen Fuyu didn't show any signs of refusal. Judging by Fu Haoshan's expression, he probably knew that Su Yifan had come to find her. Sure enough, as soon as the car door closed, Fu Haoshan asked, "Did Su Yifan come find you?" "Yes." "You just gave him the parameters and algorithms like that?" Fu Haoshan asked incredulously. "Why wouldn't I give it to him?" Fu Haoshan was taken aback. He had simply thought that way without considering why he thought so. Shen Fuyu smiled and blinked, saying, "You think I would hold this against Zhuang He and Zhuang Yu and wouldn't hand over these things?" "No," Fu Haoshan said without hesitation. "I just feel like this doesn't match your money-loving personality." "That's true." Shen Fuyu pondered for a moment, then asked, "What about you?" This sudden change in attitude left Fu Haoshan both confused and delighted. But in the end, emotion triumphed over reason. Perhaps she had realized that there were no barriers between them, and that they should be together if they loved each other. With this thought, Fu Haoshan embraced Shen Fuyu. "Then should I return it to you? You're not worth much. Just pay me back." Shen Fuyu pushed Fu Haoshan away. "You didn't come here specifically to find me, did you?" Originally, Fu Haoshan had come to check on the project, but now that the relationship had become so unexpectedly complicated, he immediately decided, "I came to meet your family." 015, is there really only one room? Shen Fuyu hadn't even considered going back. But suddenly hearing Fu Haoshan say that made her first reaction to want to jump off this pirate ship. However, the spaceship's route had already been set, and no matter how strong Shen Fuyu was, she couldn't fly out of the spaceship. So she coldly watched Fu Haoshan, trying to make him compromise with her gaze. Why didn't you want to go back? Fu Haoshan hadn't heard of any conflicts between Shen Fuyu and her family when they were together before. Shen Fuyu even had video calls with her parents, and the atmosphere was harmonious, showing no signs of problems. "It's not that I don't want to go back. It's just that what I'm doing now, they don't approve of. Going back would only add to my troubles." Shen Fuyu's tone was dejected. "They think you shouldn't stir up trouble?" Fu Haoshan recalled how Shen Fuyu had strictly protected her family's information and added, "Or is it that you stirring up trouble would bring them trouble?" Shen Fuyu didn't expect Fu Haoshan to hit the nail on the head regarding her state of mind and felt a bit inclined to elaborate. Both, but the latter more so. "What happened?" Fu Haoshan had a gentle expression, guiding her as if he were an excellent listener. "My family opened a grocery store years ago, and later a tutoring institution opened across the street. After class, kids liked to run to our store, and the parents were unhappy. So the tutoring center reported us for fire safety issues, but we had none. It was just that people kept coming to interfere with our business every few days. So I reported their taxes, and then the owner of the tutoring center set us up, accusing us of selling fake alcohol. In the end, the matter was never clarified, and we couldn't keep the store open." "Not clarified?" Fu Haoshan felt that with Shen Fuyu's cunning, She wouldn't let those people off easily. My grandmother wanted to keep the peace, so she went to apologize. But what is the use of clarifying things then? The voice of authority had already been completely lost. That was the first time Shen Fuyu had ever backed down in her life, and she didn't want to experience that suffocating feeling a second time. And then, later, whenever I had any conflict, big or small, my grandmother would bring this up to me. So, I went to study outside and never went home again. But you still get along well with your family? Because I believe that a person lives on because someone remembers them. If one day I'm no longer here, they will still remember me. Even though they hurt me like this, I don't want to regret my actions when I lose them. I will remember you too, but didn't you think that one day you might regret leaving me? Fu Haoshan felt sad. Why didn't he have that privilege? Didn't he hold any weight in her eyes? Shen Fuyu didn't expect Fu Haoshan to ask that, and she couldn't answer, nor could she, because for Fu Haoshan, it had never been a matter of regret, but whether she could face and accept it. However, Shen Fuyu quickly thought of another question and asked Fu Haoshan in return. Logically, the hormones that made you infatuated with me should have stopped secreting. Where does your current feeling for me come from? This was a question Fu Haoshan hadn't considered. Was it a rekindling of old feelings, a reset of hormones, or something else? He couldn't articulate it clearly. No matter how strong his expressiveness was, it seemed he couldn't convey this kind of issue. So Fu Haoshan said, "When I'm with you, it feels like being in a hot spring during the cold winter, not wanting to leave. So I think I should fight for you. If it were someone else, they would definitely ask what would happen if you met someone else." But Shen Fuyu felt that the emergence or disappearance of feelings was of little consequence. Today, she liked Fu Haoshan for his appearance, experiences, or more unexplainable reasons. So if one day those feelings faded with time, it wouldn't be surprising. After this conversation, the two tacitly never brought up these issues again. But Shen Fuyu's estrangement from Fu Haoshan lessened considerably, since he wanted to meet her family, then let him, though it probably wouldn't go smoothly. Shen Fuyu thought this and said to Fu Haoshan, "Since we're going back, help me buy some things, and then before going to my house, go meet 2 other people. Make a list for Jiangyu." Fu Haoshan pulled up the chat box. "Who are we meeting?" "There's a wetland reserve in District 7, and there's a stupa there, where another branch of humanity has lived since leaving their homeland to establish civilization in other star systems. You and I'm going to meet the owner of the stupa." "How do you know the owner of the stupa?" "Years ago, I ran away from home and was saved by that couple." Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu in surprise. "Why did you run away from home?" "It's embarrassing to say, because of a character." "Which one?" "I can't remember. I just remember that the teacher kept scolding me and wouldn't tell me what was wrong with that character. So in anger, I exposed in front of hundreds of people that his engagement ring was secondhand." Fu Haoshan smiled helplessly. It seemed Shen Fuyu's bad luck might have something to do with her straightforwardness. And then, after that, his fiancée, he caused a scene over the divorce. And my parents asked me to apologize, saying it was a misunderstanding, but I felt I had no problem. I saved someone from a fire. So, I ran away from home. What happened after that, I don't know. Once childhood stories started flowing, Shen Fuyu couldn't stop. She had never shared these with anyone before, not even when she was with Fu Haoshan. As they flew through the starry night, Shen Fuyu felt a bit unfinished. "We've been living together these days. You can take your time to tell me." Fu Haoshan held Shen Fuyu's hand as they walked along the path in the wetland reserve, already thinking about where to hold the wedding. "Who wants to live with you?" "Don't worry, there's no ghost story about only having one room here." "Oh," Fu Haoshan thought, "once I win over your benefactor, even if there are 800 rooms, we can only live in one. This is a park, there are many people out for a walk." And the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the stupa, where there was a refrigerator and a small cart selling drinks and cold noodles, run by an elderly man and woman, with quite a few customers. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan sat on one side, waiting for quite a while until the customers finished. During that time, several people cast curious glances at Fu Haoshan, and Shen Fuyu's expression was clearly unfriendly, while Fu Haoshan was pleasantly surprised. Finally, there were no more customers, and Shen Fuyu approached with gifts. "Grandma Tai, I'm back." Tai Qingzhu looked up and was momentarily stunned when she saw Shen Fuyu, then put on her glasses to look closely for a while before turning around and calling, "Old man," Hurry over, Fuyu is back. But Fengze didn't even lift his head and said, Impossible. I calculated that she has been entangled with many things lately. How could she come back? You calculate every day. How many times have you been right? Really, come over quickly, we'll move the things in. Fengze was provoked and put down his cloth. Raising his head, the first thing he saw was Fu Haoshan. Sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, with the appearance of an emperor. It's just a pity he was born at the wrong time. After Fengze finished speaking and saw Shen Fuyu again, he was immediately convinced that she should have come back. It was only then that Tai Qingzhu noticed Fu Haoshan beside Shen Fuyu. What a handsome person. Hello, Grandma. I'm Fu Haoshan, Fuyu-S. Wait. Fengze rushed over to interrupt. First, tell me your birth date and time. Fu Haoshan promptly pulled up his identity information, and Fengze examined it for a while before turning around. You and Fuyu moved the things in. Once the four of them were seated at the dining table, Fu Haoshan had a bad premonition. It seemed he was facing a metaphysical issue. Your birth date is not good. Fengze made a definitive statement. You say it's not good, so it's not good? From the first time Tai Qingzhu saw Fu Haoshan, she felt he was reliable, very reliable, so she naturally had to speak well of him in front of Shen Fuyu. After all, she knew it was not easy for Shen Fuyu to find someone who could accept her way of thinking and satisfy her aesthetic preferences. That being said, she couldn't let that superstitious old man ruin someone else's marriage. Shen Fuyu herself was watching the show from the side. Fu Haoshan probably hadn't encountered any tricky problems with metaphysics, so it would be interesting to see how he would respond. It wasn't a bad situation. As soon as Fengze noticed his wife's attitude, he quickly changed his words, saying, In our case, we consider a person's timing, fate, and fortune. This is the key to whether something can succeed. However, Fuyu has no fortune in her fate. On this point, Fu Haoshan agreed. Shen Fuyu indeed had such a fate. Then why is my birth chart not good? If there were really a fateful connection, would they be able to meet again? Since the question was about marriage. The best state is when you are in each other, but you also have no fortune. The timing and fate of the two of you meeting is called defying destiny to change fate, which leads to sorrow. Fu Haoshan's expression didn't change much, and Shen Fuyu looked at him curiously. Did this person not believe in this? Speaking of defying destiny to change fate, Fu Haoshan must have done something like that in his 20 years of battles, right? It's not so absolute. Don't talk nonsense. Fuyu has come back with great difficulty. And you say these things. It's late. Let me clean up a room for you to stay in. At this point, Shen Fuyu immediately came out of her confusion and asked, Aren't there several guest rooms? Oh, in recent years, we've gotten older and are afraid it's not safe. So we don't keep people over anymore. We haven't cleaned in years, and the facilities inside are all broken. Only the room you used to stay in can be entered. Then there's no need to bother. I think it's fine. Please lead the way. And these few cards are a small token of respect. Saying this, Fu Haoshan took out 5 or 6 prepaid membership cards from his pocket. Tai Qingzhou took a look. They were all for beauty salons and luxury goods. Very few women could resist such temptation, especially since she had money and leisure when she was young. Even now, if she returned home to set up a stall, she would still have to wear makeup. Therefore, Shen Fuyu was taken away without being able to raise any objections, and Fengze, who originally wanted to say a few words, was glared back into silence. After pushing Shen Fuyu through the door, Fu Haoshan stepped in, and Tai Qingzhou quickly locked the door behind them, moving with a nimbleness that didn't seem typical for someone in their 70s. Shen Fuyu didn't expect such a melodramatic situation to happen to her, and was preparing to reason with Fu Haoshan. You are so manipulative to buy off an old man. It's really. However, before she could finish her reasoning, Fu Haoshan's face turned pale, and he collapsed onto her. No, don't pretend. You're just walking fine. It was then that Shen Fuyu remembered Fu Haoshan had a leg injury and had moved things. No, Fu Haoshan really wasn't pretending this time. It had indeed hurt a lot walking up here. It hurts a bit. Can you help me lie down for a while? Seeing Fu Haoshan starting to tremble, Shen Fuyu quickly helped him lie down, but unexpectedly, she was pulled by his hand around her waist, leading her upper body to lean against Fu Haoshan's chest. You don't need to worry about today's fortune-telling. Why? Because it has been observed, and the results will be different. That seems reasonable. Can you let go of me? No. Let's sleep, okay? I'm tired. Saying this, Fu Haoshan pulled Shen Fuyu into the inner side of the bed by her waist. Aren't you going to wash up? Can you sleep like this? I survived several days and nights in the wild before. Don't want to move. If Fuyu is willing to take care of me a bit, I would be greatly honored. Shen Fuyu weighed it in her mind and thought to herself, I don't mind. 016 The Mystery of Birth. Seeing Tai Qingzhou return, Fengze took the risk of kneeling on the washboard and stepped forward, saying, Why are you so money-minded? I bought you quite a lot, too. They are not suitable. How are they not suitable? I think they look great together. Can't you see that Fuyu actually likes him? Do you know who Fu Haoshan is? I do. He was the former commander of the Star Fleet. In my opinion, there is no one more compatible with Fuyu than him, and his feelings for her are genuine. Why don't you believe in fate? Over the years, how many men and women have come to us seeking love, starting off in love and then ending up divorced or broken up? Love isn't just talk. How to move forward in the next few decades is the real issue. But you've also made mistakes in your calculations. You're not always right. Let us make a bet. If they get married within 2 years, you have to buy me the most expensive dress in this store. And if I win, then I'll turn a blind eye to your secret stash of money. It's settled then. Close the door. The next morning, Shen Fuyu saw that Fu Haoshan was still sound asleep, so she quietly left to find Tai Qingzhou. Are you going to see your teacher? Tai Qingzhou had thought of this last night and had prepared offerings of fruits and pastries for Shen Fuyu. Yes, let us go. You haven't been back in a long time. I should go see my daughter too. 5 miles outside the wetland park was a small hill covered in wild grass with no development. As they walked deeper, a chill wind blew from nowhere. They entered the dense forest where 2 graves stood. One was Shen Fuyu's teacher, and the other was Tai Qingzhou's daughter. If it weren't for my daughter's serious illness and your teacher being deceived while trying to save her, your hard work wouldn't have been stolen away. Tai Qingzhou said as he set up the offerings. It's all in the past. My sister couldn't be saved. Ultimately, we were useless. Shen Fuyu knelt before the 2 gravestones one by one. Since you think it's all in the past, why do you still hold a grudge against Fu Haoshan? Have you asked him about it? Upon hearing Fu Haoshan's name, Tai Qingzhou had already understood the cause and effect. No, I seem to be afraid to ask. That means you already have your answer. You trust his character, but you care about your teacher and other things, right? I care. Shen Fuyu didn't know what to say next. She had countless words she wanted to say, but upon reflection, they all seemed unimportant. Seeing Shen Fuyu's bewildered expression, Tai Qingzhou comforted her. Given our years of friendship with your teacher, apart from his lifelong dedication, the thing he cares about most is you. He must want you to be happy. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu stepped forward and touched the gravestone, saying, Teacher, if you oppose me being with him, then let something happen between us to separate us. He won tea. Tai Qingzhou said firmly. Shen Fuyu didn't speak again, but took out a hoe and machete to start clearing the weeds and branches around, while Tai Qingzhou quietly watched. Meanwhile, Fu Haoshan woke up to find Shen Fuyu missing. He went outside to look for her and saw Fengze bringing breakfast to the yard. You're up? Let us eat. My wife and Fuyu went to pay respects to my daughter. They'll be back soon. Fengze had barely slept the night before, but decided to keep Shen Fuyu's teacher's matter from Fu Haoshan. He still felt that Fu Haoshan wasn't that kind of person. Not seeing Shen Fuyu, Fu Haoshan approached and said, I'd like to ask the old gentleman to calculate 2 more birth charts regarding Fuyu's marriage. Sure. Fengze watched as Fu Haoshan wrote down 2 more birth dates, his expression gradually becoming serious. What's wrong? A hint of panic flashed in Fu Haoshan's eyes. First, the person whose birth date differs from yours by exactly 10 years is indeed a match made in heaven. But that person must have already passed away, right? However, the one born a little over 10 years earlier can still achieve a good outcome after some trials. Upon hearing this, Fu Haoshan felt an unnamed anger rising within him. Fengze understood that this must be some hidden secret and didn't want to get involved, lowering his head to eat. Thank you, old gentleman. No need, no need. If one day you can call me grandfather like Fuyu does, that would be enough. Before long, Shen Fuyu returned, covered in dirt. Fu Haoshan took a wet wipe and walked over, asking what happened. Did you fall? Tai Qingzhou quickly answered, No. Fuyu helped me clear some weeds and branches. I'll go fetch some water. You 2 sit down and eat. After breakfast, Jiang Yu came to find Fu Haoshan and said that Su Yifan was waiting for him for an online meeting, asking when he would arrive. I have something to attend to. Do you need me to bring anything back? No need, just watch your leg. Fu Haoshan returned to the spaceship and found that there was no meeting. Instead, Su Yifan had sent someone with a letter that had just been discarded by a scrapped robot in the fleet. The content was simple. It mentioned Fu Haoshan's background, but only got half of it right. Seeing Fu Haoshan's unfriendly expression, Jiang Yu asked, "Boss, what is the issue? Should we investigate further?" "No need. I know what is going on. It's just a ruse," Fu Haoshan said as he connected to Su Yifan's communication. "Master, we've found out that it's the chairman of the interstellar entertainment giant, Fenghua Group, Li Pingjin. How should we handle it?" Su Yifan was shocked upon seeing the letter, but what did it matter? Did it matter whether Fu Haoshan was the real deal? Everyone recognized Fu Haoshan as the commander. There was never anyone else. "Have him come to see me, but prepare yourself to test your teacher's wife's new technology according to the coordinates I gave you," Fu Haoshan said calmly. 2 hours later, Li Pingjin arrived, feeling nervous upon seeing Fu Haoshan in this remote place. "Mr. Fu, I believe you already know the situation. So when can you fulfill the conditions I proposed?" "Ha!" Fu Haoshan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like it had been a long time since anyone spoke to him like that. "Why do you think I would care about this matter? When everyone finds out you're just a stand-in for your brother, who would still believe in you? As long as we keep this secret together, we can rule the stars, and my daughter, or any star you choose, will all be beauties." "How impressive." "Well, for the first question, my brother died young. Now everyone recognizes me. If your words can deny my past life of fighting for the stars, I wouldn't have made it to today. So what? Your bloodline." "Bloodline? Are you still living in an era billions of years ago? The current gene technology doesn't care about that," Fu Haoshan interrupted. "As for your second question, I respect the courage and effort of every dreamer, but I, Fu Haoshan, don't need a vase. My daughters are all economics graduates, and those stars are all sharp-minded. Not just ornaments. They can help you a lot." Li Pingjin naturally didn't believe that Fu Haoshan was as composed as he appeared, speaking with great arrogance. "With your daughters being such high achievers or stars with emotional intelligence, I have at least thousands of employees under my name. Is that so special?" After Fu Haoshan's statement, Li Pingjin couldn't hold back anymore. He had invested so much effort in cultivating the daughters and stars of various families. How could he be belittled to nothing? "Fu Haoshan, I advise you not to drink the toast and refuse the punishment." "All right." Fu Haoshan was unbothered and instead turned on the surveillance to see how Li Pingjin would speak to him. On the surveillance, an elderly woman sitting in a mansion, cursing, silently died in front of everyone, as if she had fallen asleep, followed by the sudden disappearance of Li Pingjin's son. What is this?" Li Pingjin was scared and took a few steps back. "This is the Starfleet." Fu Haoshan replied seriously, "That old man is my mother's servant. It's impressive that you managed to find him and take him away right under my nose. And your son, can you guess if he's dead or not? Aren't you afraid of things getting leaked?" Li Pingjin realized that Fu Haoshan seemed serious. How could he not be afraid of these things? Wasn't the death of the person, surnamed Zhuang, meant to cover this up? "Every step I take is fought for with my own blood and sweat. What am I afraid of?" When Fu Haoshan said this, he felt a bit guilty. Overall, it had a hint of relying on Shen Fuyu's connections. After all, in research, without breakthroughs, there are no breakthroughs. Seeing that Li Pingjin was silent, Fu Haoshan continued. "Think about it when you go back. I want a certain outcome, and I hope you won't disappoint me." This sentence lingered in Li Pingjin's mind like a spell, and he inexplicably began to tremble. But he couldn't tolerate such humiliation and immediately ordered someone to release the news. Unfortunately, this matter was nipped in the bud. As soon as the news was released, it was intercepted. Fu Haoshan had prepared himself for a public relations battle, but the outcome was truly unexpected. Shen Fuyu rushed over and saw Li Pingjin, who hadn't left yet, and directly kicked him. As the chairman of an entertainment company, Li Pingjin had seen many people, but it was the first time he encountered someone as petite yet terrifying as Shen Fuyu. On that beautiful face was a murderous aura that could strike at any moment. "You're the one causing trouble?" When Shen Fuyu destroyed the video of Chao Miyun, she had thought to pay attention to the Starfleet matters and left a back door to read the data as quickly as possible. The problem arose when Li Pingjin insisted on mentioning the Starfleet, which caused an abnormality in the flow on Shen Fuyu's side, and she quickly realized someone was targeting Fu Haoshan. "Who are you?" Who I am is not important, but I warn you, don't overestimate yourself. Have you ever been to an interstellar battlefield? If not, well, why do you have to speak? When Fu Haoshan rushed out and heard Shen Fuyu say this, he felt delighted, thinking, is she speaking up for me? Shen Fuyu glanced at Fu Haoshan, then at Li Pingjin and kicked him again, saying, get lost. Li Pingjin scrambled away, and the combination of Shen Fuyu's face and Fu Haoshan's voice made it hard for him to breathe. Fuyu, how did you come here? 017 decided not to break up. Don't worry, his messages are encrypted and no one else will know about this. Shen Fuyu seemed to be comforting Fu Haoshan. Okay, I am relieved. Fu Haoshan held Shen Fuyu's hand and returned to the spaceship. Have you been concerned about me all along? No. He triggered the emotional keywords I set for the Starfleet. Hearing Shen Fuyu say this, Fu Haoshan felt a bit disappointed and then asked, so, well, you know what it is? Or do you want to know? I don't know. The cost of decryption is very high. Shen Fuyu had asked herself several times on the way here whether she wanted to know about this matter, and she was still hesitating. So do you want to know? Fu Haoshan asked again. Shen Fuyu hesitated, not because of the significance of the matter, but because she suspected Fu Haoshan was trying to elicit sympathy. Should she fall into this trap or not? Just say it if you want to. It shouldn't be a big deal. Shen Fuyu sat down on the sofa, exhausted from running all the way and needed to rest before falling into the trap. This script was far from what Fu Haoshan imagined, and he found it hard to accept for a moment. But it's okay, as long as he wasn't ashamed, this script could still go on. After all, he had already cared for her to this extent. We're 3 siblings, same father, but different mothers. My elder brother was weak and sickly, and after 10 years, my second brother was born. After a few years of my elder brother being seriously ill, my father asked my second brother to donate organs to save my elder brother. Then after multiple surgeries, you ended up taking them both out? Fu Haoshan heard Shen Fuyu's speculation and thought to himself, as expected, they are on the same wavelength. It couldn't be more fitting. It was just a failed surgery. Unexpected events happen. But you held your father back, and after losing your eldest and second sons, your father fell ill and ultimately was taken out by you? Could you not expose me as if you've experienced this yourself? Fu Haoshan sighed and sat down next to Shen Fuyu. It's quite easy to guess. So, you must be no more than 30? Shen Fuyu smiled. But if your 2 brothers were still alive, I might not be the way I am now. What would you be like? Fu Haoshan suddenly remembered Feng Zhe's words about a fateful match, and an unnamed jealousy arose in his heart. Who do you want to marry? I guess I'm a dark villain. Your 2 brothers are willing to fight and willing to be beaten. With that intelligence, who knows what kind of strange beings the Starfleet has now? Shen Fuyu thought, if she didn't have Fu Haoshan's strength, she absolutely wouldn't tolerate the theft of technology. That was a sharp weapon, and if used improperly, she might take you down. Fu Haoshan felt as if his heart had landed. Indeed, strong people were mutually attractive, and his wife's feelings for him were deep and genuine. So, are you happy to hear that I'm not old? Fu Haoshan said, moving closer to Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu quickly scooted back, looking at Fu Haoshan in shock. Isn't your thought process a bit too fast? This way, I can accompany you longer. We will always remember each other. Fu Haoshan's gaze suddenly became affectionate, and Shen Fuyu felt a bit unaccustomed, mainly because it had been a long time since she had been stared at like this by such a handsome man. Her heart was in turmoil. This was what they called beauty makes one foolish. Actually, I think you would be better off as an 18-year-old male high school student. Shen Fuyu blurted out without thinking. But they don't have my experience or my mature temperament, yet they have youthful vitality. You should have a clear understanding of that. Saying this, Fu Haoshan leaned closer to Shen Fuyu, his handsome face enchanting Shen Fuyu to the point of falling for him. I want to see who dares to seal my account in reality. The remaining rationality in Shen Fuyu told her that this was all nonsense. Was he going to lose? All shame? But there was also an inexplicable thrill. That face was indeed a great weapon. Let's not break up, okay? Fu Haoshan shamelessly rubbed against Shen Fuyu's neck. All right then. Shen Fuyu surrendered. In the evening, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan went to say goodbye to the Taikanzu couple. And unexpectedly, they were each pulled away by one of them. Taikanzu looked Fu Haoshan up and down and said, Commander Fu, as an ordinary person in the galaxy, we respect you. But there are a few things we need to remind you as Fuyu's elders. You may speak. The relationship between you two is easily influenced by many factors, so cherish what you have now. Also, Fuyu likes some very childish things, so take a look when you have time. And we understand Fuyu's character. She seems to live freely, but in fact she isn't. You can only exchange sincerity for sincerity. Saying this, Taikenzu handed Fu Haoshan a small notebook that recorded many of Shen Fuyu's likes and trivial matters. I understand. Thank you, Grandma. And here is the contact information for the rehabilitation institution under my name. Please take care of your health, both of you. All right, you wait here for a moment. My old man has a lot to do. Taikenzu said with a smile. Fengze indeed had a lot to do, and when he saw Shen Fuyu, he insisted on reading her fortune, warning her to beware of petty people recently, then gave her a protective talisman and even showed her the feng shui of the team, explaining it in great detail. How did you know I have a team? I'm old, not blind. It was in the news this morning. The event is quite significant. I looked at your address. It's that villa of yours, but who knew you both would go and not come back, so I took a look. Oh, hear and go and not come back. Shen Fuyu's face inexplicably turned red. All right, to be honest, I still don't have a good impression of you and Fu Haoshan. Fengze, although warned many times by Taikenzu, couldn't help but say a few words. Why? Shen Fuyu couldn't say she didn't believe it, as she didn't want to upset the elders. You two will have to go through a lot, and it will be tiring. Moreover, both of you have sides that are not known to others. Although it seems peaceful when you're together, there are many hidden crises. I know, there's no need for you to remind me. Shen Fuyu was well aware of these 2 points, but she currently had no thoughts of giving up on Fu Haoshan. Having walked away once before, leaving again now would be impolite. Think it over carefully. Stay a few more days. Your family misses you. Let's go. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, the 2 arrived at Shen Fuyu's home when it was already dark. Standing at the entrance of the community, Shen Fuyu suddenly didn't know what to do. Feeling nervous about returning home, Fu Haoshan asked as he put his arm around Shen Fuyu's shoulders. No, I suddenly remembered something. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan seriously. You say when my mom asks how old you are, you say you're 21, retired from the fleet, and now a teacher. I'll say the rest. Fu Haoshan was taken aback and asked why. Is my identity not impressive? My mom has probably seen you on TV, right? My mom never believes anyone who looks like you. If you say a galaxy tycoon is pursuing me, my mom would beat me while asking if I'm awake and then throw you out. What about age? I think you shouldn't let others know about your background anymore, right? The age you're displaying now is to be brothers with my dad? Then why should I use that profession? Because my mom likes it. Shen Fuyu said quite confidently. Fu Haoshan looked down at Shen Fuyu, his eyes filled with reluctance. He could accept the age, but at least let him show off the wealth and status he fought for in the first half of his life, right? If you don't believe me, go ahead and say it. Let's see if my mom will throw you out. Fu Haoshan hesitated and asked, what if I get? Then there's nothing to be done. I can't possibly elope with you. Shen Fuyu refused verbally, but in her heart, she had already thought of a remedy. If we run away and hide, that's called eloping. If we run away and hold a grand wedding afterward, that wouldn't count as eloping. All right, you go. Shen Fuyu suddenly became quite curious about how Fu Haoshan would look when he faced difficulties. 2 people knocked on the door, and soon a slightly plump middle-aged woman in a woolen pajamas opened it. Hey, old man, come here quickly. Our daughter, who has been missing for many years, has come back. After Shen Jindai finished speaking, she noticed Fu Haoshan, who was behind Shen Fuyu, and a very handsome man with him. Hurry up, both of you come in. Mom, how can you say that? Before Shen Fuyu could finish, Fu Haoshan stepped forward and took out a prepared set of jewelry, saying, Hello, Annie, my name is Fu Haoshan. Fuyu said your family is looking for a son-in-law to come to the house. Do you think my appearance is okay? When this reached Shen Fuyu's ears, she stared at Fu Haoshan as if she had seen a ghost. Then she saw her mother open the box, take a look, and then scrutinize Fu Haoshan up and down, finally revealing a smile that was so pleased it seemed her mouth would split. You look quite good, young man. Come in and sit down and tell Annie what you do. Shen Jindai stepped aside to let Fu Haoshan in, then sighed at Shen Fuyu. Shi Jin came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cut fruit. Upon seeing Fu Haoshan, his expression wasn't good. He placed the fruit in front of Shen Fuyu and sat down silently. Annie, I work at the Research Institute in the fleet. Fu Haoshan vowed he wasn't lying. It was work after all. Oh, that fits our missing person quite well. What's your situation? Are you really willing to come to our house as a son-in-law? Although Shen Fuyu was filled with dissatisfaction over Shen Fuyu's many years of not coming home, bringing back a son-in-law could be seen as atoning for her grievances. I'm the only one in my family, so I really long for the warmth of a family. The first time I met Fuyu, I felt this was my life's pursuit, and I hope you can accept me. Shen Fuyu detected a hint of insincerity in Fu Haoshan's tone, while enjoying the fruit and watching the drama unfold. She heard her normally quiet boyfriend decisively say no. Don't speak, I think it's quite good. How old are you? Shen Fuyu glared at her husband. 21. That's great. Young and promising. You're younger than Shen Fuyu. Just like this, see if you can transfer your job back. Let her go out to earn money. And we'll buy you a house. You can work here and take care of us two old folks. No. This was one of the few times Shi Jian disagreed with Shen Fuyu. He is slick-tongued, and doesn't he look like he has good character? What if he is a fraud? I don't agree. Fu Haoshan glanced at Shen Fuyu, realizing she had no intention of speaking up for him. It was time to take action, so he pulled out his identification and said, Uncle, my information is all verifiable. You can go to the official website, enter my name, and then input this verification code. 018 being a stand-in for in-laws. Shen Fuyu looked at the credentials of Fu Haoshan that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, doubting whether she had been deceived. While the elders verified Fu Haoshan's identity, he glanced at Shen Fuyu, as if to say, with all the money I've invested, is it really that hard to get this? Seriously, he even shares a name with the former commander of the Starfleet, which shows promise. As for looks, doesn't he your daughter like this type? She couldn't move on after seeing him since childhood. Shen Fuyu quietly advised her husband. Although she spoke softly, both Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan heard it. They exchanged a glance, and Shen Fuyu's face turned red as she lowered her head. When they first met, Shen Fuyu was feeding pigeons and found Fu Haoshan quite stunning, captivated at first sight. However, he seemed to have deep thoughts, and Shen Fuyu, being straightforward, worried about what would happen if she got bullied in the future. Hearing her father-in-law's evaluation of Shen Fuyu, Fu Haoshan was surprised. Although parents often see their children as well-behaved and lovable, such a distorted evaluation couldn't be made. No, missing persons still have some abilities. Don't underestimate her, Shen Fuyu said. Then turned to the couple. You didn't let us know you were coming back today, and there's no place to stay at home. You'll have to find somewhere else to sleep. Come for breakfast tomorrow. But I sent a lot of things to tell you I'm coming home, didn't I? Shen Fuyu jumped up and said. Shen Fuyu showed a difficult expression, counting on her fingers. You haven't been home for so long. I'm not used to you being here. If you're not here, I can watch videos, stay up late eating snacks, and there are several new solo games recently. And, stop talking, I'm leaving. Shen Fuyu almost couldn't catch her breath. She felt she had no value in this family anymore. After watching her daughter and future son-in-law leave, Shen Fuyu pulled her dark-faced husband and asked, Don't you think our son-in-law looks a lot like the former commander of the Starfleet? They even have the same name. Yeah, Shi Jian said with some concern. Could it be that our daughter found a stand-in for the one she loves? That is not a long-term solution. What long-term solution? How old is that commander? Whether he could take good care of our daughter in the future is still uncertain. This stand-in is better. Forget it. Let us watch a movie and go to bed. Tomorrow you can buy some food that our daughter likes. Who knows how long she'll stay this time. When they walked back, they saw a few cards on the table, which were prepaid cards from several famous nearby wineries. Be nicer to young Fu. Look, he dares not send gifts anymore. I heard the salary at that research institute isn't low. No matter what, at least he has a place to belong. Shen Fuyu stood outside the house, watching the lights inside go out and then casting a shadowy glow. She sighed and turned to walk with Fu Haoshan. However, as she followed Fu Haoshan past a few houses and saw him pull out a key to open the yard gate, that feeling of being tricked deepened. Where did you buy this place? I remember this area has been around for a while. I'm the developer. Oh. Shen Fuyu entered with a skeptical look and discovered that the decor of the house was a complete replica of the one they had shared a few years ago. Let us sleep. I'm a bit tired. After saying that, Fu Haoshan went to take a shower, but a message from Jian Yu came through, saying that Li Pingjin had gone crazy. Shen Fuyu certainly didn't believe it. How could he go crazy? So, Shen Fuyu knocked on the door and asked Fu Haoshan, Li Pingzhen, how do you plan to deal with this? What do you think? You can decide. Have Su Yifan hurry up with the investigation. Once it's done, Yang Xianting can arrest them one family at a time, claiming he is a normal person, then complete the acquisition and give me all their company data. Acquisition? What do you want with this entertainment company? It's not even media, but they have all the internet trolls. The internet administration approached me before, asking if I could solve this kind of unfair competition from the root to avoid affecting the network of the Star Fleet. I think this sample is excellent. Okay, I'll handle it in the next few days. Are we staying here for a few days? Meet your relatives. I don't have many relatives. My mom will take my grandparents out tomorrow. After you meet them, we can stay for 2 days and then go back. Fu Haoshan couldn't understand why he sensed a feeling of loneliness in Shen Fuyu's tone. After turning off the shower, he asked seriously, Why are you unhappy? It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that the disconnection is quite severe. I'm not familiar with them. To them, I'm too unconventional. There are quite a few graduates or current staff from Yuan Academy among them. They must hate me. Why? Some of them are involved in the projects I disrupted. They think I'm being uncooperative and causing trouble. I'm not a good person either, so I naturally want to let them get what they want. To put it bluntly, they share some responsibility for me Yun's downfall. If only you were a bit denser. Fu Haoshan suddenly said in a doting tone. Why? Shen Fuyu was startled. Did Fu Haoshan discover something at Tai Kinzu? Then I could clean up the mess for you. A hero saving the beauty. Shen Fuyu had offended quite a few people, but she had always handled things well, leaving no room for Fu Haoshan to show off. He even thought that if Shen Fuyu cried in front of him, he could help her shut down Yuan Academy. You don't need to worry about offending petty people. Their tactics are beneath me. As long as I'm strong enough, they can't hurt me. But you can't defend against all the tricks of petty people. Fu Haoshan's somewhat disheartened words didn't sound pleasant to Shen Fuyu, but they made sense. However, Fu Haoshan regretted saying it right after. He shouldn't have shown her the dark side of himself if he could protect her. Thus, lost in thought, Fu Haoshan felt a sharp pain in his legs and fell to the ground with a shocking thud. Shen Fuyu didn't think too much and rushed in. Fu Haoshan lay by the bathtub in pain, with large bruises quickly appearing on his legs. How could you be so careless? Shen Fuyu quickly helped Fu Haoshan sit on a nearby chair. My knee hurt a bit. I couldn't stand steady, Fu Haoshan said with a grievance. All right, don't move, I'll do it. Shen Fuyu helped Fu Haoshan dry off and put on his clothes. When she looked up, she saw Fu Haoshan looking at her with a blissful expression. This is the only time. Don't take advantage of me, Shen Fuyu said as she pushed Fu Haoshan out and locked the door. Suddenly, she felt her heart racing. Shen Fuyu quickly splashed cold water on her face, comforting herself. This is just infatuation, not a heart-stopping moment. That night, Fu Haoshan didn't disturb Shen Fuyu, and she inexplicably felt a sense of loss. But when she pulled back the curtains, she saw pink ribbons, bows, and balloons in the yard, and through the glass. She could see a row of plush toys in the hallway, which was quite dreamy. If someone's wardrobe always lacked one piece of clothing, then Shen Fuyu would always lack one plush toy. Do you like any? Fu Haoshan came in holding a change of clothes for Shen Fuyu. I'm not that childish. Shen Fuyu appeared serious, but her heart was filled with excitement. Fu Haoshan seemed to ignore her words and continued. Which one do you want today? That pink rabbit. It should be nice as a pillow. Okay, let us go have breakfast at Uncle and Auntie's. When they got downstairs, Fu Haoshan even picked a small butterfly balloon for Shen Fuyu. She proudly held the balloon, walking along and drawing envious looks from several children. As soon as they arrived home, Shi Jian came back, saw the balloon in Shen Fuyu's hand, felt it looked familiar, and asked, Why did you take someone else's balloon? Uncle, that's my rented house. Hearing Fu Haoshan's explanation, Shi Jian said nothing more, putting down the steaming breakfast in his hands and heading to the kitchen. Fu Haoshan greeted Shen Jindai and also entered the kitchen. Shen Jindai grabbed her daughter and glanced towards the kitchen a few times, asking, What does he rent the house next to us for? I don't know. Did you scare him? Shen Fuyu looked at her mother, who had already turned to Fu Haoshan's house, and retorted, Is this how you see your daughter? What could I possibly scare him with? Who knows how you described us in front of him? Is it because you're worried about being embarrassed if you get kicked out? After Shen Jindai finished speaking, she noticed her daughter's evasive eyes and knew she was right. She tugged at her ear and said, "You should persuade your dad to keep Xiaofu here. I'll go take your grandparents. I'm your daughter." Shen Fuyu complained, following behind Shen Jindai. "Haven't been home for years? I almost forgot I had you as a daughter," Shen Jindai said with disdain, quickening her pace as if to distance herself from Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu watched her mother leave, wondering if Fu Haoshan would play the victim again, making her the one to be kicked out. In the kitchen, Fu Haoshan continued to help wash vegetables while explaining, "Uncle, I have not deceived Fuyu. I don't know if you can tell me your reasons for not accepting me. Aside from uncontrollable factors, I can change. You look like that retired commander of the Starfleet from a few years ago. You even share the same name. Did my daughter have anything to do with him?" Shi Jian hadn't slept all night and couldn't figure it out, so he chose to ask directly. Shen Fuyu had liked Fu Haoshan's looks since she was young. He was strong yet not clumsy, with proportions that were nearly perfect, almost impossible for a human. She had been seen happily watching his videos years ago, and although everyone liked beautiful things, it didn't make Shi Jian very happy. So, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan together were basically a live-action version of a beauty disaster. That is indeed the case. What? Because I am the former commander Fu Haoshan of the Starfleet. Shi Jian's hand, which was pouring oil, stopped, and he was stunned for a while, incredulously saying, "You really are that Fu Haoshan?" Fu Haoshan couldn't read Shi Jian's attitude, but still sincerely replied, "Uncle, there are some things I cannot show you, but I can show you my asset information to prove it." After saying that, Fu Haoshan pulled up his account details, unlocking each one with an iris scan. And the details inside were dazzling to Shi Jian. All right, no need to look anymore, I believe you." A hint of imbalance arose in Shi Jian's heart, wondering why he couldn't provide such things for his daughter. "So, Uncle, what do you think about me and Fuyu now?" "Well, that's good." Shi Jian sighed and said, "You could protect her. Only someone of your status in the galaxy can say they will protect her. 019, she is a person with deep feelings." Having passed this hurdle, Fu Haoshan let out a sigh of relief. Shen Fuyu noticed the change in atmosphere between the two and became alert, wondering if her father had been bribed as well. Just as she was about to walk in and ask what had happened, someone knocked on the door. Shi Jian, seeing the visitor from the window, grabbed Fu Haoshan, who was about to go out, and asked, "Do you know why Fuyu, as a young genius, has not gained fame at a young age?" "I know." Fu Haoshan's mind flashed with many reasons, but in essence, there were three main ones. Shen Fuyu's personality, having too many enemies, being born at the wrong time, and the saying that a common man is innocent but carries the burden of wealth. Aside from these three reasons, Fu Haoshan couldn't think of anything else. However, Shi Jian outright denied what he said. The usually silent and indifferent middle-aged man sighed and said, "You don't know. Just wait and see." The kitchen was positioned perfectly to see what was happening at the door. Shen Fuyu went to open it, and the visitor was clearly a familiar face. But she stood at the door without any intention of letting the person in. Fu Haoshan did not recognize the visitor and scanned her face for information. Her name was Ouyang Xiao, deputy director of the network department, primarily responsible for patent matters. It seemed that they had found the address where Fuyu had sent things. And he had never seen this person before, but she had come to find Fuyu many times in recent days, each time speaking in a condescending manner, showing no respect to the two elderly people. Fu Haoshan now felt that Shi Jian was a gentle person, and the person who could make him complain must have been somewhat excessive. So he instructed Zhang Yu to immediately check the network department's files from the past 15 years and also called in the head of the network department, Tiangi, who he had met last night when he came to the 7th district. "I've already said, don't dream of buying the patent. After paying the patent fee for 20 years, you can do whatever you want," Shen Fuyu said coldly, even with a fierce look in her eyes. Ouyang Xiao saw the expression on Shen Fuyu's exquisite face that seemed ready to extinguish her existence, and her heart trembled. She barely calmed herself down and said, "You know how important the network department is in the interstellar realm. You're having a hard time graduating, so why won't you agree?" Her tone was much gentler compared to when she faced Shen Jindai and Shi Jian, as Ouyang Xiao knew that these two elderly people could do nothing to her. Whereas Shen Fuyu was different. She could really take drastic measures. "Interesting. Do you think I care about a degree from the Yulin Academy?" The patent fees I earn daily are probably higher than your annual salary, Shen Fuyu retorted with sarcasm. But this was a fact that stabbed Ouyang Xiao hard. No one in the world probably understood better than Ouyang Xiao how much money Shen Fuyu made from patents. Shen Fuyu even put it mildly. Her daily income was at least equal to Ouyang Xiao's 10-year salary. Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu with a doting expression as she flaunted her power, and suddenly had the impulse to hang a pink balloon in her hair. Just as Fu Haoshan was lost in his fantasy of dressing up Shen Fuyu, Ouyang Xiao seemed to threaten her weakly. Do you believe I will revoke your previous degree? Go ahead. Back when your lackeys insulted me as a dirty thing, denying all our efforts and saying they would blacklist us, I was already displeased with you. If you have the ability, try it and see if your entire sect will bear the shame because of you. Upon hearing Shen Fuyu say this, Fu Haoshan's expression changed instantly. Shi Jian explained, Fuyu helped a few students who encountered many problems while working on their graduation project for a launcher. Those kids treated her well usually, but when they wanted to buy the patent for the launcher and Fuyu refused, they targeted those kids. This story sounded very familiar to Fu Haoshan, who shook his head in disdain. These people dared not act against Shen Fuyu, so they showed off their power against innocent people, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, speaking of the launcher, Fu Haoshan thought of several patents for launchers that Shen Fuyu held, but they probably weren't suitable for the network department. Uncle, do you know the specific situation of the launcher? Fu Haoshan asked. It seems to be used for signal interference. I don't understand specifics. Fu Haoshan's expression instantly became serious as he sent a message to Su Yifan and Yang Qianing to prepare to gather evidence and arrest people. This signal transmitter hides fleets by emitting special signals. It is currently the most effective means for fleets in the interstellar realm to form protective chains to prevent detection by advanced civilizations. And it has even provided significant help for Su Yifan's rise to power. This patent is still in Shen Fuyu's hands, but the actual users are all fleets in the interstellar realm, which invisibly expands the control of the Starfleet. What are these people after with this patent? It can be said that the Starfleet achieved its current status due to Fu Haoshan's life and death struggles, but to maintain its current control, it relies on Shen Fuyu. Both aspects must work together for the current Starfleet. Ouyang Xiao had repeatedly hit a wall with Shen Fuyu and was under pressure from the network department. She shouted hoarsely, "To you, it's just a patent. To me, it's a job, the hope of my whole family and clan." Suddenly being morally blackmailed, Shen Fuyu was stunned for a while, then turned her back against the door and started to laugh. Logically, she considered herself a good person, but not a saint. What kind of brain circuit do you have? When Shen Fuyu finally finished laughing, she rubbed her stomach, which almost hurt from laughing, and said, "Do you still remember the 3 students you harmed to the point of being disabled? You paid them off and left, but now I'm supporting them without charging a dime. How can I support this whole family? What do you mean we harmed them? Clearly, they weren't mature enough. They just had some results snatched. Worked hard for a few years, got a few insults, and wanted to destroy everything. That's called overestimating themselves. We didn't even pursue their impact on progress. We're already being very generous. How much more do you expect?" Fu Haoshan swore he had never been so speechless in his life. What kind of people had Shen Fuyu encountered before? Shen Fuyu knew she would say this, so she threatened Ouyang Xiao. "But I have evidence. In a few years, when your teacher is no longer in power, I'll sue you. Do you think they will let you take the blame?" In fact, Shen Fuyu had already left the academy early, and those victims had no evidence at all. She was just joking. "Why me?" Ouyang Xiao exclaimed in shock. "I didn't do it. The evidence all points to my senior brothers and teachers." Su Yifan heard this last part clearly, and their actions sped up a bit. It was all evidence, and Ouyang Xiao's senior brother was the current head of the network department, Tiangi, but this relationship was unknown to outsiders. "It seems we are not holding the same evidence." Shen Fuyu continued to intimidate her. "Impossible. Don't slander us. We have," Ouyang Xiao began to say, but suddenly realized she had been tricked by Shen Fuyu. However, it was futile and couldn't change the outcome. Just as Ouyang Xiao panicked, Tiangi arrived. Upon seeing Shen Fuyu and the message from the Starfleet, he thought it was bad. "All right, everyone is here." Fu Haoshan came down from upstairs. "A few old matters may require you to visit the investigation department." Tiangi steadied his mind and smiled. "Mr. Fu, You are no longer the commander of the Star Fleet. I hope you want to interfere in interstellar matters and focus on your business. I don't know where Director Tion thinks I'm interfering in the Star Fleet's matters. I'm just standing up for others. Fu Haoshan responded with a smile. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in confusion. Why did you call Tion Gi here? You said the network department had contacted you, but I remember you had disputes with them. I just wanted to see which miraculous person said something to make you take it to heart. I didn't expect it to be him. Shi Jian had already sensed the sourness in Fu Haoshan's words behind the two of them, but his daughter did not have that level of awareness. Shen Fuyu just nodded blankly and let Fu Haoshan handle these matters himself. Fu Haoshan originally planned to engage with Tiangi for a bit, but seeing Shen Fuyu's lack of interest, he waved his hand to call over the robots from the investigation department. This wasn't a big deal. Originally, Su Yifan had reported some issues with recent funding, and Fu Haoshan had merely seized this opportunity out of jealousy. You all eat first. I'll go prepare a few more dishes. Shi Jian left the space for Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu smiled and asked, so did you find out what my relationship is with that amazing person, your senior? Yes, she was the last person who had hot pot with me. She said this is part of her promotion assessment over the past 2 years. And I thought I could help, so you don't need to worry. She is a good person. Fu Haoshan suddenly seemed to understand Shi Jian's concerns. Shen Fuyu appeared indifferent, but was actually deeply emotional. In fact, this emotional aspect was her real stumbling block. Thinking this way, Fu Haoshan was even more determined to protect her. However, he wondered if she could develop a bit more affection for him. Shen Fuyu finally noticed the change in Fu Haoshan's emotions and continued to comfort him, saying, you are also one of the people who had hot pot with me. Fu Haoshan did not expect Shen Fuyu to grasp his main point. As long as she could provide some comfort, that was enough. Soon, Shen Jindai returned, and Fu Haoshan had a pleasant interaction with Shen Fuyu's grandparents. After staying for 2 days and meeting Shen Fuyu's friends and family, it was time for them to return. Before leaving, Fu Haoshan had a private conversation with Shi Jian, mainly because Shen Fuyu wanted him to teach Shi Jian how to do business properly. Unfortunately, his father-in-law was not cut out for this. What he did wasn't called business, but charity. In the end, Fu Haoshan had no choice but to offer him a few orders for electronic components at cost. However, Shi Jian refused with a smile, saying, Fuyu can support herself now, and we're living well. We don't need that much money. All right then, uncle, if you have any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Fuyu will be quite busy for a while. After I finish some wedding matters, I will start planning. Before the wedding, please help me keep my identity a secret. Of course, but I have a few words of advice. We didn't pay much attention to Fuyu when she was young, and her personality is not as you see it. If one day you really have any issues, I hope you can part amicably. Fu Haoshan felt that he and Shen Fuyu understood each other very well. Hearing Shi Jian's evaluation of Shen Fuyu, he felt mixed emotions, realizing he actually knew very little about her. Shi Jian looked at Fu Haoshan's confused expression and continued, her mother has a strong personality, but I and her grandmother are relatively weak, which makes her character unstable. Just like I asked you why she didn't become famous as a teenager. Her personality is quite complex. This is her old diary that she lost. I've thought about it for a long time and decided to give it to you. Thank you, uncle. No need to thank me. I just hope your efforts for her can be rewarded. We were very busy and our lives weren't great in our early years, so we owe her a lot. To put it bluntly, I hope you can compensate for the harm our original family has caused her. Her mother is too concerned about appearances to say this. I'll say it instead. I hope you don't mind. I understand. Fu Haoshan thought that Shen Fuyu's family had a negative impact on her, but she had not lost her way and had instead come this far. They were a match made in heaven. When the two came out of the tea room, Shen Fuyu and Shen Jindai had finished shopping at the mall, and the family had dinner together before saying goodbye. After walking some distance, Fu Haoshan turned back to look at the two elderly people. Shen Jindai was happily sharing what she had bought with Shi Jian, and he felt an inexplicable envy. Back on the spaceship, Shen Fuyu asked Fu Haoshan, did my dad tell you about my childhood? Fu Haoshan recalled the 2 diaries and hesitated, saying, not really. He must have. My mom guessed it and deliberately put my diary in a conspicuous place for my dad to take. Can I take a look? Fu Haoshan moved closer with the diary. Sure, it's nothing major. I want to take a nap. My mom can really shop. The diary was mostly filled with trivial matters. But Fu Haoshan felt uncomfortable. Shen Fuyu had faced these issues, while even the few people in the battle team had only experienced bits and pieces. She had experienced everything. Therefore, Fu Haoshan had previously used the complicated situation in the battle team to make Shen Fuyu fall into a pit. Was that somewhat unfair to her? During that journey, Shen Fuyu fell asleep while Fu Haoshan watched the aerial video from that night on the ship. The beginning of the wedding video was quite artistic, but the broken ship needed frame-by-frame editing. When he attended weddings in the past, regardless of whether the couple was genuinely harmonious, there was always something shown to indicate their good relationship. Fu Haoshan had found it meaningless since most attendees already understood the reality. However, now that it was his turn, he felt uncomfortable without that process, as if a child had received a treasure and had to show it off. In the video, Shen Fuyu's hair was absolutely stunning. After all, a person who engaged in mental labor every day having such thick hair was indeed a rare talent. Fu Haoshan softly called Shen Fuyu a couple of times without a response, so he felt at ease grabbing her hair. In no time, he had made a braid and tied a balloon to the end of it. Then he fell into a deep sleep while holding Shen Fuyu. 020 the team in chaos. The spaceship returned to the team's residence, and Fu Haoshan stubbornly followed Shen Fuyu into the team gate. Suddenly, 3 people rushed out, and a boy running ahead turned back to check, colliding head-on with Fu Haoshan, nearly sending him away. Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan lying on the ground in pain and rushed over, shouting, "Jiangyu, call a doctor quickly!" In the midst of the chaos, after Shen Fuyu settled Fu Haoshan, she went downstairs and sternly asked everyone what happened. "If you can't explain it clearly today, you'll all go hungry." Everyone held their breath, as Shen Fuyu looked really fierce when she was expressionless. Suddenly, a somewhat nervous voice came from the back of the crowd. "Senior, I'm sorry." Shen Fuyu focused her gaze and recognized the young man in front of her who looked a lot like Qi Xiaoyin. Wasn't this her junior, Gu Tingji? "It's you. Why are you here?" Shen Fuyu's attitude softened instantly. This kid seemed to be doing okay. Gu Tingji had just opened his mouth when Qi Xiaoyin rushed in from the entrance, grabbing Gu Tingji and saying, "It's you, come with me." Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Tingji was dragged away by Qi Xiaoyin. A frail scholar who barely passed his physical education classes was no match for a former race car driver who had been working out regularly. Watching Gu Tingji being literally dragged away, the team members exchanged glances, all looking shocked, none daring to step forward to ask what was going on. They hadn't expected Qi Xiaoyin, who looked like a girl, to be so fierce in reality. The team fell silent, and, after a long while, Zhao Shiqin stepped forward and said, "Manager, Brother Gu is helping my mom look after the branch store. He heard I was here and came to see me on behalf of my mom." Then what was that rush about earlier? Shen Fuyu suddenly remembered that it was Gu Tingji who had collided with Fu Haoshan, and there seemed to be 2 more people behind him. It was Cheng Ruoxue's parents. They came to find her and brought a storage device. Gu Tingji snatched it away when he saw it, and those 2 went after him. "What about the things? Where are the people? They've been locked up. The things are here." Lin Yin jogged over from the other side of the house. Shen Fuyu took the storage device, feeling that it looked familiar, similar to the one Zhui Yueka had used to trick Qiao Mian before. Her expression changed as she said, "You all go back first. Lin Yin and I will go check on Cheng Ruoxue." In the other courtyard, Cheng Ruoxue was crying while her parents were scolding her. Shen Fuyu felt a headache coming on, but still patiently listened for a while. Cheng Ruoxue's parents were unhappy that she had an unwed child without receiving any bride price and were now facing difficulties in her second marriage. They insisted on extorting money from that man and Cheng Ruoxue, but since they couldn't find the man, they had come here based on that storage device. "Did Fu Haoshan send you to investigate this matter?" Shen Fuyu quietly asked Jiang Yu and Lin Yan. "Yes. The man who came to take care of them isn't the child's father. He's the assistant of the child's father, and he knows everything." This was all set up by Li Pingjin, attempting to exchange personal privacy for financial resources, Jiang Yu replied. "What connection does Li Pingjin have with Zhuo He?" Shen Fuyu hadn't encountered Li Pingjin when she was investigating Zhuo He. There is a slight connection, but only in that he took over the Zhuo family team after Zhuo He died, managing to escape. However, the specifics need to be asked from Commander Su. I don't know. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu thought to herself, Li Pingjin is like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, he didn't see that he was already provoking Fu Haoshan from the start. As the commotion inside grew more intense, Shen Fuyu frowned and sighed, saying, Jiang Yu, go call those two men over. Lin Yin, go find Su Qingyi and ask about this matter while reporting that someone has illegally entered a residence. I will go in and take a look first. Entering the flower room, Shen Fuyu coldly said, Shut up, stop making noise. Cheng Ruoxue and the man and woman claiming to be her parents were startled by Shen Fuyu's imposing presence and obediently fell silent. What is going on? Shen Fuyu, while intimidating Cheng Ruoxue's parents with her gaze, asked her directly. I'm sorry, manager. They're my adoptive parents, and I no longer have any relationship with them. I will get them to leave as soon as possible. What do you mean, no relationship? You ungrateful wretch. We raised you for 16 years. And after you made such a shameless mistake of being pregnant out of wedlock, you want to abandon us? The man stepped forward and shouted angrily at Cheng Ruoxue. Shen Fuyu saw the man saliva spraying on Cheng Ruoxue's face and instantly felt uncomfortable, saying sternly, Did I ask you to speak? If you say one more word, I'll report you for illegally entering a residence. Go ahead and keep talking. If it were someone else, they would likely have trouble controlling the unruly person. But Shen Fuyu's serious gaze was truly terrifying, showing no signs of intimidation. So naturally, the other party fell silent. I was adopted by them. In my early years, I worked like a horse for their son. Since I turned 16, I've given them 600,000 in total. I really have no money left now. What do you plan to do? Shen Fuyu indicated her intention to support Cheng Ruoxue. Cheng Ruoxue felt very touched by Shen Fuyu's goodwill, saying, I don't want to deal with them anymore. Shen Fuyu nodded, saying, Okay, you might not be able to handle this in the short term, so I will sue them on this side, and we'll try to get them locked up within half a month. You should consult a lawyer on how to handle this matter, and if you need help, we can find our finance department. What are you suing us for? The woman gathered her courage to stand up and asked Shen Fuyu for illegally entering a residence and intentional harm. As soon as Shen Fuyu finished speaking, the robot arrived and went straight to apprehend them. The two elderly people tried to pretend to faint to evade the situation, but the physical examination showed no problems. So they were dragged away. Manager, is this really possible? They won't be locked up for long, and if their son finds out, he will definitely come to make trouble. Should I give them an IOU? This is a bottomless pit. How much do you plan to fill it? I think you have already decided to live alone, right? You've given them all your money. What do you plan to live on? Although Shen Fuyu was persuading, fundamentally, she felt that there were significant connections behind this matter, and she wanted to keep these people within her sight. Cheng Ruoxue lowered her head, lost in thought. Shen Fuyu didn't ask further, instructing her to work well, and then turned to leave. As soon as Shen Fuyu reached the door of Fu Haoshan's room, he woke up. Seeing Shen Fuyu, Fu Haoshan, who had been in decent spirits, suddenly doubled over, clutching his stomach and falling down. Unfortunately, Shen Fuyu didn't see this agile process. She only saw his pained expression and felt a bit guilty for the incident occurring on his first visit to the team. Are you all right? Although the doctor had said earlier that Fu Haoshan was fine, Shen Fuyu couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't look very well. I'm okay. Fu Haoshan turned his head in pain, seemingly enduring it, then reached for Shen Fuyu's hand and placed it on the spot that had been hit, saying, It hurts here. Really? Let me see. Shen Fuyu sat on the edge of the bed, wanting to lift Fu Haoshan's shirt, but unexpectedly, Fu Haoshan leaned over and fell onto Shen Fuyu's leg, then held her hand as he rubbed his injured side. In that moment, Shen Fuyu felt that with his muscle hardness, how could Gu Tingji, a frail scholar who couldn't even carry a shoulder, not be injured? Shen Fuyu immediately remembered there were still a few matters she hadn't addressed, and she needed to ask Gu Tingji and Qi Xiaoyin what was going on. So she withdrew her hand and said, Wait, I have something to do. You should go to the meeting. You've been on leave for a few days. In the stunned state of Fu Haoshan, Shen Fuyu hurriedly left, nearly causing Fu Haoshan, whose head was filled with useless scripts, to spit blood in anger. What are you thinking? What could be more important than my life or death? You still wanted to go to work? Do you have any humanity? Shen Fuyu encountered Lin Yin coming out of Su Qingyi's training room. The information provided was not very useful. Su Qingyi only sympathized with Chang Ruoshue's situation, helping her take care of the child and buy some things. Even when she returned last time and met Zhuang Yu, it was just because Su Qingyi forgot to bring the herbal ointment for the child, and she had a reason to come back since her shoe heel broke. After all, it was not good for people to know about Cheng Ruoshue and the child. Su Qingyi didn't even know that Cheng Ruoshue was an adopted orphan. She always thought she was a young lady from a troubled family. Hearing the description from the young lady, Shen Fuyu felt something was off, but couldn't figure it out. So she said, "All right, take care of Cheng Ruoshue and her child in the next few days, and don't let any suspicious people get close to them." After explaining to Lin Yin, Shen Fuyu went to find AI Chui. In the past few days, Shen Fuyu had also received several messages from AI Chui. She had gathered all the information about the family and the business and had obtained the account books, but she couldn't find anything related to the team. On the way, Shen Fuyu met Jiang Yu, from whom she received the investigation results just transmitted from Su Yifan and Yang Qianting, as well as the progress report on the acquisition of Li Pingzhen's company submitted by his subordinates. Jiang Yu was contemplating whether to give these two pieces of information to Shen Fuyu or to Fu Haoshan first. But when he saw Fu Haoshan lying there with a face full of resentment, his mind quickly turned, and he decided to give it to Shen Fuyu first. AI Chui finished her training and logged out of the game just as Shen Fuyu roughly finished looking over the materials. Seeing Shen Fuyu come in, AI Chui took a deep breath, preparing to play the victim. No, I have a solution. Shen Fuyu always felt it was a waste for these people not to act. Please go ahead. Fenghua Group is going to be acquired. The artists are basically trying to set up personal studios or connect with other big names. You should check if those suppressed fashion designers are considering switching careers. Fenghua Group? Isn't that the largest entertainment company in the galaxy? What's going on? AI Chui did not know what had just happened downstairs. Li Pingzhen was arrested due to some old issues, and when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Shen Fuyu didn't explain much. She didn't want to know the details, as Fu Haoshan would handle it. She just needed to get the data she wanted. I see. I wonder how the entertainment industry will develop in the future. AI Chui sighed. Don't worry about these things. I don't think it will affect your business. I'm here to ask for your help with something else. Saying this, Shen Fuyu took out a box. This is a microquantum monitor. The manual is inside. AI Chui, with her mouth agape, took the box. I haven't seen many of these, even in the fleet, have I? 021, I don't have high hopes for your love. Shen Fuyu lifted AI Chui's chin and continued. In a couple of days, when we go to try on the team uniforms, put these two things on Su Qingyi and Cheng Ruoshue. Why? What's wrong with them? Since AI Chui had the thought of seizing the family fortune, she had rarely interacted with the team members outside of training, so she didn't know. I suspect they've been deceived, and the person behind it is someone I want to investigate. Who do you want to investigate? I haven't figured it out yet, so don't worry about it. Knowing too much can be a bit dangerous. All right then. AI Chui still valued her life, and after agreeing to Shen Fuyu's request, she followed her downstairs. It was already mealtime, and everyone was sitting together to finish eating. When they saw Shen Fuyu, they all showed curious looks, and it was obvious they were wondering about Fu Haoshan. The person who bumped into us earlier is our investor, Fu Haoshan, the former commander of the Xinghong fleet. I brought people to check on our situation for the first time, and this is how it turned out. Can you all reflect on yourselves? We have reflected, but what does our investor have to do with you? Chi Kai, even as a coach, isn't much older than the newly adult kids present, and the gossip spirit was burning fiercely. It's fine. As soon as Shen Fuyu said these three words, everyone looked incredulous. Fu Haoshan, who was watching from the second floor, slowly walked down and said, "There really isn't much of a relationship. I'm just an investor. Since it's our first meeting, how about I treat everyone to a late-night snack?" Hearing late-night snack, everyone in the team instantly brightened up. Foodies have simple pursuits. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in confusion. Why wasn't this person following the usual rules? Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu with delight in his heart. This should be a sign of anticipation, right? That evening, Lin Yin took the team members who had finished training out for barbecue. Shen Fuyu also changed her clothes to prepare to follow them. Originally, Fu Haoshan, who was at the stairway catching up on work while monitoring Shen Fuyu, rushed up to grab her. "What are you doing? You're pretty fast." Shen Fuyu quickly closed the door, slightly ajar. Aren't you staying? Fu Haoshan looked as if it were a matter of course. You treat, and I stay? Shen Fuyu didn't want to take Fu Haoshan's treat. She just felt that such activities should belong to team building, and her absence seemed inappropriate. Fu Haoshan was not pleased. He had finally waited for everyone to leave so he could approach her and couldn't let the opportunity slip away. So, Fu Haoshan covered the place where he had been bumped and lamented. I'm injured. Shouldn't you, as the manager, take responsibility? Shen Fuyu glanced at Fu Haoshan, who was wasting talent by not entering the entertainment industry, thought for a moment, and said, Then let's eat here. Can you cook? Hearing the word cook, Fu Haoshan shook his head repeatedly and quickly replied, I'll have the hotel deliver it. What do you want to eat? These two were lazier than each other, but fortunately, the housekeeping robots in the interstellar world were advanced. However, cooking might be a problem due to algorithms. Robots made food that tasted the same across the entire interstellar realm, and chefs belonged to an irreplaceable profession. Of course, neither of them wanted to cook. After ordering, Fu Haoshan was called to a meeting. He had fallen behind on work these past few days, and many executives thought he was sick because he had changed from being a workaholic to this. The number of people checking up on him had suddenly increased. Coming in with the delivery person were Qi Xiaoyin and Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu explained the situation and kept the two to have a late-night snack, while also clarifying their situation. Qi Xiaoyin had been kicked out of his house. The reason was that he wanted to find his brother, who had been swapped, but his stepmother was afraid of dividing the inheritance. They had gone out this time to do an identification and transfer the property left to him by Gu Tingji's mother. So what are your plans for the future? We plan to first make a name for ourselves with the team, then do pet-related social media, and at the same time, we'll continue our studies. With the remaining assets, we can live well and take care of my brother's adoptive parents, Qi Xiaoyin said excitedly. Shen Fuyu wasn't surprised by this answer. It seemed that the two had similar pursuits. However, she still needed Gu Tingji to do something, so she couldn't completely agree with this plan. But now, interstellar social media is managed by organizations. Otherwise, it won't gain traction, and it's hard to do, Shen Fuyu said deliberately. That is true, but we need to plan carefully. Manager, do you have any good suggestions? I think you seem very professional. Qi Xiaoyin and Lin Yin, who operated the team account together, agreed with Shen Fuyu's question. Moreover, the team account was also under the jurisdiction of an organization in the league. If the traffic increased in the future, it would definitely be restricted. With Shen Fuyu's personality, she would surely have ways to cope. Fengwo Entertainment has gone bankrupt, and there is a lot of operational space. We can use their resources to break up those organizations and optimize management. Perhaps we can look a bit further ahead. Bankrupt? Qi Xiaoyin suddenly became excited. When I was a model back then, they deducted my wages, and they finally got their comeuppance. This seems feasible, but can we do it? Believe in yourselves. We can explore this. There are definitely others who have the same idea. We can communicate more with others when the time comes, Shen Fuyu encouraged. What do you think, brother? Qi Xiaoyin supported it, but turned to ask Gu Tingji, who had been silent. Gu Tingji didn't hesitate and said gently, I trust senior sister. All right, now let's train well. Troublesome matters can be discussed later. When Fu Haoshan came downstairs, he saw that the three had set up the dining table. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these two were the race car driver Qi Xiaoyin and her so-called junior brother Gu Tingji that Shen Fuyu had mentioned before. No, I want a two-person world. Where did you find such bright light bulbs? Let me introduce you. This is our investor, Fu Haoshan. After Fu Haoshan and the two brothers recognized each other, the four sat down. Fu Haoshan could no longer add to the drama for himself during this meal. After eating, Qi Xiaoyin went out for a walk, and as soon as Fu Haoshan got close to Shen Fuyu, he was called away by Su Yifan. After that day, it was said that Su Yifan had been reclusive and didn't leave the training room for several days. The restaurant was left with only Shen Fuyu and Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu brought out the tea set and signaled for him to sit outside. Did you hear something? Do you still recognize that storage device? Shen Fuyu put down the tea set and said with concern, I heard about Sister Mi Yun's situation. While investigating, I found out about the style of the storage area. I was afraid that someone else would be harmed, so I took it. Was there anything inside? There was nothing inside. They were probably deceived. I'm investigating this. But I have something else I hope you can help me with. However, it might be a bit dangerous. If you don't agree, That's fine. As she spoke, Shen Fuyu took out a jade bracelet. Gu Tingji laughed and said, "Senior sister, you still like to hide things in bracelets. Each one is worth a lot of money." Not this time. Shen Fuyu waved her hand and handed the bracelet to Gu Tingji. She had a technique that could simulate the formation of such special radiating jade stones in a short time, hiding things inside so that no one could discover them. Gu Tingji took the bracelet, and it felt heavy in his hand. This seemingly thin bracelet seemed to weigh several pounds. Inside, there are 9 virtual identities running continuously, just like real people. The total assets amount to about 5 Haoshans. Hearing Shen Fuyu say this, Gu Tingji immediately grasped the bracelet with both hands. He vowed he had never dared to think about measuring wealth in such large quantities. And there's this. Shen Fuyu took out another bracelet, inside which was a technology called mirroring, with only one function, predicting the future. Impossible. It wasn't that Gu Tingji didn't believe Shen Fuyu, but from any angle. This technology seemed too outrageous. However, it can indeed do that, but I can't tell you the specific principles. I hope you can understand. This technology hides too many secrets of other civilizations, and Shen Fuyu does not intend to use it or tell anyone how it is done. I understand, but senior, this technology seems to have no practical use. Gu Tingji's thought is that if nothing can be changed after predicting the future, then there is no need to predict. There will be a day when the interstellar community may face an attack from a higher-level civilization, and then it will be useful. Once Shen Fuyu said this, Gu Tingji seemed to understand a bit and asked, "Do you mean to accelerate technological development?" But at that time, whether the energy of the interstellar community can support it will be a big problem. The interstellar residents have wandered here, and in order to escape from the limitations of their equipment, they have a huge demand for energy. That is why Haoshan led the Star Fleet expedition to establish the current scale of the interstellar community. However, since the arrival of the divine gift, the situation in the interstellar community has changed somewhat. It can be said that there is a trend of consuming resources without replenishing them, and once the resources are exhausted, there will be nothing left. Gu Tingji had previously discussed this issue with Shen Fuyu. Although their existing technology can collect, recycle, and store a large amount of energy, the consumption in the interstellar community has been increasing year by year and is gradually forming a certain trend. Shen Fuyu nodded, pulled up a document, and said, "Indeed, I need you to return to Yulin Academy, according to my plan, to control Yulin Academy and replace those important positions. If the time is right, I want to withdraw the divine gift." Shen Fuyu originally had this plan, but since Haoshan has taken action, she felt it might be worth trying it his way. Gu Tingji looked at Shen Fuyu's plan and felt that her original purpose was not that simple. What was she hesitating about? Could it be related to Haoshan? After thinking for a while, Gu Tingji set aside this question and asked, "Divine gift? Senior, is the divine gift yours?" "With my teacher." "Your teacher?" "My teacher came from another interstellar civilization, where they once created a brilliant civilization, but he's been dead for many years. When you have time, you can go take a look," Shen Fuyu said as she gave Gu Tingji the address of the scripture building. Gu Tingji took the address and felt even more uneasy. With Shen Fuyu's mindset, she could not possibly tolerate the divine gift being used so extensively and recklessly. Could it be? Then why are you with Haoshan? Doesn't he know that the divine gift belongs to you? If he does this, will you still be with him? I don't think he knows. Shen Fuyu seemed to be murmuring to herself. She had no evidence, just trying to convince herself. "So, does that mean you're going to give up such a career for a relationship? You have such talent. Why confine yourself within the walls of marriage?" Gu Tingji became agitated. He had already noticed the relationship between Shen Fuyu and Haoshan at the dinner table. He had no confidence in the two of them. A person could clearly accomplish more meaningful things, so why trap oneself with a romantic relationship? "I know, I just have some things to investigate. The underlying framework of this game is written by me. It was originally for medical use. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but once I finish my investigation, I will definitely come back." 022 My wife cannot be crazy. Shen Fuyu was serious, but Gu Tingji did not believe her. He stubbornly thought that Shen Fuyu would not come back. She was just blinded by love. There was no denying that Haoshan had made significant contributions to the interstellar community, but now Shen Fuyu's role was even greater. He had always held an indescribable admiration for Shen Fuyu, believing she could be the backbone of the entire interstellar community. However, the current outcome left him feeling deeply disappointed. She had been working hard for various related and unrelated people, seeking justice for them. Now, with the emergence of Fu Haoshan, was she really going to give up? After she left, who would stand up for justice in the world? Shen Fuyu saw through Gu Tingji's thoughts and explained, I am not a saint. I have my own preferences and feelings. I cannot always take the world as my responsibility. Maybe you can? Me? Gu Tingji looked at Shen Fuyu in disbelief. Was this how she viewed him? A strange excitement surged within him. Yes, you, Shen Fuyu affirmed firmly. Gu Tingji's emotions were deep and restrained, much more stable than her own. Although his research abilities might not match hers, he excelled in other areas. But senior, if you think I can, could you please support me all the way? I will always support you, Shen Fuyu explained. I will not achieve anything beyond mirroring anymore. I have offended too many people and let them discover our connection. Perhaps it is not good for either of us. Gu Tingji saw the expression on Shen Fuyu's face and realized she was reminded of Qiao Miyun. He excitedly said, I will definitely protect you well. I won't follow in Sister Miyun's footsteps. Shen Fuyu felt that the young man before her was different from what she had seen before. She smiled and said, I know. That's why I chose you. However, the times will not always accommodate me. Finding a good ending for myself is not easy. She didn't quite believe her own words. She didn't care about her own ending. What she cared about was whether everyone in the interstellar community was treated fairly and could live peacefully. However, she knew her personality was unstable. If one day she were to explode in anger, it was not impossible. Stepping back now might be better for everyone. As for Fu Haoshan, he was like a comfort zone she couldn't step out of. Everyone wanted to experience being protected, and she was no exception. Senior, I hope you can find out what you want to know soon. I will wait for you to come back and achieve great things. Gu Tingji saw Shen Fuyu's lack of confidence and decided to agree first. One day, he could persuade Shen Fuyu to return to research. Shen Fuyu was unaware of the persistence behind Gu Tingji's seriousness. For a moment, she was beaming with joy. To be honest, she really had no second choice to take over these things. The harmonious appearance of the two made Fu Haoshan, who was peeking from the window halfway, filled with jealousy. That's good. Are you staying here today? Catching up with Qi Xiaoyin? No. I promised Xiao Shiqing's mother to help her watch the store, so I have to leave. All right. I'll have Lin Yin send you off. After sending Gu Tingji away, Shen Fuyu waited outside Fu Haoshan's door for a while, hearing the end of meeting prompt before entering. Fu Haoshan's mind had long been elsewhere during the meeting. Suddenly smiling so happily, he asked, What were you doing? Fu Haoshan had investigated Gu Tingji's background clearly. Their interactions were minimal, so what could be so joyful? Shen Fuyu didn't sense Fu Haoshan's inner calculations at all. She stepped forward and asked, Can you take a look at this? Didn't the Zhuang family's things get cleaned up properly? Indeed, but there's nothing much inside. I put it there to lure out Li Pingjin's accomplices, but unexpectedly, he used it to stir up family relations. I'm sorry. Fu Haoshan wrapped his arm around Shen Fuyu's waist and apologized softly, then changed the topic. You asked Zhang Yu to call someone over. Shall we go meet them? Actually, you could just send a message. Why bring someone over? You'll know soon. Let's go to the pavilion in the garden, but you hide behind and watch. Don't make a sound. Shen Fuyu instructed seriously. Don't always act as if you're hiding a beauty in a golden house, Fu Haoshan complained. Shen Fuyu was momentarily confused, seemingly admonishing. Is this called hiding a beauty in a golden house? What are you overinterpreting? Not only do you talk too much, but most people also fear you. Reluctantly, Fu Haoshan followed Shen Fuyu. In the garden pavilion, two men stood there. One was dressed in a suit and looked somewhat disheveled, while the other was in casual clothes and appeared haggard. Upon seeing Shen Fuyu, the person who had long been collecting their patent fees, both men felt quite alert. Moreover, the fact that the person who invited them appeared to be from the Fu family made them even more cautious and calculating. Please take a seat. Let me introduce myself. I am Shen Fuyu, the head of this team. Of course, Mr. Jiang, I still remember the considerable patent fees you pay me each year. I invited you here to discuss my data analyst. Jiang Pingzhou couldn't tell if Shen Fuyu's words were meant to seek an explanation or just to understand the situation. His company indeed relied heavily on Shen Fuyu's patents. So, Jiang Pingzhou subtly gestured to his assistant, Yi Cheng, who looked mentally drained from being tormented by children. After a while, Yi Cheng finally said, "May I ask if I've overlooked something?" "No, I just want to ask what you two were thinking before and what you experienced." "Since Mr. Yi spoke first, you can go ahead," Shen Fuyu prompted. "Remember to tell the truth." Shen Fuyu did not expect to gain any useful clues from these two. She just needed to give certain people a little stimulation. Yi Cheng glanced at his boss and then at Shen Fuyu, evaluated the cost of lying, and decided to speak the truth. He was raised by the Jiang family and graduated with Jiang Pingzhou 6 years ago, serving as a personal assistant and driver. Knowing many things about Jiang Pingzhou, including his relationship with Cheng Ruoxue. Their meeting was orchestrated, but afterward, they actually had a honeymoon period where they got along well. However, when Cheng Ruoxue became pregnant, Jiang Pingzhou did not want the child, and they broke up. A few months ago, paparazzi suddenly approached, saying Jiang Pingzhou had a child and asking how much he was willing to pay for the information. However, Jiang Pingzhou was not easily threatened and even obtained the address from that person, sending him to take care of her. That said, Mr. Jiang still has some means. "May I ask why you do not want this child?" Jiang Pingzhou was not surprised that Yi Cheng spoke the truth. He sighed and said, "Cheng Ruoxue's genetic health report shows she has hereditary mental illness. I cannot accept this child under any circumstances. Can I hear the whole story, including your thoughts?" Shen Fuyu looked at Jiang Pingzhou's expression, smiled, and said, "I know you want to refuse, but this matter is quite broad, and I hope you understand. However, I can waive a year of patent fees. Businessmen seek profit. With the waiver of a year, Jiang Pingzhou was instantly tempted, and thus he laid everything bare. I met her online while discussing her technology. Later we met in person. A few months later, I saved her in a bar. So we got together. From that moment, I knew something was wrong." Shen Fuyu nodded. This person indeed had some capability, but his heart was hardened. Although my words may sound insincere, I really liked her at the time. However, after I investigated her background, I learned she had a mental illness gene, so I thought it best to part ways. My family cannot allow someone who might go mad at any moment to exist. And now, feelings always fade. I can find someone to take care of her and pay, but I will not be with her again. I cannot bear this risk. I hope she doesn't show up again. "All right," Shen Fuyu said calmly. After all, it was human nature. She changed the topic. "But now it seems trouble is still coming your way. That paparazzi is from Fenghua Entertainment. Do you know the current situation?" Fenghua Entertainment collapsed in a single day, and those stars scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind a mess. The matters behind this are probably beyond his imagination. Thus, he said, "I have some evidence here. I don't know if it's useful or if I can exchange it for Professor Shen's protection." "Protection? How is that considered protection?" "First, ensure that Cheng Ruoxue's adoptive parents no longer appear before me. Second, please have Professor Shen contact the Fu family to introduce a suitable wife for me. Third, do not let me get involved in the matters behind Fenghua Group." "All right, I agree." After Shen Fuyu made her promise, Jiang Pingzhou took out a storage device. Shen Fuyu signed a contract, sent the two away, and instructed to have someone else take care of them, telling Yi Cheng not to pretend anymore. After the two left, Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan looking confused at the door of the flower room and asked, "What did you see? Did you intentionally let Su Qingyi and Cheng Ruoxue hear those words?" Fu Haoshan had just seen Cheng Ruoxue pale and stumbling back. "Yes, they're hiding something from me, and I think it's important. To avoid alarming the snake, I had to resort to this tactic. However, it's also good for Cheng Ruoxue to recognize reality, right?" Shen Fuyu's tone was a bit confused. She didn't know if what she did was right. Perhaps she should leave some room for imagination? Fu Haoshan couldn't give Shen Fuyu a definite answer. Everyone thinks differently when facing such matters. And Cheng Ruoxue's personal experience might not be enough for her to accept this. "Leave the rest to me. Those who are out for late-night snacks should be back. Let us go back and stay together, okay?" Without an answer, it's fine to help her with things. When Shen Fuyu thought that Fu Haoshan will be busy recently and wouldn't have time to stick by her, she agreed. On the way, she suddenly remembered her impulsiveness earlier and asked, "Where am I supposed to find a suitable wife for Jiang Pingzhou?" "Look at the people you know. You can ask those who are available." Fu Haoshan said this. but his expression indicated that he already had a plan, which was to set conditions. Hurry up and say it. Do you believe I'll kick you out of your house later? Shen Fuyu said as she slapped Fu Haoshan's knee, which still had some bruising. The hit wasn't too heavy or light. Fu Haoshan didn't feel much pain, but he glanced at Shen Fuyu and hugged his knee, starting to wail, "Are you trying to murder your husband? Stop pretending." Shen Fuyu was no longer fooled by this. How could she not know how badly he was hurt? In those days at home, he kept edging closer to her, and she hadn't seen any sign of discomfort. Seeing that this approach didn't work, Fu Haoshan said seriously, "Previously, Li Pingjin told me that he has cultivated many people suitable for entering wealthy families. They should have some capability. After the acquisition, I'll have the person in charge compile a list to send Jiang Pingzhou for blind dates." Blind dates. Suddenly, Shen Fuyu came up with a plan. "You're heartless. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Give me the list. What are you going to do?" Fu Haoshan felt a chill down his back. "You don't need to worry about that. I guarantee he'll taste the bitterness of an unhappy marriage." Shen Fuyu understood Jiang Pingzhou's feelings. "But understanding doesn't mean I support you." Fu Haoshan agreed, stating that if his wife meddled, it would be detrimental to family harmony. Jiang Pingzhou getting married and divorced a few times would benefit the wedding industry. Good for him. After returning home, Shen Fuyu immediately opened the storage device that Jiang Pingzhou had given her. The records inside coincidentally corroborated the evidence of Li Pingjin's crimes that Su Yifan had recently discovered, enough to ensure that Li Pingjin and his lackeys would serve long sentences. This meant that after receiving people from the Zhuang family, Li Pingjin had only been engaged in controlling others with personal privacy or exchanging resources. This mindset is too small, Shen Fuyu thought disdainfully. However, this method was indeed effective. Su Yifan would handle it, and she should focus on how to get her team to take over the resources of Fenghua Entertainment. It was a waste for the benefits to go to outsiders. Shen Fuyu naturally had a plan in mind. When a whale falls, everything thrives. It was time for other industries to develop normally. "Okay, I have something else to discuss with you," Fu Haoshan said, leaning close to Shen Fuyu. "What is it?" "In a couple of days, I have an appointment with a designer. Shall we meet to discuss the requirements?" "Design what?" "A wedding dress. I want to propose first. The wedding details can wait until my leg doesn't hurt anymore. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for you." Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in confusion and asked, "Why do you need to tell me in advance about the proposal? If you don't agree later, it would be bad, right? I'm just asking for your opinion ahead of time. We have quite a few mutual acquaintances. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me?" Fu Haoshan's scheme was clever. He wanted to let Shen Fuyu lower her guard, and then he would propose, get engaged, and obtain the certificate all in one go. As long as he had no shame, he could even kidnap her on the spot. Unfortunately, Shen Fuyu didn't hear the sound of his plan. She merely complained, "I've never seen you care about face this much before. Isn't this my first proposal? I'm a bit nervous. Will you agree or not?" Fu Haoshan was already wrapped around Shen Fuyu like an octopus, exuding an air that if she disagreed, he would treat her as an accessory. "Agreed." Shen Fuyu replied decisively, and then pushed Fu Haoshan away forcefully. Fu Haoshan sat cross-legged, staring blankly as Shen Fuyu walked out. "What does this mean? Are you happy or not?" Fuyu, do you have anything else to say?" Fu Haoshan took a while to react and chased after her, only to find that Shen Fuyu had already lain down to sleep. She felt very powerless, sensing that no one in the world believed in her relationship with Fu Haoshan. Yet she enjoyed being with him. The next morning, before Fu Haoshan woke up, Shen Fuyu had arranged everything for the team and directly ran to District 12. Those in the know understood she was going to meet Xiao Miyun, and after Jiang Yu's persuasion, everyone stopped probing into Shen Fuyu's whereabouts. However, the tasks Shen Fuyu had assigned were not delayed at all. Su Qingyi, who had accompanied Cheng Ruoxue in a state of despair for 2 days, finally returned. AI Chui seized the opportunity and took the two to the home studio to try on team uniforms. Although Shen Fuyu had asked AI Chui to install surveillance, she still wanted to salvage something, so she first invited the two for tea. The only problem was that they weren't very familiar with each other, and she suddenly didn't know how to start. "Forget it. I'll just say it directly." AI Chui steeled herself. "Is there anything you're hiding from everyone? The manager has treated each of us well. Think about it. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi looked anxiously at Cheng Ruoxue, but the latter remained calm. No. Cheng Ruoxue answered gently and naturally. AI Chui was not very perceptive about these matters. She didn't notice anything unusual. Only that Su Qingyi's expression had changed too much. I'm sorry, I was being abrupt. Let us try on the clothes, AI Chui said as she called for the staff. The three of them entered the fitting rooms separately. Cheng Ruoxue looked up and saw a face that was exactly like hers, but she wasn't as surprised or scared as she had been the first time. Is that little favor enough to buy you over? Useless, the other person said through gritted teeth in a low voice. Since I've been gone for so long, you could treat me as dead. Let me go. Cheng Ruoxue hadn't finished speaking before she was knocked unconscious and placed on an empty stool. While the staff went to bring clothes for Cheng Ruoxue and Su Qingyi, AI Chui also sent in the surveillance device. No one knew that the person who came out was no longer the original Cheng Ruoxue. This perfectly timed event allowed everyone to notice nothing unusual afterward, and Shen Fuyu's surveillance became ineffective. However, Su Qingyi seemed to sense AI Chui's different intentions and actively sought her out, hoping to gain some help to open up Cheng Ruoxue. AI Chui, I know what you want to ask, but I really don't know. I've been observing for a long time and haven't seen anything special. Instead, Sister Ruoxue seems even more indifferent. Even the manager hasn't found anything. It's really troublesome. If it were an ordinary person, they might resent Shen Fuyu's suspicion. But Su Qingyi felt that there was a lot at stake behind this matter. If the truth couldn't be uncovered, someone would definitely be harmed. These words changed AI Chui's view of Su Qingyi. Shen Fuyu had really thought too much about Su Qingyi. Could it be that Shen Fuyu's intention was actually to protect Su Qingyi? Why not spend more time with her? I always feel the manager's patience is limited. When AI Chui mentioned limited, Su Qingyi's heart trembled. To be honest, Shen Fuyu was indeed a bit frightening for them. Although she was gentle to everyone, there was always a terrifying aura. I understand. Let's not talk to anyone about this for now. The two reached a tacit understanding. The team had nothing urgent for the time being, but a great deity had arrived. Before leaving, Shen Fuyu left a message for Fu Haoshan to supervise the team's training well. So Fu Haoshan brought over the training methods from the fleet. As a result, when she returned 3 days later to lead the team selection, the players had undergone a complete transformation and praised Shikai enthusiastically. Fu Haoshan, because of this, clung to Shen Fuyu like a resentful husband for several days, insisting that she clarify the facts. A few days later, it was the selection competition. The so-called selection competition involved signing up for teams and drawing lots to form groups. 28 people entered a random map, and points could be earned through kills, resource acquisition, and capturing high ground. The group with the highest score would advance to the next stage. The selection consisted of 3 rounds, and District 7 had the largest population in the galaxy. Based on the registration numbers, 4 teams would ultimately be selected to enter the interstellar competition, which was the largest number in the entire galaxy. The selection lasted a total of half a month, and the audience could apply for invisibility permissions to watch the competition closely from the high sky stands. Due to the league's effective promotion and the large player base, it was very lively. Everyone could not get permissions, so while the players competed, a crowd gathered in front of the team's large screen to watch the broadcast. Shikai was extremely excited, jumping up and down, matching or even exceeding the virtual character's activity levels. Shen Fuyu felt dizzy watching and said, "Coach Chi, take a break. They 1T fail, even the selection. That 1T do. I'm getting married, and they're related to my future," Shikai replied excitedly. "Really? When?" Cheng Ruoxue suddenly spoke up while recording data. Everyone looked at Cheng Ruoxue in surprise. She seemed different these days, more cheerful. In the past, she had little interaction with everyone except work, but now she was warm to everyone. At the end of next month, just after the selection ends, "I hope everyone will definitely come," Shikai said a bit shyly. This little interlude quickly passed. After the first 2 rounds, the team had the highest score among all teams, and the number of fans surged rapidly, promoting AI Chui's new production line and Ling Hong's project. Especially after the finals of the selection, thanks to the perfect cooperation of the players, they widened the gap from the closely contested second place. Under the operation of Lin Yin and Qi Xiaoyin, the team's popularity soared, and many sponsors came forward. The collaboration over the past month has made the relationships among all the team members more harmonious and smooth, eliminating the awkwardness that often exists among young people of that age. As things began to settle down, Fu Haoshan also tidied up matters regarding Wang Wangxi and Li Pingjin, and many people understood that the dynamics in the interstellar arena had changed. Of course, Fu Haoshan didn't mind this. He abandoned the follow-up work and insisted on accompanying Shen Fuyu to attend Qi Kai's wedding. Qi Kai and his bride both came from ordinary families, and the wedding was not very grand, attended only by friends and relatives. However, just before the ceremony began, when Shen Fuyu appeared, it was like a large fan meeting, with a crowd surrounding her, holding the textbooks and manuals she had written. Shen Fuyu is a person with a very contradictory image in the eyes of many insiders. She is a significant obstacle on the path to promotion. Of course, there are a few who have high hopes for her, but she also cannot escape the fate of being assimilated. However, ordinary people are different. For them, Shen Fuyu has written many useful materials that have helped them find jobs or accelerated new developments in the industry, making her a person worthy of respect. Ling Gong, as a sponsor, also made an appearance but was soon squeezed into a corner. After Shen Fuyu had previously reminded Ling Yuan, the Ling family acquired her cheap father's company, further increasing the level of agricultural mechanization, and she has become much louder at home. Also squeezed into the corner was Fu Haoshan, who had deliberately tanned his skin. He had appeared in the media years ago, but now more people recognized Su Yifan than him. Ling Hong looked at the helpless Fu Haoshan and felt the need to say something to express her feelings about Shen Fuyu being courted. Boss Fu, look at Fuyu's current status. How time flies. Of course, I'm waiting to enjoy Fuyu's fortune. Fu Haoshan shamelessly adhered to his principles. Just then, Ling Hong's phone rang with a ringtone that only a mother would recognize, startling her. She quickly opened the message, which contained a live stream link. Upon clicking it, she saw a very familiar young man and an even more familiar background. Fu Haoshan and Ling Hong exchanged glances and then looked up towards Shen Fuyu. It's a live stream room. Ling Hong urged Fu Haoshan anxiously, then quickly closed the video. That was the grave of Qiao Mian, and the young man was probably her cheap brother, live streaming to gain sympathy at his sister's grave. Wanting to leverage the Yulin Academy for an exemption from entrance exams or a large compensation was simply shocking to Ling Hong's worldview. Fu Haoshan was also thrown into a flurry. He had already started preparing for a proposal, and now this huge mess had come up. 024 The reality and illusion in marriage. Unfortunately, by the time they saw the news, it was too late. The wedding ceremony had ended, and while everyone was changing venues for the reception, many people were discussing the matter on the road. Shen Fuyu, pressed against Fu Haoshan, heard a few snippets of the conversation despite being away from the crowd, but she couldn't catch any keywords, so she asked, what are they talking about? What live stream from a graveyard got banned? I need to go ask. It must be some unworthy descendant, right? It's no big deal, they've all been banned. Fu Haoshan anxiously pulled Shen Fuyu to find a table for the banquet. What good things have you not eaten? No rush, I'll be right back. Shen Fuyu said as she started to head toward an aunt who seemed to be an information broker in the crowd. But I'm tired. I can't stand anymore. Fu Haoshan feigned weakness. Then called Jiang Yu to help you. I'll be back soon. Just as Shen Fuyu was about to blend into the crowd, Ling Hong rushed out. She didn't care whether Fu Haoshan was proposing or not. She was concerned that these people were too shameless, and Shen Fuyu was very likely to be morally coerced. So it was better for Fu Haoshan to handle it. Shen Fuyu looked at her suddenly appearing friend with a confused expression and asked, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to contact those girls to annoy Jiang Pingzhou? I suddenly remembered and wanted to tell you, just to make you happy. I think something is off with you guys. Shen Fuyu smiled and opened the back end of the online platform. Under the awkward expressions of Fu Haoshan and Ling Hong, she found a video. I upgraded this online platform. Is this it? What are you hiding from me? Just as Ling Hong was about to speak, she was silenced by Fu Haoshan's gentle gaze. Shen Fuyu looked at Ling Hong, who was pretending nothing had happened, then turned to Fu Haoshan and asked, what do you mean by not letting anyone contact me these past 2 months? Shen Fuyu didn't seem angry. She was just curious. Fu Haoshan used to be very paternalistic, but he wouldn't control her social life. What was going on now? I didn't. Fu Haoshan awkwardly turned and went to the restaurant. After the wedding ended and everyone was settled, Shen Fuyu caught up with the silent Fu Haoshan and softly asked, "What's wrong? Did I upset you?" Although Li Pingzhen's matter was settled recently, I want Su Yifan to start optimizing the existing research system in the interstellar sector, but it has been quite unsuccessful, and the Star Domain project is not progressing smoothly. Is it because of this? Shen Fuyu comforted him, saying, "Half of these issues are because of me. When everyone forgets about me, your efforts will bear fruit." Why? Fu Haoshan was surprised, wondering why Shen Fuyu thought this way, when it was those people who were too greedy. Because the main reason for the stagnation in interstellar technology development is that there are phenomena in the interstellar realm that differ from previous understandings. And when there are too many dark clouds in the sky, I become the biggest dark cloud. Shen Fuyu's words plunged Fu Haoshan into deep thought. No one understood the severity of the current stagnation in interstellar research better than him. Most of the core technologies now came from Shen Fuyu personally, which was a terrifying reality. Seeing the once mighty man appear weary and powerless, Shen Fuyu felt a deep ache, as if everyone in the interstellar realm had to gradually accept the cruel reality of being eliminated by the times. "Cheer up, I'm here with you." Shen Fuyu hugged Fu Haoshan tightly, reminding him that humanity had traveled through the stars for many years and that countless branches had created brilliant civilizations. Human wisdom and spirit would endure forever. Fu Haoshan shook his head and said, "It's not just that. Recently, it seems you've been investigating something. I won't pry, but I always feel like I can't help you with anything now, and I'm afraid one day you will leave me. I'm with you not to have you help me with anything." Shen Fuyu found it amusing. It was once her who felt inferior due to the differences in identity, experience, and status between her and Fu Haoshan. Now, Fu Haoshan started to feel inferior for not being able to help her. "But your father hopes I can protect you. I now feel that I can't protect the interstellar realm or you." Fu Haoshan seemed genuinely tired. "I'm afraid everything now is just a dream, and when I wake up, you will disappear." "My father." Shen Fuyu sighed deeply, as if coming to terms with something. "Do you know what I communicated at Mi Yun's grave?" "I don't know." Fu Haoshan's recent unease also stemmed from Shen Fuyu not mentioning a word to him after returning from Xiao Miyun's grave. "The standard I use to persuade myself to be with you is wealth. After the online platform's investigation, you should know how much I count as a rich woman, right?" Shen Fuyu said proudly. "That is true." Fu Haoshan knew Shen Fuyu had many patents. He had never checked how much money Shen Fuyu had during their time together or after their breakup. After all, he was supporting her. However, he didn't expect Shen Fuyu was collecting patent fees from almost every industry in the interstellar realm. Now I feel like we're just experiencing different stages of life. You have your crisis, and I have my confusion. What connects us is both feelings and benefits. This magical critical point is actually the best state of marriage, where we benefit both ourselves and each other. Although Shen Fuyu still hadn't let go of the matter regarding the divine gift, because it concerned not only her, but also her teacher's entire life. She could not replace her teacher to forgive Fu Haoshan. However, she was willing to let everything else about herself love this person. Moreover, you have read my diary. Actually, my family is not as harmonious as you see. When Mi Yun was alive, her parents treated her quite well, but this kindness included Mi Yun's endless concessions. And I am the same. Hearing this, Fu Haoshan seemed to have something to say, but Shen Fuyu held his hand and signaled him to be quiet while she continued. "When I look at Mi Yun and Cheng Ruoxue, it feels like I'm looking at myself. If I didn't have my current achievements, how would be better than them? I was the one making concessions in my family, and I might also be a bit of a lunatic. This is why Shen Fuyu has a friend like Xiao Miyun and is particularly tolerant of Cheng Ruoxue. Therefore, she would rather investigate the underlying technology of games that was applied in medicine than force Cheng Ruoxue. Moreover, Cheng Ruoxue has a child. Even now, with evidence that the employees of the pharmaceutical company are unaware that their technology has been misappropriated, Shen Fuyu chose to remain silent due to the potential consequences. In my diary, there are entries about childhood bullying, a lack of respect as I grew older, being isolated, and the slander I faced before leaving home. It was suffocating. Have you ever thought about why my diary ended up in my parents' hands? Fu Haoshan had thought about it and assumed it was permitted by Shen Fuyu. He didn't expect, as Tai Qingzhou said, that Shen Fuyu seemed open-minded but was actually not. Instead, she was meticulous. Seeing Fu Haoshan silent, Shen Fuyu continued. Why do you need to feel inferior? The world turns in cycles. You use my technology, and I rely on your power. What a good pair of colluding partners. Okay, I'll rely on you. It seemed like the stone in Fu Haoshan's heart had finally dropped. Since meeting Shen Fuyu again, he had been entangled every day, as he seemed to be striving purely to be with Shen Fuyu. However, he knew he was worrying too much, as their interests were closely linked. Both understood that their relationship began with Shen Fuyu being attracted to Fu Haoshan's looks and Fu Haoshan being drawn to Shen Fuyu's intelligence. However, the foundation for maintaining their relationship was the connection of their interests, which was both realistic and cruel. But since this relationship exists within both of their comfort zones, what could be more suitable than such a relationship? After that day, the two tacitly set aside a topic. However, Shen Fuyu couldn't let go of the absurd behavior of Qiao Miyun's brother live-streaming extortion at his sister's grave. Because this matter escalated quickly, the Yulin Academy originally had a habit of keeping quiet, but after the death of Vice Principal Zhuang Yueka, they were afraid that this was also the doing of Shen Fuyu, and they didn't dare to speak up, which instead brought a lot of trouble to Shen Fuyu. After all, this was different from the uncirculated information that could be intercepted once these things were sent out. Deleting them would just be like saying there was no silver here. The Yulin Academy seemed hesitant to clearly oppose a Fu Haoshan's adjustment of the funding application strategy. And Shen Fuyu did indeed feel a crisis of being morally bound as Ling Hong had imagined. Thus, the whole matter was hotly discussed online for several days, with no one offering any solutions. Only the investigation department, acting on Fu Haoshan's wishes, stated that the Yulin Academy could provide compensation out of humanitarian spirit. So, the day after everyone from the team returned home for the holidays, Shen Fuyu was stopped at the door when she was about to check on the safety of the team's equipment and look at the dresses. The aftermath of Fenghua Entertainment's downfall had arrived, and certain entertainment media that originally relied on reporting gossip news were now timidly navigating the competitive landscape among various big stars, starting to seek other developments. Thus, there were now people exaggerating reports about family matters under the guise of helping. A young man, somewhat resembling Qiao Miyun, stood there, having transformed from the timid figure hiding in the shadows a few months ago to someone with an imposing demeanor. Professor Shen, I am Miyun's younger brother. My name is Qiao Yan. After my sister's tragic death, many things were delayed, and I would like to ask for your help to enroll me in the Yulin Academy. Since you are Miyun's brother, you are naturally my brother as well. However, you also know that I am no longer at the academy, and it's difficult for me to assist you. Look, isn't this matter being resolved? I was just about to seek justice for you. Come in and sit down. Shen Fuyu smiled warmly, as if she really regarded Qiao Yan as her brother. The few media people were there for Shen Fuyu's identity, and, seeing her like this, they frantically tried to squeeze into the team. What are you doing? Our team's visiting appointment process is clearly posted at the entrance. Can you please follow the process? Besides, the team is on vacation, as stated in black and white. Let's stick to some rules. After all, these shameless media outlets that only cared about traffic would distort the facts regardless of what was said, so there was no need to be polite with them. Upon hearing Shen Fuyu's words, several so-called reporters claimed they were there to cover Qiao Yan's story, not to visit the team. Did you call these people here? Take my sister's advice and send them back. The Yulin Academy values its reputation. Don't let a few outsiders ruin the important matter of enrollment. Shen Fuyu advised kindly with a loving expression. Qiao Yan, who had seen Shen Fuyu being nice to his parents when she visited their home, recalled the hysteria of his parents when they couldn't find a school to accept him, and he wavered. 025, I discovered personal talents. They didn't come because I called them. They came on their own. Qiao Yan immediately thought of this sentence. It was an excellent opportunity, and he wouldn't let it slip away. Between Shen Fuyu and a so-called organization team that was clearly a scam, only a fool would choose the latter. Qiao Yan's words aligned perfectly with Shen Fuyu's thoughts, and she immediately said, You followed a child? Do you know that's illegal? The reporters were confused about why Xiao Lian suddenly turned against them. His parents hadn't said anything like this when they came to find them. A few reporters looked furious, but they had to weigh whether offending Shen Fuyu was worth it. So they all left with some harsh words. Shen Fuyu invited Xiao Lian inside, brought him food, and poured him a drink. At first, the boy was a bit reserved, but under Shen Fuyu's gentle gaze, he began to eat heartily. This was quite strange. The snacks from the battle team were indeed delicious, but they weren't so good that he would devour them like this. The compensation money from Xiao Miyun was enough for this family of 3 to live without working as long as they didn't splurge. Eat slowly. Have you been running around outside lately and gotten tired? Shen Fuyu probed. No, I rarely get enough to eat at home, Xiao Yin said, still just a child, and there was a lot of resentment in his words. What about your sister's compensation? Shen Fuyu couldn't think of any reason why 2 parents who favored boys over girls would let their precious son go hungry. Thinking of this made Xiao Lian feel uncomfortable. He could hear his parents constantly talking about how to make money by being a star, and how they watched him eat like they were monitoring him, which felt suffocating. Seeing Shen Fuyu was like seeing a savior. It seems they gave it to a training institution, saying it was to build a persona for me to become a big star. Do you believe that? Shen Fuyu asked with a face full of confusion. In the current cutthroat entertainment industry, who would still believe that someone could just be packaged and debut? Of course not. I don't want to be a star. Why not? Shen Fuyu asked. Stars have a lot of money and many people adore them. Looking at this boy, Shen Fuyu thought he was somewhat interesting. He didn't seem bad. Then why don't you go be a star if you're so capable? Xiao Yin's tone carried a bit of resentment. How could someone like Shen Fuyu still see stars as having a glow? That's simply because it doesn't mean much. Shen Fuyu's opinion of Xiao Lian changed significantly. He was surprisingly not swayed by fame and fortune. Isn't that good? They said I should maintain my figure and not let me eat enough. And they even said I should use my sister's name to hype myself up. If I have the background of Yuan Academy in the future, I could have a unique persona in the interstellar world. I don't want that. Why not? Shen Fuyu still had her doubts. Could it be that the genes of the Qiao Miyun family had mutated? Those 2 parents didn't seem capable of raising such a child. I want to eat enough. I want to study well, and I think my sister is a good person. I can't exploit my sister's death like that. This answer surprised Shen Fuyu greatly. She asked, then why did you agree to live stream? And your temperament seems different now. Because when I refused, my parents started to act hysterically, and I felt like I was going crazy. To avoid further harm, I compromised with them. They had so-called teachers to keep me in this state. And if I didn't do well, they would hit me. As he spoke, Xiao Yin rolled up his sleeves, revealing striking bruises from being hit with a rattan stick. What kind of life do you want? Shen Fuyu couldn't be sure if what Xiao Yin said was true, but if it were false, it seemed interesting nonetheless. A life like yours. Me? Shen Fuyu looked at Xiao Lian in surprise. Someone like her life? The day you came to my house, I was thinking if you would kill us. Later, I checked you out. No media in the interstellar world has reported on you. Your name only shows up in textbooks. I think aside from that commander who opened a new era for interstellar expeditions, no one else could be compared to you, so I want to find your track. To be stronger than you. Shen Fuyu swore this was the most pleasant boast she had ever heard. He didn't hide his ambition at all. This was a completely different state from Gu Tingji. Gu Tingji had a heart for helping the world. He sought fairness and justice, was strategic, talented, and patient. But his experiences and knowledge destined him to remain behind the scenes, unable to step into the spotlight to pursue his ideals without hesitation. However, this young man before her seemed to inherit his parents' schemes and ambitions, and if he also inherited his sister's qualities, then Shen Fuyu seemed to see a solution that could carry on her teacher's ideals. When she chose Gu Tingji before, she had given up this other half of the ideal. But now it seems she could pick it up again. Stronger than us? What do you think it means to be stronger than us? The interstellar world no longer explores, and technological development has stagnated. In what aspect do you plan to surpass us? Xiao Yin was stumped by the question, but he didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he said, I can't answer you right now, but as long as I get to read enough books, one day I will definitely give you an answer that shocks everyone. Shen Fuyu was pleasantly surprised by this answer. It seemed she had said something similar before, but such a person wasn't suitable for Yuan Academy, but for another place. Reading. Does it have to be Yuan Academy? How about I help you find another place to escape your family? Xiao Yin couldn't stay at home any longer. That kind of family environment would eventually drive him to collapse. Shen Fuyu had to find him a normal environment. Moreover, without worries. Shen Fuyu could finally teach Xiao Miyun's parents a lesson, and she felt very pleased. That's fine, but I won't let you help me for free. I will repay you. However, there is one thing I ask of you. Please deal with those so-called training institutions, or there will be endless troubles. Of course, Shen Fuyu decided to nurture Xiao Lian, and naturally, she had to clear obstacles for him. You sit for a while. I will help you contact the school. After saying that, Shen Fuyu turned and went upstairs, contacting a school that she and Feng Zhe had sponsored together. A very ordinary junior academy that was about to close down, but the library's collection was the hard work of Shen Fuyu's teacher and all of its civilization. After Shen Fuyu introduced the academy, where Xiao Yin would soon attend, Xiao Yin did not raise any objections and calmly and firmly accepted it. Aren't you afraid I will sell you out? On account of my sister, you won't. By the way, Xiao Yin wiped his hands and took out an address from his pocket, saying, "This is the address of all the branches and headquarters of the organization my parents found. I don't know if it will be useful." Shen Fuyu was familiar with that headquarters address. It was a building under the largest materials research center in the interstellar world. But how did it cross over to training stars? Were they really that idle? All right, I bought you some things. When the items arrive, someone will come to pick you up. I know. Shen Fuyu hadn't finished speaking when the door to the backyard opened. The door, which usually didn't open, creaked unexpectedly, startling both of them as they turned to see two ewes covered in grass. It was the Wu brothers, Wu Qi and Wu Jing from the battle team. Shen Fuyu walked up in confusion and asked, "What happened to you?" The brothers were usually taciturn, but from their performance in the competition, they were actually the most reliable. Shen Fuyu always had to praise them a bit in meetings. There are reporters outside, and we were afraid of trouble, so we climbed over the wall to come in. "Manager, please help our sister." "You have a sister?" "Yes, she is a baby our grandmother picked up from the road." Shen Fuyu didn't know much about the Wu brothers' family. She only knew they had been left behind children since childhood, with their parents working outside while they were cared for by their grandmother. Where's she? A few days ago, she finished her final exams and started working at a training institution. The family isn't short on money, and we want her to come back and spend some quality time with grandma during the holidays. We want to pick her up from the training institution, but they said there was no such person. There was also someone at the door acting suspiciously, saying not to go in, but we couldn't catch that person. What is the name of that institution? The Wu brothers just mentioned the name, and Xiao Lian shouted, Yes, that's the one. The account my parents used to transfer money is that one. Let me check. Shen Fuyu, who has access to all the research institutions in the interstellar realm, including the Materials Research Center, checked the information without any obstacles. According to the displayed information, Xiao Yin and the Wu brothers recognized the owner of the training institution going to the research center and a security guard at the door who looked similar. Let us go meet that owner. You guys come over here. Shen Fuyu said as she walked toward a nearby locker. When the locker opened, it revealed a row of professional outfits and fake IDs, leaving everyone present in shock. Come on, gear up. We're going to infiltrate and see what is going on. The few of them, while surprised, changed into the outfits and equipped various high-tech devices, with only one conclusion in mind. Shen Fuyu is really wealthy. Just as they were about to leave, Fu Haoshan arrived after having someone deal with the reporters outside. He had waited for a long time without seeing Shen Fuyu return home, and upon arriving, he saw her dressed in strange clothes with 3 kids, ready to go out. Where are you going? I found a clue. I've sent you the address and details. Handle the standard tasks in the document, and we'll look at the evening gown later. Wait for me to come back. Shen Fuyu patted Fu Haoshan's shoulder, ready to set off. Fu Haoshan pretended to say, be careful on your way, and that he would have someone on standby to assist, but inside, he was almost losing his mind. After all the precautions, just when it mattered, this didn't seem right. After Shen Fuyu hurriedly left, Fu Haoshan desperately consoled himself that Shen Fuyu had been too idle lately and should be allowed to go out and have some fun, but he still felt very wronged. Reluctantly opening the document, Shen Fuyu detailed the situation Xiao Lian encountered, instructing him to trace Xiao Lian's parents, tidy up the mess left by Fenghua Entertainment, and investigate the funding issues within the fleet. Far away in the fleet, Su Yifan suddenly shivered for no reason. Life, please be kinder to him. Both his master and mistress are monsters, and he is under a lot of psychological pressure. Shen Fuyu wasn't idle on the road either. Gu Tingji had already returned to Yulin Academy, and she discussed with Xiao Yin and Gu Tingji about putting on a show to help Gu Tingji infiltrate the Yulin Academy. 026, someone has to take the blame, but the matter at hand is more important. A few people got out of the car, and Shen Fuyu arranged for Wu Qi, the physically fit brother from the Wu family, and the child Xiao Yin to stay behind and keep watch over the mysterious person who was stopping people. She took Wu Jing with her into the building under the pretense of applying for an emergency position. The security equipment naturally could not detect anything on Shen Fuyu and Wu Jing, and the two successfully entered the building. It was currently lunch break, and the inside was very quiet, making the curses from the interview location all the more noticeable. Wu Jing heard those unpleasant words and became a bit anxious at the thought that his sister might be in danger. But Shen Fuyu calmly smiled to signal him to stay calm. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Fuyu presented a flawlessly forged resume to his senior assistant, claiming that she was a high-ranking official who had left the Fleet Research Institute's information center with her assistant, immediately drawing attention. It was quite intriguing for a training institution to be hiring for such a position, and the two were arranged to wait in an office. Soon, a few people arrived who carried the title of executives, but it was hard to believe they truly held such positions. After all, there were many people present, and Wu Jing felt intimidated by their overwhelming aura and lowered his head. A woman glanced at Wu Jing and stepped forward to ask, "A girl? What is the reason for leaving the fleet?" Shen Fuyu had done her makeup and looked much older than usual. Her originally aggressive appearance and sharp gaze were made even more intimidating by the added years. When Shen Fuyu stood up, the previously aggressive-looking female executive took a few steps back. "That's naturally because I retired to earn some extra money. Actually, I look no more than in my 30s, she said. Upon hearing this, the female executive seemed a bit jealous. However, she quickly forgot about that due to Shen Fuyu's daunting presence and said, "My name is Yao Jiaying, and I'm the owner of this company. My requirement for this position is that you can provide assistance from the network department in times of crisis. I wonder if you can? I have the authority." Shen Fuyu immediately showed Yao Jiaying the back end of the network department. At this, Yao Jing's only doubts about Shen Fuyu vanished. As if she had seen a cash cow, her expression changed from blank to beaming in just a few seconds. "I wonder what requirements the teacher has for us. When can I start working? I'm of an age where I come out to earn extra money because I'm a bit short on cash. The kids at home don't understand. Just as long as you pay me on time, it's fine. Also, this child is my assistant. You don't have to worry about his salary." Upon hearing Shen Fuyu's words, Yao Jiaying immediately extracted important information about the child not understanding and the money. Feeling confident that she could handle this person, she said, "Let me show you around the company, and we can sign the agreement on the 6th floor." "Great. And please introduce your company to me. It's always good to know more." The two walked out side by side, and the scene was very harmonious. Yao Jiaying led Shen Fuyu inside and said, "You probably know Fengwu Entertainment, right? After it went bankrupt, we took in their agent team, aiming to create the next generation of stars in the interstellar space. To make such a decision in such a fiercely competitive entertainment industry, it's clear you are someone who can handle big matters. It must have been a carefully considered result, right?" Upon hearing Shen Fuyu say this, Yao Jing was very pleased and laughed. "Not really. We just cultivate them from a young age to enjoy the joy of development. This has been popular in recent years." "Children? Nowadays, kids are spoiled. How can they endure hardship? My child is just a useless one who expects everything to be handed to him. I still have to support him now," Shen Fuyu said with a look of deep concern. "That's because you've spoiled him for too long. This is our planning room, responsible for developing popularity routes and personas. With the most experienced agents and producers, Yao Jiaying pointed to another office on the 2nd floor. Shen Fuyu quickly observed the office and basically confirmed that there was nothing she wanted here, but the mental state of these people seemed off. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the most eye-catching feature was a huge spiral staircase connecting to the 4th floor. The 3rd and 4th floors were training rooms, with live streaming cameras and the decor fully visible. The group bypassed the cameras and Yao Jiang led Shen Fuyu to a room where they could see what everyone was doing. Upon closer inspection, the conditions of these young people and even children seemed even more wrong. How long do these kids practice each day? Their spirit is commendable. They can endure hardship. Good, Shen Fuyu said deliberately. Only about 10 hours a day. Enduring hardships is how one becomes successful, someone replied. 10 hours? Which company's cleaning robot do you use? It's cleaned so well. I want to replace my old robot at home. Robots aren't that precise. Commercial electricity is also expensive, so of course we hire people. I'll tell you, we put up a recruitment notice for teachers outside, luring students in for $10 a day, hiring 5 or 6 to clean up nicely. Don't they protest? Protest? There are contracts. It's just wordplay. If you need it, I can help you get it sorted. That has settled then. Shen Fuyu said this. But internally, she had cursed Yao Jiang 100 times, wishing for her to serve a long sentence. The two roughly discovered the reason for Wu family's sister's disappearance and continued to head up. The 5th floor was for finance, public relations, and similar departments. And the 6th floor was the core office area. Upon reaching the 6th floor and entering a meeting room, Shen Fuyu pressed a disturbance switch on a socket, and instantly, the entire building lost power. Oh no, what is going on? Shen Fuyu feigned a startled expression. Don't worry, you all go check. Yao Jiang seemed to have something urgent, quickly signaling the others to go out. Please have a seat. Yao Jiang helped Shen Fuyu sit down and turned a switch on the backup power. Before she could touch the switch, Shen Fuyu's transmitter was already pointed at the back of her head. Wu Jing, tie her up and follow me. Shen Fuyu would equip every residential property with the latest equipment, but this was her first time playing like this, and she felt quite excited. The three arrived in front of Yao Jiang's office door. Shen Fuyu opened the keypad lock, took out all the documents inside, and then sat down to interrogate. Now, tell me, where did those students who were tricked come from? Who are you? I'll let you know. I have connections. Your connections won't help you here. I advise you to confess for leniency, or you might end up like Li Pingjin. Shen Fuyu? Yao Jiang suddenly realized something was wrong. Her eyes wide as she stared at Shen Fuyu, then quickly dashed toward a glass cabinet. However, Wu Jing was quick and grabbed her. While Shen Fuyu scanned the glass cabinet, inside was only a storage device, but the cabinet was structured in a way that forcibly removing the storage device would cause it to explode. A pity that it was something Shen Fuyu had invented years ago. After taking out the storage device, Shen Fuyu asked, "Did you start this training institution for money or for fame?" Honestly, everyone in the entire galaxy knows that people like Li Pingjin are trash. Pursuing fame through this route is inappropriate, right? Yao Jiang remained silent, looking as if she would rather die than speak. Shen Fuyu pulled up Yao Jiang's background, an ordinary teacher who left her job to chase stars and became an assistant. Scrolling down the records, Shen Fuyu found that the person Yao Jiang was chasing even had some talent, being the renowned award-winning actress Fang Jingying. Back when Shen Fuyu was in school, Fang Jingying had a huge fan base among that age group, but she had gradually faded into semi-retirement, with her popularity waning over time. Fang Jingying wouldn't have been harmed to retire, would she? Shen Fuyu asked, but the other party did not answer, only hatred for Shen Fuyu visible in her eyes. Shen Fuyu didn't plan to ask further, since she couldn't pry open Yao Jiang's mouth anyway. The storage device finished loading, and after Shen Fuyu cracked the password, she found out where a group of people were being held. She simulated Yao Jiang's voice to redirect the previous few strong men, and then notified Fu Haoshan's people. You go rescue them. Someone is waiting for you outside. Shen Fuyu had no intention of leaving. What about you? Let me think about how to explain this later. Shen Fuyu was actually afraid of scaring Wu Jing away, which was why she was hesitant. In the storage room on the 6th floor, Wu Jing saw his younger sister and several other students. After asking about the situation, he discovered they were locked up because some students were trying to escape and asked them to bring news outside. Shen Fuyu stepped forward, looking down at Yao Jiang, and said, I give you 2 choices. First, cooperate with me and help me draw out the mastermind. Second, go to prison. Cooperate with you? Shen Fuyu, how many people have you harmed with your little skills? The entertainment industry is supposed to be a pure land of joy, yet you want to ruin others' dreams. You won't end well. People from the investigation department had already rushed in on the first floor. Shen Fuyu initially wanted to maintain the status quo, but since Yao Jiaying would absolutely not cooperate with her, there was nothing more to say. Soon, Yang Qianing and the newly appointed head of the cyber department, Nian Ruo, arrived with their team to find Shen Fuyu. Both were promoted by Fu Haoshan, but they understood Shen Fuyu's transcendent status. Her opinion would dictate the next steps. Officially, they would say they had dismantled a fraud organization, but they would leak news that the organization was backed by the actress Fang Jingying. Shen Fuyu glanced at Yao Jiaying. Someone had to take the blame. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering. Shen Fuyu didn't care at all. This matter either required the other party to push Fang Jingying out to take the blame, or it would expose themselves. In any case, it was a lead. Currently, there were no clues regarding the underlying structure of the game, and no lead could be overlooked. After tidying up the aftermath, Shen Fuyu went downstairs and saw Qiao Lian looking at her proudly, as if he had accomplished something significant. Did you find the person blocking the entrance? Shen Fuyu asked as she approached. Of course, Qiao Lian said excitedly. I pretended to be crazy and block people, and they came to catch me. I took the opportunity to find the place where they were holding people, and I saved quite a few. Well done, let's go home. When Shen Fuyu said to go home, she wanted Fu Haoshan to meet Qiao Lian. Nurturing this individual would inevitably involve Fu Haoshan. Furthermore, she wanted Fu Haoshan to take a look and provide some reference, so he wouldn't misjudge the person. After the Wu brothers finished explaining the situation with their sister, Shen Fuyu arranged for someone to take them home, leaving the matter here to the professionals. However, once they entered Fu Haoshan's house, Qiao Lian asked worriedly, to be honest, I think you shouldn't offend women, especially those who are famous, talented, and shameless. Oh, Shen Fuyu found Qiao Lian's little adult demeanor particularly amusing. Who are you talking about? Why do you think so? Such a person will steal your husband. Just wait. Do you think it's possible to steal him? If it's Fu Haoshan, it's hard to say. Qiao Lian's evaluation was clearly heard by Fu Haoshan coming down the stairs. No one had confidence in his marriage, right? The old man's competitive spirit was immediately ignited. 027, the colorful black, who is he? Fu Haoshan asked with a face full of resentment, frantically calculating how to educate this ignorant kid. Mi Yun's younger brother, Qiao Lian. As soon as this was said, Fu Haoshan was left speechless. According to common sense, a living person cannot compete with a dead one, especially since he was the younger brother of Qiao Miyun, a minor. If a live stream from the grave could change Shen Fuyu's mind, he would concede defeat. Before Fu Haoshan could respond, Qiao Yin stepped forward and said, You are Fu Haoshan? Thank you for what you did for my sister. No need to thank me. Just thank her, Fu Haoshan replied. Why is there such a big difference in attitude? Could it be that he can bend and stretch better than Su Yifan? Are you trying to ask me why I evaluate you this way? Xiao Yin continued with surprising words. Fu Haoshan glanced at Shen Fuyu, as if asking, Are you sure this is Qiao Miyun's brother? Shen Fuyu slightly shook her head. She didn't know either. It seemed like Xiao Yin had undergone some kind of genetic mutation at home, and it was hard for her to explain. Right? Why am I so easily taken away? Because you all don't understand distorted people. Not everyone has the opportunity to be educated by the two of you. Only those with your talent and experience can be restrained by morality. Morality can only constrain those who have a sense of morality. Xiao Yin spoke eloquently. Shen Fuyu smiled and teased him. Did you know I wrote this point in the introduction of an anti-fraud book? But you were confused as the one involved. Xiao Yin said without the slightest embarrassment. Your sense of morality has constrained you, giving others the opportunity to take advantage of it. This was precisely the case with my sister. Shen Fuyu seemed to be struck by something, as if it made sense. If she had acted decisively from the beginning, there would have been no later issues. But she kept worrying about whether it would implicate innocent people, which ultimately harmed Xiao Miyun. I consider myself someone without much morality. Why am I so easily taken away? Fu Haoshan walked over to hold Shen Fuyu's hand. Xiao Yin looked at the two of them and pointed at Shen Fuyu, throwing out a reasoning that Fu Haoshan had never considered. Because apart from her, anyone else trying to forcefully join your family is against the natural order, so it definitely won't end well. It seems somewhat reasonable. Shen Fuyu's evaluation made Fu Haoshan's face darken. Is this the image I have in your heart? How realistic? Shen Fuyu said seriously. Xiao Yin observed their interaction and quickly assessed that it would be better to hold onto Shen Fuyu's leg in the future. Fu Haoshan was not practical enough. He realized from the moment he walked in that Shen Fuyu hoped Fu Haoshan would cultivate him in the future, but why not ask about his own thoughts? The Xinghong fleet system was not what he desired. When will Gu Tingji arrive? Xiao Yin interrupted Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's eye contact. He should be here soon. Fu Haoshan felt a buzzing in his ears. Why was it so difficult to take his wife to see her dress? Soon, Gu Tingji arrived. He had already confirmed with the senior officials of Yulin Academy that they would not provide enrollment spots, but wanted to save face. This matter was a significant opportunity. Almost no one knew about the relationship between Shen Fuyu and Gu Tingji, nor would anyone think of such a grand inheritance just because they worked under the same roof. Therefore, as long as this matter was handled well, it would be the first step for Gu Tingji to control Yulin Academy. Shen Fuyu had considered using Fu Haoshan's hand to deal a heavy blow to Yulin Academy and start a new academy. However, there was a problem. Yulin Academy's students were spread across every corner of the galaxy, making it difficult to eradicate them completely. These people continuing to control resources would not benefit the development of interstellar research. The best approach was to take it slowly, removing these individuals one by one to maximize control over existing technological resources and discover talent. The plan was for Yulin Academy to feign giving an enrollment qualification, but Xiao Yin would refuse it. Then, combined with the upcoming fraud news in a couple of days, Xiao Yin would clarify the facts of being coerced and remove the identity of Mi Yun's brother. Shen Fuyu confirmed this step with the two again. Gu Tingji nodded and said to Xiao Yin, "This is the document. After you sign, I will return to Yulin Academy for further negotiation. And I may need to take you to record an apology video now." Okay. Xiao Yin signed without hesitation and followed Gu Tingji. With no one else around, Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu and said, "He doesn't need me at all, does he? What do you mean? His twisted reasoning was just to test us." Fu Haoshan suddenly realized while observing Xiao Yin's clean and swift signing action. He had no interest in the Xinghong fleet. Perhaps Gu Tingji could cultivate him. Are you going to give up on Su Yifan? How did you choose him back then? Shen Fuyu realized she hadn't asked this question before. Able to bend and stretch, adapting to circumstances, Fu Haoshan gave a relatively fair evaluation. That's true. Su Yifan is more suitable for the current interstellar situation. As long as he stabilizes until the next person who surpasses Fu Haoshan appears, it would be considered a success. Moreover, from Yulin Academy to the Xinghong fleet, it was currently a feasible path. Although Fu Haoshan disliked these people being so close to his wife and not taking him seriously, from an interstellar perspective, these two were indeed worth cultivating. With you saying that, I feel relieved. Shen Fuyu raised her head and kissed Fu Haoshan on the cheek. All right, now we can finally go see your dress. Fu Haoshan had tortured several top designers for this dress for a long time, and his request was for something similar to colorful black, called dazzling pink. Everyone provided many proposals that Fu Haoshan was not satisfied with, so he often complained privately, thinking that his little wife was trying to highlight a non-existent temperament to match him, which was simply harmful. However, when several top designers saw Shen Fuyu, that thought instantly vanished. The current interstellar aesthetic leaned towards softness, and Shen Fuyu's sharp yet not harsh appearance brought quite a shock. "You? Shen Fuyu?" one of the designers exclaimed. Then, Fu Haoshan once again experienced what it felt like for his wife to be surrounded by people. A group of previously aloof designers rushed over as if they had seen a protected animal, pushing the financier Fu Haoshan aside. A crowd surrounded Shen Fuyu to look at the dress, and along the way, an older designer stepped forward, insisting on shaking Shen Fuyu's hand to thank her. Zeolite Industry has your support, right? My child finally left the entertainment industry and found a proper job. Thank heaven. Shen Fuyu was aware of AI Chui's recent actions, so she asked, "Isn't the salary different? And there are no admirers. Doesn't your child feel psychologically unbalanced? Why work so hard? Just focus on design. There's no need to serve those strange people all day." Fu Haoshan felt this was a veiled jab at him. Shen Fuyu sighed. The gap between parents in this world was also quite large. If she and Fu Haoshan became parents in the future, she couldn't imagine how that would look. The style of the pink dress was quite simple, mainly because the designers had given countless complex drafts that were rejected, resulting in a laid-back masterpiece. A spaghetti strap dress with straps casually falling over the shoulders, paired with a complicated black necklace. A pleat at the chest to raise the waistline and one side of the skirt raised, revealing a hint of the calf while walking, along with a pair of white gloves and crystal high heels. The designers looked forward to Shen Fuyu's evaluation of the dress, regretting their laid-back approach. "Looks good, quite nice." Shen Fuyu hesitated for a long time before speaking. Actually, she wanted to ask if she could change the high heels to flat shoes. But out of consideration for Haoshan, she decided to stick with the heels. That's good, that's good." The designers looked as if they had been liberated, gratefully looking at Shen Fuyu. The gown was no problem. They just needed to try out the entire makeup look. Haoshan had already asked the photographer to prepare and take some material so he could show off his wife properly. After finishing a set of photos, the two discussed the wedding dress, and Shen Fuyu insisted on using a vibrant red color, presenting a third request that left the designers stunned, a flamboyant yet stable bright red. One could only say that the filter for the client came quickly and shattered just as fast. Shen Fuyu and Haoshan were mentally blacklisted by the designers. They finalized the timeline and the process for the proposal ceremony, and the two headed home. Haoshan had already sent out the invitations half a month ago, and now they were just waiting for everything to settle down in 5 days. Along the way, Haoshan held Shen Fuyu's hand tightly, as if he were dreaming. He never imagined he would like someone so much. When they first got together a few years ago, there was always some awkwardness, perhaps due to their ages or the different thoughts they each had in their hearts. But meeting again now felt like a spark igniting dry wood, rapidly developing. Shen Fuyu looked at Haoshan's smiling lips and teased, "Do you feel like you've hit the jackpot?" "Of course, thanks to that game's random function. That was written by me, so just thank me directly." Shen Fuyu hadn't mentioned the game to Haoshan yet. "Why?" "The underlying framework of the game was written by me. It was originally for medical use, intended for treating mental illnesses, but it ended up becoming a game. I've been investigating, but have found no leads. Have the operators and pharmaceutical companies been checked?" Haoshan was somewhat surprised that Shen Fuyu mentioned this to him, wondering if it meant their relationship was progressing. "They've all been checked. The operators and pharmaceutical companies have no connection. It seems neither side is aware of this matter. Finding clues is like searching for a needle in a haystack. I thought I would have a direction before discussing it with you, so we wouldn't waste time together. I should have asked you earlier. More hands make light work." "No need. I'm very happy you can give me space. But I hope we can be closer, even closer." Just as they embraced, their communicators rang simultaneously. Shen Fuyu heard Wu Qi's anxious voice. "Manager, my sister seems to be unwell." And on Haoshan's side, it was Jiang Yu. "Boss, Yang Zhushi just reported that those students seem to be overly stimulated and have lost their sanity. The clue on line 028 has been cut off again." The two people who were originally clinging to each other immediately stood up and changed their route to head to the hospital. By the time they arrived, the entire floor was already filled with medical staff. They navigated through the crowd and found Yang Qianting. Yang Qianting, a prominent head of the investigation department, was once again stuck in one place, crouching on the ground, looking quite pitiful. Seeing Shen Fuyu and Haoshan was like seeing saviors. According to Yang Qianting, the stress response of these individuals was complex. Simple medication could only keep them calm, and once they woke up, they would become manic again. The parents who had been notified to pick up their children were still outside, causing a ruckus, and the scene was extremely chaotic. After a while, Shen Fuyu met the flustered attending physician and discussed a combined psychological treatment plan, which involved using virtual reality for treatment. However, as soon as they stepped out, most parents disagreed. Of course, Yang Qianting's intention was not to have Shen Fuyu and Haoshan treat the patients. After all, neither of them was a medical professional. He hoped someone could stabilize the current situation because he was afraid of being blamed. Unfortunately, what one fears often comes to pass. These deceived parents were all people with ulterior motives, and now that their children were in such a state, their hopes dashed. It seemed like their last opportunity to extort some money. Therefore, they were dissatisfied with all the treatment plans discussed by Shen Fuyu and the doctor, but they still needed to present a justification behaving as if they wanted the investigation department to take care of their children for life. "Mr. Fu, what should we do?" Fu Haoshan was in a very bad mood after Shen Fuyu was blamed several times, on the brink of an outburst, and coldly said, "Let's handle this professionally. You have full video evidence proving that this is not your fault. As for public opinion, you just need to assist Fuyu." This was exactly what Yang Qianting had been waiting for. He was truly scared of being blamed. It seemed like he would be scolded no matter what he did, especially since this involved so many children. Without Fu Haoshan's statement, he really wouldn't have dared to proceed. The investigation department quickly left amidst the shouts, and Shen Fuyu instructed the doctor to call the police immediately if anyone caused a disturbance, then signaled the Wu brothers to quietly take their sister and leave with her. After they left the hospital, public opinion indeed rapidly escalated, directly pointing fingers at the investigation department for exacerbating the already present mental issues of the victims and being irresponsible, causing the hospital to be affected as well. However, Shen Fuyu's counterattack was also very timely. She compiled the family backgrounds of the victims, and the narrative quickly shifted to the parents being greedy and harming their own children, thus protecting the investigation department and the internet department. In the middle of the night, Fu Haoshan watched Shen Fuyu surrounded by a row of screens, feeling very distressed. In this matter, the Star Fleet and the two departments could not step forward. Only she could make clarifications in the name of the Wu brothers. "Fuyu, it's my incompetence." Fu Haoshan walked over and hugged Shen Fuyu. "What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, would the internet department and the investigation department have given me this information?" Shen Fuyu leaned back with a smile. "Actually, without me, you could, but you can't do without me." Shen Fuyu turned around and hugged Fu Haoshan. "This isn't about whether I can do something. It's about needing you." Fu Haoshan was very excited. She said she needed him. Years had passed, and the two seemed very different now. But as long as Shen Fuyu no longer thought about leaving him, everything else was negotiable. Just as Fu Haoshan was immersed in this warmth, Shen Fuyu suddenly looked up. "Okay, I need to check on Wu Qi and Wu Jing's sister now. You should rest first. Su Yifan will find you for a meeting tomorrow." "What?" Fu Haoshan was stunned in place, two questions echoing in his mind. "Don't you need to sleep? Or do you not have basic human physiological needs?" Wu Qi and Wu Jing were originally worried about what would happen to their sister after the sedative wore off. Seeing Shen Fuyu was like seeing a savior. "What is your sister's name? What happened when she exhibited abnormal behavior?" "Her name is Wu Linlang. We first arrived at the hospital and had no contact with anyone on the way. After arriving at the hospital, because she is a girl, the examination was done with a nurse. After the examination, there were no abnormalities, but after being settled into the observation room, she collectively exhibited abnormalities. Then the examination process may have had issues." Shen Fuyu said as she pulled up the surveillance footage, but there were no issues with the nurse, and the clues were cut off again. After a long time, Shen Fuyu said, "There's one more way, but I need to ask for your family's opinion. Is it the use of virtual reality technology for treatment that the manager just mentioned?" "Yes, but will it really not cause damage to the brain?" "Don't worry. Although I have no achievements in medicine, I can guarantee this." Shen Fuyu understood their concerns as family members, but she could indeed provide this guarantee. The initial experiments had already proven this well. "Then we will trouble the manager." Shen Fuyu spent some time modifying the equipment and then placed Wu Linlang into the original gaming device. The four of them entered the game together. The scenes in the game had changed, turning into a training institution, but only the emergency lights were on, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Shen Fuyu and the three did not see Wu Linlang and had to search layer by layer. The first floor hall was empty, but there were many items on the sofa, seemingly interviewers' coats and inexpensive personal belongings. Walking further in was the interview room, where someone was collecting communication devices. But Wu Linlang was not inside. However, after watching for a while, Shen Fuyu discovered a familiar face. "Is that Analyst Cheng?" Wu Jing exclaimed in surprise. "It doesn't seem like it." Shen Fuyu felt that the person's temperament was different from Cheng Ruo Shui. That Cheng Ruo Shui walked to the door. But the person collecting phones hesitated for a moment, not knowing what message to send. Soon, a few people came down from the second floor, saying she had passed the interview and asked her to go up. "Are you sure your sister is coming here for the first time to work?" Shen Fuyu asked. "That doesn't seem to be the case." My sister has worked before, but not at a training institution. She usually goes to convenience stores or something. A convenience store? You all go to the second floor. I'll be right there. Shen Fuyu suddenly thought of something and ran out, discovering that this place was not a training institution, but a testing center. Then returning to the interview location, she found that the interview content was also chemistry-related. Shen Fuyu pulled up the real map's business information and found that the property rights had always been under the material center, but it had been rented out before. Upon reaching the second floor, Chungrua Shui felt something was off and wanted to leave, but a person came out and said a few words to her, and her eyes lit up with surprise. The three followed all the way to the monitoring room on the fourth floor and discovered a person they didn't recognize, along with Yao Jiying and Fong Jing-ying standing nearby. When they saw the unfamiliar person's face, Shen Fuyu was stunned. He looked very similar to Chungrua Shui. My daughter, I finally found you. Shen Fuyu scanned the person's face. His name was Cheng Yang, an investor in the materials center who also owned multiple educational groups. Shen Fuyu thought Cheng Yang's acting was cringeworthy, but Chungrua Shui believed him and immediately acknowledged this cheap father. However, Fong Jing-ying and Yao Jiying looked at this scene with indifference. Suddenly, the vision blurred, and the three returned to the first floor. When they went to check the sign at the entrance, it had already changed to a training institution, and then they found Wu Linlang cleaning on the third floor, along with the arrogant Yao Jiying. You all come here, Yao Jiying shouted. The few walked over to Yao Jiying's side, lowering their heads and not speaking, as if something terrifying had happened. Immediately after, Yao Jiying slapped each of them, and a twisted expression appeared on her face. A group of little brats, still complaining about the goddess? Are you still going to say something? The fact that she is willing to let you little rascals take a look at her is already a great grace. And you dare to complain behind her back about having to clean up a little longer? With the previous experience of Shen Fuyu stealing the boss, Wu Jing and Wu Qi rushed up after getting Shen Fuyu's approval, immediately pinning Yao Jiying down on both sides in front of everyone. Their movements were swift, as if they were divine soldiers descending from the heavens. A few people were initially startled, then started to cheer. Wu Linlang saw her two brothers, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She stepped forward and hugged the closest Wu Qi, bursting into loud cries. Wu Jing kicked Yao Jiying away and walked over to comfort his sister, asking, "What else did she do? I'll get it back for you. And that star? She's a devil." Following the direction of Wu Linlang's finger, Shen Fuyu saw Fong Jingying in person, not as beautiful as on the screen, looking weak and haggard, lifting her chin to look at people, making Shen Fuyu think of a term, a strong bow at its end. Who dares to hit my person? Fong Jingying pointed at Shen Fuyu and asked. Fong Jingying's original voice was sharp and harsh, so her works often used voiceovers, which made Shen Fuyu very uncomfortable. You are Fong Jingying? Much uglier than the edited photos. Shen Fuyu couldn't hold back her anger. Were you? Fong Jingying grabbed a bottle of skincare product from the table and was about to smash it at Shen Fuyu. Wu Linlang suddenly screamed as if she were scared. Shen Fuyu was quick to react, grabbing Fong Jingying's hand and smashing the bottle on her head. At the moment the bottle shattered, the virtual space began to disappear, and the three returned to the real world. Shen Fuyu had a guess. Wu Linlang unknowingly witnessed this scene, but didn't realize she had been discovered. When they returned later, it was when they were going to eliminate Wu Linlang, but something unexpected delayed them. You take Linlang to the hospital for another checkup. There should still be some issues with her head. Shen Fuyu opened Wu Linlang's game pod and said to the Wu brothers. At this moment, Wu Linlang had already woken up, smiling at her two brothers, and when asked again, she had forgotten what had happened before. The Wu brothers took Wu Linlang to Fu Haoshan's hospital, and Shen Fuyu immediately notified Jiangyu, Su Yifan, and others to find someone who looked exactly like Cheng Ruoxue and start investigating Cheng Yang. But unexpectedly, the person was right in front of her. Shen Fuyu checked the surveillance and found Cheng Ruoxue in the flower room. But this person was not the real Cheng Ruoxue. Who are you? Where did you send the real Cheng Ruoxue? Shen Fuyu said coldly, looking like she could kill at any moment. It really comes without effort, Shen Fuyu. This broken surveillance has kept me from moving for over 2 months, but now I've caught you with a handle. The underlying structure of the game is actually yours. So what? How does this affect me? Shen Fuyu sneered. But it can make all your team's efforts disappear, and you will never see Chung Ruoxue again. Who would have thought that such a small favor would make her refuse her father's request? What right does she have to live? You killed her? Shen Fuyu's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. I don't know. What can you do to me? Can't do anything, but you can stay in jail. It won't be long before I send Chung Yang to see you. Shen Fuyu waved her hand, and Chung Ruoxue had disappeared on the spot. Su Yifan looked at the extra person in the jail, wide awake, and immediately asked Shen Fuyu, Shermo, this person isn't Chung Ruoxue? No, you test the genes, and then immediately go to Ziyu Qigong's studio to investigate. No matter what, find the real Chung Ruoxue. As Shen Fuyu spoke, she messaged AI Chui to cooperate with the investigation. Shen Fuyu only thought of one time point, which was when she ran to Qiao Miyun's grave. The three of them went to try on the team uniforms. Su Yifan suddenly remembered his master's obvious menopausal symptoms recently. In order to live a few more days, he finally asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Shermu, do you not need to sleep? At your age, can you sleep? Shen Fuyu's retort left Su Yifan speechless. After handling these matters, when Shen Fuyu returned, Fu Haoshan was still awake, looking sleepy as he waited for her return. Shen Fuyu walked up and took his hand to go back. 2 days later, the blood clots in Wu Linlong's brain disappeared, and she quickly recovered, but unfortunately, she had lost her memory. However, the children in the hospital showed no signs of improvement, and their parents were still at a standstill with the hospital. So Shen Fuyu decided not to manage this matter anymore. However, the investigation progress was not as smooth as Wu Linlong's condition. There was no evidence indicating that Cheng Yang had issues, and Fang Jingying, being pushed to the forefront of the scandal, still had many people speaking for her with filters. Without alarming Cheng Yang, Chung Ruoxue was even more silent. Su Yifan only found out that this person's real name was Cheng Ryu, Cheng Yang's illegitimate daughter. Chung Ruoxue's sister, but she refused to speak and even self-harmed several times. This left everyone puzzled about what Cheng Yang had said to her that day to make her so desperate. Also, Yao Jiaying, a diehard fan of Fang Jingying, refused to speak, wanting to take all the blame upon herself. If she hadn't been caught, she would have definitely jumped out to take all the blame. Shen Fuyu felt she had encountered the biggest problem of her life. What could make them work so hard? Fuyu, don't think about it. Your values are different. And what you care about is also different. Leave it to me. Fu Haoshan comforted her while packing his things. Where are you going? I'm going to the fleet. The Star Domain project has new developments, and I need to take a look. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. The day after that, we'll get engaged. Okay. I'll wait for you to come back. Tomorrow I'll go pick up my parents. Be careful lately. The enemy is in the dark, and it's hard to guard against. Got it. 029. In order to investigate the rumors I endured. When Fu Haoshan arrived at the fleet, the atmosphere was very serious. During this period, everyone had come to understand one thing. Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu had formed an unbreakable alliance. Otherwise, the Star Domain would never have been constructed in such a short time. The moment Shen Fuyu intervened, it effectively nullified all the setbacks they had faced in interstellar technology over the years. Furthermore, given the current state of interstellar research and development, it seemed that only Shen Fuyu could control the divine gift. Therefore, any fleet would be hard-pressed to escape the control of the Star Navigation Fleet for at least 100 years. This left many commanders feeling distressed for a long time. But now they had no choice but to compromise. However, the cost of this compromise was substantial. The Star Navigation Fleet would continue to expand until it controlled all fleets, leading everyone to look at Fu Haoshan with eyes full of resentment. Unfortunately, research was like this. Neither the number of people nor funding were the most basic conditions. What truly made a difference and led to breakthroughs were flashes of brilliance from geniuses or prodigies. Fu Haoshan noticed their dissatisfaction. Originally, it was a case of cooling relations among their own people, and as long as he dealt with Su Yifan, he could completely dismantle the control network of the Star Navigation Fleet. However, they were unwilling to appease Shen Fuyu and instead chose to suppress her, which was well-deserved. Everyone, since there are no objections, let's sign. Su Yifan had been feeling quite wronged over the past few years, and now he finally had a chance to act with authority. After all the interstellar fleets reached an agreement, the advancement of the star domain was basically in Fu Haoshan's hands. He stayed in the fleet for a day, and after giving a few important commanders a talking to, he returned. However, on the way back, Fu Haoshan felt that something was off with his aircraft. Shen Fuyu, far away in Zone 7, immediately noticed the issue, but a particle storm caused her messages to go silent. As a result, Fu Haoshan had to make an emergency landing in Zone 1, and the landing site was quite perplexing. Although Fu Haoshan chose a desolate area, he didn't expect it to be a newly established film base. Within a few minutes, Jiang Yu found the engineer who had sabotaged the aircraft during its maintenance, but the person was already dead at home, and all clues pointed to Fang Jingying and Cheng Yang. Had the engineer not died, Fu Haoshan would have directly apprehended him, but now that he was dead, new questions arose. Was someone manipulating the entire situation from behind? By the time Fu Haoshan rushed back to Zone 7 to report safety to Shen Fuyu, the online public opinion had already gone wild, claiming that Fu Haoshan was secretly meeting with Fang Jingying, complete with a photo of Fu Haoshan's aircraft that made it seem as if it was eavesdropping on them. Fu Haoshan was so angry his head hurt. He said to Jiang Yu, "Tell the network department that I have retired, not died, and make these words disappear forever within 10 minutes. Isn't that just drawing more attention to it?" Shen Fuyu felt that Fu Haoshan seemed to encounter these situations often, with people thinking he was dead for years. "Aren't you afraid of making me angry? Fu Haoshan ugit Shen Fuyu taitri. Do I seem like such a petty person? Fang Jingying is my lead. She delivered herself to my door. I'd be happy, so don't let anyone pull back. Let me analyze this. I have a feeling they won't kill Cheng Ruoxue." Cheng Ruoxue was also a pitiful person. What would happen to her child now? "I've been arranging people to keep watch. She shouldn't fall into any deadly hands." I consulted Old Master Feng, and he said Cheng Ruoxue is still alive. Cheng Yang will definitely retaliate this time. But I still feel that these matters cannot be fully predicted by a speculator. Looking at Cheng Yang's rise, it was clear that he had just been a lucky pig blown up by the media. Now that the interstellar public education system was gradually improving, it posed a significant impact on his business, and he was likely in a desperate situation. With this in mind, the behind-the-scenes player was indeed playing a large game, intervening in the medical field, which neither Shen Fuyu nor Fu Haoshan were adept at, and then pushing into education. This was simply unforgivable. "Fuyu, is this investigation too much of a burden for you?" "Burden me? How could that be? Isn't that a burden on you? You've already become the male lead in the rumors. That's a segment of entertainment you've never been part of in your life." Although Shen Fuyu teased Fu Haoshan, she still felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Now, with some clues but still far from the truth, unable to act without alarming the snake, they could only remain in a stalemate without finding a breakthrough. She suddenly felt very tired. The two embraced tightly, as if trying to draw strength from each other. What started as a case of technology theft had gradually evolved into a war to maintain interstellar order, which was truly exhausting. "Boss, Jiang Pingzhou is here, saying he wants to see the lady." Jiang Yu knocked on the door from outside. Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu and smiled. "Madam, let Ling Hong deal with him. He wouldn't dare come to question me, would he? Logically speaking, he wouldn't dare. I'll go meet him." Shen Fuyu automatically filtered out the word madam. In the living room, Jiang Pingzhou sat somewhat awkwardly. This place seemed to be the Fu family's property, and he seemed to have discovered something significant. "What brings you to me?" Shen Fuyu asked. "I want to ask why Professor Shen is going back on her word. I just need a wife. There's no need to have someone talk to me about feelings and the future, right?" "Oh, I thought it was because you couldn't agree on the price." Shen Fuyu later saw the specific process of each matchmaking in Ling Hong's emails. In short, every matchmaking session involved the woman laying out a bunch of requirements. And Jiang Pingzhou would disagree. But how could you call money feelings and the future? Asking for so much money and wanting monthly payments like a salary was merely to protect one's rights when not being liked, right? My mother was like that. But it seems women develop a sense of possession after marriage, which violates the contract. Fu Haoshan listened from the second floor with mixed feelings. It seemed Shen Fuyu had no possessiveness over her. Even with rumors circulating about him and others, she was thinking about how to find clues. How about this? Would a robot work? Suddenly, Shen Fuyu had an idea. The person in front of her was so unapproachable that she could have him do something for her. Robots don't have children. Shen Fuyu secretly rejoiced. This brother was just waiting for that line. So she said with a mysterious expression, "Want a child? Then let me show you a clear path." Jiang Pingzhou seemed to realize what Shen Fuyu was planning. He probably couldn't get on this pirate ship anymore. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan were two polar opposites in the interstellar realm, with many supporters but also numerous enemies. Jiang Pingzhou had failed to maintain neutrality. But how many people in the interstellar realm could remain neutral until old age and still have a good outcome? All right, since I have to take a side, I choose to stand with Shen Fuyu, who is on the rise. Just a moment. Shen Fuyu got up, returned to her room on the second floor, retrieved a bracelet, and came back. Jiang Pingzhou had heard of Shen Fuyu's special materials and was somewhat excited to see in person. Is this already a technology of this level? Artificial womb. Shen Fuyu handed the bracelet to Jiang Pingzhou, but with restrictions prohibiting any genetic technology involvement. Since your company is in the virtual platform business, there shouldn't be any issues on the hardware side. Once it's formed and the experiments are concluded, I'll find a way to promote its use in the medical field. The technology for artificial wombs was not something new in the interstellar realm, but it had always been banned due to concerns over social ethics from the application of genetic technology. Thus, Shen Fuyu's greatest breakthrough was how to limit those who might misuse genetic technology. Fu Haoshan looked at the bracelet with a smile. All right, got it. The painless childbirth process has been arranged. I'm willing. Jiang Yu looked at her boss with some disdain. You shouldn't be thinking about unrealistic things all day long. I suspect you've had a brain switch after encountering Shen Fuyu again. However, after Jiang Pingzhou listened to Shen Fuyu's instructions, he showed no intention of leaving. Shen Fuyu, eager to hear the gossip about Fu Haoshan and Fang Jingying, asked, "Is there anything else? Is Cheng Ruoxue in trouble?" "Yes, are you concerned?" Jiang Pingzhou's hands tightened and loosened several times before finally saying, "Can I take the child back to look after? Does your family agree?" Shen Fuyu felt that Jiang Pingzhou's behavior was 50% due to his indifference and 50% due to his family's disapproval. Generally, parents wouldn't agree to their child's partner having genetic defects. Jiang Pingzhou lowered his head and after a long time said, "Then please take care of him, Professor Shen. If anything is needed, just come to me. There is no need for you to spend." Upon hearing this, Shen Fuyu replied, "Then I want to be polite," and took out a bill. "Here, please cover the bodyguard's fees." Jiang Pingzhou signed and paid without a word, then left somewhat dejectedly. Shen Fuyu suddenly thought of those rich second-generation individuals who found true love outside, only to be useless and unable to protect their love, ultimately returning home to inherit their family's fortune. She stood at the door sighed a few times, and had Jiang Yu send Jiang Pingzhou an invitation to her engagement ceremony with Fu Haoshan, officially recognizing Jiang Pingzhou as someone on her ship that could capsize at any time. The rumors about Fu Haoshan did not affect his engagement to Shen Fuyu. Instead, this kind of indulgence somewhat shifted public opinion. Many people believed it was just a ploy by a celebrity trying to marry into a wealthy family, and the other party felt that arguing with her would only devalue themselves and ignored it. One can only say that the gossipers in the galaxy have quite a strong imagination. On the day of the engagement ceremony, many people attended, but it was unusually quiet, unlike a typical engagement, because everyone understood that from today, the galaxy would undergo a change, leaving little room to care about what happened at the banquet. Proposal, sending blessings, getting the certificate, exchanging marriage vows, everyone sitting down to eat and chat. What would have seemed like a glitch process to Fu Haoshan was made different because of the people around him. Of course, after the ceremony, Shen Fuyu was called by her mother for a lecture. Shen Jindai truly did not expect her daughter to have abducted the former commander of the Star Fleet, and she earnestly advised her daughter to avoid being deceived. As dusk fell, Fu Haoshan, feeling exhausted from dealing with one group after another pretending to care about his leg injury, saw Shen Fuyu still being lectured. Just as he sat down alone, the security system at his home went into a frenzy, causing everyone to duck and cover their heads. 030 The woman actually came to the door with a child. The butler, Jiang Tong, who was collecting money at the entrance, looked at the woman with the child in front of him and ran at the fastest speed of his life to find Jiangyu. "Brother, something's wrong." A woman came to the door with a baby. Jiangyu understood Fu Haoshan better than others. This was definitely a life-threatening situation. He quickly said, "Stop her. Send her away. Tell her to get lost." Before Jiang Tong could go out to chase her away, Fang Jingying had already rushed in, declaring that anyone who dared to stop her would see her and the child die at the Fu family's door. So, the Jiang brothers and Fang Jingying were in a standoff at the entrance, and the scene was quite unpleasant. Jiangyu regretted it immensely today due to the guests. Security was relatively lax, and such a big mess occurred. Fu Haoshan, who received the news, felt disgusted. Is there no reason for this kind of extortion anymore? He thought about comforting the guests and just saying the equipment was broken, urging Jiangyu to quickly get rid of them. However, Shen Fuyu, as one of the designers of this equipment, was very clear about one thing. It couldn't possibly be broken. She absolutely would not allow anything that would damage her reputation. "I need to go check. It can't be broken." Shen Fuyu changed into flat shoes with a swift motion and strode outside. Fu Haoshan hurried out to stop her, but he saw Ling Hong running out to enjoy the spectacle, not caring about the trouble. A few minutes later, Ling Hong returned, took a deep breath, and shouted. A woman came to the door, claiming to be a relative with a baby. Whose illegitimate child is this? Ling Hong knew it was an attempt to extort Fu Haoshan, but she still believed in his character, so she took the initiative to label the child as an illegitimate one. This statement was like thunder on a clear day, causing the previously quiet crowd to erupt into chaos. However, the hot topic of discussion was how Fu Haoshan's security was so poor that someone could break in. After all, everyone cared about their reputation, bringing an illegitimate child in such a grand manner. A group of hypocrites. Shen Fuyu silently mocked in her heart, but Shen Jindai, seeing her daughter and son-in-law's attitude, immediately questioned, "Fu Haoshan, could it be yours?" "No way, how could it be?" After Fu Haoshan denied it, Fang Jingying came in holding the child, looking as if she would drop it to death, and shouted at Fu Haoshan, "Fine, since you don't acknowledge him, I'll drop him to death." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Fu Haoshan. Wow, the actress herself? Could the rumors from a few days ago be true? Shen Fuyu's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Fu Haoshan, who looked unafraid and calm. And then she said coldly, "Fine, go ahead and drop him." Fang Jingying had come with the determination to ruin Shen Fuyu's reputation, biting her teeth and accusing, "You, a mistress who rose to power through despicable means, are even qualified to speak here? Have you had too much hyaluronic acid? Has your brain shrunk? How can you talk nonsense here?" Ling Hong was speechless. Had she resorted to such underhanded tricks just to target Shen Fuyu? "Your mother is also a mistress, of course. You're siding with a mistress." Fang Jingying immediately retorted back at Ling Hong. Shen Fuyu stepped forward to hold back Ling Hong, who was about to make a move, and whispered, "Don't fight. It's not reasonable. Let's withdraw first and go check on some other matters." Don't underestimate Fang Jingying's craziness in trying to climb up. And Fu Haoshan is not that kind of person. You're already a legal couple. You don't need to be afraid. "I know, let's leave first." After Shen Fuyu finished speaking, she announced to the crowd, "Then you can go for a paternity test first. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving." After Shen Fuyu left, many people felt secretly pleased. A single Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu together could not reach the level of controlling the star domain, but their combination was an unstoppable force. Fu Haoshan watched the interaction between Shen Fuyu and Ling Hong, knowing that this person was still focused on her clues. But the fact that a foundational framework used for medicine had been misappropriated to this extent was already very serious. It had to be investigated. Although he wanted to throw Fang Jingying out immediately, he had to endure it and said expressionlessly, "I will send someone to take the child for testing. Do you want to go with them?" Fang Jingying couldn't see the tacit understanding between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. She just felt she had already won half the battle, so she asked, "What if it's your child?" This confident demeanor aroused Fu Haoshan's suspicion, but he couldn't recall where he might actually have child. "Then I would acknowledge him. What about me?" Fang Jingying appeared to be on the verge of tears, reminiscent of her most classic youthful role when she debuted. Seeing a rift appear between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, those present naturally wanted to deepen it, expressing sympathy for Fang Jingying. while Fu Haoshan felt an inexplicable sense of despair. How much? You tell me, Fu Haoshan casually said, but he absolutely did not believe anything could be identified. Fang Jingying didn't say much and chose to accept, thus reaching an agreement. Jiang Pingzhou, who had been watching from the side, was torn between a dilemma of whether to choose technology or investment. Yiqing, you take Aunt Shen and Uncle Shi and follow up. I'll leave first. Jiang Pingzhou chose Shen Fuyu's extraordinary technology. After all, she was the only one who could find Cheng Ruoxue now. Shen Fuyu was not surprised that Jiang Pingzhou would follow. Having an extra helper was good. All right, since you've come, follow me. Shen Fuyu had a spacecraft nearby, and the three of them boarded it. After a whole night of flying, they arrived in Zone 3. Jiang Pingzhou, this address is Fang Jingying's parents' residence. Please help me find out what kind of people they are. I'll be back in 2 hours. Okay. Jiang Pingzhou took the address and left. Shen Fuyu took Ling Hong to an old community, where Feng Zhe was waiting outside for them. After Shen Fuyu introduced Ling Hong to Feng Zhe, they walked into the community together. After the incident with the Wu brothers, Shen Fuyu had the Feng couple find Yao Jiaying's parents. This was probably the only breakthrough. With Tai Qinzu's social skills, they quickly became familiar and friends with Yao Jiaying's mother. When Shen Fuyu arrived, they were picking vegetables in the yard. Old sister, this is my grandson. He has some news about your daughter that he wants to discuss with you. Upon hearing there was news about her daughter, the somewhat hunched old woman immediately stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and said, Hello. I am Jiaying's mother, Ji Kai. Please come in. Inside the house, Shen Fuyu saw a nearly bare room and felt a bit sad. Yao Jiaying had left home for a long time. Her relationship with her parents was probably not good. Grandma, Yao Jiaying is involved in a fraud case, and now she refuses to budge. She might face a heavy sentence. What do you mean by refusing to budge? Ji Kai seemed to think of something. Is it because of that celebrity named Fang Jingying? Grandma, do you know? I know. Ji Kai's face turned pale. Her eyes filled with pain. She used to be a fan, taking all the money from the family. Now, was she going to lose herself as well? Do you know why she wanted to pursue stardom? Such things were not new in the star domain. But Shen Fuyu couldn't understand why she would do those things for someone completely unrelated. It seems to be because of her looks. Ji Kai looked at Shen Fuyu and paused. She used to look like you. She wasn't as pretty as you, but she was also very striking. Not the kind of harmless person that mainstream aesthetics favor. So she was popular in school. After working, she was often bullied by students. And the students' parents always thought she was no good. Ling Hong, who was listening from the side, felt a bit emotional. The interstellar society really judges people by their appearance now. If it weren't for Fu Haoshan suppressing the cosmetic surgery industry, it might have run rampant across the stars. But Fang Jingying had undergone surgery. Shen Fuyu was already well aware of Fang Jingying's rise to fame. In her early years, Fang Jingying had a square face that looked fierce. Her current appearance was achieved through bone reduction surgery, which almost changed her face beyond recognition. Many beautiful faces were ruined in the fierce competition of Fenghua Entertainment during its early days because of her. Yes, Ji Ying pursued her precisely because she knew that the star had undergone surgery. She thought that by mingling in that circle, she could learn how to change her own appearance. However, her salary and our family's money were not enough to support her surgery, so she ran away. And her father passed away from a serious illness the following year. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu pulled up a current photo of Yao Jiaying for Ji Kai to identify and asked, Does she still look like she did before? Ji Kai looked at the photo, tears streaming down her face. This was not her daughter at all. She had completely changed. After crying for a while, Ji Kai asked Shen Fuyu, Is there still a chance for the case? Yes, but she is unwilling to speak about it now. So I hope you can help me act out a couple of scenes. Hearing there was a chance, Ji Kai immediately agreed without hesitation. Shen Fuyu continued, Later, I hope you can come with me to meet Fang Jingying's parents. Meet them? Ji Kai was somewhat resistant. What do we need to meet them for? Just wait. Shen Fuyu had not found a suitable person to gather information about Fang Jingying's parents, which delayed things until now. Let me take you out to eat first. When they arrived at the restaurant, Shen Fuyu stepped outside and instructed Ling Hong, It won't be long before public opinion takes a serious turn. I've given you access to all the network backend operations in the interstellar realm. Keep an eye on the data for me. I need to analyze who is behind this. Ling Hong's expression was like someone who had stumbled upon a windfall. As expected of you, Shen Fuyu, the founder of interstellar communication transmission. You get things done without delay. Not long after, news from Jiang Pingzhou came in, mostly asking for help. He entered under the guise of investment and almost got detained as a son-in-law, stating that Fang Jingying's parents were skilled in drinking, gambling, and other vices, and he felt inferior to their vanity and selfishness, urging Shen Fuyu to save him quickly. This was almost exactly what Shen Fuyu had anticipated, so she told Ji Kai to thank Fang Jingying's parents for their daughter's support, saying that Yao Jiying had now surpassed Fang Jingying and was about to take over all her resources. When they arrived at Fang Jingying's parents' house, Ji Kai said this, and their reaction immediately became volatile. Coupled with Shen Fuyu and Jiang Pingzhou's collaboration with Yao Jiying, it completely infuriated Fang Jingying's parents. 031, deceiving and continuing to deceive, so they quickly contacted Fang Jingying, expressing their indignation as if their wealth and glory were being handed over to others. Both Shen Fuyu and Jiang Yu, who was monitoring Fang Jingying, heard the conversation clearly. What is wrong with you? Getting old? Ready to help others? Don't you look at what you are? When you wanted to retire, we tolerated it. Now you want to hand over your things to others? Mom and Dad, stop talking. I have serious business here. Serious business? Look at how the money you send has decreased year by year. Isn't it because that energy merchant suffered huge losses because of someone named Shen Fuyu, and you couldn't marry into a wealthy family? Still can't let it go. If it doesn't work out, following Cheng Yang is better than being so unrealistic. Mom and Dad, Cheng Yang is a hypocrite, a petty person. Stop talking. I will soon marry into the Fu family. At this point, Jiang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Sister, Shen Fuyu has left, not died. The owner of her family is not a widower. Didn't you notice they got their marriage certificate today? Upon hearing the name Fu, Fang Jingying's parents became excited. Their expressions changed instantly. All right, we won't say anything more. Hurry up, Fu Haoshan. That's the pinnacle of interstellar power. Go quickly, we'll pack up and come right away. Tell your husband to be ready to receive us. After saying that, they hung up without listening to Fang Jingying's explanation. In the aircraft, Shen Fuyu suddenly laughed while listening to the surveillance, making everyone present feel a chill. It was terrifying. What next? Ling Hong asked. You take the mother-in-law to investigate the prison to see her daughter. I will go to the Star Fleet. The few immediately split up. Ling Hong looked at Jiang Pingzhou, the heartless person who had caused her much trouble, and stepped forward to ask, how did you make Fuyu let you go? Jiang Pingzhou was also a clever person. As soon as Ling Hong said this, he realized that she was the one targeting him on behalf of Shen Fuyu and retorted, don't you realize Shen Fuyu is even more ruthless than I am? Oh, quick reaction. Let me ask you, you are also one of the top virtual platform operators in the galaxy. Why did you find it unbearable when I asked for a bride price of 88 million? My family can come up with that cash. The Ling family is no longer what it used to be. After swallowing her cheap father's transmission company, the Ling family's business scope now almost encompasses every corner of interstellar food production, plus Shen Fuyu's technology. Ling Hong felt more and more confident. I'm a businessman. Good businessman, no kids, no lover, as if holding on to money means you can live happily ever after. That's indeed not possible, but let me ask you, if Shen Fuyu wasn't with Fu Haoshan, what would the interstellar world look like now? The essence of marriage is a combination of interests. You can't expect me to engage in poverty alleviation. Ling Hong had nothing more to say. That was indeed the case. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, excluding Shen Fuyu's extreme superficiality, could really become rivals, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon further thought, Ling Hong realized a question she couldn't explain. Hey, from your men's perspective, what is Fu Haoshan like about Fuyu? Fu Haoshan purely likes a relationship where they are evenly matched. Jiang Pingzhou was nearly blinded at the ceremony. Fu Haoshan was watching Shen Fuyu no matter what he was doing, and that gaze showed his low IQ. Seems that way. Ling Hong also recalled the eye-catching moments between the two yesterday. They moved to investigate the prison much faster than Shen Fuyu went to the fleet. Yang Qining had already received the news and immediately arranged for Yao Jiying and her daughter to meet. When Ji Kai saw her daughter, she was very excited, but she still remembered Shen Fuyu's mission. She firmly believed she could bring her daughter back. "What are you doing here?" Yao Jiaying said coldly. "I came to see you. Now that you've seen me, leave." "Daughter, our family has money now. Look, come home with me. You don't have to suffer outside anymore." "Do you think I can leave?" For a moment, Yao Jiaying felt stirred. "Where did you get the money?" "Won the lottery, look." Shen Fuyu had prepared a complete set of deceiving tools for Ji Kai, and this lottery ticket could be verified. "Newly rich? I don't want that." "Then what else do you have besides being newly rich? You've never been very smart, always trying things after just hearing about them. Have you ever succeeded?" "I was almost successful. If it weren't for that bitch Shen Fuyu, I could have replaced Li Pingjin from Fenghua Entertainment. For that person named Fang Jingying? She is about to marry your enemy, Fu Haoshan now. What do you know? You are just a stepping stone. She wants to use Shen Fuyu to silence you. Impossible. She clearly likes the former #1 energy merchant in the galaxy, Tai Lo. Energy? It's completely controlled by the Starfleet now. Can that person named Tai Lo compare to Fu Haoshan? They conspired to pit you and Shen Fuyu against each other. And now she and Fu Haoshan even have child. What? Impossible. How is it impossible? Do you think divine gift is something that the current interstellar people can create? Why did Tai Lo fall into decline after divine gift came out? And why did Fang Jingying leave? You and Shen Fuyu are very similar. Don't you think you are objects of jealousy? Ji Kai's questions left Yao Jiaying stunned. After a while, she reacted. They want me to be a scapegoat? Otherwise? Daughter, if you die, everything will sink into the sea. They will live well, and even the only one who can help you, Shen Fuyu, will be killed. At this moment, Yao Jiaying felt scared, tightly gripping her mother's hand, trembling as she asked, "Mom, what should we do? I don't want to die. I want to find Shen Fuyu." "Then you need to clarify the situation. Tell me everything you know. Mom has money. We can definitely find Shen Fuyu." When Ji Kai came, Shen Fuyu specifically instructed not to mention their meeting and to avoid revealing any clues to anyone, so Yang Qianing wouldn't know anything. Taking advantage of the opportunity to cry in her mother's arms, Yao Jiaying avoided the surveillance and told everything she knew and experienced. "Mom, help me get out." When Ji Kai left, Yao Jiaying cried in regret at the spot, feeling as if the world had collapsed. After Yao Jiaying came out, Ling Hong and Jiang Pingzhou protected her like two bodyguards as they headed to Shen Fuyu's house. The three quickly organized all the clues for Shen Fuyu. When Shen Fuyu met Su Yifan, she appeared with all the information she could gather, according to the current speed of paternity testing in the galaxy. The results should have been out long ago, but there was still no result, and Su Yifan began to panic. He couldn't bear the wrath of his teacher's wife. "All right, let us take a look together." Shen Fuyu was not in a hurry. After all, what could an unfounded matter escalate to? Many years ago, after Yao Jiaying left home, she lost her job and drifted around, finally finding an opportunity to enter Fenghua Entertainment under a later identity. However, she did not expect that before she could even meet Fang Jingying, the latter had already retired. By constantly searching for clues in the company, Yao Jiaying discovered that Fang Jingying was going to marry the energy tycoon Tai Lo. She clumsily went to the Tai family, but unexpectedly, Tai Lo went missing shortly before the wedding. When he reappeared, he had gone mad. During this time, Yao Jiaying worked hard to help Fang Jingying and earned her appreciation. Fang Jingying paid for her plastic surgery and took her along in some subsequent activities after her comeback. However, due to Tai Li's symptoms, the company began to fracture and was eventually taken over by Fu Haoshan. Fang Jingying's dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered, and she even had to bear the debts of Tai Li's company. Fang Jingying had no complaints and instead began to take on various film and television projects to make up for her losses. Because of this, Yao Jiaying always felt that Fang Jingying truly loved Tiela. However, she never expected that Fang Jingying would now marry Fu Haoshan, the last straw that ultimately crushed Tiela. Under the persuasion of her mother, she had completely come to believe that Shen Fuyu was also a victim. Shen Fuyu lamented this resonance based on appearance. In reality, Yao Jiaying didn't understand what beauty or ugliness was. She just thought that people who looked like that were wealthy and powerful. Now, with Shen Fuyu's existence becoming even more formidable, she felt that she should also be a strong person. Yao Jiaying was certainly detestable for harming others, but now she seemed somewhat pitiable. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that they later encountered Cheng Yang during a collaboration. Cheng Yang claimed he could help them bring down Fu Haoshan. Although it sounded unrealistic, when people are in urgent need, they're easily swayed by others. Thus, they reached an agreement with Cheng Yang. After the Zhuang family fell, they seized the opportunity. Fang Jingying encouraged Li Pingjin to approach Fu Haoshan. However, unexpectedly, after Li Pingjin obtained clues from Fu Haoshan's old servant, she actually threatened Fu Haoshan. This made the situation passive, and Fu Haoshan was well aware of the movements of the few close people around him. After Li Pingjin's entire family was arrested, Cheng Yang couldn't even gain any advantage in the resource scramble initiated by Shen Fuyu. Instead, it allowed people like Ai Chui and Qi Xiaoyin to take away a lot of the original resources. Additionally, Shen Fuyu took all the data under the guise of the network division, causing Cheng Yang significant losses. As a result, Cheng Yang sought out his illegitimate daughter, who had already connected with Su Qingyi, wanting to place her beside Shen Fuyu to wait for an opportunity. However, Cheng Ruoxue refused to cooperate, and Cheng Ruoyu, who had just replaced Cheng Ruoxue, was monitored by Shen Fuyu. At this point, it became clear regarding the interrupted dialogue between Cheng Ruoyu and Cheng Yang in Wu Linlong's memory. After crying, Cheng Yang brought Cheng Ruoyu to meet her brother, who was afflicted with a serious illness and could only be paralyzed in a wheelchair, yet Cheng Yang still regarded him as a treasure. Everyone has feelings. After all, this was the child born of Cheng Yang's true love, whose true love forever remained in the youthful age of 20. Yet, Cheng Yang desperately tried to protect this child with innate deficiencies. Here, Cheng Yang's hatred towards Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan was further reflected. The artificial womb technology was banned by Fu Haoshan, while Shen Fuyu held on to technology that complied with the exceptions to the ban and refused to let go. Initially, Cheng Ryu found this brother very detestable, but Cheng Yang was eloquent. He first remorsefully confessed his sins of abandoning the two sisters back then performed a heart-wrenching act for finding them with a brother who couldn't even show expressions. Shen Fuyu thought Cheng Ruoyu wouldn't be moved by this, but the outcome was quite unexpected. Cheng Ruoyu actually said, "Brother counts as my family. I want to fight for a family member." 032 genes and destiny, what is she thinking? Su Yifan was filled with questions. Shouldn't the identity of the second young lady of the Cheng family be the most attractive? Shouldn't his brother's way of seizing power be the right path? Shen Fuyu sighed and gestured for him to continue reading. In fact, Cheng Ryu had not been adopted and had always stayed in the orphanage. What she saw should be the benefits of being protected. After this conversation, Cheng Yang collaborated with Yao Jiaying and others, using his educational resources to start recruiting children for training to enter the entertainment industry and make money. However, due to Shen Fuyu's surveillance, there had been no news from Cheng Ruoyu for a long time, and Cheng Yang couldn't act against Shen Fuyu, dragging it out until the unexpected incident with Wu Linlang occurred. However, this unexpected event was caused by Yao Jiaying's greed. She wanted to secretly control the Wu brothers through Wu Linlang to gain an advantage for Fang Jingying in the collaboration with Cheng Yang. What grudges does Cheng Yang have with Fu Haoshan? Shen Fuyu asked. The Biological Resources Division, Chemical Division, and Energy Division under the Materials Center were originally co-founded by academics. But as later investments began to monopolize, the Star Fleet got involved, which of course displeased the shareholders. Is that all? Are there no issues with his training institutions? There are. His training institutions have had multiple accidents due to operating in dangerous buildings, but there were people from other fleets helping him smooth things over, indicating deeper conflicts. Shen Fuyu was somewhat confused. Even if the interstellar environment is poor, there shouldn't be dangerous buildings, right? Where did he find these dangerous buildings? He initially operated without a license and could only teach in some very backward areas. More than a decade ago, there indeed were dangerous buildings. His route was to continuously send students to well-known interstellar academies to cultivate star teachers for profit. The entertainment industry methods were learned by him, but at that time, he couldn't benefit from the Li family and had to find another way. So that's how it is. Shen Fuyu couldn't help but think of the students from District 9 who suffered in the previous Zhuang family case. Is there a way to extract information from Cheng Ruoyu now? Of course there is. Please wait a moment, teacher. Su Yifan felt that the passage of time now weighed on him like a mountain. Master, please say something. Even teacher is losing her motivation to work now. In Cheng Ruoyu's cell, she still sat there in a daze. She had only sent one message, but it seemed useless. The so-called battle team was just a product of Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan playing around. Su Yifan sighed. Those who are pitiful must have something hateful about them, and walked in. Upon seeing Su Yifan, Cheng Ruoyu turned her back. This person seemed to have many faces, using different faces for different people. Are you used to living here? It should be a bit better than the orphanage, right? Su Yifan had long lost the timidity he had when facing Shen Fuyu. Cheng Ruoyu remained silent. She had already seen how good these people were at playing the emotional card, so she was naturally unmoved. It's okay if you don't talk. I'll speak. Since childhood, you've been jealous of your sister being adopted, but you seem to be unaware of why you weren't adopted. Cheng Ruoyu did not know the character of Cheng Ruoxu's adoptive parents. According to Su Yifan's understanding in the orphanage, many staff members at that time felt that Cheng Ruoyu was vain and would desperately approach couples who dressed well to adopt her, but would completely ignore ordinary couples. Over time, the director and staff stopped bringing people to meet Cheng Ruoyu, and she was isolated by other children. However, Cheng Ruoyu never thought this was her problem. She only felt that the orphanage staff were biased. Therefore, when she heard Su Yifan say this, she felt very irritated. She was in a very conflicted state, wanting to wait for Cheng Yang to eliminate Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan so she could become the second young lady of the Cheng family. However, her interactions with Shen Fuyu over the past 2 months made her feel a sense of being protected. No. Cheng Ruoyu quickly reminded herself that Shen Fuyu was an outsider. Do you really think Xingyang can win? Do you fantasize that having a family means you will be protected and no longer bullied? Su Yifan sat down in front of Cheng Ruoyu. Although he wasn't as good-looking as Fu Haoshan, he had a harmless aura. You don't need to worry about that. Unfortunately, Cheng Ruoyu was still clear-headed. Why not? Let me tell you a story about Cheng Yang and his original wife. Aren't you curious about where your mother went? The incident of Cheng Yang and his wife scamming a female university student during her pregnancy is not very famous in the circle. But there are no walls that don't let the wind through, and Su Yifan, a gossip enthusiast, still knows about it. After Cheng Yang's beloved original wife became pregnant, this typical domineering wife decided to show her love for her husband by picking a girl to take care of him during the pregnancy. But how could a normal person accept this? So they set up a scheme to scam. Cheng Yang's wife claimed to be her husband's sister, pretending that the family was harmonious. Unfortunately, later the girl became pregnant and insisted on marriage, only to find out she had been scammed. Cheng Yang's wife then scolded her as a mistress, and under the accusations, the girl died in childbirth. Impossible, he said. Our mother is his wife's sister, both with poor health, dying in childbirth, all because Shen Fuyu had the technology to manipulate artificial wombs. I know you don't believe it. Su Yifan originally knew about this matter, but didn't mention it because he found it hard to determine Cheng Ruoyu's stance. Now that he knew this person lacked love, he naturally wanted to bring it up properly. This is the lawsuit material from your grandparents at that time. The lawsuit material isn't really meant to make Cheng Ruoyu believe this matter. It's just to tell her that she has 2 very wealthy grandparents who do not acknowledge her. Because her grandparents lost the lawsuit back then, they could not get back these 2 granddaughters. You can see clearly what Cheng Yang's original wife did to you. She forced your mother to death and also made you lose an opportunity for wealth and honor. If you had been at your grandparents' house, how happy would you be now? Now Cheng Ruoyu wouldn't hate Cheng Yang, but it would be easier for her to hate a silent dead person. Cheng Ruoyu looked at her grandparents, who seemed to be a scholarly family, almost like a small aristocracy. If she had such family members, how happy her marriage would be, with such powerful in-laws. So, how could a child born to such a woman treat you well? He can't even stand up. I'm even better than him in speaking for you. Su Yifan felt that Cheng Ruoyu's thoughts were very old-fashioned. She had no relatives, craved kinship, longed for protection, and with a bit of greed, it turned into a desire for a strong maternal family and a perfect marriage. You? Cheng Yu suddenly remembered that this person in front of her was the current commander of the Starfleet, and he said he would speak for her. Yes, what the Chung family can offer you, the Starfleet can too, and I can even help you return home in glory. With the aura of the Starfleet, you could completely avoid doing things for others with an uncertain future. Chung Ryu's heart was suddenly moved, mainly because Su Yifan's gentle demeanor and soft tone were very deceptive, making it hard to associate him with Shen Fuyu. So, can I go home now? Yes, but you have to tell me where your sister went. If Shen Fuyu goes to rescue her, perhaps Shen Fuyu will be gone. Su Yifan said this, but he was very anxious inside. If he died, Shen Fuyu wouldn't die because of saving someone. Upon hearing this, Chung Ryu's expression could be described as excited. She now felt a sense of pride in having surpassed Shen Fuyu. You have the former commander of the Starfleet. I actually attracted the current commander. Thinking this way, Chung Ryu had already thought about where to hold her wedding and quickly told Su Yifan where Chung Ruoxue was located. Thank you. That place is an obscure, remote wealthy area in District 3 where people only visit during autumn when the maple trees are in full bloom. Records show that it was the dowry of Chung Yang's first wife. Shen Fuyu had a bad premonition. Was Chung Yang lying without needing a script? I sent someone to rescue? Fine. Thank you for your hard work. Before Shen Fuyu finished speaking, news from Shen Jindai came in. That child really was Fu Haoshan's child, and she was stunned by this news. Su Yifan saw Shen Fuyu's expression change instantly and thought to himself, this is bad. It's over, Master. Are you confused? Are you still going to rescue? I'll go myself. And by the way, remind you to tell Fu Haoshan that he hasn't seen me. All right. Su Yifan felt that as a villain. You shouldn't die too tragically in the future. Life is tough. What do you need? No need. Shen Fuyu snapped her fingers, and a dazzling mechanical exosuit appeared behind her. The Starfleet's equipment was already very advanced, but he had never seen such a terrifying nanobot exosuit. After leaving the Starfleet, Shen Fuyu rushed to District 3. Fu Haoshan also found Su Yifan and asked if he had seen Shen Fuyu. Of course, he said no. It's useless to look for someone to explain now. On the way, Shen Fuyu was so angry that her chest hurt. When she arrived at Chung Yang's house, she was like a deity blocking the gods, and her imposing manner made a group of experienced bodyguards choose to abandon their careers and flee. But as soon as she arrived, she saw Chung Ruoxue dragging Chung Yang's son to the rooftop, preparing to die with someone else, and was quite surprised to see Shen Fuyu. Manager? A glimmer of clarity flashed in Chung Ruoxue's eyes. Get down. Why do you want to die with him? Shen Fuyu advised. I'm so tired. Manager, kill Chung Yang. All right, you kill me and let go of my son. Chung Yang had also arrived. In the past few days, Chung Ruoxue had treated him very well, and Chung Yang once thought he could win over this daughter. But didn't he expect that she wanted to kill his son? In a dream, your family is unforgivable. Chung Ruoxue felt like her heart was filled with lead. She had gone from being an orphan to a family that valued sons over daughters, and then learned that her father was scum, while also being hated by the person she loved. It seemed like this was meaningless. Chung Ruoxue began to convulse. She had genes for mental illness, which exacerbated her negative emotions. Then, amidst a fit of mad laughter, Chung Ruoxue jumped from the 6th floor with Chung Yang's son, both dying instantly. Son! Chung Yang's eyes turned red, and he turned to kill Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu moved slightly towards the direction of the surveillance camera, and after being stabbed, her mechanical arm pierced through Chung Yang's heart. 033, looking at the expressions of the weak. The first person to find Shen Fuyu was neither Su Yifan nor Fu Haoshan, but Gu Tingji. With a clue from Fong Jingying, Shen Fuyu had already sent a message to him to investigate Tai Lu. Now he found Shen Fuyu because she activated her nano exosuit, which sent a prompt to Gu Tingji, prompting him to rush over. When he arrived, Shen Fuyu was healing, and there were 3 corpses on the ground, creating a terrifying scene. Senior, do you think you will save her? Gu Tingji knew that Shen Fuyu was referring to Chung Ruoxue. With the capabilities of Shen Fuyu's exosuit, she could save her, but she didn't, and there was only one reason. Saving her would be useless. This was also part of Shen Fuyu's reason for letting Jiang Pingzhou go. In the interstellar world, every person is born not only with a universal identification proof, but also with a genetic identity. Mental illnesses caused by negative emotions are common in the interstellar realm and can be treated. But those mental illnesses that can be detected by genetic testing end in either death or madness, with an average lifespan of only 30 years. In a situation where genetic technology is banned, these individuals are cruelly informed from birth that they must wait for a future that seems utterly hopeless. Therefore, this information was later concealed in public records. I will. Shen Fuyu was not surprised by Gu Tingji's answer. It was a good thing that he had such a benevolent heart. Remember to ask Qiao Lian how he will handle this. After saying this, Shen Fuyu stood up, retracted her exosuit, took off her trench coat, and covered Cheng Ruoxue with it. Then a medical pod descended from the sky and absorbed her inside. Shen Fuyu said flatly, "Let's go. Su Yifan will come to handle this. I acted in self-defense. I hope no one will object." After Shen Fuyu handed over Cheng Ruoxue's body to Jiang Pingzhou, this previously cold-hearted man left with Cheng Ruoxue and the child without uttering a word. It would be a long time before they would see Shen Fuyu again. After Shen Fuyu had unknowingly rejected Fu Haoshan's call for the umpteenth time, the matter regarding Fang Jingying completely fermented in the interstellar realm. Almost everywhere online, it was being spread that Fu Haoshan had a child with the female star Fang Jingying, but Fu Haoshan was together with the highly controversial Shen Fuyu. Originally, Fang Jingying's fans fell into madness, with many people who owed their livelihoods to Shen Fuyu vehemently scolding her for being shameless, as if they had found a special and glorious outlet for their grievances. After Fu Haoshan was blacklisted by Shen Fuyu, Jiang Yu quickly messaged her at a rapid pace, explaining that there must have been some misunderstanding and urging her not to be angry and to investigate thoroughly again. Gu Tingji observed Shen Fuyu's attitude for a while and felt the timing was right, so he stepped forward. "Senior, this is a conspiracy, right? Mr. Fu wouldn't allow a sudden appearance to speak casually. This was what Shen Fuyu wanted to hear. Although she was currently in a phase of doubting Fu Haoshan, she was not so easily swayed. However, as long as she could generate some new associations on her own, even if the misunderstanding was resolved later, the two would not end up together. Controlling Fang Jingying was one thing. Controlling others was another. Moreover, this public opinion was indeed difficult to handle, and the results were set in stone, but those results were not 100% accurate. Shen Fuyu seemed to be comforting herself. That is indeed true. The current identification technology in the interstellar realm is public. Perhaps someone has tampered with it. Gu Tingji's words provided Shen Fuyu with new ideas. Thus, the previously dejected Shen Fuyu, who wanted to ignore everyone, immediately threw herself into the work of finding problems. Just as she emerged from her imagined troubles, Ling Hong grabbed Gu Tingji. She had never seen this person, but his intentions were all too clear. Another person in the world did not believe in Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. What grudge do you have against Fu Haoshan? Why are you sabotaging him like this? Ling Hong, an outsider, completely understood Gu Tingji's meaning. I just think that Senior has more important things to do. The relationship with Fu Haoshan is merely a collaboration. There is no need to be together, right? During this time, Gu Tingji had also noticed that some people in the interstellar realm were constantly constructing information cocoons to improve efficiency. Shen Fuyu was described as an ordinary person at Yulin Academy, with only a very few able to realize that she was the current deity of the interstellar realm. So, he now agreed with the collaboration between Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu, but he did not hope for feelings to be mixed in, otherwise it would not be good for the future development of the situation. The interstellar realm must retain someone with absolute control and cannot be taken all at once. However, Shen Fuyu liked Fu Haoshan, and for the interstellar realm, their being together was undoubtedly much more stable than a partnership that could turn against each other at any time. Isn't there a problem now? You are Ling Hong? Then you should understand that between men and women, no matter how passionate it starts, it will eventually turn into an exchange of interests. They had the best exchange of interests in the world. Shen Fuyu still had expectations for Fu Haoshan. Therefore, your expectations may be dashed. Then destroy this exchange of interests and make them independent individuals. Ling Hong took a deep breath. Was Shen Fuyu looking for a successor for herself? She had no idea how capable this person was in research. If he was merely someone with a cunning political mind, the interstellar realm seemingly did not need that right now. Gu Tingji noticed the issue in Ling Hong's expression and smiled. My research capabilities are indeed lacking, but I can find someone to solve the problems. Remember to keep the weapons in your own hands. Ling Hong always felt that this person was not being truthful. But indeed, there was no such person in the interstellar research community. Gu Tingji should have been the person who had been learning from Shen Fuyu the longest. Even if his abilities were lacking, he still had the ability to mimic others, only he had not had the opportunity or stage before. That is natural. Since Miss Ling does not quite agree with my viewpoint, then let's see who has the better capability. For a moment, Ling Hong had the illusion that Gu Tingji liked Shen Fuyu. She quickly denied it. If he liked her, his attitude shouldn't be like this. But if he had this attitude and still liked Shen Fuyu, that would be terrifying. Shen Fuyu had been busy for an entire day and night, but she found no evidence to convince herself. However, during this process, the situation changed. First, Su Yifan and Yang Qianting announced the investigation results regarding Cheng Yang's death. The whole incident turned into Cheng Yang kidnapping Cheng Ruoxue to threaten Jiang Pingzhou's cooperation, and Cheng Ruoxue, unable to bear the humiliation, died alongside Cheng Yang's only son. Cheng Yang, under immense mental pressure, attempted to kill Shen Fuyu, who had come to rescue the employees, but accidentally fell and was pierced through the chest by a roadside lamp, dying. Shen Fuyu's dodge was deemed self-defense. This news once again polarized Shen Fuyu's image. Some people thought she was a good person for risking herself to save her employees, while others believed Shen Fuyu was the real culprit. However, the latter was quickly slapped in the face by Jiang Pingzhou, who personally came out to accuse Cheng Yang and expressed his gratitude to Shen Fuyu, making it seem like this man, who only cared about family legacy, finally did something good. Fang Jingying was still under Fu Haoshan's watch, and she felt very pleased watching Fu Haoshan's pained and helpless expression. The high-ranking commander of the Star Fleet wasn't looking down on them, these stars. Now you can't save Shen Fuyu either. However, due to Jiang Pingzhou's explanation, the development of the situation deviated somewhat from Fang Jingying's expectations. But she still confidently provoked Fu Haoshan. Do you think this is over? There's more to come. Why do you have to do this? For Tylo? After reading Fang Jingying's gossip, Fu Haoshan already understood why this woman was willing to sacrifice herself. Of course, once I ruin Shen Fuyu and then take control of the Fu family. Oh, by the way, you killed your two brothers and father, right? By then, the interstellar realm will be mine. With what? Public opinion? Fu Haoshan found it laughable. Do you think that's useful in the face of absolute power? You have no range. Where does the truth come from? At the end of your strength, isn't your star fleet now relying on Shen Fuyu's technology? When the entire galaxy boycotts Shen Fuyu, let's see if you can still use her technology. Fu Haoshan looked at Fang Jingying's confident expression and felt pity. She probably didn't know that Tai Lu was considered a sinner in the eyes of the galaxy. Well, you can stay here, but soon this house won't belong to me anymore. What do you mean? Fang Jingying suddenly felt uneasy. I have transferred all my assets to Fuyu, and from now on, I will be just an ordinary person without a penny, except for the pension from the fleet. Fang Jingying stared at Fu Haoshan with wide eyes. Her face devoid of sweetness, only twisted. Without money, how could she save Tai Lu? Don't look at me with that kind of gaze, it's a bit ugly. And do you think it was the Star Fleet that made me? Just wait for Tai Lu to go to the execution ground. After saying that, Fu Haoshan left without looking back. When Shen Fuyu received Fu Haoshan's assets, another shocking news emerged in the galaxy. Fu Haoshan returned to the Star Fleet to take on a major command role. Fu Haoshan could be said to be the absolute idol of a generation, representing the interstellar expedition and the beginning of a new era. Of course, his later business actions also drew criticism from many. Now he returned to the Star Fleet all alone, having given his family business to Shen Fuyu, causing many to exclaim that this is love, and everything seemed to be turning against Fang Jingying. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan's asset list, which was even higher than hers, and fell into deep thought. Is this love? Is Fu Haoshan trying to settle accounts with certain people he had initially let go but are now trying to bounce back? Daughter, do you want these? They were brought back by Yi Cheng with Shun Jindai and Shi Jian, but because Shen Fuyu owned more properties, they got lost several times before arriving here. To be honest, as an ordinary person, Shun Jindai was already eager for money, but as a mother, she had to make Shen Fuyu considerate. Why not want it? Then do you want a divorce? Fu Haoshan? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to your marriage certificate. Now it's turned into a second marriage. I'm not divorcing. Wouldn't that make Fang Jingying happy? Then about that child. The problem is that child. Now Shen Fuyu has one more hurdle she can't cross. With Shen's blessing and this child, Shen Fuyu doesn't want to deal with Fu Haoshan at all. Human hearts are hard to read. Who knows if you really have a child or are trying to trick me in this way? Seeing that Shen Fuyu didn't speak, Shen Jindai comforted her a few times and then left. Shi Jian originally wanted to come in and say a few words, as he always felt that Fu Haoshan wasn't that kind of person, but he was pulled away by his wife. As a result, not long after the two went downstairs, they heard the sound of Shen Fuyu's cup shattering from upstairs. 034, an old friend comes. Signed for an old friend as Gu Tingji entered the room. He immediately heard the commotion and rushed upstairs. The computer quickly transmitted the information to his brain. Someone had exposed that Shen Fuyu was the designer of the game's underlying architecture. Now, almost everyone was demanding the disqualification of Shen Fuyu's team from the competition. It seemed less serious than before, but it was different in Shen Fuyu's eyes. She truly didn't care if others harmed her. After all, it wouldn't hurt her in the slightest. If they had the ability, they should not use Shen Fuyu's patents, or they would face instant disconnection from the interstellar network. However, you cannot harm Shen Fuyu, who is nurturing the next generation. Gu Tingji knew that Shen Fuyu's formation of the team was merely a youthful ideal, but these members could be focused on for development. In the era of holographic virtual reality, esports is not just a contest of talent. It also requires extraordinary mental and physical abilities. The so-called hard work can make up for shortcomings. Even if they can't achieve great feats in the future, they can shine in other fields after proper cultivation, paving the way for a bright future. Clearly, the people Fu Haoshan found for Shen Fuyu were all gifted and knowledgeable. So it would be strange if Shen Fuyu didn't want to nurture them. Thinking of this, Gu Tingji wanted to ask a question. Will these people cooperate with him in the future? Senior Gu Tingji held Shen Fuyu's trembling hand. Why don't we let everyone come back? That way, there will be someone to look after them. Xiaoyin just messaged me, saying his private messages are exploding. Okay, this matter was done by Fang Jingying. Is there a problem on Tai Li's side? Fang Jingying had no chance to contact the outside world, so the only one who could be problematic was Tai Lu. As an energy merchant, it was impossible for him to have conflicts with Fu Haoshan or Shen Fuyu. The only one who could take action now was Tai Lu. Moreover, the other side only had this one card left. Shen Fuyu felt pity for Tai Lu. Apart from stirring up public opinion to smear her and Fu Haoshan, he had no other means, and it was unknown who proposed this plan. But this also indicated one thing. The current situation in the interstellar world did not seem optimistic. Shen Fuyu felt a wave of helplessness. Gu Tingji pulled up a photo and said, Tai Lu has had plastic surgery. He looked like this before the surgery, so I suspect he is not the real person. Liang Anjia Shen Fuyu looked at the photo as countless memories flooded her mind. ISNT Liang Anjia dead? Senior, do you know him? The underlying architecture of the game was originally held by a medical company, and the founder of this company had two sons. The older one named Liang Anjia and the younger one named Liang Yanyan. What is the name of the company? It doesn't have a name. It's just one of the subsidiaries of the Interstellar Medical Association. Now all departments have been split because Liang Yanyan has been missing for less than 10 years. I didn't sign my name in the architecture before, so it's now difficult to determine the patent ownership of the architecture. Where did the photo come from? It was restored. Tai Lu had left browsing records in a report about the interstellar storm. I checked the information of the tourists who were involved at that time and then contacted an authentication agency to obtain the data. Based on Tai Li's medical records over the years, I restored what he looked like before his plastic surgery. It sounded absurd, but it was indeed a clue that Gu Tingji could discover. Shen Fuyu had never thought in this direction. I'll go bring the team members back to Area 7. You send me Tai Lu's information, then head back to Yuan Academy to keep an eye on things. I have some matters to deal with. Saying this, Shen Fuyu gave Gu Tingji an authorization document, allowing him to handle all patents under Shen Fuyu's name. All right, senior, don't worry. When Ling Hong came out, she saw that Gu Tingji was unexpectedly not leaving with Shen Fuyu and immediately became unsure of what he was planning to do. Shen Fuyu had a very mystical eye for people. There weren't many normal people she could see through. So she was worried and followed Gu Tingji back to the house she had previously bought near Yulin Academy in Area 12. Wanted to see what he was up to. After Shen Fuyu brought the team members back, everyone looked at her with a worried expression. Why are you all looking at me like that? Manager, we know about your situation, but we firmly believe you are a good person. Su Qingyi stepped forward and held Shen Fuyu's hand firmly. But I didn't save Cheng Ruoxue. Shen Fuyu felt a bit guilty. Huh? Manager, didn't you receive Ruoxue's letter? Su Qingyi asked, in confusion. What letter? Ruoxue sent each of us a letter at the time when she was replaced. In the letter, she specifically mentioned that she had a letter for the manager and hoped that after you read it, you could help her with what was inside. Everyone nodded in agreement, confirming that this was indeed the case, but Shen Fuyu still shook her head in confusion and then checked each of her email addresses, but they were all empty. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. Who are you? Everyone walked outside to see Lin Yin, holding a huge package and standing face-to-face with a tall, thin person. Liang and Shen Fuyu rushed over and hugged the person. Lin Yin was dumbfounded. Boss, oh boss, look, you returned to the fleet? But the boss lady has run off with someone. No way, I'll start my job of defending work. Thus, Lin Yin immediately changed his expression. Smiling as he walked forward, Manager, I see this gentleman seems to be in poor health. Why don't we first take him in for a checkup? Liang Anyan? The other person showed no reaction to this name, his face pale, body trembling slightly, and his clothes tattered, as if he had suffered some great misfortune. Can you come in with me, please? Shen Fuyu asked cautiously. Liang Anyan nodded blankly, and Shen Fuyu assisted him inside. Liang Anyan looked around, seeming very unfamiliar. Do you remember this place? This is the house you gave me. I had such a big house. Yes, but you later went missing in the interstellar storm. How'd you come back? Where'd you been all these years? I don't remember. I'm a beggar. I came from Area 9 relying on rescue stations. You're not a beggar. Did you come here on purpose? Shen Fuyu was somewhat excited. No, I just passed by, thought the flowers in the garden were beautiful, and your door was open, so I came in. That's the garden you planted. You really don't remember? Shen Fuyu seemed unable to accept that Liang Anyan had amnesia. Seeing Shen Fuyu's emotions getting more and more agitated, Liang Anyan looked somewhat afraid. Lin Yin quickly stepped forward and said, Manager, I have your package here. I'll take this gentleman to wash up and change clothes first, so he doesn't catch a cold. Okay, you go ahead. Shen Fuyu handed Liang Anyan over to Lin Yin, feeling unsettled as she supported herself on the table. This was too sudden. AI Chui wanted to step forward to comfort Shen Fuyu, but saw the package with Cheng Ruoxue's name on it. Quickly pushing in front of Shen Fuyu and saying, It's from Cheng Ruoxue. Shen Fuyu hurriedly opened the package. Inside were 2 stacks of documents. One was a bill for money Cheng Ruoxue sent to her adoptive parents. The other was a list of schools that Cheng Yang's company had exploited, along with a letter pressed at the bottom. Why use paper? AI Chui asked in confusion. It's already rare to see paper in the interstellar world. After a long time, Shen Fuyu came back to her senses and sighed. Those people must be dead, right? What do you mean? Everyone almost said in unison. In the interstellar archival system, the lives of deceased persons eventually become a record stored on just one piece of paper. One piece. Then here, everyone's gaze locked onto that stack of paper. How many souls could that be? Opening the letter, Shen Fuyu silently hid the first page and shared the second page, which contained a list of people who died due to the failure of Cheng Yang's training institution to refund tuition fees in time and due to campus violence. Taken away by Cheng Yang and hidden at home. Cheng Ruoxue obtained these items during her previous interactions with Cheng Yang. The accounts were intended to ensure that Shen Fuyu would not allow her adoptive parents to slander her after her death, while the lists were meant for Shen Fuyu to find someone to handle matters afterward. Shen Fuyu thought for a moment, and then had the items sent to Yang Qianting. Yang Qianting felt overwhelmed by the sudden workload, and then received a substantial sum of money from Shen Fuyu, causing him to smile widely, forgetting that the title of the richest person in the galaxy had changed hands. After Shen Fuyu locked the bills in a safe, she said solemnly to everyone, I believe the Alliance will come to audit us soon. So I need you to organize all the materials related to the team and every record of boss kills in the shortest time possible. Everyone agreed and immediately started working. Shen Fuyu turned and went upstairs, waiting for Liang Anyun to come out while taking out the first page of the letter. First, Cheng Ruoxue expressed her gratitude to Shen Fuyu, but she also mentioned that she was somewhat afraid of Shen Fuyu, feeling at one point that Shen Fuyu was putting on an act because the Yulin Academy had been tirelessly slandering her. She recognized Shen Fuyu's abilities, but found it hard to trust her character. Then, Cheng Ruoxue recounted the entire process of meeting Cheng Yang. She had been approached while purchasing early education supplies, initially hoping to provide a good environment for her child. After all, Cheng Yang was wealthy and a leader in the education sector, and as a Yulin Academy graduate, she naturally hoped her child would also attend there. However, Cheng Ruoxue later realized something was wrong. Cheng Yang seemed to have many lawsuits and was vehemently slandering Shen Fuyu, wanting her to investigate Shen Fuyu's dark history or weaknesses. Unfortunately, Cheng Ruoxue had no choice. It seemed that Shen Fuyu truly had no weaknesses. She felt that Shen Fuyu had an overwhelming presence, and if she had a dark history, certain existing technological systems in the galaxy would collapse. Thus, in a situation where she knew little about either side, Cheng Ruoxue began to mediate, as she had a child and needed to be cautious. However, after hearing Jiang Pingzhou's words that day, Cheng Ruoxue's perception of Shen Fuyu changed. She realized that Shen Fuyu was not a bad person, but rather a ruthless one, while Cheng Yang was a truly rotten individual. Therefore, she decided to do something significant to ensure Shen Fuyu would remember her forever. Cheng Ruoxue provoked Cheng Yang, leading him to capture her. But she cleverly persuaded him that she could help him breach Shen Fuyu's private account, with many people's misconceptions about Shen Fuyu also playing a crucial role. Before a large amount of useless fabricated data was discovered, Cheng Ruoxue obtained the list of victims, and later, she took risks along with Cheng Yang's son in a desperate situation. At the end of the letter, Cheng Ruoxue wrote a paragraph. Shen Fuyu, I hope you remember that you misjudged a person. Of course, I know the outcome of my genetic inheritance, so you need not feel guilty. I hope you and Fu Haoshan can cultivate more useful individuals for the galaxy. Lastly, I still love that scoundrel Jiang Pingzhou. 035, the prototype of the internet celebrity team. Shen Fuyu thought for a while about whether to forget it, the person is gone. There is no need for that. As Shen Fuyu comforted herself, she put away the letter. After a while, Liang Anyun came out, looking somewhat timid as he stared at Shen Fuyu, his eyes filled with confusion. Before Shen Fuyu could approach, he clasped his fists and said, Thank you, kind person, but I must leave. This is your home. Where are you going? Shen Fuyu pulled Liang Anyun back. I have no abilities. Please don't sell me. Liang Anyun squatted down, realizing during his washing that this person was so wealthy yet treated him, a beggar, so kindly. Could he be a bad person? I would never sell you. Shen Fuyu quickly squatted down to explain. You're my brother. I've been looking for you for over 3 years, but you disappeared without a trace. Where have you been? I don't know. Liang Anyun curled up, slightly raising his gaze to meet Shen Fuyu's. Lin Yin was confused. When did Shen Fuyu have a brother? Moreover, this brother seemed a bit older than Fu Haoshan, and they didn't share the same surname. He had never heard of anyone named Liang Anyun. However, judging by his appearance, Liang Anyun looked like a fragile paper beauty, even with a hint of age, still appearing pitiful and beautiful overall. It seemed Shen Fuyu's fixation on looks would never be resolved in this lifetime. While Lin Yin was lost in thought, Shen Fuyu hugged Liang Anyun again. One exuded a queenly aura, while the other was heartbreakingly fragile. Lin Yin quietly slipped away, deciding to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Fearing Fu Haoshan might get so upset he'd end up in the hospital. After a while, Shen Fuyu managed to soothe Liang Anyun. When he wasn't resisting as much, Shen Fuyu said, Can you stay here for now? The flowers in the yard are all planted by you. You can visit them every day if you like. Well, okay then, Liang Anyun softly replied as he leaned against Shen Fuyu's arm. Shen Fuyu immediately tidied up Liang Anyun's old bedroom. But seeing that he had no sense of familiarity, she felt very sad. However, thinking about how he survived the particle storm, it was understandable that he bore some scars, and she felt relieved. After all, there was no rush. If he was willing to stay, he would eventually regain his memories. The next day, Liang Anyun settled into the battle team. Shen Fuyu took him to water the flowers, completely disregarding the bloodshed outside. After all, outsiders couldn't enter the community where the team was located. However, events continued to unfold. Someone dug deep into the composition of Shen Fuyu's team and concluded that it was just a rich person's hobby. The main instigators behind this were Qi Xiaoyin and AI Chui. Late at night, after sorting through the data, they decided to pull off a big stunt. With the outside world questioning whether they were using Shen Fuyu to gain an unfair advantage, they wanted to show everyone their real skills. Thus, they first released images of high-end outfits under a pseudonym, claiming the team would wear them at the opening ceremony of the First League. These outfits were given to AI Chui by a high-luxury brand in collaboration with ZU Light Industry, and aside from being showcased at fashion shows, they had never been lent out. The most expensive dress was a unique, limited edition across the entire galaxy, enough to make many people envious. With such seemingly tenuous information, people quickly unearthed the identities and backgrounds of the team members, but none of it was true, guided by Qi Xiaoyin. As a result, AI Chui's image as a rich woman was firmly established, while the remaining members were portrayed in various ways. Yu Qingyi came from a scholarly family but practiced gymnastics, labeled as a pursuit of an independent ideal. Zhou Yin, the sniper, had an unclear background, so it was blurred, depicting him as someone supported by a mysterious family with close ties to the Starship Fleet. The Wu brothers, due to previous reports about the Yao Jiang training agency, transformed into private detectives known for their bravery, further embellished by claims from former classmates that they were victims of school violence, thus establishing a legendary persona. As for Zhao Shiqin, he had already gained some attention due to the cat incident, so establishing a warm image as a pet lover was easy and also served as an advertisement for his family's pet shop. Qi Xiaoyin herself, coming from a modeling background and having previously been scammed and kicked out while looking for a brother, was portrayed as a foolish beauty and a fallen young master. Watching the ongoing discussions, Shen Fuyu felt that they could no longer be a proper team. They were likely to take the internet celebrity route. If she had known, she wouldn't have entrusted the team's operations to Qi Xiaoyin, and she even paid her double the salary. However, these were all rumors and the team had never claimed them. Just when the discussions were at their peak, the team's official page issued a challenge announcement, welcoming players or other teams to challenge the Shui team. The rules allowed for the random removal of 2 main weapons from team members, with a reward of 3,000 for winning a match. Thus, when people from the league appeared at Shen Fuyu's door, the team's first arena match had already begun, and Shen Fuyu demanded they review the data during the entire live broadcast. On one side, the team began to win consecutively despite losing their weapons, while on the other side, comments from tech experts in the live stream supported Shen Fuyu, stating that everything was completely random and there were no suspicions of cheating. At the same time, Shen Fuyu stepped down as team manager, with Lin Yin smoothly taking over. Although many were dissatisfied, the matter was settled, and the team spot was secured. Moreover, they attracted a large influx of traffic, and the league, seeing that they were profiting anyway, gladly accepted the outcome. Only Shen Fuyu was puzzled. According to the league's clues, the game agency had no idea where the underlying architecture of the game they had taken over originated. The contract was signed with a third-party company that had no connection to Liang Anyun's medical company. She originally thought that after the Chengyang incident, she could confirm that Chengyang was behind it, but that wasn't the case. Later, she suspected Tiela, but if this person used Liang Anjia's identity to develop the game with this architecture, how did he erase all traces, including those of the developers and employees? Shen Fuyu didn't care about that now. She only cared about when Liang Anyun would regain his memory. On the 5th day of Jiang Yu's vigil at the Team S door, Shen Fuyu took Liang Anyun out. Assistant Jiang, Fu Haoshan has returned to the Starship Fleet. Are you going with him? Don't worry. I will take good care of his estate. Madam, you're not divorced yet. Can you trust that the boss isn't that kind of person? I want to believe it too, but the facts are what they are. If you could provide some technical evidence to prove this is false, that would be one thing. But right now, the evidence is solid. If I continue to believe, wouldn't that be a bit of a problem for my intelligence? Then I count as an original employee. You have to keep me. Jiang Yu had the attitude that if she was let go today, she could lie at Shen Fuyu's doorstep until the end of time. What did Fu Haoshan ask you to do? Why didn't he come himself? Shen Fuyu didn't want to deal with Fu Haoshan. His not coming was an ideal state. But if he really didn't come, it made her feel worse. So he is here. Will you meet him? No, you can stay if you want. We are leaving. Jiang Yu then noticed there was another person next to Shen Fuyu. A man? What is going on? Jiang Yu's brain quickly worked, and then she confidently moved in next to Lin Yan. Wait, don't you have a place to stay? Do you think my home is a shared rental? Then I'll stay at the door. Shen Fuyu thought for a moment. All right, suit yourselves. Watching Shen Fuyu walk away, Jiang Yu rushed in to find Lin Yan, questioning. Wait, who was that man? Why didn't you tell the boss? Would it matter if I told her? Isn't the boss busy calculating accounts on the fleet? Moreover, that person is the lady's brother, which is also one of the clues related to Tai Lu. Let's see how things unfold. The two of them are figuring out how to keep an eye on Shen Fuyu, while Shen Fuyu is taking Liang Anyun on a sightseeing trip, and Fu Haoshan is working for the fleet. The interstellar fleet originated from chaotic times. Aside from the star navigation fleet, none can withstand scrutiny. The commanders who originally took money from Chungyang have cursed him several times in their hearts. A few days later, there were no entertainment news reports in the interstellar realm anymore. Fu Haoshan has arrested many people like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves with various charges. And someone has already shouted for Shen Fuyu to bring Fu Haoshan home. Shen Fuyu doesn't care about this. She only feels sad that Liang Anyun cannot recover his memory at all. What do you want me to remember? Liang Anyun asked gently, having let down his guard against Shen Fuyu these past 2 days. Do you remember your name? Is Liang Anyun? No, I don't. Coming from Zone 9. I didn't dare to enter the city, and there was nothing at the shelter to prove my identity. Since you say I am, then I am. Do you remember we met before? No, but now I know you are Shen Fuyu. We probably don't know each other. It's because of you that the current Shen Fuyu exists. After I broke up with, that person, I started working at your company, and all my patents were secured with your help. I still have a company? What do we do? Liang Anyun seemed to be mocking himself. But what use is it for Shen Fuyu to deceive him? Could these things really have happened? Medicine. Don't you have any impression of this place? This is where we first traveled together. No. The two fell silent until night fell. Jiang Yu and Lin Yan were about to panic. Could it be that these two don't see eye to eye? Do you want to go check? I'm not going. Is this how you handle my salary? Fu Haoshan suddenly appeared behind the two. Boss, this isn't really my fault. I've transitioned from administration to team manager. This kind of thing should be directed at Jiang Yu. Lin Yan immediately deflected blame. Is it my fault? Who said not to tell the boss? The two almost got into a fight over whose fault it was. Fu Haoshan glanced at them and then stepped in front of Shen Fuyu with his usual commanding stride. Shen Fuyu felt a bit excited upon seeing Fu Haoshan, but her expression immediately changed. What are you doing here? Aren't you going back to deal with your star and your child? Fang Jingying has been arrested for her involvement in Yao Jiaying's case. You didn't know? Why would I need to know? They still have your child. That is really not my child. But there is no technical problem. Your hospital, are there issues with the staff? You know in your heart how it is. So, how does it feel to regain power? I handed it back to Su Yifan. You did everything for Su Yifan, and you really think he can hold his command position securely? The course of events cannot be changed by our will. So you trained Xiao Lian and Gu Tingji, one to save the world, the other to carry the flame of civilization to wander in this vast universe after the collapse. 036, I have to pass on the spirit of fire. Shen Fuyu felt that no one understood her better than Fu Haoshan, but she really couldn't get over this matter. Taking care of a child was not a problem for her, but she wasn't used to being a stepmother. Fu Haoshan, I can continue to cooperate with Su Yifan and the Starship Fleet, but I can't get over this child. Also, did you originally plan to deal with Tiela? Why did you give up? After a while, Fang Jingying will be released, and Tiela has problems. Let's see how it goes. I am Dayud, and I think old Master Feng was right to warn us about small-minded people. Shen Fuyu also recalled what Feng Zhe had told her about being wary of small-minded individuals. That was truly prescient. Without these people, she should be on vacation now, enjoying the competition with her team, properly managing her esports team. Now the team is gone, and she and Fu Haoshan have ended up like this. Small-minded people are really annoying. I know, just go. Shen Fuyu said as she pushed Fu Haoshan out. We are not divorced, and you went out with some wild man. Why should I leave? Fu Haoshan turned around and walked straight into Shen Fuyu's room. What wild man. That's my benefactor. So what if he is? Are you allowed to have a child while I'm not allowed to be with someone else? No. Fu Haoshan was angry. Liang Anyun. Shen Fuyu's estate was a gift from Liang Anyun. How could he not know? She had thought he was dead, but he was actually alive. Let go. Shen Fuyu forcefully stepped on Fu Haoshan, who was pressed against her. Is Liang Anyun better to you than I am? Of course. Shen Fuyu spoke the truth. When she was with Fu Haoshan, she was like a man who had done nothing wrong, but was punished for having something valuable. She could only rely on Fu Haoshan for protection. But Liang Anyun taught her what it meant that heaven helps those who help themselves. How to survive domineeringly in this unreasonable world, and how to recognize people. So, did you two ever get together? Fu Haoshan felt he was on the edge of exploding. If Shen Fuyu said yes, he would be willing to bear any punishment today to take Liang Anyun down. No, I only met him after breaking up with you. He provided me with a research environment and helped me move past the sadness of a failed relationship. He taught me that I should live for myself. It was our first time being human, and there was no need to accommodate anyone. You don't need to do this. Fu Haoshan knew Shen Fuyu's character. She used to be hot-tempered, but would endure. Now she was different, sharp-edged, just a little luck away from success. To be honest, from a male genetic perspective, he hoped Shen Fuyu was still the soft and delicate girl she used to be. But from a normal person's perspective, he really liked the current Shen Fuyu very much. When Shen Fuyu heard this, she got a bit angry. She could imagine that if she weren't Shen Fuyu, the irreplaceable person in this galaxy, she would have died over this matter. Why would I need to do this? Rely on you for protection? Fu Haoshan, I don't need that. Ask yourself honestly, did you think there was a gap in our levels, so you always viewed me as someone who needed protection? Did you ever see me as your equal? Yes. Fu Haoshan answered directly to anger Shen Fuyu, admitting he had never seen her that way. But why was his protection not as good as Liang Anyun's teaching? You admit that so quickly? Shen Fuyu was also angry, grabbing her teddy bear and starting to hit him. Why do you see me this way? Without my technology, your starship fleet would be struggling for survival every day. The teddy bear was soft, and hitting it didn't hurt. Fu Haoshan just waited for Shen Fuyu to tire herself out. Why aren't you speaking? Do you feel uncomfortable now that I'm using my technology to negotiate on equal terms with you? After Shen Fuyu said this, she saw Fu Haoshan's face turn dark, quickly realizing she had said the wrong thing. Fu Haoshan wasn't that kind of person. Didn't they agree not to talk about these matters anymore? I didn't mean it that way. I'll take that back. The transition from being logical to being at fault was instantaneous. Shen Fuyu wished she could go back a few seconds and cover her mouth. What was she thinking? If Fu Haoshan really thought that way, he wouldn't be chasing after her like this, nor would he have shown the insecurity he had before. Was he mad at himself? Looking at Fu Haoshan, who was silent, Shen Fuyu thought she had fallen into a trap. What was originally the other party's problem had now become her fault. The teddy bear slipped from her hand, and she regretted it deeply. She had finally had the upper hand once. Fuyu, have you ever thought that others are benefits under love, while we are love under benefits? Feelings can't withstand the exposure of interests on the table. We can, so nothing can separate us. You have a child with someone else. I swear that's not mine. Of course, I can't prove it right now. Can you give me a little time? I can't get over this. Just go. Shen Fuyu was irritated. You say you can accept some trivial matters, but you can't have another child. That's a life. Can I just ignore that? I'm not leaving. Back then, when I left secretly, you didn't look for me. It can be the same this time. Fu Haoshan didn't speak, just standing at the door in a standoff, while Shen Fuyu ignored him and turned to sleep. But after a few hours, he was still there, unable to do anything. She had no choice but to give Fu Haoshan a blanket. Jiang Yu and Lin Yin saw the lights in Shen Fuyu's room turning on and off, admiring Fu Haoshan even more, unaware that Fu Haoshan was sleeping on the floor that night. The next day, Shen Fuyu left with Liang Anyun, and Fu Haoshan followed behind. Jiang Yu's job changed from $1 million assistant to a paparazzo, always wary of any cameras. After all, if these images got out, it would be a serious face issue. Shen Fuyu thought that since Liang Anyun had no impression of this place, they should change locations. So the two went to Area 1. the most famous commercial district in the galaxy, and started to take Liang Anyun to visit the shops they had once been to. Fu Haoshan silently followed behind, feeling sour. Ever since Shen Fuyu agreed to be with him again, she hadn't mentioned going back to revisit their old haunts. Gu Tingji had not received any news from Shen Fuyu, and after checking, he learned that there was now Liang Anyun between her and Fu Haoshan. So, during his holiday, Gu Tingji made a trip to Area 7 to see Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe looked at the suddenly appearing young man with vigilance, just by his appearance. He was as good as Shen Fuyu, if not better, and he lacked all emotions, which was rare in the world. May I ask if this is Mr. Feng Zhe? I am. Who are you? My name is Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu is my senior, and she has already handed over mirror to me. Hearing Gu Tingji say this, Feng Zhe felt even more uneasy. Shen Fuyu was under the order of the Prime Minister, benefiting the world. This young man seemed different. What is your birth date? Before coming, Gu Tingji had researched Feng Zhe and handed him a prepared note. After Feng Zhe read it, he invited Gu Tingji to the courtyard for tea. After a long while, he sighed, "Young man, don't force matters in this world. The crime of being willful does not sound good in later generations, and moreover, your life is not as hard as those two. I know, but don't you think they will have problems being together? Naturally, if there are no issues between a couple, it means they truly have no feelings. What is your purpose in wanting those two to separate? I know that I do not have the ability to carry on the flame of civilization. Different galaxies have different circumstances, and technological development cannot be perpetually continuous. Since leaving the 9th mother planet in ancient times, humanity has not found a suitable habitat for long-term development. Only by passing on the spirit of humanity can we maintain our humanity during our wandering journey." Feng Zhe felt that this statement sounded familiar, and suddenly remembered that this was exactly what Shen Fuyu's teacher had said. "How do you know you lack this ability?" "From the moment I chose to return to the Yulin Academy and wait for an opportunity, it was destined that I, along with my descendants, would have to play the role of a villain to bring about the next transformation. And the flame of spirit would not be borne by a villain or even a sinner." Upon hearing Gu Tingji's explanation, Feng Zhe immediately understood Shen Fuyu's intention. She wanted to change the stagnant state of interstellar affairs and inject new blood into the galaxy. However, she was already too closely tied to the Starfleet and Fu Haoshan, making it hard for anyone to believe that she would make changes for such a simple purpose. So she chose Gu Tingji, starting from the Yulin Academy, the root of education. Feng Shishunt, his own daughter, had withdrawn from here due to her inability to fit in. If there had been changes from the beginning, would it have led to the later tragedy? Did she only choose you? There's another one. Who? Is there a birth date? Gu Tingji provided Qiao Lian's birth date, and after Feng Zhe read it, he smiled and said, "Qiao Miyun's brother, with both time and fate complete. This is a heavenly being. So he is the other part? He should be." Feng Zhe observed Gu Tingji's expression. What a person devoid of emotions, yet so calm about his own fate. "Old sir, will they definitely be together? Even if a child is born?" "What child?" "Impossible. Fu Haoshan is destined to have only one son." "What child?" Feng Zhe jumped up. "The old sir doesn't know?" "This matter has been making waves in the galaxy for days. You sit tight, I'll be right back." Feng Zhe stood up in a rush and quickly ran back to the backyard. In the backyard, Tai Qin-Zhu was washing vegetables, preparing for the evening market. Seeing Feng Zhe so anxious, he picked up a kitchen knife and asked, "Is someone causing trouble? Has Fuyu had a child with Fu Haoshan?" "No, they just got engaged." "Right? And Fuyu didn't look pregnant before?" "No, she shouldn't be giving birth herself." Tai Qin-Zhu's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural, and he dialed Shen Jindai's number. After hearing the whole story, a distorted expression appeared on the already weathered faces of the two. "Do you think this is true?" "Impossible. How could I have calculated it wrong?" Tai Qin-Zhu was displeased that his old man was still concerned about whether his calculations were accurate and pushed him, telling him to ask Shen Fuyu. Unfortunately, Shen Fuyu was still out and about with Liang Anyun, not receiving any messages from the two elders. Gu Tingji saw the two elders hurriedly packing their things. He stepped forward and asked, "Old sir, where are you going?" "We're going to find Fuyu." 037. The two characters' face have been written into genes, but it seems that it's no longer the case. Senior sister has an old acquaintance returning. Do you two still remember someone named Liang Anyan? Feng Zhe began to doubt his judgment and the purpose of Gu Tingji coming here. He suddenly couldn't see through this person anymore. Logically speaking, such a person is very dangerous. How could Shen Fuyu choose him? Liang Anyan. I remember him. He is considered Fuyu's benefactor, but didn't he go missing? How could he possibly come back? Today is probably the day Feng Zhe has doubted life the most in his life. According to his divination, Liang Anyan should no longer be in this world. How could he still be alive? He has returned, but he has amnesia. Senior sister is currently taking him out for entertainment, hoping to help him recover his memories. Feng Zhe fell into deep thought. Gu Tingji had achieved his goal today and took his leave. His next stop was Qiaolian. Last time, Shen Fuyu asked him to inquire whether Qiaolian would go to save Cheng Ruoxue. He analyzed almost all possible responses he thought of, but none seemed to fit Xiao Lian's character. After all, this person is adaptable and flexible, but is different from Su Yifan, who carries a lot on his shoulders. Therefore, Gu Tingji was still uncertain about Xiao Lian's attitude towards him, as he had been overly polite after their last meeting. Gu Tingji took his leave, and when he reached the foot of the mountain, he received a coordinate. He avoided the surveillance and turned back up the mountain, finding the gravestone of Shen Fuyu's master. He had originally hoped that Feng Zhe or Tai Qinju could take and see it, but neither did. The other party still had suspicions about him. What does it mean? Gu Tingji sent a message to the unknown source address. Ever since he received the mysterious information 3 days ago, he had been trying day and night to trace its origin, but found nothing, leaving only one possibility. It was from a different ethnic group. There was also another gravestone nearby. Check how this person died, and you will thank me. Upon receiving this reminder, Gu Tingji noticed another gravestone not far away, already obscured by weeds. He took a picture of the gravestone's content and then left. On the way down the mountain, Gu Tingji pondered whether Feng Zhe and Tai Qinju's daughter and Xiaomyun belonged to the same type of people. Gu Tingji hurried to the academy where Qiaolian was located, a school transformed from a supply station of an era requiring life support equipment, exuding an ancient and weathered atmosphere. The sign at the entrance was illegible, and as he walked in, a middle-aged woman came out and asked who Gu Tingji was and who he was looking for. After clarifying his purpose and identity, the woman took Gu Tingji to find Qiaolian, who had just finished class. Why are you here? Does Shen Fuyu not need your help? No need. The rumors and slanders are just a little less than her reputation. She doesn't care. I'm here to ask you something. What is it? You should know about Cheng Ruoxue's death. Will you save her? That depends on the situation. If it's like now, it's better not to save her. Did Shen Fuyu send you to ask me? You really have too much free time. What situation would require saving her? When someone wants to use genetic technology to disrupt the stars. Xiaolian's answer sent a chill down Gu Tingji's spine, as it seemed to determine the fate of Cheng Ruoxue's child. He hoped that by then, such a tragedy could be prevented. Xiaolian looked at Gu Tingji, who had already started hypothesizing about what would happen decades later, and sighed, "You don't need to think so much. Deep feelings don't last, and wisdom can easily lead to misfortune, you know? Just take it easy. How do you know this at such a young age?" Gu Tingji joked. Naturally, it's good to live a little longer. If something new appears, I can witness history. Don't be too pessimistic. You've never been here, right? I have no classes left, so let me show you around. In Qiaolian, the youthful vitality and the cunning and ambition not befitting his age were perfectly embodied, giving a very comfortable feeling. Unfortunately, across from him was Gu Tingji, a young man who had been deep in thought since childhood and had never completely trusted anyone. When Ling Hong realized that Gu Tingji was missing, he had already returned to District 12. It was only because he brought local specialties to visit her that he found out. Looking at Gu Tingji at the door, Ling Hong smiled somewhat twistedly. "Did you know I was following you?" "I knew, and I even know what you've been up to these days." "Miss Ling, why aren't you keeping an eye on senior sister? What are you doing here? Don't be so self-important. I'm just here to catch up with an old classmate." "Oh, then why hasn't anyone seen Miss Ling these days?" "Clearly, the holiday has started. What does that have to do with you?" Go on. Don't stand at my door. I'm just here to remind you of one thing. The gap between senior sister and Fu Haoshan is much bigger than just a child. Please don't have too high hopes for their close cooperation. Here are some specialties suitable for snacks. Goodbye. Ling Hong looked at the pile of things at the door and then at Gu Tingji, who had walked away, feeling increasingly confused. Eventually, she even felt a bit of a headache. Should she go back and find Shen Fuyu? That night, when Shen Fuyu returned home with Liang Anyan, she found 3 people at her doorstep. In the dark, she couldn't see clearly and took a step back in fright. Liang Anyan instinctively reached out to protect Shen Fuyu, and this small action surprised Shen Fuyu. Liang Anyan used to like protecting her like this. Do you remember? No. Okay. Shen Fuyu walked up to check and found it was Tai Qinju, Feng Zhe, and Ling Hong. What are you doing here? We came to ask you how you feel about the Fu Haoshan matter. As soon as Ling Hong stood up, she saw Liang Anyan beside Shen Fuyu. Wow, a white moonlight type of comic male lead? So Shen Fuyu just chooses male friends based on looks? Come in and talk. Shen Fuyu said helplessly. Did you not notice that Fu Haoshan lives next door? Once the 5 were seated, Tai Qinju spoke first. Although your parents respect your choice, we have raised you like a granddaughter. We cannot accept this happening. You must get a divorce. The wedding banquet hasn't been held yet. Who knows you're on your second marriage? It's not about second marriage or not. He's given me all his assets. If I really divorced him, what would he eat? Where, use, and where would he live? Shen Fuyu had only realized these days that Fu Haoshan was serious after receiving payment notifications. Although this method of trapping someone was shameless, it was effective. Shen Fuyu could not really watch Fu Haoshan end up on the streets. When did you become so saintly? You can just return it to him if necessary? Ling Hong seemed to be mocking, but was actually confirming Shen Fuyu's attitude again. In interstellar rules, the transfer of huge assets has a time limit. Let's just leave it like this. At least to outsiders, we appear to be on the same side. So it won't be too reckless. The 3 looked at Shen Fuyu speechlessly, knowing her obsession with appearances would not change as long as she was alive. If Fu Haoshan were gone, she wouldn't be able to look at anyone else. Ling Hong felt relieved, thinking, Gu Tingji, you want to break them apart. But you're underestimating Shen Fuyu's determination to support people. Unfortunately, just as Ling Hong was silently pleased, Tai Qinju's gaze locked onto Liang Anyan's face. This young man looks a bit older than Fu Haoshan. Maybe he hasn't taken care of himself. Well, but he has a good foundation. I can accept him. Thus, Tai Qinju walked past Shen Fuyu and approached Liang Anyan, who was cutting fruit, trying to get close. What's your name? What do you do? She said my name is Liang Anyan. I was a wandering beggar before. Tai Qinju looked at Liang Anyan in surprise. So this person is Shen Fuyu's benefactor. There's already a foundation for their relationship. But what kind of answer is this? What's wrong? Don't you remember your name? I have some amnesia. I woke up at a shelter in the 9th district, and I basically don't remember anything from before. The fruit is cut. You can go back and sit down. How did you and Fuyu meet? Tai Qinjiao was not very familiar with the situation between Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan. Shen Fuyu had mentioned it a few times in her previous letters. It's fate that they could meet even after losing their memories. The shelter sends people with labor capabilities out to work, and I felt something was wrong, so I ran away. There's a free sightseeing route between District 9 and District 7, and I ended up in District 7. Tai Qinjiao knew that the manor in District 7 was given to Shen Fuyu by Liang Anyan. He had even forgotten who he was, but still remembered that place. So why did you go towards that manor? Because I couldn't enter other places, and that place as facilities didn't block me. How pitiful. Tai Qinjiao affectionately touched Liang Anyan's hair. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to stay? I'll leave once I find a job. I can't keep causing trouble for Professor Shen. As soon as Shen Fuyu heard that Liang Anyan was going to leave, she rushed over and asked, how can you find a job without an identity? You should stay. I don't need you to work. You still need to, right? I have hands and feet. I can't let you, a girl, support me. Besides, I've thought about the things you've mentioned about our past these days, and this ISNT called gratitude. If you don't have that understanding yourself, it's useless no matter what I say, so there is no such thing as repaying kindness. Then wait until I get your identification sorted out before we talk. Also, I have many houses. Where do you work? You can live in my house. Well, that's fine. I'll still trouble you. I'll slowly pay you back for the expenses and rent from these days. No hurry, no hurry. You sit first. I have something to discuss with Grandma. Liang Anyan left the kitchen, and Shen Fuyu said to Tai Qinjiao, I don't have romantic feelings for Liang Anyan. And he has even less for me, so you don't have to worry about it. Maintaining the status quo is fine. What is good about that? That is not just anything. He is a living child. As he grows up, this hurdle will be hard to cross. I know, but Grandma, don't worry. If I can't solve it within a few years, I can just die to atone for it. Tai Qingzhao had a look of frustration. Why are you so stubborn? Didn't you used to like Fu Haoshan? Why aren't you speaking up for him this time? That was just me being short-sighted. Regardless of whether he subjectively has this child, can a commander of the Starfleet just conjure a child out of thin air? How much ability would have to degrade for that to happen? That is true. Shen Fuyu suddenly found it reasonable. This shouldn't be something that could happen to Fu Haoshan. Wouldn't that mean there is only the subjective reason for that child? Thinking of this, Shen Fuyu felt uncomfortable all over, feeling like a clown. 038, the stairs are given. Aren't you going down? After settling the three people, Shen Fuyu angrily knocked on Fu Haoshan's door. Fuyu, what's wrong? Although Fu Haoshan had handed over his family assets to Shen Fuyu, she hadn't made any personnel changes. So he still had to do all the work he was supposed to do before, and now he looked even more haggard. After all, during the day, he had to follow Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyun to meetings or other matters, and could only squeeze time in the evening. As soon as Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan's appearance, her momentum instantly diminished. Have you ever experienced being drugged or something like that? No, I've given you the stairs. Aren't you going to make up for yourself? Shen Fuyu felt very sad. The biggest problem with that child appearing out of nowhere was that there was no problem. If only you could find some problems, wouldn't this matter just go away? There really isn't. I'm not lying to you. That child has had some health issues recently, and once he gets better, I'll have someone check again. Your hospital uses the technology of the Starfleet. Unless there is a personnel issue, it's impossible for there to be a mistake. But even if there is a personnel issue, if someone swapped the samples, the results would definitely show it. What can further checks yield? And can we just pretend that this child doesn't exist? Easier said than done. As he grows up little by little, he will eventually know who his parents are. How will you face him then? So you wanted to be with Fang Jingying? That's impossible. To be honest, marrying a female celebrity wouldn't be bad either. Fu Haoshan nearly fainted from anger. He had finally fought hard to get Shen Fuyu to let go of such thoughts, and now everything was starting over. I won't. Fuyu used to like me, right? That child can be sent away. Just treat it as if he never existed. Change places, change families, and say he died of illness. But that wouldn't be fair to him, would it? Forget it, forget it. I'll go check again. Shen Fuyu said as she turned to go home. Fu Haoshan listened to the sound of the door closing upstairs, feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. He was alone in this world, and it was hard to have someone say they liked him. How did it end up like this? So, boss, how did you two meet? Jiangyu had finished organizing the materials and wanted to leave, but when he saw his boss slumped against the door, he couldn't help but ask. That year I went to Yulin Academy to teach, and she was watching pigeons. She probably was captivated by my beauty, came up to me, and said she liked me, asking if we should be together. Boss, has your memory been tampered with? That was Shen Fuyu. That was Shen Fuyu. Jiangyu thought his boss had the capital for narcissism, but Shen Fuyu couldn't be that far-fetched, could she? No, she said she liked me. How could she abandon me? But she hasn't abandoned you. She's still supporting you, right? But she just doesn't want me anymore. Jiangyu felt this sounded a bit familiar. How many wronged wives and husbands have you devoured? Isn't she still not divorced? This is the last insurance. Anything is possible. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Jiangyu quickly escaped. This is it. Neither of them could be saved. Not long after Jiangyu got home, Su Yifan came to find him. Ever since Fu Haoshan had a fit and exposed some people in the fleet, sending someone to get shot, his survival pressure had lessened. However, it was easier to dodge a bullet in the open than to guard against an arrow in the dark. Watching the predicament of Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, he had already envisioned his own bleak and destitute old age. Su Yifan managed to escape from a meeting and deliberately chose a children's playground to make up for his lost youth. Can we change places? Even if we are both single since birth, it doesn't mean two grown men should ride the Ferris wheel. Jiangyu clung to the railing and refused to leave, drawing disdainful looks from passing children. Other people's brothers can wear women's clothes for their brothers. You're whining about riding a Ferris wheel? If you don't get on, my ticket 1 TB wasted. The kids are on break. Are you competing with children for tickets? Jiangyu struggled all the way to the entrance of the Ferris wheel, reluctantly drinking the milk tea made from powder. The food industry in the galaxy hadn't progressed in 100 years. Brother, do you think there is any chance left for my master and mistress? Rumors couldn't hurt them. But the cracks that had appeared between the two were difficult to repair, and the scheming behind the scenes was formidable. Since you mentioned the schemer, Cheng Yang is already dead, and we haven't dug up a single clue. The problem now is that we can't find anything. The lady has been doing analyses recently, but the results are just a few small water army companies creating hype. If someone really plotted the whole thing, their control over human nature would be terrifying. I can already see my fate decades from now. Fu Haoshan was rampaging through the fleet and had a talk with Su Yifan before leaving. The consensus they reached was that Su Yifan had to hold on until the next person who could take control of the situation appeared. Just half a month ago, Su Yifan was still full of confidence, but recently he felt increasingly uneasy. What if he couldn't hold on? Wouldn't that drag everyone down with him to become eternal sinners? Haven't you considered that if the lady has even more incredible technology, perhaps you could retreat unscathed? No, the existing technology is already the pinnacle that the galaxy can digest. Beyond that, there is no way to retreat. That is indeed a problem. Jiang Yu slumped back, mainly because the development of all industries in the galaxy seemed to be at a standstill. If they couldn't move forward, they could only guard their original territory and fight fiercely among themselves. Just as the Ferris wheel ride was about to end, a video forcibly connected, showing only a hand and a head. Then there was the sound of a glass bottle shattering, and the video cut off. It's Ling Hong. Quickly contact the mistress. Su Yifan had been in the fleet for many years, and his eyesight was quite good. Just by the shape of the nails, he could tell who it was. Just then, the Ferris wheel reached the ground, and as the door opened, the two quickly rushed out. While the nearby children silently complained to their parents about how these two adults were acting crazy. Shen Fuyu received the news and quickly pinpointed Ling Hong's location. After Shen Fuyu sent her out, she went to a bar, seemingly to an appointment. After receiving the location, Su Yifan rushed to the bar entrance at supersonic speed, while Jiang Yu staggered as he stepped out of the aircraft. A crowd had already gathered at the bar entrance, and Ling Hong was sitting there injured, stepping on a not-so-smart-looking young man, with a trembling girl standing beside her and a ground full of people groaning. Should we not have come? Jiang Yu slumped down, feeling that today was an extraordinarily thrilling ending. Su Yifan ignored him and asked a passerby to find out that these people had lured Ling Hong's salespeople out. When Ling Hong came to pick them up, they humiliated her and her mother, and a fight broke out when the two sides disagreed. At first, the other side, relying on their numbers, wanted to grab Ling Hong's hair and force her to apologize, but Ling Hong fought back, and after a chaotic battle, one person got hit by a bottle thrown by Ling Hong. Did they call the police? Those men are the bar owners. They won't call the police themselves. Who wants to deal with this bad luck? Then what are you all doing here? Su Yifan asked in confusion. What a great social news story. This is the young lady of the Ling family. We should shoot more. Someone will buy it later. Su Yifan called the police and medical assistants while complaining about what these people were thinking. Were they just bored? Ling Hong sat there, already unable to hear what was being said outside. Although she had knocked everyone down, she had also been beaten up. It wasn't that she wanted to pose and act cool. It was that she simply had no strength left, but falling down wouldn't look good, so she just held on. When an investigation team heard that Su Yifan had reported the incident, Yang Qining got out of bed in the middle of the night and hurried over. Recently, he often felt that if he had pursued his ideals back then, he might not be in such a dire situation now. When the investigation team arrived, everyone dispersed, and in the end, it was settled officially with both parties compensating each other. Originally, the scoundrels who had lured the girls intended to extort money, but they didn't dare to say a word more in the presence of Yang Qining. After sending those who needed to go to the hospital, Shen Fuyu finally arrived. Her supersonic device was restricted in District 1, while Su Yifan had fleet credentials that no one questioned. Is everything all right? Shen Fuyu felt a pang in her heart upon seeing Yang Qining. Everything's fine, Yang Qining replied, taking out a recording device. Ms. Ling came to rescue the employees who were almost harmed, but she hit someone first, which is a bit unreasonable, so she might have to compensate more. Just hitting someone? How big of a deal is that? Shen Fuyu felt relieved. Jiang Yu, go to the hospital for me. Su Yifan, you've worked hard. Hurry back home and rest. The two who could leave quickly made their exit, and Su Yifan invited Shen Fuyu onto the flying vehicle. He felt a bit nervous. What would Shen Fuyu want to say to him? Would she be complaining about Fu Haoshan? I was wondering if I should give you something for your safety. Shen Fuyu said, looking at Su Yifan with a kind expression. Su Yifan's eyes lit up instantly. What do you think I should get? No one can bully you in the Star Fleet, so what do you need? Let me see if I have it. Shen Fuyu initially didn't want to get involved with Su Yifan, but then thought about how pitiful he was. He was taking over from Fu Haoshan, but had no place to gain experience. Those with more seniority couldn't suppress him, and those less qualified might not truly respect him. Moreover, Fu Haoshan had also made invisible enemies for him. Although for the time being, no one in the fleet dared to go against Su Yifan. Over time, those unconnected children or disciples would grow up and create chaos. I need an assistant. This can be arranged, but not Gu Tingji. I know. Shen Fuyu hadn't planned to let Gu Tingji appear in the Star Fleet. What do you think about Jiang Pingzhou? Are you serious? In the past few days, I studied your master's business approach. His actions of doing things himself are too dangerous. I'll find you an agent who is rational and ruthless. A single father raising a child, establishing a deep emotional persona, perfectly solving all possible problems. But I need someone with strong research capabilities. The Star Fleet doesn't need to embark on expeditions right now, so the source of deterrence needs to change. No, I want to separate the research aspect from the Star Fleet. Otherwise, we'll all share the glory and the losses, which is not good. But when will Gu Tingji be able to take control of the Yulin Academy? Both had their own selfish motives. Su Yifan wanted control. Once the technology department was separated from the Star Fleet, it would become the next materials research center. However, Shen Fuyu thought that even if the Star Fleet truly fell, as long as the foundation remained, it could be rebuilt. These two ideas merely corresponded to a present versus future issue, and both fell into silence. 039 Love. Just a chip. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. To ease the tension, Su Yifan asked the question he had always had. How did you come to like my master? When it came to this, Shen Fuyu was no longer sleepy. She actually wanted to confide her feelings for Fu Haoshan, a form of self-deception to convince herself. He is good-looking. You know, I've liked your master's looks since I was young. But later, he didn't appear much in the media, and I thought I had met someone who looked somewhat similar, and I figured I could afford it, so I went for it. Now I can afford it too. Su Yifan didn't understand why Fu Haoshan transferred all his assets, looking as if he had left with nothing. Your master can take care of himself. He just wants to bind me. I find his behavior disgraceful. As Shen Fuyu spoke, she realized she was just brainwashing herself. Her expression darkened again. Teacher's wife. You must believe in my master's character. I swear on my future vacations that with his aesthetic, he would never be with someone else. Let's not talk about this. I'll notify Jiang Pingzhou. You handle the coordination yourself. This is for you. Shen Fuyu took out a bracelet and a set of instructions, a wearable physical exosuit, currently stationed at this location, which only takes 3 seconds to deploy. It's for your safety. Generally, members of the fleet rarely engage in hand-to-hand combat outside the cabin. So besides the early survival exosuits, the development of external suits in interstellar travel isn't emphasized. Even in the Star Fleet, the number of external suits equipped with weapons is very limited. Thank you, teacher's wife. Maybe, after some time, you won't be calling me that anymore. Shen Fuyu turned and left for the hospital. However, she encountered Zhang Yu at the hospital entrance, who said Ling Hong didn't need him to stay. So he contacted Ling Hong's family, and Shen Fuyu could go up to ask how Ling Hong and her mother planned to resolve the public opinion issue. Since Aunt Ling is here, let's go. They should handle their own matters. Ling Yuan watched Shen Fuyu leave from upstairs and turned to question her daughter. I know Shen Fuyu has done us a favor, but you can't just ignore our family. Can you? Ignore what? Mom, I know what you're saying is true. Indeed, as long as there is an irreparable rift between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. Once the interstellar situation becomes chaotic, we, as businesses, will be the first to suffer. But have you considered that they are two flesh and blood people? Their feelings are not just chips for everyone to use. At first, both Ling Hong and Ling Yuan didn't think highly of Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, believing that a marriage based on interests wouldn't last long. They were both grateful to Shen Fuyu. hoping she could truly be happy rather than sink into a marriage tangled with interests. Therefore, Ling Hong had been trying to gauge Fu Haoshan's feelings for Shen Fuyu. She didn't want Shen Fuyu to get hurt. However, later, a mysterious child appeared between them. Even if public opinion couldn't harm them, Shen Fuyu must be very sad. But she couldn't let go. Ling Hong had been quite happy, thinking that Shen Fuyu would finally leave this marriage mixed with too many interests. But then Ling Yuan suddenly found her and said the two couldn't separate. Ling Yuan's reasoning was simple. Their family was based on agriculture and animal husbandry, and to develop or survive, they needed a stable environment. Currently, the stability of the interstellar community largely relied on the Star Fleet. However, the Starfleet's control was gradually weakening after a technological stagnation, and Shen Fuyu was that stabilizing factor. Only by being together could they stabilize the interstellar situation. Of course, what persuaded Ling Hong the most was that Ling Yuan found out Fu Haoshan's schedule from about 10 months before the child was born, indicating that Fu Haoshan couldn't possibly have a child. Therefore, without concrete evidence, Ling Hong pushed for the two to continue being together until she left Shen Fuyu's home today and went out for a late-night snack at a members-only restaurant where she discovered her mother. She didn't know who her mother was dining with, but they had some conversations that left Ling Hong in disbelief. That androgynous voice said, Shen Fuyu is a person with no sense of security who likes to question herself. Her character is unstable. As long as there are too many suggestions around her, one day she will reach her breaking point. Ling Yuan replied, if you don't want Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan to be together, why do you want me to persuade my daughter to let them stay together? The more others affirm something, the more Shen Fuyu will doubt it. That's just her nature. If it weren't for the old man passing on his lifelong learning to her, she would have been dead long ago. Who's the old man? She won't die, will she? I see her living quite freely. If it were someone else, having such abilities yet being suppressed all the time would probably drive them crazy. The old man comes from another civilization that was destroyed by extreme weather. He, along with some people carrying that civilization's historical materials and technology, managed to escape, and in the end, only the old man survived to this place. As for you saying Shen Fuyu is free-spirited, you don't know how suffocating her past life was. She has always been good at self-deception. Ling Yuan sighed, but the long wandering had accustomed humanity to hearing such tragedies. How can you say that? I see your family is doing well, prosperous, and harmonious. If I had such a family environment, I would just be a rich kid. Why would I need to cooperate with you? That person chuckled lightly, a sound that created a dreamy illusion in Ling Hong's ears. She even suspected that this wasn't a human, but an alien who had narrowly escaped after a great war. No. Her family was very poor when she was young. She was ostracized because she was too smart. When she wrote in her diary to vent, her mother took it away, saying children shouldn't have hateful emotions, and mocked her for not having the ability to retaliate. I remember one time she got hit by a teacher. Her mother said the teacher did well, but that teacher was just jealous that Shen Fuyu was smarter than her own child. Ling Yuan clearly showed a surprised reaction, asking, Huh? I think her mother treats her well. Since the incident with Fu Haoshan, she hasn't said much and even said she respects her choice. That's just because she was embarrassed. From the start, her mother thought their family was unworthy of the Fu family and was afraid of being unequal in status with Fu Haoshan's circle in the future. Now she is silent, merely out of embarrassment. You speak as if you saw the other's inner thoughts with your own eyes. Of course, I've watched her grow up. I know everything about her. What about her father? I think her father treats her well. Ha. Do you really think so? Her father's kindness toward her is only based on the fact that Shen Fuyu later became wealthy. When their family was poor in earlier years, her father and grandmother looked down on her, thinking her bad relationships would affect their business. Ling Yuan shook her head repeatedly, lamenting Shen Fuyu's difficult life. Sighing, once this matter passes, you quickly give me the optimal gene sequence for interstellar crops. Hearing you say this, I really feel a bit reluctant. I will treat her well. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan seemed to have heard something interesting. Such nonsense is just self-deception. Saying it out loud isn't afraid of being laughed at. After that, Ling Yuan stood up to leave, and Ling Hong didn't see what that person looked like. Then she felt depressed, went home to drink, and learned that the sales champion under her had been deceived. Ling Hong was still immersed in memories. And Ling Yuan didn't know her daughter had overheard her conversation with someone else, gently advising, "Flesh and blood? If you say Fu Haoshan fits that description, then Shen Fuyu may not. She has already had an unpleasant first half of her life. Why are you still targeting her? She hasn't harmed any innocent people, right? What do you think she did wrong to deserve this? Without her, we don't know where we would be." Ling Hong saw her daughter suddenly become agitated. Her expression immediately turned cold, and she retorted, "Shen Fuyu is against genetic technology, and she has no expertise in this area. The climate in the stars is unstable. What will we do then? We're in food processing, so..." Ling Hong was stunned, looking at her mother in disbelief. "Are you planning to become a grain merchant? To take business from Fu Haoshan? Since we've been exposed to this circle, why not?" "Of course not." Ling Hong had known Shen Fuyu for many years and still had some caution. "Once this door is opened, the stars will be in chaos. My dear mother, please don't get involved with those people, okay? Tell me, who is that person? Did you see him?" "I saw him, and I also heard him. I'm begging you. Tell me who he is. This is a very useful clue." "I don't know who he is." "Why not? He looks different every time he appears, and there's no record of him in the stars. His face and features seem synthetic. A robot? No, a real person." Ling Hong was stunned. This was definitely an alien race. She couldn't allow her mother to do business with aliens, but before she could send out the message, she was knocked unconscious by Ling Yuan. The message intended for Shen Fuyu turned into a thank you and a note about bringing Ling Hong back to recover, ending with a wish for Shen Fuyu's well-being. Shen Fuyu politely responded, not thinking much of it, and that night passed. The next afternoon, she still took Liang Anyan out to play, but she didn't see Fu Haoshan. Now, Shen Fuyu couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Liang Anyan noticed Shen Fuyu's mood was off and asked, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about Mr. Fu?" No. I know about your situation. Seeing is not always believing. Ask your own heart what you truly care about." "I don't care." Shen Fuyu thought again about the existence of the divine gift. The past of the Fu family had been buried by Fu Haoshan's patricide and fratricide. What could Fu Haoshan possibly know? "It's good if you don't care. I hope you can be happy." "No one hopes for my happiness." Shen Fuyu seemed to mumble this, and then put on a smile, taking Liang Anyan to the zoo. Fu Haoshan did not appear because he had returned to the house where he used to live with Shen Fuyu. Recently, he had been watching the position that should belong to him next to Shen Fuyu being taken by someone else, making it increasingly difficult to accept. The house had been uninhabited for a long time, and the things inside hadn't been touched since Shen Fuyu left. Fu Haoshan took everything out one by one, finally stopping in front of Shen Fuyu's vanity. However, when he opened the drawer, it was filled with rotating eyes. Even someone like Fu Haoshan, who had seen all sorts of strange things, couldn't accept it immediately. 040 the child is innocent, but what about me? After a brief moment of surprise, Fu Haoshan sat back down, wanting to study these things. At that moment, Feng Zhe rushed in, forcefully closing the drawer with one hand and pulling Fu Haoshan out with the other. "Don't move, that thing can grow anywhere. Hurry up." "What is that?" "A type of monitor. I've seen it in my old friend's notes, but it's the first time I've seen one grow this big." "A monitor? Alive? An alien?" "No, it's dead, just injected with something from a young age that can fuse with molecules, undetectable, capable of silent and comprehensive monitoring. The strongest monitoring technology currently in the starry realm is the microquantum monitor that Shen Fuyu previously used on Cheng Ryu and Su Qingyi, but it can still be discovered with special rays. So this one is beyond the level of the starry realm. Then, that's Fuyu's jewelry." Fu Haoshan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. "I need to contact my uncle and aunt to have them check Fuyu's old things." "No need to look. They won't care about you." Feng Zhe's words were shocking. "Why? Didn't you see how Fuyu's parents reacted on the day of the incident? They haven't come to find you or Fuyu. Don't you think that's strange?" Reminded by Feng Zhe. Fu Haoshan suddenly realized that Shen Fuyu's parents seemed to have forgotten about her after this incident. They had sent back her asset list that day and then vanished without a trace. What happened after they went back? Someone at Yulin Academy must have been stirring up trouble. Those relatives of Fuyu who were offended by her all came to mock them, and they couldn't save face. So they naturally ignored the matter. The concentration of Shen Fuyu's relatives attending Yulin Academy is several times higher than that of those from Yulin Academy in the Starfleet's technology department. If Shen Fuyu colluded with them, even the principal of Yulin Academy would have to be wary. Unfortunately, this group combined cannot compare to a single Shen Fuyu. Since they can't match her and aren't on the same side, they resorted to slandering her, and this time they got a good opportunity. But Fuyu is their daughter. They seemed quite harmonious when they took away my asset list that day. Fuyu is a girl. Even if she becomes the richest person in the starry realm, it's still not a legitimate claim. You all know the truth, but how many people outside still believe she's the third party between you and Fong Jingying? If Shi Jian and Shen Jindai were really that clear-headed, they wouldn't have let Fuyu be bullied like that when she was young. Young? Bullied? She never mentioned it to me. In Fu Haoshan's memories, Shen Fuyu's stories didn't seem that sad. They even felt a bit like rewarding good and punishing evil. She probably doesn't remember. That was when she was in preschool. Later, she became smarter and stronger, so she retaliated on her own. Fengze wasn't clear about these matters either, only occasionally hearing about them from Shen Fuyu's late teacher. So they just brushed past it. Shen Fuyu didn't want Fu Haoshan to know about her teacher's existence, and the two hurdles between them were hard to overcome. Fu Haoshan didn't speak. He knew too little about Shen Fuyu's past. The little that he understood was based on Shen Fuyu's descriptions. But he found it difficult to investigate these matters under Shen Fuyu's strict confidentiality, which made him feel a bit anxious. Seeing Fu Haoshan like this, Fengze reminded him, "You should send someone to check if there are any special substances here. These things shouldn't be able to grow under normal circumstances. Just move this table without touching it. It's already grown this big, which means it has reproductive capabilities." Following Fengze's instructions, Fu Haoshan arranged for the things to be removed. On the way back, Fu Haoshan asked Fengze why he came to District 10. "I came to find you. My wife is determined to have you divorce Fuyu. She even bet with me before and was very optimistic about you too. Now it's turned out like this. People say the best way to ruin a girl's efforts is to say she has issues in her private life, and Fong Jingying has done well in this regard. Is this a compliment to Fong Jingying? Public opinion is like a battlefield. You two are formidable in your respective fields, but lost here. It's a lesson, but Fuyu won't accept this outcome. I know, but the news about that child being sick has been out for so many days, and no one has reacted. I'm starting to doubt if that child is even human. Fong Jingying, the biological mother, doesn't care? Not just indifferent. I think the child's illness matters less to her than her split nails in prison. Fu Haoshan never believed this was Fong Jingying's child, taking advantage of the child's illness. He spread rumors to find some clues, but ended up with nothing. Thinking about it, the child being used as a tool is quite pitiful. Fu Haoshan had also hypothesized that this was a clone, but compared to their childhood appearances, they were completely different. After extracting features, he didn't find any matches in the Starry database, and it really looked like a newborn. What about Tiela? You know Tiela? Of course. The former energy tycoon of the Starry realm. At my age, I can't possibly not know. I witnessed the rise and fall of the Starry realm. I still remember the early news where he raised energy prices, almost delaying the war, but later you let him go. Actually, Fengze heard this while observing Shen Fuyu and her teacher researching the divine gift. When the two were discussing the impact of the divine gift's implementation on the existing energy landscape. Exactly. The Fu family's position in the fleet wasn't as stable as it is now. To appease the old generation, I could only let him go for the sake of Tiela's father. But later he went mad, and I couldn't pursue it any further. That wasn't you back then, right? Even if Fu Haoshan didn't say it, Fengze guessed it. Fu Haoshan probably refrained from pursuing it because doing so might expose his identity. After all, he wasn't the real one. Mr. Feng, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Of course, but if Tiela isn't the mastermind but a victim, would things be different? If he is a victim, then who is using Fong Jingying? This matter has reached a dead end, both with Chung Yang's lead and the Material Center's clues cut off. The only lead is Liang Anyun, but that person has amnesia and Fengze petit Fu Haoshan is shoulder. Encouraging him, a man should be able to bend and stretch. Besides, Fuyu has never liked anyone other than you. Why do you think you can't win her back? But that child, since it's not yours, why do you care so much? Just be upright and honest. That's enough. Mr. Feng, didn't you once look down on us? Why are you saying these things to me? Before, I thought you were after the technology in Fuyu's hands. But now it seems otherwise. Feng Zhe was worried that Shen Fuyu's teacher and his lifetime of effort would ultimately benefit others. But Fu Haoshan's actions showed him that he truly liked Shen Fuyu. Feng Zhe even mingled with those retired intelligence organizations to confirm this point. Even the old men and women who loved to gossip and speculate maliciously noticed Fu Haoshan's dedication, which is a miracle. When this world is unrelated to interests, why do people ignore the more genuine power struggles in ordinary people's emotions while maliciously speculating about the feelings between these two? It's just an old trick of creating a god and then thinking of destroying this god. Thank you, Mr. Feng. The two returned from District 10, but found that Shen Fuyu had gone to the hospital to see the child, and they hurried to the hospital, confused about Shen Fuyu's intentions. Shen Fuyu remembered to check on the child after seeing the parent-child club with Liang Anyun at the botanical garden. However, she sat helplessly in front of the crib. Seeing her like this, Liang Anyun bent down, picked up the child, and placed him in front of Shen Fuyu, saying, "It looks like he has a bit of cold. Children are so fragile, and it's really pitiful to be used like this by his biological mother. Is he really sick?" Shen Fuyu thought about reaching out to touch the child's face, but ultimately withdrew her hand. The innocent child, yet she truly found it hard to accept. Suddenly, the baby in the swaddle woke up, seemingly uncomfortable from a cold, and began to cry weakly. Shen Fuyu was so startled that she quickly ran out of the ward, even tripping at the door. Liang Anyun patiently soothed the child until the nurse arrived before coming out to comfort Shen Fuyu, who was squatting on the ground. "Don't be sad. Isn't it normal not to accept him?" he said. "But it seems like he hasn't done anything wrong. I'm thinking about where to find a good family for him to adopt." Liang Anyun was taken aback and asked, "Are you going to send him away? Didn't you come today hoping to keep him by your side? Accept him? Am I on my mind?" Shen Fuyu looked at Liang Anyun incredulously. "I have a clear understanding of my own educational level, and keeping him around is no different from raising an enemy. I'm not some saint who can change everyone. I'm sorry, I was too abrupt." Liang Anyun apologized gently. "Since you can't figure it out, let's not think about it. Let's go home. I'm thinking without an identity. Can I find a cleaning job?" "What? Cleaning? Are you sure?" Shen Fuyu felt that Liang Anyun was like a completely different person before and after his amnesia. Before his amnesia, he was a carefree young master, and now he wanted to be a cleaner? "Yes, I've been in touch with a housekeeping company these past few days. They said if someone is willing to accept a missing person whose identity is not yet confirmed, they can give me this opportunity." Shen Fuyu frowned at Liang Anyun, thinking to herself, "Are you sure these people aren't just interested in your looks? Wanting to make some kind of hype? Well, since you want to go ahead." The two left the hospital, and suddenly there was a loud commotion coming from the back alley of the hospital, where the back door was located, only used by transport ships for unloading medical waste. "Let's go take a look." As Shen Fuyu ran to the alley, she was knocked over by someone. She instantly recognized who it was and, clutching her painfully sore ribs, urged Liang Anyun to chase after him. So, when Fu Haoshan arrived at the hospital, Shen Fuyu was limping her way out. "Fuyu, what's wrong? Call a doctor." Fu Haoshan picked up Shen Fuyu and headed toward the hospital entrance. This was Fu Haoshan's private hospital, and there were no other people around. The nurse at the entrance, seeing the scene, ran to get stretcher. No, I'm fine." Liang Anyun went out to chase a boy who should be dead by now. "You all go help him." Shen Fuyu finally came to her senses. "This clue isn't very smart. How do you know he should be dead?" Feng Zhe asked. Only then did Shen Fuyu realize that Feng Zhe was also there and explained, "Previously, Cheng Ruoshu had sent me a lot of information about people who were scammed by Cheng Yang. I've gone through it all, and this kid has a particularly obvious scar on his face." After a while, Fu Haoshan returned from directing the machines and personnel outside, sticking to Shen Fuyu like a plaster and conducting a full checkup. Then, under Fu Haoshan's serious instructions, the doctor, violating medical ethics, announced the final diagnosis. Shen Fuyu had a broken rib, but in fact, she was completely fine. Shen Fuyu herself didn't believe it and protested while lying on the hospital bed. "Impossible. Just a barely 16-year-old kid can break my rib. I'm not even 70 or 80. But last time I was knocked out by Gu Tingji. Fuyu, you should listen to the doctor. Although medical technology has advanced, A broken bone is no joke, Fu Haoshan said, pressing Shen Fuyu back onto the bed. Feng Zhe saw the doctor's serious expression and thought Shen Fuyu was really injured. So he said, Fuyu, you haven't exercised for years, so who knows? It's just half an hour in the treatment room. A nap and it'll be over. Be good. Aye. Shen Fuyu was fixed to the hospital bed and couldn't move, and just like that, she was pushed into the treatment room. The current micro-treatment technology quickly performs surgery at the injury site using special robots through inhalation, but Shen Fuyu didn't have a broken rib. After the doctor put Shen Fuyu into a deep sleep, he looked at Fu Haoshan and said, let us prepare for pregnancy. At this, Feng Zhe finally understood Fu Haoshan's true intentions and found his opportunistic behavior very disgraceful. Even if he had to sacrifice his old face today, he had to disgust Fu Haoshan. Fu Commander, you should also have a checkup, right? Not having children isn't just Fuyu's problem. If things don't work out, use some assisted technology. I have no problem. Fu Haoshan gritted his teeth and replied. But you two have been together for quite some time, and Fuyu is so young. You haven't even seen a shadow of a child, and now someone else has gotten ahead of you and had a child to annoy you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fu Haoshan almost fainted from anger. Was this his problem? Clearly, it was Shen Fuyu who stayed up at night doing research, full of energy, and he didn't even have the most basic conditions to support it. Seeing Fu Haoshan's angry expression, Feng Zhe continued, no matter how you put it, this is still your issue. You're not getting any younger. You shouldn't have to go through so many twists and turns for something like this. A few words from Feng Zhe left Fu Haoshan unable to let it go for a long time, wishing that Shen Fuyu would let him lean on her. This was such bullying. Shen Fuyu, who had fallen asleep, was completely unaware that she had slept for 2 hours. After experiencing drug-induced sedation, massage, and trace element supplementation, she even felt that her skin had improved after waking up. Was interstellar medical technology already this advanced? Impossible. If there were such achievements, how could she not know? Shen Fuyu sat there, confused, pinching her skin, which seemed to have become much more delicate. Fu Haoshan pushed open the door and walked into Shen Fuyu's hospital room. When Shen Fuyu saw him, she asked, haven't you caught him yet? Where did he run off to? The 7th District is a new city built on the foundation of the old city, with many outdated facilities and buildings still undergoing liquidation procedures. So they're still there. That person is very familiar with these, and just as we cornered him, he turned back. That's good. Shen Fuyu sighed in relief. Is Liang Anyan okay? Don't worry. He's in better shape than you. Fu Haoshan said, his tone tinged with jealousy. You open your eyes and immediately worry about him. Can't you care about where I went all day? Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan's awkward expression and finally had some awareness. Okay, let's go see that person. Why did you come to the hospital today? Fu Haoshan picked up Shen Fuyu and walked to the conference room. To see the child. Don't like it? Of course not. Shen Fuyu said with a look that said she was heartless. Well, what if it were your own? My own? Shen Fuyu frowned, thinking that she might not see the sun in this world, and that the hormones produced during pregnancy could affect intelligence. I feel like being with you now is already affecting my intelligence. Fu Haoshan fell silent, thinking it was better to wait a while to talk about it and respect Shen Fuyu's wishes. This was too terrifying. Feng Zhe, following behind, smiled with relief upon hearing this, feeling very self-aware. Her teacher's coffin lid could still fit. In the conference room, Liang Anyan saw Shen Fuyu being carried in, ignored Fu Haoshan, and stepped forward to grab Shen Fuyu's hand, asking, are you okay? I'm fine. Why do you look so dirty? Shen Fuyu reached out to tidy Liang Anyan's clothes and hair. Fu Haoshan silently numbed himself, or he might have rushed up and shouted, do you all think I'm dead? Able to endure and able to bend, Feng Zhe quietly reminded Fu Haoshan, if you go up now, it will definitely be asking for trouble. You have experience? Fu Haoshan's hatred immediately shifted. What do you mean by experience? Feng Zhe recalled how humble she had been when pursuing Tai Kinzu and immediately ignored Fu Haoshan and walked aside. Shen Fuyu didn't notice the awkward exchange between the two and walked up to the young man, asking, why did you hit me? If I hit you, that person next to you would definitely take you to the hospital, and I could run away, the young man said confidently. Then why didn't you hit him? Shen Fuyu agreed with this logic, but added, But couldn't you find someone stronger to hit? He looks older. If I really injure him, wouldn't you all catch me and make me pay? Isn't that more troublesome? Hearing this, Fu Haoshan silently categorized the young man as talented, thinking that Liang Anyan's appearance indeed gave off a sense of maturity. Don't laugh. That's all the handsome uncle with a broken feeling. Feng Zhe clashed with Fu Haoshan today. So you go online, huh? Stop arguing. Shen Fuyu turned her head and warned the two, then asked the young man, the file says you are already dead. Why are you here? Impossible. Are you sure the person in the file is called Sun Yu? The young man raised his chin and pointed at himself, wanting Shen Fuyu to see clearly. No. Shen Fuyu felt that there was a good opportunity behind this matter. Then why did you run away? Where did you come from? Sun Yu looked at Shen Fuyu with suspicion, as if assessing whether she was a good person. What do you recognize? Shen Fuyu couldn't think of anything to prove the identities of the people in the room, especially since her own identity might complicate things further. Interstellar Fleet. This was Fu Haoshan's moment to shine. He called Su Yifan, who had just returned to the fleet and lay down but hadn't closed his eyes. And with a force-commanding presence, he said to Sun Yu, "This is my master, Fu Haoshan," while thinking about when he could retire. Sun Yu glanced at Fu Haoshan and found his face familiar. So he said, "There is a new experimental base of the Yulin Academy in the southwest of District 11. I came from there." Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu as if asking her if she knew about this experimental base. Anyway, the Interstellar Fleet didn't know. Shen Fuyu shook her head, secretly relieved that she hadn't revealed who she was. It would be troublesome if this was also someone brainwashed by the Yulin Academy. You don't know about this experimental base? That's serious. It can't possibly not be on the map. Wait a moment. Shen Fuyu first sent a message to Gu Tingji, then opened all the monitoring stations of the Interstellar Network and quickly found this base at a regular coordinate. Subsequently, Shen Fuyu drew a conclusion. Someone in the network division colluded with the Yulin Academy to change the scanning path and notified the new chief of the network division, Nian Ruo, that no one from the network division was allowed to leave today. Sun Yu stared at Shen Fuyu for a while and asked, "Are you Shen Fuyu, the mistress?" This shocked everyone present. Was this kid not very smart? How could he say such a thing about Shen Fuyu in front of some of the few people in the world who could save his life? Yes, it's me. So what? Shen Fuyu's gaze instantly became dangerous. What bad luck. I see your star navigation fleet is just a bunch of blind people, yet you hold him so high. Sun Yu spat several times as if he had seen something filthy. This action stunned the crowd. It seemed to be more about Sun Yu's moral level than the indoctrination from the Yulin Academy to defame Shen Fuyu. However, Liang Anyan intervened at this moment, blocking Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, and asked, "Your mother is also a woman, right? Why do you have such malice towards an innocent person?" Innocent? Destroying someone else's marriage is called innocent? The mistress is the most shameless. My mom? She only knows to take care of my sickly sister, never giving a penny of her work money to me or my dad. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been scammed. You little brat, you were scammed mostly because of your greed, right? You don't know how to work hard to get rich, only thinking about the wrong ways. You deserve it. Feng Zhe immediately chimed in to provoke Sun Yu. Deserve what? I was the one who got into the experimental center of the Yulin Academy. I just couldn't pay the training fees and was held back. Shen Fuyu was already laughing in anger. What kind of life experience could make him think he truly had abilities, yet still not realize he had been scammed? Then why did you run away? Not only did you escape, but you ran like your life depended on it. That experimental center must be a good place, right? Why leave? Why don't we send you back? Liang Anyan's words were filled with resentment. When Fu Haoshan's people caught up, just now, they saw him lying on the ground, pulling on the boy's pants in a stalemate. But I think their system is unreasonable. They don't let us go out to work, keeping us in the school to do work. When can we pay off the training fees? So I ran away. Everyone present was stunned. This logic was correct. But had he not thought that this was not unreasonable, but a trap? Did you come out with a medical waste transport ship? Medical waste needs to be destroyed. Aren't you afraid of dying? Liang Anyan raised a significant question. How did this person end up on the medical waste transport ship? What does it have to do with you? Sun Yu's attitude changed instantly, and he now looked at everyone present with hostility. Is that transport ship still around? Shen Fuyu felt very tired. Could these people be a little more clear-headed? It's still around. Fu Haoshan felt that if they stayed here any longer, he and Shen Fuyu would end up divorced. So he immediately had people restrain Sun Yu and took Shen Fuyu to the transport ship he had intercepted. 042, are you trying to make me betray my benefactor? There's a risk of medical waste contamination on the transport ship, so it is unmanned. However, there are no monitoring blind spots, so there wouldn't be any opportunity to board. Even a medical waste undergoes strict scanning. So how Sun Yu managed to enter the transport ship is worth investigating. After pulling up the transport ship's route, Haoshan had already confirmed with his subordinates that every stop along the way had strict records and inspections, making the situation perplexing. The transport ship departed from the ancient wasteland in District 9. Shen Fuyu looked at this starting point thoughtfully. The ancient wasteland in District 9 is a barren land with high radiation, which is why the interstellar hazardous waste disposal site was built there. Checking which transport ships and robots have recently been to the ancient wasteland, since it's an uninhabited area, if he passed through there. Shen Fuyu suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly ordered Sun Yu to be isolated. The hospital immediately took action, isolating Sun Yu and placing everyone who had contact with him under observation, while all machines and equipment were returned for disinfection. Liang Anyun was also locked up separately, and soon Haoshan discovered that a heavy machine was malfunctioning and a maintenance robot had been sent there. To avoid alerting the enemy, they only tracked these robots for the time being. Someone in the Yulin Academy must be helping Sun Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had access to maintenance equipment and personnel. Therefore, they started checking from the maintenance station. Haoshan and Shen Fuyu's teams acted quickly and soon traced it back to a teacher from the Yulin Academy who was often on business trips. Shen Fuyu had no impression of him, but soon received news from Gu Tingji. This teacher's account had frequent transactions, ostensibly for purchasing reagents. But his reagent factory was actually a shell company. Just as Shen Fuyu was about to continue the investigation, Gu Tingji sent a message saying he was on his way to the research base and asked them to wait for his news. It seems the person you chose is slightly better than both of us. You should have known about this matter early on, but didn't inform me. I didn't expect Tingji to be able to handle things so quickly. Shen Fuyu felt quite relieved. However, Haoshan felt a bit sour. If he had met Shen Fuyu back when he was still the formidable Commander Fu, he would have let these youngsters catch Shen Fuyu's eye. Truly, the saying, once people leave, the tea cools resonates with him, and he began to feel a sense of melancholy about his twilight years. Whether he could stand on his own would depend on whether he could return safely. You have to believe in my judgment. Although there are occasional minor issues, I won't be wrong on major matters. I believe whether Gu Tingji can take control of the Yulin Academy hinges on this moment. You might find that when you return to school, it might not even exist anymore, Haoshan joked. The two continued to monitor the movements of the maintenance robots in the Yulin Academy, but Gu Tingji was experiencing this for the first time and felt somewhat nervous. He had noticed that some capable but unnamed teachers of the Yulin Academy were regularly on business trips. Combined with the clue Shen Fuyu had given him about the companies and their financial transactions, he could deduce that there was certainly something fishy going on. However, he had not yet guessed that it might be related to human trafficking. This sudden incident led him to an unsettling hypothesis. Cheng Yang was a scapegoat, and someone was plotting against Shen Fuyu. Even more terrifying was the thought that this person had started planning from the incident involving Cheng Ruoshue's mother and the Zhuang family. Thinking of this, Gu Tingji wanted Shen Fuyu to find the still-living Zhuang Yuyu, but a sudden particle storm caused their ship to malfunction midway. Accompanying Gu Tingji was Yin Jing, one of the 6 main officers of the Yulin Academy, with whom he had recently connected. This was the easiest place to break through because Yin Jing loved money and didn't care about reputation. Money could make things happen, and his reclusive personality meant he had few friends. Suddenly, a smart person who rapidly rose through the ranks after solving the Qiao Lianji incident was willing to collude with him, which naturally pleased him. Oh dear, brother. I really didn't check the calendar before going out, and I don't know how long this storm will last. If it drags on, I might not be able to bring you in. Yin Jing was somewhat anxious. He had accepted Gu Tingji's money, and since Gu Tingji had recently helped him solve his underperforming daughter's admission problem, he was worried about future implications if their collaboration fell through. The sky is unpredictable, so how can you blame Brother Yin? The interstellar storm forecast hasn't covered this area yet. It's fortunate that it hasn't. Gu Tingji's words had a double meaning. One was to reassure Yan Jing, and the other was to test Yan Jing's attitude towards Shen Fuyu, because this forecast was improved by Shen Fuyu. And narrowing the range was the work of the Yuan Academy. Yan Jing confirmed Gu Tingji's attitude and proudly said, at that time, Shen Fuyu improved the technology, and the energy consumption was reduced while the accuracy increased, allowing it to cover the entire interstellar region. It was I who revised the energy consumption indicators that ultimately narrowed the monitoring range. Fortunately, it wasn't T discovered, or I would have ended up like that former vice president. That's different. That vice president was just a nominal figure. How could he compare to the years of foundation that my brother has in the Yuan Academy? Gu Tingji flattered him. Being praised by an excellent and wealthy junior made Yan Jing feel a bit elated, and he laughed. You may not know this, but that vice president is in cahoots with the Zhuang family. Commander Fu Haoshan can sacrifice his own kin for Shen Fuyu. Who would fear a vice president? Isn't that fearing the Star Fleet? Now, with Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's reputations, in a few years, the interstellar world will soon have no place for them. The Yuan Academy has students everywhere, and as long as they bide their time, there will be a day to replace them. Yan Jing was single-handedly supporting the 6 divisions of the Yuan Academy, the president and vice president, and his attitude largely represented the current stance of the Yuan Academy. Gu Tingji had finally grasped an opportunity, so he naturally wanted to probe further. Are you being naive? I say, brother, how can such a smart person as you be confused about this matter? Those old guys are foolish, but I'm not. They tried to move against Shen Fuyu and failed, and moving against Xiao Miyun caused serious harm. Yet they still dream of replacing both of them one day. You helped my daughter get into school, but let me remind you not to get involved with those people. Just take some money and be done with it. Yan Jing meant that he had a disagreement with others of the Yuan Academy on this matter. However, weren't they currently at odds because of that female star and her illegitimate child? Isn't this a good opportunity? What good opportunity? Do you think Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu are fools? That is the strongest interest alliance in the interstellar world. What does a child matter? Who knows when Fang Jingying might just disappear? I don't know whose foolish idea this was. Just take care of yourself. Seeing Gu Tingji deep in thought, Yan Jing patted his shoulder to comfort him a bit before going to sleep. However, Gu Tingji thought this was not a foolish idea. There was already a divine gift separating Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, and with Shen Fuyu being suspicious, it could explode one day. Keeping them apart and maintaining peace was the best approach. You understand me well. In a situation where all communications were down, Gu Tingji's message interface displayed this sentence. Another alien, which made him very displeased. He thought, once I find out who you are, I will make you regret appearing in this world. According to previous tests, this alien definitely does not possess the mysterious skill of mind reading. So his statement about understanding should refer to a good opportunity. It seems the other party intends to control Shen Fuyu. Gu Tingji replied, when can we encounter the storm? The other party immediately responded, let's return. Wouldn't it be better for Shen Fuyu to come and investigate personally? Faced with such persuasion, Gu Tingji quickly thought of everyone around Shen Fuyu and finally remembered the Ling family's mother and daughter. Their change in attitude could be said to be the least justified. Without reason, there must be benefits. Gu Tingji responded, you aren't trying to sow discord between me and my senior sister, are you? You can't drive a wedge between us with just words. On the other side, a string of ha-ha-ha replies came, followed immediately by, oh, you're negotiating terms with me? But look at your current situation. Shen Fuyu is truly focused on nurturing Xiao Yan. You and Su Yifan are just stepping stones for her. Why should you still be grateful? You should understand the principle that when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Gu Tingji found this response very familiar. The way of speaking seemed similar to Shen Fuyu. But she couldn't possibly harm herself. Could she? Could she be suffering from a split personality? Gu Tingji quickly denied his thoughts and continued to feign indifference. You also know I'm a fallen aristocrat. I never said I would give up on revenge. Before the cunning rabbit dies and the hunting dog is cooked, I still have time to act tough. Why would I take risks without any benefits? A mere chief family. And you already have the ability to act. You hold all of Shen Fuyu's assets in your hands. For this reason, without greater benefits, I will never betray. Once the matter is accomplished, I will grant you interstellar power. Gu Tingji almost laughed out loud at this overly dramatic statement. If you, an outsider, really had such capability, you should have destroyed the Starfleet back then, instead of hiding in the shadows and playing these tricks on people now. Moreover, he wasn't moving against the Chi family just to see if there was a chance to ruin them. Losing in business would be too boring. Despite his disdain, Gu Tingji continued to show a face that was only interested in profit. Don't paint a beautiful picture for me. Let's talk when you can show me some real gold and silver. Then, the other party sent him a string of coordinates, instructing him to follow that route to navigate out of the storm. Upon receiving the coordinates, Gu Tingji felt ecstatic. He had finally grasped something useful. If you want to calculate this coordinate in the cosmos, it was impossible without Shen Fuyu's system. Maybe we can chat more often. And about the matter you asked me to investigate last time, I will get on it as soon as possible. After sending the message, Gu Tingji deceived Yin Jing, saying they should return, and suddenly pretended to feel unwell while manually inputting the coordinates, successfully causing a slip of the hand. No. Yin Jing wanted to change course, but found he seemed to be moving towards the edge of the storm. Little brother, sometimes misfortune brings good fortune. When we get back, I'll treat you to a meal. What's wrong? Gu Tingji feigned confusion. We made it out. How are you doing, little brother? Can you still enter the experimental center? Yes. It might just be that the radiation was too strong earlier. You young people don't exercise. If you enhance your resistance, it would be much better. When we get into the experimental center, just follow me. No need to talk. I'll take you to meet the person in charge there. Let me tell you, ever since they couldn't control Shen Fuyu, many things have stagnated. Once they see you, it'll be a perfect match. When the time comes, don't forget to help my useless daughter. After Yin Jing's lengthy chatter, Gu Tingji smiled and agreed, but internally he thought, you might be going to prison soon. The experimental center was built on a massive artificial planet, resembling a rubber ball with many suction cups that he played with as a child, with surveillance cameras in every corner. Gu Tingji didn't dare to send messages outside, as he wasn't at Shen Fuyu's level. If his communication were monitored, things would go awry. Following Yin Jing towards the central area, Gu Tingji noticed that the people passing by had a cold and even indifferent demeanor, and couldn't help but tentatively ask Yin Jing, brother, why do they have such an attitude towards work? They might as well hire a few robots. Robots? Then Shen Fuyu could break in at any moment. It's easier to control humans. Even I have gotten used to it after being here for a long time, let alone them. As long as they can work, that's enough. What if one of them runs away? That's not a joke. Collecting evidence with robots is much harder than with humans. They're looking at me, and I'm scared. Of course, Gu Tingji's last sentence was just a pretense. What are you afraid of? No one dares to rebel. This place is a tight net. Who can escape? Little brother, you need more experience. There are many unbelievable things in this world. Indeed. Gu Tingji thought to himself that they didn't notice a person was missing. Finally, they reached the top floor of the highest building in the center, which was an entire office that couldn't just be described as luxurious. There stood a seemingly profound person, and Gu Tingji was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this the security guard from the school gate? He had even tried to get close to him late at night, after Shen Fuyu left Yulin Academy, to see what was on his mind. Brother Tong, this is... I know, Gu Tingji. The man stepped forward to shake hands with Gu Tingji. My brother mentioned you. I'm Tong Yuanchang. Gu Tingji enthusiastically shook hands, realizing they were twin brothers, but the disparity in their lives was too great. One possessed such wealth while the other was guarding the gate. Tong Yuanchang looked at Gu Tingji's enthusiastic yet slightly reserved expression and immediately fell into the trap, explaining, my brother has difficulty moving, so he has a more relaxed job. Although he guards a gate, both students and teachers respect him. In fact, Tong Yuanchang didn't need to explain this, as Gu Tingji had a clear understanding of what species these people were. But with this explanation, Yin Jing would start to feel suspicious. How could others not know where this so-called respect came from? Didn't Yin Jing understand? 043 can cooperate, but can turn hostile at any moment. Seeing a hint of defiance between Tong Yuanchang and Yin Jing, Gu Tingji's plan took its first step. He quickly said, of course, having an older brother like you is truly a blessing, but how do you know about me? I'm not that famous yet, am I? Gu Tingji was currently in a state of excitement for being recognized, completely unconcerned about his earlier quiet arrival. He could even be described as feeling triumphant. indicating that Su Yifan had not yet mastered the art of adaptability. Since you entered the academy, you made several major discoveries in a row. The new parameters are very useful. They're far more valuable than that Shen Fuyu. Plus, you can handle the issue with Qiao Miyun's brother. With such all-around talent. If I didn't know, wouldn't I be deaf and blind? Hearing this, Gu Tingji felt relieved. He was afraid that recklessly approaching would implicate Yin Ju-Si. Old Yin, that's where you went wrong. Since you're already familiar with Tingji, why didn't you recommend him to us? Isn't that wasting talent? I was just afraid you would think I was overstepping, the younger brother replied. Tingji and I are old friends, and naturally, we can't do anything reckless. Gu Tingji detected the obvious intention to pull him in from the tone of the two, indicating they were not entirely on the same side and might have some contradictions. Therefore, he decided to smooth things over. It's my fault for being presumptuous. I saw some teachers rising quickly and felt anxious. I'm not young anymore, and it's hard to come by such an opportunity, so I naturally don't want to miss it. The implication in Gu Tingji's words was that he had learned about their matters through observation, meaning their situation might be exposed. This not only aroused suspicion, but also indicated that if they became anxious, there would certainly be flaws. Furthermore, this statement reaffirmed his loyalty and self-serving nature, aiming to gain these people's recognition. After all, no one was here for some lofty ideal, right? Very good, young, and promising with vision, something we old folks can't match. Gu Tingji was angered by Tong Yuanchang's words. After saying so much and performing so many acts, he was easily deflated by this light remark. Tong Yuanchang had also pulled Yin Jing into the same camp, indicating that breaking their connection would require more effort. You two are so young, this is a joke. Since Brother Tong already knows that I am coming, it's only natural that he tacitly allows me to shamelessly get closer. I will do my utmost. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Although Tong Yuanchang said this, he still did not fully trust Gu Tingji. This person could deduce their whereabouts from just a few clues and even helped Yin Jing's academically challenged daughter with her admission, completely grasping the thoughts of this daughter's slave. What was his intent? The three exchanged pleasantries for a while, but did not get to the point of what they wanted to do. Gu Tingji was not in a hurry. He still needed to observe. However, just when Tong Yuanchang planned to take Gu Tingji to the lab, an unexpected situation arose. A person covered in eyes escaped from the lower confinement area and rushed towards Tong Yuanchang's office, and no one dared to stop him. So when he was furiously pounding on the office door, a group of security personnel watched from outside, while Tong Yuanchang and the others were trapped in the innermost corner. Did you see that person covered in eyes? How do you know? Gu Tingji was contemplating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to gain trust when another piece of unclear information arrived. If it weren't for that greedy bunch from Tai Loot treating our worthless things like treasures, I really wouldn't be able to survive. Just a warning, don't touch it. Once it grows up, it will breed anywhere with traces of protein structure. Then how am I supposed to survive? So, have you agreed to cooperate with me? The day Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan fall out is the day we succeed. My dying here wouldn't affect anything, right? Gu Tingji would not easily agree to the cooperation, preferring to wait until the last moment to decide. He would never betray the trust Shen Fuyu had in him, and all his suspicions arose only when Shen Fuyu was not in danger. Don't you want Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan to separate? Why are you rejecting me? I want them to separate to preserve one of either interstellar technology or physical strength in the worst-case scenario, not like you, who wants the destruction of the interstellar. I never said I wanted to destroy the interstellar. Gu Tingji felt disdain for this brief reply. You don't want to destroy the interstellar? That's a genuine hatred for exterminating your own kind. How much hatred and resentment must you have against your own kin to want the interstellar to continue? Is this some nonsensical fantasy? Seeing Gu Tingji's lack of response, the other party continued. Do you really want to die here? What conditions did you give to Ling Yuan and her daughter? I want double. Gu Tingji had now managed to feign compromise. He left himself some leeway. As long as the conditions were not met, it would be reasonable to turn against them. Does this escape plan count? It counts. After gluing these eyes with glass, it will be unable to move, and then pour cement on it. It can only be sealed. Once this thing grows, it will never go back. Is this thing common in your place? What are you? Gu Tingji was not cursing. He was genuinely asking what species this was. In our place, this is used for treatment, but you won't use it thinking it's something good and just taking it without a second thought. Used for treatment? Gu Tingji moved along the wall to a huge glass frame while pondering. Wasn't this similar to the underlying structure of the game metaverse? Eternity? Could this alien be someone Shen Fuyu knows? What are you doing? Come back. Yin Jing shouted nervously. He had brought people out today, and if they didn't make it back alive, whether he could keep his position as Zhu Si was still in question. I'll attract its attention. You all run. After saying this, Gu Tingji threw the glass frame at the approaching monster. The monster paused for a moment before turning toward Gu Tingji, but halfway there it stopped moving. At this point, Gu Tingji had already crouched down, holding his head, waiting for death. Yan Jing quickly turned back and pulled Gu Tingji up. Little brother, hurry, glass. Glass is useful. Yes, hurry. Tong Yuanchang and Yin Jing helped the seemingly incapacitated Gu Tingji run out while shouting to the outside, "Quick, come in and handle it." How do we handle it? The head of security still stood at the door, afraid to move. Just moments ago, this person had grabbed someone's south hair on the road, and it was covered in eyes. Work is work, but life is more important. Corrosive acid, fire, anything, hurry up. Tong Yuanchang said impatiently. Gu Tingji, who was standing at the back with his eyes closed and slumped over, felt that the whole world owed him an acting award and wanted to see what they planned to do. A group of people dared not approach, but under Tong Yuanchang's fury, they quickly found the items he mentioned. However, no one dared to act. What are you looking at? Burn it. Tong Yuanchang felt that if he looked at this person in front of him for another second, he would die on the spot. But this is the office. Burn it? What if it contaminates the experimental environment? The head of security had already assessed the potential impact of using a rocket launcher right now, considering that his predecessor had just gone missing, and he didn't want to end up with unexplained consequences. Then shut the door. As Tong Yuanchang was about to use his fingerprint to lock the security personnel inside, he was suddenly restrained. If it were a normal situation, everyone would definitely avoid going against Tong Yuanchang due to the high risks involved. However, what lay before them was far too terrifying, exceeding the limits of human physiological and psychological tolerance. No one wanted to grow a pair of eyes all over their body. Everyone calm down, calm down. Yin Jing also realized the severity of the situation and quickly stepped forward to soothe the crowd's emotions. Today, we must come up with a reasonable plan before we can take action. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Everyone has left their homes and families to come here, and they don't want to die without understanding why. The person in charge thought that since they had already taken action, they might as well go all out. Gu Tingji quietly watched the tug-of-war between both sides. Realizing that not everyone here was forced to participate, these were likely desperate and reckless individuals. Yin Jing noticed that things were getting out of hand and suddenly saw Gu Tingji. Remembering how he had thrown the glass earlier, he quickly approached and asked, "Tingji, do you have any ideas?" Huh? Gu Tingji, still looking as if his heartbeat hadn't returned to normal, stared blankly at Yin Jing. I don't know. That thing didn't touch me, right? He frantically checked himself, seemingly genuinely frightened. Seeing Gu Tingji like this, Tong Yuanchang's suspicion towards him diminished a bit. He was just a facade, flattering others, and there was nothing to be wary of. All right, gather all the researchers here to come up with a solution. Since I promised everyone benefits, they will definitely agree. I misspoke earlier. Please forgive me. Tong Yuanchang humbly apologized. Hearing Tong Yuanchang's tone, Gu Tingji confirmed one thing. He was merely an agent who needed other means to manage a group of desperate individuals driven solely by self-interest. That person was not here, and Tong Yuanchang couldn't even contact him. Soon, many dazed researchers gathered at the door, many of whom were actually visiting this floor for the first time. Their initial focus was not on the monster, but on the luxurious decor of the place. Tong Yuanchang, exasperated, sternly reprimanded those who were looking around, urging them to quickly find a way to deal with the creature. The security personnel did not react to his harsh curses, and Gu Tingji silently ridiculed them in his mind. However, no one had seen this creature before. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. In fact, they had never encountered this thing even before it escaped. So to avoid being locked inside for close observation, they started to babble incoherently. At first, Tong Yuanchang hoped they could provide a suitable plan to help him fulfill his responsibilities, but as time went on, he increasingly felt it was all nonsense. And his attitude worsened, as if he were scolding children. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, suggesting, "How about we seal it with something? Open a hole from the top floor and pour in the liquid that needs to be cast." Upon hearing this, Gu Tingji immediately locked his gaze on the short female researcher in the crowd. 044 affection for home. Indifference to the stars, however, no one was pleased by her words. In fact, some cast sympathetic glances her way. One of her companions seemed to want to grab her hand but hesitated, glancing at Tong Yuanchang before quickly withdrawing. Tong Yuanchang was very pleased and signaled the security to act quickly, stating that this was a good plan as it wouldn't pollute the experimental environment. Now, they had no reason to delay, right? Gu Tingji had already moved to a chair on the side and was lying down. Yin Jing, who was talking about exercising, was already panting after just running up 2 flights of stairs. He was sitting opposite Gu Tingji, supporting his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. "Brother Yin," Gu Tingji called softly. "What is wrong? Not feeling well?" Yin Jing hadn't realized yet. He felt a bit short of breath. "Yin Mifine. Why do those researchers look so grim? Shouldn't our salaries be quite high? Why are they reluctant to do some work?" Gu Tingji said as he sat up, looking righteous. This phenomenon was quite strange. The teachers who traveled for work should have volunteered for this, so why do they now appear disinterested? This matter should have some benefit to them. Oh, it's because a few days ago, the security was negligent and let some researchers see the miserable lives of those living in the third-class area of the center. Once the word got out, some refused to cooperate, claiming we were violating human rights. This made Gu Tingji feel pleased. It seemed that the people here were mostly divided into desperate individuals and those who had been deceived. Since they still had a conscience, things would be much easier. However, he was curious about those sympathetic glances. Did Tong Yuanchang and the others have some dangerous actions? But Gu Tingji continued to feign ignorance. This has nothing to do with them, so why bother? We might as well make ourselves comfortable. If everyone was like my little brother, we'd be worry-free. But they aren't. They all want to distance themselves from us. Did you see their eyes when they looked at that woman? They were pitying her for being shallow-minded and seeking attention, not realizing that could get her counted as one of us. Yin Jing's expression held a hint of malice. Gu Tingji didn't know whether this expression was due to his inability to extricate himself from the situation or because he wanted to deal with those who disobeyed. In any case, neither option was good. Soon, this farce was finally resolved, and everyone quickly scattered. However, the female researcher was left behind. A few flattering words from Tong Yuanchang left the young woman disoriented, and then the two of them exchanged greetings with Yin Jing and Gu Tingji before leaving one after the other. "Let us go. I'll take you around," Yin Jing said. "Where are they going?" Gu Tingji asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Yin Jing thought he was upset about not being included and explained, "It's nothing good. I promise not to let you down. We'll finish our work and leave without getting involved in their affairs." "Fine." The two donned protective gear and toured the laboratories on each floor, but it seemed there was no progress. The experimental reagents and equipment were still being wasted as if they were free. "Brother Yin, with such consumption here, I don't see how we're making money," Gu Tingji said, fully aware of where the money was coming from. But he had to maintain an appearance of complete ignorance. "You wouldn't understand, would you?" Yin Jing said mysteriously. "The reagents are fake, and the equipment is just toys. All that money is a huge sum, plus investments from the fleet and various centers. Besides the fleet, we could just give a fake report for everything else." The answer was expected, but Gu Tingji was still nearly fainting with anger. "So, aside from the fleet's tasks, you're willing to falsify everything else?" What surprised him even more was Yin Jing's attitude. Did this mean he and Tong Yuanchang had a disagreement? Or had Tong Yuanchang revealed some weakness in his recent actions? If everything is fake, why hire so many people? Doesn't he having more people increase the chances of things going wrong? Also, the real part is just a fraction. The genuine parts work with enterprises on projects. As long as there are those highly polluting or regulated companies, that is a much larger sum. Do they know these reagents are fake? Gu Tingji asked, looking a bit frightened. They don't know. Otherwise, how could we keep them locked up under the pretense of no results? Don't worry, little brother. Once you're here, I'll tell Tong Yuanchang to give you the best. We use so many reagents. Does the materials center that had issues previously have any connection with us? That place is a hotbed of controversy. Recently, Fu Haoshan cleared out the descendants of old fleet members, and now the materials center is part of the Star Navigation fleet. If this gets uncovered, won't we be in deep trouble? Stop saying such unlucky things. We still have people above us, though I don't know who they are. They're definitely reliable. Let us go eat. The cafeteria here is good. My daughter loves it. The two arrived at the cafeteria, and since it wasn't team mealtime yet, there weren't many people, but they could still order. Yan Jing skillfully ordered several dishes, and the chef, whom he had brought from logistics, opened up the conversation upon seeing him. Brother Yin, when can I go home? My wife suspects I have another family outside. The chef complained while flipping a spatula with one hand. Just a bit longer, Yin Jing replied while picking out drinks. You send home so much money every month, and your wife isn't happy? At my house, if I could send money every day, why would I come home and add to their troubles? They might not want me back for the rest of their lives. Your daughter is already so big. My wife saw some parenting method somewhere and said I was practicing widowed parenting, which isn't good for the child's growth. I barely went to school, so how would I know these things? I just want my family to have enough to eat and wear. It's really a hassle. I have an idea. Gu Tingji suddenly thought of a plan upon hearing this family talk. Hearing Gu Tingji speak, the chef finally noticed the person standing next to Yin Jing and asked, Brother Yin, is this your son-in-law? The young man looks quite talented. No, this is a new professor from the academy. His future is limitless. I brought him to take a look. What's your idea? I'd like to hear it for future reference when it comes to educating my grandson. Send the kids to training classes, let them learn more. Once they get busy, they want to have time to think about these things. Gu Tingji thought about how, after the last incident, Fu Haoshan seemed inactive but was secretly having the network office rectify the training industry. Shen Fuyu's new monitoring system had just gone online a few days ago, and breaking through from his family members wasn't impossible. Training? Why didn't I think of that? Yin Jing looked surprised. Is there anything for adults to take extra classes? I need to send both of them off to prevent them from lying around at home all day. That is also a good idea. Enroll them in 10 or 8 interest classes. I will discuss it shortly. Any recommendations? But at that moment, Gu Tingji pretended to be clueless. I don't have kids yet. How would I know about this? The two middle-aged men looked at Gu Tingji and kept comforting him, saying that once he had money, a wife would definitely come along. Before long, the dishes were served and the two sat down. Yin Jing handed Gu Tingji a bottle of drink and said, My daughter loves this. Let us drink this. Brother Yin, I've seen many people who prefer sons over daughters. When I handled the Qiao Lian matter, I knew his parents didn't care about their daughter at all. And regarding Qingyang, I didn't expect you to care so much about your daughter. Gu Tingji said, this hoping to gain Yin Jing's trust, not wanting him to think that his help in getting his daughter enrolled was intentional, even though he had just reduced Tong Yuanchang's suspicions. Tong Yuanchang definitely wouldn't want to see those he cooperated with for a long time turning against him. Those parents just can't understand that if their daughter can be well cultivated, that's best. If not, my family is wealthy, so I can cultivate her taste and later find a capable and ambitious son-in-law to work for me, allowing her to live a carefree life. How great would that be? Yingu is so open-minded. During our brief meeting last time, with such talent, why not send her to learn dance instead of insisting on studying? She doesn't seem very willing. Although Yin Jing might not know much, if he can find a breakthrough with him, it would make things much easier in the future. You know about Fong Jingying's situation now, right? Yes. Leaving aside what she has been through, just considering her current situation, relying on someone else's influence to confront Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu, I think those people are bad. How could one let their daughter go to such a place? Oh, given the current strength of Yulin Academy, fearing the Starfleet subordinates is understandable. But why fear Shen Fuyu? From Gu Tingji's observations in Yulin Academy these days, many people don't think Shen Fuyu is impressive, and their impression of her is that she doesn't know what's good for her. They seem to have an inexplicable confidence that they will surpass her soon, without realizing that Shen Fuyu is someone who can put the galaxy in a crisis with just a flick of her finger. Yin Jing's current attitude, Equating Shen Fuyu with Fu Haoshan doesn't align with Yulin Academy's logic. She's too smart, but she has some character flaws, and she's a girl. Leaving aside conflicts of interest, she is also a pitiful person. Gu Tingji was completely astonished. He wouldn't have been surprised if anyone else had said that, but hearing it from a core figure of Yulin Academy was unbelievable. However, doesn't this also suggest that having this person as a witness in the future would cause much less trouble? Gu Tingji was calculating that after returning, he should meet Yin Jing's daughter again. This could be a good leverage. Seeing Gu Tingji silent, Yin Jing thought he didn't understand and continued, "You're still young. Many things aren't black and white. The more you experience, the more you'll understand. You both have extraordinary talents, and if you confront each other in the future, don't go too hard." Why do you think that? The reputation of Shen Fuyu in Yulin Academy has been declining day by day. I have a daughter. Fortunately, she's not that smart. Sometimes I think if she were clever and got involved in these interstellar struggles, I wouldn't be able to protect her. Setting aside the malice of Yin Jing, his heartfelt paternal affection seemed genuine. Gu Tingji's adoptive parents treated him well too, but they never thought much about his future. Perhaps it was because they were too poor. 045 Everything is targeting you. After having dinner, Tong Yuanchang returned with an angry face and injuries on his body. Gu Tingji wanted to ask, but was pulled back by Yin Jing. Yin Jing stepped forward to greet Tong Yuanchang and was about to take Gu Tingji away. Seeing the situation become strange, Gu Tingji immediately shut up and followed. After they exited the experimental center, Yin Jing began to curse and complain. "Another person harmed. At this rate, we might as well not earn this money. What's wrong? Didn't he seem very happy when he left just now?" Upon hearing the mention of harm, Gu Tingji thought it was bad. That girl wouldn't be dead, would she? The experimental center was full of people who were deceived by so-called academic ideals. These people were passionate but lacked experience. It seemed that Tong Yuanchang's troubles might be exposed this time. Then, is she still alive? Gu Tingji regretted deeply. Why didn't he follow? She should still be alive, but who knows the outcome? Regardless, it still falls to me to clean up the mess. I'll do the dirty work, and when the money comes in, I still have to share it. They enjoy the benefits while I do all the hard work," Yin Jing said, cursing repeatedly, looking furious. Gu Tingji seemed to understand that what Yin Jing cared about most was money, so he said, "That's indeed not very fair. Shouldn't we give brother Yin a bit more when it comes to splitting the money? It's just a matter of leverage." Yin Jing seemed filled with resentment about this. "Then why did you agree to this matter back then? With such a lucrative job, you must have some connections at home, right? There's no need to collude with them. It's because I had to collude to get this position. You're an orphan. You should understand how suffocating it feels to be looked down upon." Gu Tingji thought, "I really don't understand. I never care about others' opinions. Nothing in this world can affect me." However, to cooperate with Yin Jing, he still expressed agreement. "Forget it. Let us go back. Let us use the back door. I don't want to see the faces of the Tong family." "Tong Yuanchang's brother? Don't you guys often eat and drink together?" "Just now, Tong Yuanchang was trying to be nice to Brother Yin. I felt like an outsider." "Nice. Just say you misread him. That wasn't he being nice. It was a warning. Otherwise, based on their status at the Yulin Academy, will my brother have to handle my daughter's schooling?" "Oh, that's true. Enrolling isn't difficult. Finding materials to boost scores takes time, but they could have fixed it with just a word. Clearly, they're not paying attention to you, Brother Yin." Gu Tingji took the opportunity to stir things up. Yin Jing shook his head and said nothing. The two returned to the Yulin Academy, and Gu Tingji left first under the pretense of having something to do. He quickly contacted Shen Fuyu, but to his surprise, no one responded. Worried, he rushed to District 7 overnight. It was that Shen Fuyu was in trouble. She and Gu Tingji were on the same wavelength. She was currently at the hospital visiting Zhuang Yuyu, who was now sitting in a corner looking disheveled and staring blankly at everything around her. "What are you doing here?" Zhuang Yuyu's feelings towards Shen Fuyu had evolved from anger and hatred of being deceived to self-deprecation for being outmatched, finally becoming a numbness to escape the outrageous truth. "I came to ask you if your family has ever interacted with any strange people." After Fu Haoshan moved Shen Fuyu's vanity, the test results indicated that it contained foreign objects. It was something like a synthetic cell, but it wasn't a living thing, rather It was made up of extremely tiny mechanical joints that could grow naturally under certain conditions, but the process was irreversible. There was no record of such a thing in all the expedition records of the Starfleet. Haha, have you encountered any trouble? Zhuang Yuyu casually retorted, her mental state somewhat unstable, struggling to control her emotions and not wanting to engage with Shen Fuyu. Let me show you something. Shen Fuyu pulled up a video of Sun Yu, showing how he gradually transformed into a monster made entirely of eyes. Zhuang Yuyu had never seen anything like this before and immediately ran to the bathroom to vomit, taking a long time to recover. When she finally had the strength to stand up, she immediately yelled at Shen Fuyu. Are you crazy? Why are you showing me this? What? Suddenly you're disappointed I'm not dead? This is the trouble I encountered. This thing is definitely not something that can be produced by interstellar technology because it's unnecessary and uncontrollable, since it's not recorded in the expedition records. I came to ask you, not to scare you on purpose. How could I have seen something like this? Zhuang Yuyu thought of the image again and turned to vomit once more. I know you haven't seen it. If it weren't mixed with my special materials, it should have grown like this. It was originally just a liquid. What kind of liquid? Zhuang Yuyu held her stomach with one hand and supported her oxygen-deprived head with the other. Just wanted to think of something useful to send Shen Fuyu away. Why does this person always bring trouble? I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be here asking you. Shen Fuyu said confidently, is it some mysterious liquid? Or one that's well protected? Think about it. Have you ever seen anything like it? After a long time, Zhuang Yuyu finally spoke and asked, maybe you should think about whether you've seen this thing yourself. It's clearly targeting you and Fu Haoshan. Even though my dad is Fu Haoshan's uncle, he doesn't have access to the Starfleet. Targeting me? Yes, think about it. With your abilities surpassing this era, how many people's paths have you blocked? And think about how many lives Fu Haoshan took with his iron-fisted orders during his years in the fleet. If my dad had this thing, he would have long since taken you all down with him. Looking at Zhuang Yuyu's painful and twisted expression and her pale face after being frightened, Shen Fuyu felt that this reasoning seemed quite reasonable. Therefore, she decided to go home and take a look. After Shen Fuyu left, Zhuang Yuyu suddenly collapsed weakly. Her mind instantly went black, followed by a string of white codes, and when she woke up, she completely forgot about it. In the hospital, Feng Zhe and Fu Haoshan looked at Sun Yu, who was terrifyingly covered in eyes, and were at a loss. It seemed this person couldn't be saved. But what caused it? Let us move the testing equipment over and take a look. If we take this person away, it's likely he won't survive. Feng Zhe suggested. This kind of detector for alien substances was often used during the expedition period, but it wasn't needed within the star system. Later, as the star system was established, only the Star Fleet retained it. Fu Haoshan agreed, and soon, Zhou Yin surprisingly brought a special device belonging to Shen Fuyu. Since the last time with the launcher, Shen Fuyu had intentionally let Zhou Yin see the underground room of the battle team. This was a tacit understanding between them. Soon, both parties' devices arrived, and the test results showed that Sun Yu had been injected with a liquid containing the initial state of these eyes and then encountered the materials of the bracelet that they had replicated from Shen Fuyu. After incubation, he ultimately became like this. Zhou Yin stepped forward and said, Professor Shen said she's going home for a while. She asked me to tell you both that there are fragments of the bracelet that were chipped off in the vanity. It's very likely that someone is trying to steal something by copying the materials. What did you say? Feng Zhe jumped up. She went home? Yes. She went home and said for you both to rest early. My stuff has been delivered, and I'm leaving. Zhou Yin now had no intention of getting involved in these interstellar disputes. He understood that his mental state was already fragile. Just as Zhou Yin was about to leave the hospital, he saw Feng Zhe, an elderly man, rushing out with Fu Haoshan. And then Gu Tingji repeated the tragedy of colliding with Fu Haoshan, with Fu Haoshan being the only victim. You guys! Fu Haoshan thought to himself that he was still young. If he were to be hit like this when he was in his 60s or 70s, he would have all his physical enhancement devices connected. Fu Haoshan, Gu Tingji had no particular relationship with Fu Haoshan. He quickly walked over to apologize after accidentally knocking Fu Haoshan over again. Sorry, I didn't react in time, seeing the two of you running so fast. When the three of them collided, Gu Tingji had only one question in his mind. Was Feng Zhe an 18-year-old young man in old-age makeup? Gu Tingji didn't realize he had underestimated the physical condition of an old man who had been drifting on a cargo tricycle for years. Why are you here? Feng Zhe still harbored suspicions about Gu Tingji. The senior hasn't replied to my messages, and I found a monster made of many eyeballs in their experimental center. The situation is unclear, so I didn't dare to act recklessly. Follow me. Fu Haoshan quickly stood up and walked toward the hospital, with Shen Fuyu not around. He dropped the pretense. Outside the isolation room, Fu Haoshan pointed at the slowly moving Sun Yu and asked, "Is it like this?" "Yes, it's like this," Gu Tingji confirmed, looking at Sun Yu, who had already changed beyond recognition. But in the experimental center, it was even denser, and there were many people who were tricked in there. When they opened the roof of an office in the central area today, I measured the coordinates. Does the fleet have the capability to monitor this? Yes. Fu Haoshan looked at Gu Tingji, feeling somewhat disappointed. Shen Fuyu must have given him all her assets, right? Such a gamble on cultivating an heir. Couldn't she have consulted me? Also, I haven't infiltrated their core yet. It might have alarmed the network control side. Commander Fu thinks they might temporarily let it go or use it to their advantage. Let it be used to their advantage. I'll release some news with a list, and you keep an eye on their movements. The Starship fleet can act at any time. Fu Haoshan was quite curious about how capable Gu Tingji was to earn Shen Fuyu's trust with her lifelong efforts. Wait for my good news. But I have an ungrateful request. Speak. Regardless of the outcome, do not make it public. I want to control the Yulin Academy and eliminate the stubborn problems. We can't let the Yulin Academy fall into chaos first. After this step, I promise that within 10 years, interstellar research will return to the right track. Such confidence? It's not confidence. It's the situation forcing me. In 10 years, it will be Qiao Lian's golden period. And it will also be Su Yifun's limit with the Starship fleet. This is the first opportunity for change since the interstellar expedition era. Fu Haoshan scrutinized Gu Tingji for a long time and said, "As you wish, but I hope you keep your word." "No ifs. I will keep my word." After Gu Tingji finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know where Shen Fuyu was, so he asked, "Where's the senior? Is she in danger?" "She has gone home. I'll go find her. You should go back quickly to avoid raising suspicions." As Fu Haoshan spoke, he quickly walked outside. After Fu Haoshan left, Gu Tingji received a message from an unknown address. "You need to stop Fu Haoshan now. Shen Fuyu will definitely go crazy, and we can reap the benefits then. Other matters can be discussed, but if you want to harm the senior, there's nothing to discuss. Follow and take a look. You will have new discoveries." Gu Tingji originally didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but a thought suddenly occurred to him. If this thing was surveillance, then wouldn't the other party have been monitoring Shen Fuyu since her birth? Thinking of this, Gu Tingji immediately stealthily followed Fu Haoshan, but changed direction halfway, heading towards the Ling family. The unknown address continued to send Gu Tingji several messages, informing him about Shen Fuyu's family situation. This was thoroughly exposed. Without monitoring those eyeballs as surveillance facilities, the other party could not control anything at all. Gu Tingji organized the addresses received from each message, hoping to find a connection. He went to Ling Hong's house not for any other reason. According to the timeline, Ling Hong should have fully recovered. And given the relationship between Shen Fuyu and Ling Hong, the two should have met a long time ago. However, now there was no news at all. So Gu Tingji kept monitoring the Ling family's movements. But aside from Ling Hong not stepping out of the door, everything else in the Ling family was normal. However, the Ling family's business was developing rapidly, with almost all the meat processing in the entire 9th district already under the Ling family's company. This was the first time Ling Yuan met Gu Tingji, and a sense of inexplicable coldness rose in her heart. After learning that he was Shen Fuyu's person, she let him in. The mysterious person hadn't contacted her for a long time, and she wanted to prepare for both outcomes. Gu Tingji didn't beat around the bush. After meeting Ling Yuan, he directly stated his purpose. "President Ling, I am from Yulin Academy. I'm here on someone else's behalf to ask for your help." "What?" "The Food Safety Center at Yulin Academy has a group of students who need to intern. I'd like to ask if you're interested in accepting some students into your company for internships. The price is negotiable." Ling Yuan was caught off guard. Her family had no connection to Yulin Academy except for her daughter studying there. How did this person find her? Was he Shen Fuyu's person? Had her thoughts been exposed? Or had that person been captured? How many people? Ling Yuan steadied her mind and asked. 15, just enough for one class. They will graduate in 6 months and need to intern for 3 months. The subsidy Yulin Academy can provide is 5,000 per person, along with other special subsidies totaling 100,000. I know this is a small amount, but Yulin Academy is also the top institution in the interstellar realm, which is beneficial for both of us. The food processing industry doesn't just have us. There are many other strong companies with ties to your Yulin Academy. Why did you come to me? That is naturally due to Professor Shen's recommendation. She is a close friend of Miss Ling Hong, and of course, she would recommend someone close first. Plus, I have my own selfish reasons. It's always easier to deal with familiar people. Ling Yuan didn't know why she couldn't see through the young man in front of her. After thinking for a long time, she called Ling Hong down from the 2nd floor, saying that she was planning to cultivate her daughter now and let them talk while she watched from the side. 046, don't always get caught between me and my wife Ling Hong had little understanding of Gu Tingji, only knowing that Shen Fuyu held him in high regard, primarily because he was meticulous. Did he come here because he sensed something? Hello, I'm in charge of the matters at the internship base now. If you could send over a detailed list, I can coordinate with the factory. If possible, we can set a time for you to come for the internship. Ling Hong had not been in contact with the outside world recently. She needed to test her mother's attitude. Yes, you can send it to me. Ling Yuan suddenly spoke up. Gu Tingji had already understood the situation between the mother and daughter. Could it be that Ling Yuan was also approached by that mysterious person? He suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. It seemed that only Fu Haoshan and Fengjitai Kinzu were truly selfless towards Shen Fuyu. He self-deprecatingly smiled. He was the same. Initially, he had ulterior motives when he got close to Shen Fuyu. If Fu Haoshan didn't have that mysterious child, could he convince himself to break them apart? All right, I'll send it to you after I get back. I'm very sorry for the disturbance. Gu Tingji stood up to leave. After he left, he arrived at the small town where Shen Fuyu lived, only to find that she had not yet arrived. Just as he and Fu Haoshan were exchanging glances, Feng just suddenly received a message from Tai Kinzu, saying that she and Shen Fuyu were near Feng Jingying's parents' house and were being chased. Fu Haoshan immediately activated his super light speed mode and rushed over. When they landed, only Fu Haoshan could stand firm in that place. The community was a wealthy area, and many residents poked their heads out of the windows to check the situation. After clarifying what had just happened, the 3 of them found Shen Fuyu and Tai Kinzu's south hiding place at a construction site. But outside were 5 or 6 people wearing leather jackets and holding electric batons. You 2 step aside, cut the surveillance. Fu Haoshan said to the still dazed duo. Gu Tingji reluctantly reached out and disabled the surveillance, then called the police to find the investigation team. Fu Haoshan quickly picked up a broken chair and knocked the few people down in a matter of seconds. Before they could react, they were already lying on the ground moaning. Gu Tingji looked at Fu Haoshan in surprise. The combat power of the Starfleet commander was still there. Fu Haoshan hurriedly stepped forward and called Shen Fuyu's name to the construction site, and upon hearing his voice, Shen Fuyu felt relieved and rushed over to hug him tightly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Why are you here? Didn't you go home? Fu Haoshan held Shen Fuyu tightly, stroking the top of her head to comfort her. It's me. I came to find Feng Jingying's parents, but I didn't expect them to have ulterior motives. I felt something was off and looked for Fuyu, and she happened to come to find me near Area 3. Why did you go looking for them? I was only out for a day. Couldn't you have just stayed home and had fun? Feng Zhe walked over, still a bit dazed, and took Tai Kinzu's hand, his tone still somewhat tense. I didn't mean to. Since Fuyu doesn't want a divorce and thinks that child is a problem, I thought about letting Feng Jingying's family pay to settle it. After all, her parents only want money and don't care about their daughter. Now that I've understood Cheng Yang's case, Feng Jingying won't be coming out in the short term, and there's no hope for her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Swapping a grandson for some money should be worth it. What do you mean by swapping for money? Feng Zhe didn't understand Tai Kinzu's meaning. I mean, they give us 2 old folks the custody of the child. Tai Kinzu said, turning to ask Shen Fuyu, Fuyu, you don't think you can raise the child well, do you? We can help take care of him. You won't know his origins, and you won't have to see him. We guarantee to return you a decent person. Shen Fuyu lowered her head, showing no intention of commenting on Tai Kinzu's idea. Fu Haoshan looked at her and knew she was feeling distressed. No matter what method was suggested, it couldn't erase her displeasure and estrangement. Fuyu, give me some more time. I will prove that child is definitely not mine. Fu Haoshan could only keep making such promises. Hearing these familiar words, Shen Fuyu looked around and realized she was too close to Fu Haoshan, quickly distancing herself. Maybe this is for the best. Gu Tingji had been watching all of this calmly and suddenly spoke up, "Senior, no matter what you think of this plan, the other party has clearly rejected it. These petty people will likely continue to suck blood from the child. This plan is not feasible." That makes sense. Fu Haoshan superficially agreed, but hoped Gu Tingji would disappear quickly, so he wouldn't always be caught between him and his wife. Indeed, I didn't think this through. Tai Kinzu sighed, but I wonder how Fong Jingying views her parents. This poor child must have some despicable aspects. What did her parents say? Let's go eat something. Fu Haoshan suggested. All right, let's go. Tai Kinzu described the entire process of her coming. Yesterday, she discovered Feng Zhe had secretly gone out without her, and she couldn't understand why he had initially looked down on the marriage between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, but now he seemed somewhat against their divorce. However, Shen Fuyu's attitude the day before had also been very clear. She didn't want to divorce Fu Haoshan, and she still liked him. Tai Kinzu initially thought this was a good match, but now could only sigh that it was a karmic relationship. However, having raised Shen Fuyu as her own child, she naturally had to consider for her, so she thought of finding Fong Jingying's parents. But who would have thought that while they were chatting, the other side actually brought in the family's thugs to try to kidnap Tai Kinzu and extort Shen Fuyu? Their family? Gu Tingji questioned. Does Fong Jingying's family have many members? How could they call in so many thugs? They must have a bad reputation in this area. I don't know about that. Why don't we go check out the local snack street? Feng Zhe suggested, setting up a stall at his own door, thinking that since they were here, they might as well see what else was selling and gather information, killing two birds with one stone. Do you want to go? Fu Haoshan asked Shen Fuyu. Are you going? Shen Fuyu thought Fu Haoshan probably had never been to such places in his life, and when they were together, they wouldn't go to the snack street either, because Fu Haoshan was very busy. Let's go clear our minds. Why not leave this matter to Tingji? Gu Tingji felt a chill run down his back. Was Fu Haoshan being petty and wanted to see him embarrass himself? Fortunately, no one recognized him in this place. Halfway there, he slipped into an eyewear store and bought a pair of sunglasses to play blind. The snack street was inside a market, and the interstellar society had just emerged from the era of survival equipment, so everyone was very enthusiastic about food. Therefore, as soon as the market opened, there were already quite a few people. They found a small table in a corner to sit down. Fu Haoshan wrapped a scarf around himself and sat with Tai Kinzu while Feng Zhe and Shen Fuyu went to buy things. Seeing the four stools, Gu Tingji realized there was no spot for him. So he silently bought a serving of fried skewers and sat down next to a group of middle-aged women, displaying the demeanor expected of a blind person. He was already thin, and now, while eating, he had to fumble around, his face full of tension and awkwardness, which piqued the curiosity of several middle-aged dandies. Young man, how old are you this year? Why are you out when you can hardly move? A kind aunt gently tugged at his sleeve and asked warmly. I'm 20 this year. My eyes aren't very good. I'm the only one at home, and it's too boring, so I want to come out and eat something. Gu Tingji looked ahead, pretending to only be able to discern the direction of sounds. You're the same age as my son. How did you get hurt in your eyes? How pitiful. Another accompanying aunt also came over. I was beaten up. My family is poor, and I don't have the money to get prosthetic eyes, so I've been blind. As soon as Gu Tingji said this, the several aunties looked at each other and showed him sympathetic expressions, which he could observe. So, he said anxiously, it's not that I'm trying to cause trouble. I don't even know why I was beaten. Please don't dislike me. I just moved here and will leave after I finish eating. No, young man, you misunderstood. We think it would have been better if you hadn't moved here at all, one of the aunties sighed. What's wrong? I think this place is great, with a serene environment, no industry, and plenty of delicious food. The main business in Area 3 is tourism, and many locals have their own vegetable gardens. So a lot of what is available in the market is organic. Compared to the highly industrialized, large-scale agriculture, It always tastes better. Alas, you don't know. There are many local bullies here. Everyone divides their territory. If it weren't for some places being near the Starfleet's monitoring station, life would really be unbearable. Monitoring station? I see one over there. What impact does that have? Gu Tingji continued. You don't know, we had a big star emerge here. The one who was said to have a child with the former commander of the Starfleet, Fong Jingying. Her family, relying on her fame and wealth, has been causing a stir around here. That shouldn't be the case. Although she is now in prison for being involved in that training institution scandal. Public figures care about their image. It would be so embarrassing if this got out, Gu Tingji said incredulously. One aunt looked at him with a knowing expression and gossipingly said, You don't understand. These things can be suppressed as long as she can still make money. Moreover, once certain things get set in motion, they can't be undone. Huh? Is it that powerful? Didn't her fans say they're indifferent to fame and fortune? How can they still support her? Of course, it's not just her fans, but also her management company, the one that went bankrupt, Finghua Entertainment. They're said to be a financial backer too. Financial backer? With her wealth, isn't Commander Fu the only one she looks down on? Gu Tingji seemed to have blended into the gossip atmosphere. As soon as gossip was mentioned, several aunties showed interest and chattered away. And Gu Tingji realized that the situation was not good. It was likely that Liang Anji and Tai Lu were not in a one-died-one-replaced relationship, but rather both were alive. But what was their purpose for this act? After the five finished eating, they arrived at the agreed meeting point, where Shen Fuyu had already fallen asleep. Fu Haoshan had someone send the two elderly people home, and Gu Tingji recounted the information he had heard. After listening, Fu Haoshan asked a question. Do you know Tai Li's true identity? Yes, I know, and I discovered it myself. Fuyu asked you to investigate, but you all had no intention of telling me? Fu Haoshan's mood was complex. 047, I have leverage, so I don't doubt for now. I don't know why senior sister didn't tell you, but I really didn't plan to tell you. Think back to the history of the Fu family and see how many current interstellar forces are involved. They elevated you, and I'm not sure if your recent digging into the past was just for show. So now you're sure I'm not acting? Fu Haoshan understood Gu Tingji. At his age, he was still suspicious, but as he grew older, he gained the ability to trust others without suspicion. No, I have leverage now. Regarding the Yulin Academy matter, if we don't stand on the same side, it will be a case of the clam and the snipe contending with the fisherman benefiting. You wouldn't be that foolish. Although Fu Haoshan was dissatisfied with Gu Tingji's suspicion of him, he did indeed look at him with new eyes. Shen Fuyu's choice was indeed good, but he seemed to have too deep of a mind. He might have a backup plan in case someone attempted to stab him. This is not good for the interstellar situation. However, from a personal perspective, it's understandable. How many people in the world can be completely selfless and unwavering? I can't do it myself. Well, I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. The records of interstellar expeditions do not document the origins of those eyeballs. I need to return to the Yulin Academy, so I hope Mr. Fu can handle a few things. Speak. You shouldn't personally approach senior sister's parents. Find some reliable people to go under any pretext. However, it seems there is something wrong with the Ling family mother and daughter. I hope you can bring Ling Hong out. I know you want to send Fong Jingying to find Tai Lu. Can the timing be set for the day of the game competition opening ceremony? Fu Haoshan nodded. They have some skills, but it's a pity that the Starfleet cannot be entrusted to these scheming people. Otherwise, if the interstellar situation becomes critical one day, they would have already fought to the death among themselves. Gu Tingji took his leave, and Fu Haoshan immediately arranged for someone to approach Shi Jian under the guise of an inspection, successfully entering their home and obtaining the specimen. However, before they could leave the town, Shi Jian discovered them. Shi Jian did not stop Fu Haoshan's people, but sent him a lengthy message, mainly addressing 3 issues that made Fu Haoshan feel deeply remorseful. The harshest criticism was that he felt Fu Haoshan was a disgrace. A person who once made outstanding contributions to the interstellar realm, now reduced to such a reputation, dragging his ordinary family's name through the mud, both openly and covertly. There was talk about how if his power was gone, he should roll away early and not involve them. Secondly, he commented on Fu Haoshan transferring his assets to Shen Fuyu, which, in Fu Haoshan's mind, was a strategy to prevent Shen Fuyu from feeling wronged and to keep her around. Now, in Shi Jian's mouth, It became a scheme to frame their family, and from now on, they would be marked for life. Lastly, he warned Fu Haoshan not to let anyone related to him appear in their home, telling Shen Fuyu and him never to return home. Disgusting. Fu Haoshan felt that the biggest misjudgment of his life was regarding this father-in-law. He deleted the message and turned back to Shen Fuyu's room, realizing he needed to cherish the time without Liang Anyan. However, in Shen Fuyu's home, Shen Jindai saw Shi Jian's lengthy message and approached him, asking, "Why do you have to say these things? Wouldn't it be fine if there were no daughter-in-law? You could just say there is none now. Who knows when they will shamelessly come back? My mother is right. It's because my daughter has gotten into too much trouble that my family is not peaceful. Otherwise, I would certainly be on my way to success instead of relying on my daughter and son-in-law's money and power." Shen Jindai could not accept the current situation of being laughed at by so many people, but she was still shocked by what her husband said. "Aren't you the one who said you wanted to give our daughter a good life?" "Yes. If I give her a good life, she wouldn't be getting into trouble every day. Whatever I did before, she would offend people. If I raised her like a young lady, she would have no temper. Even if it were a blind marriage, both our families would have face." "You're saying that now?" Shen Jindai looked at her husband, whose face had turned grotesque, feeling it was unbelievable. "How could you be so familiar with Fu Haoshan when they returned? You acted like a mysterious and extraordinary good person. If I didn't borrow his hand, how would we drive that rude woman away? I pretended to be profound to make our two families equal in status. Even if the Fu family only has Fu Haoshan left, he is still the former commander of the Star Fleet, and we will always be looked down upon." Shen Jindai didn't know how to evaluate this matter. They had never liked their daughter causing trouble since childhood. Later, when their daughter became wealthy and their family started a factory, gradually, no one laughed at them behind their backs. Now everything had returned to its original state, and the charity work they had done in the factory over the years was in vain. The couple completely failed to realize that this was a deep-seated inferiority complex, which also passed on to Shen Fuyu, adding a dangerous factor to her unstable personality. Shen Fuyu drank a lot of homemade fruit wine and felt a bit dizzy when she woke up, but that wine was indeed good, sweet, and without any alcoholic taste. "You're awake." The hospital said Liang Anyan has undergone a full-body examination. "Yes, fine. That thing doesn't become infectious unless it grows into an eye. He is back and said to invite us for breakfast." Fu Haoshan stood at the door, holding clothes to change for Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan and then turned to look around, realizing she was in Fu Haoshan's house. The extra blanket beside her indicated that someone had been by her side yesterday. "You didn't take me home? You are my wife. It's only natural for you to be in my home." Shen Fuyu pondered for a moment, swallowing back the words, "But I didn't think of you because it would hurt him early in the morning. Wait for me to change clothes. I still need to go home today. Uncle and Aunt have already sent the specimen over. I'll have someone test it and see if we can separate it on the way." Fu Haoshan really couldn't call Shen Fuyu's parents dad and mom. However, Shen Fuyu didn't care about this point at all. She excitedly asked, "Has the result come out?" "Not yet. It should take a few more hours. I have some things to do today. I heard Ling Hong has recently started taking over the family business, and the Ling family has opened several experience stores. She is an investor in the battle team. You can take Liang Anyan to have a look." "Okay." For some reason, when Shen Fuyu heard Fu Haoshan suggest she take Liang Anyan to take a look, she felt a strange discomfort. Was he going to get busy again? Just like before? Only able to see him at midnight? Fu Haoshan didn't notice Shen Fuyu's change. After the three had breakfast, Fu Haoshan went to the fleet's archives. After hesitating for a while, he decided to keep an eye on the two families of brothers and the interstellar pharmaceutical companies behind them. As he got older, his eyes were easily fatigued. Su Yifan was startled by his master's sudden appearance. Would he have to stay up late again? "Why aren't you following the master wife today to increase your presence?" "Master, why did you come personally? Just tell me if you have something to order." Su Yifan stepped forward and saw many old files on the scattered screens. "Some things are not suitable for me to be present at. I had nowhere to go, so I came, since the expedition records cannot find any existence of that substance. I want to see if there are any records in the interstellar biomedical experiments over the years." Su Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't have to stay up late working, everything was fine, so he quickly left with the necessary items. Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan arrived at the so-called experience store, which was actually a large supermarket, mostly filled with Ling family products and many plants. Walking further in led to a restaurant. This sour plum juice is delicious. You drank yesterday. It will help ease the greasiness. Liang Anyan was in line, holding 2 glass cups. How did you know I drank? Weren't you in the hospital when we came back? Shen Fuyu casually asked while fiddling with a prototype microdetector. Fu Haoshan said that when I went back yesterday, you weren't home, so I went next door to find you. Oh, that was quite late, right? What was Fu Haoshan doing? It seems like he is busy with work. He always looks very occupied. I feel that many CEOs and directors who are poorer than him seem to have a much more relaxed life. Of course, he is busy, but he still has room for growth, while others, no matter how busy they are, have already reached their limits. Shen Fuyu knows that Fu Haoshan went into business after retiring from the fleet, not for the sake of making money, but to control certain industries in the galaxy and prevent them from expanding chaotically. Liang Anyan came over and put down the glass, saying, "But the money he earns now is all yours. Overall, he's still very good to you." Shen Fuyu didn't say anything. She didn't know how to face Fu Haoshan now. She still likes him, but once the seed of doubt takes root, it's hard to remove it. I think the change in Fu Haoshan's attitude towards you is obvious. Didn't you notice that Ling Hong and the others, who originally didn't support you, are now backing your relationship? Liang Anyan seemed to take on a caring, elder-like demeanor as he gently patted Shen Fuyu's head. This statement stirred up a storm in Shen Fuyu's heart. She had quietly distanced herself for so long, and now, just because of a chance encounter, Fu Haoshan had rekindled his feelings for her. Who knows what happened during the years they were apart? Many couples have difficulty moving on because of a small pet. What is more, this involved a real person. Shen Fuyu seemed to be talking to herself. That child is almost a year old. Even if there's a child, it would have been before you and Fu Haoshan met again. Now that he wants to be with you, it's just a matter of unresolved issues from the past. How do you know the child's age? Shen Fuyu had only glanced at the child but had never asked how old they were. I found out while chatting with the nurses and doctors during my checkup at the hospital. Everyone thinks the child is quite well behaved. If it comes to that, you can discuss with Fong Jingying to give up her custody. I can help you raise the child. At my age, it's quite reasonable for a single dad to take care of a child. Liang Anyan's suggestion reminded Shen Fuyu of Gu Tingji's warning. She immediately rejected it and hoped Liang Anyan would not bring it up again. Not long after, the manager of the experience store returned from outside, accompanied by the girl who was rescued by Ling Hong at the bar that day. They seemed to have encountered something happy, walking in with bright smiles. 048, please save my dad. As Shen Fuyu approached, the top salesperson recognized her and warmly welcomed her, asking about her purpose before taking Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan to the manager's office. Are you looking for Xiaoling? The manager seemed a bit troubled upon understanding their intention. Well, she was injured and went home to recover. But since then, there's been no news. The medical technology in the interstellar world shouldn't lead to such a low-level accident. I thought I might try my luck. Has she been too busy lately? Not really. The manager knew that Shen Fuyu and Ling Hong had a good relationship, and she had seen them during the team connection previously when she followed other executives to observe. After hesitating for a moment, she told the truth. It seems that Xiao Ling has had some conflicts with the chairman recently and hasn't appeared for a long time. Conflicts? What happened to them? I heard from the director above that Xiao Ling seems to have been confined at home for many days. If you want to find her, you can go to her house. Shen Fuyu was somewhat surprised, feeling like she had missed something. She thanked the manager and left the experience store with Liang Anyan, but didn't dare to rush to Ling's house. Instead, she found Lin Yin and asked him to investigate the situation in the name of the team. Do you want to go back to the team and take a look? I saw in the news yesterday that various teams have started training. Your team, which had a 15-game winning streak during the review, is now the focus of attention. Liang Anyan suggested with a smile when Shen Fuyu finished explaining things. Precisely because it's the focus of attention, I can't afford to create more trouble. Moreover, most of those 15 wins weren't against professionals. They aren't worth mentioning and have a bit of a pushing-to-death feeling. You keep saying that the underlying structure of this game is based on a medical project I wrote for you. Has that medical project been developed further? Yes. Shen Fuyu was a bit surprised that Liang Anyan, who she always felt wasn't himself, suddenly asked this question. The existing treatment plans for mental issues include this. And because it's highly expandable, it's flexible and useful without harming the body. So impressive? Why would I want to keep this to myself? If it's open for use, it could definitely benefit many. No, if it's open for use, it will be immediately abused, and I don't agree. Shen Fuyu was cautious about every discovery or invention she made. Liang Anya nodded in agreement. You see, the person who collaborated with you back then must have had the same idea, right? I didn't tea. Doesn't tea that mean I'm not? Shen Fuyu was stunned. She hadn't expected Liang Anya to say this just to prove that point. What have you experienced to be so insecure? It's not that I'm insecure. I just feel that this identity gap is too large. I'm afraid your expectations will be misplaced. You really are a very gentle and wonderful person. Liang Anya smiled warmly, his eyes full of thoughts for Shen Fuyu. No way. Even if I'm blind, I can still recognize you. The two of them didn't say much more and prepare to go back. On the way, Liang Anya received news that his housekeeper had found him an employer, so he happily moved to the employer's house to do his job of house sitting. Shen Fuyu found it hard to understand why Liang Anya was so happy when he left. Since he had been wandering for so long, wouldn't a carefree life without work be good? Gu Tingji, upon learning that Liang Anya had left Shen Fuyu's home, immediately checked the owner of that house and found out it was indeed Su Yifan S, indicating that Fu Haoshan could no longer tolerate it. When he learned this news, he had just walked into the lobby of the teaching building, and there were a few minutes left until class was over. He checked the class of Yin Jing's daughter and walked up just in time for a lab class, with the teacher being the head of their class. Upon seeing Gu Tingji, the teacher, who was watching the students clean the lab, walked out with a smile. Although he was quite sure where Gu Tingji came from, he admired his ability to send someone who scored in single digits in every subject into Yulin Academy without causing trouble for anyone. Professor Gu, is there something I can help you with? Hello, teacher. I'm here to discuss the internship matter with you. You know I was entrusted by someone, so naturally, I want to handle it well. I took the liberty of contacting an internship company for you. I wonder if you might be interested. The teacher's eyes brightened. Typically, students interned at school-affiliated companies, which involve some complications. But if they could find an external opportunity, all the benefits would be theirs, so why not? That sounds great. I've been worried about this. Which company is it? The middle-aged teacher had just persuaded himself to accept the fact that Yin Jing's child was allowed to enter through the back door, and now he was being offered benefits, which made him very happy. Ling's company. I wonder if the teacher knows about it. Of course I know. It's currently the fastest-growing food processing company. Does Professor Gu know anyone from the Ling family? Not well. It's just that anything beneficial for both sides is easy to negotiate. I've drafted a proposal. Take a look, and if there are no issues, I'll send it over for you to discuss. The teacher quickly scanned the key points and readily agreed. Before class ended, he went in to announce that there would be arrangements for internships soon. Gu Tingji said his goodbyes and walked outside to a tree-lined path, but was stopped by someone. It was Yin Jing's daughter, Yin Peipei. Gu Tingji had planned to wait until they went for the internship to engage with her to keep the target smaller. But unexpectedly, she approached him herself. Gu Tingji had prepared for the worst, fearing she might not appreciate it or even blame him. But when he heard her timidly say she wanted to treat him to milk tea and noticed the charm on her backpack, that was a collaboration between Shen Fuyu's team and a cultural and creative manufacturer. He felt this was a pleasant surprise. Do you have something to say to me? Then let's go to my house. It's not safe outside. As Gu Tingji walked out, he quietly observed Yin Peipei. By Gu Tingji's estimation, Yin Jing had at least hundreds of millions and was willing to spend money on the family. But Yin Peipei didn't show any signs of being wealthy. She had a few real teenage acne spots, a yellowish complexion showing fatigue, and 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Her clothes were outdated, with collars that had already faded from washing. Even in the poorest parts of the interstellar world, it was rare to see someone dressed like this. When they arrived at Gu Tingji's home, before he could find new slippers, Yin Peipei suddenly knelt down, causing Gu Tingji, who was squatting on the floor, to fall back in shock. No need to do this. Please get up. Gu Tingji quickly stood up and helped Yin Peipei to her feet. Please save my dad. I know he may have done many things wrong, but can I ask you to save his life? Yin Peipei knelt there, and Gu Tingji couldn't confirm the purpose of her actions, so he knelt down as well. What is the reason you came to find me? Do you suspect me? Yin Pei caught the true meaning behind Gu Tingji's question. I can't help but be suspicious. Many things can lead to total loss with just one misstep. I'm not alone. I tend to be more cautious. I hope you understand. I understand, which is why I brought a few things. Saying this, Yin Pei took out several small black bags from her backpack and laid them out one by one. This is part of my dad's ledger. My mom took the opportunity to copy a bit. This is some fiber my dad brought back before. It seems to have human tissue on it. And here are a few photos of people who came to my house, along with addresses of several properties my dad owns. How did you get these things? Gu Tingji was quite surprised. He had already made the worst plans and arrangements, and now such a sudden development left him a bit flustered. The rest were discovered by my mom, but this fiber was found by me while I was helping my dad with laundry. I didn't have much education before and even trained in medical school, so I have some basic practical skills and knowledge. Gu Tingji was silent for a long time, and just when Yin Pei had lost hope, he said, "Given your father's actions, whether he can keep his life depends on him. Are you willing to help us? It now comes down to whether the victim can safely withdraw from the Star Fleet within 10 minutes and capture everyone." After Gu Tingji handed over the coordinates to Fu Haoshan, Su Yifan was already prepared. Now, just waiting for an opportunity to control the experimental center with overwhelming force while ensuring everyone's safety. Yin Pei initially thought the other party was still in a testing phase, but she didn't expect the situation had developed to this point. I'll ask my mom to persuade him. Don't rush. Have you tested this fiber? No. I'm afraid. If I get caught, I don't think my dad will survive in their hands. Wait a moment. I'll contact someone to examine this fiber. Before that, tell me when you first realized something was wrong with your dad and what happened afterward. The people from Fu Haoshan's side quickly arrived and took away the fiber. Gu Tingji bought a lot of snacks while flipping through the scant clues and listening to Yin Pei recount her family's story intermittently. Yin Jing had a low education level and used to be a maintenance worker at a distribution center. Later, he followed his fellow townsmen to the Yulin Academy to help manage the transportation of valuable hazardous materials, and it was during that time he met his wife, who was also working as a kitchen helper at the Yulin Academy. According to what Yin Pei's mother described to her, they started off very poor, at most not having to worry about 3 meals a day, managing to save a little money, and after renting for over a decade, they bought that 2-bedroom apartment at a discount. This was considered a good thing in the interstellar context, which was still in survival mode. However, not long after Yin Pei was born, Yin Jing's fellow townsmen went missing, and Yin Jing suddenly became the third in command at the logistics center. Yin Pei's mother was very happy at that time, feeling she had struck gold, but things gradually exceeded her expectations. Yin Jing had no education, yet within 5 years, he obtained the unimaginable position of Chief Logistics Officer at the Yulin Academy. As the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. Yin Pei's mother knew that in the Yulin Academy, profit was paramount. How could one gain benefits without paying a price? 049, it's my turn to perform. Therefore, Yin Pei's childhood life was marked by her parents' ambivalence. She subtly sensed that her mother seemed to be intentionally avoiding her father, while her father remained oblivious. The three of them lived a wealthy, yet awkward life. In the end, it evolved into a situation where the two could only live normally when Yin Jing was not around, but they were afraid to provoke Yin Jing, and the family became the most familiar strangers. So why don't you ask him what he did? Gu Tingji asked, confused by this description. My mom won't let me. She cherishes our current life. She wants to live with robots, serving her, several chefs cooking, and the latest clothes every season, so she keeps dragging it on. Gu Tingji looked at the girl who was bowing her head to pour out a few crumbs from the chip bag and became more puzzled. But you seem so frugal. To be honest, you can't even find clothes that have faded from washing in the welfare home anymore, since it has already dragged on for so long. Why suddenly look for me to save you now? Because so much has happened this year, like Zhuanghe, Li Pingjin, Chengyang, and so on. My mom got scared, and that's why I got the ledger and the photos. Yin Pei said as she took out a microchip from her backpack and handed it to Gu Tingji. This is a form of record-keeping that exists in the interstellar realm, but is almost not practical. Gu Tingji was stunned, and Yin Pei held her hand up. Both of them paused for a moment. Yin Pei then showed a look of realization and said, "It's not that I want to bribe you. I hope you can return this money to its rightful owner. This is the money my dad has given me over the years, a total of 30 million. I was still a minor before, and I had to use this method to hide it from my mom. No, that's not what I meant. Gu Tingji quickly denied. I mean, you should keep this money for yourself. You will need it to live in the future, so why not use it? It's not good to suffer like this. Aren't you going to scold me? Yin Peipei looked at Gu Tingji in surprise. Why would I scold you? Because you're the one who is going to end this long-standing evil. You should see me as an accomplice. I've already prepared myself mentally. Gu Tingji looked at the girl who seemed eager to hide under the table and said gently, I won't blame anyone, no matter what they did. This is called a retreat. Yin Peipei looked at Gu Tingji in confusion, not understanding what he meant by retreat. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, and there was still no news from Fu Haoshan. So Gu Tingji became concerned about Yin Peipei's studies. Her major was chosen by Gu Tingji. Meeting two criteria, it allowed enrollment and graduation. Since Yin Peipei's grades were poor, but overall, her practical skills were strong. Such a hands-on major that didn't require much theoretical knowledge and did not involve calculations was very suitable for her. However, as Yin Peipei gradually described her recent classes, Gu Tingji discovered a problem. It seemed that her poor grades were not due to intelligence issues. The radiation intensity in the current interstellar environment was generally high, and sufficient sleep was necessary to accelerate the body's recovery in such an environment. Yet, Yin Peipei mentioned multiple times how she couldn't sleep, which sounded very detrimental to her health. Not everyone is like Shen Fuyu, a mutant monster, or has the healing mechanisms of the Star Fleet. Why can't you sleep? Is it because you feel pressured at Yuan Academy? Don't worry, the practical major has a lot of operational space. I calculated it. Regardless, you could graduate. No, that's not it. I'm not worried about that. It's just that over the years, I've developed a conditioned reflex out of fear of my dad being caught. I would wake up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep at all. Since around 10 years old, I've gradually started to forget things. My mom always thought I was slow-witted, and the hospital couldn't find anything wrong, so I've always been considered an idiot. Hearing Yin Peipei say this, Gu Tingji didn't know why he felt an urge to reach out and stroke her hair. This was a very novel emotion for him. He seemed to have developed a feeling called compassion for someone. However, Gu Tingji quickly suppressed this emotion and said softly, maybe in the future, I can take you to the Starfleet to see if their testing equipment can find anything. Starfleet? Yin Peipei seemed to suddenly remember something. Do you know Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu? I don't know them. Gu Tingji suddenly realized he had misspoken. Do you know about them? The Shishui battle team was started by them together, right? I really like this team. Look, I even have their merchandise. Yin Peipei proudly showcased the keychains on her backpack. Gu Tingji suddenly thought that a person without any self-protective ability might not be suitable to participate in this matter. Perhaps it would be better to send her to Shen Fuyu's team as an administrative assistant. So do you want to go? After the internship ends, you all should have a break. If I'm still alive, I'll arrange for you to go there. Really? Is that really possible? Yin Peipei's excitement was hard to conceal, but she quickly lowered her head again. But I don't know anything. Won't I just be a nuisance if I go? Administrative or chef? Their group has a large appetite. You could just learn from their current manager. This wasn't Gu Tingji making a unilateral decision, but Lin Yin had asked him to recruit people. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anyone for important positions, so they might as well find someone to support that pig farm. Yin Peipei eagerly agreed, thanking Gu Tingji profusely. Just then, the test results for that little fiber came out. It showed human tissue, and there was even liquid inside that could develop into eyes. Now let's see if your father is willing to cooperate. I'm giving you a task. Go back and probe your mom about your father's relationship with Tang Yuanshang. Gu Tingji's suspicions hadn't disappeared. They just shifted to Yin Peipei's mother. A mother who doesn't show up and lets her daughter take risks, whether intentionally or unintentionally, is always somewhat suspicious. Looking at the person in the photo pointed out by Gu Tingji, Yin Peipei recalled for a while and said, there's no need to probe. My dad and his relationship is not good at all. However, the other party seems to have more face than my dad, so my dad has always been flattering him. Do you know why he flatters him? Is it for profit? No, definitely not. I don't know about that. I'll go back and try to hint at it. But you have to wait for my news before catching anyone. Yin Peipei said as she got up to go home. Wait a minute. Gu Tingji turned to grab a box and turned back. Yin Pei turned around without any hesitation, and a tiny micro drill penetrated her skin. Gu Tingji seemed to have never seen someone trust a stranger so openly and couldn't help but ask, "How do you know about me?" "I'm a bargaining chip they use to control my dad. My dad has mentioned it many times, and my mom has begged many people but couldn't get me into any academy. You're the first person to help my dad accomplish this. So you must have your own motives and are not in league with them." "So certain?" Gu Tingji gently set down a strand of Yin Pei's hair. "Yeah, don't underestimate me. Although I can't remember things clearly, my intuition is very accurate, and I'm also very lucky. All right, go home and don't mention that you met me." After sending Yin Pei away, Gu Tingji received a game invitation from Shen Fuyu that night. He logged in. Ever since he registered for an account, he hadn't been online. Two people who had been banned and someone who hadn't done any novice tasks dared not go out in this level 50 era while staying at Fu Haoshan's place. This was probably the time when the three of them had to endure the most in their lives. All right, to avoid being monitored, let's talk about the current situation at my place. Shen Fuyu seemed a bit agitated today, now overly cautious. Gu Tingji looked at Fu Haoshan, who was watching Shen Fuyu with a look of, "Don't be angry, my treasure," and immediately knew that the liquid had been detected in Shen Fuyu's family samples. Today, Yan Jing's daughter came to find me, asking me to save Yan Jing. But I feel that Yan Jing isn't at the point of falling out with the other party yet. So, I'm considering whether I should first control the principal of Yulin Academy. Gu Tingji took the lead in reporting. Fu Haoshan nodded and said, "He is within our surveillance range now. As long as you can act on your side, we can capture him immediately. However, the evidence is currently insufficient, and the other party may have a lot of hostages. According to the clues we currently have, their experimental center is doing two things, making money and cracking my material synthesis process. We'll set the latter aside for now. Where did their funds go? What have they done? How did those who have already died get transported there under the radar? And who helped Sun Yu escape?" These questions from Shen Fuyu are the biggest mysteries right now. Once these are resolved, Yulin Academy should change hands. However, she cannot analyze the source of the funds at the moment, because aside from those illicit benefits, everyone's accounts appear normal. One thing is certain now, these people are infighting. I only saw two people during my visit this time. I don't know what the root of their infighting is. For a moment, things fell into a stalemate. At this time, Fu Haoshan suddenly received news, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Shen Fuyu was definitely blinded by Liang Anyan, or perhaps there was an issue with the previous judgment. It was time for him to show his performance. The matter I had someone investigate today has made progress. One person from the Materials Center secretly resold a material patent under his own name to a medical waste disposal agency after leaving his job to save his life. This is the basis for the coatings on the current transport ships. What does this indicate? Shen Fuyu and Gu Tingji spoke in unison. This type of coating can affect thermal imaging scans, so Sun Yu may have come out a long time ago, or he could be waiting for us at that location. There's an insider in the hospital, and I am investigating. Upon hearing this, Shen Fuyu's eyes lit up. Is there such an interesting thing? Who is that person? I need to meet him. He passed away more than 10 years ago, and since the Material Center was reorganized by me, this matter has sunk into oblivion. Well, let's wait until we find out more before talking. I'll log off now. After saying this, Shen Fuyu disconnected. Fu Haoshan also wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Gu Tingji. 050, the great destructive power in character no. I'm busy cultivating my relationship with my wife. So don't bother me. Fu Haoshan said impatiently. Do you think I want to? Gu Tingji disdainfully shrugged off Fu Haoshan's arm. Let me ask you, why are you transferring assets, and why is Liang Anyan appearing in the house under Su Yifun's name? Fu Haoshan didn't expect Gu Tingji to ask him this question so soon. He looked surprised, but also somewhat approving, because I can't act on my business matters in the team, so I gave it to Fuyu. Anyway, I'm the only one in my family, and no matter what, it has to be for our child. As for Liang Anyan, I think something is off about him, because he lost his memory, but in the interstellar world, there's no way to prove someone has amnesia, right? Even though the technology level in the interstellar world has greatly improved compared to the past, it's still difficult to determine if someone is lying because the lie detection mechanism is singular. After intense training, one can fool the lie detector in a short time. Another reason is that he went missing during a particle storm. There have been records of missing persons and those who returned not being the same during previous fleet expeditions. I'm afraid he might harm Fuyu. After hearing this, Gu Tingji thought to himself, you sound so grand. But it's really just because you can't stand the other person being around your senior sister every day. The rest are just secondary conditions. Then I wish you good luck in cultivating your relationship. You don't need to be so sarcastic, you single dog who has never been in a relationship. Fu Haoshan snorted coldly and then logged off. When he logged off and came out of the game pod, Shen Fuyu had already gone out to get food. Today, he used the pretense of discussing matters with Shen Fuyu to squeeze into her house and would not leave no matter what. So when Shen Fuyu returned and saw Fu Haoshan sitting properly in her dining room, she was puzzled and asked, aren't you going back for the meeting? There aren't that many meetings to attend, Fu Haoshan said, awkwardly touching his nose. He regretted it deeply now. If only he and T been out every day when they were together, maybe they'd have a child by now. Moreover, he was also afraid that Shen Fuyu would bring up old grievances since he had often stood her up in the past when she needed emotional support the most. However, Shen Fuyu was too lazy to bring up old accounts with Fu Haoshan now. She didn't care. After all, those couple issues could just be managed alone, and she could enjoy 2 portions with a buy one get one free deal. Are you just going to sit there and watch me eat? Shen Fuyu regretted buying so much food. If Fu Haoshan insisted on staying for dinner, she had no reason to refuse him. Can't I have a bite? After all, I'm working for you now. You can't treat your employees poorly. This should be the first time they had a quiet dinner together with just the 2 of them since they met. In the past, Shen Fuyu always ate at home alone, and Fu Haoshan had already eaten by the time he got home. During that time, they were both busy with their own things. Even when visiting Shen Fuyu's house, there were always relatives around. Thinking of this, Shen Fuyu felt inexplicably sad. Why was she doing this? She liked someone but made herself so pitiful. Before meeting Liang Anyun, she even felt like she was waiting for the other person's grace. When she was young, Shen Jindai always taught her that marriage should be between families of equal status. She used to think it was because her family was afraid she would be wronged. But now it seemed that her compromises over the past decade to maintain family harmony were a bit foolish. Equal status was just their way of not wanting her to feel inferior. This was fine, but she still felt very sad. The sound of tears falling onto the plate was not obvious, but Fu Haoshan felt a pang in his heart. As he looked up, he saw Shen Fuyu crying while stuffing food in her mouth, as if it was difficult to swallow because of her breathing. Fuyu, what's wrong? As soon as Fu Haoshan placed his hand on Shen Fuyu's back, she started coughing violently. After a long while, Shen Fuyu, with a face full of snot and tears, looked quite disheveled, but at least she finally calmed down. Fu Haoshan gently wiped his wife's face with a wet tissue, feeling uneasy. It seemed she had already sensed something, but he couldn't think of a single word to comfort her because he had once hurt her, neglecting her when she needed him the most. Fu Haoshan even started to doubt whether Shen Fuyu wanted to stay by his side, not because she liked him, but because she had seen through the fundamental benefits. This was the tragedy of their relationship. Even if they didn't mention it, it would always lie between them. The interest between the Star Fleet and a newly emerged genius could never be separated. How did you get those samples from my house? Shen Fuyu's tone was so indifferent that it sent a chill down his spine. Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu locked eyes, both filled with a cold light, instantly losing the courage to lie. The girl who once relied on him for everything had changed. I sent someone under the pretense of inspecting your uncle's factory to your house. And then? There's nothing else. You're lying. Fuyu, just pretend nothing happened, and let us go back to how things used to be, okay? I want tea. Shen Fuyu suddenly became agitated. I've always known. Fengze thought I didn't know. Once my teacher came to me, saying I was emotionally unstable and suspected my parents had falsified my genetic testing to expel me. I overheard their conversation with my parents. They are ashamed of me. No, that's not it. Maybe you remembered it wrong, because it was so long ago. Fu Haoshan pulled Shen Fuyu into his arms, afraid she would hurt herself if she got too agitated. I remember it wrong? Shen Fuyu said with a sudden cold laugh. My brain doesn't make mistakes. To maintain harmony in this family, every day I endured whatever grievances I faced outside, greeted them with a smile. Even later, when I couldn't tolerate outsiders anymore, I never said a harsh word to them. Why do they treat me like a tool to maintain their facade, just because they gave birth to me? Shen Fuyu continued to be emotionally agitated, even gagging. Fu Haoshan couldn't figure out what had gone wrong that made her realize this, but soon he was frightened by his own thought. She should realize it. She is an independent person, not a little pet. But hadn't Tia's constant interference treated her like a pet? At this moment, Fu Haoshan even felt a bit grateful to Liang Anyun for helping Shen Fuyu become herself during the time she left him. In that sense, he, as a husband, was far inferior to Liang Anyun in terms of respect for Shen Fuyu. His previous feelings of inferiority stemmed from the crisis of feeling left out in the Starfleet, where control was gradually weakening. Was he really this selfish? Are you wondering how I know? Shen Fuyu's physical discomfort eased slightly as she looked at the flustered Fu Haoshan and asked, I'm not, I just... Fu Haoshan opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable reason. He did want to ask this. Let me say it again. When Yulin Academy and the Network Bureau teamed up to set me up back then, they couldn't find the backend I added. A bunch of useless people. Well, you should know that I really have nothing to do with Fong Jingying. Fu Haoshan took the opportunity to clear his name. Shen Fuyu's originally indifferent gaze suddenly filled with confusion. I wanted to show off a bit, and you're here trying to clear your name? Fu Haoshan didn't realize he had misspoken. Seeing his wife's gaze soften a bit, he quickly continued to make amends. Look, where do I have any connection with her? If there is no connection, where would the child come from? But there is no evidence to prove the paternity test results are false. Shen Fuyu seemed to have calmed down, tossing the sentence back into her room. Fuyu, can you give me a little trust? Fu Haoshan hurriedly followed, only to watch the door close right in front of him. After a while, a voice came from inside. Your credit has run out since you painted a big pie for me. That night, Fu Haoshan sat outside Shen Fuyu's room all night. Because he was older and couldn't stand the cold, he had Jianyu bring him a blanket halfway through. In the morning, when Shen Fuyu came out, she didn't even glance at Fu Haoshan, which shattered his already thin self-esteem into pieces. Fu Haoshan could only contact Feng Zhe with red eyes to complain. These two elderly men were probably the only ones in the world who had never harmed Shen Fuyu. However, when Feng Zhe heard Fu Haoshan describe the entire process, he fell silent and after a long while said, Impossible. When I went to talk to her parents about this, she was out having breakfast. I watched her walk into that restaurant. That wasn't the point, old man. The point was this incident really that harmful? Yesterday, Fuyu's emotions erupted, and my performance was inadequate. You need to give me a recap. For a moment, Feng Zhe felt sympathy for Fu Haoshan. Before Shen Fuyu's teacher passed away, he had entrusted two things. One was to carry on the flame of human civilization and not let humanity return to a savage society. The second was Shen Fuyu's emotions. This individual, who inherited almost all the wisdom of another civilization, evaluated Shen Fuyu's personality and emotions as unstable. She could change at any time due to external influences, which was related to her life experiences. The problem was discovered too late. By the time she wanted to change, Shen Fuyu had already closed off her heart, which contained immense destructive power, coupled with her ability to end an era. Fu Haoshan was an understanding person. He thought of Shen Fuyu's repression, so he felt helpless and didn't dare to touch the taboos of Shen Fuyu's heart. The incident was about the other party wanting to add a name behind a prize-winning work, which couldn't be accomplished. Some parents were unhappy and insisted that Fuyu lose her student status and be unable to compete. Her parents thought it was just her not understanding how to behave. It's all in the past now, and this situation is unsolvable. The wound she suffered before can never be erased in this lifetime. Feng Zhe's words left Fu Haoshan in silence for a long time. Yes, delayed justice cannot heal scars. All stability is built on Shen Fuyu always having to suffer grievances. After thanking Feng Zhe, he went to the hospital. Since yesterday, it had been locked down, but he hadn't seen the suspect yet. There was news from Gu Tingji that the false list he released had worked, and the atmosphere in Yulin Academy was off. 051, it turns out, I am a devil. Jian Yu found the suspect, a logistics staff member at the hospital, who had been working at the Fu family's hospital for nearly 30 years. He was a remnant of those who were replaced after Fu Haoshan took power. What is your relationship with my elder brother? Fu Haoshan asked directly after sitting down. There is only one source for such an elder, a confidant of those few people he had crushed to ashes. He was delivered by my wife. The other party answered quickly, seemingly with an expectation that Fu Haoshan would recall and suddenly realize something upon hearing this. Fu Haoshan couldn't remember which link he had overlooked. All those who knew about the Fu family's old affairs had already been dealt with. The previous servant who was kept because of his mother as protection had also been handled after Li Pingzhen dared to provoke him. The Chung family was also gone. Could it be that another informant had disclosed something to this person? Well, very loyal, but he has been dead for so many years. Who knows what his ashes have turned into? And you're still thinking about him. That was your brother. Why this attitude? You're just an illegitimate child born from a mistress. If it weren't for the two madams passing away in succession, would your mother have been able to enter the Fu family? You're using his identity now. What are you being arrogant about? However, Huam doesn't matter in the galaxy. Someone who can hardly step out of the intensive care unit can continue the Fu family line? Before asking my second brother to give his life and let me serve him, he should first ask himself whether he is worthy. Without the Fu family, where would you be? The Star Fleet wasn't established by you. The eldest son is the next family head, and the first madam was the legitimate wife of the master. Your brain must be quite valuable. How many years old is it? Fu Haoshan thought the last person who was so ridiculous was Li Pingzhen. Because of the same question, I tell you, without me, the Star Fleet would be deregistered and exit the galactic stage. My current achievements were fought for with real knives and guns, not given by the Fu family. What did that old man have before? Fu Haoshan's words seemed to infuriate the other party. The middle-aged man, with his hands tied behind him and lying on the ground, began to cry out to his deceased wife, lamenting how he had made every wrong step and hadn't been able to kill Fu Haoshan to avenge them. Can you stop? Let us talk business. How did Sun Yu appear? What is your relationship with the experimental center at Yulin Academy? Fu Haoshan felt that the current issue was significant. The Yulin Academy had reacted to the list containing Sun Yu's name, and if his employees colluded with the Yulin Academy, his identity would no longer be concealed. Do you think I'll answer just because you asked? Generally speaking, I have many ways to make you speak. As for your wife, if she hadn't been one of those who wanted to eliminate me, she wouldn't have died. Next life, be more aware of the situation. Fu Haoshan's attitude towards enemies had always been to eradicate them whenever he had the chance. When he plotted to kill his two brothers, the entire Fu family was against him, but no one considered why Fu Haoshan would resort to such measures. His elder brother, needless to say, was a sickly person who thought he was already at the pinnacle of the galaxy, looking down on everyone. His second brother always believed that once the elder brother died, it would be his turn to eliminate Fu Haoshan, while the others had never shown Fu Haoshan a good face. In Fu Haoshan's eyes, their tragic endings were all self-inflicted. After saying this, he had Jiang Yu take the person away. He didn't want to have any more contact with these old people. But the small matter of patricide and fratricide had to be brought up time and again. After sending a message to Su Yifan and Gu Tingji, Fu Haoshan dealt with today's work and continued to shamelessly visit Shen Fuyu at AI Chui's new studio. After Gu Tingji learned the news, he felt a sense of destiny, hoping that Fu Haoshan wouldn't make a big deal out of this matter. Now Fu Haoshan couldn't handle it that way. Why are you sighing? Yin Pei came to find Gu Tingji immediately after class, without even having time to put away her lab coat. It's nothing, don't be nervous. Are you hungry? Let me take you to eat. Gu Tingji stood up and took Yin Pei to the nearby spacecraft. Soon, the two arrived at a restaurant built outside the galactic protective layer, where countless stars could be seen in the distant black sky. Wow, my mom has always wanted to come here, but she could never make a reservation. You are so rich. Yin Pei excitedly leaned on the synthetic glass. Looking into the distance, Gu Tingji remained silent. For some reason, there were many restaurants in the galaxy where Shen Fuyu had various offerings, all high-end, in collaboration with many luxury brands that crazily harvested wealthy customers every year. After a while, Yin Pei noticed Gu Tingji was silent and hurried back to sit properly, saying, I've gathered the questions you wanted to know. I've organized them. Gu Tingji took the white paper. The fragrance of the ink felt both familiar and unfamiliar. It was rare to see someone using paper and pen in the galaxy. The image of this little girl suddenly cast a dim halo. like the afterglow of sunset described in books. This strange thought left Gu Tingji in a daze for a moment. When he looked up, he met Yin Peipei's anxious gaze. He quickly comforted her and told her to take her card and find a place to eat downstairs. "Can I take pictures?" Yin Peipei asked, not holding out much hope. "Of course. You can even share them on social media and let your parents see." "Why?" Yin Peipei looked at Gu Tingji in confusion. Gu Tingji fiddled with the paper in his hands, saying with a hint of sadness, "The dust has settled. I have something to attend to, and you can raise any requests with the staff here. What about my dad? Don't worry, I keep my promises. Don't leave here, it's not safe." Gu Tingji had originally acted on a whim, not knowing why he thought Yin Peipei might like the environment here. Now, unexpectedly, her response was leading this matter to a conclusion. Yin Peipei followed Gu Tingji to the door, watching him leave the restaurant, then found a window seat to sit down. She couldn't understand why the small matter she had written suddenly seemed to have settled. The white paper indeed contained a few trivial matters, documenting the minor frictions between Yin Jing and Tong Yuanchang. The period when they first started working together was the half-year before Yin Jing took over as the logistics chief. At that time, Tong Yuanchang was merely an assistant to the academic chief, with over 30 people holding the same position, and he was even considered unremarkable. During that time, Tong Yuanchang couldn't stop talking about Yin Jing, eager for everyone to know that he, with his unremarkable position, could be in the same office as a chief candidate. However, less than 3 days after Yin Jing took office, Tong Yuanchang, thanks to his sister marrying the childless brother of the principal of Yulin Academy, was suddenly elevated. This was the root of their conflict. Yin Jing's sense of unfairness was straightforward. He worked hard and risked his life every day to earn his position, only to have it trampled on in an instant. Gu Tingji immediately searched for Tong Yuanchang's family background again, but found no mention of his sister. After contacting Su Yifan, the feedback was that they could find a family in the same area as Tong Yuanchang that had bought an 8-year-old girl. So she might not be his sister, but rather his child bride. Before Fu Haoshan completed his expedition and the galaxy got rid of survival equipment, the development conditions in various areas of the galaxy were vastly different. In some educationally backward places, shocking events occurred frequently. Gu Tingji, at his age, knew nothing about this. Even if he had a strong psychological capacity, it would be hard for him to accept that such things had happened in the galaxy. He couldn't help but start to imagine what Shen Fuyu's teacher saw back then that made them write in the book not to let humanity return to a society of raw flesh and blood. In the countless moments of light and darkness in the past, humanity wandered in the universe, not knowing where the next landing point would be, not knowing what year it was, and even unsure if they were still in the original space-time. Thinking about these questions, Gu Tingji felt a choking sense of suffocation. He quickly tried to forget them. The contradictions had been identified, and he was ready to find Yin Jing, but unexpectedly, the other party came to find him first. After Gu Tingji returned to the Yulin Academy, he had not seen Yin Jing due to the list released by Fu Haoshan, and now the sudden visit surprised him greatly. "Tingji, this is some money. Take my daughter and run. The Starfleet must have discovered those matters already." "Why?" Gu Tingji had not yet had time to check the latest messages and felt confused about Yin Jing's sudden change in attitude. The principal was arrested due to involvement in an old case. His accounts are significant. You must run and take care of my daughter. Gu Tingji thought to himself that Su Yifan's speed was quite fast, and then said to Yin Jing, "There is no need to leave. She is very safe, but she has a wish to save you." Only then did Yin Jing realize something was wrong. Pointing at Gu Tingji's face, he said coldly, You are from the Starfleet?" "No, I am from Shen Fuyu. You approached me to investigate this matter?" "Not originally, but someone who was supposed to be dead appeared in Fu Haoshan's private hospital, the Sun Yu you saw on your list, which led to this connection." "Haha, Shen Fuyu? Isn't that Fu Haoshan? The Starfleet is in disarray. Is this to boost Su Yifan's reputation?" Yin Jing laughed loudly and sat down by the roadside. Gu Tingji didn't understand why, but felt it was unfair to Shen Fuyu. Did these people always think she was dependent on Fu Haoshan, or did their pride not allow Shen Fuyu to exist independently? So, now you have two choices: to take the blame and make a contribution, or to catch up with Li Pingjin and face execution. Take the blame and make a contribution? Yan Jing didn't expect to fall into this situation. He thought of his wife and children, then pulled out a bottle of potion and drank it down. Gu Tingji reached out to grab it, but was knocked down by Yan Jing due to their size difference, watching as Yan Jing quickly bled from all 7 orifices and died. Haha, wait for my daughter to hate you for a lifetime. Do you think we care? Gu Tingji suppressed the panic in his heart and had another idea, to eliminate the root of the problem. Since Yin Pei was alive and might be used by others, it would be better to end it all. This thought just emerged, and Gu Tingji laughed wildly in his heart. It seemed he had gone mad. And quite mad at that. It turned out that people could really turn into devils. 052 live performance of face-changing. Gu Tingji never expected that one day he would become so cold-blooded, but he quickly accepted his change. After all, he calculated and schemed every day, so being abnormal was actually reasonable. He immediately called the robots to clean up the scene and instructed Su Yifan to find someone to take Yin Jing's wife and Yin Pei from the restaurant to Qiao Yin, telling them that they could only video chat with Yin Jing in the future. He himself rushed to the experimental center according to the coordinates. On the way, the document sent by Fu Haoshan clearly presented the whole story, which even involved why Gu Tingji went from being a young master to an orphan. 13 years ago, the people of Yulin Academy had long anticipated that once the new starship fleet rose, they would intervene in various matters, but lacking the ability to protect themselves. They could only compromise with Fu Haoshan. However, these people came up with a bold idea, to leave a shell for Fu Haoshan. But unexpectedly, Shen Fuyu emerged out of nowhere. In fact, this group had started paying attention to Shen Fuyu a long time ago. But Gu Tingji and Fu Haoshan believed that those monitoring Shen Fuyu since childhood were not the same people, as they had not figured out what those eyes were. Amid the chaotic management, this group recruited people like Chang Yang and Li Pingjin. An inconspicuous point was that Gu Tingji was a token sent out by the Qi family. But the Qi family lacked the strength to board this big ship, and gradually, as more people within this group started to divide the interests, infighting began. The best way to resolve infighting was to make the cake bigger. After the era of interstellar expeditions ended, many orphans appeared. An orphan welfare system over a decade ago was even more complete than now. So these people focused on those lacking familial care, knowing that once these individuals entered society, they would encounter many problems. Cheng Yang was the one who rose during that time, but he was merely riding the wave. The real harm was done by the old Fu family members. Although by now, most of the surviving old Fu family members had died. The one today was their last hope. They used themselves as bait to lure these people in, creating phenomena of oppression and death from various places, actually transporting these people away as laborers. The previous leak of Fu Haoshan's identity was a result of the other party wanting to unite with Li Pingjin and others to monopolize the benefits. And now this person seemed to harbor a fantasy of making Fu Haoshan take on the label of paternal murder and familial betrayal, so they did not disclose the matter. However, a few years ago, some righteous individuals deceived into the experimental center discovered these problems. They hid among them, trying their best to send some people who still had contacts in the world out. The female researcher Gu Tingji saw earlier was also one of them. But Tong Yuanchang and others had long known the news in advance, deliberately putting on a show to lure people out, and she unfortunately fell into the trap. Sun Yu was sent out by these people, accompanied by a batch of completely unqualified reagents, and was discovered by the experimental center when he was about to transfer onto a marked transport ship in a high radiation area where no one could operate the equipment. After getting off the transport ship, Sun Yu waited in the hospital warehouse for many days. Anxiously, he did not wait for anyone to pick him up, but instead received false information that let him out. So as soon as he came out, he met the logistics personnel of today. The other party instilled in him for several days that Shen Fuyu was evil and then sent him away on another transport ship, trying to find the lair of those who helped these escapees. Unfortunately, he encountered Shen Fuyu, who came to the hospital to see a child, which could be considered a pit Cheng Yang dug for them before his death. The whole process was not complicated, but the interests involved were vast. With thousands of people implicated, if disclosed, the interstellar community would be shaken. because he found the channel through which those righteous individuals took people out. Su Yifan successfully contacted the people inside and quickly brought them out, excluding the controlled people outside and those who escaped. The remaining suspects and victims in the experimental center were handed over to Gu Tingji by Fu Haoshan. Firstly, he wanted to see Gu Tingji's capabilities, and secondly, he was really too busy. After Su Yifan rescued the people, he spread his hands to him and Yang Qianting, saying he should not participate in this matter. It was the first time Fu Haoshan found his disciple so displeasing, but since he had taught him, he endured it. When Gu Tingji arrived at the experimental center, many people still did not realize what had happened, including the still furious Tong Yuanchang. Looking from outside the office, he saw a person standing inside, who should be the brother of the principal of Yulin Academy. Your brother has been in charge of Yulin Academy for 30 years. Wasn't he always keeping Shen Fuyu in check? Why is he being detained today? What charges do they have against him? Tong Yuanchang's attitude was very hostile. The person who could only be seen from behind immediately exploded in anger and shouted, "If it weren't for your dirty work revealing that your family previously bought child brides, will my brother be arrested for this reason? You got a son for nothing, and now you come here to be ungrateful?" Who knew the Starship Fleet could find out these things? It could be that Shen Fuyu is causing trouble. After all, isn't it your incompetence? Wouldn't it have been better to kill her long ago? All along, you still had to rely on a woman? You, an illiterate, are saying this to me? Do you know what Shen Fuyu has done? Almost every field in the interstellar community has been rebuilt by her. If you had the ability, you would have killed her over 10 years ago. Otherwise, you can't stop Shen Fuyu from controlling the entire interstellar community with her proposed new foundation. Why don't you win her over? A madwoman could very well lead to our earlier demise. This dog-eat-dog scene ended when Gu Tingji appeared. He stood outside the door, listening to them talk about Shen Fuyu, always feeling something was off, as if she were just a symbol, not an independent person. "Gu Tingji, why are you here?" Tong Yuanchang's hand immediately reached under the drawer. "Save it. The Starship Fleet and the investigation department have surrounded this place." You are Fu Haoshan's person?" Gu Tingji did not answer this question, but coldly smiled. "Where are the few people you captured? If they're alive, I will let you go. At this point, are you going to let us go? If you have the ability, blow this place up. We all die together." The person opposite Tong Yuanchang immediately stood up, wanting to engage Gu Tingji in hand-to-hand combat. To be honest, Gu Tingji indeed had no fighting experience. If a young person were to engage him in close combat for life and death, he might not win. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was an old man whose body had already dried up. Gu Tingji pinned the opponent down, kicked, and broke his rib, then walked up to Tong Yuanchang and said, "You saw my relationship with Yin Jing. I saved Yin Jing and don't mind saving one more person. If he doesn't want to, you can consider it." "How did you save Yin Jing?" Tong Yuanchang was a bit tempted. He was only middle-aged, and there were still fantasies. "I have already sent my family away. Fu Haoshan can't control me. Yang Qianting doesn't dare to pursue it, and Su Yifan knows nothing about this matter." Gu Tingji said this with a probing intent, wondering if they knew about the existence of that child or if they had contact with the alien race. "You're not Fu Haoshan's person?" A flash of ecstasy crossed Tong Yuanchang's eyes, followed by confusion. "Shen Fuyu won't let us go. Who exactly are you?" "Since Shen Fuyu has been denied," Gu Tingji replied. "Alien race. Do you still remember those eyes? Aren't you curious why I must use glass? You know that thing?" The old man, who was heavily injured by Gu Tingji, suddenly became excited. "Can you take us away? That liquid that can grow into eyes is what we brought back from you. Shen Fuyu has a material that can react with it. As long as we continue to cooperate, we can crack Shen Fuyu's material. What do I want that material for? No wonder I couldn't find the whereabouts of my clan's items in the Starfleet. It turns out they are with you." Gu Tingji's smile was somewhat twisted, successfully scaring the two, and it was another day of owing himself an Oscar. "This isn't our stuff. It was leaked by people from the new Starfleet before. We don't know who the source is. Take us away. We don't want to fall into Fu Haoshan's hands." Hearing the mention of an alien race, the two seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Then tell me where those people are. There's a female researcher I liked the first time I saw her. I want to take her with me. How can you prove you can take us away?" Tong Yuanchang asked cautiously. Gu Tingji mysteriously pressed a button, actually sending a message to Su Yifan to clear a route that wouldn't be monitored, but it looked like it cleared a path with one click. The two immediately believed him. Tong Yuanchang didn't even bother to check on the person lying on the ground and wanted to take Gu Tingji to find those people right away. However, Gu Tingji made him support the other person, completely sowing discord between the two. A door behind the viewing pool slowly opened, and a wave of foul odor wafted out. Upon closer inspection, the people inside were injured to varying degrees, with their wounds poorly treated, essentially half dead. Gu Tingji immediately extended his hand, and a group of particles flew out like fireflies. This was Shen Fuyu's new healing technique, which had not yet been implemented in the interstellar medical system. He brought it out to save lives, and there was an additional benefit. It was the same color as the liquid that could grow into eyes. Thank you both. And you need to give me the map of this place. I want to control these things to inject into the walls and destroy this place after we leave. Gu Tingji's series of actions left the two stunned. Tong Yuanchang asked, "What exactly is this?" "This is our method of healing, but in the interstellar realm. It's a deadly weapon. Just by touching it, you will become one of our clan. If you have this need in the future, I can help you with the transformation." "No, that's not necessary." Tong Yuanchang immediately handed over the map, feeling a bit more fear, but it seemed that cooperating with the tiger was their only option now. With the map in hand, Gu Tingji had no more concerns, turned around, and immediately changed his expression. "Thank you both." Then, the robots of the Star Fleet controlled the experimental center like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, and all the personnel were taken over by the Investigation Bureau, with the experimental center being completely shut down. This place, spanning several eras of interstellar travel, disappeared from existence, followed by the president of Yulin Academy committing suicide out of fear of punishment. Gu Tingji didn't rush to take over. Instead, he let Yulin Academy be thrown into chaos for a while. Gu Tingji wanted to find Shen Fuyu, but received a message from a mysterious person, perhaps from a mysterious alien race. "How you plan to deal with Yan Jing's wife and daughter?" 053, "Why are you always here? Are you being too nosy?" Gu Tingji suddenly felt a strange anger rising within him, as if he were a beast with its tail stepped on. But this was indeed a matter that required discussion and consideration. So what was he angry about? Just asking. "Are you trying to determine where I might have placed surveillance based on the time I sent you messages to find my route of movement?" "Yeah, so what? You don't have that capability." Facing the other party's sudden provocation, Gu Tingji was dismissive and instead asked, "Have you had contact with Ling Yuan? Remember to regularly solidify your relationships with your allies, or else they can easily turn against you." After sending these few messages, Gu Tingji waited a long time without receiving a reply, but he didn't think much of it and arrived at Shen Fuyu's home, where he ran into Shen Fuyu just as she was returning home, followed by Fu Haoshan, who was carrying bags. "Where did you two go today?" Gu Tingji frowned at Fu Haoshan. "Shouldn't you be working overtime at the network department? We brought back some old paper documents to deal with." Fu Haoshan looked at Gu Tingji with a gritted teeth expression, unable to control his frustration. "Why are you everywhere? Are you that free?" Shen Fuyu ignored the strange atmosphere that had developed between the two. She took the bag from Fu Haoshan's hand and went inside, quickly locking the two of them outside. "I almost got to be under the same roof as my wife today. What are you messing around for? Have you finished handling your matters?" "I wanted to ask you, have you finished handling your matters? It involves so many people. Su Yifan is already returned to the Starship Fleet, right? Your appearance here is inherently unreasonable." The two glared at each other and then went downstairs to find a step to sit down together, getting to the point. "Do you want to meet someone from the Yulin Academy? Now that it has come to this, you should think about how to establish your authority, who to replace, who to keep. It's up to you to weigh it. The time isn't right yet. Let's wait and see how things unfold. After you finish handling this matter, quickly investigate Fong Jingying's situation in Area 3. I suspect there's more to it than meets the eye." "Why?" Fu Haoshan previously caught a few small thugs, but these people were just lured under the pretext of security recruitment and knew nothing of what had actually happened, not even having seen the person who recruited them. To avoid unnecessary confusion, he hasn't acted yet. I always feel that the matter at the experimental center is meant to deliberately cover for something. But the issue with Tai Lu and Liang Anjie doesn't require such a high cost. I have two guesses. One is aimed at Fuyu, and the other is if it really is remnants of an alien race. They may be fighting among themselves, with one side using the other to strike back. Controlling Fuyu is their most direct and effective method of counterattack. She's been in a bad mood lately, and I've come to understand many things. After all, it's hard to make up for it. Gu Tingji was somewhat surprised that Fu Haoshan was talking to him about this, but from the very beginning, you couldn't compensate her for anything. To maintain the status quo in the galaxy, someone has to bear the consequences. If Shen Fuyu is left unchecked to seek revenge, the galaxy will quickly descend into chaos, potentially becoming a living hell. Thus, Shen Fuyu must accept the unfairness of this world. For her, ability and responsibility are equal. Your current guilt is merely self-deception, Gu Tingji said mercilessly. I really can't understand why senior sister would like you. Because I'm the only one in this world who can protect her. Others might be able to give her the purest love, but they cannot protect her. Huh, then I'll see if you can. After Gu Tingji said this, he was about to leave when Shen Fuyu silently opened the door, walked downstairs, and patted his shoulder to let him go ahead. Gu Tingji shot Fu Haoshan a challenging look and immediately followed, while Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu pitifully, receiving no response. Ever since Shen Fuyu got angry, he hadn't received a single good look, and he felt like he was living in agony. Shen Fuyu closed the door and asked helplessly, "Why did you send Yin Jing's wife and daughter to Qiaolian? Isn't that just exposing yourself?" "I was afraid there were still hidden people here that hadn't been cleared out. If Yin Peipei finds out that Yin Jing committed suicide in front of me, she will hate me to death." "You?" Shen Fuyu carefully chewed over this statement, then scrutinized Gu Tingji. Realizing that this young man, who had accomplished quite a few things, seemed different from before. Did you want to eliminate the roots from the very beginning? Shen Fuyu had once played a game called Dangerous Personality Test with Gu Tingji, and they had both mustered up 800 courage points. Their records still remained on the game's leaderboard. So now she could understand that Gu Tingji's intentions were certainly not so benevolent. His actions seemed more like a restriction on himself. Gu Tingji showed a helpless smile and said, "I did have that thought. I was afraid they would be used by others. Do you think I've changed?" "Not really. I just wonder if you have thought through every step and prepared an exit strategy." "Tingji, there are some things I've always struggled to express to you, so I'll be straightforward." Shen Fuyu paused, saying, "You should find a worthy ideal to fight for. Schemes and tricks will eventually consume a person's heart. You need to find a rope to tie yourself down. But I accept my transformation. I'm not afraid." Gu Tingji's past had witnessed too many good people being bullied. Many things, even if they hadn't happened to him, still stirred a strange impulse within him to empathize. "You can accept it, but I hope you can always put the interests of the galaxy first." Shen Fuyu's words answered Gu Tingji's long-standing confusion. Will that mysterious alien race succeed? Will Shen Fuyu, one day, stand on the opposite side of the galaxy? It seems unlikely now. From the beginning, that alien race made a miscalculation. A person who witnessed the disappearance of another civilization will not repeat the same mistakes. "I will," Gu Tingji promised, "even if it means being shattered to pieces." This question made Gu Tingji hesitate. He could pretend to be fully committed, but there was no need. People act, and heaven observes. He truly wasn't that resolute at the moment. There were still many things he hadn't completed, and he couldn't die for the sake of countless unrelated people. Shen Fuyu smiled at him, not demanding an answer. Fearing death is human nature. He was just a young man, and without experiencing complete despair, he wouldn't plant the most resilient seeds in his heart. "All right, I know your next step is to find the chief family to settle scores. Go ahead. You don't need to rush to explore your answers to my words today. Your experiences are different, and so will your thoughts be." When Gu Tingji left Shen Fuyu's house, he was still puzzled as to why Shen Fuyu seemed to have no involvement, yet she was very clear about certain matters. That feeling was really reminiscent of that annoying alien race. Fu Haoshan saw Gu Tingji come out, rushed up in a few steps to block Shen Fuyu's action of closing the door, and quickly squeezed into Shen Fuyu's house, his movements flowing smoothly, leaving Gu Tingji stunned. "What are you coming in for? To watch me make a fool of myself?" Shen Fuyu ignored Fu Haoshan not because of the childish matter, but because she felt a bit embarrassed. It was one thing to cry alone for a long time, but now someone had seen her. The optimistic and composed image she had maintained in front of Fu Haoshan was now shattered. Last time, Jiang Pingzhou's comments about Cheng Ruoxue also struck a chord with her heart. Hadn't they? Throughout her life, she had never stayed in one place long enough. Mainly because whenever she felt she could no longer control her emotions, she needed to take a break. When Shen Fuyu was young, her teacher taught her very little about technology. Most of the knowledge she acquired was self-taught, and a significant part of it was about how to control her emotions. Fu Haoshan truly could not see Shen Fuyu's current concerns. His understanding of her came from her descriptions in the pamphlet given by Tai Qin Zhao. But it did not mention what would make Shen Fuyu angry, only what she liked. Fuyu, I didn't mean that. I just feel like you're in a bad mood, and I thought maybe you need me? Fu Haoshan said cautiously. I don't need you. Shen Fuyu reached out to push Fu Haoshan away. Fu Haoshan turned back to where he was and continued. I'm not leaving. Can you not push me away? If you're angry, just hit me a couple of times. But don't ignore me. I'm not ignoring you. You said to find you, and I told you where I was. You wanted me to go with you to get something, and I went. You asked for my help to organize materials, and I agreed. What more do you want? For the first time, Shen Fuyu found the person in front of her so unreasonable. Couldn't he just let her have some peace? Why did he have to keep seeking attention every day? She wouldn't forget him, and when she no longer cared, he could go back to how he was before. Then let me stay. I'll bring my own bedding. Fu Haoshan pointed to the blanket he had left on the floor, which he hadn't taken or tidied up. Don't push your luck. Shen Fuyu waved her arms to express her dissatisfaction. Really not possible? Not possible. All right then. Fu Haoshan picked up his blanket and walked outside, turning back 3 times, looking quite pitiful. However, he had his own little scheme, waiting for Shen Fuyu to feel sorry for him and call him back. So his actions were almost in slow motion. Shen Fuyu was no longer falling for this trick. She quickly stepped forward, pushed Fu Haoshan out the door, and then closed it. Fu Haoshan stared at the closed door, his eyes wide open. No. Why did it seem like the goodwill he had worked so hard to build suddenly dropped to zero? What exactly did he do wrong? Feeling dejected on his way home, Fu Haoshan received a special message from Lin Yin, giving him a ticket to the first show organized by AI Chui since taking over the family business. It was a gift from everyone in the team, saying that Shen Fuyu would also be there and encouraged him to do well. What's going on? A race? Fu Haoshan replied to Lin Yin, confused. Boss AI said Miss Shen has been in a bad mood recently. Our team comes from both of you, hoping you two can quickly resolve your misunderstandings. Of course, Fu Haoshan did not believe this explanation, but since the other party did not specify the reason, he did not ask further. He would just see what they would do that day. 054 Rich Girl and Phoenix Man Gu Tingji had been waiting at the entrance of the Qi family for a long time. He didn't know what significance his visit had now or what he hoped to achieve. The Qi family was involved in the matter of the Yulin Academy, and just a little maneuvering on his part could lead them to ruin. By the time he finished thinking, it was already dark. Gu Tingji remembered that he could contact Qi Xiaoyin. He seemed to have mentioned that his biological mother had something at the Qi family's house. Brother? Is there something? Qi Xiaoyin knew that Gu Tingji had returned to Yulin Academy under the disguise of being a staff member at Zhao Shiqin's family store. Recently, the interstellar situation was brewing, and he might have had a hand in it. For a moment, Qi Xiaoyin didn't know how to face this brother, especially since the plans he had shared with him before now seemed somewhat childish. Moreover, Gu Tingji had changed his surname, which probably meant he had no feelings for the Qi family. At this time, finding him was enough to frighten Qi Xiaoyin. Did the Qi family take anything from our mother? My mother's dowry includes over 100 pieces of jewelry that I couldn't bring out. This question puzzled Qi Xiaoyin even more. What did he want? Do you have a list? Yes, I'll send it to you. After Gu Tingji received the list, he hung up the communication and swaggered into the Qi family. The butler supervising the robots working in the courtyard of the Qi family seemed to see a ghost when he spotted Gu Tingji, screaming as he ran back. When the members of the Qi family were called out by the commotion, they were still in their loungewear, looking somewhat disheveled. With the interstellar weather about to change, they had nowhere to run, but waiting to die was torturous, so the whole family was in a state of mental unrest. When they saw Gu Tingji, this abnormality intensified. The head of the Qi family looked at Gu Tingji, his breathing becoming more rapid. Then he erupted with a roar. Quick, drive him away. Kill him. Oh, driving me away could lead to a very miserable death. Gu Tingji approached the family. Behind the head of the Qi family stood a glamorous woman and 3 elderly men, shivering at the door as if they had seen something terrifying. Who are you? Are you human or a ghost? Earlier, Qi Xiaoyin had told Gu Tingji that between them, Gu Tingji resembled their biological mother more, but he never expected this group of people to be so guilty. Whether I am human or ghost is not important. I am just here to retrieve my mother's dowry, a total of 137 pieces of jewelry, worth 50 million. Even if you didn't get a sip of soup back then, you are still involved in the Yulin Academy Experiment Center. Whether you hide your head or stick it out, you will suffer the same fate. You, indeed, are her son. Dowry? None. If you keep being aggressive, I will scatter her ashes. If you want your mother to have some dignity, then ensure nothing happens to our family. The seductive woman behind the head of the Qi family shouted at Gu Tingji with a voice so sharp it was piercing. You handed your deceased wife's ashes to your mistress? Gu Tingji's expression gradually turned from indifference to a terrifying grimace. Yes, the head of the Qi family suddenly seemed to gain some backbone, to give his beloved wife a bargaining chip. He had driven away Qi Xiaoyin and handed his ex-wife's ashes to her. He straightened his back and said, I don't care who you are now. Even if you die and take the blame for our family, you must protect us. Otherwise, I will have that woman ground to ashes. I'm rather curious about what my biological mother did to offend you so much that you harbor such hatred for her. Gu Tingji only knew bits and pieces of the entire story from Qi Xiaoyin. It was probably a cliché tale of a rich girl and a phoenix man who ended up being exploited, with one child missing and another driven out by her husband as young mistress. I never liked her. If it weren't for her money, I would bother serving a young lady. She was the third party between me and my dear wife. Listening to this, Gu Tingji closed his eyes, his mind racing with one question. What would be suitable to chop through this thick skin like a city wall? Just as he was about to pull out his launcher, several robots flew in from all directions, one of which broke through the sturdy synthetic glass and grabbed the current young master of the Qi family. Hey, remember to not take matters into your own hands. Shen Fuyu sent Gu Tingji a message. Watching the high-level robots in the air, the Qi family was completely panicked. The woman quickly turned back to grab something to exchange for her son, but was stopped. You are from the Star Navigation Fleet? Generally, the Star Navigation Fleet wouldn't send out such robots. Gu Tingji stepped forward, smiling. Kneel down and hold your head, then tell me where the things are. Or do you want to guess if your son has done anything wrong? This is against the rules. You crazy woman, Shen Fuyu. An elderly man behind her exclaimed. Gu Tingji silently scanned his identity and confirmed he was from Yulin Academy. Rules? The range is the rule. You all can refuse arrest if you want. And clean up your mouth. You will soon be a prisoner, so accumulate some virtue. Tell him where those pieces of jewelry went. The head of the Qi family shouted angrily at his wife. I sold them all. Sold them. The head of the Qi family, who had already knelt down, jumped up. So many things, so much money sold? Then what have you been wearing all this time? Of course it's fake. Would you let me wear the belongings of a dead person? How unlucky. What about the money? You know your son isn't doing well in his studies. I had to bribe people, and you have no connections. How much money do you think has gone to waste? Useless. I'm sorry. It's my fault. The head of the Qi family immediately hugged his delicate wife, apologizing, then turned to Gu Tingji and said, We've sold everything. We have nothing left. You either take that woman's ashes away. Where? The woman trembled as she pointed in a direction. Gu Tingji waved his hand, and the robot immediately brought a small wooden box along with the test results. Holding it in his hand, Gu Tingji's hand sank. Where did the jewelry go? How would I know? It was sold by my brother. Go ask him. Name, address. The elderly man behind the woman trembled as he tapped the screen in front of him, which displayed a string of information. Area 3, GMB Manor 1 to 12, Fangwanyong. If I can't find this person, you all better be ready. Gu Tingji dropped this line, released the now pants-wetting young master of the Qi family, and left. He and T walked far when he heard that young master berating his parents arrogantly. He shook his head and quickly left, then went to Area 7 to hand over his biological mother's ashes to Qi Xiaoyin for him to settle. However, Qi Xiaoyin was very surprised. What? They never buried Mom? That grave was fake too? Grave? Yes. Qi Xiaoyin pulled up a map, searched for an address, but found no such place. Did they deceive me? There's always been a graveyard here. Haven't you visited in years? I go every year, it was really there. But how could it disappear in just half a year? Gu Tingji checked and found that this place had originally been a wasteland, recently sold by the Qi family. They probably had it set up as a ruse to fool Qi Shaoyin. Originally, they had said they would visit after the league ended. But now it seemed like a blessing. If they were truly buried somewhere, they might have to dig up the grave. All right, it's all in the past. You take care, I'm leaving. Gu Tingji felt a wave of exhaustion, standing in the spaceship for a long time without moving. Love really can cause a lot of harm. Just as he thought this, a vague figure appeared in his mind, startling him. When he arrived at the address in District 3, he was surprised to find that Shen Fuyu and her group were living in the nearby community. He even saw Liang Anyun, and upon asking, learned that they were there to watch a show. Fu Haoshan was quite angry about the situation with the Qi family, and had someone help Gu Tingji check if that person was at the address. The result was that this person hadn't returned since leaving a few days ago. Thus, Gu Tingji decided to split up from Shen Fuyu's group to search for the person. But Fu Haoshan quietly asked him if he could take Liang Anyun away, not wanting him to be a distraction. Gu Tingji didn't care about this matter. After all, the two of them couldn't possibly separate, and he accepted their current lukewarm state, not wanting to deal with Fu Haoshan's issues. Fu Haoshan sulked for a while before turning to see Shen Fuyu applying medicine to Liang Anyun's hand. This person had resigned after tripping in Su Yifun's house, and to avoid suspicion, Fu Haoshan didn't dare to stop them. However, wasn't a bit too coincidental that he tripped? All right, you could divide the first and second floors among yourselves. Just don't come up here to disturb me. Shen Fuyu had been researching the eye growth medicine these past few days and didn't have time to watch Fu Haoshan's performance. She also didn't want to worry about whether Liang Anyun's memory had recovered. As long as he was injured and knew he was back, that was progress. Okay, make sure to rest. Liang Anyun spoke first, leaving Fu Haoshan, who had planned to negotiate further, speechless. After Shen Fuyu left, Fu Haoshan sat down on the nearby sofa, needing to have a serious talk with Liang Anyun about his new vocabulary. He thought Liang Anyun was a big green tea, but before he could organize his thoughts, Liang Anyun took the initiative, probably the first person in the world to use this tactic against Fu Haoshan. Fu Commander, you're just a former commander now. I think you no longer deserve Fuyu. Although I'm an outsider, she deserves better. So I hope you can take good care of the title of her husband and stay away from her. Fu Haoshan was momentarily taken aback, feeling that these words sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard them. After recalling a few times, he jumped up. Then you should find her someone better. Who do you want to find? You? If Fuyu accepts, I'm willing. You're clearly out of the game. I just left for a few days, and your relationship has deteriorated again. Who are you to meddle? You're an outsider. What right do you have to comment on our marriage? You're older than me. On what basis? Fu Haoshan almost fainted from anger. Recently, he had been angry so often that he felt it was time for a checkup. But before, when Fuyu was still a gentle girl who yearned for love and was devoted only to him, he didn't cherish her. He left her at home without actively caring if she was bullied, and now that he lacked allies, he wanted to win her back. How could it be this easy? 055 missing? After Fu Haoshan endured this heart-wrenching attack, he scrutinized Liang Anyun for a while and asked, "Have you regained your memory?" "That's right. Then why didn't you tell Fuyu?" Fu Haoshan's mind was filled with conspiracy theories. Was someone trying to steal his wife? She's quite busy right now, and the timing isn't right. I'll talk to her properly when she has some free time. But why are you so idle? Didn't this involve a lot of people? Aren't you going to investigate my brother anymore? The Liang Anyun who had regained his memory exhibited a completely different temperament, becoming aggressive and exuding an air of superiority, which made Fu Haoshan very uncomfortable. In the galaxy, aside from Shen Fuyu, no one could look down on him like this. This doesn't seem to concern you. But since you've regained your memory, will you please come with me to cooperate with the investigation? Originally, it was fine that Liang Anyun had no memory, but now this person exuded danger everywhere and had to be dealt with. Fu Haoshan, you might as well stop struggling. Fuyu has a sense of justice. Even if you're indeed a scumbag, she won't break ties with you because it concerns the stability of the galaxy. But do you know how much harm you've caused to a girl who is just starting to experience love? You never understood what she needs. Don't waste time. How would I not know what she needs? She needs my care and love. And I don't know what happened to Fuyu after she met you. Do you know how many dangerous things she has done? Liang Anyun saw Fu Haoshan's momentum gradually weaken and knew that this person understood the issues at hand. Their feelings for each other were like water and moonlight, shattering at a touch. I taught her how to fight for her own interests, how to protect the people she cares about, and how to punish the bad guys. Although she hasn't done perfectly in the latter two, she is improving. She's no longer that weak little girl who only knew how to yield and be bullied. She needs someone who can stand up for her and speak out for her. Not you, the commander of the Starfleet, who always has to weigh options. Liang Anyun continued to press on, and Fu Haoshan found it hard to counter, especially during the latter half. Fu Haoshan could understand. Every weak person must have fantasized about having a hero descend from the sky to punish those who bully them. But Fu Haoshan couldn't do that. As Gu Tingji said, the development history of the Fu family in the galaxy is very complicated and involves many people. If he acted too harshly, it would lead to a situation where no one could be used. So even if someone targeted Shen Fuyu, he had to be cautious. This directly led to the fact that for Shen Fuyu, delayed justice would never heal her inner pain. Liang Anyun did not stop there, but continued. Fuyu made it very clear that she likes your face, likes your looks, but that's just the surface. She has admired you since childhood, and that admiration is for the strong. Don't you think what you're doing now will disappoint her? Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze. Fu Haoshan lowered his head and thought for a long time, saying, "You're not wrong, but don't forget, you are currently penniless, powerless. And I have never seen someone describe living off others so uniquely. No matter how trash I am, I'm still much better than you." This moment was Fu Haoshan's ultimate blow. He glanced triumphantly at Liang Anyun, who was stunned in place, and walked to the stairwell with the posture of a victor. Then turned to say, "The first floor is yours. Don't overreach." Shen Fuyu was completely unaware of the verbal battle happening downstairs. She had been busy all the way until the evening and even received a communication from Xiao Lian before Fu Haoshan called her down for dinner. "What's wrong? I heard you've been in touch with Grandpa Phone recently. Have you learned anything?" Shen Fuyu asked while tidying up the documents and drawings on more than 10 screens. "I asked the two old men about some notes. Your teacher is truly a remarkable person," Xiao Lian exclaimed sincerely. "He's not remarkable. He just brings with him the results and tragedies of another civilization, hoping to let other human civilizations shine again. Let's not talk about that. What does Gu Tingji mean? Does he think sending those two people to us will keep the fire contained? I'm now lying through my teeth. What did Yin Pei Pei and her daughter ask you? Shouldn't Yang Qianing have already prepared everything? Don't even mention it. That sister's sixth sense is really powerful. She's been probing what crime Yin Jing will ultimately face. I'm afraid she will ask me if Yin Jing is still alive." "And how did you respond?" Shen Fuyu had no experience dealing with such matters, and Yin Jing's sudden suicide was indeed too surprising. "Of course, I downplayed the charges to protect Gu Tingji's image in her eyes. Just hold on a little longer. If it can't be hidden any longer, then we'll talk. You guys." Xiao Yin hadn't finished speaking when Shen Fuyu had already run off, leaving him to continue hiding at home. However, Shen Fuyu had been keeping this matter at the back of her mind. Objectively speaking, Yin Jing was doomed, as he had taken lives, but subjectively, he was an important clue in this matter, a breakthrough point, and could be considered a witness with a stain. It wouldn't be impossible for him to survive. The restaurant downstairs was completely empty, which surprised Shen Fuyu. Where did those two go? In fact, no one disturbed Shen Fuyu that night. The next morning, Shen Fuyu went to the venue early. There were 2 shows today, organized by AI Chui to promote new designers. The noon show focused on sports style, while the evening show had a darker vibe. Anyway, Shen Fuyu didn't understand much. She just knew that the team had been under a lot of pressure due to excessive attention lately and needed to clear their minds. She also knew Fu Haoshan would come, but didn't expect him not to come looking for her. Instead, he went to find AI Chui after both shows. Although Shen Fuyu had taken over Fu Haoshan's assets, she only collected money and never inquired about daily operations. She had no interest in knowing what Fu Haoshan wanted to do. Therefore, Shen Fuyu didn't notice the tense atmosphere between AI Chui and Fu Haoshan and instead went to understand the recent operations and training of the team with Lin Yan. However, during the exchange, Shen Fuyu gradually sensed that Lin Yan seemed off, as if he were very tense. They had worked together for a long time and shouldn't be strangers. Did something happen? What's wrong? Did something happen to someone in the team? Shen Fuyu interrupted Lin Yan's report and asked. Lin Yan had a face that said, "It's not that I don't want to say, but they won't let me." And only then did Shen Fuyu feel the unusual tension between Fu Haoshan and AI Chui. She hurried over and heard a bombshell news outside the office. Su Qingyi's parents had come to find her, asking her to help find someone. Her aunt's family had gone missing. Who is Su Qingyi's aunt? Who else is in their family? Shen Fuyu asked Lin Yan in a low voice. It's Su Qingyi's aunt, who works in transportation, a single-parent family, with only one daughter. How'd they go missing? Where did they go missing? Are there any suspects? What happened before they went missing? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Yan hadn't had the chance to answer these questions before AI Chui, inside the door, began to explain. There were two reasons for keeping this from Shen Fuyu. First, to lessen her psychological burden. Fu Haoshan could harm anyone indiscriminately, but Shen Fuyu was better protected. Shen Fuyu expressed, "You might as well just harm me. This makes me look very incapable." Second, this matter could be related to some of Shen Fuyu's actions in her early years because the training institution involved was run by the owner of the small shop across from Shen Fuyu's family shop, which had some unverified connections with Cheng Yang's education group. No way. That kind of petty person. How can they be connected with Cheng Yang? Shen Fuyu pushed the door open. Upon seeing Shen Fuyu, Fu Haoshan and AI Chui silently shot Lin Yan a look, unable to distinguish whether Shen Fuyu was criticizing the training boss or elevating Cheng Yang. Lin Yan immediately moved aside and closed the door, leaving space for the big shots in need. Ahem, you can continue. Shen Fuyu awkwardly sat down on a sofa in the corner. During her previous vacation, Su Qingyi mustered the courage to go home, only to find that her parents were very satisfied with her current situation, as they held a high opinion of Shen Fuyu, who could be considered an old fan of hers. They hoped their daughter could train well on the team, expand her connections, and win the championship. Regardless of what she did, bringing glory to the family was a prerequisite which aligned with Su Qingyi's understanding of them. However, amidst the warmth of home, the sadness over Cheng Ruoxue's death gradually faded. Then, an incident occurred in the family of her aunt, who had supported Su Qingyi in learning gymnastics. Her uncle passed away due to exposure to special radiation in an accident. Su Qingyi's cousin was transitioning to become a kindergarten teacher, but Su Qingyi, worried due to previous events, wanted her to come home. After searching for her, she found that her cousin was missing, but her aunt received a threatening letter telling her not to make it public, so the matter had to proceed quietly. The only lead found so far was that the owner of the education group had shared a license shell with Cheng Yang in their early years. But both had failed in their entrepreneurial ventures, and this matter sank into oblivion. What remains to be verified is that Cheng Yang's deceased wife was the finance officer of this education training organization. Why do you think this education training organization is involved? Apart from noting that the disappearance occurred during lunchtime at work, Shen Fuyu couldn't pick up any other clues. Previously, Qingyi had received a letter from her cousin, mentioning that her boss seemed to know about her being scapegoated and subsequently fired, making her feel strange about having this job. AI Chui took out the communication records. What scapegoating? Did she offend someone? Fu Haoshan thought that gathering more clues would help find the person. He initially thought sending the Xinghong team to locate her would work, but unexpectedly, they found nothing. It was just a case of food poisoning, scapegoating the cafeteria supervisor. Yesterday, Lin Yan and I sent someone to investigate, but the other party had no time to commit the crime, and the previous action route did not provide the conditions for preparing a crime. Then, before Shen Fuyu could open the map, Lin Yan and Zhou Yin rushed in urgently. Not good. Qingyi is missing. Who was the last person to see her? Shen Fuyu asked while quickly pulling up the surveillance footage. The kidnapper is not professional. The last time she was seen was as a model, who said she came out of the bathroom and asked for directions to the Team S resort, but the other party didn't know and just left. Lin Yan immediately went to investigate the situation. The surveillance footage opened by Shen Fuyu showed that Su Qingyi did indeed speak to someone after coming out of the bathroom, and then returned to the lounge prepared for the team. However, by that time, the lounge was already empty. Lin Yan said that this incident had already caused the team members to return with the resort staff, and the other members of the team also claimed not to have seen Su Qingyi. Zhou Yin came over when he returned to retrieve a notebook left in the lounge, and found a button from Su Qingyi's clothing. With his keen eye as a sniper, he noticed there were signs of it being torn off, so he hurried to find Lin Yin, only to discover that he could no longer contact Su Qingyi. However, the surveillance showed that Su Qingyi had a hat when she left the lounge, and from the angle of the footage, her face was no longer visible. Just when Shen Fuyu suspected that this might not be the real person, the Su Qingyi in the footage swiped her face at the exit and then never appeared on the surveillance again. Shen Fuyu immediately checked the identification system on site, confirming that there were no issues or attacks, and the clues were cut off like this, leaving everyone at a loss. Zhou Yin kept looking at the footage, feeling that Su Qingyi looked a bit strange. Manager, can we compare the body shapes of the two individuals? Zhou Yin felt that Su Qingyi's overall outline seemed off. Today, Su Qingyi was wearing a dress prepared by AI Chui, custom-made and very fitted. After comparing, Shen Fuyu found discrepancies. There was inexplicably a slight curve at the waist. As soon as Fu Haoshan saw this, he immediately had people check for anyone in the galaxy with dwarfism or those under 1 meter tall, due to illness, radiation, or other factors. The office fell silent, and when Lin Yan's communication voice sounded, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qingyi's parents received a letter, Lin Yan said heavily. He opened a photo, showing that the letter was placed in their community's storage area. The content of the letter stated that Su Qingyi and her aunt were in the hands of these people, demanding that Shen Fuyu bring 100 million in crystal diamonds, while Fu Haoshan should prepare 10 new identities for the ransom, and to not bring anyone else, or else they would immediately kill them. The handover address was at an abandoned factory, but the map still showed that place as a pharmaceutical factory. Fu Haoshan was a bit angry upon seeing this. Many lingering issues in the galaxy had not been effectively resolved, and even the map information updates had not been synchronized. Who do you think planned the kidnapping? Shen Fuyu felt that this group of people should not be simple. It was easy for them to know her connection with the team. But Fu Haoshan had long stopped being an investor in the team, so it seemed this person had been observing for a long time. I'll have the Starship Fleet and the Investigation Division located, Fu Haoshan said, preparing to leave to arrange this matter. No, if they dare to say this, they must be fully prepared. We should not underestimate them and do as they say. Shen Fuyu called out to stop Fu Haoshan. There shouldn't be many of them. I can handle it from here. So are we going now? 100 million requires physical crystal diamonds. We can't gather that, AI Chui said worriedly. Right now, the most valuable thing in the galaxy is crystal diamonds as portable energy sources, but 100 million in crystal diamonds would roughly fill a medium-sized transport ship, making it difficult to gather directly. I'll have the financial department prepare to send it over. You stay here, and I'll go. Fu Haoshan turned to leave. I'll go with you. They probably want to lure both of us there, maybe not even for the money, but for our lives. Shen Fuyu immediately followed. Then you absolutely can't go. Fu Haoshan blocked the door, looking like he wouldn't let her out. I can protect myself. One cause you trouble. Zhou Yin, prepare. I believe you can do it, Shen Fuyu said firmly. The two were at a stalemate for a while, but eventually, Fu Haoshan relented. You go with me. If there's danger, run quickly, understand? Got it. I'll have to protect you then. The three quickly arrived, but once in position, Zhou Yin looked confused. The locator had already shown that there were at least a dozen people on the other side, and his signal quickly dropped, leaving him hesitant to move forward without definite information. Shen Fuyu also quickly realized that her signal had disappeared. She could be certain that such technology did not exist. Only an insider. She glanced helplessly at Fu Haoshan. It seemed this person's living environment was not so good. Last time, he must have offended quite a few people during the reckoning. Don't worry. If this kind of incident occurs and Su Yifan can't handle it, he'll be out of job. Fu Haoshan grasped Shen Fuyu's hand, trying to comfort her. Shen Fuyu's hand felt a bit cold. After all, this was her first encounter with kidnappers, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. In the past, the enemy was clear. Now the roles were reversed, and the immense information gap amplified her unease. Walking into the warehouse, the transport ship was already in place. A few henchmen guarding the door let the two in after seeing the crystal diamonds. It should be the first time these people saw Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan in person, and they were full of curiosity. Once they walked in, a few started whispering lewdly about the two. The indecent comments about their appearances made Fu Haoshan clench his fists. If he survived this, he would let any of these people go. Don't mind them. You have to believe that just the two of us can't handle a few rats in the sewer, right? Shen Fuyu gently stroked Fu Haoshan's fingers to soothe his emotions. They shouldn't be saying such things about you. I'm the one who finds them despicable for saying that about you, Shen Fuyu said, then immediately coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment. She really wasn't pleased with others looking at Fu Haoshan. This might be called possessiveness. After walking a bit further inside, the two saw 3 people locked in a cage, looking weak. 3 individuals of different shapes walked out from behind a large box. And Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan quickly identified their identities based on their appearances. The first person, walking in front, was dressed in all black, with a face full of flesh and a very obvious scar on his chin, wearing a pendant that was at odds with his demeanor, which was the same as Fong Jingying's. This person had previously appeared in a video related to Fong Jingying. Shen Fuyu remembered that the content of that video was about Fong Jingying attending an event and meeting a shy fan who was tall and frighteningly unattractive, who asked for an autograph. Fong Jingying signed and even hugged him voluntarily, which had been used as marketing evidence of her being down-to-earth. Of course, the truth was that the actor arranged by Li Pingjin didn't show up, and since the filming crew had already arrived, Fong Jingying had to go along with it. The second person was the dwarf who took Su Qingyi away. He was short in stature, but had a muscular build, looking incredibly strong. His clown costume made him appear very odd. Fu Haoshan quickly recalled the possible suspects he had seen earlier and quickly identified a sealed club owner in District 3, who was also a wanted criminal. The third person looked the most normal among the 3. He was the owner of the training institution across for the convenience store that reported Shijian. Shen Fuyu could only sigh that the world is indeed unpredictable. We meet again. I didn't expect to see you here. You threatened me back then, talking about teaching me a lesson. How did you end up as a kidnapper? Shen Fuyu mocked the third person. Shen Fuyu, don't be smug. Your family is still looked down upon locally. If it weren't for your dad's lavish spending for status these years, do you think anyone in this town would pay attention to you? Soon, you'll die here. Don't waste words with them. The grotesque dwarf stepped forward and asked, Did you bring the goods? We need to inspect them. Inspection is fine, but first, put them down. Shen Fuyu began to set conditions. If you can't die, and you keep whining, I'll tear up the ticket. A fan of Fong Jingying stepped forward and said, Oh, tear up the ticket. Have you considered that Fong Jingying is also in our hands? If anything happens here, she'll be doomed. Can you guess how many ways we could make her wish she were dead? Shameless scoundrels, you're framing an unparalleled beauty out of jealousy. As a woman yourself, how can you say such cold words? A mistress is a mistress. The dwarf danced on Shen Fuyu's sensitive spot. So you've captured 3 women, right? The 3 of you dare not act against men. So you resort to the cowardly act of kidnapping 3 defenseless women, right? Fu Haoshan thought that no inhuman race could be more disgusting than the 3 before him. These 3 ugly creatures don't deserve to be called human. Shen Fuyu, you're the same. But you, Commander Fu, your looks make many people covet you. After you die, I will take good care of your corpse. Saying this, a fan of Fong Jingying pressed a button, and 3 daggers appeared in front of the necks of the 3 hanging individuals. I'll give you 5 minutes. I know the 2 of you have a lot of hidden things on you, so hand them over. What if I say no? Shen Fuyu, upon connecting the backup signal, summoned her armor, and the alloyed daggers instantly turned to dust. How could this happen? The signal shouldn't be that fast. I'll reiterate, perhaps others joke about cutting your internet, but I'm warning you it's time to run. Be careful next time. After getting her armor, Shen Fuyu felt empowered with a wave. Her mechanical arm unleashed a hurricane towards the 3. Fu Haoshan took the opportunity to shoot blades, destroying the control panel for the 3 cages. With a loud bang, Shen Fuyu's mechanical arm slammed into the ground, and the 3 narrowly escaped disaster as black smoke billowed from the control panel. Fu Haoshan manually grabbed the joystick to control the speed of the cage's descent. The opposing side didn't expect the situation to turn out this way, but fortunately, the 3 were well prepared. Several dark holes appeared in the warehouse ceiling, and a few nuclear point launchers aimed at Shen Fuyu and the others. Watch out! Shen Fuyu immediately turned around and protected Fu Haoshan and the three just freed individuals. However, the lightweight armor couldn't withstand the precise control of a few nuclear explosions. And Shen Fuyu herself was already at her limit. At a critical moment, Fu Haoshan instructed Shen Fuyu to attack the ceiling, causing the entire factory to collapse. And the precise nuclear point launchers immediately malfunctioned. 057, I gradually convinced myself that the falling construction materials hit the light. Cicada wing-like protective shield that Fu Haoshan had set up in advance. Shen Fuyu's armor had already scattered, and Fu Haoshan nervously held Shen Fuyu while watching the protective shield above. One important reason Fu Haoshan left the Starship Fleet was that he was seriously injured, but the injury was due to the fact that most of his equipment was destroyed in the last war. After leaving the Starship Fleet, he did not build a suitable set of equipment for himself again. So now, without any signal, he only had this protective shield left. Fu Haoshan was very frightened. He almost caused Shen Fuyu's death, and the instigator of the signal interruption would not be allowed to leave the fleet alive. Shen Fuyu woke up in a daze and struggled to reach out and touch Fu Haoshan's face. Fortunately, he was fine. She had been too confident in her own system and had not considered the most dangerous factor: people. Suddenly, several loud bangs came from outside. Zhou Yin and Su Yifan hurried over to clear the scene, rescuing people and capturing a group of kidnappers along the way. However, after looking at two of the three women beside her, Shen Fuyu had someone take Su Qingyi away and asked Fu Haoshan, I know interfering with people's memories is against the rules, but can I use it now? The methods to alter people's memories in the starry world have been entirely banned, unless needed during treatment, which also required multiple approvals and could only be used within the stipulated limits after Fu Haoshan's signature. When Fu Haoshan was saving people just now, he had already understood what had happened to Su Qingyi's aunt and cousin. He nodded and led everyone out of the warehouse, leaving Shen Fuyu alone. After a long while, Shen Fuyu dragged her shaky body out. Fu Haoshan quickly went over and hugged her, asking Su Yifan and the others to handle the situation well. Su Yifan watched the two leave and felt that his days of not working overtime were over. He grabbed Zhou Yin and asked, Old Zhou, why didn't you come to find me first for such a dangerous task? What happened? Zhou Yin had met Su Yifan a few times, but since Su was much older than him, he was surprised to be called Old Zhou and looked at him in astonishment. He didn't know why they hadn't spoken, so he recounted the process of a struggle at that time. I understand. Su Yifan seemed to be talking to himself. Wasn't this just Fu Haoshan trying to take the opportunity to get closer to Shen Fuyu? But wasn't that too dangerous? Or did Fu Haoshan already know there were traitors in the fleet? If so, wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? Su Yifan looked at the spaceship that had already disappeared and felt that he couldn't see through the thoughts of his master, Fu Haoshan. If you like her, why take risks with others? Zhou Yin shook his head at Su Yifan's mumbling and left with Su Qingyi's medical ship, hoping she was okay. Otherwise, the team would lack substitutes. Fu Haoshan didn't care about the little calculations in others' hearts. He only knew that since he had taken this step, he would not regret it. As long as his acting skills were high enough, everything would pass, and his relationship with Shen Fuyu would return to the way it was before. Shen Fuyu was seriously injured, and the treatment period was long. During this time, the whole incident had quietly spread throughout the starry world. But it seemed that since Fang Jingying was captured, the discussions about Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu had decreased, and people were even more cautious. Still, so people figured out, no matter how the outside world viewed it, it posed no substantial harm to the two of them. The perspectives and opinions of the secular world did not affect their status and power. For ordinary people to act against them was like a mayfly shaking a tree. When Gu Tingzhi learned of this, he was still observing everyone in the Yulin Academy while investigating the cause of death of the couple's daughter, as instructed by the mysterious person. Halfway through, he understood Fu Haoshan's intentions, coupled with the fact that the cause of death seemed to be heading in a very strange direction. Gu Tingzhi suddenly became worried that Fu Haoshan's attempt to steal a chicken might instead harm Shen Fuyu greatly. So Gu Tingzhi thought for a long time, but still did not visit Shen Fuyu, trying to let the relationship between the two slowly break. However, he did not know that when Shen Fuyu woke up, she only had Fu Haoshan beside her, which suddenly reminded her of what her teacher said about fate. When Fang Jingying's child first appeared, she had thought about whether she should leave Fu Haoshan, but the reality told her that it was better to stay. After all, no matter how powerful she was ultimately just a small pawn, merely a bargaining chip in the struggle. If Fu Haoshan had not compromised on the matter of the Zhuang family back then, or someone holding real power in the fleet had interfered, what would she have done? Thinking of this, Shen Fuyu felt a sense of helplessness. Her teacher had always taught her to prioritize the world over herself and to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Sometimes she wanted to ask herself why. Fuyu, what's wrong? Fu Haoshan panicked when he saw Shen Fuyu crying and hurried over to hug her, his movements a bit tense, fearing Shen Fuyu would be stimulated. I'm fine. Shen Fuyu reached out to embrace Fu Haoshan and ultimately persuaded herself. I'm a bit scared. Let's go home, and let's bring that child back too. What? Fu Haoshan momentarily couldn't keep up with Shen Fuyu's thoughts. No, he's not our child. Why bring him back? No matter what, since we have the fate to meet, we shouldn't let him return to those people. I see Jiang Pingzhou and Su Yifan are quite free, and there's a child there. Let's send him over to raise together. Fu Haoshan knew that Su Yifan and Jiang Pingzhou had already formed an alliance, which was indeed much more clever than what he had done before. Since Shen Fuyu had this idea, he naturally agreed. Of course, Fu Haoshan would not take Shen Fuyu back to a place with Liang Yanyan. The two had some time alone together, and Shen Fuyu still had feelings for Fu Haoshan. After this incident, she also understood that she could not escape this cooperative relationship. If she could be with the person she liked, then so be it. Fu Haoshan sensed the change in Shen Fuyu's attitude. She was no longer cold toward him. However, this change gave Fu Haoshan a sense of crisis. It seemed that Shen Fuyu was gradually losing her vitality. A few days later, he also realized that Shen Fuyu no longer believed in his feelings for her, and instead believed in her own power. She still had not stepped out of the inferiority complex of their unequal relationship. No matter how he intervened, everything returned to square one. Of course, during these days, Su Yifan worked tirelessly and finally clarified the matter in the shortest time possible. Although he really didn't want to work overtime, there were too many rising stars, and he had to do something. He couldn't let it show that he had become irrelevant, could he? The mastermind behind the whole incident was Tai Lo, a person who was still alive and not insane, fitting the previous speculations of Gu Tingji and Fu Haoshan. However, this person remained missing. Only a former housekeeper of the Tai family provided funding to seek revenge on Fu Haoshan. But this housekeeper had died a month ago. Before his death, he encountered the training center's owner, who, due to the expansion of Cheng Yang's influence and his past grudge against Cheng Yang, took the risk and stepped onto this pirate ship. However, according to the training center owner's own testimony, he had no great hatred toward Shen Fuyu. He simply felt jealousy toward Shen Fuyu's father's later actions and wanted to take revenge on Shijian. As for the past, he was still somewhat afraid and wary of Shen Fuyu's strength. Shen Fuyu was somewhat surprised to learn this news, that there were actually people who had not transferred their hatred onto her. However, she would prefer that these people hated her. At least this way, it wouldn't involve those with weak self-preservation abilities. Tracing the roots, the incident was initiated by that dwarf, while others only participated halfway. The group had been plotting for over 2 years. The dwarf was once a normal person, but later, due to the club being shut down and accumulating massive debts, he was sold to a circus and became a deformity. Later, the Fong family's influence grew in the 3rd district. After he escaped from the circus, he encountered Tiela's former steward. The two had not formed a close bond, but at that time, the steward was secretly funding the thugs of the Fong family, thinking that the dwarf was a skilled person familiar with the business, so he recommended him to the Fong family. Unexpectedly, the dwarf seized the opportunity and became a core figure of local evil forces within a year. Initially, the Fong family was only accumulating wealth under Tiela's indulgence and protection, but with the dwarf's involvement, they began to commit all sorts of atrocities. To be precise, the dwarf did not hate Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu. He hated the Star Fleet. He believed that the special substances brought back by the fleet's expeditions had been illegally used, leading to his physical disability. However, he did not have the ability to pose any threat to the Star Fleet, so he redirected this resentment onto Fu Haoshan, while Shen Fuyu was labeled as an accomplice in his eyes. He had made many attempts in the past, such as arranging for someone to poison Fu Haoshan, causing car accidents, and creating disasters for the Star Fleet, but none had succeeded. Fu Haoshan felt a chill upon seeing the confessions. Fortunately, his moral compass was strong enough, or he might have fallen into the trap long ago. This incident was discovered during their game, when Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan re-encountered each other and began plotting. They had almost tracked all of the recent activities of the two, and when Fu Haoshan dealt with some young people left in the fleet through hereditary means due to Cheng Yang's matter, they bribed a small group responsible for communication. The weapons and equipment that appeared were modified from blueprints that had leaked from the Yulin Academy. And Shen Fuyu admired how this group could understand the chaotic diagrams from the Academy. The most pure element in the entire incident was Fong Jingying's fan, who harbored a one-sided hatred for Fu Haoshan for not accepting Fong Jingying, believing he was ungrateful. This person had pure motives, and his thoughts were ruthlessly pure. The wrongdoings against Su Qingyi's aunt and cousin were his doing. In his mind, only Fong Jingying was human. Everyone else did not need to be regarded as human, and everyone needed to be a stepping stone for the extraordinary woman in his heart. However, his hatred for Shen Fuyu had escalated to the point where he would go mad at the mere mention of her name. Deep down, he acknowledged Shen Fuyu's strength and excellence, but he would not allow anything better than his idol to exist in this world. He felt that the changes Shen Fuyu brought to the galaxy were stealing the attention that rightfully belonged to Fong Jingying. 058 Courage cannot fill the gap hearing these words. Shen Fuyu suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Fong Jingying. She was indeed quite greedy, but the subsequent actions that involved her seemed not entirely her fault. As for those kidnappers' henchmen, they were just pawns of the dwarf, driven purely by interests. Once caught, they confessed faster than anyone else and even provided clues for the capture of the insider after the incident at the experimental center. This group created such a big commotion in a short time, which gave Fu Haoshan an opportunity. He chose to release Fong Jingying after dealing with all the involved parties. And Tai Lu was definitely watching the outcome of this matter. Just when Fu Haoshan thought his life would soon return to normal, Liang Anyun came to trouble him. He somehow found their new address and brought a bouquet of Shen Fuyu's favorite flowers to see her. At that time, Fu Haoshan was not at home, giving Liang Anyun the chance to take advantage. Shen Fuyu was overjoyed when she learned that Liang Anyun had regained his memory, so she no longer pursued the matter of the previous house belonging to Su Yifan. After all, this fall turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Since you've regained your memory, do you still remember how you went missing and how you got caught up in the particle storm? Now Shen Fuyu could finally investigate how her underlying structure changed from medical use to gaming. I remember, just listen to me slowly. After Liang Anyun regained his memory, his gaze towards Shen Fuyu changed. It went from a gentle warmth with a hint of distance to a slightly ambiguous look. Shen Fuyu was not used to this at all. They shouldn't have this kind of relationship, right? Shen Fuyu met Liang Anyun a year after leaving Fu Haoshan. At that time, she had lost her protection and felt like a child holding countless treasures, vulnerable to being robbed. Forget about collecting patent fees. It was already good enough not to be cheated. At that time, Liang Anyun had just defeated his brother Liang Anjia to gain actual control of the company. Among similar enterprises, the Liang family's business was at a mid-level, surviving on its old reputation. However, Liang Anyun was still a young man, with countless eyes watching him, comparing him to his father, waiting for him to make mistakes so that Liang Anjia could take over. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. So the two hit it off. Shen Fuyu developed a treatment system addressing the immense social pressure caused by the drastic lifestyle changes after the interstellar escape life support devices, which led to many long-standing mental health issues. Liang Anyun helped Shen Fuyu manage her patents and assets. Their collaboration was quite effective. The new system Shen Fuyu developed stabilized Liang Anyun's position, while Liang Anyun taught Shen Fuyu many skills. At that time, Shen Fuyu even gradually forgot about Fu Haoshan. However, later on, Liang Anyun sensed that Liang Anjia had a scheme and transferred assets to Shen Fuyu in advance to test the waters, planning to make a comeback if it failed. But unexpectedly, Liang Anjia colluded with an alien race, and Liang Anyun did not go missing in the particle storm, but was captured instead. He He spent a long time on a planet made entirely of hexagonal crystals. How come I've never heard of this place? Are there any living beings there? Do the basic physical parameters resemble those of the star system? Shen Fuyu was intensely curious about these things and eagerly interrupted Liang Anyan. There are no living beings, and there are traces of war. It should be some obscure, abandoned transit station from a previous fleet expedition, he replied. Ah, it must look beautiful since it's all hexagonal crystals. But there are many traces of war in a transit station without even a number. What a pity, Shen Fuyu murmured. It's not beautiful at all. Those crystals absorb light and most rays. If I hadn't caught a transport ship, I would have frozen to death there. Hearing Liang Anyan say this, Shen Fuyu quickly realized she had said something wrong and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit curious about new things. It's okay. Liang Anyan gently stroked Shen Fuyu's hair. This action elicited a huge reaction from Shen Fuyu. She didn't know why, but when Liang Anyan did this before regaining his memory, she could accept it. However, now that he had regained his memory, she felt their relationship had become distant. Liang Anyan seemed unaware of this change in Shen Fuyu and continued to describe his experiences after escaping. However, Shen Fuyu could no longer focus. She began to wonder about her own changes and started to doubt herself. Nevertheless, Liang Anyan managed to recount the entire process despite Shen Fuyu's distraction. After he finished speaking, it took Shen Fuyu a while to realize he had completed his story, and she could only apologize again. This time, she shifted back a bit, not allowing Liang Anyan to touch her hair anymore. Have you encountered some problems recently? Liang Anyan didn't reach out, but spoke with a tone that suggested gentle persuasion. Shen Fuyu, feeling unsettled, took the bait. She had gotten used to sharing her confusions with Liang Anyan about Haoshan. You've met him too? What do you think of him? My evaluation of him hasn't changed. He is not your good match. Leaving him is better for you. Liang Anyan's evaluation of Haoshan had always been this way. Shen Fuyu had always thought that maybe her past complaints about Haoshan, making empty promises and occasionally standing her up, had created Liang Anyan's rigid impression of him. Now, seeing Liang Anyan's expression, why did it seem like these two had a grudge? Shen Fuyu cautiously asked, Do you and Haoshan have some conflict? Did his actions affect you? Not at all, but I think of your happiness, and I hope you stay away from someone who is full of schemes. Liang Anyan said very seriously, as if discussing an extremely serious matter. He's fine. He seems a bit inferior to me now, probably due to the crisis brought on by the coldness of people. I feel more confident than before. I won't show myself to be very humble in front of him anymore. Shen Fuyu explained carefully, like a child who had made a mistake. Really? Liang Anyan squatted down to look into Shen Fuyu's eyes. Do you really know him? You saw how decisive he was recently, claiming he would take back command of the Star Fleet without hesitation. Do you really think a commander who is decisive on the battlefield would feel inferior? After all, different fields have their specialties, perhaps. Shen Fuyu's response seemed to shatter something. Liang Anyan's words seemed to make sense. Perhaps. You don't understand him. Liang Anyan gave a definite conclusion. You haven't been part of his past. Your experiences are completely different. Do you remember what kind of life you wanted? Did he provide that for you? Shen Fuyu stared blankly at Liang Anyan. If he said these two had no grudge, she wouldn't believe it. But why did Liang Anyan say all this right after regaining his memory? He hadn't been so extreme before. Did he have some conflict with Haoshan recently? I don't know. Let's talk about it later. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Shen Fuyu chose to evade. Liang Anyan didn't say much more. After reminding Shen Fuyu to take care of herself, he left. However, he ran into Haoshan at the door. Seeing Liang Anyan smiling warmly, Haoshan felt uneasy and quickly ran back home without saying much. He saw Shen Fuyu lying alone on the sofa, her back to him, looking lonely and pitiful. Haoshan didn't even dare to make sound. Shen Fuyu's current mental state felt like the confidence she had painstakingly built up in her relationship with Haoshan had completely collapsed. She envied those with the courage to pursue someone bravely, even with a significant social status gap between them. Although Shen Fuyu now holds the back-end facilities of all interstellar weapon energy and the vast wealth given to her by Gu Ting in her mind, these cannot be touched by personal feelings and can only be measured by the interests of everyone. Therefore, after removing these, she increasingly feels that she has nothing. Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu knows he has returned. If it weren't me pursuing you back then, but an ordinary person with nothing, would you be moved by her courage and be with her? Fu Haoshan thought for a long time, turned around, took a blanket for Shen Fuyu, covered her, then sat down at her feet and said no. There is no need to deceive in such matters. Fu Haoshan never believes in love that crosses chasms. Two people must be equal to be together. And of course, his belief is greatly influenced by the fact that his scumbag father treated his three women poorly. Oh, then I must thank my parents for giving me such intelligence that hasn't been buried. Shen Fuyu was not surprised by this answer, but couldn't help but feel very sad. Fu Haoshan could infer from Shen Fuyu's reaction what Liang Anyan had said to her. This person must have been reminding Shen Fuyu of the past, making her recall how she was neglected when she was with him. However, Fu Haoshan really does not feel that he neglected Shen Fuyu. He cherished the time spent with her. He was just busy back then. Fuyu, what I mean is that we are equal on par. So I want to be with you. Why do you have to assume something that doesn't exist? Fu Haoshan tried to grab Shen Fuyu's hand, but was dodged. This made Fu Haoshan so angry that he just wanted to pack Liang Anyan and send him to a corner of some planet to bury him. Can't he stand to see them do well? Just when their relationship had just eased a bit, he comes to stir up trouble. But Fu Haoshan, being with you is so exhausting. Your world is not pure at all. Shen Fuyu recalled many things, and looking back now, they weren't so pleasant. Have I brought you a lot of burdens? Can you tell me what they are? My world indeed has too many interest disputes, which is why I have never let you participate. I know it may have made you feel wronged at times, and I will try to change this situation. I hope before that, you can first accept my apology. Fu Haoshan spoke sincerely, but the sharp pain in his heart made him feel somewhat oxygen-deprived after finishing his words. His old injuries seemed to start affecting other organs in his body after recurring multiple times. Shen Fuyu noticed that Fu Haoshan's condition was off. She quickly sat up and saw his face was pale. She silently lowered her head, but before she could finish her apology, Fu Haoshan stopped her. Fuyu, you never need to apologize to me. I just hope you can continue to exude your confidence as before. Whatever you do, I will support you. Don't let what has happened during this time affect you. You should see my shortcomings in these matters and recognize how amazing you are. 059, it's just self-deception. I also want to see that version of myself, but do you understand the feeling of having succeeded but sinking into the sea like a stone, or failing and still sinking into the sea? All I see are the wails of countless, despairing people, and I feel that one day I will become one of them. Shen Fuyu murmured weakly. I try my best to prevent such things from happening again. Fu Haoshan knows this is unrealistic, but he is still willing to give a try. You can't. Such things happen every day. It's just a matter of whether we can hear about them. Shen Fuyu was not swayed by the grand visions Fu Haoshan painted for her. Fuyu, why do you care so much about this? Fu Haoshan understood Shen Fuyu's meaning. Desire is a high mountain, and once you climb it, no one can come down. Civilization does not always advance. If one day we return to a time where we eat raw flesh and believe in cruel sacrifices, and only a few people are left in a world of humans, then my life would have no meaning at all. Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Humanity had long been accustomed to a civilization finding its footing and sending signals to its companions. But even before receiving any messages from them, it could quickly face destruction. Humanity has branched into countless offshoots, and the existence or extinction of any branch is just a trivial matter in this vast universe. The stars have never received such information, nor have they ever recorded it. Everyone foolishly thinks they will be lucky. Why would she envision such an ending? Are the smarter ones more sensitive to disaster? I'm sorry. Fu Haoshan believed he could not stop the tide of history. At most, he could satisfy his own desires, so he could only apologize to Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu detected the lack of promise in Fu Haoshan's apology. She reached out and hugged his waist, resting her head on his chest, choosing to believe in the wisdom of future generations, and then began to compile a list in her mind. Gu Tingji did not expect to find himself at the top of the list of future wisdom. He only knew that Yin Peipei's supervising teacher had already discussed with the Ling family, and he had to face Yin Peipei's doubts and find a way to rescue Ling Hong. However, while he was waiting for the right moment, Xiao Yin gave him a huge surprise. That evening, Xiao Yin sent him a message. I showed Yin Peipei the entire process of what happened. And she said she doesn't want to see you, so you can rest easy. Rest easy? Gu Tingji almost let out a curse, and then quickly contacted a circle of people, but unexpectedly, not a single one was willing to engage with him on this matter. He had no choice but to rush to the Ling family factory to try and see Yin Peipei, but instead he encountered Ling Hong and Ling Yuan arguing. However, Ling Hong looked rather pitiful, her clothes covered in mud, as if she had just escaped from a nearby pasture, with a wound on her forehead oozing blood. Behind Ling Hong stood two burly security guards, one of whom was clearly a robot. Ling Yuan stood there angrily pointing at her daughter, asking, "Have I wronged you all these years? What a great opportunity now. Are you going to run out and snitch? If you owe me, then you must also be accountable to our employees and our consumers, who are from another race. Don't you know how many biological safety incidents occurred in the starry sky before the success of the Star Expedition? How many people lost their lives because of the unethical and chaotic expansion and invasion of alien races? But this genetic technology can maximize the quality and quantity of food production and shorten the growth cycle, which is our most powerful weapon in commercial competition. Do you think Shen Fuyu doesn't have this technology? If there were such technology that benefits everyone, she would have revealed it long ago. Does she need the aliens to bestow it upon her? All recorded alien races in the starry sky are groups that lack even the moral constraints of ancient barbarism. They have not formed intelligent and stable social organizations or even written language. Would they possess such things? The mother and daughter clearly could not persuade each other. Gu Tingji found it strange. Clearly, Shen Fuyu should have been grateful to Ling Yuan. But why could this person so quickly stand against Shen Fuyu? However, Shen Fuyu indeed did not have such technology, and Ling Hong's denial of this technology due to the existence of aliens seemed somewhat unreasonable. Gu Tingji fell into contemplation, but unexpectedly, he was knocked out from behind. Ling Yuan saw her subordinates, indicating that the mission was accomplished, and ordered them to take the two away. When Ling Hong saw Gu Tingji, she suddenly felt that someone had colluded with her mother to set him up. This alien was simply everywhere, which was terrifying. After the two were captured, they were each imprisoned. In the middle of the night, Ling Hong climbed up and began knocking on her own window to talk to Gu Tingji, who was locked up next door. "Big brother, what are you doing at our factory? I haven't even contacted you yet. Don't throw yourself into the net." Gu Tingji heard the noise outside and immediately got up to respond. "I came to see Yin Peipei and thought I might have a chance to contact you at this time. Can't you wait for me to arrive before taking action? My mother is starting to grow a very strange genetic food. I have to hurry and inform Fuyu. I've been waiting in despair for you these days. The Yulin Academy incident involved many people, and you didn't give me any useful information in your replies. I'm afraid to ask, how did Ling Yuan come into contact with the aliens? There is someone who looks different every time who comes to see her. I haven't figured this out yet, but that person hasn't contacted my mother for a while, and I see my mother starting to question things and planning to escape. But unexpectedly, they suddenly got back in touch. Then you should pretend to understand and extract some information. It will be best to find a picture of that person's specific appearance to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and help me investigate the communication channels between Ling Yuan and the other party." Before Ling Hong could respond, their dialogue through knocking was discovered by the guards, and that night, the glass was replaced, cutting off all communication. However, Ling Hong felt that Gu Tingji made sense, and when Ling Yuan came to find her the next day, she actively softened her stance. But Ling Yuan did not trust her. She only thought her daughter disliked being uncomfortable living there and took her back home, leaving Gu Tingji completely isolated and helpless. "Why did you suddenly become emotional? You came here just for Yin Peipei, right?" An alien appeared in front of Gu Tingji at an utterly inappropriate time. "Why are you meddling so much? I haven't seen you escape the tragedy of an exterminated race, have I?" Gu Tingji snapped back, revealing his double standards. If he played tricks, it was called acting, but if others did it, he would definitely punish them. The alien was clearly provoked by Gu Tingji's words and fell silent, allowing him a few days of peace to study the possible hiding places of the other party. However, Shen Fuyu proposed a more direct method. Although she and Fu Haoshan had only fallen into a false harmony where both were deceiving themselves, she had already assembled the microdetector from last time. I have an idea, Shen Fuyu said to Fu Haoshan, who had just returned from the investigation department after arranging for Feng Jingying's release. You speak. Fu Haoshan sensed that the atmosphere between them was off, but he did not want to shatter the current illusion. He stepped forward and gently hugged Shen Fuyu, who was holding a rectangular object about an inch wide. This is a microdetector that can detect the liquid of the aliens. You should send more people to scan the key areas I marked to produce a complete map. This will allow us to more accurately locate any hidden aliens. Okay, I'll go right away. You stay home and rest. In a couple of days, it will be the opening ceremony of the League, and once I'm done, I'll go with you. Shen Fuyu nodded and watched Fu Haoshan leave. Time passed quickly. In the opening ceremony of the first League of Metaverse, eternity was about to take place. Although Shen Fuyu left the team after being scrutinized, one can only say that the League understands traffic and still invited Shen Fuyu as a guest commentator. Shen Fuyu, who was busy with various matters, admired the courage of the other party to endure criticism for the sake of traffic and readily accepted the invitation, hoping not to be pelted with rotten eggs. However, just as Fu Haoshan left, Liang Anyan arrived. He said that he had completed the identity verification in recent days, retrieved his frozen assets, and brought a large amount of information to Shen Fuyu. So much has happened in the company recently? Shen Fuyu asked while browsing through the materials. Most of it was done by the relatives of the people below, and the transactions were very covert. When my brother was around, he tried to win them over to help cover things up, but after he went missing, no one took care of it. So, a lot was lost. This is everything I could recover. The company has now been split by these people, although the patents under my name are still there. Some content has been made public on the intranet, and with some insiders selling information, it's still unclear why the structure has turned into a game. You've been investigating this during this time, right? Since you've regained your memory, you can apply to stop the other party from using it or demand patent fees as the patent owner. It's a very common thing to do. Shen Fuyu's investigation was originally aimed at uncovering the truth behind Liang Anyan's disappearance. But now that the person has returned and memories have been restored, it doesn't seem as important anymore. However, this affects the progress of the competition, and it's not easy for StarCraft to come out with a new game. Moreover, I want to know what my brother did. He couldn't have just disappeared so simply, so it's better not to alert the snake. Well, Shen Fuyu pondered for a moment and told Liang Anyan the clues she had discovered about Tai Lu and Liang Anjia. Tai Lu. Liang Anyan looked at Shen Fuyu in confusion. Wasn't their family the largest energy company in StarCraft before? How could our family possibly have any connection with them? Why not? Shen Fuyu didn't know much about Tai Lu, only that he seemed to hate her and Fu Haoshan intensely. When my father and his father were alive, they fought over a small star, and in the end, both sides were severely injured. Tai Li's father threatened that as long as he was alive, our family would never have a good time, but he died not long after saying that. Tai Li's family has always believed that we, the medical people, caused his father's death. 060 expedition, invasion? Oh, is there such a thing? Which celebrity is involved? Shen Fuyu instantly revealed a gossiping gaze. Such gossip, unless you hide under the bed, you wouldn't hear it. Even someone like her, who can practically control the online narrative, is curious. Just that one who plays a feudal emperor, Liang Anyan, felt something was off halfway through his sentence and silently looked up at Shen Fuyu. The two exchanged glances and very tacitly moved on from the gossip. This is a serious moment. They need to maintain their image. So what do you plan to do now? I can fully support you. I will look into it myself. If I need help, I will definitely trouble you. I just wanted to show you these to see if you find any useful clues. Can I go with you to the opening ceremony a few days later? Shen Fuyu was a bit surprised by this sudden request, but it didn't seem to pose a big problem, so she agreed. Liang Anyan left Shen Fuyu's house very happily and then ran into Fu Haoshan again. Why is it you again? Fu Haoshan couldn't understand why the men around Shen Fuyu had no sense of decency, not knowing she was a married woman. And he wasn't even as good-looking as himself, and this guy was younger than him, jumping around every day. I recently found out some things to tell Fuyu. In a few days, I will join you at the opening ceremony. I will come often. Also, regarding your previous remarks about living off a woman, my response is, we are all living off someone. You and I are equally matched. After saying that, Liang Anyan smiled at Shen Fuyu. who was leaning out the window to look down, and then he left. Shen Fuyu couldn't tell what the two had talked about. It seemed there should be no conflict. Fu Haoshan had never felt so wronged in his life. What kind of green tea is this? You talk bad about me in front of my wife, and that is one thing, but you're pretending? Are you a sack? So good at pretending? A few days later, on the day of the opening ceremony, Fang Jingying was quietly released. No one cared about her, not even her parents, who had already run away with the money. The Fang family in Area 3 was completely missing. The Starfield had only just emerged from war and maintenance equipment for about a decade. So many people didn't find the series of major events surprising. Thus, these bloody killings quickly sank into oblivion. It was just some positions being swapped and some positions disappearing forever. After selling out Fang Jingying, Yao Jiaying returned home. After a series of deliberate hints, Fang Jingying vaguely realized that some kind of compromise allowed her to leave prison. But her assets had all been used to compensate the victims, and she was no longer that star. Walking on the path in the chilly autumn wind, Fang Jingying finally understood that ordinary people like them were like mayflies shaking a big tree when compared to the likes of Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu. In their eyes, she was probably just a joke, right? But it didn't matter. She still had a child. This hurdle was one neither of them could cross. Without each other, Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu would be in a precarious situation. Otherwise, Fu Haoshan wouldn't have let her go. As long as Tai Lu was not implicated, he could still ally with certain people in the coalition fleet to counterattack. Shen Ci wouldn't always be without problems. Unknowingly, Fang Jingying had arrived near the venue for the opening ceremony. Suddenly, she was bumped into by someone, and an envelope appeared in her pocket, containing a ticket and some money. She bought some timely-looking items and walked to her seat, where she saw Tai Lu. This man, who had originally gone crazy, was now looking at her with a gentle smile. Are you pretending? Fang Jingying was momentarily unsure whether to feel hatred or surprise. She had always hoped Tai Lu would wake up, but if he had been deceiving her all along, hadn't he never believed in her? Calm down first. Sit down and let me explain slowly. This seat was quite remote, but it allowed a view of the rows closest to the stage, which were filled with League officials, the judging panel, and a disguised Shen Fuyu, whose eyes were the only visible part. To her left sat the tan Fu Haoshan, and to her right sat Liang Anyan, who wore a hat. Since they couldn't see the competitors or important game streamers, this dark and obscure corner where the two sat was completely empty. The music at the venue was loud, and no one could hear what they were saying. Why did you lie to me? What do you really want? Fang Jingying couldn't hold back her emotions. She had done so much for Tai Lu, so why was he being so distant toward her now? Avoiding Fu Haoshan. Do you know how Fu Haoshan got his leg injured? The man answered somewhat off topic. Fang Jingying replied confusedly. Star Wars, injured by an alien race. That is somewhat accurate. He was tricked out to save someone and nearly got parasitized by a strange species. Although he escaped, the nerves in his legs were completely destroyed. And now he is just barely hanging on. You're not Tai Lu. Fang Jingying covered her mouth and stood up, suddenly realizing how absurdly wrong she was. If this person was Tai Lu, he wouldn't have survived to today if he had deceived him during Fu Haoshan's prime. I am, but I'm not. The man gestured for her to calm down. Fang Jingying suppressed her unease and concern for Tai Lu and trembled as she sat down, looking coldly at the person in front of her, as if to say she wanted to hear how he would explain this. My body is called Liang Anjia, a tourist who came with Tai Lu during the interstellar storm. To obtain an identity that could enter the fleet, I underwent plastic surgery to become the severely injured Tai Lu, but I am an alien and can parasitize in a person's brain. The education phase for youth in the Starfield introduces all the alien races that have appeared in the interstellar realm to prevent any remnants from jeopardizing interstellar safety. But Fang Jingying couldn't think of any alien species with such terrifying abilities. You are also invaders? Ultimately, Fang Jingying arrived at this conclusion. Invaders? Also, Liang Anjia suddenly viewed the person in front of him differently. No wonder he was bewitched by Tai Lu. It seemed she hadn't realized what Fu Haoshan's expedition truly represented. Yes, just like the star field invading the territories of other races for energy, occupying other star systems. It is clearly an invasion, but has been framed as a grand expedition for the welfare of all people in the star field. Liang Anjie couldn't help but laugh at this response. This person is so extreme. The extreme evil is that she would go to the extent of framing Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, the two who uphold the two defensive lines of the star field, for her lover, and the extreme naivety is that she actually thinks the expedition is wrong. However, Liang Anjie didn't intend to correct Fang Jingying. Thinking this way is also a good thing for him as an alien. At least it shows this person really wouldn't consider the survival of all people in the star field even a little. I'm not an invader. I was captured. It's just that those aliens' technology couldn't accurately understand our bodily functions, so they were gradually split and parasitized until they were annihilated. Liang Anjie swore he had only slightly embellished this part. The part he embellished was that their planet was about to become uninhabitable, and they voluntarily surrendered and were captured. And upon arriving at the alien star systems, they actively attacked those alien beings. So that is how it is. They're also the architects of their own destruction. But you still haven't told me about Tai Lo? Fang Jingying's heart was still hanging in the balance. What if Tai Lo was also parasitized and could never return? Yes, fine. He's always been protecting you. Didn't you notice? Liang Anjie smiled at Fang Jingying. How is that possible? He has gone mad, and I didn't even protect much of his family fortune. If it weren't for the Tai family's past contributions to the star field, he might have been cleared out by Fu Haoshan last time. Your family controls a significant portion of unsavory business in Area 3. Don't you know? This outcome was pretty much what Liang Anjie had expected. I don't know, but if my parents were involved, since it's a shady business, they must have made a lot of money. Why do they still ask me for money? As if it were a matter of life and death. Fang Jingying looked incredulous. It seems that a person who has been brainwashed for many years is still hard to awaken. Liang Anjie suddenly felt a kind of sympathy for Fang Jingying and couldn't help but explain, your parents just want to establish their control over you by asking for money. Think about it. Don't you only have male cousins and no sisters? Yes, but what does that matter? You don't need to delve into these things right now. Anyway, your family's business is protected by Tiela, and he has amassed quite a fortune over the years. My cooperation with him has also been very smooth, but there have been quite a few unexpected incidents lately. Are you implying that everything happening now is your conspiracy? If he is awake, why doesn't he come and find me? Does he not love me anymore? Does he see me as a tool? No. He needs to create the illusion that he is no longer a threat to confuse Fu Haoshan. However, he didn't expect that with Shen Fuyu's help. Fu Haoshan could withstand the huge blow brought by the complete stagnation of interstellar research and couldn't bring down Su Yifan. Over time, our plans also have flaws. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingying felt a sense of regret in her heart. She frowned and asked, what exactly is your goal? You see my outcome. Those two people are completely unshakable, and they won't be driven apart. Shen Fuyu's strong pride can even accept that Fu Haoshan has a child with someone else. Shen Fuyu? Pride. No, she's just a pitiful person burdened with countless expectations that do not belong to her. For the sake of the interstellar, she will definitely tolerate Fu Haoshan, but this is entirely contrary to our grand ambitions of occupying the interstellar. You want to occupy the interstellar? Tiela is also human. How could he agree to cooperate with you? We occupy the interstellar, and you can still be human. We have always treated our allies well. I believe we can coexist peacefully, and our technology is very advanced. Once we connect with other branches of humanity, we will surely create the highest civilization in the universe. At this point, Liang Anjie even showed a kind of almost twisted excitement, as if success was just a moment away. Fang Jingying watched and felt inexplicably encouraged. But all she wanted now was to see Tiela. So she said, I can also cooperate with you. Can I meet Tiela? He can't appear right now. Fu Haoshan is investigating your family's affairs in District 3. After a while, I'll take you to see him. Come with me first. After saying that, a shadow appeared in Liang Anjie's hand, flowing down the steps like ink and disappearing into the crowd, and the two quickly left the scene. The league opening ceremony began with no one paying attention to their departure, except for Liang Anyan, who had been quietly watching the movements of the two of them. As the shadow slowly wandered to the backstage, Liang Anyan greeted Shen Fuyu and got up to leave. Next to the venue of the opening ceremony was the hottest food city in the galaxy, and over the years, a few storage rooms near the food city inevitably accumulated some grease. The shadow was waiting for the right opportunity to find a suitable host. Liang Anyun, now with slit pupils, looked at the fluorescent traces on the ground and thought, how cautious that guy is, even though there are no records of them in the galaxy. He could even find Fu Haoshan's secretary to parasitize, yet he was still considering parasitizing someone inconspicuous. Lowering his head and weaving through the crowd, Liang Anyun quickly locked onto the location of the shadow. He suddenly rushed out and knocked over the warehouse manager who was about to become a host. I'm sorry, it's too big here. The boss is in a hurry for me to go over. I ran too fast. Liang Anyun apologized while keeping his head down. It's all right. The warehouse manager slowly got up, glanced at the storage room, where the strange noise had come from to confirm nothing was wrong, and then pointed the way for Liang Anyun. After thanking the warehouse manager, Liang Anyun interfered with the surveillance and entered the storage room, reaching out to hold down the escaping shadow. The originally liquid shadow transformed into a black nylon rope in Liang Anyun's hand and then quickly broke apart, burning in the air for a while before disappearing. After doing all this, Liang Anyun returned to Shen Fuyu's side and continued to watch the opening ceremony. Before long, the organizers invited Shen Fuyu to go up, and the scene that Shen Fuyu was worried about, where someone would throw rotten eggs at her, did not occur. The audience was mostly ordinary onlookers, and they were more curious about Shen Fuyu. The most common comments that Liang Anyun and Fu Haoshan could hear were praises for Shen Fuyu's strikingly powerful and beautiful appearance, followed by curiosity about why Shen Fuyu was with Fu Haoshan. After all, Fu Haoshan's recent behavior puzzled many. If one were to say he had become distant, he would just return to the fleet. If one were to say he dominated everything, he had let Fang Jingyin go due to a kidnapping incident. And previously he had failed to control the public sentiment surrounding his illegitimate child. Shen Fuyu was still a bit nervous on stage, while Fu Haoshan was even more anxious off stage. This was Shen Fuyu's first time speaking in front of so many people, and Fu Haoshan was afraid that Shen Fuyu's words would be misinterpreted and lead to her being scolded, especially in today's media-driven world. After the host's introduction ended, Shen Fuyu officially began her speech for the opening ceremony. Initially, there was little applause, but after a few members of the team led the way, many well-connected teams and fans began to cheer with applause, encouraging the visibly nervous Shen Fuyu. Thank you, everyone. Shen Fuyu took a deep breath and started her first public speech. As the designer of the underlying framework, I am very grateful for everyone's participation in the first league of Metaverse, Eternity. First, I would like to introduce the contributions of this game's underlying framework in the medical field over the years. Shen Fuyu's brief speech was divided into 3 parts. The first part explained the entire underlying framework in simple, understandable language and provided numerous successful treatment cases as examples. The second part introduced the competition format of this event. And the last part was some sincere and beautiful wishes. After finishing her speech, Shen Fuyu nervously looked at the audience, and then the applause erupted. It wasn't because she spoke particularly well, but because everyone seemed to realize that many of those successful treatment cases were very close to them. Have you found out who leaked this underlying framework to the game company? Fu Haoshan asked Liang Anyun while applauding. No, this framework went through many hands during its implementation into the medical system. Anyone could have had the opportunity to leak it, although the patent is mine. Having been missing for so long, it's almost like open source now. Rather than investigating why it became a game, it would be better to check what happened between my brother and the trader in your fleet when I went missing. In theory, your company could have guaranteed normal operations by continuously relying on patent fees. So why did it go bankrupt? After my brother took over, the laboratory exploded, and the money paid out drained all the company's funds. He subsequently went missing as well. Before the bankruptcy liquidation process was completed, the employees' salaries relied on selling patents, and the company no longer had any patents. Fu Haoshan glanced meaningfully at Liang Anyun. He didn't believe that Liang Anyun didn't realize someone was using this opportunity to shift assets. This person couldn't just be pretending to be foolish to stay close to Shen Fuyu, could they? Shen Fuyu didn't return directly to the audience. There was a performance match today, and she was about to make her commentary debut, inviting 6 game streamers to play on a 3v3 map. which also related to the preliminary competition format, consisting of scores from 1v1, 3v3, and 5v5 matches. Do you think she's suited for the stage? Liang Ganyan asked Fu Haoshan proactively. I will support her in whatever she does. You didn't say that before. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Liang Ganyan wanted to bring up past grievances, while Fu Haoshan just wanted to move on from the hurt he had caused Shen Fuyu. People tend to habitually avoid their own mistakes. What identity do you have to say this to me? I am her husband, and you are just a passerby. I am the one who will spend my life with her. Why be so serious? Liang Ganyan said this with a smile, just as Shen Fuyu came out. She saw Fu Haoshan's serious face and Liang Ganyan's warm expression, causing her to frown. Fu Haoshan nearly jumped up to strangle Liang Ganyan, calling him a green tea. However, Shen Fuyu didn't think much of it. She was just worried about any conflict between the two. In fact, she could feel Liang Ganyan's obvious hostility towards Fu Haoshan, especially from earlier remarks. But Shen Fuyu still thought this was for her own good. After all, Liang Ganyan had no vested interest in her. And since she had previously spoken ill of Fu Haoshan, it was normal for him to feel that Fu Haoshan wasn't a good person. Soon, the match began, and Shen Fuyu served as a guest commentator. She only provided brief evaluations when the professional commentator prompted her, while the rest of the time, she quietly, nervously fidgeted with her fingers. By the end of the entire opening ceremony, many people's impressions of Shen Fuyu had changed again. Previously, Wen Fong Jingying claimed Shen Fuyu was the third party preventing her from reuniting with her child and their father. Many were swayed by the online trolls. Now that the trolls had retreated, people still believed that Shen Fuyu was a good person, especially since she had countless followers in research and technology. However, Shen Fuyu didn't care about these opinions. Suddenly, several bosses from the game company approached her. Shen Fuyu had previously looked into this company, and the entire management was basically composed of seasoned gaming enthusiasts and industry bigwigs, with these bosses being wealthy third-generation heirs, mostly with fleet backgrounds. Before Liang Ganyan returned, Shen Fuyu felt that there might be other people behind them, so she had been observing and testing the waters. Now that they suddenly approached her, it genuinely startled Shen Fuyu, and for a moment, she thought their invitation to her for commentary might be a trap. However, they were only there to indirectly gauge Liang Ganyan's attitude. A few bosses of similar age to Shen Fuyu clearly informed her that their underlying framework was pieced together from technologies purchased from former employees of several pharmaceutical companies. Because there were no patents or watermarks indicating ownership, they did not realize it was a complete patent with widespread applications in the medical field. So what do you hope I should say to Liang Ganyan? Shen Fuyu felt that Liang Ganyan didn't seem to care about this issue. Since they had come to her, she decided to ask these game operators about their stance. We hope you can give us a relatively cheaper patent licensing fee, as our funds have been a bit tight recently, and it may be difficult to pay the previous patent fees all at once. I understand, but I need you to provide me with the list of people selling the patents. If Liang Ganyan doesn't come back, Shen Fuyu will actively reach out to the game company personnel since she hasn't noticed any issues with the game company after several major events. Now that the other party needs something from her, it will be easier to negotiate. No problem, no problem. When a few young entrepreneurs heard that this could work out, they rushed over to shake Shen Fuyu's hand, and the list was quickly sent to her. Therefore, as soon as Fu Haoshan entered the backstage, he saw Shen Fuyu being held by someone, and he quickly stepped forward to take her hand in his own. The crowd initially thought an unknown person had shown up and were about to call security, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was Fu Haoshan. A few who had been told by their parents to respect Fu Haoshan immediately bowed to him, and the couple's stiff expressions synchronized. Is this how young people are nowadays? Fu Haoshan quietly asked Shen Fuyu. I don't know, anyway, I'm not like that. Shen Fuyu replied as she pulled her hand back. The two left the backstage, and Liang Ganyan was waiting for them at the entrance of the food street. Shen Fuyu glanced at Fu Haoshan, seemingly seeking his opinion. It's so late. Should we eat hot pot? Fu Haoshan suggested, pointing to a hot pot restaurant that was still taking numbers. Sure. Shen Fuyu excitedly ran over to book a number. Because of the opening ceremony, the whole street was bustling, and some contestants or streamers who had been released were spotted by tourists, with many people forming circles to take photos. Shen Fuyu also saw a few members of her team, but these young individuals who seemed so vibrant in the game were still just kids. They weren't very natural when it came to shooting materials for operations, and they appeared particularly shy when facing fans offline, with the exception of Qi Xiaoyin and AI Chu. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyin, Shen Fuyu suddenly thought of Gu Tingji. It seemed he hadn't made any moves for several days. He had said he was going to District 3 to find his mother's dowry, but there was no result. Upon checking for news, there was only that piece of information about Yin Pei. However, Shen Fuyu had a clear premonition about this matter. Xiao Yin would speak directly about it, so she couldn't go back to Gu Tingji, which is why she chose to be an ostrich and pretend she didn't know about it. But why had he suddenly gone silent? Have you seen Gu Tingji recently, or received any news from him? Know why? Fu Haoshan would rather this guy focus on his career and not keep appearing in front of Shen Fuyu to reiterate those past mistakes. So he didn't care at all about Gu Tingji being out of touch. 062 I escaped. Did he send you a message? Yes. He asked how to salvage his credibility if he failed to fulfill a promise he made and something unexpected happened, which is probably about Yin Pei. Although Gu Tingji spoke euphemistically, anyone with a discerning eye could see the truth. Did you reply? This matter, I find it a bit difficult to resolve. Shen Fuyu suddenly worried that Fu Haoshan might have given Gu Tingji some provocative advice, causing Gu Tingji to become withdrawn. That's true. When Fu Haoshan said this, he seemed cautious, afraid that Shen Fuyu would use this matter to settle old scores with him. I didn't know how to resolve it, so I didn't say anything. Fu Haoshan thought to himself that if he knew how to resolve such issues, Shen Fuyu should be nurturing a baby now, and he should be preparing to become a father, instead of watching Liang Anyan, who had regained his memories, frolic around every day. Could it be that Gu Tingji became withdrawn because we ignored him? Shen Fuyu attempted to contact Gu Tingji, but received no response, and she began to panic a bit. So she asked everyone who knew Gu Tingji's contact information, and it basically received similar questions, including Jiang Pingzhou, who guessed that Gu Tingji vaguely liked Yin Pei without realizing it. However, who has experience with such matters? So none of them gave Gu Tingji any advice. Shen Fuyu became flustered and suddenly remembered that there was also Ling Hong in a similar situation. She had wanted to visit Ling Hong's house before, but had been delayed. They wouldn't have encountered any misfortune, would they? The more Shen Fuyu thought about it, the more anxious she became. So she decided to skip the hot pot and immediately checked Gu Tingji's spaceship flight route records, only to find that the route had been deliberately erased. What's wrong? Fu Haoshan noticed Shen Fuyu's unusual expression and asked urgently. Gu Tingji is missing. Shen Fuyu tried to restore the data, but failed. He must have been captured. Who would capture him? Missing? Fu Haoshan connected the events that had occurred and said he would definitely go looking for Yin Pei. Where did she go? She should be interning at Ling Hong's factory. Ling Hong, she hasn't been in touch for a long time. Shen Fuyu felt regretful. There had been too many things happening recently, and she had forgotten about it. I'll send someone to check. Let's go eat something first. Just as the broth was boiling, there was news from Su Yifan that there were signs of robot activity near Ling Hong's factory. Shen Fuyu stood up to look at the broth and decided to finish eating before addressing it. Due to the rules established since the formation of the Interstellar Society, to ensure human authority and prevent an intelligence crisis and misuse of intelligent machinery leading to an energy crisis, the activity range of humanoid intelligent machines is strictly limited. For this reason, Fu Haoshan had even captured the largest intelligent manufacturer in the interstellar era. Jiang Pingzhou owes his current status to Fu Haoshan. Therefore, the activity range of robots is strictly monitored, and Gu Tingji could only be captured by Ling Yuan. Gu Tingji had no grievances with the Ling family, and Ling Yuan wouldn't kill him, so it might be fine to wait a bit longer. Fu Haoshan and Liang Anyan exchanged glances as they watched Shen Fuyu stand up and sit back down, seemingly questioning whether this matter was serious. Ling Yuan should be up to something illegal behind our backs. Can you think of anything unusual happening recently? Shen Fuyu felt that they couldn't just eat. They still had to think. The Ling family is involved in food processing and has been quite active in District 9 recently, but there hasn't been any violation of regulations, right? Liang Anyan glanced at Fu Haoshan. The source of food processing is various raw materials, and they seem to be trying to improve their supply chain recently, from raw material production to processing, transportation, and sales. But I previously took control of all grain merchants in the Interstellar Society and established a complete system to prevent anyone from hoarding grain, which is quite contradictory. Fu Haoshan tried his best to show that he was working hard. He had to tell Shen Fuyu that he wasn't just busy for nothing in meetings. Shen Fuyu looked at him with a face that seemed to seek praise and offered a couple of compliments, unsure if she was sincere or not. Shen Fuyu certainly knew that Fu Haoshan wasn't just busy for no reason, so she countered that she didn't need to sleep, working during the day and at night to avoid awkwardness. Fu Haoshan didn't even catch the slight insincerity in Shen Fuyu's tone and asked, "Isn't it no big deal? Shouldn't we just leave him be? He can't possibly not escape. Still, let's investigate." Shen Fuyu suddenly felt that made sense. Gu Tingji shouldn't be unable to escape. He had given him quite a bit of equipment. Far away at the Ling family's villa, Gu Tingji suddenly shivered for some reason and continued to silently observe the shift patterns of the people guarding him. These people changed shifts every 3 hours, and the personnel never varied. It was always the same 2 people and 1 robot. According to the robot inspection system, this should be a robot applied for use by the Ling family due to their large enterprise scale and security needs. The level of intelligence should differ significantly from humans and is used to supplement their combat power. Gu Tingji observed for several days and confirmed that the robot wouldn't change, so he prepared to escape. He initially wanted to wait for Ling Hong, but that person was unreliable and had vanished without a trace, so he had to save himself. However, Gu Tingji didn't expect Ling Yuan to act so quickly and was unprepared, so all he had left besides the now unusable communication device were those small, undetectable healing factors. It was a dark and windy midnight when Gu Tingji released the glowing healing factors, betting that the robot would malfunction due to the complex simulated information of the healing factors on the human body, ultimately leading to aggressive behavior. He knocked on the door for a while, calling for the butler, saying he was hungry and wanted something to eat. The butler had always been quite cold toward Gu Tingji, and one could hear in his tone that he felt Gu Tingji had disrupted the original relationship between Ling Yuan and her mother. Therefore, the butler didn't want to heed Gu Tingji's request. Seeing that it might not work, Gu Tingji grabbed the butler and asked, "What makes you think it's my problem? I want to ask why you all think you can lock me up. Do you know it's illegal?" The butler was taken aback by Gu Tingji's sudden and unusual questioning, thinking to himself that this person might have a mental issue. "Are you crazy? You were present when a young lady and the head of the family had an argument. Who else would they catch if not you? Let go, I'll get you something to eat. Don't act insane here. You're a professor from Yulin Academy. Show some respect." Although his request was met, Gu Tingji was truly confused by the butler's attitude. Why has he been encountering people with such a great misunderstanding of things lately? After a while, the butler returned with a bowl of clear soup noodles, which had soy sauce poured in it, indicating the butler's indifference toward Gu Tingji. Gu Tingji silently recited to himself to be flexible and, seeing that the time wasn't right, could only smile and say, "Thank you. I'll eat quickly. After I'm done, you can take it away. No need to make a second trip, right? Hurry." Taking the bowl, Gu Tingji ate quickly, like he was drinking the noodles. His stomach held up during this critical moment, and just as he set the bowl down, a commotion sounded from outside. Soon after, the brightness of a laser shone through the curtains. The butler wanted to rush out to check, but was blocked by the ceramic shards from the bowl Gu Tingji had smashed. "Come with me for a bit. If I'm safe, you'll live too." Gu Tingji felt a bit anxious, fearing the butler might say something like waiting for Ling Hong to hate him for a lifetime and then crash into the broken shards. Fortunately, this butler still valued his life and quickly raised his hands to show his agreement. Outside was chaotic, and taking advantage of the night, Gu Tingji, under the butler's guidance, left the villa and found a spaceship. Before leaving, Gu Tingji knocked the butler unconscious, avenging the previous incident, and his back of the head still hurt. So, when Shen Fuyu went out after finishing her meal, she found that Gu Tingji's spaceship had moved and he had replied to her message. She nodded in appreciation, saying, "Look, he truly is the one I chose." Liang Anyun and Fu Haoshan both displayed expressions of disdain, as if to say that it was 100% due to her skills that this kid was able to escape, Otherwise, he would definitely not have made it out. Soon, when Shen Fuyu got home, she waited for Gu Tingji, who immediately recounted what he had heard that day from Ling Yuan and Ling Hong. I do have that kind of technology. It's not that I don't, but there is a fatal flaw with crops of this genetic sequence. They can harm the nerves, ultimately leading to addiction. The worst outcome is that a person could literally eat themselves to death, and this kind of thing can be considered a form of biological pollution, destroying the original ecological environment. Shen Fuyu hesitated to mention her previous research on the yield and quality issues of interstellar crops, but after reaching this conclusion, she had not pursued it further because the investment was too large, and even using simulations would require a significant amount of energy. But I have already started. Is there a specific address where Ling Yuan has begun her experiments? Fu Haoshan asked anxiously. He had experienced the feeling of almost starving to death and absolutely would not allow something like that to happen while he was alive. Shen Fuyu had some gratitude towards Ling Yuan and the others, and now they were repaying her like this. No. Does senior sister have anything to test this genetic sequence? Yes, but we have to wait for the crops to mature. It definitely won't be quick, but by the time the crops mature, the environment will have already been polluted. Shen Fuyu frowned and said, What about Ling Hong? She seems to disagree with this method. Didn't you say she went to gather information? If we can rescue her, we might find out where they are, Liang Anyan suggested. I think we won't be able to rescue her for the time being. Since she left, their family's butler has not revealed any signs of a reconciliation between her and her daughter. Ling Yuan has already cooperated with the alien race, and from their conversations, I feel that Ling Yuan may not have much affection left for her daughter, Shen Fuyu replied. An alien that can change its form? Or one that can simulate forms? Fu Haoshan couldn't recall having encountered such an opponent before. For a moment, the whole matter fell into a stalemate. And Shen Fuyu couldn't even believe that Ling Yuan would treat her this way, especially after she had trusted her so much. 063 The real scheme of discord. Just when everyone was at a loss, Qiao Yin sent a message to Gu Tingji, saying that Yin Pei had received a hand-drawn two-dimensional map today, which came along with the routine inspection documents. She asked Qiao Yin to relay this to Gu Tingji. The map was very abstract, and Shen Fuyu immediately recognized it as Ling Hong's work. It marked several private farms on the edge of Zone 9 to Zone 11. Tingji, let's go take a look. You two stay behind and keep an eye on the Ling family's movements, Shen Fuyu said to the three people present. Why not me and you? Fu Haoshan smiled as he scrutinized Gu Tingji, trying to pressure him into giving up his position. Because you can catch people, we can't, and you don't understand crop genetics, just stay quiet. After saying that, Shen Fuyu and Gu Tingji set off immediately. Liang Anyan joked Commander Fu. We've already become you two. It seems you and I are no different in Fuyu's eyes. I'm very gratified. Fu Haoshan didn't want to engage with Liang Anyan. Heading home to work alone, he found it strange where Liang Anyan's hostility towards him came from. He had no vested interest in him. By the time Shen Fuyu brought Gu Tingji to the farms, it was already morning. The farms were interconnected, covering a vast area. If contaminated, the animals in this area could perish. They pretended to be merchants and arrived at the farmers' homes, saying they wanted to book 30% of this year's grain. But all the farmers firmly rejected them, their attitudes resolute, seemingly unshakable no matter how much they offered. How many benefits did Ling Yuan give them? Gu Tingji murmured, looking at the furrows ready to be planted with a new season's crops. Maybe it's not benefits. Shen Fuyu brought up the surveillance from the past half-month. Many construction-related transport ships had quietly entered some nearby wasteland at night. I'll go take a look. Senior sister, you should go back to the spaceship, just in case it's unsafe. Gu Tingji had restored the specific route based on the surveillance. Those wastelands were in a valley, and it would be bad if there were traps. Let us go together and see what they are doing. Shen Fuyu didn't T-support Gu Tingji's suggestion and got up to walk towards the valley. Gu Tingji quickly put away his equipment to follow Shen Fuyu, trying to persuade her. Senior sister, if you don't think of yourself, think of Fu Haoshan. He probably wouldn't want you to get hurt. If you get hurt here, he will wipe me out. Aren't you the one who doesn't like him? Why are you bringing him up to convince me now? Shen Fuyu remained unfazed and continued walking forward. I really don't like him, and I don't support you two being together. But no matter what we outsiders think, it's useless if you don't want to leave him. I can only do my best to protect you. Have you ever liked someone else? Shen Fuyu didn't want to say something disheartening like without me. You can't protect yourself. Although it was true, she believed that one day these people would grow stronger than herself. I haven't T. This answer was expected, and Shen Fuyu couldn't help but tease Gu Tingji. Really? Then why did you react so strongly about not completing the promise to Yen Pei Pei? If it were someone else, you would have silenced them. Gu Tingji looked at Shen Fuyu in confusion. Could it be that his unnatural emotions were called liking? That was too strange. How could he like someone he had only known for a few days? You don't need to be confused. That's what liking is, but you seem to resist it a lot. If one day you stop resisting, you'll understand why I don't want to leave Haoshan. I am indeed very disappointed and sad, but love is something that's hard to let go of. What if I can never understand? Gu Tingji not only resisted but even wanted to blame himself for liking someone else. His situation, this path, could only be walked alone. Then you want to understand. Go accomplish what you wish to accomplish. Haoshan and I are already inseparable in this lifetime. No one taught me what love is when I was young. I just assumed this is it. The tone of Shen Fuyu's words made Gu Tingji feel a sense of desolation. His heart inexplicably ached for a moment. He could never believe that Haoshan, who had dominated the stars, would truly love Shen Fuyu. The two of them arrived in the valley, calculated the materials, then exchanged glances, seemingly doubting whether their calculations were correct because these things could basically build a large laboratory. No approval, no personnel, just an empty shell. What does Ling Yuan want? Gu Tingji, who had taken over all the powers of the Yulin Academy, quickly found out that Ling Yuan's laboratory was completely non-compliant. Bring her here. Shen Fuyu felt that the matter could no longer be delayed. She notified Haoshan, then took out a miniature rainmaking device, intending to use a heavy rain to wash away the hillside that had obviously been deforested in the short term. However, unexpectedly, just as the two were preparing to act, Shen Fuyu received a communication from Ling Hong. Ling Hong, looking anxious, urged Shen Fuyu to come to her house quickly. Her mother was in trouble. What happened to her? Shen Fuyu asked Ling Hong to move the camera to Ling Yuan's side, and then saw that Ling Yuan seemed to be asleep, her complexion rosy, looking fine. Wait a moment, you come over first. Ling Hong already knew that Gu Tingji had escaped and that her map had been sent out. Shen Fuyu was probably a bit dissatisfied, so her tone was full of pleading. Shen Fuyu nodded and headed to Ling Hong's house with Gu Tingji. On the way, Gu Tingji still had some doubts that this might be a trap, and Shen Fuyu could only comfort him. Don't worry. Ling Hong doesn't have that kind of acting skill. After arriving at the Ling family, Ling Yuan suddenly woke up and stood up as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gu Tingji instinctively grabbed Shen Fuyu's hand and took a step back. Ling Yuan saw Shen Fuyu and tensed up for a moment, but then smiled. Oh, Professor Shen, are you here to see my daughter today? No, I'm here to see you. Don't you feel something is off? Shen Fuyu seemed to understand that Ling Hong had asked her to wait. Ling Yuan had no recollection of fainting, which was definitely abnormal. I don't. If Professor Shen has nothing to do, please leave first. I have some family matters to deal with. There is something. Since it has come to this, I'll be straightforward. The crops you want to plant have huge defects. If they really get planted on interstellar land, you might be executed. What crops? Professor Shen. Don't slander me. Ling Yuan planned to continue denying it. After all, only she had seen that thing, and it hadn't gone through anyone else's hands. So Shen Fuyu couldn't possibly have evidence. It's okay, your laboratory is suspected of violations. Come with me. Gu Tingji smiled as he stepped forward, making Ling Yuan shiver. I can't deal with you? He remembered the grudge from that stick. I didn't say I wanted to build a laboratory. Biological laboratories require special processing systems and materials, which are now under my control. Why don't we talk about who provided you with the materials and blueprints? This was an unexpected joy for Gu Tingji. He was still considering which internal spies Yulin Academy had yet to eradicate, and now he had a clue. He had to take someone away today, no matter what. Gu Tingji, do you really think Yulin Academy is your domain? Look at who will listen to you now. Ling Yuan felt a bit nervous. When the alien came to find her, it had already made one thing clear. The scheme to sow discord between Shen Fuyu and Haoshan had failed, and she needed to act quickly. She was also taking a gamble. Unexpectedly, after Gu Tingji had run away, it turned into this. If I could call on everyone in Yulin Academy and something really happened, you should kill me. That way, no one would know what you were up to." Hearing what Gu Tingji said, Ling Yuan suddenly revealed a relaxed smile. Gu Tingji looked at that smile and thought it was bad. He had fallen into a trap. He couldn't sow discord between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, but he could create a rift between himself and Shen Fuyu. "As allies, how could I kill you?" He agreed to your two conditions. And now, one has been fulfilled at the experimental center. Don't you want the other one? Shen Fuyu looked at Gu Tingji in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt, disappointment, and a bit of confusion. At this moment, Gu Tingji had to choose whether to be honest with Shen Fuyu or seek an opportunity to continue to deceive that alien race. He had to gamble on how much trust Shen Fuyu had in him. That is indeed correct. There's still one condition. However, I said I could turn against you at any time. It seems you are not very welcoming to me right now. Gu Tingji's words were meant to test Shen Fuyu's intentions. What do you mean? Are you betting on both sides? Who wins will help whom? Shen Fuyu trembled a bit. She had confidently chosen Gu Tingji, but the other party treated her this way. Gu Tingji understood Shen Fuyu's meaning. He had miscalculated this step. Shen Fuyu had already lost confidence due to those previous tricks, so he might as well go along with the mistake. Fu Haoshan had just arrived at the Ling family's doorstep when he heard this. He immediately rushed forward, protecting Shen Fuyu behind him, and said to Gu Tingji, "Are you implying that you want to betray us?" Betray. Gu Tingji decided to take this gamble. The enemy was in the dark, and this was the most direct way to find the true body of the alien race. So he turned to Ling Yuan and asked, "Where is he?" Ling Yuan didn't expect Gu Tingji to directly turn against them. She had indeed arranged a meeting place with the other party, but she absolutely couldn't take Gu Tingji there. She couldn't see through what this person was thinking. "Oh, you don't want to say, right? Then you won't be able to leave today. Think about it." Gu Tingji was being watched by Shen Fuyu, and when he said this, he nearly couldn't control his trembling hands. "Do you think you can leave?" Although Fu Haoshan said this, he couldn't understand what Gu Tingji was thinking. Even if this person found him displeasing, it shouldn't lead to hurting Shen Fuyu, right? "We can try. Don't go over there." Shen Fuyu was clear about Gu Tingji's trump card and immediately blocked Fu Haoshan. She was now in a state of confusion and couldn't let Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji harm each other. Gu Tingji left with Ling Yuan, feeling an immense heartache. Ling Hong stood behind, watching this magical development unfold, when suddenly a muffled sound came from her ear and Shen Fuyu fainted on the ground. 064 continuous strikes on Fuyu. Ling Hong hurriedly ran over to catch up with Fu Haoshan, who was holding Shen Fuyu, and explained Fu Haoshan, "Let me clarify the situation. I believe that the alien must know Fuyu very well. This is completely aimed at her. Is that so?" Fu Haoshan's face darkened, regretting that he hadn't destroyed all the alien star systems back then. Ling Hong quickly recounted her observations from the past few days, indicating that the alien's ultimate goal was to drive Shen Fuyu insane. Fu Haoshan remained silent. When they arrived at the hospital, Shen Fuyu had been heavily traumatized and had not yet awakened. Fu Haoshan sealed off the news, and half a day later, he received a map drawn based on Shen Fuyu's previous detector. The monitoring liquid was almost distributed along all the paths Shen Fuyu usually frequented, and the subsequent trajectory overlapped with Gu Tingji's actions. Shen Fuyu weakly woke up, feeling as if something was pressing on her chest. "Have you found Tai Lu and Liang and Jie?" "Not yet. Fang Jing Ying saw Liang and Jie in Area 3, but the two of them are currently inactive. So Tai Lu hasn't been found yet. Also, I suspect Liang and Jie is an alien." "Why?" "There was an anomaly in the frequency band of the monitoring device we installed on Fang Jing Ying. Some aliens have the ability to control magnetic fields. So maybe the place where they first met wasn't actually Area 3. Don't worry about that for now. Just rest well. I will bring Gu Tingji back. No need to look for him. I want to see how far he will betray me. You can leave now. I want to be alone." Shen Fuyu turned her back and closed her eyes. Maybe he doesn't intend to. Fu Haoshan wanted to mention his speculation, but Shen Fuyu covered her ears. Shen Fuyu felt that she had truly failed. It seemed that those she trusted did not wholeheartedly believe in her. Yet, she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong that led to such an outcome. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, and tears fell like pearls that had broken free from their string. However, the last words of her teacher echoed in her ears, and she couldn't just give up. She still had to stand up. Suddenly, the sound of a door being pushed open came from behind her. Shen Fuyu quickly wiped her tears and said, "Didn't I say I wanted to be alone? Get out." But the person who entered was not Fu Haoshan. It was Liang and Yin. He revealed a satisfied smile in a place where Shen Fuyu couldn't see, then said in a flat tone, "Do you remember how divine gift was lost?" "What?" Shen Fuyu recognized Liang and Yan's voice and turned around in surprise. "How did you get here? Where's Fu Haoshan?" "You don't need to worry about that. I just want to ask you, do you remember how divine gift was lost? Or if you don't like that name, let me put it another way. Do you know how your teacher died?" Shen Fuyu completely didn't understand why Liang and Yin brought this up now and answered in a daze. "My teacher died after being scammed while trying to save Sister Phone." "Who planned that medical scam?" Liang and Yan's voice was gentle, as if he were talking about spring flowers blooming. But to Shen Fuyu, he seemed like a devil about to reveal an unbearable truth. Shen Fuyu quickly covered her ears, wanting to escape, but Liang and Yin hugged her tightly, pinning her in place. She felt the person holding her was cold, as if he didn't have the warmth of a living person. "It's better to let me finish," he said. "The one who planned the whole scam was Fu Haoshan's biological mother, your mother-in-law, the once most famous flat model in the galaxy. Sci-Fi Rue. Divine gift was brought to the Starfleet to seek a way out for Fu Haoshan." "I don't believe it." Shen Fuyu pushed Liang and Yin away with all her strength, falling to the ground, her hair that had been pinned up coming undone, making her look like a completely wilted flower. "I know you don't want to face it, so I specially brought some evidence for you." Suddenly, the lights in the hospital room dimmed, and a virtual scene appeared. Shen Fuyu knew that creating such a scene required scanning the real environment, using the most advanced and highest priority evidence collection technology in the galaxy. In the same hospital room, the person lying on the bed was the daughter of Feng Zhe and Tai Qin, her body covered in pale scars. A skin disease caused by abnormal radiation bursts during that time. There was no solution back then. Even Shen Fuyu and her teacher, standing on the shoulders of giants from another civilization, couldn't find a way to save her. Of course, later on, when the abnormal radiation disappeared, the disease also vanished. But the subsequent harmony couldn't conceal the fact that this disease had taken countless lives. At that time, no one believed that the disease would simply go away. In times of desperation, people would make irrational decisions. No one, no matter how clever, could escape this. This included Shen Fuyu's teacher, who had come alone from another civilization, accepted by Feng Zhe and Tai Qin, and even met Shen Fuyu, who could inherit his teachings. Therefore, he was willing to do anything to save his friend's daughter. Thus, there came the experience of being scammed. At this moment, the person on the hospital bed was already on the verge of death. Shen Fuyu's teacher entered, sitting by the bed, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a tall and beautiful woman walked in. In the past, such a person appearing in a hospital would have raised alarms, but at this moment, Shen Fuyu's teacher was completely numb. He simply asked, "Did you come to the wrong ward?" "No, I'm an employee of a pharmaceutical company, here to recruit volunteers. We have developed a drug that can delay symptoms but lack clinical trial volunteers. Are you a family member? Here is our treatment video. Would you take a look?" The woman's tone was warm and sincere, making it hard to find fault. Liang and Yin explained from the side, "This is Fu Haoshan's biological mother, Sci-Fi Rue. Your teacher didn't verify the video's authenticity, but chose to act in haste due to the urgency of the illness. This reagent merely creates the illusion of improvement through continuous injections of interferon that changes skin color." "How do you know this so well?" Shen Fuyu regained some clarity and retorted to Liang and Yin. "Of course I know. This was invented by my dad, but I stopped it. It was then stolen by one of our employees." The virtual scene changed to show Shen Fuyu's teacher discovering he had been deceived and confronting the perpetrator, only to be threatened into handing over divine gift. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive the antidote, and they would die faster. "That thing isn't toxic. It just has no effect." Liang and Yin continued to explain. However, Shen Fuyu's teacher truly believed it, handing over divine gift and taking the so-called antidote home. On the way, he was injured in a fall, and because it had no effect, both died one after the other. Shen Fuyu had always known the entire story, but she lacked the missing piece of the scam. At that time, she was still young, engrossed in research, and hadn't yet escaped the shadows of her family and school, missing the best opportunity to investigate, leading to the truth sinking into oblivion. I know you still don't believe it. Do you think this matter has nothing to do with Fu Haoshan? But have you ever thought about why Xiaowei Rui managed to pull off such a big scheme, yet ended up dead? In fact, Liang and Yin had a huge loophole here. No one knew the real cause of Xiaowei Rui's death. If Shen Fuyu delved into this point, she would realize he was trying to sow discord between her and Fu Haoshan. But Shen Fuyu didn't have that clarity now. Under Liang and Yan's malicious guidance, combined with Fu Haoshan's history of patricide and fratricide, she had already concocted a scenario where Fu Haoshan killed Xiaowei Rui and all those in the know to cover up the entire truth. Liang and Yan stood aside, watching the changes in Shen Fuyu's expression, feeling a bit of sympathy. In fact, Shen Fuyu was merely the person with the highest IQ in the history of the galaxy. Without the preliminary research from other civilizations, she wouldn't have reached her current height. However, this height made her bear countless ideals that did not belong to her. Liang Anyan once thought that Shen Fuyu was just a little girl who needed a bit of care and companionship. But the reality told him that after the great changes in interstellar technology, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan were equivalent. He needed Shen Fuyu as a bargaining chip, not a girl needing protection. All right, I've said enough. What happens next is up to you. I need to go find my brother and settle some scores, Liang Anyan said, and immediately left. If he stayed any longer, Shen Fuyu might discover the flaws in his words. After Liang Anyan left, Shen Fuyu slumped to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Eventually, Fu Haoshan found Shen Fuyu in a rather disheveled state, after barely escaping an attack from a group of animals covered in eyes. However, just when he excitedly wanted to approach Shen Fuyu to hug her, she pushed him away in agitation, shouting, "Don't touch me. What's wrong with you?" Fu Haoshan finally noticed something was off with Shen Fuyu. She seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes filled only with fear towards him. Fu Haoshan was frightened by Shen Fuyu's current state and wanted to check the surveillance, only to find it had been deleted. Did you delete it? Or did you meet someone? Fu Haoshan even suspected that this wasn't the real Shen Fuyu. She wouldn't treat herself this way. Does this have anything to do with you? Shen Fuyu detected the doubt in Fu Haoshan's tone, combined with her earlier question about whether they still had a chance if she wasn't who she was now. She felt completely disheartened. The past suspicions were magnified in that moment, and the little secrets each had kept for the other's sake ultimately became an insurmountable chasm between them. Why does it not concern me? Fu Haoshan suppressed his sadness and anger, continuing to talk to Shen Fuyu. He knew that if he left today, there would be no chance for them to reconcile in this lifetime. I can tell you clearly, all my achievements up to now have either been given to you or to Gu Tingji. I have no value left. The forces in the galaxy opposing you are down to just Tiela. And as for the aliens, as long as I die, their plans will also fall through. We can let each other go. After saying this, Shen Fuyu rushed towards the sharp corner of the table. Fu Haoshan reacted quickly, grabbing the collar of her clothes and whispering in her ear, "It's not that simple. Don't you still have your genes? We still need a child." 065 prototype of extraterrestrial beings, Fu Haoshan focuses on the usable results in Shen Fuyu's hands, associating it with the type of crops Ling Yuan wants to plant. The alien race probably has its eyes on the unusable results in Shen Fuyu's hands. For now, let's find a way to keep her close. Fu Haoshan didn't want to talk to Shen Fuyu like this, but since she insisted, it would be better for her to hate him. After returning home, Fu Haoshan locked Shen Fuyu up and put away all sharp objects in the house, but he didn't stop her from contacting the outside world. It was just that Shen Fuyu ignored everyone. However, Gu Tingji sensed Shen Fuyu's retaliation. In the past few days, the mecha and healing factors he carried had all failed, and Ling Yuan began to regret. Just when the two were about to start infighting, the alien race appeared. Suddenly, before the aliens showed up, Ling Yuan fainted. Gu Tingji saw chaotic images on her face indicating poor signal, which then quickly vanished, making him doubt his own eyes. However, the true face of the alien race surprised Gu Tingji even more. Liang Anyan looked at Gu Tingji with his gentle smile and said, "Oh, you still have to stand on my side. You're quite clever. Since Ling Yuan's crops didn't grow, you resorted to using me to stimulate Shen Fuyu?" Gu Tingji was unwilling to be outdone, On the surface, he praised Liang Anyun, but in reality, he was mocking him for being insignificant. Liang Anyun naturally picked up on Gu Tingji's dissatisfaction, but he wasn't in a hurry. Shen Fuyu's personality was cultivated by him since childhood. She was like a Pandora's box, capable of wreaking havoc once opened. Why belittle yourself so much? My race only has me left now. Talents like Mr. Gu should naturally be courted. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not come with me to Area 3? For what? What about her? Gu Tingji rolled his eyes in his heart. How could this monster be so confident? She has some of my race's tentacles implanted in her brain, under my control. I will have people watch over her. We'll need her to control Ling Hong in the future. Gu Tingji instantly became alert, stepping back a few paces to ask, what is the implantation process like? Why not just control me directly? Why not control Shen Fuyu directly? Don't worry, the process is very complex and can't be completed in a short time. A person's creativity is the most important to my race. Once controlled, they can only execute my will, and I can't do many things. It's hard for me to believe you when you just talk. Gu Tingji was much clearer-headed than the current Shen Fuyu and naturally wouldn't easily trust Liang Anyun's empty promises. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Shen Fuyu is cutting off your external communication, isn't she? Liang Anyun feared two things in the galaxy: the technology Shen Fuyu inherited from the old man and Fu Haoshan's firepower, but he wasn't afraid of Gu Tingji. So what? Do you think I left such a deep impression on Shen Fuyu and established an excellent persona relying on this trivial, unrefined scheme like you? Do I lack intelligence? Both were experts at bluffing. This back-and-forth game belonged to their comfort zone. However, Liang Anyun was not as good a gambler as Gu Tingji. He dared not bet on whether Gu Tingji had a backup plan. After all, he knew nothing about him. The previous Gu Tingji had no presence, which was a key factor in his recent unexpected success. So what kind of proof do you want? But before that, you need to give me something of equivalent value. Otherwise, we can choose a mutually destructive script. Gu Tingji thought to himself that it was good. The disadvantage of the unequal status between them had finally been reversed. It wouldn't be easy for Liang Anyun to control him in the future, so he said, the materials Shen Fuyu used to make her bracelet. It won't be easy for you to find this catalyst, right? As for proof, you need to show me what this undocumented alien entity of yours is. Earlier, Gu Tingji had discovered that the materials at the experimental center were much less compared to the raw materials, indicating that this guy had taken them. He claimed it was for curing diseases, but he had probably long used it as a biochemical weapon, right? The grass on the grave of the last person who saw my entity is already 2 meters high. I'll spray glyphosate on my grave. Gu Tingji retorted impatiently. Even if Gu Tingji really was a double agent betting on multiple sides, as a galactic citizen, he absolutely couldn't cooperate with an alien. Because the position of the galaxy was very special, the nearest alien systems were hundreds of light years away. However, if the galaxy were accidentally exposed to the alien site, they would invade based on the principle of attacking even from afar. Since the establishment of the galaxy, life was even worse than a wandering existence. It wasn't until various bases were established that this situation gradually changed. The early bases became the prototype of what is now the 12th district of the galaxy. Therefore, any normal person in the galaxy would abhor the alien race. Just a little understanding of the galaxy's tragic past would reveal the irreconcilable hatred between aliens and humans. However, this alien before him seemed unaware of such a reality, coupled with the fact that the galaxy had no records of such high-intelligence aliens. Gu Tingji found it even harder to control his curiosity. Liang Anyun now needed Gu Tingji to help him, so he had a compromise. After receiving a box of materials, Liang Anyun gradually shed his human shell, revealing his transparent entity. It was a giant whale with long tentacles, with many flowers, plants, and trees growing inside its transparent body, floating in mid-air, exuding a strange yet inexplicable harmony. The more Gu Tingji looked, the more he felt himself starting to relax, which prompted him to pinch himself. Are you releasing something? Why do I? The feeling of relaxation gradually turned into drowsiness, and despite pinching his palm until it bled, he couldn't change the fact that he was about to fall asleep, unwillingly closing his eyes. Liang Anyan watched Gu Tingji collapse on the ground and silently put on his human shell again, lifting Gu Tingji and heading to Area 3. This was a placebo that humans couldn't smell but could be affected by. It used to determine status within the race, but now its use had changed among humans. In Area 3, Liang Anjia was hiding with Fang Jingying in a secluded community, nervously monitoring the situation outside every day. When he heard that Shen Fuyu suddenly fainted, Liang Anjia was almost brought to tears with joy. Finally, these two people encountered problems. This alliance would soon collapse. Fang Jingying asked in confusion, "What's the use of this? You have nothing to resist the Starfleet." "Of course we do. In human terms, to catch a thief, catch the king first. We certainly won't confront the Starfleet head-on, but we can solve the problem at its root. So can I see Tai Lu now?" Fang Jingying just wanted to talk to Tai Lu in person to explain what had happened over the years. She always hoped that everything was someone else's fault. "I'll take you there." Liang Anjia had long wanted to dump the burden of Fang Jingying back to Tai Lu. If he hadn't promised Tai Lu to take good care of her, he definitely wouldn't go back to pick her up. However, to coerce Fu Haoshan into releasing her. The kidnapping of Tai Lu had cost him dearly. In contrast, from Liang Anjia's perspective as an outsider, he felt that both Tai Lu and Fu Haoshan were scumbags. Putting aside their positions, he supported Shen Fuyu and Fang Jingying teaming up. Before heading to Tai Li's hiding place, Liang Anjia removed the miniature camera from Fang Jingying. He had kept it inactive for these days to confuse Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu had used this on Cheng Ryu before, and he wouldn't be punished a second time. Tai Lu was hiding on a spaceship coated with special materials. This spaceship had been in that position for a long time without being discovered. Originally, the medical waste transport ship had deviated Shen Fuyu's direction, reducing the risk of being discovered. When Fang Jingying saw Tiela, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. But just as she rushed forward to embrace him, she discovered that Tiela's arms had transformed into mechanical prosthetics. "What happened to you? Why is he fine? And you turned into this?" Suddenly called out by Fang Jingying in an accusatory tone, Liang Anjia was taken aback for a moment. "It's nothing." If this woman were smart, she wouldn't have gotten to this point, he thought, acting as if he hadn't heard her words, and walked away. He needed to focus on dealing with his old rival, who had now become the alien prince Liang Anyan. Tiela didn't expect that Fang Jingying's first reaction upon seeing him would be to blame his partner, who was a formless alien being. The figure in front of her was Liang Anjia's body, and it was unnecessary to say that. "This has nothing to do with me," Tiela explained. "This is an injury left from the failed trap set for Fu Haoshan." "Is it the same as Fu Haoshan's leg?" Fang Jingying gently touched the mechanical arm, which, although very real, still had noticeable differences to the naked eye. "Yes, my medical condition is different from his. He could keep his leg, but I would prefer not to have these arms at all. Why don't you use the version that Shen Fuyu improved before? This model of mechanical arm is already quite old. Don't you feel it's not compatible? Everything Shen Fuyu made has a back end she can control. It's safe to say that Shen Fuyu never trusted anyone, so she certainly wouldn't use her technology. Then exposing this would be more effective than slandering her private life?" Fang Jingying looked at Tiela in confusion, seemingly questioning whether he had intentionally set her up before. Tiela sighed, wondering why this person's IQ fluctuated so much. "We have no evidence, and even if we did, people might not believe us. She's a woman, and people are more willing to believe her private life is chaotic rather than accept that she is so powerful." Although Tiela was stating a fact that Fang Jingying had always felt, it was still hard for her to accept all at once, and she couldn't help but say. Then it could be said that it was Fu Haoshan's instigation. The group at Yulin Academy had always been at odds with Fu Haoshan, and Su Yifan had long been acting as if the Starfleet was no longer what it used to be. If we do this, Fu Haoshan might just stop pretending altogether. Stop pretending? Stop pretending about what? A significant reason Fu Haoshan was willing to maintain the status quo in interstellar affairs was that he could control everything with Shen Fuyu's technology beneath the surface of that person's seemingly cooling reception. If this status quo were threatened with his selfishness, he wouldn't accept it. In the matter of using emotions, Fang Jingying was momentarily puzzled by what Tai Lu was saying. Fu Haoshan's selfishness. Hasn't he already reached that kind of status? What more does he want? What does he want to do? Fang Jingying looked at Tai Lu, confused. The peak of power is never-ending. Fu Haoshan is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have the kind of self-awareness that Shen Fuyu has, which is almost like being trapped in a cage. All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things. I've wronged you over the years. Tai Lu and Fang Jingying embraced tightly, each with their own thoughts. Tai Lu had spent his life comparing himself to Fu Haoshan, realizing that his own parents were Fu Haoshan's rivals, while he was just a nameless pawn, and he was unwilling. But now he began to compare Shen Fuyu and Fang Jingying, which was simply incomparable. He did like Fang Jingying, but he only appreciated her dedication to him over the years. Now he urgently needed a Shen Fuyu. Fang Jingying could clearly sense that Tai Lu was treating her differently. They hadn't seen each other for years. Their feelings should have faded, right? What had he experienced during these years? Why don't you tell me what happened over the years? Am I not understanding you enough? All right, I'll tell you. Tai Lu was actually reluctant to bring up these matters, but he always felt somewhat indebted to Fang Jingying. If she wanted to hear it, he would share. Not long ago, Tai Lu had confirmed that Fu Haoshan was indeed not the sickly eldest brother of the Fu family who had come back to life. In the past, Tai Lu had always wondered why that sickly eldest brother of the Fu family could suddenly become so powerful overnight, single-handedly shouldering the precarious Starfleet. According to the timeline, when they first met, Fu Haoshan's eldest brother was still alive, and he himself was just a pitiful figure following behind his father and two older brothers, always ready to sacrifice himself to save his eldest brother. From that time on, Tai Li's father had told him that as long as something happened to the Fu family's eldest brother, it would be their opportunity to control the Starfleet. Young Tai Lu was also confused as to why they had to protect a sickly person. Since he was so ill, why not let him fend for himself? Of course, no one answered Tai Li's question. He was just happily waiting for that opportunity, and then their family would be the actual controllers of the Starfleet, which was still in chaos. However, after that abnormal radiation incident, the alien races that had been constantly invading the star system launched their final attack. They realized the significance of human composition for the development of their race and wanted to turn the star system into a kind of breeding ground. Humans, who had been competing for benefits, began to unite against the outside. It was at this time that Fu Haoshan launched the most spectacular battle against the alien races, decisively defeating them, and from then on, the star system gained the right to take the initiative. Subsequently, the energy crisis in the star system triggered a civil war among various fleets and factions vying for energy. Tai Li's family saw that the Fu family had not fallen and had to seize this opportunity to become the largest energy merchant in the star system. Fu Haoshan did not compromise with them. Instead, he united with other fleet commanders who did not want to be sanctioned by the Tai family to embark on an expedition, seeking energy and expanding the living space of the star system. Tai Lu and Fu Haoshan fought 3 times in total, each ending in Tai Li's defeat. In the first 2 encounters, Tai Li's father was still alive, and someone could back him up. The last encounter led to Tai Li's current predicament. The first encounter was when Fu Haoshan first took control of the Starfleet. In Fu Haoshan's timeline, everyone in the Fu family was dead. Tai Lu wanted to strike against the newly ascended Fu Haoshan by exploiting the abnormal energy consumption, but was countered by Fu Haoshan, resulting in all the spies his family had painstakingly placed in the Starfleet being exposed. The second time, when Fu Haoshan returned from his expedition and made adjustments at the landing point, he unexpectedly used a divine gift to completely destroy the Tai family's monopoly in the energy sector, directly leading to the death of Tai Li's father. The last encounter was when he allied with the remaining alien races, luring Fu Haoshan out of his mecha, which led to the complete destruction of Fu Haoshan's mecha. And he almost got parasitized by the aliens. Tai Lu and Fu Haoshan both suffered heavy losses. Fu Haoshan retired, and Tai Lu was kidnapped by the aliens. Afterward, the aliens who now occupied Liang Anjia's body gained an identity in the star system. Although their plan was very successful, Fu Haoshan completely stumbled over the matter of Shen Fuyu, and they also destroyed the entire research system of the star system. Now, everything in the star system depended on Shen Fuyu, a person who could collapse at any moment. What do those aliens want? Leave them. Let us find a place without people to stay away from these disputes. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan are already not on good terms. They shouldn't come to us for trouble, right? Tai Lu suddenly felt somewhat moved. Over the years, Everyone and everything had been pushing him forward. But now suddenly someone was telling him to step back, yet he had no way to retreat. Fu Haoshan would not let me go. Don't be fooled by his mistakes in many matters. Nothing he did was not designed by him, although what you did was somewhat beyond his expectations. Tai Lu smiled bitterly. He finally reached a standstill with Fu Haoshan in the matter of using a woman's love. Fang Jingying took a while to react before she exclaimed in surprise. He is using Shen Fuyu? Their encounter wasn't also designed by him, was it? That's not the case. Shen Fuyu's own system trapped her. However, even without the initial mishap in transportation, Fu Haoshan would eventually seek out Shen Fuyu when he reached an impasse, or others who hoped for their fallout would also take action. Tai Lu and Liang Anjia had already vaguely sensed that the mastermind behind this was none other than the little prince who had been outsmarted by Liang Anjia, leading to the annihilation of his entire clan. So what do we do now? Now, Fu Haoshan is looking for us. We should hide for now. Let Liang Anjia handle the rest. From now on, act as if Liang Anjia doesn't exist. Don't provoke him. Stay by my side. Fang Jingying obediently nodded. Perhaps in this world, only Tai Lu truly treated her sincerely. Family, friends, one face after another appeared before Fang Jingying, causing her to finally lose control and cry. These years, I've wronged you. Now I've come back. Tai Lu hugged Fang Jingying with a twinge of pain. 2 hours had passed since Fang Jingying's monitoring signal disappeared. Fu Haoshan was somewhat anxious. It was not a good thing that the clues had run dry. However, Shen Fuyu ignored him, and he couldn't find Gu Tingji and Ling Yuan. Boss, Jiang Yu cautiously spoke. Miss Ling Hong has arrived. Should I have her accompany the lady? Take her with you. Spread the word that Shen Fuyu was injured in an experiment and needs to rest. Have the combat team promote, not to mention her. After Jiang Yu agreed, he hurriedly took Ling Hong away. He had discussed with Su Yifan how to survive in the current situation and concluded that they should plead with Shen Fuyu to not make trouble with Fu Haoshan, considering they were also part of the star system. No, what happened between them? How did it escalate to this point? Ling Hong waited a long time without hearing from Shen Fuyu, but instead received the incredible news from Jiang Yu that Fu Haoshan had placed Shen Fuyu under house arrest. If I had known, I wouldn't have to come to work every day with my nerves on edge. If you could ask, according to my brother's observations these past 2 days, this conflict may be greater than life and death. Upon hearing this, Ling Hong took a deep breath and began to curse Fu Haoshan, only to be covered by Jiang Yu's hand over her mouth. No, my boss is very terrifying recently. It's better not to curse him. You might lose your life. What more can he do to me? Fuyu has already sacrificed so much for him, accepted that mysterious child. What has he done that is unworthy of Fuyu? Is he just casually toying with Fuyu's sincerity? Although Ling Hong viewed the union between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan from a perspective of self-interest, as a friend, she still hoped that Shen Fuyu could be happy. Fu Haoshan frequently made Shen Fuyu feel aggrieved, seemingly believing that their age difference was too great and wanting to shorten Shen Fuyu's life otherwise. How could they die on the same day of the same month in the same year, right? Hearing Ling Hong's righteous indignation, Jiang Yu silently muttered to himself that everyone looked at Shen Fuyu through the lens of their own interests. Those who didn't were mostly dead. Do what they said match what they thought inside? Thus, Jiang Yu asked a rather off-topic question. Miss Ling Hong, do you think the lady likes the boss? Of course she likes him. Otherwise, why would she endure it until now? But does she have the same clarity as Fu Haoshan? Previously, she mentioned that when she felt inferior, she would think about her patent fees and IQ. But that doesn't compare to Fu Haoshan's self-doubt when he thinks about his interests, right? Ling Hong saw through it. Fu Haoshan was just an ambitious person lacking humanity. After not seeing each other for many days, Miss Ling Hong's ability to read people had improved, and Jiang Yu admired her for it. Jiang Yu had a clear understanding of his boss. Often, he was surprised not by what Fu Haoshan did, but by the fact that he actually did it. Seeing her thoughts affirmed by Jiang Yu, Ling Hong asked, "Aren't you afraid that my output to Fuyu might lead her to directly sever ties with Fu Haoshan?" Calling me here ISNT a wise move. I know it ISNT, but in the ladies' circle, the only person who can talk to her besides you is dead. Jiang Yu said directly, wishing at that moment that Xiao Miyu were still alive. Speaking of this, Ling Hong couldn't help But imagine how Xiao Miyu would have spoken to Shen Fuyu if she were here today. She was probably the only one who didn't look at Shen Fuyu through the lens of self-interest. Perhaps Cheng Ruoxue could be included as well. Pushing open the door, they were met with Shen Fuyu's furious shout. "Get out! Fuyu, it's me, Ling Hong." Ling Hong walked into the room, and Jiang Yu closed the door behind her. "It's you." The little anger Shen Fuyu had dissipated, turning into a push. She pointed to the floor beside her and said, "Sit down." "Did Fu Haoshan send you?" "Yes, he did." "What did he ask you to say to me?" "If it's to persuade me not to make a scene anymore, there's no need to say it." Shen Fuyu was no longer the childlike person who could be controlled by Fu Haoshan during their relationship. "No, I haven't seen him. He just asked me to keep you company." "What happened between you two? Why has your relationship suddenly deteriorated like this? Didn't you accept that child?" 067 Every day is a journey of drawing pies. I no longer care about that child. What I care about are other matters. Shen Fuyu sighed and said, "Fu Haoshan seems to be different from what I thought." Ling Hong had an ominous premonition. It seemed Shen Fuyu had become more aware. Had she realized Fu Haoshan's true nature? "I want to ask you for a favor." Ling Hong changed the subject. It wasn't that she intended to use Shen Fuyu, but rather that Shen Fuyu was the only one who could help her in this world. "You want to find your mother? That day you fainted in a panic. What happened to her? Is there some abnormality that doesn't make sense? Why don't you ask Fu Haoshan for help?" Shen Fuyu asked a series of questions without any sign of anger. Ling Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shen Fuyu was a good person. If it were her, she might have already exploded in anger at this point. Yes, Fu Haoshan doesn't seem very interested in such matters. He is eager to find his opponents and eliminate them all at once. "I copied the surveillance footage from my home. Take a look. I think it looks like an attack from an alien race." In the surveillance, every time Ling Yuan fainted, there were signs of communication anomalies. As if she had been digitized, Shen Fuyu's expression became serious, but she had never seen such symptoms before. "I can't tell, but take this to Grandpa phone. He has many notes. I haven't finished reading them. You should go to him and see if there are any clues. I haven't confirmed Gu Tingji's location yet, but I'll give you a clue in a few days." What should I say to Fu Haoshan then? He must have a purpose for calling me. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the Fu family. Ling Hong thought that since it had come to this point, she might as well ask Shen Fuyu to take her all the way. Shen Fuyu was almost numb to such matters now. It was her small value of utility. After all, she sent a document to Ling Hong. "Give this list to Fu Haoshan. Don't come back. Stay away from Fu Haoshan and quickly handle your family matters. I'm not sure about Gu Tingji. He might not hesitate to act against you. Maybe Gu Tingji isn't really betraying you?" Ling Hong hesitated to speak. Although this person was deep in scheming and had at least 5 parts of utility towards Shen Fuyu, he wouldn't cooperate with the alien race. That's not important. He has his own ideas to realize. I can't see through them, and I don't want to deal with them now. You don't have to come to me if you have nothing. Ling Hong did not speak and turned to leave, but she felt Shen Fuyu was just saying that. She wouldn't give up so easily. She had carried so much. How could she just let it go? She was just waiting for the right moment. After leaving Shen Fuyu's room, Ling Hong saw Fu Haoshan in the living room. He pointed to a chair and asked, "What did she say?" "Before that, you need to answer me a question. What do you really want? Your encounter with Fuyu seems coincidental, but after that, do you truly love her? Do you like the value that Shen Fuyu brings, or her as a person?" Those were 3 questions, but they could all be answered. Although Fu Haoshan's tone was gentle, Ling Hong couldn't help but shiver. She suddenly remembered that this man had countless blood on his hands and had walked over many corpses to get here. As for the first question, what I want is for the galaxy to not have things I cannot control, not a single one. For the second question, she has always been very insecure. I don't even understand why she feels that way. I've tried many ways to encourage her to be someone who can stand beside me, but all have failed. I love her, but I hope she could be a bit more stable. For the third question, can I like both? Ling Hong didn't know why she suddenly felt very angry. No one really cared about Shen Fuyu. No one questioned why her personality was unstable. They were all villains, including herself. "All right, here's this for you. Fuyu said she doesn't want to see you." Ling Hong immediately left after taking the document away. This was the list from the game company given to Shen Fuyu. Fu Haoshan immediately sent people to investigate these individuals, but he hesitated to approach Shen Fuyu's room. What he had just said was his true feelings. What was there to be angry about? Shen Fuyu stood on the other side of the door and had heard everything Fu Haoshan said. She wanted to ask him if people without value were unworthy of living. Did they no longer have any romantic feelings for each other? The two were at a standstill. But Gu Tingji's situation was even worse. After being brought to Zone 3 by Liang Anyan, Gu Tingji was threatened to use the power of Yulin Academy to control several important experimental centers in the galaxy. Although Gu Tingji felt a bit panicked after seeing the true form of this alien race, he still maintained his ability to joke around. He crossed his legs fearlessly and said, "Do you really think Yulin Academy belongs to me? Those people are still alive. I haven't eliminated my old subordinates. So how can I establish my authority? For you, meeting the former principal of Yulin Academy shouldn't be difficult, right? Shen Fuyu is currently being detained, and Fu Haoshan hasn't found someone to help him control Yulin Academy. You just need to act quickly. And you should let me go to Zone 12, not Zone 3. Are you not thinking clearly? If you want me to control Yulin Academy, you shouldn't have let me sever ties with Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan." Gu Tingji wanted to strangle him. Did this guy not understand timing at all? If we wait any longer, there won't be time. You can't place bets on multiple sides. That person is locked in a special prison in Zone 3. Fu Haoshan is still using this bait to capture people. You must know that, right? In Liang Anyan's mind, Gu Tingji was just a speculator, and such people were difficult to control. Only by cutting off all his escape routes could he be forced to make a choice. Gu Tingji was feeling complicated. This guy intended to make him either join them in wreaking havoc in the galaxy or face death. How much animosity did he have towards Shen Fuyu? All right, I'll go. Gu Tingji tried to leave, but Liang Anyan surprisingly did not stop him. Did this guy have something to monitor him? Don't be confused. You've already been stained with that liquid that can turn into eyes. If you don't come back, you'll turn into a monster and rot to death. Liang Anyan smiled at Gu Tingji. Without Shen Fuyu's healing factors, there was no way to detect the presence of that liquid. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingji felt something crawling all over his body and jumped up. "Are you sick? Get it off me. Do you believe I'll perish with you? What are you in such a hurry for? I already said this is for treatment. But remember not to take Shen Fuyu's bracelet out and put it on. That's a catalyst." Gu Tingji cursed loudly, but ultimately compromised and went to meet the old man who had suppressed Shen Fuyu for many years at the address Liang Anyan provided. Originally, Gu Tingji didn't want to meet him. He already had a detailed list and was just waiting for a time for a deal that would allow him to eradicate the accumulated issues in the galaxy and to have the technology department independent from the fleet. Therefore, for a moment, Gu Tingji didn't know how to start. Liang Anyan's meaning was very simple. He wanted to keep these old powers, as multiple checks and balances were what an isolated alien being should do in the galaxy. However, Gu Tingji didn't want that. He preferred to eliminate all threats to prevent future problems. So he felt he had nothing to say to the person who had controlled the galaxy's scientific research system for decades. After all, the other party was probably a dead man. "I didn't expect to wait so long for you to come. This is Fu Haoshan's trap. Since you betrayed Shen Fuyu, you should run far away. Don't worry, I wouldn't come without some technical means. You know why I'm here, right?" Gu Tingji didn't really like talking to people like this. They always had a condescending attitude, as if you were destined to be inferior. "I don't know, jumping clown. Losing to Shen Fuyu is one thing, but losing to you, an unknown pawn, what kind of background do you have? Just an orphan. And you think you could talk to me? No way. I haven't said anything. Are you angry? What a joke. So what if I'm an orphan? If it weren't for someone wanting to spare your life, you'd be a corpse by now." When Gu Tingji thinks about the possibility of becoming a monster covered in eyes in the future, he can't control his emotions and explodes at the slightest provocation. He could have long controlled the anger of being looked down upon by those with seniority, longevity, and high status, but now he doesn't want to endure it anymore. He needs to find something to compensate for his wounded spirit. Then go ahead and kill me. I made so many contributions to the interstellar community to get to this point, and I still have my pride. I absolutely refuse to cooperate with a despicable person like you. Being under the control of Fu Haoshan is already humiliating enough. If you have the capability, just let me go. What are you trying to achieve? Have some dignity. Doesn't what you said mean that you compromised with Fu Haoshan, and, as a result, others don't take you seriously? You despise me for lacking strength behind me, and finally choose a posthumous reputation to give your descendants some capital to compete after Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu die? Let me tell you, after you die, none of your descendants will survive. After Gu Tingji finally let out the words he had hidden for so long, he breathed a sigh of relief. It felt good. Some people will just refuse to die and act like thieves, never seeing others as human, only to reap what they sow and still want to erect a monument. Hearing Gu Tingji say this, the old man who had been making a fortune for years was hit in the most filthy part of his heart and couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and cursed at Gu Tingji, completely losing the ethereal demeanor he once had. Now, you either give me the list of people you harmed in the Yuan Academy, and I'll ensure your family is safe, promising to give them preferential treatment when I rise to power. Or you can wait for Fu Haoshan to decide when to wipe you all out while giving Su Yifan fame. Seeing that the other party was already losing their mind, Gu Tingji began to methodically draw a picture of hope. Fu Haoshan is currently not doing anything extreme, primarily waiting for the next fleet commander to rise to power to further control the interstellar realm. Now that he has found himself on the opposing side, and Xiao Yin has fallen silent due to Shen Fuyu's attitude, only Su Yifan, whom he personally supported, remains. Fu Haoshan will tilt all resources towards Su Yifan. 068, you should have figured it out by now. Do you have that ability? Fu Haoshan could crush you in an instant, right? This aligns with the usual process of making empty promises. The other party is bound to raise doubts. Gu Tingji certainly wouldn't answer directly, instead saying, you don't have to believe me, but if Fu Haoshan could crush me, I could just as easily crush you along with your 2 sons, 6 illegitimate children, and more than a dozen young wives. You, being exposed like this, the opponent would naturally be furious, but Gu Tingji's goal was achieved. This is both a secret and a trump card. If you don't cooperate with me, you'll be left with no way out. What do you mean, what? Do you have a choice? Don't forget, you're a prisoner now. Your life and death are in someone else's hands. Do you know how many shares of media companies I hold since the Fang Jingying incident? I'm only second to Fu Haoshan in the interstellar media. This is what is commonly known as giving you a sweet date and then hitting you with a stick. Will you eat it? If not, you'll end up being beaten to death. Gu Tingji said this with a familiarity as if he had returned home. Not long after, Gu Tingji received the list. When he arrived, he used the technique Shen Fuyu had employed against Ling Hong's ex-husband to get someone out of surveillance. Fu Haoshan was unaware of this technique, so it was easy for him to leave clues for Shen Fuyu alone. He still had to continue betting on Shen Fuyu's mindset. After returning, Liang Anyan had already tracked Liang Anjie's whereabouts. Seeing Gu Tingji return, he smiled and asked, did you gain anything? When are you planning to go to District 12? A list, as you wish. But you should know I'm a person who enjoys being treacherous. Are you planning to arrange some work for me before I return to District 12? Gu Tingji felt that living under someone else's roof was unbearable, but he still had to endure. Of course, I want to ask your opinion. Help me meet someone. Liang Anjie? Do you want Liang Anyan's family property? Liang Anyan didn't tell Gu Tingji that both he and Liang Anjie were aliens, just nodded. Not only the family property, but I also have an iron lever in my hands. Unfortunately, my race cannot split. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to cooperate with you humans. Why are you aliens all so arrogant? After countless thoughts of sarcasm in his mind, Gu Tingji condensed these words into one. Don't you have reproductive abilities? Indeed not. Liang Anyan admitted very calmly. Our race has a longer lifespan, and correspondingly, our reproductive ability has weakened. By my generation, it has essentially disappeared. By rights, having lived so long, shouldn't you be a bit more open-minded about power? Gu Tingji meant that this group of aliens had lived for a long time without evolving a decent civilization. This has nothing to do with age. If you haven't experienced something, you'll desire it immensely. If you've lived without presence until old age, you wouldn't be willing to accept it. Liang Anyan thought to himself, can I rebut you? Fine, forget I said anything. Time and place. Gu Tingji really wanted to roll his eyes at Liang Anyan, but since his life was in the other's hands, he temporarily suppressed this thought. I've sent it to you. Be careful not to expose your whereabouts when you go. Gu Tingji acted as a runner again, but he gradually had a question. Why did Liang Anyan trust him to go out? Was he not afraid of him being found? Or was he waiting for some opportunity? When he arrived at the location, Gu Tingji didn't TC Liang Anjia, but received a message from Xiao Yin. Get ready. I have a feeling we're going to do something big soon. Are you having a midlife crisis? Gu Tingji always thought Xiao Yin was quite naive, holding a kind of confidence and optimism about the world that he found hard to understand. Previously, Gu Tingji had suspected that Xiao Yin's series of actions had the same goal as his, but after long-term contact, he realized not everyone was as scheming as he was. Xiao Yin genuinely just hoped everything would get better. Xiao Yin's ungrateful parents really had given birth to two genetically mutated offspring. Hey, I'm the only one who believes you Haven T betrayed us right now. Can you treat me a bit better? I found out something big. Do you want to hear it? Gu Tingji didn't respond, and Xiao Yin snorted and continued sending messages. I found out that Fong Jingying's child is a clone. Cloned from a child who passed away before being registered. The existing paternity test version in the interstellar world is related to Liang Anyan. Are you sure? How do you know about this if there's no registration? Countless clues connected in Gu Tingji's mind. He seemed to understand what Liang Anyan, the true culprit behind the scenes, was doing. Had this arrangement been in place for so long? I met the child's parents. You know what they say? Those who love to laugh want to have bad luck, right? Got it. The person I need to meet has arrived. Be careful. I'll contact you later. Gu Tingji saw Liang Anjia, hung up the communication, and walked over. Gu Tingji? Oh, Liang Anyan is really a coward, not coming himself and sending you instead. All right. Do you two need me to convey any messages or items? Hurry up. It's not safe for me to stay outside. Gu Tingji said impatiently. Liang Anjia took out a box and handed it to Gu Tingji, saying, this contains part of what he wants. If you want the whole thing, remember to bring the method to control that liquid. However, Gu Tingji did not dare to casually accept what Liang Anyan wanted. What if it was something alien? He didn't want to die a miserable death. What is it? Say it clearly first. Can be transmitted? His father's tentacles, one of my trophies. Trophy? Are you also an alien? Or did you bring it out with a fleet? Gu Tingji stepped back a few paces. When he was born, aliens were no longer a common presence in the galaxy, so he was still fearful. I count as one. Don't worry. We are not infectious. We can only parasitize. If you are willing. No thanks. Gu Tingji took the box and ran all the way until he could no longer see Liang Anjia, then slowed down, internally complaining that Fu Haoshan hadn't taken care of everything before retiring. It harms both others and oneself. After returning to Liang Anyan's south hiding place, Gu Tingji directly confronted him holding the box. When did you approach Shen Fuyu? You hadn't exterminated her race when she was young, right? What do you know? Liang Anyan stared at the box in Gu Tingji's hand, revealing a dangerous smile. You made me investigate the cause of the death of the daughter of Zhe and Tai Qin Zhao as a backup plan. If I hadn't betrayed, it would have been me questioning Fu Haoshan, and at that time, if Fu Haoshan had no evidence to prove himself, it would still lead to today's situation. Yes. So what? Teacher Shen Fuyu's death has nothing to do with Fu Haoshan or Xia Weirui, but it was indeed this matter done because of Xia Weirui's identity. What do you mean? Did you all know from the start that Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan would meet and fall in love? What was the initial purpose of your plan? How many methods of parasitizing or controlling people are there? Isn't Liang Anjia one of your own? Liang Anjia is the one who exterminated my entire race, but the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. His entire race was wiped out by Fu Haoshan. My plan from the beginning was to kill that old man who betrayed me, Shen Fuyu. Everything that followed was a surprise. As for controlling people, there are two ways. One is parasitism by my race's tentacles, and the other is parasitism by Liang Anjia's split body, and there's a third way, which is missing something. Gu Tingji felt a chill run down his spine, put down the box, ignored the obvious missing element, and asked, who do you want to parasitize with this? Does Shen Fuyu's teacher have something to do with you? I don't want to tell you. You should return to District 12 now. Good luck, the next president of Yulin Academy. Liang Anyan was clearly urging him to leave. Gu Tingji left in a haze of confusion, finding it difficult to face himself, as if eyes might sprout from his body at any moment. If he had known, he should have been curious about Liang Anyan's true nature. The moment he appeared in District 12, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan received the news simultaneously, but each thought the other was unaware. When Shen Fuyu saw the clues left for her by Gu Tingji, she was almost moved to tears. She began to ponder a question. Since the people around her all had their own issues and considerations for their own interests, why not take advantage of everyone? She was the one pulling everyone's strings. With this thought, Shen Fuyu suddenly felt that since she had already endured so much, why not continue to be flexible? Since relying on others couldn't help her achieve her ideals, why not take matters into her own hands? Why couldn't she take over the star navigation fleet? So, Fu Haoshan thought he was so capable, right? Therefore, Shen Fuyu quickly retrieved all the equipment from Gu Tingji and then went downstairs to find Fu Haoshan. When Fu Haoshan saw Shen Fuyu take the initiative to come downstairs and asked him why there was no fruit for lunch today, he was completely stunned. I'll have Jiang Tong bring it to you right away. It was my oversight. What happened? Shen Fuyu had been able to hear the noises downstairs for the past few days. She and Fu Haoshan had returned to a long-lost way of getting along, where she didn't have to worry about anything in her life. Fu Haoshan would take care of everything for her. It's fine. You go back up first. I'm a bit bored. Fu Haoshan silently pinched himself. Could it really be true? She said she was a bit bored? This feeling seemed like the state they were in years ago. Had time really turned back? What kind of expression is that? I said I'm a bit bored. Shen Fuyu needed to get out of Fu Haoshan's sight to proceed with her next steps. Otherwise, she would have to be on guard against Fu Haoshan discovering her actions. Shall I have someone bring over a gaming pod? Fu Haoshan finally reacted, surprised by the sudden change. Had she really stopped disliking him? But nothing had happened when she was alone. Why had her mindset changed so quickly? I don't want that. I want to commentate on matches. I want to socialize. You can't keep me locked up. But I'm not locking you up. You can just go, right? As soon as Fu Haoshan heard Shen Fuyu wanted to go out, he instantly snapped out of his pink fantasy. He couldn't let her leave. He still hadn't figured out why he suddenly felt disliked. I'm not leaving. I've figured out. All your assets are mine now. You work for me. Even if you've always been using me, you're older than me. When you die, I'll be the one to benefit in the end. Why should I oppose a happy life? 069, no longer in love. Let us darken it a bit. Fu Haoshan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It seemed like she understood, but she was also calculating what would happen after her death. Before I agree to you, I have one last question. Do you believe that I love you? I believe it. But I believe even more that your desire for power surpasses your love for me. When Shen Fuyu said this, she silently thought to herself, now I also begin to crave power, and we can torment each other from now on. I don't. Fu Haoshan stood up and denied it. This was the first time Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan angry. His gaze was half angry and half incredulous. If it were before, Shen Fuyu would have considered whether to comfort him. But now it was different. She chose to stab him twice more. How can you say you don't? The safety and development of the interstellar world are merely the byproducts of your power struggle. Just like your love for me is nothing more than an accident born from your exploitation of me. According to your reasoning, what kind of person should I like? Should I like someone who can't provide me with any value but thinks about achieving a class leap through marriage with me? It's not without reason. But Fu Haoshan, ask yourself, can you let go of the power in your hands? Since you can't, then stop tormenting me. Let us maintain the status quo. I'll live happily, and you go fight for your power. Fu Haoshan was speechless. Perhaps the two of them had never gained each other's trust from the beginning. After a long time, he slowly asked, are we still husband and wife? Can I still be in the same room as you? Shen Fuyu thought Fu Haoshan was going to say something shocking, but unexpectedly, it was this. In fact, she had nowhere else to go now. Liang Anyan had come specifically to say those things to her, which also had some ulterior motives, right? Okay, but you have to let me go outside. Shen Fuyu chose to compromise. Anyway, it didn't matter if he wanted to torment her. All right, but you have to keep in touch with me. I don't want to be unable to find you. You cannot find me? Shen Fuyu left after throwing down this line. When she returned to the team, everyone was there. They had just finished the draw yesterday, and the first match was in a few days. Everyone was very excited to see Shen Fuyu. However, Shen Fuyu's feelings towards the team were very complicated. If she hadn't agreed to Fu Haoshan to form this team back then, would there have been so many subsequent events? His initial calculations were very loud, and she just didn't see it at the time. Everyone was still very concerned about her health, gathering around to ask her how she got sick and if she was better now. Shen Fuyu only said that she often stayed up late and her health had worsened. Without saying much else. Instead, she found Su Qingyi to have a private chat. Many previous matters were related to her, but Shen Fuyu hadn't had time to care about her mental state. Originally, AI Chui would occasionally bring it up, but recently AI Chui had become busier and no longer cared about it. After going through so much, Shen Fuyu now began to question her teacher's views. He valued everyone's life greatly, pursuing an environment of equality and freedom, but this view didn't completely apply to the current interstellar world. Many people viewed this world from the perspective of interests, which is very real and cruel. Even Shen Fuyu found it hard to keep up with the conflicts arising from changes in interests, so she remained heavily suspicious. The knock on the door from Su Qingyi interrupted Shen Fuyu's thoughts. She invited Su Qingyi in, and the once energetic girl had become much thinner than before, and the sparkle on her face was gone. Can you still support continuing training? A lot has happened recently. Do you need to take a break? Shen Fuyu looked at Su Qingyi apologetically. I just can't face it for a moment. Training is an effective way to escape. Thank you for saving us last time, almost at the expense of yourself. My parents have been urging me to find a chance to thank the manager. But you've been hard to contact, and everyone is very worried about you. Su Qingyi's tone revealed exhaustion, but from the training data, it was clear that she was indeed much stronger than before. It seems that escaping is not shameful and actually helps focus on training, but unfortunately, she can't keep avoiding it. Have you visited Cheng Ruoshua's child recently? I feel very sorry for my previous suspicions about you. Shen Fuyu said seriously. She always felt she owed the two an apology, but Cheng Ruoshua would never hear it again. I haven tea. It seems the Jiang family has been very active lately, and Jiang Pingzhou looks busy. I don't dare disturb him. Manager, you don't need to apologize. Considering the development after the whole incident, being suspicious is reasonable. So how are your aunt and cousin doing? I truly had no foresight about this matter. I didn't expect them to take such actions to retaliate against me and Fu Haoshan. Su Qingyi shook her head. She knew Shen Fuyu had used memory alteration methods, but forgetting doesn't free one from the predicament. After returning, they still faced retaliation. If it weren't for Lin Yin and sister AI Chui's help, they might not have been able to get by. What happened? I clearly had the Xinghong team send them back. Strong dragons do not suppress local snakes. The owner of that training institution has been operating locally for a long time, effectively controlling the area. He dares to take into refuse that others don't. And if something goes wrong, he can cover it up. Once he enters, those who haven't been brought to justice outside will certainly despise my aunt and cousin and seek revenge. Did this implicate your family? Shen Fuyu didn't expect such a result. She immediately sent an email to Yang Qianing asking about this matter, and if there weren't enough people to recruit immediately. Yes. Su Qingyi sighed helplessly. Fortunately, her family had some reputation locally, and her parents had gone back to the countryside. Luckily, manager, you caught the bad guys. Otherwise, who knows what rumors would be circulating about my parents. Speaking of this, Shen Fuyu suddenly thought of her own family. Although Fu Haoshan didn't restrict her contact with the outside world, she didn't dare to say much, fearing to implicate innocent people. However, she still hoped her parents could say a word to her, but this hope gradually turned into despair. Her previous forbearance towards her family now seemed like a joke. Shen Fuyu couldn't help but ask Su Qingyi, didn't your parents blame you for anything? No, why would they blame me? They even said my best decision in this life was meeting you, and they're waiting to see me win the championship. They've already booked a hotel next to the venue to watch the match. That's great. Since you don't have too many mental burdens, I can rest assured. Don't embarrass me when I'm commentating during the match in a few days. That's a given. We will definitely win this first championship. I'll be looking forward to it. Shen Fuyu stood up to leave, and when Su Qingyi got up, she found a note on her chair. It was a special communication channel that could completely avoid the fleet surveillance, along with several names written on it. Su Qingyi's heart raced as she held the note. Was she about to witness history again? As someone who hadn't had the chance to witness the transformation of the interstellar world from maintenance equipment to its current state, she felt a bit regretful. Now it seemed that Shen Fuyu had handed over the first step of a significant turning point to her. How could this not excite her? Just as Su Qingyi was about to find Zhou Yin to discuss it, she discovered everyone gathered at the door, so she joined them. only to find a small girl had arrived. It was Yin Pei. Shen Fuyu was even more surprised, but Lin Yin explained, "This student is here for an interview. The aunt who used to cook for us went back due to family matters. If you all eat takeout every day, I'll be scolded by Chi Kai." Great. A group of hungry ghosts looked at a young chef of similar age with great excitement, hoping for some late-night snacks. "After you finish signing the contract, come over here." Shen Fuyu, still an investor in the team, thought this small matter could be settled with just a word, but she was more curious about why Yin Pei was here. However, when she looked up, Shen Fuyu saw the recruitment notice posted outside, noting that other teams were recruiting players while theirs was grandly seeking chefs and administrative staff. Before long, Yin Pei met Shen Fuyu, who could be considered somewhat of an idol to her. Shen Fuyu felt a bit nervous under her gaze, reminiscent of how Cheng Ruoxue had looked at her back then. Shen Fuyu feared that she might cause harm to others again. "Please sit down. Did you come from Ling Hong's side? Your internship period shouldn't be over yet. Why did you decide to come to the team?" "It's Gu Tingji. He said he would arrange for me to come, but he broke his promise, so I came by myself. The Ling family seems to be undergoing a restructuring, and our internship period ended early. The Yulin Academy is quite chaotic right now, so I won't be going back. What do you think about Gu Tingji breaking his promise? And your father? I know it's hard to let go, but it has already happened, and I hope you can gradually move on. My father is at fault. We were just taking a gamble. He has never trusted anyone over the years, and suddenly having someone he could trust to help him send me to Yulin Academy ended up being a trap. It's understandable that he couldn't handle the shock. The fact that he didn't go to extremes is already a great show of tolerance." Yin Pei's words left Shen Fuyu a bit at a loss. After fiddling with her nose for a while, she asked, "How do you think Gu Tingji would go to extremes? He doesn't usually come off as that vicious, does he? He's a treacherous person, like a real villain in a drama who is always doing bad things but can never be killed by the protagonist. I know it's all a fade. Oh, that's quite a high evaluation." Shen Fuyu smiled awkwardly and then explained some matters to Yin Pei, hoping she would get along well with the team and everyone before leaving. Due to the competition to better manage everything, the organizers had all teams stay in a large manor, with one house assigned to each team. One of the tall buildings served as the office and filming location for the game company. When Shen Fuyu walked into this building, she attracted everyone's attention, and several directors came over to welcome her. After some pleasantries, Shen Fuyu finalized the time for her next commentary with them. Taking this opportunity, Shen Fuyu aimed to promote her yet-to-be-implemented healing factor, wanting to test Liang Anyun with it. 070, I will no longer make excuses for you. After the training that day, AI Chui looked at the note in Su Qingyi's hand, and the two embraced silently, witnessing history. Fu Haoshan hung it on the wall, and Shen Fuyu finally woke up. "You are relatively close to Zhou Yan, and it is more appropriate for you to interact with Zhou Yan. He holds the weapons in the manager's hands. I will go find Gu Tingji. There's a holiday in a week, and I will hold a press conference in District 12. I will look for him. As for Jiang Pingzhou, let us wait a bit. He will go find Fu Haoshan to see the situation. We absolutely cannot mess this up." "Okay, but I was wondering if we should test Su Yifan." Su Qingyi had met Su Yifan once during the last kidnapping case, and felt that although this person was not as capable as Fu Haoshan, he could bend and stretch, making him a key figure to control the Starfleet. "Let's not rush. I think the manager will hand Su Yifan over to someone named Xiao Lian. We should focus on building this channel without being discovered. After all, we currently lack the strength to confront Fu Haoshan directly. The manager surely wants everything to be established based on a peaceful transition without any anomalies in the interstellar realm." The two quickly reached a consensus. That night, Su Qingyi saw Zhou Yan in the kitchen. When he was in the fleet, he often ate industrially processed foods, which led him to become the most enthusiastic person in the team about having late-night snacks. "Did you need something?" Zhou Yan asked while skillfully slicing beef. "The manager gave me this. It's a secure channel. She hopes you can connect to it." Zhou Yan put down what he was doing, wiped his hands, took the note, and looked at it for a while, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems she has been hurt quite badly by Fu Haoshan, but the Starfleet has the power to destroy the world. Does she really have that much confidence? Although Zhou Yan was somewhat excited, he still had some small worries. After all, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan were equally crazy and had unique ideas. If they failed, his stable life might be buried. This is something you need to ask. You know the manager's trump card best. All right, I understand. Zhou Yin immediately agreed to this matter upon hearing that. Gu Tingji was unaware that Shen Fuyu had already discovered the signal he left behind and even began to doubt the overly confident Liang Anyan. He was in a state of despair until he saw Shen Fuyu appear in the commentary booth. This was the opening battle of the First League, and it was also the most spectacular battle, as the 4 team scores in the preliminary rounds were all equally high, indicating their strong dominance in various districts. Originally, Fu Haoshan had already proclaimed that Shen Fuyu was ill, so it surprised many when she appeared. Before the match began, the professional commentator enthusiastically chatted with Shen Fuyu about her condition. Shen Fuyu also learned how Fu Haoshan spoke about her in front of outsiders. It was becoming increasingly absurd. Now she was rumored to have lost the baby due to being angered by Fang Jingying during her pregnancy. Although her image had somewhat improved, she wished people would stop spreading unfounded stories. Some middle-aged women looked at her with pity. Did Professor Shen come to commentate because of the team she once worked for, despite her illness? The female commentator, who reportedly was a professional broadcaster who just gave birth, looked at Shen Fuyu with concern. After cursing Fu Haoshan in her heart, Shen Fuyu smiled and said, "There is definitely a bit of selfishness, but mainly because my health has improved. I need to fulfill the promises I made." Professor Shen is recovering quite quickly. Our female players in the game are slightly more than male players. So, may I ask if you could share some tips on recovery? This is related to a project I am currently preparing, so please look forward to it. Previously, I had been negligent in the research field due to personal reasons, but now I will restart some projects and hope to bring some new changes to the interstellar realm. Jiang Pingzhou was also watching the live broadcast. When he heard Shen Fuyu say this, he keenly felt it was time to make a choice. That afternoon, while Shen Fuyu had not yet returned home, Zhang Bingzu visited Fu Haoshan. At that time, Fu Haoshan was still dealing with the aftermath of the kidnapping case. Because of the email Shen Fuyu sent to Yang Qianting, a new round of anti-crime operations in the interstellar realm had begun, but the responses from various places were not good. It truly fulfilled the saying that strong dragons do not suppress local snakes. Fu Haoshan was somewhat surprised by Jiang Pingzhou's arrival. This guy showing up probably wasn't a good sign. Only interest could attract him, and it seemed that there was nothing he needed here. After all, the Starfleet did not allow anyone to monopolize. "Mr. Fu, I came to find Professor Shen this time. Something unexpected happened regarding the matter she entrusted to me." Jiang Pingzhou was testing how far the conflict between Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu had gone. Then write it down and email it to her. There's no need to come in person. Your company has been expanding rapidly lately. You must have a lot of things to deal with, right? Fu Haoshan's words clearly indicated to Jiang Pingzhou that everything he was doing was under his control. For a moment, Jiang Pingzhou's breathing became somewhat unstable. Was Fu Haoshan's reach too long? From commanding the Star Fleet to becoming the richest in the interstellar realm, this guy's appetite was growing day by day. No wonder Shen Fuyu could no longer tolerate it. Some things are clearer when discussed face to face. I wonder if Mr. Fu could let me see Professor Shen? I also brought pictures of the child, and there's also your child. Don't you want to take a look? She hasn't returned home yet. Come back next time. As for that child, he is not mine, so I have something to trouble you with. Fu Haoshan only wanted to get rid of that child now. I won't take it. Tell me where Qiao Lian is, and I'll deliver it to him. Jiang Pingzhou immediately realized what Fu Haoshan meant. What had he found that could prove the child's origin? That is fine, but I don't know where Qiao Lian is. If you find him, remember to tell me. As soon as Fu Haoshan said this, Jiang Pingzhou instantly realized he had been tricked. It seemed that Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan had not yet fallen out and were still in the stage of Shen Fuyu unilaterally testing. After all, Fu Haoshan had his range, and the danger level was still very high. All right, but please let Professor Shen know that I came by. Farewell. After Jiang Pingzhou left, he began to waver. If he competed with Shen Fuyu, succeeding would secure at least 3 generations of wealth for his family. He had a daughter who needed him to ensure her future position, but if he failed, they would all be retaliated against by Fu Haoshan. After Shen Fuyu returned home, she heard that Jiang Pingzhou had been there, but she could not discern the other party's attitude from Fu Haoshan's recounting. AI Chui also had no action, so she did not show any signs for the time being. However, Fu Haoshan's focus was not on this, but on presenting a report, saying that child is a clone. He passed away before the registration information was completed, so his information cannot be found. The current paternity test system in the interstellar realm is not updated by us. There's a backend that can change information. So what? Shen Fuyu no longer cared about this. The feelings between them had become too twisted. She felt she had always been the one giving. She no longer wanted to give, and thus no longer loved Fu Haoshan. Now that this misunderstanding is resolved, do you still have any knots in your heart? Fu Haoshan did not understand why Shen Fuyu had no reaction at all. Wasn't it good for them to help each other like before? Not anymore, just leave it. I'm hungry and want to eat something. Shen Fuyu still wanted to see that report, but she felt uncomfortable with Fu Haoshan there. However, it seemed that Fu Haoshan was determined to get to the bottom of things and did not leave. After watching Shen Fuyu eat a small piece of cake and some fruit, he continued to stare at her as she looked through the materials. Shen Fuyu sighed and, under Fu Haoshan's scrutiny, finished reading the documents. She began to doubt Liang Anyun's intentions. Why had he come to tell her those things? He shouldn't have any enmity with Fu Haoshan, so could it be that? Now Shen Fuyu couldn't help but speculate that Liang Anyun might be an extraterrestrial being, but there were no records of such races in interstellar travel. She looked at Fu Haoshan, wanting to ask if he was hiding something from her, but she hesitated to speak up. Forget it, she thought, I'll just go to sleep. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of going to work, and she was quite exhausted after a long day, so she turned and went upstairs, with Fu Haoshan silently following her. By the time Shen Fuyu finished her shower and came out, Fu Haoshan was already lying down with a book. If this had been in the past, such a scene would have been very pleasant for Shen Fuyu, as Fu Haoshan had never come home at this hour and occupied this position. But now, she didn't want to see him. She turned away from him, pulling the blanket over her body, making it clear she had no intention of acknowledging his presence. However, for Fu Haoshan, this was still a small improvement. After all, Shen Fuyu hadn't told him to leave. He had been reflecting on a question over the past 2 days. Why had Shen Fuyu previously accepted a bit of collaboration in their relationship? She even believed that such connections and exchanges were a form of security in marriage. Yet now she suddenly began to question it. Had he really shown too much interest in power recently? Perhaps, when he was making money during those business constraints. He felt that some things were better kept in his hands, and he had indeed shown too much regard for power, but he didn't feel unworthy of it. Fuyu, what exactly happened to you that day in the hospital? Fu Haoshan gently placed a hand on Shen Fuyu's slender waist and asked cautiously, afraid she would tell him to leave again. Nothing. I just feel like you all are using me, and I don't want to be used anymore. Is that a problem? No, it's just that I encountered a lot of little animals with eyes that day, and almost didn't get to see you. The moment we met, you told me not to touch you. Do you still feel wronged? Shen Fuyu interrupted Fu Haoshan. You have never really cared about me. I'm not your subordinate or your brother. You have never understood what a husband needs to do. Since you don't know, don't expect so much. Love is inherently unreasonable. When in love, one will actively make excuses for the other's behavior. But when not in love, any action of the other could be a reason for criticism. Fu Haoshan retracted his hand, which she had brushed away, growing increasingly angry. He forcibly turned Shen Fuyu to face him and looked into her eyes, saying, then teach me how to be a husband, starting from the very basics. Let's take it slow. 071, everyone is testing each other. Early the next morning, Shen Fuyu felt refreshed. Although men generally have more strength than women, one only needs to look at her decade-long training of carrying 20 to 30 kilograms while climbing mountains. She could swing an 80-kilogram hammer with ease. You, a middle-aged retired commander with all your weaknesses below the belly. Want to compare strength with me? As she left for work, Shen Fuyu provocatively glanced at Fu Haoshan, who was already up and working for himself, lying on the sofa, looking pitiful and half-dead. In the past, Shen Fuyu would have gone over to comfort him and apologize, but not now. She found these men less and less pleasing to the eye. In the past few days, Shen Fuyu had wandered around various battle teams and even sent off the teams eliminated in the first week. The owners of these teams came from various industries, and since Shen Fuyu mentioned restarting the project, many had come to probe for information. Lin Yin sent off wave after wave of inquiries, and AI Chui even managed to secure a few business deals during this time, especially since the Yuan Academy was still in chaos. During the 3-day break, AI Chui took her team to District 12, and at night, after discreetly contacting Ling Hong, she smoothly conveyed the information without raising any suspicion, thanks to the pretentiousness between Ling Hong and Gu Tingji. At this time, Gu Tingji had not yet started to clean up the Yuan Academy, and Fu Haoshan's reach wasn't long enough to make him very alert. But Liang Anyun had been pressing him, and he was about to fall into a dilemma. The news brought by Ling Hong made him feel as if heaven was helping him. With Shen Fuyu's guarantee, he could confidently take control of the Yuan Academy. However, Liang Anyun noticed he suddenly took action at night and sent him a message. What made you suddenly come to your senses? No more concerns? Weren't you always uncomfortable with me, wanting to keep those criminals' descendants? Don't you want to discuss the plan with me first? What is there to discuss? Can you offer any help? You can barely protect yourself now. Instead of wasting words with you, I might as well investigate more people and bring in more talent. Gu Tingji struggled for a long time on how to reply to Liang Anyun, trying to use the most normal tone to dispel his doubts. In the end, he chose to counterattack, as that was their comfort zone. Sure enough, after Gu Tingji sent that message, Liang Anyun didn't have time to react, and his anger flared up, immediately replying, "This is not about me being unable to protect myself. It's called being wise for self-preservation. You should mind your tone when speaking to me. Done. If you don't understand the interstellar struggle, you shouldn't come here and give me pointers. You should think carefully about whether you want to use your ability to control that liquid to trade for something better. If I hand over the items, you will be in danger too. We are in the same boat now." Gu Tingji quickly brainstormed over whether to mention Shen Fuyu to this guy. Shen Fuyu could actually use these aliens to counterattack Fu Haoshan. It would be best for both sides to suffer losses and let someone else benefit. However, the situation arose suddenly, and Gu Tingji was unsure if Shen Fuyu had this intention, so he cautiously replied, "If you really see me as someone in the same boat, then you shouldn't drag me down with you. Without Shen Fuyu, neither of us can stand alone." Upon receiving Gu Tingji's message, Liang Anyun seemed to have hidden nerve. His emotions became unstable, and he directly shut off communication with Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu had not contacted him or even made an appearance. Could it be that she and Fu Haoshan had reconciled? Meanwhile, Shen Fuyu was also waiting. After Liang Anyun spoke to her about this matter, he disappeared. At first, she thought nothing of it, but now she felt it was a trap, and there was no man of virtue around her. Therefore, after receiving Liang Anyun's message inquiring about her, Shen Fuyu did something significant. She imitated Fu Haoshan's tone and replied, "What gives you the right to care about my wife?" Liang Anyun's expression darkened. Fu Haoshan actually cut off Shen Fuyu. Wasn't this accelerating the breakdown of their relationship? Logically speaking, he wouldn't do this. So Liang Anyun continued to probe. "As her friend, during the time you abandoned her, I was by her side. I believe I still have the right to care about Fuyu. She hasn't been in contact with the outside world for many days. Now you know to care about her? Aren't you just trying to exploit her again?" Shen Fuyu had reflected on herself during this time. She summed up all her current behaviors into two issues. One was that she still felt very inferior, a feeling stemming from her past and her family. A lifelong challenge that she could only gradually mitigate in terms of its influence on her behavior. The second was her distrust, but she couldn't be blamed for that. She and her teacher's contributions to the interstellar community had not received due recognition, so she was skeptical about what was wrong with the people in this world. Therefore, even though Liang Anyun had never shown any signs of wanting something from her, Shen Fuyu still doubted his motives. He knew that Fu Haoshan's mother set a trap to kill her teacher and seize the divine gift, but she knew nothing about what happened behind that knowledge. Although her personality was unstable, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, she wasn't exceptionally intelligent. She could be provoked into an explosion, but wouldn't blindly trust just because her emotions were ignited. After Liang Anyun received this message, he prepared a sarcastic comment about Fu Haoshan, but realized just before sending it that it was Shen Fuyu's communication system. If she saw it in the future, it wouldn't be good, so he deleted it and replaced it with, "I was just checking our state. I've been quite busy lately. Since Commander Fu doesn't welcome me, I'll wait for Fuyu to contact me when she wants to." This statement left Shen Fuyu confused. Logically, if this was a sign of Liang Anyan's actions, why was he not anxious at all? Shen Fuyu chose not to continue the conversation with Liang Anyan and went to work. She knew Fu Haoshan was monitoring her. After all, she was well aware of who had what authority in the interstellar realm. Sure enough, when she returned home that day, Fu Haoshan called out to her, asking, "Did Liang Anyan look for you today? Why did you imitate my tone? You've already appeared in the media. Why not talk to him? Do you want me to wear a green hat while married to you? Liang Anyan is quite good-looking too." Shen Fuyu deliberately provoked Fu Haoshan. Her reaction couldn't be too calm, or it would raise suspicion. She needed to act like she was just messing around. "Should I thank you for your respect?" Fu Haoshan's expression was indifferent, showing no emotion. If this had been in the past, Shen Fuyu would definitely have been nervous, wondering if he no longer had feelings for her. But now, she saw through Fu Haoshan's tricks. Did he want to see her anxious? Dream on. What if? If you want to sue me for divorce, I still have to give you half of my money, and I'd have to pay you my patent fees too. Shen Fuyu wore a confident expression. Well, that is quite good. Fu Haoshan unexpectedly murmured to himself, telling her to go rest. He would come up later. Today, Fu Haoshan was unusually honest. To be honest, after Shen Fuyu kicked him twice last time, the bruises on him hadn't faded yet. He suddenly remembered that Shen Fuyu was the kind of woman who could drive a supersonic motorcycle without flinching. Many men who got off supersonic equipment might not even be able to stand like Gu Tingji. Thinking of this, Fu Haoshan suddenly recalled Shen Fuyu publicly stating she wanted to restart the project. But as far as I know, you currently have no research projects under your name. Gu Tingji just initiated the first round of cleaning at the Yulin Academy, and no one is approving anything for you. What do you plan to do with this project? Oh, you want to approve my new project? The fleet's review is much faster than that of the Yulin Academy. It wouldn't be that we're on the verge of a breakup, and you'd neglect your own star fleet, would you? To outsiders, it seemed Shen Fuyu was dependent on Fu Haoshan, but this was only under her willingness. Essentially, Shen Fuyu still had the capital to negotiate with Fu Haoshan. What do you want to do? Fu Haoshan's mind flashed with countless speculations, but ultimately returned to one question. Whatever Shen Fuyu does will not be a good thing. Given her current dissatisfaction with herself, could it be that she is digging a pit to trap herself? Is your star domain project not going smoothly? Have you considered changing to a different docking platform for the fleet? Shen Fuyu's purpose in taking this action is to confirm whether her background in the divine gift still holds any power. After all, she has lost control of the divine gift for a long time and does not dare to act rashly. If discovered, she would have no trump card left. Shen Fuyu's idea was indeed very appealing to Fu Haoshan. Previously, Su Yifan had discussed this issue with him. They needed a more lightweight docking platform. Otherwise, the energy consumption for each takeoff and landing of the fleet is enormous, and the noise is too great, which is not beneficial for the potentially more severe combat situation in the future. Moreover, if interstellar exploration is to be conducted in the future, it will require quickly establishing a docking platform for the engineering ships before the fleet arrives, and the current speed is obviously insufficient. Are you sure you want to do this? Are there any conditions? Fu Haoshan cautiously probed Shen Fuyu's attitude. Have I ever mentioned any conditions to you before? I haven't even taken much money from you. Consider this a repayment for your daily unpaid work for me. But please, Commander Fu, maintain your position well. Just because you can't help me make money anymore doesn't mean I will get rid of you. Shen Fuyu propped herself up with one hand on the pillow, looking down at the lying Fu Haoshan. She probably would never abandon Fu Haoshan in her lifetime. She just hoped he could withdraw from the interstellar stage, as the future of the stars would belong to her. Fu Haoshan did not expect that Shen Fuyu's thoughts would change completely after being stimulated. He only felt that the current Shen Fuyu shone brightly, bringing him both comfort and fear. Would she one day lead him to utter ruin? After all, she currently hated him, yet he did not even know why Shen Fuyu hated him. If it was because of his previous neglect, why could she accept it before but not now? Who did she meet in the hospital? Fu Haoshan was filled with confusion, and he dejectedly covered his face with a blanket. She must have heard what he said to Ling Hong. Those were his truest thoughts. Isn't it said that girls don't like deception? Does he have to sweet-talk her? Thus, Fu Haoshan took Shen Fuyu's hand and placed it over his heart, saying, "Fuyu, What can I do for you to believe that my heart has always been beating for you? Are you sick? Shen Fuyu disdainfully pulled her hand back and turned to sleep. 072 teaming up is a skillful task. Fu Haoshan turned around dejectedly, while Shen Fuyu scolded him verbally. Her heart was in turmoil because of his half-truthful words. What does he mean? Does he want to use sweet words to deceive me? Although Shen Fuyu was trying to brainwash herself with these thoughts, she seemed to somewhat understand Fu Haoshan's intentions. Did he feel hurt by his own honest words and want to change his strategy? What he said to Ling Hong truly hurt her, and Shen Fuyu acknowledged her own unstable personality. Fu Haoshan seemed to have seen through her essence. Was she always resistant to being seen through, which made her feel hurt? It seemed so. Last time, when he saw her crying, it made her very irritable. Shen Fuyu bit her nails, reflecting on the past. The truth hurts, and lies are disgusting. I should still listen to the truth. She immediately corrected her incorrect and evasive thoughts. Shen Fuyu had always been skilled at persuading herself. From her childhood when her privacy was invaded, to growing up and having projects snatched away and being used by others, she could quickly adjust her mindset. It was the same with Fu Haoshan. Many things, if given time, she would come to understand herself. But now, she couldn't get over the fact that she was always harmed by Fu Haoshan's mother. Fu Haoshan's success in seizing power couldn't have been done alone. Moreover, Xia was a model, and the most scheming place in the galaxy was no exception. Many times, when she heard Qi Xiaoyin mention past experiences as a model, the other party would curse loudly, especially after Shen Fuyu had seen many models and actors filming NPCs at the game company's office these past few days. The psychological shadow left by Fong Jingying deepened, and she absolutely would not believe that Xia was a good person. Of course, she wanted to condemn Fu Haoshan's father, who was unworthy of being called a person. If that man were still alive, Shen Fuyu might have killed him before settling accounts with Fu Haoshan. That night, Shen Fuyu thought about many chaotic things and didn't sleep well at all. When Fu Haoshan got up in the morning, he saw the dark circles under Shen Fuyu's eyes. He wanted to express his concern, but ultimately didn't dare to, and slinked off to work. When Shen Fuyu arrived at the team today, she saw Su Qingyi smiling at her, but there was a hint of bitterness in that expression. Shortly after, Shen Fuyu found a note at the bottom of her plate that read, "Jiang Pingzhou has not responded to this day." However, Shen Fuyu didn't pay much attention to this matter at first. What she cared about was that it was placed at the bottom of the plate. Did these two girls, after a few days, pull Yin Pei into their camp as well? To verify this guess, Shen Fuyu casually strolled into the kitchen, handing the clean plate to Yin Pei to put in the dishwasher. Shen Fuyu had not appeared in the team for 2 days. These past few days, she had been freeloading meals from almost every team in the park. Before she could speak, Yin Pei asked, "Manager, how does my cooking compare to the chefs from other teams?" "Of course, it's the best," Shen Fuyu closed her eyes and praised. To be honest, she couldn't tell the difference. Her only requirement for food was that it was cooked and edible, as long as the cooking wasn't too outrageous. She thought it was pretty good. "Really? But I heard that the team next door has a 5-star chef. I really want to go and learn from him," Yin Pei said with a look that said she didn't need such praise and that she understood her own level. "That's fine. I'll help you ask, and then you help me see if their data analyst is available." Shen Fuyu didn't really want Yin Pei to poach someone. Ever since Chang Ruoxua died, she developed a complete automatic analysis system, so the team didn't need a data analyst for now. She just wanted to test how bold Yin Pei really was. "Me? Isn't it inappropriate to poach someone at this time? But I can help the manager reach out and see if he has any colleagues he can recommend," Yin Pei said excitedly. "Haha, I'm just joking with you. Our team doesn't need a data analyst. I'll help you ask, and if the other side is willing, you can set a time to meet when you have a day off in a few days." Shen Fuyu thought Yin Pei was also a meticulous person, and if well-trained, she could achieve something. It's just that Gu Tingji, this fool, had to sever all emotional ties. This relationship was over. Shen Fuyu discussed this matter with the other manager and also arranged a special project to make a few episodes introducing the culinary surprises from teams in different regions of the galaxy. However, after Shen Fuyu got off the commentary seat today and finished discussing this matter with Lin Yin, she heard some not-so-good news. Previously, the team had sued Cheng Ruoxua's adoptive parents, and because they were old, their sentencing would be reduced so they would be released soon. Cheng Ruoxue's brother was already preparing to make a scene after learning about this. Are they trying to use public opinion to force the team to compensate? Shen Fuyu couldn't think of any other purpose for these people. Aside from money, they probably weren't interested in anything else. Yes, and the amount they want shouldn't be small. I heard that Cheng Ruoxue's brother has already approached Jiang Pingzhou. Upon hearing this news, a plan surfaced in Shen Fuyu's mind. She sighed and said, "You should contact a security company to patrol the area. If they see him, just capture him directly. If we capture him, won't we be at a disadvantage first?" Lin Yin had some concerns. After all, the team was different from Shen Fuyu. A little public opinion couldn't shake her, but could bring some trouble to the team. Once we capture him, he won't be able to show up again. Someone will handle it. Shen Fuyu wanted Jiang Pingzhou to make a choice as soon as possible. He was different from Gu Tingji, as he was truly profit-driven. Okay, seeing that Shen Fuyu was confident, Lin Yin naturally let go and got to work. Just a few days later, on the day Cheng Ruoxue's adoptive parents were released from prison, their son was captured by Shen Fuyu, with no one to cause trouble. The two elders didn't come to the team to make a scene. That day happened to be the first round of the knockout stage for the 16th to 8th rounds, and there were many spectators. Jiang Pingzhou, free from being disturbed by Cheng Ruoxue's brother for a few days, after eliminating Fu Haoshan, who had no connection to Cheng Ruoxue, came to find Shen Fuyu. However, what he met was not Shen Fuyu, but AI Chui. Previously, AI Chui had the Wu brothers contact him under the pretense of handing over some of Cheng Ruoxue's belongings. But it seemed that the other party had no intention of choosing Shen Fuyu's side. So, this time, after learning about Shen Fuyu's arrangements from Lin Yan, I quickly understood Shen Fuyu's intentions. To ensure everything went smoothly, she didn't let Jiang Pingzhou contact Shen Fuyu, who was still being monitored by Fu Haoshan. "Misai, I'm not here to find you." Jiang Pingzhou didn't know that the Wu brothers had come to him at AI Chui's behest. He just thought it was a simple matter related to Cheng Ruoxue. "I know, but you can't meet her, or rather, she doesn't want to see you. Your reaction to Cheng Ruoxue's belongings is far too calm, which makes it difficult for me to handle." Upon hearing AI Chui's words, Jiang Pingzhou realized this was a multiple-choice question. He had previously visited Fu Haoshan to no avail and didn't expect Fu Haoshan to relay anything to Shen Fuyu. He didn't realize that the other party had already intended to let him choose, and it was his failure to consider that led to Shen Fuyu capturing Cheng Ruoxue's brother. Jiang Pingzhou looked at AI Chui, thinking that Shen Fuyu's judgment of people was indeed inconsistent. AI Chui had taken control of the family business, detained her father, and made her father's mistress and illegitimate child disappear, earning her the reputation of being the female version of Fu Haoshan in the industry. Yet she had misjudged the situation regarding Cheng Ruoxue. But more blame lay with himself. If he hadn't said those words back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Jiang Pingzhou thought of Cheng Ruoxue, feeling a mix of emotions. If he hadn't had this family business in hand, he wouldn't have missed out. "I understand. Hand him over to me, and I will handle it. Please tell her that I have prepared most of what she entrusted to me, and she can give orders at any time." Jiang Pingzhou ultimately chose to stand by Shen Fuyu. In fact, when he heard Shen Fuyu mention restarting some projects, he felt a bit hopeful that she was referring to the artificial womb technology he developed, or perhaps he was just being too dull. Fine. AI Chui had the security team hand over Cheng Ruoxue's brother to Jiang Pingzhou, but still did not release Shen Fuyu's secure channel, needing to observe how this person handled things before making a decision. After Su Qingyi learned of this matter, during the chaotic first day of the special project, he informed Shen Fuyu, who expressed her agreement. Because it was a live broadcast, Gu Tingji, who had just completed the first round of interviews, saw Yin Pei appear on camera. She seemed to be doing well, and Gu Tingji was startled by the inexplicable joy he felt. During this time, he had nearly eliminated some redundant units in the Yulin Academy and was just 2 steps away from complete control. First, extinguishing the counterattacks of those who had been driven away. Second, finding suitable people to fill the vacant positions and getting back on track as quickly as possible. However, Gu Tingji's greatest pressure came from Liang Anyan, who had been out of contact for many days. Just thinking about certain matters made him uncontrollably irritable. Moreover, since Shen Fuyu contacted him, There had been no further news, leading Gu Tingji to suspect that Ling Hong was deliberately messing with him, giving him hope only to let him despair. Return to Zone 3, quickly. The news from Liang Anyun came unexpectedly, and of course, Gu Tingji couldn't just obediently comply. He immediately retorted, "Oh, you're still alive. I thought Liang Anjia had killed you. Let me tell you some good news. Most of the people you expelled from Yulin Academy are now under Liang Anjia's wing, and they are backed by the oldest forces in the galaxy. Can you handle this counterattack? A bunch of rabble. These people only care about their extreme self-interest and have no regard for the group's benefit. They will inevitably have infighting. I see this as you're doing, right?" Gu Tingji quickly realized Liang Anyun's true intention. If it weren't for him, how could such a scattered group of people gather around Liang Anjia so quickly? But if this guy took the opportunity to suppress those in the galaxy who were displeased with Fu Haoshan, wouldn't that be doing someone else's bidding? Talking to smart people is comfortable. You should return to Zone 3 as soon as possible. I need a target. And don't forget you still have a bit of our alien biology on you. 073 Psychological Warfare. Gu Tingji cursed Liang Anyun all the way while on the road. It was the day he swore the most in his life. By the time he arrived at Zone 3, he was immediately targeted by someone. "Get them away. Thank you." "Where to? What do you want to do?" Gu Tingji was speechless. He had just enjoyed the treatment of being stalked and monitored by Fu Haoshan, and now he was being targeted by someone from Tai Lu. However, Tai Lu, in general terms, was no longer a worthy opponent for Fu Haoshan. Yet they were still so active. He couldn't blame him for being ruthless. "Do as you wish. Don't appear in front of me until I get what I need." This statement from Liang Anyun revealed his current situation. Gu Tingji immediately tested him. "But if I run around like this, we'll both die quickly. After all, this is Zone 3, where no one has strong control." Gu Tingji's words superficially addressed his own predicament, but he wanted to know Liang Anyun as possible locations and conditions. As long as the other party didn't have time to monitor him, he could use these people to leave clues for Fu Haoshan. Once Fu Haoshan left, the pressure of surveillance on Shen Fuyu would significantly decrease. Trying to extract information? Save your energy. I know you still have Fu Haoshan's people behind you. Use your intelligence wisely and don't let them collide. Although his ploy was seen through, Gu Tingji confirmed one thing. Liang Anyun was not in Zone 3 at the moment, which meant he needed to use other methods. Suddenly, there was a moment of signal anomaly throughout Zone 3, but this abnormal fluctuation was perfectly concealed during the time of the day when radiation was strongest. All that could be heard were complaints about the long-standing issue of radiation interference signals in interstellar travel. Gu Tingji had left behind his false image, and as long as Liang Anyun hadn't obtained all the technology from Shen Fuyu, he would definitely not discover this. This was why both Fu Haoshan and Tai Lu were monitoring Fu Haoshan in person. Both had witnessed the significant impact caused by such errors in the fleet and knew that someone could potentially blind the machines. But they were unaware that Shen Fuyu had perfectly replicated this misleading process. The two groups tracking Gu Tingji noticed this anomaly and observed him more closely. Gu Tingji nodded in satisfaction as he slowly made his way to a glass-structured CF, where he opened all the screens he was carrying with a swipe. The portable virtual screens in the interstellar age were highly advanced, but carrying 5 or 6 of them on one person already classified them as heavy cognitive laborers. When Gu Tingji opened his setup with more than 10 workstations, it amazed everyone. Wow, that person is so hardworking. He is clearly a high achiever. Why can a high achiever look so good? Does radiation reflect one's appearance? Gu Tingji hadn't seen such vibrant life in a long time, and he suddenly felt very happy. He smiled back at the friendly gazes while opening the documents he wanted to reveal to both sides. These documents contained information about individuals leaving Yulin Academy, detailing their limits for manipulation, as well as upcoming projects at Yulin Academy. According to the current interstellar system, Yulin Academy took the lead in a project, while others did some marginal work. It basically served as a weather vane. Gu Tingji presented these two items without fear of being disregarded, knowing that Yulin Academy's internal stagnation required external forces to break through. However, he still needed to control these external forces to enhance Yulin Academy's strength after a significant change while ensuring its status. Gu Tingji's plans were loud in his mind, but no one heard them. Even if Fu Haoshan heard them, he wouldn't have the ability to change anything. He could cultivate a group of skilled strategists, but he couldn't cultivate research talents. However, having too many of the former wasn't necessarily a good thing. Gu Tingji saw that it was almost time, so he put away the screens and prepared to wander around to see if Tai Lu had anything they wanted to discuss. However, he was first surrounded by a group of students. These individuals had some connections with Shen Fuyu. They were students from an elementary academy that Shen Fuyu had previously collaborated with. Although Gu Tingji's position was entirely to attract those monitoring him from some special angles, he could still see bits and pieces. Looking at the vibrant young people in front of him, Gu Tingji immediately spotted an outlier among them, indicating that, on the surface, Zone 3 seemed to be evaluating, but various forces were secretly vying for power. Tai Lu sent people to follow him, but those who were driven towards Liang Anjin's camp by Liang Anyun would definitely not sit idly by. Based on Gu Tingji's recent interactions with them, they liked to hate a specific person, and today, he couldn't escape being stabbed in the back. Gu Tingji sat down with a relaxed mindset, smiling as he started chatting with a group of kids. He felt a bit envious. At that age, he had already learned how to write the character for Conspiracy, while they could still sip milk tea and dream about what the future of the interstellar world might hold. If the situation allowed, Gu Tingji really wanted to tell them that the current interstellar world was precariously on the brink of being taken over by aliens. During the conversation, Gu Tingji could clearly feel that a tall, thin boy was leaning in closer under the pretense of asking him questions, even causing some dissatisfaction among a few classmates as he moved forward. At the moment of being stabbed, Gu Tingji could only think of one question. Why was it so painful? If he had known, he would have run away sooner. The news of Gu Tingji being stabbed spread very quickly, as most people had already realized that this young man, who had suddenly appeared, would soon take over Yulin Academy. There were various opinions on the process and details of the incident, reflecting the diversity of interstellar species, but Gu Tingji didn't care. He only needed to trace back to find the reasons behind this diversity. At the same time, because of this stab, Gu Tingji had the opportunity to promote Shen Fuyu's new therapeutic factor for application in the medical field, laying the foundation for taking over Yulin Academy. However, upon hearing that Gu Tingji had been stabbed, Liang Anyun immediately sent him a friendly greeting. Gu Tingji, you're not thinking of using this opportunity to collaborate with Fu Haoshan or Shen Fuyu, are you? Gu Tingji had considered this issue before losing too much blood. Taking this step would undoubtedly raise Liang Anyun's suspicions. If Shen Fuyu couldn't provide a result acceptable to Liang Anyun, then he and Ling Yuan would become bargaining chips in the negotiations. In Liang Anyun's eyes, bargaining chips had no human rights. So Gu Tingji began to sweet-talk Liang Anyun. Isn't this good? You can obtain 2 guarantees, and the outcome will be beneficial for you. Really? Then I'll give you half a day to explain what the benefits are, and don't use abnormal radiation to pull any tricks. Gu Tingji silently cursed Liang Anyun's alien ancestors in his heart, but then thought that losing to Liang Anyun wasn't embarrassing. After all, this guy had made such a large scheme in the interstellar world, only to miscalculate on this point with Shen Fuyu, which was a fatal mistake. At this moment, Liang Anyun was preparing to find Liang Anjin's lair using the clues brought by a tentacle he had exchanged for with Shen Fuyu's notes. He had to make full use of the tentacle. Soon, Liang Anyun found Liang Anjin's lair, a rescue station located in a remote area of the interstellar world. With only machines and no real people, it was easily breached. After searching so many places over the years without finding this, Liang Anyun felt that his years of wandering were not worth it. Should he have stayed by Shen Fuyu's side all along? Fortunately, during his time away from Shen Fuyu, he had achieved a lot, bringing countless people hidden in the dark into Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's sight, allowing the other party to eliminate their enemies. In this consideration of gains and losses, Liang Anyun found a wall that contained all the tentacles of his royal family and elders. He could even feel the sadness from when they were slaughtered. Liang Anyun, I didn't expect you to come. Just as Gu Tingji was about to take all these boxes away, Liang Anjia appeared. The two of them originally didn't have names, as Liang Anjia's race communicates through meditation, while Liang Anyun's race communicates through scent. Now, they have both taken on human forms and can only refer to themselves by human names. They are even quite dissatisfied with their brotherly identity in human society. You slaughtered my kind to near extinction. What is so surprising about me being found? I advise you not to stop me. In terms of one-on-one combat strength, you are even inferior to a human. Do you really think I would be unprepared? Just as my ancestors killed you back then, I can do the same today. Can you? Then why do you want trade for the method to control that liquid? As Liang Anyan spoke, he suddenly leaped up, and countless droplets detached from his skin, flying towards Liang Anjia. A curtain of circulating water rose before Liang Anjia, blocking the line of sight between the two. Liang Anyan could not harm Liang Anjia. He chose to bluff while trying to break as many boxes as possible to take as many tentacles as he could. However, the liquid Liang Anyan carried was limited, and he was stopped by Liang Anjia at the door. The two picked up whatever was at hand and began to fight. Liang Anyan was outmatched, and, after losing several tentacles, he tore a wire and fled in a sorry state. Once Liang Anyan piloted the spaceship to a safe place. He received a message from Shen Fuyu, but it wasn't that Shen Fuyu wanted to help him. Rather, she decided to use him. Just when he was unable to pay attention to external information during the fight, Gu Tingji took a risk and contacted Shen Fuyu. Of course, that secure channel was not linked to Shen Fuyu, but to AI Chui. AI Chui received a painting and a signature. She immediately printed the image, slipped it into the schedule for Shen Fuyu, who was discussing editing matters with her staff at that time. There were many people around, perfectly avoiding Fu Haoshan surveillance. When Shen Fuyu learned that Liang Anyan was an alien being, her expression was calm, but her heart was shocked. Nevertheless, she was grateful for the changes he brought to her life. So Shen Fuyu decided that she must leave Liang Anyan with a complete body as a specimen for future generations to admire. 074 killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shen Fuyu's condition for Liang Anyan this time was to establish a research institute corresponding to the Yulin Academy, along with a detailed plan. However, at this point, Liang Anyan had already developed suspicions and did not fully trust Shen Fuyu. Therefore, Liang Anyan replied, "But under the current system, establishing a research institute requires approval from the Yulin Academy. The existing research institutes are all the results of individuals from the Yulin Academy who still have research capabilities, and they have recently been taken over by the fleet. The lack of approval that Ling Yuan showed you suggests that your idea seems unfeasible." Shen Fuyu did not expect Liang Anyan to become suspicious so quickly, but the solution she proposed was quite tempting for him. It was acceptable if the Yulin Academy did not approve the Starship fleet. The betrayal by Gu Tingji was already a fact, but she had not yet severed ties with Fu Haoshan and could continue to utilize him. You still have feelings for Fu Haoshan. It seems your teacher's death doesn't weigh as much as your love for him. Liang Anyan thought to himself, comparing his current situation, which could only be described as mediocre. He said this to provoke Shen Fuyu, even if she had feelings for Fu Haoshan. She would never be ambiguous when it came to that old man. It could even be said that Shen Fuyu was someone who would repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of grace. She could take action against the Zhuang family for Qiao Miyun, and he was certain that Shen Fuyu had already given up on Fu Haoshan. However, the ties of interest between them were too close. According to Liang Anyan's thoughts, with Shen Fuyu's technical means, she should have contacted him within a few days after gaining her freedom. Yet, it was strange that she waited so long before coming to him, and the alluring conditions did not dispel Liang Anyan's suspicions. Shen Fuyu quickly understood Liang Anyan's meaning. She needed to truly sever ties with Fu Haoshan to stir up the waters of the galaxy. So, she boldly replied, "So what? I like his face, and I want him to belong only to me in a place only I can see." This was not a complete severance, but it had the same meaning. Liang Anyan suddenly felt that this was indeed a student taught by that old man. Despite his suspicions, he agreed to Shen Fuyu's invitation to cooperate. "All right, but you need to tell me what I can ultimately gain from this." Liang Anyan was testing what information Shen Fuyu currently possessed. Her different conditions meant she knew different information. "You propose the conditions." Shen Fuyu tossed the question back to him. "I want control of the 3 sectors of the galaxy and 20% of the energy, along with a short-term request. Help me get rid of Liang Anjia. Liang Anyun made a vague request. Okay, I agree. But you need to tell me Liang Anjia's whereabouts and how to deal with him. You call the shots. Liang Anjia's whereabouts were not key information that could be exposed, but Liang Anyun only told Shen Fuyu about the possible locations where Liang Anjia might appear, and then accepted Shen Fuyu's request to quickly find someone to establish the research institute. This was a good opportunity for Liang Anyun. He could take this chance to strike at Fu Haoshan and Tai Lu, especially after Gu Tingji had been stabbed. Liang Anyun immediately found Gu Tingji and urged him to make a big deal out of his injury. Gu Tingji basically guessed Shen Fuyu's intentions. It was a clever plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Everyone cleared out of Yulin Academy by Gu Tingji could be described as having deep-rooted interests behind them, with each person tied to significant benefit groups. Those like Jiang Pingzhou, who engaged in high-tech industries but had no connections to the Yulin Academy, were considered outliers. The wealth and resources controlled by the Yulin Academy meant it was more than just a place of learning, with the old and new transitioning. Once Shen Fuyu intended to stand with the old guard, the newcomers promoted by Gu Tingji would undoubtedly do everything they could to preserve what they currently had. This vitality could give Gu Tingji leverage to separate the science and technology department from the fleet. Before long, Shen Fuyu would be able to control all the fleets in the galaxy, and at that time, Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu would be on the same starting line in terms of hardware. Once those old powers realized there was a more beneficial option than Tai Lu, they would truly start to place their bets on multiple fronts, colluding with Tai Lu to try to strike at Fu Haoshan while continuing to utilize Shen Fuyu. At that time, as long as Liang Anyun saw a sufficiently large prospect and benefit, he would definitely incite the already demotivated Tai Lu to challenge Fu Haoshan. Although Tai Li's strength could no longer directly confront Fu Haoshan, in a situation where Fu Haoshan was besieged, certain individuals within the fleet would become restless, marking the beginning of a new round of purges. Moreover, during this process, there was a high probability that Liang Anjia would have internal conflicts with Tai Lu. Although Gu Tingji had not yet figured out who was behind the various incidents in the galaxy, how could the ambitious alien races always stand on the same boat as humans? Once Gu Tingji understood all this, his mood brightened significantly, and the speed of operations increased considerably. This was also within his brother Qi Xiaoyin's comfort zone. Since the last incident with Feng Jingying, Shen Fuyu had been trying to follow this lead to find the mastermind behind the scenes, but had failed completely, instead unearthing a number of water armies and illegal operations. After these people were captured, the materials left behind ended up in Qi Xiaoyin's hands. Coupled with the public opinion tools obtained from Li Pingzhen earlier, it became much easier to spread exaggerated stories about his injury. However, Gu Tingji was still thinking about his mother's dowry. No matter what, he had to find that dowry. So he told Qi Xiaoyin to write that he had been discharged from the hospital due to unknown reasons after being severely injured, and then to push those reports about the dowry to the forefront. Brother, where do you expect me to find so many reports about dowries? Qi Xiaoyin asked, feeling troubled. Isn't this something that happens rarely? If all else fails, quickly find one or go investigate the verification pavilions across various districts. Someone must be appealing for such matters. After hearing this, Qi Xiaoyin immediately sent someone with equipment to stake out. He knew Gu Tingji was still fixated on his mother-esque dowry, which included several valuable pieces of jewelry. He had seen many jewelry pieces during his modeling days, but had not seen those. So, Qi Xiaoyin had almost given up. People who can walk alongside Shen Fuyu must be quite loyal, right? Qi Xiaoyin murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhou Yin walked in. The two had grown close after discovering during their previous break that they had both sponsored the same orphanage, and Zhou Yin would occasionally visit Qi Xiaoyin's company. I have something to trouble you with, Zhou Yin said straightforwardly. What is it? It's about Feng Jingying's child. We have a plan. Now, the members of the battle team basically knew that the child was not Fu Haoshan's at all, but it seemed that no one had changed their opinion of Fu Haoshan. After all, a group of precocious individuals could see that Fu Haoshan preferred Shen Fuyu's value. Whose plan is it? Xiao Lian. The members of the battle team had interacted with Xiao Lian in the game and found him to be shrewd and perceptive and a devoted fan of Shen Fuyu. Upon hearing it was Xiao Lian's plan, Qi Xiaoyin's acceptance increased, and he immediately expressed his willingness to help. He has found the parents of the child who was cloned. He hopes we can bring the child back from Jiangpingzhou in the name of the battle team, and then attract the other parents to come over. What is the significance of this? This will be the last straw that breaks Fang Jingying and Tai Lu. Qi Xiaoyin completely did not understand what Zhou Yin was saying, but he indicated that he could carry it out. He then discussed it with the Wu family brothers, and the three unrelated people would go to pick up the child and have him stay with the battle team for a while. To avoid distracting Shen Fuyu and Gu Tingji, Qiao Yin did not inform them about this matter. Instead, he found Fu Haoshan and directly told him about his wish for the child to be raised by the parents of the clone child. Fu Haoshan naturally agreed, so everything fell into place. Shortly after this matter was resolved, a subordinate of Qi Xiaoyin ended up on a case awaiting sentencing, due to the superiority of the marital relationship over the parent-child relationship. The death compensation for the wife and the house bought by her parents for their daughter and son-in-law were awarded to the son-in-law, and the two elderly parents were ordered to pay child support for their grandchildren. Such incidents occasionally occur in the starry sky. But the difference in this case was that the victim's parents expressed a strong willingness to seek help, which made it very reasonable for Qi Xiaoyin. Therefore, Qi Xiaoyin immediately arranged an interview for the elderly couple, using the most professional filming techniques to showcase the pain and resentment of the two elderly people who lost their only daughter. When Gu Tingji saw this trending video, he was taken aback and immediately asked Qi Xiaoyin, "Wait, I asked you to find some family matters. Why did you bring me a criminal case? What crime? This has already been sentenced. I've never seen a case in the starry sky that could be overturned. It's just the victim's accusation, which will quickly stir up emotions. With this lead, many similar incidents will emerge. If your brother isn't blind, the victim in this case was murdered. You should go find Yang Qianing and have him reinvestigate this case." Qi Xiaoyin took a deep breath and asked, "How can you tell the victim was murdered? The timeline. You idiot. Go find Yang Qianing, and remember to tell him that it's impossible to achieve ideals without working overtime." Gu Tingji didn't know what to say. He just wanted to find some cases to stimulate the person who was selling his mother's dowry, hoping that the fearful and greedy Qi family would help him drag the person out, but unexpectedly, it had to involve something more. "Oh, I'll go right away." Qi Xiaoyin also didn't understand how these people's minds worked like a honeycomb, so she might as well just work honestly. "You're not being very nice to your brother." Liang Yanyan appeared right on time, which was quite annoying. Gu Tingji never understood how this person managed to monitor him so accurately in every important matter, then realized he himself was just a living surveillance. Thinking of this, Gu Tingji suppressed his anger and forcefully tapped on his screen, saying, "What's wrong with doing more good deeds? Don't you understand the principle of where there's one, there is two? Shen Fuyu originally intended for your brother to grasp the important public opinion platform in the starry sky, but this doesn't conform to the rules and will create chaos. 075, always maintain doubt. I just want to retrieve my mother's dowry. As an alien who has been without parents for many years, it's better for you to say less. Otherwise, it makes you seem out of place in this world." Gu Tingji couldn't stand this guy's habit of commenting on everything, as if he had become unique after living a few more years, specifically exposing the other scars. Liang Anyan, upon hearing Gu Tingji's words, glanced at the tentacles of his kin beside him, nearly unable to suppress his anger, and retorted, "The value of your mother's relics is not that great. You've seen countless stone beads worth billions around Shen Fuyu, haven't you? Sometimes, isn't it better to let go a bit? Aren't you meddling too much? I'm not delaying your work. Don't come pointing fingers at me. With this incident, you should focus on your kin whom you haven't seen for a long time." After that, Gu Tingji ignored Liang Anyan completely. This unexpected episode stirred up a huge uproar in the interstellar community. Fu Haoshan was originally busy organizing Area 3, but he didn't expect this incident to cause him quite a stir. However, when Yang Qianting appeared at his doorstep in the middle of the night, Fu Haoshan found it hard to evaluate the situation. Shen Fuyu hadn't returned home yet, and he needed to go to the team to pick her up. "No way, mister. Fu, you have to step in to resolve this, or my investigation office's credibility will be completely ruined." Yang Qianing grabbed Fu Haoshan and began to wail. "No, I know nothing about this matter. What do you want me to resolve? Go discuss it with Su Yifan. Don't come to me." Fu Haoshan glanced at the news and realized someone was spreading the news about Gu Tingji's injury, so for various personal reasons. He didn't want to get involved in this matter at all, only regretting that he hadn't dealt with Gu Tingji decisively. No way. Yang Qianing cried out a second time. This is not a trivial matter. This is challenging my years of credibility, and this is something I've always judged. Even if the other party has become a suspect, it's still hard to judge. Fu Haoshan certainly understood this. The interstellar community had many outdated customs impacting various systems, leading to many relatively unfair consequences. Because in the era of survival equipment, to ensure energy sufficiency, the interstellar hierarchy was distinctly defined. This inevitably mixed in some undesirable elements. Fu Haoshan promoted Yang Qianing, hoping he could make changes, not to come crying to him whenever there was a problem. You can solve this problem yourself. And this is a great opportunity to make some changes and realize your ideals, Fu Haoshan advised. I understand the reasoning, but if this changes, my investigation office will be attacked. Otherwise, I wouldn't seek you out. Ideally, changes shouldn't start from these matters. Yang Qianing was unwilling to be trapped for several more days. So what do you hope will change from these matters? Shen Fuyu suddenly appeared at the door and coldly retorted, startling both men. Fu Haoshan knew Shen Fuyu had sent someone to bring that child back to the team today, but after thinking all night, he still couldn't figure out her intentions. Now that she was questioning him like this, he felt a bit flustered. Yang Qianing also clearly sensed Shen Fuyu's dissatisfaction and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. These two were at odds, and what he needed was support to ensure his smooth transition or a fallback in case of failure. However, if the whole incident was orchestrated by Shen Fuyu, then she might have made preparations. Yet Fu Haoshan's focus was not on this, and he wouldn't go against Shen Fuyu. It was clear she was the optimal solution. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that I have no experience in this area, and don't know if Professor Shen has any advice. Yang Qianting's speed of changing his expression bewildered Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu was also taken aback. What advice could she provide? She didn't study this. And then she silently looked at Fu Haoshan, wondering if he planned to intervene. If not, the investigation office would soon be surrounded. Feeling Shen Fuyu's gaze, Fu Haoshan, overly self-important, thought she was seeking his help, so he immediately gave a positive answer. My suggestion is to separate the two matters. Use the murder case to cover up the other matter, and then gradually work on it to relieve pressure. This was actually the answer Yang Qianing wanted. The issue of eating the deadlock was not easy to resolve, and the interests involved were enormous. If he tore open a gap here, it would easily provoke massive resistance. Okay, I'll handle it right away. After saying that, Yang Qianting left without looking back, even seeming to fly away. Shen Fuyu immediately understood Yang Qianting's intention and approached Fu Haoshan, asking, "Are you serious? What do you think about this matter? Gu Tingji wants to retrieve his mother's dowry, and I certainly support his filial piety. However, this matter is actually a historical legacy, and change cannot happen overnight." It cannot happen overnight. Shen Fuyu repeated these words, then turned and entered the house, leaving Fu Haoshan standing there, pondering for a long time whether Shen Fuyu was satisfied with this answer. The deadlock has existed since ancient times and has not been resolved over generations. Given Shen Fuyu's character, she wouldn't blame herself if she didn't have a good solution, right? However, Shen Fuyu's thought was that if you're not even willing to take the first step now, yet you're thinking of long-term plans, I might as well handle you all myself. A few days later, the murder case went to trial, but during these days, many deadlock issues surfaced. Combined with the speed of the investigation and trial, Gu Tingji was successfully followed by some unseeing individuals. To be honest, pretending to be a seriously ill patient these days was really exhausting. The current medical level in the interstellar community rarely sees seriously ill patients. Those who can be saved are quickly discharged, while those who cannot be saved are gone. At first, Gu Tingji was worried he wouldn't be able to fool them. Fortunately, these people generally liked to think of things beneficial to themselves. The assumption about Gu Tingji being seriously ill was that he was punished after betraying Shen Fuyu. So this was a good opportunity to eliminate Gu Tingji. Thus, Gu Tingji was attacked in his own home. He had no fighting power, and certainly couldn't use Shen Fuyu's robots to expose his identity. So after holding on for a while, he bet that Liang Anyan would come to save him. At this point, Gu Tingji finally had a clue about his mother's dowry and planned to threaten those people to gather everything, but he was stopped by Liang Anyan. Don't challenge my bottom line. Gu Tingji looked at Liang Anyan angrily. Was this guy planning to turn against him? I'm doing this for your own good, Liang Anyan explained. If you let them go all out to find so many pieces of jewelry, the target is too big. Why not have them give you the list of where they sold them and then send them to prison? That works, but are you going to pay? They can be made to compensate. You just need to operate a bit. Gu Tingji immediately realized Liang Anyan was digging a pit for him. If he wanted to take the patents and shares from Liang Anjia's company, the list of that game company wasn't enough. He needed more clues. But this guy had no clear clues, so he could only gamble that like attracts like letting himself do something that would offend others. Liang Anyan saw that Gu Tingji understood his meaning from his expression, so he added, anyway, what you do at the Yulin Academy will offend people. So it makes no difference if you offend a few more. Oh, really? Then I should thank you. Gu Tingji suppressed his anger, finished speaking, and turned to ask for the list. However, Liang Anyan's real intention was not to come at Gu Tingji. He just found Gu Tingji's previous closed-eye behavior very strange. And this time his closed eyes were when Gu Tingji was sending messages to Shen Fuyu. That secure channel was directly implanted into the eyeball through special markers and microquantum chips, controlled by brainwaves. Liang Anyan's monitoring was one way and couldn't detect changes within. However, the approach of Gu Tingji towards Liang Anyan is now filled with hostility. Even if Liang Anyan is suspicious, he fears that putting pressure on Gu Tingji will lead to a rupture in their relationship. So he can only silently note this matter down and push Gu Tingji further into the abyss. During the process of handling this matter, the relationships among the people around Tai Lu and Liang Anjia have begun to show cracks, gradually dividing into two factions. One faction has confidence in Tai Lu, while the other is dissatisfied with Tai Li's handling of the aftermath of Gu Tingji's incident. Therefore, Liang Anyan sees the opportunity to use the reopening of a new research institute as bait, filtering out those who would not side with Liang Anjia and selecting some petty individuals who could achieve nothing to hand over this arrangement to Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu knows that Liang Anyan is urging her to deal with Liang Anjia quickly, but this urgency raises her suspicions. Based on the list provided by the gaming company, she zeroes in on a former lawyer of Liang Anyan's company, Feng Peisher. The biggest problem with this person is that she seems unrelated to everything. But every patent of the company has to go through her hands, and she has a close relationship with the son of the company's deceased financial director. However, Shen Fuyu's biggest problem arises. She cannot approach Feng Peisher herself, or it would definitely raise Fu Haoshan's suspicions. So she decides to sacrifice herself a bit to hold Fu Haoshan back and let Xiao Lian go instead. After learning about Shen Fuyu's thoughts, Xiao Yin asks if he can take Fu Haoshan to meet the parents of the baby, suggesting that since there is this opportunity, they might as well return the child to the parents under their witness. What do you mean by this? Shen Fuyu is also struggling to understand Xiao Lian's line of thought. This is a clone, and according to interstellar regulations, is supposed to be destroyed. Once you determine that this child is not a clone, it saves a life and might even bring out some strange individuals. Are you sure the child's parents won't cause any problems? Shen Fuyu is now fearful of being tricked. No problem. Let alone their background, which I have already checked and is very clear they have lost their ability to conceive for some reasons. So this child is a significant hope for them, as they really want a child. Moreover, they have leverage in my hands, so don't worry, sister. Quite an improvement. Shen Fuyu gently praised. You can praise me more in the future, Xiao Yin said proudly, feeling very pleased with Shen Fuyu's compliment. Perhaps he can see the shadow of his long-lost sister in Shen Fuyu. 076 The trauma of the family of origin that night. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan lay side by side, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Since Yang Qianting's visit last time, Shen Fuyu hadn't spoken to Fu Haoshan, and although he had greeted her several times, she ignored him each time. Now, Shen Fuyu didn't know how to start conversation. Indeed, leaving a line for future encounters was wise. Shen Fuyu silently rehearsed reasonable phrases in her mind, but ultimately gave up. Fu Haoshan, come with me to the team tomorrow. Why? Although it was nice for his wife to talk to him again, especially with a request to go out together. Fu Haoshan's instincts about danger after years of experience told him things were not that simple. You know that child is a clone. If discovered, he will eventually be taken for euthanasia. Xiao Yin has found the parents of a clone, and they want to take the child back, which I think is good. But once there is a precedent for a clone surviving, it will complicate handling similar cases in the future. Fu Haoshan wasn't very willing, but fearing Shen Fuyu would ignore him again, he softened his stance. So, let's solve the problem at the root. Whoever jumps out later will be dealt with. Shen Fuyu glanced at Fu Haoshan, wondering why he hadn't thought to eliminate the cloning den all this time. Fu Haoshan didn't want to take action, but he had acted too quickly before, seizing all the research centers in the interstellar area while the Yulin Academy was losing power. He was still caught up in internal strife and feared that taking action might harm those he had supported. After being scrutinized by Shen Fuyu for a long time, Fu Haoshan finally spread out the list and explained, "I was just a bit hasty, and Tai Lu and Fong Jingying have learned to be cautious. They don't manipulate public opinion, making it hard for me to find their weaknesses. Did you not deal with Tai Lu back then? Now that you've been outsmarted, isn't it your own fault?" Shen Fuyu's tone was sharp, lacking the gentleness of before. The Fu family's relationships were complicated, and until he was sure he could eliminate all factions, he had to maintain appearances. Plus, he still hadn't found out where Tai Lu was. Fu Haoshan's voice grew quieter, knowing his wife was upset with him. This was not his fault. After all, he was too focused on the Fu family surname. If he continued to betray those who had helped him, it might backfire, especially since there wasn't a clean member in the Fu family. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Are you going tomorrow? Yes, I'll definitely go. Fu Haoshan quickly agreed. The next day, Shen Fuyu and the couple arranged the time and place. When they arrived at the team to pick up the child, a group of people who had just finished training were surrounding the little one, playing with him, while the infant in the cradle giggled nonstop. After stepping forward, Shen Fuyu realized they wanted her to hold the child. Thinking of this, she immediately took a few steps back, her flustered movements catching everyone's attention. "Professor Shen, you're here?" The first to speak was Wu Linlang, who had brought the child. Since Shen Fuyu rescued her from Yao Jiaying's training institution, her demeanor seemed much brighter. "Ah, yes, I'm here to take him away," Shen Fuyu said, retreating further. She had disliked the child before, but now realizing it was a misunderstanding made her feel a bit guilty and hesitant. How could she hate a child who knew nothing? So, Shen Fuyu not only stepped back, but even hid her hands behind her back. Everyone noticed her nervousness, but they all thought it was just her discomfort with being around children, encouraging her to approach the infant. No, Fu Haoshan, you hold him." Shen Fuyu tugged at Fu Haoshan's sleeve. However, Fu Haoshan didn't move. He understood that Shen Fuyu didn't like children, even feared them. So he saw this as a good opportunity for her to change her perspective. "You could try holding him. Yes, just a baby. He can't hurt you. Yes, looking at you. Do you want to respond?" No. Shen Fuyu still felt awkward. She couldn't even comprehend why she disliked children. After all, she had been a child herself once. The infant seemed to sense her aversion, and his smile faded, his lips quivering as he began to cry loudly. The crowd was startled by the sudden outburst, and Fu Haoshan could clearly feel Shen Fuyu trembling. Was he doomed to never have a child in this life? AI Chui noticed the atmosphere turning awkward, so she professionally picked up the little one, gently patting his back to prevent him from choking while signaling Fu Haoshan to hand a towel to Shen Fuyu. "Give it a try, manager. Just consider it an apology to this little guy." AI Chui's words struck a chord with Shen Fuyu's current mindset. Looking at the child being held out to her, Shen Fuyu raised her hands and took a long time to prepare herself mentally. Finally, she reached out to wipe the tears and snot from the baby's face, then used warm water to clean his face and hands. After doing all this, the baby stopped crying and fell asleep on AI Chui's shoulder. Fu Haoshan took the child back and led Shen Fuyu away. Her willingness to take this step was already a significant improvement, and it would be impolite to push her further. When they arrived at the agreed location, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan met the couple, who looked at them with eager expressions. After taking the child from Fu Haoshan, they cried and thanked the two profusely. "I have a few things to remind you of." Shen Fuyu's tone turned serious. "Please, go ahead." The couple's expressions reflected their willingness to go through fire and water for Shen Fuyu after regaining their child who had been born sick and passed away. The situation behind this matter is not simple, and you may encounter trouble because of it. I hope you report any suspicious individuals immediately, and if any public incidents arise, please remain silent. It will be beneficial for you. The couple naturally agreed wholeheartedly to Shen Fuyu's words, wishing they could write a formal agreement on the spot. The husband even swore an oath right there, leaving Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan momentarily stunned. After bidding farewell to the couple, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan remained silent on the way back. Fu Haoshan wondered if he should do some work, but fearing Shen Fuyu's displeasure, he sat upright like a preschooler in class. Unfortunately, after losing interest, everything seemed unsatisfactory to Shen Fuyu. Looking at Fu Haoshan's posture, she asked irritably, "Do you find it hard to endure being in the same space as me?" "No, how could that be?" Fu Haoshan quickly jumped up, trying to prove his innocence. However, such subjective matters are seen differently, and his actions appeared guilty in Shen Fuyu's eyes. "Why are you in such a hurry? We'll be home soon. Just pretend I don't exist. I want to go crazy in such a short time." Shen Fuyu's words were laced with sarcasm. "What's wrong with you?" Fu Haoshan was puzzled, wondering where he had offended her. Was she going to bring up past grievances again? Could they burn that old ledger? As expected, as Fu Haoshan thought, Shen Fuyu became a bit agitated and asked, "Why do you want me to be more stable? Did you start thinking I was like Cheng Ruoxue since Jiang Pingzhou appeared? How can you compare me to Jiang Pingzhou? He was a scoundrel. I am not. I have always been loyal to you. I hope you can be more stable for your own good. I'm afraid others will use your instability to attack you and sow discord between us." Fu Haoshan could not accept Shen Fuyu's evaluation of him, becoming very agitated as he defended himself. He felt he shouldn't have to speak the truth every day. Shen Fuyu's tendency to overthink was hurtful to him. Shen Fuyu couldn't deny that Fu Haoshan made sense, but she was a person, inevitably having her own weaknesses. It was impossible for anyone to be completely rational, as completely rational people do not exist. "So you just don't like my instability, huh? I've been like this since I was a child. Anyway, I've never met anyone who truly liked me. I'm just a lunatic." After saying this, Shen Fuyu's breathing became rapid, and she regretted saying it, as if she were portraying herself as pitiful. She wasn't pitiful at all. She had always been giving her all. Seeing Shen Fuyu's emotions becoming agitated again, Fu Haoshan rushed over to protect her in case she fainted and hurt herself, explaining, "I said I like everything about you. Your good and bad sides, your value, your appearance. And all that belongs to you. It's precisely because of your makeup that I like you, but our connection magnifies my appreciation of your value, making you overlook my other likes for you. I don't need that. This isn't love. You're just pitying me. I've never been pitiful. I don't need anyone's charity. I can handle everything." When Shen Fuyu said this, Fu Haoshan seemed to realize where the problem lay. She didn't seem willing to accept the fact that she was, in fact, a tragedy. Shen Fuyu came from a superficially harmonious but internally twisted family, and the most direct impact of this family on her was that she was bullied but didn't dare to retaliate, missing the best opportunity to protect herself, allowing Liang Anyun to instill in her all sorts of strange thoughts. Although Liang Anyun brought changes to Shen Fuyu, he ultimately couldn't eliminate the influence of her family background. All the harmony was built on money and status, masking the problems of her original family, while he had not provided timely understanding and care at this moment. All the issues traced back to Shen Fuyu's original family. However, without time travel, Fu Haoshan couldn't change what had already happened. And since his own family had collectively passed away, he didn't know what the perfect form of the concept of family should look like. But his current exploration told him that he might have some deviations. Due to her excessive agitation, Shen Fuyu experienced oxygen deprivation, and Fu Haoshan rushed her to the hospital, silently deciding that he wanted to give Shen Fuyu a new family environment. 077 Direct Hook Fishing. Unfortunately, Shen Fuyu does not really need it right now. When she woke up, she didn't even glance at Fu Haoshan. He only wanted to know how things were going with Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was not as anxious as Shen Fuyu. He leisurely found the law firm where Feng Peisher worked, which was busy like a battlefield. After registering at the front desk, Xiao Lian waited in the reception room. People passing by whispered curiously about Xiao Lian, wondering what a delicately carved minor child was doing looking for a lawyer. However, after a while, someone recognized Xiao Lian's identity and began to think about how this guy had gone missing since resolving the matter with the Yulin Academy. Now, could it be that because of the chaos at the Yulin Academy, he was going to demand compensation again? If that were the case, who would be willing to take on this case? The current situation was unclear. If they won, they might offend the new powers at Yulin Academy. And they didn't even know that Gu Tingji was the one who had previously resolved this matter for him. If they lost, wouldn't that tarnish their reputation? Better to let him go, right? But he was asking for such a high fee just for a consultation. Who would go for it? A group of people started to push the responsibility onto each other. Feng Peisher, who had just returned from a meeting, saw a crowd gathered and coldly said, "What are you all doing here? Is your work done?" As a partner at the law firm, her words made everyone scatter like birds. She stepped forward to ask what had happened at the front desk, and the receptionist relayed Xiao Yan's request. He wanted to consult someone about some issues, offering high fee. Since the people in charge were not present, it should have been lawyer Zhang to handle it, but he was unwilling. So Xiao Yan was arranged to wait in the reception room. "I understand. I'll go over," Feng Peisher said. When Xiao Lian saw Feng Peisher walking in his direction, he knew the fish had taken a bait. This person had not contacted Liang Anyan since learning of his return, which indicated that she was either a complete traitor or part of Liang Anjia's group. "Hello, Mr. Qiao. Sorry to keep you waiting." Although Feng Peisher was confused as to why this person, who was clearly associated with Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, was here, she maintained a professional smile. "Oh, it's the first time someone has called me Mr. instead of that kid. I am a bit surprised. May I ask for your name, sister?" Xiao Yin looked at Feng Peisher with an innocent expression. "Feng Peisher, I'm starting the timer now. Have you thought about the questions you want to ask?" "I've thought it over. Let us begin." Xiao Yin straightened his posture. "My first question is, if I sue my parents, what are my chances of winning?" "What do you mean?" This question caught Feng Peisher off guard. She was unclear about what had happened to Xiao Yin, but it was illogical for an only child to sue his parents. "I want to sever ties with them. They sent me to that training institution, which caused tremendous harm to my body and mind. Plus, there is a compensation after understanding the situation with the training institution, and I want it back. That's impossible. The Interstellar Society does not allow severing blood relations, and they are your guardians. Even if the compensation is awarded to you, it should still be managed by them until you come of age. Isn't there any alternative solution?" Feng Peisher frowned, wondering what this guy was really here for. If he did sue, it would definitely be big news in the Interstellar Society. If she could successfully handle it, it might open up new fields and enhance the law firm's reputation, perhaps even free herself from control. But what if it was a trap, and the other party discovered her past actions? That would lead to her imprisonment. "No, I can only ask Mr. Qiao to seek more capable help elsewhere." Feng Peisher stopped the timer and prepared to leave. She didn't dare to gamble on this. What a pity. Xiao Yin knew the other party didn't dare to take the risk, so he casually murmured, "I originally thought if this worked out, I would have a bargaining chip against the current powers at Yulin Academy." After saying that, Xiao Yin happily swiped his card and left, with some people behind him quietly discussing how a child could be so wealthy and act so extravagantly. Before Xiao Lian even stepped out of the law firm's door, the front desk chased after him, saying Feng Peisher wanted to negotiate and asked him to go back up. Xiao Yin expressed surprise and gratitude, then headed to Feng Peisher's office on the top floor. This was within his expectations. Feng Peisher's interactions with the son of Liang Anyan's former company's finance were somewhat abnormal. Given her background, she placed great importance on reputation. If she had the ability to cut ties with the past, she would have done it long ago. Why leave such clues now? Xiao Yin's earlier statement indeed had a deliberate tone, but he was a child, and most people knew nothing about him. Leaving his family and targeting Gu Tingji were actually contradictory. Feng Peisher would definitely investigate the reasons behind it. "Mr. Qiao, I thought about it just now, and there are indeed other methods." Feng Peisher's attitude changed slightly from before. This young man mentioned two contradictory matters, so there must be some trickery involved. "Really?" Xiao Lian's bright eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Feng Peishi. The innocence of youth was quite misleading. Feng Peishi suddenly had the idea that this child was still young and should be easy to manipulate. And then she used a coaxing tone to say, of course. But it won't be cheap. You've left your family. Where will you get so much money? Sister, do you want to know? Xiao Yin felt that his appearance really added to his advantage. For instance, his current innocent smile easily evoked the maternal instincts of aunts and sisters. If it were Gu Tingji, that would be unimaginable. Of course, you're still a child. We can't help you if you don't understand these things. Feng Peishi's tone inexplicably softened, appearing kind and benevolent. Xiao Yin naturally opened the detailed list with a trusting expression, showing that the source was Yao Jiaying. Previously, Yao Jiaying could return home largely because she had handed everything over, including her biological verification information. With the biological verification information, Xiao Yin could control most of Yao Jiaying's accounts at any time, which he had planned before coming. The reason for choosing Yao Jiaying was simple. Although she was free now, she still wore invisible shackles and wouldn't dare to speak out even if found. Plus, she had Chengyang behind her, with considerable animosity toward Gu Tingji, making everything reasonable in this context. Seeing this detail, Feng Peishi's thoughts aligned with what Xiao Lian had envisioned. She thought Feng Jingying still had a backup plan and was merely retreating to advance. If the forces behind Feng Jingying were that powerful, then freeing herself from control would be just around the corner. Is it her? What is she like now? Feng Peishi probed for the authenticity of this information. She went home. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it seems that after Feng Jingying was released from prison not long ago, she could move freely. And then she disappeared. I'm just waiting for her to contact me. In fact, it wasn't that Yao Jiaying had disappeared. It was that Ji Kai had moved with her daughter and, after greeting Feng Jitai and Kinzu, had hidden in District 9 to avoid being found and retaliated against. Feng Peishi belonged to the elite class of the Interstellar Society, and with her background, finding someone in District 9 was basically impossible. After the previous incident with the Zhuang family, the society in District 9 had become even more closed off. Aside from those familiar with District 9, outsiders found it hard to integrate. They had moved with the help of Feng Jitai's old friends. Can't find her? Feng Peishi crossed her arms and leaned against the desk, assessing the risks contained in this news. Not being able to find someone meant she couldn't verify the truth of the information, but if they had hidden so well, it might also mean they had some advanced technology to evade Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's scrutiny. But if your parents hadn't sent you to this person's training institution, you wouldn't have received their help. Aren't you being too ungrateful to your parents? Is this called ungratefulness? Xiao Yin tilted his head and asked Feng Peishi, also questioning himself. What were his parents thinking when he chose, in a moment of impulse, to side with Shen Fuyu and his sister? He hadn't seen his parents for a long time, and the reason he made these two demands today was that he needed to present an image of desperation and isolation to gain the other party's trust. He really hadn't considered this issue. Aren't they your parents who raised you? Why are you leaving them now? Actually, Feng Peishi wanted to ask if suing your parents wasn't causing trouble for Feng Jingying and the others. At that time, I betrayed them to save my life. And now they wish I were dead. I have two reasons for doing this. First, self-preservation. Second, once they lose me, they will definitely go back to causing trouble at Yulin Academy, which is at the center of the storm right now, adding insult to injury. But I heard that you were all taken down because of you. Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting to the point. He suddenly burst into tears and said, You don't know, it seems that someone above is vying for power and has conflicts. Wanted to get rid of the other favorite assistant, so I was used as a pawn. Who is it? Feng Peishi suddenly became a bit excited. Could it be that Feng Jingying and the others are facing other opponents at the same time? Could this opponent be Liang Anyan and Liang Anjia? I don't know. It seems to be someone involved in medicine, closely related to the material center. Xiao Yin deliberately spoke ambiguously. Feng Peishi felt a surge of joy, unconsciously falling into Xiao Yin's trap. Do Yao Jiaying and Feng Jingying really trust you? Are you sure your parents can impact Yulin Academy? This amount is enough to express their trust in me. As long as we can go to court, I have a way to create chaos. Naturally, Xiao Yin couldn't follow her words and had to say something else to divert her attention. The figures on that detailed list were dazzling. Feng Peisher had been in the industry for many years and had handled numerous cases, but she had never seen so much money. Even when Liang Anyan's company was at its peak, there wasn't that much money in the account. I believe you. After hearing this, Qiao Yin showed a grateful expression, rushed forward to hold Feng Peisher's hand, and began to cry, saying, "Sister, you are truly the embodiment of controversy. As long as we can take revenge for being tricked by our own people last time, we will definitely give you a large sum of money. 078, you have to support me." After saying this, Qiao Yin squeezed out a few tears, but he silently despised himself in his heart, thinking that he had learned something from that guy Gu Tingji. But that's fine. If things don't work out in the future, he could become an actor. With his acting skills, becoming a best actor would be just a matter of time, because Qiao Yin's identity as a child was too misleading. Feng Peisher believed him immediately and gently asked, "Didn't you say your parents made you suffer a lot? It seems like you had a hard time in the training institution. Why do you still want to help them now?" Qiao Yin sighed inwardly, realizing that she really thought he was a fool. So he could only respond in an innocent tone, "That was all an act for Gu Tingji. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me off the hook." The fact that he has taken control of Yulin Academy in such a short time shows his deep scheming. If it weren't for these people causing trouble, I would already be a big star making money every day. Hearing Qiao Yin complain like this, Feng Peisher secretly felt relieved that she hadn't let him go. Otherwise, it would have been a great opportunity wasted. Someone who would openly hire a lawyer for such things could easily be deceived. In that case, I'll finish writing the plan and send it to you. If there are no issues, we'll file the appeal in a few days, and you could just swipe your card here. After Qiao Yin swiped his card, he happily bid farewell to Feng Peisher. Once back in his spaceship, he frowned and muttered, "Wasn't this guy's work guided by that financial director before? Why was I able to succeed so quickly with such straightforward tactics?" After sitting for a while, Qiao Yin connected with Shen Fuyu's communication. At that moment, Shen Fuyu had just been sent home by Fu Haoshan and was lying down. Fu Haoshan was working nearby and didn't know that Shen Fuyu was chatting with someone with her eyes closed. "Sister, I made contact. How did it go? Is she willing to provide clues?" Shen Fuyu asked anxiously. "Is my sister confused by Fu Haoshan? She mentioned years of imprisonment, and this is her bargaining chip for future negotiations with Liang Anyan or Liang Anjia. We are on the opposite side of her. How could she possibly say anything?" Shen Fuyu couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment and asked, "She doesn't know our relationship with Liang Anyan or Liang Anjia, right? Even if it's about imprisonment, that's still negotiable." Her actions were either under the instruction of the Liang brothers or motivated by her own interests, but looking at her current living situation, if it were for personal gain, that would be too much of a failure. It could only be the former. It can't be that Liang Anyan instructed her, right? Shen Fuyu's long-standing assumption was that this was Liang Anjia's way of transferring company assets. She had to stabilize Liang Anyan without exposing herself to the perspectives of Tai Lu and Liang Anjia. I think that's the most likely scenario. Senior sister, do you truly know how many of the people around you are genuine? Qiao Yin felt a bit sorry for Shen Fuyu. If she weren't so powerful, this would just be the fate of her sister. Suddenly, when a child like Qiao Yin asked this question, Shen Fuyu felt a bit heavy in her breath. Did she know? No, she felt like she was living in suspicion every day. She wasn't Gu Tingji, who could enjoy such a life filled with daily mistrust. She felt exhausted, yet unwilling to give trust again after being hurt so many times, leaving her to struggle painfully every day. Shen Fuyu's unusual behavior caught Fu Haoshan's attention. He put away the screen beside him and reached out to touch Shen Fuyu's shoulder, which startled her. The scene from the hospital replayed itself, but Shen Fuyu didn't speak. "What's wrong?" Fu Haoshan's hand froze in midair. "I'm Fine." Shen Fuyu, feeling guilty from her earlier conversation with Qiao Yin, immediately covered her head with the blanket. "Don't do that. It will suffocate you. Did you have a nightmare? Shall we go for a walk?" Fu Haoshan asked awkwardly. "Oh, that sounds good." Shen Fuyu just wanted to avoid Fu Haoshan remembering her current abnormality, so she agreed without clearly hearing what he was saying. I'll go get you some clean clothes. Do you want to take a shower?" Fu Haoshan, sweating profusely, excitedly went out. Shen Fuyu quickly replied to Qiao Yin. "Then hurry up, don't raise any suspicions, and take care of yourself." No problem, sister. After exiting, Shen Fuyu was a bit distracted. She was still worried about Xiao Yan. After all, he was still a child. If something happened, how would she explain it to Xiao Miyan? No, she didn't even know she had a brother. What are you thinking about? Fu Haoshan noticed Shen Fuyu's unusual demeanor since the morning and couldn't help but feel suspicious. What are you doubting me about? Shen Fuyu turned her head and showed a big smile at Fu Haoshan. I'm not. Fu Haoshan inwardly regretted why he had to say those words at that moment. What if his wife brought up old grievances again? Before Fu Haoshan could finish regretting, Shen Fuyu indeed started to bring up past grievances. In the past, I thought it was a luxury for you to accompany me like this. It seems we've been at quite a few places together since we met again. That's true. If Fuyu likes it, once things settle down, I can take you on interstellar travels. There have been huge changes in the interstellar world these years, and there are many places I haven't been to. As long as you are alive, that day will never come. Shen Fuyu ruthlessly exposed Fu Haoshan, stating that any species' thirst for power was endless. This man, who had struggled for half his life, would definitely not let go so easily. Fu Haoshan's expression was complicated. Shen Fuyu was right, but he couldn't stop. Fighting was like walking in extreme cold. If one wanted to rest, the only outcome would be death. Maybe as long as I'm alive, I can't stop. You are the same. When Fu Haoshan said this, it happened to start raining. As if to confirm his state of mind, Shen Fuyu suddenly felt that she shouldn't have said such things to Fu Haoshan. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. However, the heavy rain came at just the right time, and Fu Haoshan instinctively shielded Shen Fuyu as they ran into a nearby store. During this short distance, the two tacitly skipped over the topic. This was a jewelry store, and when the staff saw Shen Fuyu, they looked at her as if they had seen the god of wealth. After all, her outfit today was worth at least 30 million. Shen Fuyu looked at the 3 or 5 enthusiastic staff members approaching her and sought help from Fu Haoshan. Your necklace and earrings today are worth over 20 million combined. You could buy things from 3 or 4 of their counters. This store's items are quite exquisite, but the materials are average, Fu Haoshan quietly explained to Shen Fuyu. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu looked past the shoulders of the staff members. There were only 6 counters in total in this store. She frowned at Fu Haoshan, as if asking, "You let me shop in such expensive clothes. Aren't you afraid I'll get robbed?" The staff assumed Shen Fuyu was dissatisfied with the store's items and quickly said, "Madam, we have some new arrivals that haven't reached us yet. You can take a look, and if you find something you like, we can bring it over immediately. Then let's take a look. You don't need to follow me. I'll call you if I need anything." Shen Fuyu tried to speak gently, fearing she might hurt someone's feelings. "All right, please take your time." Although the staff said this, Shen Fuyu still felt their gazes glued to her, so she asked Fu Haoshan, "You're not intentionally bringing me here to spend money, are you?" "Yes, didn't you realize? This commercial area has over 100 luxury brands. But I don't need anything. I've already bought some this quarter. What about me?" Fu Haoshan's current expression, seen by others, definitely gave the impression that he was Shen Fuyu's kept man. "I'm working for you. You have to buy me something, right? I can't just take money from the company's account." Shen Fuyu momentarily didn't know whether to be angry or happy. It turned out this guy had brought her out to spend money on him, yet he seemed to be following the rules. "All right, I'll buy you something. Pick whatever you want. I'll pay." As soon as Shen Fuyu finished saying this, she clearly felt the staff's attention shift away from her. "Sir, the men's section is over here," the store clerk immediately reminded. "Wow, a wealthy lady and her subordinate? This is a bit exciting. If I seize the opportunity, this month's sales will be secured." In the end, Fu Haoshan picked a watch worth 300,000 and a brooch worth 800,000. Shen Fuyu readily paid, and the two of them left with an umbrella they received as a gift. "This is probably going to be your cheapest watch and brooch, right?" Although Shen Fuyu didn't understand these things, she had seen the watches and brooches on Fu Haoshan's walls. These two truly didn't rank. "I'll give them as gifts." Fu Haoshan hadn't planned to use them himself. He thought that Shen Fuyu would eventually need to socialize in the team, or might need to win people over for future projects. So it was good to prepare some items in advance. Me? Give gifts? I only have people seeking me out while I'm alive. Do I still need to seek others? Shen Fuyu never believed in this kind of thing. After all, her strength was evident. It wasn't about begging, but about winning people's hearts. Some people are very straightforward. Loyalty can be bought with money, even if it's temporary, It only needs to be useful for a while, saving a lot of time and managing relationships. Oh, Shen Fuyu nodded, half understanding. The two kept shopping until evening. When they sat down to eat, Shen Fuyu curiously looked at Fu Haoshan and asked, "Why didn't anyone recognize you after shopping for so long today? You didn't tan like before. Maybe people really forget over time." Fu Haoshan said, a bit disappointed. Didn't Shen Fuyu notice that he dressed differently today? Casual, where that made him look much younger. It must be because you haven't appeared for a long time. Shen Fuyu confidently nodded, not picking up on Fu Haoshan's comment, or it would be awkward. However, not long after, Shen Fuyu heard discussions about Fu Haoshan, with some people even thinking he looked younger than her. This made Shen Fuyu quite intolerant. But upon closer inspection, her expression became increasingly serious. Why didn't this guy have dark circles? Why didn't he have any red blood vessels on his face? Why didn't he have any wrinkles despite years of exposure to wind and sand? Today, still in casual wear, he had put on a very stylish trench coat that highlighted his youth. No one would believe that this guy, clearly written down as being in his 40s, was the former commander of the Star Fleet. 079, a tug of war with a group of honeycomb briquettes. What do you mean by that? Do I look older than you? Shen Fuyu was already quite charming, and now her outfit accentuated her weathered appearance. "I'm just trying to match up to you," Fu Haoshan said with a smile. "If I were really an uncle, you wouldn't even look at me. I wore this the third time we met. Do you remember the shirts I wore the first 2 times?" Shen Fuyu seemed to have developed a sort of conditioned reflex. Whenever someone talked to her about the past, she would suspect that they had ulterior motives, so she lowered her head and took a sip of soup, actually reacting to whether Fu Haoshan knew something. "I probably don't remember clearly." Shen Fuyu was telling the truth. She really couldn't recall. Her exceptional memory hadn't been applied in this regard. All she remembered was that Fu Haoshan had a good-looking face. Fu Haoshan wasn't surprised that Shen Fuyu didn't remember, but he felt a bit disappointed by her reaction. She was considering his intentions. She could never return to her carefree self. Could she? All because of him. "It's fine, as long as I remember." After they finished dinner, they went home. Fu Haoshan went to deal with some matters while Shen Fuyu stayed alone in her room, without any information. However, when she opened news, she saw Gu Tingji's name. Shen Fuyu suddenly wanted to know what Gu Tingji was thinking now. It took him only a few months to go from an unknown ordinary person to one of the actual power holders in the interstellar realm. Was he more loyal to her, or was he using her? Did he have ideals in his heart, or was it just ambition and interests? If Gu Tingji could hear Shen Fuyu's doubts right now, he would unhesitatingly choose loyalty and ambition. However, he was too busy to consider this. He was cursing Liang Anyan in his heart while holding his list. Liang Anyan had asked him to take some actions, and he did, but he found it quite unsatisfying. Moreover, Yang Qinting's behavior was clearly in response to Shen Fuyu's warning. The way these people thought was different from his own. Could he replace the people Fu Haoshan had cultivated? Otherwise, it might not be harmonious to interact with them in the future. But it wasn't time to think about these things yet. Gu Tingji was troubled by the list. If he couldn't give Liang Anyan a satisfactory answer, he estimated he would either kill himself or end up like Ling Hong. However, checking each name could buy him some time, but Liang Anyan seemed to have little patience. Gu Tingji found himself in a dilemma when he sensed Xiao Lian was looking for him. "How are you doing? I have something I need you to pay attention to." "What?" Gu Tingji vaguely guessed it was related to Liang Anyan's past. But would it be too dangerous to give Shen Fuyu a child to deal with? Although this guy was cunning, he was still young. "We found someone who might be key. Her name is Feng Peisher, and she was Liang Anyan's former lawyer. I'm in contact with her, and some things might happen next, so you need to help keep an eye on a few people." Gu Tingji frowned. What was Xiao Lian thinking? Why mention that she was Liang Anyan's former lawyer? Given the situation's development, it should be referred to as Liang Anjia's lawyer. What kind of people? The former principal of Yulin Academy and a director of an investment bank. I've sent you the information on the latter. I have an idea. The financial industry in the interstellar realm has just started, but many civilizations have fallen here historically. I want to control them. Does the senior sister not know? Gu Tingji felt that Shen Fuyu definitely didn't know about this matter. She didn't understand these things. This was Fu Haoshan's comfort zone, so she wouldn't rashly touch it. Xiao Yin wouldn't be trying to catch Fu Haoshan off guard, would she? I don't know. Also, Why do you keep calling sister senior sister? Are you hiding something? Xiao Yan's question received no response from Gu Tingji. He himself didn't know why he called Shen Fuyu senior sister. He just couldn't call her anything else. Perhaps he hoped to be a unique presence in Shen Fuyu's heart, having a special bond? Opening the data boldly, Gu Tingji began to compare the list. The investment bank director Song Yuan was also on that list, so there was an opportunity to contact him. However, he still needed to meet the former principal of Yulin Academy, who had been monitored by Fu Haoshan after being caught talking to thin air and was now locked in a sanatorium. This person's certain romantic interest was also on the list, having bought the most expensive item. After being locked in the sanatorium, the principal's state of mind became peaceful. No matter how wrong he was, so what? Fu Haoshan still didn't dare to touch him. Of course, he didn't know that Fu Haoshan was just waiting for the right moment. After all, since Fu Haoshan had impulsively injured himself and was forced to retire, he had grown fond of a method akin to boiling frogs in warm water. Compared to Fu Haoshan, the old man, who was all show but rotten inside, wanted to see Gu Tingji even less, the little man who colluded with Shen Fuyu and ruined his lifelong efforts. Therefore, when Gu Tingji appeared with that smiling expression, the old man's face twisted, and he immediately cursed. Are you very idle? Besides relying on Shen Fuyu's skills to play some tricks, what ability do you have? Coming to find me again? Such a roar sounded to outsiders, as if he was shouting at the air. A few caregivers began to discuss in a disdainful tone whether the old man was seriously ill. If he couldn't take care of himself, they might find it a bit disgusting. Do you think I want to come? Defeated General Gu Tingji said irritably, I'm here to ask where your favorite girl is now. Why did she disappear right after you were caught? Gu Tingji's question was not just about her whereabouts. It was also asking if he still had any remaining influence outside. Gu Tingji hadn't found any traces of the other party on public transport, so where could a girl with 2 children hide? Why should I tell you? Your family, your descendants. Think about what you've done all these years. I just need you to say you won't be threatened by me forever, but if you don't say it, I'll show you how they fall one by one, and then your family's generations will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Don't forget, I'm the one colluding with Shen Fuyu. I know your matters very well. Crazy, crazy. The old man trembled as he stood up and pointed at Gu Tingji. How can you do this? I also contributed to the interstellar realm. Do you think it was just Shen Fuyu who made the interstellar realm what it is now? But you're already a thing of the past. You can live well, but don't think about certain things. Learn to control your desires. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a beast? Gu Tingji looked down at the old man, his expression gentle but extremely insulting. Gu Tingji had once been someone who respected the elderly and loved the young, valuing others' dignity and feelings, but he gradually changed. However, he preferred his transformation. Ever since he broke free from shackles, life had become much more enjoyable. You, being scolded by a junior like this, the old man was furious, impossible. You won't get away with this today. Then let's take it slow. Gu Tingji didn't intend to resolve matters today. Otherwise, how would he pull Liang Anyan into the fray? After leaving the sanatorium, Gu Tingji indeed received a message from Liang Anyan. Don't mess up my plans. If you have the ability, you can act yourself. The old man has only these weaknesses. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will he listen obediently? Fu Haoshan might act soon. Think it over. A few useless old-timers should be insignificant compared to your ideals, right? Gu Tingji felt very unhappy when he typed this string of messages. Perhaps it was because he had spent too long with someone he disliked, and he couldn't calm his emotions. He just wanted to quickly flatten Liang Anyan. Then hurry up. Don't challenge my patience, or just wait to die. What triggered this? It doesn't matter whether I live or die, but you must think about the fact that you are the last hope of your race. Haste makes waste. Liang Anyan did not reply. He now needed Liang Anjia to die quickly. By using Fu Haoshan to eliminate Tiela, he would have the resources to continue his next plan. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan also had tendencies for internal conflict, but it was uncertain when Shen Fuyu would lose her mind again and trust Fu Haoshan. In the following days, Gu Tingji visited many people in succession, increasing the workload for Yang Qianing several times. The series of major cases caused the original people from Yulin Academy to lose almost all their reputation. Of course, during these days, Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan were not idle either. After receiving Fu Haoshan's approval, Shen Fuyu chose a very old 4-story building as her new research institute. Liang Anyan was dissatisfied with this decision, but he understood Shen Fuyu's aesthetics. There was no room for negotiation on such matters. However, Shen Fuyu herself felt that this had nothing to do with her aesthetics. She could not allow these people to re-enter the technology sector, so she had to find a way to render them all useless. Thus, during the first promotion, Shen Fuyu sent people from Qi Shaoying side over, making it clear that it was a social media scam with no substantial content. Shen Fuyu secretly coordinated with Jiang Pingzhou so that once the incident occurred, she could present those results to distance herself from the situation. Tiela did not understand the current wave at all. He had already planned to give up resisting Fu Haoshan, but Fu Haoshan disagreed. His previous blunders had already placed him in a representative position for certain people in the interstellar community. Liang Anjia was very dissatisfied with this kind of slackness from his collaborator. After both sides tested each other, they finally erupted. "What are you thinking? Fu Haoshan will never let you go now. You have no choice but to confront him directly. This is completely a struggle between Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan, and it can be utilized. But the problem is, even though we have played many cards, we haven't caused them any substantial harm. Fu Haoshan is a person who values his face. He wouldn't actually kill me. As an alien, it's better for you to fend for yourself. Are you planning to sell me out?" Liang Anjia said irritably. As his emotions fluctuated, Tiela felt the pressure from the alien being closing in on him. Seeing Tiela's expression, Fang Jingying, who was observing outside, quickly came out to ease the atmosphere. "We can't reveal ourselves now. Fu Haoshan is looking for us everywhere. But you are currently at a disadvantage in Liang Anyan's hands. Isn't that like hitting a stone with an egg?" 080 Exploring the roots of conflict, Liang Anjia looked at Fang Jingying with dissatisfaction, feeling that she had touched a sore spot. "I know you're trying to ease the atmosphere, but you don't have to expose my recent failures. I understand, but now is a good opportunity for you to fight back." "What good opportunity? We currently have no ability to retaliate. Shen Fuyu, Fu Haoshan, and that Liang Anyan haven't reached a life-or-death struggle yet. And what about Gu Tingji? Who knows what he's thinking?" Fang Jingying was also somewhat afraid of these people. That child has been taken away. They are using this incident to attack Shen Fuyu for his leniency towards cloning technology. The previous pressure we applied on them didn't hit the mark. This time it's a principled issue. But since Li Pingzhen's death, the media in the Star Realm has either been under the control of that Qi Shaoying under Shen Fuyu or managed by Fu Haoshan. So many water armies and black industries have been taken down. Where can we go to attack them? Offline. There are so many families who have lost their children. Gu Tingji can elevate the discussion on the absolute prohibition of child consumption to the focus of the Star Realm's public opinion through a case. We can too. Liang Anjia already had a mature plan in mind. But just one child isn't enough, right? What if Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu choose to abandon that family of 3? If we act first, we can throw the dirty water on them. It doesn't matter who is right, as long as we maintain our sense of justice. Tyler looked at Liang Anjia, feeling very confused. Why was this alien so interested in controlling public opinion? This was indeed a principled issue, but Fu Haoshan was a man without principles. "Let me think it over. Do you have a backup plan?" "Diyu de question. I've thought it through. Xiao Yin has contacted your lawyer named Feng Peisher. You should be aware of what Liang Anyan did back then. Now that Shen Fuyu is targeting Liang Anyan, just disclose this clue to Xiao Yin. After all, he's also here to investigate this matter. Why not tell him directly now? Why wait until after the cloning incident?" Fang Jingying couldn't quite follow Liang Anjia's train of thought. Why did this alien always like to go in circles? Delay the incident and intensify the conflict between Shen Fuyu and everyone else. The few around her are either profit-driven or cunning. And Shen Fuyu can no longer be a rational person. At this point, the 3 seemed a bit dejected. Why did their success or failure depend on whether Shen Fuyu was rational? But when this person was rational, Fu Haoshan was no match for her. Meanwhile, Fu Haoshan, who was being discussed by the 3, felt that something was off. He was in a fleet meeting about his star domain plan. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, but Fu Haoshan felt that he was about to hit a bottleneck. Su Yifan noticed Fu Haoshan's distraction. During lunch, the master and disciple sat in the command room eating, and Su Yifan asked worriedly, "Is there a problem on your wife's side?" Since the last time Shen Fuyu left with Gu Tingji, Su Yifan hadn't had any contact with her. But now it seemed that she was quite happy whether in the battle team or in the commentary seat. I just feel her attitude towards me is strange. I don't know what's strange about it. After years of battle, a man's sixth sense is usually quite accurate. Shen Fuyu now didn't resist his contact and could accept going out with him. Their relationship looked very harmonious. But Fu Haoshan felt that they were completely not in the same state as before, as if something was lost. Master, there's a small question. I'm not sure if I should say it. Su Yifan was very cautious about meddling in the private matters of these two strange people. Just say it. There's nothing you can't say. Do you really think that your wife left you back then just because of inferiority? With her intelligence, she shouldn't have failed to understand the close ties between you two now. Have you never thought about the underlying issues? Being reminded by Su Yifan, Fu Haoshan felt he was making sense. Shen Fuyu's attitude towards him seemed like a process of self-persuasion. And the key wasn't with him, but in Shen Fuyu's progress in convincing herself. But she doesn't tell me, and I haven't seen any clues over the years. There's no direction for investigation. Fu Haoshan felt a bit troubled. If there really was something, and Shen Fuyu still didn't tell him, then it probably wasn't a good thing. Maybe I should ask Tai Qinzhu and Feng Zhe, the two elders? Su Yifan had previously intended to visit these two divine beings, but over time had limited his actions. All right, I'm leaving. I'll leave the rest to you. No, you can leave a little later. I don't want to work overtime. Master, come back. Su Yifan looked at the mountain of work and just wanted to slap himself. Why did you say that? When Fu Haoshan suddenly appeared at the door, Feng Zhe felt that something was off. Did this guy figure something out? He knew that Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan hadn't been on good terms recently. Oh, what's up, Fu? What brings you here when you're so busy? Feng Zhe greeted him with a smile and invited Fu Haoshan to sit in the yard. Just as Tai Qinzhu was about to brew tea with well water, he was startled when he saw Fu Haoshan's back. What was he here for? Could it be that the matter bestowed by the gods was discovered? No, if it were discovered, Fu Haoshan should be at home explaining the ins and outs to Shen Fuyu instead of looking for them. Tai Qinzhu was perplexed and approached, saying, Haoshan, you're here. Didn't Fuyu come with you? I see you two have been quite busy lately. Although the two elders were very warm in their attitude, Fu Haoshan clearly sensed that they seemed somewhat unwelcoming, so he replied, Yes, she has a lot on her plate. I'm just a retiree. A few days away isn't a big deal. Oh, speaking of which, Xiao Fu, it's a pity about your injury. Otherwise, the Star Realm might have a new atmosphere now. Feng Zhe tried to change the topic, avoiding mentioning Shen Fuyu. It's okay. Now that Fuyu is here, there can still be a new atmosphere. It's just that she's been quite cold towards me recently. I've only been in love with her once in my life, so I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong. You two have been a loving couple for years, so I thought I'd come to seek some advice. Fu Haoshan brought the topic back around. Feng Zhe and Tai Qinzhu exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously squeezed their hands resting on their knees. Tai Qinzhu smiled and said, we don't know about that. You know Fuyu's personality. Just be patient and give her some space. Maybe one day she'll come to terms with it herself. If she didn't have some self-healing ability, she wouldn't have lived healthily until today. The reasoning was sound, but Fu Haoshan felt a bit awkward listening to others say that Shen Fuyu would come to terms with it herself. This shouldn't be her own mental struggle. He should help her. The more they said this, the more Fu Haoshan felt he owed Shen Fuyu. He had no one at home to interfere with his actions. He was used to expressing his personality freely. Why couldn't she? She had given so much for herself, and he hadn't even provided her with such an environment. As Fu Haoshan's expression gradually darkened, Feng Zhe inexplicably felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that he really knew something and was trying to test them? Did Gu Tingji tell him? That was impossible. Xiao Fu, what's wrong? Are you thinking of some issue? If you find a reason, go back and explain it clearly to Fuyu, just like that child. Everything will be fine. That needs to be asked to you too. What is the fundamental problem between me and Fuyu? Fu Haoshan stopped pretending and asked directly. Feng Zhe and Tai Qinzhu exchanged glances and fell silent. Shen Fuyu didn't want to tell Fu Haoshan. Didn't they realize that this would only bring trouble to her? The reactions of the two were already clearly telling Fu Haoshan that something was wrong. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been intimidated by this attitude. But Fu Haoshan was not so ordinary. He hoped that the two would speak honestly. He had committed patricide and fratricide in the past, and after 10 years of expedition, he might not be very patient. For the first time, Fu Haoshan revealed his fierce and ruthless nature in front of his own people. Fengze did not expect Fu Haoshan to directly threaten them both, but since Shen Fuyu had instructed them, they had to help her keep it a secret to the end. If that was the case, they could investigate it themselves. If Fuyu wanted to hide something, he might never find out in his lifetime. The two were aware of her strength. Should they consider what would happen to the galaxy if I and Fuyu were to fall out? Fu Haoshan's threat was very comprehensive, forcing Fengze and Tai Qinzhao to a crossroads. Either continue to hide it. If they really fell out, then they could expect the interstellar situation to change dramatically. If they spoke, Fu Haoshan, feeling guilty, might directly imprison Shen Fuyu. Tell him, Tai Qinzhao tugged at Fengze's sleeve. But what if he really? Facing Fengze's doubts, Tai Qinzhao waved his hand to interrupt him. Fu Haoshan, let me ask you, are you willing to die for Fuyu? To give up your position, your power, your wealth? Wealth? I've already given that up. Power? I can share it with her. As for status, it depends on whether I can fully take over all the fleets in the galaxy. That is still uncertain. As for life, if I say I'm willing, that would be a lie. How many people in history have pursued immortality? But if she insists, I can willingly sacrifice myself. Well, let me tell you, although Tai Qinzhao was not very satisfied with Fu Haoshan's answer, it was indeed the truth. In love, the words I would give my life for you are nice to hear, but not really true. Fengze wanted to salvage the situation, but Tai Qinzhao had already taken out the manuscript of Shen Fuyu's previous design of the divine gift. The reason the Starfleet has its current status is because of the divine gift, but this thing was designed by Fuyu and her teacher. And you seem unaware of this. Teacher? Fu Haoshan knew that Shen Fuyu held herself in high regard and had bad luck, having been harmed many times by those who were her teachers and even bullied by her teacher in school, so she had never acknowledged anyone as a teacher since then. Now, another teacher had emerged? Yes, her mentor from another civilization is an incredibly wise sage, Tai Qinzhao explained, pointing to a photo. 081, you have a wife. Which is a miracle. Another civilization? Destroyed? Fu Haoshan once thought about when the civilization he belonged to would come to an end. Just thinking about it felt very distant. Perhaps everyone tends to evade such thoughts. It was destroyed and in a terrifying manner. Even after leaving that civilization for over 30 years, he still experienced nightmares every day. Wait a moment, I'll get his notes for you. Fengze felt that since it had already been mentioned, it would be better to let Fu Haoshan see what the destruction of other civilizations looked like and ponder what he should do. Shen Fuyu's teacher did not leave behind a name. From the changes in the handwriting in his notes, it seemed that their script was different from the interstellar one, indicating that he had only begun learning their writing after arriving in interstellar space. The historical records of the destroyed civilization were very complete, documenting everything from the deeds of their ancestors before their wandering to the process of continuously absorbing other wanderers, and finally to finding suitable planets to re-establish civilization. The entire process seemed beautiful, but Fu Haoshan saw a huge problem. The records could be clear, but they didn't have to be so clear. A person could trace their lineage back to 800 generations. Even now, with just 3 or 4 generations, Fu Haoshan was already overwhelmed. 800 generations? How could events from hundreds of thousands of years ago still be relevant to you? Why not trace back to which single-celled organism you evolved from? As he flipped through the notes, Fu Haoshan silently criticized this overly clear documentation, which led the indigenous people of this civilization to discriminate against other wanderers whose histories were not long enough when they took them in. Over time, this formed an invisible oppression, which ultimately, with technological advancement, created a stark hierarchy. In Shen Fuyu's teacher's words, it was as if he had seen an ancient era from who knows how long ago, where humans resembled beasts, and those who could live like a person were less than 1 in 100,000, yet their technological level was beyond what current interstellar society could fathom. Fu Haoshan looked at this comment in confusion, and Fengze explained, they had entered the age of slavery, where there was little difference between humans and livestock, and they enjoyed rituals, not to worship deities, but to honor their ancestors. The technology of that time had cracked the danger of prion diseases. You can imagine what kind of hell that was. This was the beginning of the disaster. Shen Fuyu's teacher was one of those rare geniuses. One of the 12 elders who rose from being a slave to the highest ruler of that civilization. When a person has seen many different landscapes, they begin to have wild thoughts. Thus, this intellectual giant participated in a rebellion initiated by tens of millions of slaves. These oppressed people carved a path to challenge the rulers from what was called a barbaric land, using bones as their foundation. But they were just one step away. Just as the few surviving slaves were about to collapse under the high-tech control of the rulers, Shen Fuyu's teacher became a traitor. Although he described himself this way, he still wrote later that he didn't know who he had actually betrayed. He closed the ruler's access, and the surviving slaves occupied the hall representing the highest power of that civilization. All the rulers were slaughtered, and only Shen Fuyu's teacher survived, but he was imprisoned. The surviving slaves promised that each would create a new era without oppression, but they underestimated their own ambition. Desire is never-ending. They began to slaughter the slaves who once stood by their side and those relatively better-off citizens. Once the knife was raised, it was hard to put down. Ultimately, this civilization perished due to plagues, climate, and extraterrestrial meteorites. The few who had not contracted the plague escaped on the Doomsday Ark, led by Shen Fuyu's teacher. But as time passed, many died on the way, and much of the data was forever lost in instruments that could no longer be activated due to lack of energy. By the time they reached interstellar space, only Shen Fuyu's teacher remained. However, Fu Haoshan was puzzled. The proportion of scientific and technological content in the remaining materials was very small, even negligible. They were mostly genealogies. Did he still long to not be of a slave's origin? The imprint of thought is indeed hard to erase. Have you finished reading? Do you have anything to say? Fengze retracted the notes and asked, "Divine gift is the control I snatched from my mother. As for where she got it, I don't know. So, Fuyu thinks this way? She believes I stole the divine gift? What exactly happened?" Fengze observed Fu Haoshan for a while, suppressing his lifelong judgment of people, and recounted his daughter's serious illness and Shen Fuyu's teacher being deceived to death. "I knew nothing of all this. Do you also think I could have done such a thing?" Fu Haoshan initially said this with righteous indignation. He truly knew nothing. However, upon reflection, it was indeed something he could do. "Well, based on your earlier threats, you indeed might have. So Shen Fuyu's initial actions against your uncle's family were to test whether you had this possibility. I performed quite well in that matter," he could only say, and it seemed that her attitude towards him had softened a lot. But what was the reason now? Was someone slandering me? Fu Haoshan recalled the person Shen Fuyu met in the hospital that day. Who was that person? No. Fengze carefully recalled what Fu Haoshan had just said and slapped his thigh. "You said you snatched this from your mother? What do you mean by snatched? What did you originally plan to do with it? Right? She secretly used it on the Starfleet. I think this sudden acceleration of energy extraction without appropriate institutional constraints is very bad, and she had ulterior motives, so I snatched it. As for what her original purpose was, I don't know. She died suddenly. So how did you judge that she had ulterior motives?" Tai Qinzhao now had a somewhat complex view of Fu Haoshan. This person was ruthless, even to his own family. In this light, he treated Shen Fuyu quite well. But was this comparison appropriate? I kept sending people to follow her. Several times, she tried to shake off my people, and I found out she was connected to those I had dealt with before. When I asked her, she was just giving me the runaround. How could I not suspect her? As a mother, Tai Qinzhao empathized. If she heard her son say this about herself, she would surely feel heartbroken. But this was Fu Haoshan, who had made extraordinary contributions to interstellar society. It seemed reasonable that it happened to him. Fu Haoshan gradually felt the complexity in Tai Qinzhao's gaze, but he didn't want to explain because he felt his actions were entirely reasonable. After all, there were not many people in this world who were worthy of him, and what did it matter if those who owed him were alive or dead? Looking at Fu Haoshan's righteous expression, Tai Qinzhao's empathic emotions reached their peak. Before Fengze could ease the atmosphere, she slammed the table and shouted, "But that is the mother who gave you life and raised you. How can you say that about her? Gave me life? I didn't come out of her womb. She merely gave me a chromosome. She was the most profitable flat model in the interstellar realm at the time. Would she ruin her future by having a child? And the idea that she raised me is even more absurd. She only helped me enter the Fu family and never cared for me again. I have no connection with her at all. Is it a problem for me to suspect that she wants to harm me? Fu Haoshan's tone was cold. Tai Qingjiao was angry, but found she could no longer say a word of reproach. Fu Haoshan was indeed not wrong. Feng Zhe hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Since you know what happened, you should quickly go back and explain to Fuyu. It should be because she realized that this thing was taken by your mother that her attitude changed. But I don't know how to explain it. Why didn't she just ask me directly? Fu Haoshan felt a surge of nameless anger rising in his heart, and his ribs ached faintly on both sides. Well, she probably loves you too much and thinks that after saying it, you will part ways, so she believes you wouldn't do it. As for now, you really need to investigate properly, and haven't you ever been in a relationship or seen others in one? Always speaking the truth. It's good that you are the commander of the Star Fleet. No one dares to do anything to you. Otherwise, let alone a wife. You wouldn't even have a job now. Tai Qinzu, unwilling to back down, regrouped and started to retort against Fu Haoshan, treating each other sincerely and exchanging hearts. Isn't that good? Feng Zhe looked at Fu Haoshan, who was speaking righteously, and thought to himself that it's a good thing that Shen Fuyu is such a master at self-persuasion. If it were any other girl, she'd have blown it on the first day. How could you still marry her? That woman needs to be coaxed. Even if Fuyu is a woman made of steel, her ears are soft, and with her intelligence, she could analyze your intentions even with an emotional intelligence of 0. You don't need to emphasize it. Can't you say something nice? Feng Zhe also looked like he was disappointed, feeling that it was unreasonable for Fu Haoshan to be single. After being pointed out by the two elders, Fu Haoshan suddenly realized, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a single flattering word. Forget it. I'll go home and take a good look at the little notebooks these two used to give me. So, after sincerely apologizing, Fu Haoshan left. But when he got home, Shen Fuyu was not there. At that moment, Shen Fuyu was at Qi Xiaoying's place, paying attention to the discussion about the topic started by Gu Tingji regarding eating the absolute household. Manager, to be honest, this issue has existed since ancient times. It's not a single problem and involves too many aspects. Moreover, after this wave of heat passes, no one will remember it again. Qi Xiaoying had just finished training and saw that Shen Fuyu was still there, so she walked over and said softly, I know, I'm not trying to change anything right now. I just feel a bit tired and don't want to go back. Shen Fuyu was very exhausted. She felt even more tired seeing Fu Haoshan at home. She was afraid Fu Haoshan would sense that she no longer loved him as she used to. Manager, although I don't know what happened between you, my brother, and Fu Haoshan, but no matter what, don't be hard on yourself. Feel free to blame them because it's not your fault. Shen Fuyu was amused by Qi Xiaoying's heartless comment and asked, if my brother hears you say this, he would probably faint from anger, right? Why don't you support him at all? Because I can't understand what he is thinking. Previously, when I talked to him about my mom, he was very indifferent, but now he wants to recover my mom's dowry that was sold in this way. And he always has different explanations for Yen Pei Pei. 082 should I say it or not? Speaking of Yen Pei Pei, ever since the special project featuring Shen Fuyu was released and received a great response, she has become much more cheerful. Once, Shen Fuyu overheard her on the phone with her mother, and she seemed quite happy. But I wonder if she has resolved that emotional knot? Do you think Yen Pei Pei will forgive your brother? Shen Fuyu asked seriously. To be honest, just thinking about it made Shen Fuyu feel it was a dilemma. Whether to forgive or not didn't matter. She was quite happy now. Manager, why don't you just tell old Lin to let her stay in the team? She cooks well and is a nice person, as long as my brother doesn't come and cause trouble. Shen Fuyu suspected that Qi Xiaoying was intentionally trying to cheer her up, given how brotherly he was toward his brother. She also wondered how Gu Tingji felt upon hearing this. Manager, I took a day off from old Lin and the coach today to change my name. On the way, there's a promotional video shoot by the seaside. Since you're not going home anyway, why not come with me? Change your name? Shen Fuyu initially felt sympathy for Lin Yan, who had gained a nickname Mail Mom because he disliked being called that, and was surprised. The Qi family was just captured. Yang Qining had just complained that if this continued, they would have to ask Fu Haoshan to approve an expansion of the prison. And now Qi Xiaoying wanted to change his name. Was this a case of suffering turning into sweetness? Yes. The rules for changing names in the interstellar world are quite complex, involving many changes in personal information. If it weren't for special circumstances, it wouldn't be possible to change. Just right, those people were caught, so I can apply for it. I see. Then let us go. Shen Fuyu didn't know much about the name change process. But since there was nothing else to do, she decided to follow along, letting them film while she entertained herself. Shen Fuyu followed Qi Xiaoyin as he filled out many complicated forms, and after passing through 2 rounds of machine and manual approvals, he finally received a temporary identification certificate. In a week, Qi Xiaoyin's name would change to Chu Xiaoyin. When they arrived at the filming location, the person in charge insisted on taking a few promotional photos with Shen Fuyu. Seeing the girl clinging to her thigh, Shen Fuyu reluctantly agreed. Shen Fuyu felt a bit awkward. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen the set of photos from her engagement banquet with Fu Haoshan. She no longer expected to have wedding photos with him, but why hadn't he shown her any of those? Noticing Shen Fuyu's serious expression, several photographers tried their best to make her smile. Although she still had some worries, the final result was good. Afterward, she ordered a barbecue stall on the nearby beach. She initially wanted to treat everyone to barbecue, but the staff had to rush back to produce the footage, leaving a group of contestants behind. This promotional video was meant for the top 8, and the remaining teams were quite strong. The contestants who came to shoot today were mostly those with both looks and strength, and a considerable fan base. Several of them had already signed contracts with platforms, and their team's administration cautiously asked Shen Fuyu if they could livestream. Little did they know that the biggest investor in their platform was Shen Fuyu, as everyone only saw Fu Haoshan, her dedicated worker. Shen Fuyu really liked watching others eat. It gave her a great sense of accomplishment, even more than eating herself. But she noticed one issue. Qi Xiaoyin could eat quite a bit, right? Look at others and control yourself a bit. Otherwise, others might think the team is skimping on your meals, Shen Fuyu said, looking at the noticeably different iron skewer in front of Qi Xiaoyin. I haven't eaten all day. Manager, I'm not modeling anymore. Why should I care about this? Qi Xiaoyin said as he reached for the grease to wipe on Shen Fuyu's sleeve. Stay away from me. Just eat yours. Shen Fuyu moved aside, disdainful of her dowry, and upon hearing the word model, she recalled what Liang Anyun had told her before. Model? What do you know about the world of print models? Frequent visitor to cosmetic surgery clinics, perhaps even a VIP. They are more open-minded. It's not necessarily bad, but this circle is very competitive and cutthroat. Do you know Xia Weirui? Shen Fuyu asked casually. I know. She was the most profitable print model in the interstellar world. Transitioning from print modeling to runway, it was quite inspiring. But then I heard she went to have a baby and hasn't been her from since. Shen Fuyu wanted to continue asking something, but Qi Xiaoyin suddenly leaned closer and whispered, but I heard that her child wasn't born by her. Honestly, manager, if your artificial womb project had come out earlier, that would have been great. I actually didn't want to pursue this project. Shen Fuyu was still hesitating about her decision, right? In the future, she should probably limit its scope of use. If a profit-driven person exploited her, she would be committing an eternal sin. Qi Xiaoyin seemed to understand a bit, but not fully, so he didn't say anything more. After Shen Fuyu and Qi Xiaoyin said goodbye to everyone, she met Fu Haoshan in the parking lot. Qi Xiaoyin quickly made himself scarce, leaving Shen Fuyu awkwardly alone. Did you have fun? Fu Haoshan now knew the biggest obstacle between him and Shen Fuyu, but without evidence to cross it. Combined with Feng Zhe and Tai Qin's US lessons, he cherished Shen Fuyu even more, his tone unusually gentle. Shen Fuyu didn't immediately react. What had stimulated Fu Haoshan? Why was his tone making her feel weak in the knees? Wake up, you don't like him anymore. It was okay, being with young people always broadens one's perspective. You think I'm getting old? Fu Haoshan used to care little about the age gap between him and Shen Fuyu, as it was less than 10 years. But now he cared immensely. With so many younger and more energetic people around Shen Fuyu, what if one day she found him undesirable? I'm not. Let us go home. I'm tired. After returning home, Fu Haoshan walked in circles in the living room. When Shen Fuyu came out after a shower, she saw him pacing back and forth and asked from upstairs, what is wrong? Honestly, Shen Fuyu sensed that Fu Haoshan was anxious. If this guy found out something, it wouldn't be good. He probably wouldn't allow himself to challenge his authority, right? I have something I want to talk to you about, but I don't know how to start. Fu Haoshan quickly climbed the stairs and pulled Shen Fuyu into the room. Shen Fuyu broke out in a cold sweat. She had already brought out her trump card. There's no way he could trace back to her information, right? If he had that ability, he wouldn't need her patent. Fu Haoshan looked at the sweat on Shen Fuyu's forehead, puzzled. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why was she starting to sweat? Are you feeling unwell? Fu Haoshan reached out to wipe Shen Fuyu's sweat. No. Shen Fuyu waved her hand and took a step back. I just finished showering and am a bit hot. I'll go downstairs to find some ice-cold juice. After saying that, Shen Fuyu tried to head downstairs. This wasn't pulling her into the room. It was pulling her into a small black room. And she didn't want to be locked up by him again. Shen Fuyu was already anxious, so when Fu Haoshan grabbed her arm, her legs went weak, nearly causing her to kneel before him. At that moment, Shen Fuyu despised herself. Was her resolve really that weak? Why was she afraid of him? Are you feeling unwell? Fu Haoshan quickly lifted Shen Fuyu up and helped her cover herself with a blanket. Forget the juice. I'll have someone bring over some nourishing soup. Why don't you consider making something yourself? Shen Fuyu intended to change the subject. That thought coincided with Fu Haoshan's. As he answered quite naturally, there are no pots or ingredients at home. Just wait a moment. I'll have Jiang Tong take care of it. Shen Fuyu then realized that in Fu Haoshan's home, there was no one in any of the houses, not even robots. The security system was sufficient for combat, while families poorer than Fu Haoshan's would do anything to have 800 people to serve them. Why was his family like this? Soon, Fu Haoshan returned with several clay pots, filled with a variety of fragrant soups that made one's mouth water. Shen Fuyu wasn't hungry, but since he had bought them, she thought she might as well eat a little. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the clinking of spoons against the pots and the two of them breathing. After mentally drafting her question several times, Shen Fuyu finally asked, "Why is it that you're the only one in your family, besides the occasionally present Jiang Yu and the always present Jiang Tong? Because back then in my home, only their father didn't want to kill me." Fu Haoshan thought Shen Fuyu had asked a good question and now had material to share his tragic story. Were you really that hated before? Logically, even if your father and the previous members of the Fu family saw you merely as an organ donor for your sick brother, they shouldn't hate you that much, right? It was like that before they found out that my two brothers' deaths were related to me. After they discovered that, it was different. For them, it was a gamble. They didn't choose me. As long as I rose to power, they would undoubtedly die, so they had to strike first. Was the struggle in your family that intense? By the way, you've never mentioned your two brothers' mother and your own mother. Are they also dead? Fu Haoshan's mood suddenly grew heavy. It seemed Shen Fuyu really knew about that matter. Should he explain it to her now, or wait until he clarified things? If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I'll put down the spoon and get off the bed. I feel a bit full. I want to go for a walk. No, you just broke out in a sweat and almost fell. Lean on me for a while. Fu Haoshan pulled Shen Fuyu back, letting her lean against his chest. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk. He was just afraid she would get angry after hearing it. Why would I get angry? Shen Fuyu looked back at Fu Haoshan in confusion. She wouldn't be angry at anything he did now. Because you're all girls. If you empathized with them, you'd probably want to kill me. Fu Haoshan had already experienced how terrifying empathy could be with Tai Qin Zhu and his so-called mother. I can't put myself in other people's lives, and I empathize with anyone. Since it's not my experience, just say it directly. Shen Fuyu felt a surge of excitement in her heart when she noticed Fu Haoshan was willing to talk. Of course, she wanted to dispel his concerns as much as possible. This was a great opportunity to gather information. 083, just holding on Fu Haoshan's face, showed disbelief. Shen Fuyu was not a cold-hearted person. Didn't he know that she used to like holding umbrellas for others? However, this was a good opportunity to play the victim. Fu Haoshan reached out to hold Shen Fuyu in his arms, deciding to play this role well. My elder brother's mother lost her sanity after he died. She wanted to clone him and then kill me to replace my organs. Previously, the Fu family had a pool of snakes, and she fell in and was eaten. Initially, Shen Fuyu thought this was quite normal, but upon hearing the word snake, the whole sentence turned into a jumble of sounds. Snakes! She jumped up, kneeling on Fu Haoshan's lap. Were there snakes? Does your family raise snakes? Is there something seriously wrong? Shen Fuyu looked around in a panic, as if snakes were about to crawl into the room. Not in this house. It was in the old Fu residence. They raised snakes because they believed in old fortune teller's words to bless my elder brother and ward off evil. I dealt with it later, so there's no need to be afraid. Just because you say there's nothing to fear, does that mean I won't be scared? In terms of strength, Shen Fuyu wasn't afraid of Fu Haoshan, but this guy was indeed cruel in some of his methods, so her fear was somewhat justified. Shen Fuyu thought of this to excuse her embarrassing behavior today. Then, what about your second brother's mother? Shen Fuyu asked, trying to suppress her fear. After seeing the tragic state of my elder brother's mother, she wanted to escape, but halfway through, she heard my elder brother's loyal followers say that I wanted to kill my dad. She really had feelings for my stepdad, so she came back to kill me and died under my stepdad's gun, which can be considered a worthy death. Didn't you want to kill your dad then? I was watching him run and looking at him fiercely, wanting to kill me. However, killing his second wife was indeed quite interesting. Fu Haoshan smiled sincerely as he said this. Shen Fuyu shivered, then controlled her facial muscles to look calmly at Fu Haoshan and asked, "What about your biological mother? Why did you kill her? You don't know?" Fu Haoshan's words made Shen Fuyu tremble uncontrollably. No, it was clearly his fault. Why was she panicking? But she really didn't know. How did this guy know these things? Did you go to find that old man phone? Shen Fuyu was a bit angry. Did these two sell him out like that? Yes, they told me everything. So your ambiguous attitude towards me is because of this? Why didn't you tell me? You could have asked me. I didn't want to hear an answer I didn't want to hear. How do you know it's an answer you don't want to hear? Shen Fuyu fell silent, telling herself she couldn't fully trust him. Was she afraid he would lie to keep her? This might escalate the conflict. Her plan hadn't succeeded yet. And if Fu Haoshan got involved, Liang Anyan would discover clues sooner or later. Just wait until you find evidence before coming to me with this. You can't prove that this is unrelated to you. After all, your family is all dead. Shen Fuyu chose a compromise plan to buy time. Fu Haoshan would likely take a long time to investigate these matters. By the time he finished, she would almost have Gu Tingji and Xiao Lian positioned. And then she would be just one step away from controlling the interstellar affairs and confronting him. Moreover, investigating these matters could prevent conflicts between Fu Haoshan and the people she was using, allowing her to achieve a winner-takes-all scenario. Fine, you wait. But can you be a bit nicer to me? How else can I be nice to you? When you come home, should I say, "Welcome home, husband"? Shen Fuyu's expression was filled with disdain. This person must have some serious issues. Couldn't he live independently away from her? You haven't even called me husband. We don't even have a wedding. Don't you think it's time to put that on the agenda? Fu Haoshan pressed closer with a pitiful look, only to be pushed away by Shen Fuyu. This isn't my script. Fu Haoshan looked at the door in front of him, feeling that how could his miserable family life still take away his right to enter the house? This isn't normal. Shen Fuyu, open the door. Don't you feel sorry for my tragic first half of life? Fu Haoshan hugged his quilt and knocked on the door. For the first time, he regretted installing a door that could withstand rocket attacks in his house. What are you talking about? Can you say that again? Shen Fuyu hated that the door was not soundproof. It can withstand rocket attacks, but not soundproofing. Look at what I heard. Did I say something wrong? In my first half of life, no one cared for me, and you actually don't feel sorry for me. Why are you so cold to your husband? You have no heart. You wiped out your entire family and also wiped out your uncle's family. Who can match your level? Your first half of life couldn't have been better. Stop playing the victim. I won't buy it. Shen Fuyu thought she would change the door tomorrow. After driving Fu Haoshan away, Shen Fuyu felt that it would be better to live separately, occupying the soft big bed alone. After losing her feelings for Fu Haoshan, she realized the beauty of life. After their quarrel, Gu Tingji noticed that Fu Haoshan's gaze toward Yulin Academy had noticeably decreased. So he began to take advantage of the opportunity when many people from Yulin Academy had their reputations tarnished to cultivate his own power. When the time came, if the Starfleet did not recognize his status as the actual controller of Yulin Academy, he could logically make Yulin Academy completely independent, and then the Interstellar would not necessarily be dominated by the Starfleet. Once the timing was right, Gu Tingji found the former principal of Yulin Academy. Compared to a few days ago, the person was in a completely different mental state. How is it? Looking at your juniors being imprisoned one by one, don't you feel very happy? It's good that there are many alive. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many expendables. Gu Tingji was on the verge of mental breakdown due to Liang Anyan's daily nonsense. In the past 2 days, He had been unable to maintain his previous gentleness while speaking. "You did this on purpose?" The old man, hunched over, expressed his regret. But he couldn't turn back now. His juniors had no power to fight back after Gu Tingji dealt with them. If those hidden forces were discovered, he wouldn't even be able to protect his life. "Of course, I've been stuck in the mud for too long and am somewhat mentally unstable. I just wanted to see what it looked like when those who were once high and mighty stepped on me ended up in prison. And maybe they would soon face the death penalty." "Are you crazy?" The old man looked at Gu Tingji in surprise. How had this guy changed his face in just a few days? Gu Tingji didn't like his appearance without a mask either. It used to be so deceptive. But a person like him would go crazy sooner or later, so getting used to it was not a bad thing. "I know you still don't want to say it. Did the other party take anything else to escape? Why is her identity fake? You can choose not to say, but my patience is running out. If there were one more corpse here, would anyone feel sorry? You?" Originally, Gu Tingji wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate some people, mainly to annoy Liang Anyun and pave the way for his future plans. However, he didn't expect that after investigating the other party's identity was fake over the past few days, he became suspicious. Such a presence deserved to die. "Don't be so surprised. My patience is limited. Since you won't speak, then capture the leader first. Without a leader, they would surely become a scattered mass and could not form a climate. Moreover, you have done evil for many years. You should be grateful to have lived this long." After saying that, Gu Tingji drew a dagger, smiling as he walked forward to deal with the other party. This arrogant approach completely stunned the old man, who hurriedly reported a series of names and locations. "That's more like it. And I've found you a psychiatrist. Soon you won't have to think about the troubles of this world anymore." Gu Tingji knew that there were traps in this string of things, but he didn't care. These people no longer had the ability to harm him. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. When he was weak, everything he did was wrong. And now it was his turn to say that whatever others do is wrong. This is not called having a voice. It is called power. Of course, the most important thing is to eliminate Liang Anyun. After controlling his emotions, Gu Tingji told Liang Anyun that he would be leaving for a while. He knew that during this time, Liang Anyun would attack the Yulin Academy to eliminate Liang Anjia, and he hoped everything would go smoothly. It's better to have fewer extraterrestrial beings. When Gu Tingji said he was leaving, Liang Anyun briefly doubted whether this guy had some ulterior motives. But soon he abandoned that thought because Gu Tingji was gradually going insane. Liang Anyun even felt a bit of sympathy for certain people. Gu Tingji's first 20 years were a tragedy, bullied for being poor, living at the bottom of society. And now it was only natural for him to take revenge on others. If Gu Tingji knew Liang Anyun thought this way, he would probably have fought him on the spot and spat. "What are you, a reincarnation of a white lotus? Why do you want to sympathize with criminals?" After Gu Tingji left, Liang Anyun contacted Shen Fuyu, and the first thing he said was, "Isn't your progress a bit slow? At this rate, Liang Anjia might escape." After Shen Fuyu took the initiative to seek cooperation, Liang Anyun figured something out. Shen Fuyu could break ties with Fu Haoshan, but would not give up on the interstellar matter. He needed to get rid of her after using her, so he dropped his previous facade. Shen Fuyu naturally understood that Liang Anyun had figured out the cause and effect. He was of a different race, and even if there was only one left, the probability of him eliminating her was quite high. So the two of them became mutually exploitative. Thinking of this, Liang Anyun hated Shen Fuyu's teacher immensely. This guy imposed some ethereal concepts on Shen Fuyu, making her overly idealistic and even overly tolerant. Fu Haoshan's surveillance is too tight. I just eliminated some of his suspicions, and now we can start. The timing is quite good. Not only can it draw out Liang Anjia, but also Tiela, but you need to wait. Wait for what? Wait for them to find someone offline to target that clone child. By the timeline, they should be getting anxious now, right? To be honest, it was Shen Fuyu who started to get anxious. After the child was taken away, the other side had no reaction at all. They weren't afraid of them being ruthless. What they feared was that they would remain hidden. But once Fu Haoshan notices, our situation won't be so good. 084 let me. I want to gain experience. You don't need to worry about it. He's probably too busy to care what I'm doing, and he doesn't have time to deal with you. Seeing Shen Fuyu's words, Liang Anyan quickly thought of where Fu Haoshan's irreconcilable conflict with Shen Fuyu came from. It seemed that Fu Haoshan's feelings for Shen Fuyu were actually genuine. Got it. Tai Lu had little enthusiasm, so the whole matter slowed down significantly. However, during this period, Xiao Yin had successfully established contact with Feng Peisher and had very friendly arranged a time to meet again. When Xiao Yin stepped into Feng Peisher's law firm again, he coincidentally ran into Liang Anyan's former finance's son, Xie Chu. He had grown up, and when Xiao Yin deliberately bumped into him while pretending to set up a surveillance device, he found that the other person was shorter than him, which boosted his confidence. When Feng Peisher came out and saw Xie Chu's expression, it was quite twisted. Xiao Yin blinked his artificially innocent big eyes at the two of them, feeling that he needed some eye drops. You and I. After Feng Peisher said this to Xiao Yin, she turned to Xie Chu and said, "What are you doing here? Come with me." So cold? Xie Chu radiated a kind of wickedness, different from Gu Tingji's acting style, but born from the heart. However, Xiao Yin always felt that his height, which was a head shorter than Gu Tingji, limited his performance, making him seem cute. Can you act properly? At this age, not studying, fooling around all day, come here. Feng Peisher acted very tough, but both Xiao Yin and Xie Chu could see that she was putting on a brave front. After being pulled by the arm, Xie Chu turned back to look at Xiao Yin and followed Xie Chu's pace. After the two disappeared, Xiao Yin walked to the front desk, took out a box of chocolates, and asked, "Sister, would you like some candy?" "Who was that person? Why do I have to wait?" The front desk lady looked at Xiao Yin's youthful demeanor and his rich and well-behaved appearance, which was almost overflowing with maternal love, and smiled. "That seems to be a kid from President Feng's relative's family. They're quite wealthy, but all he does all day is cause trouble. He's not even of age yet. Did he bully someone at school and need Sister Feng's help?" Xiao Yin was really concerned about his height. He feared he wouldn't inherit the 1.8 meters. The more he lacked something, the more he cared about it. The front desk lady smiled happily at Xiao Yin's deliberate tiptoeing. "No, he's already of age, hasn't been studying for a long time, just living off the wealth. All the money is managed by their family's investment bank. As for the trouble, I heard he was fooling around outside. These matters are not suitable for children. You're still young. Don't concern yourself with that." Wow, people really can't be judged by appearances. Being rich is good. There are still people who like him at his height. You're also very wealthy, little brother. If you become an adult, who knows how many girls would like you? But don't learn from him. I heard relationships can get messy, and you wouldn't want to get sick. You're right, sister. How long do they usually take to come out? It's almost mealtime. Should we eat? I'll treat. That's too embarrassing. Although she said this, the front desk lady's salary wasn't high, and she honestly ordered takeout. There weren't many people at noon, and when Xiao Yin finished eating, the two still hadn't come out. He seemed to casually say, "Sister, next time please keep an eye on this person for me. If he comes over, just let me know, and I won't come again." "Sure, no problem." Finally, after the lunch break was over, Feng Peisher and Xie Chu finally came out. Xiao Yin had no intention of blaming them. Instead, he smiled sweetly. Of course, this was all to make the other party feel guilty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited so long. "Sorry for the wait. I didn't expect this kid to be so unreasonable. If only he could be as sensible as you." Feng Peisher looked at the remaining food on the table, feeling guilty as she spoke to Xiao Yin. "It's fine. It's this time already. Let us finish eating and then talk." Xiao Yin now felt that Shen Fuyu asked him to come because she saw that he, as a child, could easily evoke sympathy and maternal love. How clever. Afterwards, the two discussed the time for the appeal, but the biggest problem was that Xiao Yin needed to find another guardian. Of course, Xiao Yin wouldn't really go through with the appeal, so this issue would continue to be stuck. Therefore, this time no conclusion was reached, and Feng Peisher didn't want to get involved in Xiao Yin finding a guardian. Xiao Yin achieved his purpose and took his leave. It wasn't that Xiao Yin deliberately made such a big circle. It was just that he and found Xie Chu before. This person had left no useful information apart from playing around crazily, and Xiao Yin didn't dare to take risks. After returning home, Xiao Yin opened the surveillance and remotely invited Gu Tingji, who was on the road controlling his emotions to avoid an outburst, to watch the conversation between the two. Gu Tingji closed his eyes and watched the scenes flashing before him, feeling that Liang Anyan deserved it. The relationship between Feng Peishi and Xie Chu turned sour the moment the door closed. Xie Chu looked at Feng Peishi with an air of superiority and then made his request. Help me deal with this person. Don't let her come and compete with me for the inheritance. Who is this? Feng Peishi, suppressing her anger, took the information Xie Chu handed over, which did not capture the monitoring angle. She is one of the mistresses of the former principal of Yulin Academy. I don't know where this sister came from. She looked exactly like me before her plastic surgery. Faced with such a dramatic plot, both of them did sit-ups simultaneously and then received the mass message sent by Shen Fuyu, asking them to find anyone related to Xie Weirui. They all share the surname Xie. Should we grab them all for a paternity test? I wonder if the bug in the interstellar paternity testing system has been fixed after the last incident. Xiao Lian joked. Don't you find it a bit strange? Fu Haoshan's uncle's family name is Zhuang, but his biological mother's surname is Xie. This means that his current identity still belongs to his elder brother. What do you think the senior sister is planning? Since the sister isn't pursuing the issue of divine gifts, why start questioning who Fu Haoshan really is now? Could it be that her teacher's death is related to Fu Haoshan? After Xiao Lian came to this conclusion, both fell silent. The conversation in the video continued. Feng Peishi, holding the information, rejected Xie Chu's request, and Xie Chu looked at Feng Peishi as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say? You dare to refuse me? Don't forget what you did back then to save those little girls, teaming up with Liang Anyan to short the company and leaving the mess to Liang Anjia. If Liang Anyan hadn't gone missing, no one could have saved you. Is that all you can do? Threaten me with those things? Helping you deal with some ignorant boys and girls was one thing, but now you want me to do what? Kill someone? I might as well go to jail. Go to jail? Great, go turn yourself in. It has nothing to do with me. Maybe I'll come to visit you. Xie Chu was not panicked. Feng Peishi had said similar things before, but she cherished her hard-won status and wealth too much. With the handle in someone else's hands, Feng Peishi could only suppress her dissatisfaction and agreed to this matter. The reason they had been inside for so long was to discuss how to get close to the person who was protected by layers. Is this an unexpected joy? Gu Tingji knew this was probably Xiao Yan's scheme, but such a pleasant surprise was not something he could orchestrate. I originally found an intern who had been harmed by him, but I didn't expect him to come for this matter. This family's information looks too clean. That's indeed. Gu Tingji also fell into confusion. If Liang Anya knew about this, he would definitely not allow him to look for people. So who exactly are these people with the surname Xie? Xie Chu's father was a finance officer in his lifetime, lost 2 wives in middle age, and soon after getting rich overnight, he died of illness. Gu Tingji had suspected whether those 2 women were harmed by Xie Chu's father, but the facts showed that one died from smoking and drinking and the other from disease, leading very colorful lives. This only shows that Xie Chu's father is very patient. Xiao Yin commented seriously. Is this the right time to talk about it? Hurry up and find out who that woman named Yuera really is. I found out that her current identity is fake, but I can't trace her identity before she left the club. And what about the things you can't accomplish? Although Xiao Lian teased Gu Tingji verbally, he felt that the situation was not good. Either this matter has no conclusion, or it involves Fu Haoshan behind the scenes. And either outcome is not good for Shen Fuyu. I'll handle Xie Chu. You shouldn't get involved. It's a bit dangerous. After Gu Tingji finished speaking, he exited the communication. Xiao Yin felt complicated. It seemed like everyone thought he should be protected, but he needed to gain experience. You can't expect me to be max level and able to solo bosses just because I've come of age, right? However, Gu Tingji didn't go directly to find the real Yuer. The location the old man gave him was surrounded by many people, probably waiting for either Yulin Academy or the outside world to fight and then reaping the benefits. Just as Gu Tingji was hesitating about where to break through. After the first round of the quarterfinals of the first league of Metaverse, Eternal ended, a group of parents quietly sat around the venue, not allowing anyone to leave or enter. Among them were many older, seemingly fragile individuals, and the game company didn't dare to act. A group of people surrounded Shen Fuyu, as if she could save them. No, why doesn't someone go ask them what they want? Shen Fuyu knew why these people were there, but she wanted to play the part completely. Otherwise, it would seem very deliberate. Soon, security returned and said, They want an explanation of why some clones can survive while their clone children and pets were disposed of. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, a director whispered. I know it doesn't, but you are just targets, in some parents' eyes. I'm a thorn in their side, and so are you. When you invited me, you considered that the evaluation of me in the interstellar community is polarized. Hearing Shen Fuyu say this, everyone exchanged glances. They had indeed considered this issue, but they never expected such a thing to happen. However, only Shen Fuyu could solve this problem. Professor Shen, do you have any thoughts? We don't mean to blame you, but if this continues, our competition won't be able to proceed, and the game might even be banned. 085, let's put an end to this. The venue has a back door, right? You should go out from there, and it's best to act a bit weak. If someone stops you, just cry to them. If they dare to touch you, just lie down. Shen Fuyu had considered many places they might go, but she didn't expect to be surrounded directly at the competition venue. She looked at everyone apologetically. If they disagreed with this plan, she would step in to resolve it herself. All right, be careful. After discussing with several responsible persons and managers from other teams, they expressed their agreement. They asked Shen Fuyu to understand that it was indeed for publicity, and now she seemed to have the intention to take responsibility for this matter. So it was better to leave quickly. After everyone left in a rush, only Zhou Yin remained standing there. He stepped forward and said, Manager, I will protect you. The team is also prepared, you can rest assured. The team is prepared too? Shen Fuyu was taken aback for a moment, then thought it should be to protect Yin Pei. Good job, but today's matter is not so easy to handle. We still need to wait. Wait for what? Zhou Yin had a bad feeling. Ever since that child came and the team was sent away, he felt something was off. Shen Fuyu couldn't possibly break the rules herself. Moreover, Shen Fuyu's attitude towards that child the other day was a bit strange. Zhou Yin didn't dare to think about who those in the center of the power struggle would sacrifice next. Manager, after a long silence, Zhou Yin finally couldn't help but ask, does that child have a problem? You dislike children so much, yet you ended up wiping his tears and snot. You noticed? Shen Fuyu looked at the boy in front of her and suddenly remembered that those who followed her were only around 20 years old, an age that should be carefree and playful. I don't know, I just have a bad feeling. The sniper's intuition was quite accurate. To prevent the misuse of cloning technology, I added a string of code to the clone system to alter the key gene segments of the clones. The heart failure in clones is controllable. So, are you going to kill that child? That child already has a congenital heart disease. This coincidence can cover up everything I've done and tell everyone that clones can never escape their fate. Can just this one case suffice? Shen Fuyu smiled and said, do you think those people outside are good or bad? They should be pitiful people. After all, they've lost their loved ones. Then you should know that there are reasons for the misfortunes of pitiful people. Shen Fuyu sighed. They all came here with their own selfish motives. Some wanted children as tools. Some were unwilling to accept reality. In short, what they saw was merely a target to continue oppressing. Aren't they all like that? Zhou Yin said, but from his perspective, the faces of those people outside had already changed. He had also lost his mother, yet he didn't want to clone her. It should be about time, right? As Shen Fuyu murmured this, the news about the clones being taken away suddenly reversed. The baby who was supposed to die at birth due to heart disease died in the same way after being cloned, which was quite ironic. Shen Fuyu stood up and walked out. Fu Haoshan, who came to pick up Shen Fuyu, stood by the roadside, listening to her give a speech about the boundaries of technology and ethics. However, Shen Fuyu was not her usual tense self at the commentary desk. Instead, she became very confident. Of course, the speech was not for nothing. By the time Shen Fuyu finished her monologue, Liang Anyan had already found Tiela with Fu Haoshan's people. But the coordinates of the other party kept moving suddenly towards the densely populated areas of satellites in space, and no one dared to act rashly. Fu Haoshan watched the crowd gradually disperse unwillingly. He stepped forward, took Shen Fuyu's hand, and smiled. Fuyu, would you like to go meet Tiela with me? Don't you suspect that what I'm doing now has ulterior motives? I never said I forgave you. Shen Fuyu countered, deliberately reminding Fu Haoshan that their relationship was still not harmonious. I know, whatever you do, I will support you, but the premise is that you cannot leave me again. I will definitely give you an explanation regarding Divine Gift. Shen Fuyu was somewhat satisfied with Fu Haoshan's response, but she felt a bit bittersweet. She and he would probably never return to the past. She loved him a bit too much and needed a break. The moment Tiela saw Shen Fuyu come out, he realized he had been deceived. Liang Anjie had already fled first. He stood with Fang Jingying, looking at the starry sky in the distance, thinking that this day had finally come. But Fang Jingying was not willing to give up. Did Liang Anjie deceive us? We should find a chance to escape. Otherwise, being captured means a dead end. Then it's a dead end. I will ask Fu Haoshan to spare you. Tiela had long lost his fighting spirit for two reasons. First, he was a bit disappointed with some cowards, and second, he truly feared Fu Haoshan. You can't do this. Then let us just perish together with Fu Haoshan. Wait a minute. I will switch to a smaller spaceship and kill Shen Fuyu first. Fang Jingying had never used a substitute in a fight and was confident she could kill Shen Fuyu. You probably can't beat her. That kidnapping incident is the best proof. Didn't Tiyu say you also accepted fate? Why are you so aggressive now? Tiela embraced Fang Jingying. The two quietly held each other. Everything seemed very beautiful, and even when Shen Fuyu landed on their spaceship, she felt a bit envious, wishing she could also deceive herself so purely and recklessly. Fu Haoshan shielded Shen Fuyu behind him, and then threw the sword he had prepared to Tiela. Tiela caught it, looking confused at Fu Haoshan. How old is this weapon? Which warehouse did you dig it out from? It wouldn't be from the same batch of junk you used to row a boat with Shen Fuyu under the moonlight, right? Since we have been rivals for so many years, let us settle this the way we first met. Fu Haoshan said this, but he wanted to show off in front of his wife and boost his own prestige, as so many fleet members were watching. He needed to reiterate that he was retired, not dead. Hearing what Fu Haoshan said, Tiela remembered that their first meeting was at a martial arts school practicing swordsmanship, a popular way to strengthen the body in their childhood era, which disappeared in less than a decade. All right, Tiela had not neglected these old skills over the years. He didn't expect Fu Haoshan to remember them as well. He released Fang Jingying's hand, stepped forward, and then turned back to say, he won to kill you. With a harsh sound of friction, the two engaged in combat. Fu Haoshan's attacks were fierce, targeting Tiela's vital points, making Fang Jingying feel alarmed. Don't go over there. Fu Haoshan is essentially a very brutal person. Shen Fuyu unexpectedly appeared behind Fang Jingying, startling her. After carefully recalling Shen Fuyu's words, she looked at Shen Fuyu in shock. With only one question in her mind, Shen Fuyu wasn't coerced into being with Fu Haoshan, was she? All right, don't look at me like that. Shen Fuyu took off her necklace and then took out two golden little bugs and a chip. This is for you. Fang Jingying hesitated for a moment and reached out to take it. What is this? Don't you hate me? Whether I hate you or not doesn't change anything. This can read memories. You can take his memories and start a new life, or you can combine your memories together and start a new life with a new identity. I've done many things to hurt you, and you still give me this? Fang Jingying didn't quite believe Shen Fuyu's words. Could Shen Fuyu really be this forgiving and magnanimous? It seems that I don't really understand her. My understanding of her comes from others' evaluations. When Fang Jingying thought of this, she suddenly felt enlightened. Has she been deceived all along? Has she ever truly tried to understand Shen Fuyu? No, not at all. Believe it or not, but you shouldn't expect to clone Tiela with this. I will soon deal with those who do the cloning. Have you thought about where to go? Can we not kill him? Let me die. Fang Jingying looked at Shen Fuyu with sorrow. No, Shen Fuyu calmly explained. This is not just a grudge between Fu Haoshan and Tiela, but a struggle concerning the old and new transitions in the interstellar world. His death signifies a new beginning. This world is always cruel. Fang Jingying grabbed Shen Fuyu's sleeve, wanting to do something, and then saw Fu Haoshan's sword pierce through Tiela's heart and twist around, blood splattering on her cheek. Tiela. Fang Jingying ran over and hugged Tiela, and the little bug automatically burrowed into Tiela's eye. In this life, I have ultimately wronged you, but don't provoke Liang Anjie anymore. Let them handle it. Live well. I'm tired after fighting for so long, and I regret not living well with you. Also, don't go home. Your family treats you poorly. Go find someone who loves you. After saying this, Tiela suddenly passed away. Fang Jingying couldn't bear the shock and fainted, while Shen Fuyu sent out a healing factor to check Fang Jingying's vital signs. And then her expression changed. Fang Jingying is pregnant. After hearing this news, Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu exchanged glances, and after a while, Shen Fuyu asked, "Should we send her to the hospital?" "Oh, right." Fu Haoshan quickly nodded and called Jiang Tong to take care of this matter. Liang Anjia, who was observing from a distance, initially wanted to detonate Tiela's spaceship, but just at the moment when Fang Jingying was being helped up, Shen Fuyu noticed the detonation system, and the spaceship shook twice before going silent. This spaceship has been hidden in one place for a long time and has fallen into disrepair. We should leave quickly. Shen Fuyu covered up the whole incident. She needed to see what Liang Anyan was really up to. All right. After Fu Haoshan took Shen Fuyu home, he went to deal with many people. For the next few days, Fu Haoshan did not appear at home, and the interstellar world was once again turbulent. 086 uncontrollable, just eliminated. When Liang Anyan tracked down Liang Anjia, he sent an address to Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu knew she inevitably had to make this trip. Otherwise, Liang Anyan would surely suspect her. When Shen Fuyu left, Fu Haoshan was aware of it. After hypothesizing about everyone, he concluded that the one in the hospital that day was Liang Anyan. He should have eliminated that guy in the cradle. Master, the results are out. Gu Tingji did indeed seek out the former principal of Yulin Academy, and the surveillance footage has been tampered with. Su Yifan held a report, looking very worried. Fu Haoshan understood what he was troubled about. Placing the technology division within the Starfleet was already the last line of defense. But he didn't expect that their current strength was lagging far behind Shen Fuyu and even Gu Tingji. Take the method of real-time tampering with surveillance footage, for instance. If they hadn't discovered the problem while investigating Ling Yuan, they might never have found out. However, Gu Tingji's current performance was completely different from Fu Haoshan's expectations. This was not someone he could control. If the Starfleet cooperated with Gu Tingji, Su Yifan would have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Master, you could actually ask Mistress what she is thinking. Gu Tingji has his bottom line. It's just that his personality is similar to yours. Su Yifan thought that this was the most terrifying part. Su Yifan had once been Fu Haoshan's logistics officer. He could manage the rear, but over the years, he felt that when he was just providing information for others to make decisions, he was fine. But once he had to make decisions himself, he lacked the courage. But Gu Tingji was different. He was much younger than Su Yifan. Yet he had the confidence to control Yulin Academy. He dared to propose methods to change the interstellar situation within 10 years. For an ordinary person in their first 20 years of life, to have such strength was frightening. I know, but Fuyu probably doesn't trust me anymore. No matter how Fu Haoshan put it, he had eaten more years of rice than Shen Fuyu. He could still feel Shen Fuyu's estrangement from him. The problem is, Master. When your mother's lead was cut off, we reorganized a lot of information, and during the process, many things were either intentionally or unintentionally lost. There's probably a huge conspiracy behind this. Where are Liang Anyan and them now? Fu Haoshan assessed in his heart whether Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan's actions would affect his control over the interstellar situation. Su Yifan pulled up a coordinate. Shen Fuyu had already reached that place. The surveillance clearly showed the conversation between the two, but this was a trap set by Liang Anyan. The fact that Shen Fuyu could come out indicated that Fu Haoshan must have been monitoring her. Thus, the conversation between the two gradually took on a strange tone. Liang Anyan smiled as he stepped forward and said, "It seems I still have some status in your heart." Shen Fuyu blinked, looking at Liang Anyan in confusion, and asked, "Are you a bit disappointed?" "I'm still with Fu Haoshan. It's not the scene you envision where I have a falling out with him." "That's understandable. The one who taught you is a self-proclaimed sage, so it's no surprise you can tolerate me and aren't disappointed," Liang Anyan said nonchalantly, almost stamping the word simple on his forehead. However, Shen Fuyu was no longer calm upon hearing this. Her teacher had never claimed to be a sage. He was just someone who made a wrong choice and didn't want others to repeat his mistakes. "All right, since I'm here, as you wish, where is Liang Anjia? I will take care of him," Shen Fuyu said, and 4 robots appeared behind her, towering nearly 3 meters tall, exuding a sense of oppression. Liang Anyan said nothing, fiddling with the tentacles in his hand. His clan's tentacles trembled uneasily. Shen Fuyu's previous alien disguise had been destroyed in the kidnapping case, which directly shattered Tiela's confidence. What were these things behind her? How much had she or that old man hidden? Liang Anyun suddenly felt it was necessary to take a look at Shen Fuyu's trump cards. Wait, he was an alien and could parasitize in the brains of any species. If this time scared him off, it would not be realistic to find him again later. Liang Anyun was clearly stalling for time. Fu Haoshan's surprise was no less than Liang Anyun's. Shen Fuyu said she had given him what she could use. So what did she have that was not usable? Fu Haoshan's rationality was quickly overcoming his emotions. You can directly ask what these four are. Shen Fuyu looked at Liang Anyun with some displeasure. After realizing that Liang Anyun was an alien, she had suspected that others might also be aliens, but she didn't expect there were two different races. In her teacher's notes, there was a record of Liang Anyun's species. Their advanced team had visited that civilization, but by the time they arrived, the civilization had already been destroyed, with only some surveillance still operational. The living cells could not withstand the parasitism of that alien race, so the entire advanced team perished there. Please speak. Liang Anyun appeared calm, but he had already cursed Shen Fuyu's teacher many times in his heart. Damn, old man. You could pretend to be a sage yourself, but you also taught a self-righteous little pitiful who wants to sacrifice herself. This was my teacher's former bodyguard. You should know that their civilization had 12 elders. In their language, the translation of these four is staves. You can gauge their power. Shen Fuyu's words were full of threat. I understand. Just coordinate, please. Liang Anyun stepped back a few paces, yielding the battlefield to Shen Fuyu. They were located on a hill behind an abandoned sewage treatment plant. But it had not been abandoned long, and many chemicals were still piled up there, posing a potential danger at any moment. Liang Anyun chose this place because the water flow here contained a large number of microorganisms, allowing him to disperse among them to escape. This was a solution derived by many advanced teams after encountering destroyed civilizations. However, this method of self-decomposition was indeed too time-consuming. He was currently disguised as Chiela, bearing Liang Anyun's identity, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly scaring himself into thinking someone was behind him. Fine silver threads crawled slowly from the pores of his shell. Liang Anyun controlled his trembling body, hoping to calm down quickly and complete this torturous process. He never expected Shen Fuyu still had so many things in her hands. He thought that after handing over what she had to Gu Tingji, she would have no trump cards left. Of course, what puzzled Liang Anyun the most was that he misjudged Shen Fuyu. If it were him, bullied since childhood, living in a suffocating family, yielding everywhere, even after making unprecedented contributions, he would have faced endless slander and defamation, and he would have long gone down with those people. However, Shen Fuyu was like those statues from his homeland, still protecting her territory even when shattered into pieces. But just as Liang Anyun was about to succeed, Shen Fuyu's four robots surrounded him, and sparkles of light appeared around, weaving into a disordered net, each thread piercing Liang Anyun's body. What did that old man do? As the last survivor of their civilization, Liang Anyun possessed all the memories of his race. He knew they had once reached Shen Fuyu civilization, but he never expected he had developed a method to kill himself for humanity. Humans and them were not beings of the same dimension. Humans could never kill them. I improved my teacher's plan. It should allow you to die a bit more painlessly, and then I will obtain your memories. Shen Fuyu explained calmly, stunning Liang Anyun. Thank you. Liang Anyun cursed Shen Fuyu in his heart, but indeed it was painless. He could feel the pain of his kin being trapped inside Liang Anyun's body and killed. This method was indeed painless. May I ask you a question? There are too many different dimensions and types of beings in this universe, but none possess the tenacity of human life. It is time for him to accept the extinction of his kind. However, he still cannot understand how Shen Fuyu managed to persuade herself to accept such a life. You ask, how can you live like this now? Don't you suffer? I suffer greatly, Shen Fuyu responds, her tone unsteadily mixed with weakness. She has been struck at her most vulnerable point, but this person in front of her is about to die anyway. So, she has nothing to worry about. Then why don't you destroy the things that cause you pain? Because to achieve greatness is to benefit the world. This is my mission. The arrival of my teacher has brought me to a height that no one in this star system can reach. So I must endure what ordinary people cannot. As Shen Fuyu speaks, she walks over to Liang Anyun and waves her hand, cutting off all signals and closing the door, leaving Liang Anyan outside. She continues, "You destroyed the temple because your god can no longer satisfy your desires, right? How do you know?" There was a strange tale in my teacher's notes about a few beings who claimed to be gods coming to their civilization, asking how they could fulfill the wishes of their people. Their abilities could no longer gain the faith of a symbiotic race, and their kind was on the verge of extinction. I was just asking casually, but I didn't expect it to be you. So that's how it is. Liang Anjie suddenly realized something, bursting into a hearty laugh. We discovered that the gods could no longer provide us the power we needed in our quest for more territory and more hosts, but over time, their original protection also weakened. It turns out this is our own doing. Liang Anjie recalled everything that happened when he was still a juvenile. The first time he controlled the nest and saw his tribe destroying the idol of the god. That idol, resembling a tattered piece of cloth like a human, was toppled and shattered into pieces, with strange cheers echoing across the land. But at that moment, he felt a sadness emanating from the mix of viscous liquid and sand on the ground. This sadness accompanied him throughout the years. Suddenly, Liang Anjie felt a surge of fear and asked Shen Fuyu, "Can you not kill me? I could be of use to you. I can't control you." Shen Fuyu stood up and walked towards the door, leaving her pain behind. Just before Liang Anjie disappeared, she turned back with a smile and said, "Survival of the fittest has existed since ancient times. 087 will make you like me again." When Shen Fuyu came out, Liang Anyan walked up slowly while applauding. Noticing Shen Fuyu's unkind expression, he quickly took the address he remembered from Liang Anjie and left. From the moment Shen Fuyu cut off communication earlier, he knew she would definitely be aware of Fu Haoshan's dual tracking of her, perhaps even using her own technology. In fact, Shen Fuyu wasn't that angry. She just felt that the Xinghong fleet's ability to crack the technology used by Gu Ting was a sign of progress. So she decided not to scold them as useless today. However, she assisted Gu Ting, and after the communication was restored, Su Yifan saw a different interface than others. It would depend on his choice now. After returning home, Shen Fuyu saw Fu Haoshan, whom she hadn't seen for a few days. He was sitting by the hot spring with his long legs in the water, and when he saw Shen Fuyu come back, he put down the fork in his hand and waved to her. Shen Fuyu walked over with a cold expression, only to be hugged by Fu Haoshan around the thigh. In a whirl, she ended up sitting on Fu Haoshan's lap, and a gentle voice above her asked, "Home? Are you hungry? What did you find out?" Shen Fuyu asked, holding the plate he handed her and looking into Fu Haoshan's eyes. "A few months ago, when you met Zhuang Yuyu," she said, "in our competition, I may not win. Since then, I've been wondering where I would lose." Fu Haoshan replied very seriously, "So what have you figured out?" Shen Fuyu suddenly felt very tired, as if everything in this world was telling her to accept her fate. Once she accepted her fate, she could relax and be a thoughtless, pampered doll who was protected. "I first thought of character, but during my understanding of you, I found out that you are overly principled, and your childhood has cast too many shadows on you. You've already lost in your style of handling matters. So when you said you felt a bit inferior before, was your conversation about my past just to test me?" Shen Fuyu's grip on the plate turned pale. Many things were indeed one-sided on her part. Fu Haoshan pried her hand open and held it in his palm, replying, "I hope you can let go of the past and live well with me. But you seem to only be confident for a short while, like an old battery recharging." Shen Fuyu did not comment on Fu Haoshan's words. She had no trust in him now and instead asked, "And then?" Fu Haoshan, anticipating Shen Fuyu's avoidance, continued, "Then, after you said you wanted to cultivate some people, I thought about whether these people would join forces with you and defeat me. The fact proved they couldn't. Indeed, they can't. The people you found have abilities proportional to their ambitions. Their understanding of the law of the jungle and profit maximization is much deeper than yours. Fortunately, your existence restrains them, so they don't pose a threat." Fu Haoshan's evaluation struck Shen Fuyu's ears harshly. It was true. The people she hoped to cultivate had either died with a conscience or were thriving with wickedness. At this point, she could only be thankful that these people had some principles, but there was nothing else she could do. "Is there more?" "There's one last thing. You told me in a hospital that you've given me everything useful. What about the useless things in your hands? Like the 4 robots from earlier and The previous gene technology? Would you use them on me? I wouldn't. After this analysis, Shen Fuyu suddenly realized she wasn't completely defeated, but simply unable to compete with Fu Haoshan. She felt like a small animal lying on its back, exposing all its weaknesses. Let go of me. Shen Fuyu struggled slightly, and Fu Haoshan released her. After standing up easily, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss and gritted her teeth before turning to leave. Immediately, Fu Haoshan grabbed her ankle, and they both fell into the hot spring. Shen Fuyu even choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water. After awkwardly wiping her face and regaining her balance, Fu Haoshan cornered her. All right, we've analyzed the rational things. Let's talk about something emotional. Have you never trusted me? Did you appear in my life because of divine grace and not because you like me? Huh? Shen Fuyu tilted her head back with difficulty, overcoming the height difference to see Fu Haoshan's expression. His handsome face was written with danger, and she instinctively shrank back. Driven by her survival instinct, she answered firmly, I'm not. I didn't. You didn't T? Then why didn't you just ask me directly? Am I not worth your trust? Fu Haoshan leaned closer to Shen Fuyu's neck, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Shen Fuyu instinctively withdrew her neck and retorted with some justification. Didn't you say you would give me an explanation? You haven't figured anything out yet. What qualification do you have to question me again? Then ask yourself, what do you feel about me now? It's completely different from before, isn't it? Would you rather believe Liang Anyan's words than trust me? Originally, when Shen Fuyu decided to compete with Fu Haoshan, she thought it through clearly, almost hanging up the 6 words distrust and dislike to remind herself every day. But now she was uncertain. What was even more terrifying was that the little bit of rationality Shen Fuyu had told her that she wasn't uncertain because of her survival instinct. After all, Fu Haoshan was currently without external equipment, and he was not her opponent at all. She was afraid there was only one possibility. She felt guilty. Why don't you speak? Are you conceding? Fu Haoshan didn't know if he was angry or dizzy from the steam. He felt lightheaded, and everything around him started to spin. I didn't T. Shen Fuyu could only deny it and couldn't say anything else. She felt like a drowning person. If she struggled a bit more, she could still breathe. If she stopped struggling, she would become the prey of the sea monster. Fu Haoshan, now surrounded by steam, resembled the legendary sea monster. Don't hit me. After saying that, Fu Haoshan bit Shen Fuyu's shoulder. This bite had a bit of personal grievance in it. Shen Fuyu's mind went blank, and when her senses returned, Fu Haoshan had fallen ill. Besides his leg injury, he had some past injuries flaring up, and he could only lie down and recuperate slowly. Fu Haoshan woke up several hours later and struggled to move his body, placing a warm crystal into Shen Fuyu's hand, who was leaning on a chair beside him. Huh? Shen Fuyu straightened her sore neck and looked at Fu Haoshan. What is this? This can be considered the control of the Xinghong fleet. With this, you can mobilize all the people and equipment of the Xinghong fleet. Why are you giving this to me? Shen Fuyu stood up abruptly, glaring at Fu Haoshan. He wouldn't be setting a trap for her to ruin herself, would he? The interstellar situation is not peaceful right now, and given my current condition, I should be more cautious about my life. This is for you. The next matters are up to you. As for the divine grace issue, I will definitely give you an explanation once I can get up. Then get better soon. I don't want to be a widow at a young age. Shen Fuyu was very worried about Fu Haoshan's health. It seemed he had fainted more than once already. I won't let you be a widow. Fu Haoshan struggled to lift his hand, wanting to hold Shen Fuyu's, but she dodged away. Looking at Fu Haoshan's innocent expression, Shen Fuyu suddenly blushed and dragged her exhausted body out of the room, leaving behind an ambiguous statement at the door. Then I'm going to work. As the cold wind blew outside, Shen Fuyu felt much more awake. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Fu Haoshan repeatedly saying he would make her fall in love with him again. That kind of mad passion made Shen Fuyu afraid to recall it. No, I need to find something to distract myself. Shen Fuyu hurried to the team, patting her cheeks. It was mealtime, and everyone watched as Shen Fuyu rushed into the office like a gust of wind. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, certain that the mark on Shen Fuyu's neck was not from a mosquito bite. What's going on? Eating. Lin Yan, a normal adult who had reached this position under Fu Haoshan, still had some emotional intelligence. He forcefully redirected everyone's attention with a righteous look. The outside world was unaware of everything that had happened between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, especially Liang Anyan, who was immersed in the joy of regaining something lost. Holding onto his family's tentacles and lamenting, completely oblivious to Gu Tingji already starting to dig a pit for him. After meeting up, Gu Tingji and Xiao Lian had been hesitant to act. From their observations, the escorts were armed with weapons of mass destruction, and any outbreak of conflict would lead to significant casualties. Now we can basically confirm that Xie Chu has had no contact with these people. Why don't we change our approach and look for clues from Xie Chu? Xiao Lian suggested. I've locked onto his location. Stay here and don't get discovered, Gu Tingji said, packing up and heading out. However, Xiao Yin sent several vibrating messages to interfere with Gu Tingji and said, "You are now famous in the star system. You're not the same as before. They might suspect you. It's better if I go. If anything happens to you, neither I nor the senior can explain it to your sister, especially since you can't get into the place he's in now." Gu Tingji disregarded Xiao Lian's messages and continued to leave. But Gu Tingji didn't expect that just as he left, two unexpected guests arrived at Xiao Lian's location, Xiao Lian's parents, who looked at him greedily as if they had found a treasure. "Son, we finally found you." The excited voice of the middle-aged man felt like a demon's whisper to Xiao Lian, making him very nervous. These two were not to be trifled with. Finding him likely meant they had already contacted someone from Feng Peisher's law firm. If Feng Peisher had remained vigilant, then Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan's relationship could likely be repaired. Although he had no good feelings towards Fu Haoshan and Liang Anyan, he would absolutely not choose an extraterrestrial being. That would be like seeking skin from a tiger. "What do you want from me? Didn't you say you would live a quiet life after getting the money?" Xiao Yin stood at the door, showing no intention of letting them in. "Is this how you talk about your sister? Can I come to see you if there's nothing going on?" Xiao Fu had a warm smile on his face, appearing exceptionally affectionate and caring after not seeing his son for a long time. Looking at such a smile, Xiao Yin suddenly seemed to make a decision. Since his actions had already revealed his stance to these two, he might as well ask them what they were really thinking. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. "All right, come in." Xiao Yin stepped back to invite the two in, then quietly locked all the doors and windows behind them. The two sat down in the living room as if they were at home. Xiao Yin poured them some water, his expression calm and devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of how he used to be when his parents manipulated him. Faced with this ambiguous attitude, Xiao Yin's parents exchanged glances and decided to probe further. "Where have you been these days? The investigation department hasn't informed us of your whereabouts. The Yulin Academy is currently being restructured, and it's chaotic outside. We worry about you every day at home. Do you think I still have the face to go back after what happened? You don't care, but I still have some pride, right? It's fine if I'm not famous, but now even the Yulin Academy looks down on me. Doesn't that block off more than half of my future?" Xiao Yin's words were very persuasive, but the size of the house he was in contrasted starkly with his pitiful words. After saying this, he realized the issue and immediately fell silent, contemplating suitable reasons. "So you're living in a place like this? We checked, and this house costs at least 5 million. Your and your sister's compensation doesn't even add up to that much. What exactly have you been doing?" Xiao Fu's expression grew serious. If it weren't for Xiao Lian knowing his parents' characters well, he might have believed they were good parents who valued their children's moral upbringing. Xiao Lian scoffed inwardly and said, "I'm staying with the man who handled my case before. This is his house." This absurd explanation directly affected Gu Tingji, who was on his way. He felt a chill run down his back and even began to doubt whether his day would end poorly. Xiao Yin's parents stared wide-eyed at their son. Now Gu Tingji could be said to have gained fame overnight, appearing in the same news segment as Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu, and due to his mysterious past, some suspected he was an artificial intelligence. Seeing his parents' expressions, Xiao Yin frowned slightly. Surely they didn't think this was a good thing? "This is illegal. Can't you have some boundaries?" However, Xiao Mu's reaction nearly took Xiao Lian's breath away. She smiled and asked, "What kind of person is Gu Tingji? Is he good to you? How much did he give you?" "He asked about to take over the Yulin Academy. Did he mention helping you with your schooling?" That concerned expression made Xiao Lian feel a fleeting illusion that they were genuinely caring for him. Setting aside the content, This seemed eerily similar to their previous concern about his training results. It doesn't team matter. You can't get his money. As for school, my sister and I are both stains on the Yulin Academy's reputation. Do you think he would care about such matters when he hasn't even stabilized himself? Xiao Yin tried to divert the topic towards Xiao Miyun, raised by his grandparents. Xiao Yin first learned about his sister when he overheard a conversation between his parents one day, discovering that some shady people had come around their home. They were huddled together, gritting their teeth, saying Xiao Miyun had offended someone, that not only had the family finances been affected, but they were also in trouble. They were discussing whether to betray Xiao Miyun to save themselves, since she still had Shen Fuyu. At that time, Xiao Yin had heard of Shen Fuyu and even admired her. He had the impulse to go find his sister, but he was locked inside because he didn't have the key. By the time he finished his homework and tried to go out, news of Xiao Miyun's disappearance arrived. He felt a bit scared and somewhat regretful. He had never met this sister and was curious about what kind of person she would be, whether she would buy him candied hawthorns, as he loved sweet and sour things. Then came the news of Xiao Miyun's death, and Shen Fuyu appeared at his home. Lost in his memories, Xiao Mu anxiously interjected, "Then you should urge him. Your sister has already been used up. If you don't achieve anything, what will happen to us when we're old? Then don't treat Shen Fuyu that way. Don't you know she is, now, Fu Haoshan's wife? That is the Star Fleet. What a strong background. What were you pulling back then?" After saying this, Xiao Yin reflected on whether his tone carried more blame than resentment. What does used up even mean? What was Shen Fuyu's situation back then? Could it be the same as now? This was a tactical blunder on our part. But aren't you still useless? What are you afraid of? Defecting at the last minute to end up like this? Xiao Fu looked stern and unyielding. Defecting at the last minute? Isn't it because you found those people to be too incompetent? You already chose to target Shen Fuyu, but still made so many mistakes in controlling public opinion? With teammates like that, wouldn't I just sign up to be cannon fodder? Isn't this the consequence of your offense against Shen Fuyu? Do you know what position my sister holds in Shen Fuyu's heart? Why burn her up? Our only hope now is you, son. You were born for my life-threatening efforts to have you through IVF. You can't abandon us. Xiao Mu grasped Xiao Yin's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Yin felt a pain in his chest from anger. Are you starting moral coercion now? I want to fall for this. Xiao Yin thought resentfully, shaking off his mother's hand and asking, "Isn't my sister already excellent? If you cultivate her well, wouldn't she also have a good life? Did we make a mistake in giving birth to you?" Xiao Fu shouted angrily, his face flushed with rage, pointing at Xiao Yin. "You foolish thing. Your sister is a woman. She will eventually marry and leave us. If you follow her, who knows how miserable our lives will be. You are a son. You must support us. Do you have Gu Tingji's contact information? Hand it over. What are you talking about? Hasn't my sister treated you well? Who told you to move to District 10? Who bought you this house? I don't know if I'm confused, but she has truly been benevolent to you." Xiao Yin could no longer hold back, loudly questioning them. How can we rely on a daughter? Women are meant to return to the family. No matter how capable she is, what use is that? Just because she found a rich man because of our birth, can we be respected? Son, you're different. You can oppress other girls to serve us. If this was said by a man, Xiao Yin wouldn't have been surprised. But hearing it from his mother's mouth overturned his worldview formed over the short span of his 10 years of life, leaving him speechless and frozen in place. Seeing Xiao Yin in a daze, they thought he was finally coming around. So Xiao Fu continued to urge him, "We know you look down on your parents' background, so we understand your consultation at the law firm, but you need to provide enough money. Otherwise, when you reach marriageable age, we want to be able to buy you a wife to serve us. Here's the deal. You can continue to follow Gu Tingji, but you have to provide the money. After all, the robot needs to be charged and maintained, and someone still has to take care of us." This long speech felt like a cold wind that chilled Xiao Yin to the bone. He didn't quite understand what his parents' intelligence was used for besides being inherited by him and his sister. "I understand, but I'm powerless. The law firm matters aren't handled by me. They're all directed by others. Even if I could one day stand on my own, I can't just deny you now." As Xiao Yin spoke, he began to doubt whether he was losing his mind and developing a theatrical personality. His expression and tone made it seem like the world owed him an Oscar. Perhaps it was the overly crazy acting that made Xiao Yin's parents rush to hug him. Heartbroken for him. However, as Xiao Yin looked at their backs, his originally sad expression instantly turned dark and indifferent. Two electric currents emerged from the cardboard in his left hand and the wristband in his right hand, electrocuting the two of them. By the time they woke up again, they were already in a nursing home, where no one could hear their cries. Only cold robots and disdainful caregivers glanced at them to ensure they wouldn't starve to death. Xiao Yin sat on the law firm's sofa, examining Feng Peisher while comforting himself that at least he wasn't like Fu Haoshan and was still a merciful person. Under Xiao Yin's eagle-like gaze, Feng Peisher quickly became restless. She took a deep breath and asked, "Haven't you found a guardian yet? What do you want from me? Why did my parents know about this in advance? I almost didn't see the light of day today. Don't you keep user information confidential? This isn't good, is it?" Xiao Yin, who had just managed to take the two away and settle them in a short time, was still very tired, and his tone sounded extremely weak. "Impossible. We haven't seen your parents at all. You can check the nearby surveillance if you don't believe it. I advise you to find good actors quickly. I can't wait for you forever. All right, give me the surveillance." Xiao Yin knew that Feng Peisher's attitude was due to two reasons. First, she didn't want to miss this opportunity to raise her status. And second, she felt she could use him to counter Xie Chu. After successfully obtaining the surveillance, he returned home and began to carefully compare every face that appeared on the footage. Finally, he found a clue. One person looked exactly like the bodyguard they had seen escorting Xiaoyu before. This person was dressed in sanitation worker clothes and appeared nearby with equipment resembling a cleaning robot, then walked into a blind spot of the surveillance. And he was only seen again on the footage more than 10 minutes later. Xiao Yin thought for a moment and sent Feng Peisher screenshots of many people who had wandered into the surveillance blind spots, just to see if she recognized this bodyguard. It was a good opportunity to test the extent of her conflict with Xie Chu. Soon, Feng Peisher noticed something off, but she couldn't keep her cool and directly went to find Xie Chu. Xiao Yin could no longer sit still and quickly followed her, only to find that he indeed couldn't enter the place Gu Ting had mentioned. After receiving this news from Xiao Yin, Gu Ting's mouth twitched slightly. Some people were not easily manipulated for no reason, and he hoped Feng Peisher wouldn't create more trouble for him. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure if he could save someone on someone else's turf. 089 has some backbone, but not much. Gu Tingji felt a bit out of place in this vibrant and indulgent environment. He had just seen a number of people being stopped at the entrance, but he was allowed in without any hindrance, and even the manager's expression could be described as flattering. Now, he was sitting in a booth, having sent away multiple waves of people trying to strike up a conversation, and finally waiting for Xie Chu. This person looked like a typical rich playboy, draped over a man and a woman. Just as Gu Tingji was still looking around for Feng Peisher, Xie Chu walked right up to him. "Gu Tingji? No way. Did someone get plastic surgery to look like him before he even got into power?" Xie Chu rambled on to himself while lifting Gu Tingji's chin. In the next moment, Gu Tingji grabbed Xie Chu's hand, and after a few crackling sounds of electricity, Xie Chu rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, startling everyone around them. "Shut up." Gu Tingji wasn't fond of high-pitched voices and glanced at the crowd with some impatience. Anyway, after this commotion, as long as Feng Peisher asked, she would know where Xie Chu was. Gu Tingji pulled Xie Chu by his collar and dragged him into the elevator, leaving behind a group of people stunned into silence. From that moment on, Gu Tingji inexplicably established a certain status among some special groups. Not long after, Xie Chu woke up, still somewhat dazed and muttering curses. Gu Tingji had never liked this kind of playboy nonsense and weak bravado, so he handed Xie Chu a glass of cool water. "Awake?" Gu Tingji's voice whispered like a devil in Xie Chu's ear. Xie Chu wiped his face and suddenly stood up aggressively, then shrank back down with an unwilling expression, saying, "Awake, so you really are Gu Tingji? Couldn't you just say something instead of getting physical? What if I weren't? What'd you do then?" Gu Tingji asked with a smile, actually feeling quite good. This rich second generation had little backbone and seemed easy to handle. "No fautes, Professor Gu. You came specifically to find me? How can I serve you?" Xie Chu's smile was very sincere. If it weren't for Gu Tingji being an experienced actor, he might have believed him. Gu Tingji stood up, exposing his back to Xie Chu, and said, I came to discuss a business deal with you. Don't you have a sister? According to interstellar rules, she can take away 80 of your assets. How do you know? Xie expression became serious. Could she be related to the Yuan Academy? Don't you know? I thought you were already well aware of your opponent. It seems I came to the wrong place today, Gu Tingji said with a face full of regret, wanting to test how much Xie really knew. Xie watched Gu Tingji's expression shift from a beaming smile to suspicion and finally to extreme confidence, performing a dramatic change of expression right in front of him. He puffed up his chest and said, "So you need my help? Isn't your attitude a bit off?" Gu Tingji witnessed the ultimate version of flexibility and resilience. Revealing a bitter smile, he continued with Xie words, "I do need your help, but this is a partnership. We both get what we need. After losing 80 of your assets, you'll have to think twice before going out for seafood, right?" This hit Xie where it hurt. As a playboy, his daily extravagance relied on having enough money to generate more money. If his principals suddenly dropped, not only would his dividends be greatly reduced, but he would also have to relinquish all of his father's investments over the years. "What do you want to know?" Xie slumped down like a defeated rooster, waiting for Gu Tingji to lay out the conditions. "You know everything. Right now, I only know that person is called Xiaoyu, but that's just her nickname. I have no information about her, and she has remnants of Yuan Academy's influence around her. You and Feng Peisher are definitely not a match." "Really? Is she that important?" After saying this, Xie realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. "Is the information you have only for a certain period?" Gu Tingji thought to himself. If he hadn't reacted so strongly, he might not have seen through it at a glance. How could he keep playing the playboy role with his father, helping him find a nanny like Feng Peisher to keep him afloat? Xie immediately pretended to be indifferent, but his tone was somewhat nervous. What's wrong? No need for anyone else to come find me. Let us hear it. Don't worry. Since I came to collaborate with you, I will definitely protect you. Some questions can be investigated, Gu Tingji said sweetly, but in reality, he was already contemplating how to eliminate Xie. Gu Tingji wouldn't leave such a stain on himself, especially since if he didn't remove Xie, someone else would. It was better to handle things himself before Shen Fuyu took action. Xie had no idea about Gu Tingji's murderous intentions. He just thought this person might help him get through his crisis. After all, he was still just a newly adult playboy with little experience in the unpredictable world. "All right, I found some clues among the things my mom left behind. You have to guarantee you'll help me solve this matter." Xie scrutinized Gu Tingji, seemingly wanting a guarantee from him. "Okay, if I fail, I will compensate you for the money you lost," Gu Tingji promised. Hearing this guarantee, Xie's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that those who could rise to power and control Yuan Academy at such a time were indeed ruthless. And he began to unfold a screen to tell Gu Tingji about the early life of that person named Xiaoyu. Xie's father was an ordinary accountant until he was 30, and he couldn't even cook the books until he met his first wife that year, who was not Xie's biological mother. Xie didn't know much about this woman, only that she was a second marriage and had been in the entertainment industry. She divorced because her first husband was too busy to care for her and had taken away a lot of property. Not long after their marriage, this woman introduced Xie's father to work at Liang Anyan's company. According to his father's diary, that was when he first learned how to cook the books, but he had never done it. Soon after, the first wife passed away, and during the funeral, he discovered that his position had been replaced by Feng Peisher. He had originally entered through connections and felt angry, but couldn't voice it, so he endured until he met Xie's mother. "Wait, there are no clues about Xiaoyu in this relationship. Isn't she quite a bit older than you? Who's her mother?" Gu Tingji asked, somewhat confused. Xie switched documents and said, "She was born to my dad's first wife through IVF, but my dad doesn't know. I checked that institution. It specializes in this for people in the entertainment industry, and their confidentiality is top-notch. According to the information I bought, she was supposed to leave the child to her father, but not long after, she died from an illness. What was the cause? Complications from not recovering well after childbirth. I heard that artificial wombs are set to launch, right? If that technology had been available back then, she might not have died. Xiaoyu, or rather, she should be called Xie Yuan, wouldn't have become an orphan." Gu Tingji pretended he hadn't heard about the artificial womb topic. as it would definitely be a highly controversial move for Shen Fuyu in the future. He focused on the main point and asked why, if your father's ex-wife didn't want him, would she still let her daughter take his surname? Probably knowing she wouldn't make it. She wanted to leave her assets to her daughter, Feng Peisher explained. But you need to tell me how she got involved with Yulin Academy? She was the mistress of the former principal of Yulin Academy and has 2 children, which poses a huge threat to me. Gu Tingji deliberately emphasized the seriousness of the problem, considering it the first step to inflating Xiechu's ego. No way. She's that powerful? Xiechu stared at Gu Tingji with wide eyes. She doesn't even look that pretty in her photos. It seems older people really need emotional value. That's true. Otherwise, why would my opponent still have to use other forces to protect her after being detained? In this regard, you're much worse than her. Worse than her. I am the one being flattered. Xiechu arrogantly tossed his head to meet Gu Tingji's cold gaze, immediately lowering his head to continue narrating. Xiechu's mother was a middle-aged widow, but whether her husband's death was legal remained a mystery. However, she was a capable woman. Upon seeing Xiechu's father being suppressed by Feng Peisher, she helped her husband find some small weaknesses against Feng Peisher. When he reached this point, Xiechu glanced at Gu Tingji and noticed that the other party did not inquire about what those weaknesses were, so he felt relieved and continued. Later, my mother passed away from an illness I don't even know about. This is something I discovered. She is now at this address. You can try to find her. Gu Tingji took out a piece of paper and said. Xiechu jumped back several meters as if avoiding something dangerous and shouted, I'm going to find her? Am I crazy? I'm not going. Either she comes to find me. But aren't you trying to eliminate her? Don't you understand how to eliminate your opponent? Gu Tingji coaxed. I'd probably be killed before I even see her, Xiechu said, valuing his life. Just then, Feng Peisher, who had reached the doorway, heard this and angrily pushed the door open, pointing at Xiechu and asking, You know this is dangerous, yet you want me to help you eliminate her? Do you know her people are near the law firm? How do you know they are her people? Gu Tingji dug a pit first. Xiao Yin was testing whether Feng Peisher recognized the people around Xie Yuan. If she did, it would indicate that those people were related to Liang and Yun or were his opponents. If she didn't recognize them, she wouldn't be here and would only feel that she was being watched, needing to enhance security around a law firm. After Gu Tingji's reminder, Xiechu also realized and proudly said, So what if I want you to help me complete this task? Gu Tingji observed the tension between the two, feeling that the first step in sowing discord between them had been completed, just waiting for them to attack each other. You two chat slowly. I'll come back in a couple of days. Gu Tingji was not in a hurry. He left the next matter to Xiao Yin. The argument between the two was locked behind the door, and the moment Gu Tingji stepped outside, he received a message from Liang and Yun. You found the person who betrayed me before. Well done. Eliminate them. If you say that, I'm not so willing anymore. Who knows if you're setting me up? You better clarify things. Otherwise, if you kill me, I wonder who else can help you get things done. 090 The importance of daily fitness. This is in the interest of both of us. You might want to consider it. Also, Fu Haoshan suddenly handed over the command of the Starfleet. We need to be careful recently. Gu Tingji stared at the few words in front of him and pinched his thigh, as if it were real. Has Fu Haoshan gone mad? Everyone is driven by interests. You just handed over your life-saving asset? Who did you give it to? It can't be Su Yifan, right? Su Yifan has never even been on the battlefield. It was given to Shen Fuyu. I don't know if they reached some kind of agreement. Although Shen Fuyu agreed to cooperate with me, I know that people like you are prone to turning against each other, so we need to eliminate the Xie family members as soon as possible. Liang Anyun's reactions made Gu Tingji more convinced that Xiao Yin's speculation was correct. However, as an alien, even if Liang Anyun had some unclear past accounts, at most, it would leave him without funds, and it wouldn't truly affect him. Does this mean there are even more terrifying things in existence? A hint of unease rose in Gu Tingji's heart, and then he received a message from Xiao Yin, saying he had spotted several bodyguards patrolling the area and warned him to be cautious. Gu Tingji cautiously navigated through the crowd and found an auction house. One of his purposes for this trip was to retrieve a few ancestral jewelry pieces belonging to his mother. The original buyer had colluded with people from the Yulin Academy and went bankrupt during the recent attacks against him, so the jewelry was pawned. Those pieces of jewelry were not valuable but held significant meaning. Gu Tingji's mother's family had no one left in the world except for him and Qi Shaoying. He didn't care too much about it. He just felt suffocated thinking about this experience, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Upon entering the auction house, Gu Tingji completed the identity verification and entered the venue. The items up for auction were quite old, whether they were jewelry or ancient books, placed in glass cabinets that exuded a sense of antiquity. The normal auction house is divided into 3 levels, with different customer grades taking different pathways. The first floor is the most ordinary, where everyone sits together, while the second and third floors are private booths that protect everyone's privacy. Despite the low value of these items, the second and third floors were still filled with people. Gu Tingji scanned the surroundings from a corner on the second floor and felt that these people seemed to have come with obsessions. The auctioneer appeared in a black tuxedo, and the bell behind her rang 3 times, signaling the official start of the auction. The first item was a set of ancient books from a private collector, which are hardly seen in a fully digitalized interstellar environment. Therefore, these items were from other civilizations, and the text on them could not be deciphered even in the interstellar era. Originally, these items had high value, but over time, people gradually lost interest in what other civilizations were doing, and after changing hands a few times, the final price plummeted. Gu Tingji wasn't initially interested, but thinking that Shen Fuyu might like it, he decided to buy it. Fortunately, no one else was interested in these few small booklets, and Gu Tingji successfully acquired them. The next few pieces of jewelry seemed to have been previously eyed by some customers, and everyone naturally gave them face until they finally reached the pieces that belonged to Gu Tingji's mother. However, something unexpected happened. These pieces of jewelry lacked endorsements from famous artisans, and while the stones were precious, they weren't enough to drive up the prices. Gu Tingji had reason to suspect it was a trap set for him. Soon, he confirmed his suspicion. No matter how much he called out, someone would always raise the price. He stopped bidding and quietly noted down these buyers. Seeing him silent, several people hidden behind the curtains clearly became anxious. When Gu Tingji tried to exit, he found a group of people blocking his way. If this were a scene requiring wit, Gu Tingji felt capable. But it was a scenario of brute force. Several strong men didn't even show their fists, and Gu Tingji had already turned and fled. The auction business was complicated, so there were many routes. Picking locks wasn't difficult for Gu Tingji, but unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage in physical ability. If it weren't for his quick reflexes at closing the doors, he would have been caught several times. He hadn't investigated this auction house, but everything seemed normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to walk in casually. The only flaw was that someone had followed him and replaced some of the auction house staff. "Sir, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with?" A waiter holding fruits and snacks saw Gu Tingji burst into the pantry and immediately put down what he was carrying and walked over. The footsteps of several strong men approached from behind. Gu Tingji observed his surroundings and said to the waiter, "Get out of here and say you haven't seen me. Then hurry up and find another job. This place isn't safe." The waiter was a bit confused, but someone working in such a place naturally understood the importance of survival. He didn't care about Gu Tingji and hurriedly left, only to run into the pursuers. The clothes on these strong men didn't fit them at all. When the waiter faced their inquiries, he pretended to be clueless. No wonder he felt something was off since he came to work today. There were 2 paths ahead, and one of the strong men, hearing the waiter's incoherent words, angrily grabbed his collar and demanded, "Quickly say, have you seen a person dressed in gray casual clothes run past here? If you don't speak, I'll beat you to death. I really haven't seen him. I still have to deliver things. Please, big brothers, if you deduct my wages once, I won't be able to pay my rent this month." The waiter pleaded, but his grip on the tray remained steady. "All right, don't make it hard for him. We'll split up and chase." A slightly shorter and more agile man in black stepped forward and gestured for the strong man to let go of the waiter. The waiter immediately thanked him profusely and left. Then the man looked at the waiter's back, raised his gun, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. With a puff of smoke, the waiter fell to the ground, and the sound of the tray crashing to the floor startled Gu Tingji. As it was about to turn deadly, Gu Tingji no longer hid. He removed his lenses and released the confusing healing factors, preparing to fight back. Gu Tingji had simulated his handsome and imposing fighting scenes countless times in his mind. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a group of strong men surrounded him, and under the invasion of their eyes, they kicked Gu Tingji several times. Escaping from the crowd, Gu Tingji limped over to the fallen waiter, pulling him up while healing him and running outside. Fortunately, these attackers didn't seem intent on killing him and knew to leave some leeway for accomplices. "Sir, can you run a bit steadier? My insides are about to burst out." The waiter was very grateful to Gu Tingji for saving his life. But being held by Gu Tingji with one hand was almost worse than death. "Do I look like someone who exercises? If I could run steadily, I would have taken them all down." Gu Tingji awkwardly pointed at the shoe prints on his arm and asked, "Do you know where your boss's office is?" "It's on the top floor, but there shouldn't be anyone there now. The boss's ship isn't here today. He might not need a ship. That person may already be gone." Gu Tingji's tone became serious. In the waiter's shocked expression, Gu Tingji bypassed the heavy security of the elevator, heading straight to the top floor. Before he could push open the door, he could smell the stench of rotten flesh. Gu Tingji kicked the massive door several times before managing to open a crack, making the waiter cover his thigh and shake his head repeatedly. If this person didn't have some technological enhancements, he would have been done for today. Once the door opened, the room was warm. Scanning the entire room, Gu Tingji could see a decayed hand through the glass. The two approached and turned over a chair, both retching. It was a corpse that had become unrecognizable. After enduring that moment, Gu Tingji began to think about which part of this matter had gone wrong and who had sent these people. "Hurry up, this is a trap." As soon as Liang Anyan's words appeared in Gu Tingji's sight, several people rushed in from outside the door, with the leading person crying heartbreakingly. Gu Tingji glanced at these people and found that Xiao Yu, also known as Xie Yuan, was among them. He silently handed a note to a server and then stepped forward to ask, "Who are you to the deceased?" "We are his family, you murderer. Hurry up and arrest him." The leading woman spoke, and Gu Tingji immediately recognized her as a planner for a second-dimensional idol. Because of previous experiences with Fong Jingying and Xie Weirue, Gu Tingji was now very alert to certain idol groups with unique debut methods. For instance, this woman's team had debuted through a last-minute addition. The originally eliminated second-dimensional idols were suddenly given a variety show by the issuing company, allowing them to debut before the originally leading vote-getters. After debuting, they quickly secured various luxury endorsements, which seemed to be the handiwork of the disfigured person beside him. His death is not unjust. Gu Tingji silently pinpointed this person's demise in his mind. At the same time, he was curious about what Xie Yuan had said to this woman. Hadn't she heard about Fong Jingying's situation? Was she trying to confront him head-on? Then he would play along. "To arrest me? You must have evidence, right? I'm just a customer who walked into your auction house and was chased to the point of almost not being able to leave through this door. If it weren't for me, he would have rotted into a puddle of blood here without anyone caring, right?" Gu Tingji wanted to see what these people could produce to prove he was the murderer. Shen Fuyu had updated the interstellar evidence identification system 10 years ago. If they could indeed present something, then the investigation department would become the second place to be cleaned up after the network department. This was indeed a dilemma. But when Xie Yuan decided to take action first, it indicated that she would definitely not follow the conventional path. She stepped forward and said, "We indeed have no evidence. But since you are at the scene, can you cooperate with this lady to investigate the cause of her husband's death?" "I will certainly cooperate. But before the investigation department arrives, I absolutely will not say a word," Gu Tingji replied as he moved to one side, wearing an expression of watching their performance. However, misfortune never comes alone. Just as he was caught at a murder scene, Liang Anyan began to command certain old members of the Yulin Academy in the name of Liang Anjia to launch a public condemnation against Gu Tingji. "What do you mean?" Gu Tingji knew this might be a part of Shen Fuyu's plan, but he found it necessary to appear incredulous. 091 intermission, however, Liang Anyan did not respond. And Gu Tingji, standing aside, was obviously a bit anxious. Instead of waiting for the investigators, he was confronted by a large group of bodyguards who sought to control him. "Little brother, what did you see just now?" A tall man wearing glasses and holding a briefcase stepped forward to ask the already frightened waiter, whose legs were trembling. Even though the waiter had seen some things in life, he had never encountered a scene like this. A corpse was not far from him, surrounded by so many bodyguards. The waiter stammered and couldn't complete a sentence. The woman at the door, feeling impatient, shouted sharply, "You little brat, speak up quickly, or you won't get out of this door today." Thus, the waiter stopped speaking, quietly glanced at Gu Tingji, and immediately crouched down, holding his head, saying, "I don't know, I didn't see anything." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the waiter opened the note in his hand, which read, "Cooperate with them. Say what they want to hear, escape, and take this item to the Shishui battle team to find Shen Fuyu. Don't scare him." The man clearly disapproved of the woman's sharp voice. Although the waiter spoke in a stuttering manner, he was still able to convey a little, and the process involved Gu Tingji picking a lock. The woman was breathing heavily, clearly angry, but she dared not express it. Gu Tingji even noticed her avoidance of looking at her husband's corpse. "Brother, you don't have to be afraid. Just speak slowly. What did you see? If I finish, can you let me go? It was just that he barged into my workplace and I got involved. I don't know anything." "All right, we can let you go, but repeat what you encountered." Saying this, the man took out a voice recorder. The waiter recounted the events he had encountered truthfully. Gu Tingji could even guess that the other party would tamper with the audio in those places. It seemed their methods differed from those of Tiela and the like. They intended to guide with vague information, thus avoiding legal repercussions. After finishing, the man had someone escort the waiter away and approached Gu Tingji, asking, "Do you regret saving this person? The situation at Yuan Academy is not good now." Gu Tingji remained silent. The situation was unclear, and speaking too much could lead to mistakes. He was waiting for these people to reach their limit with the corpse, assisting the wicked. This death was deserved. As the waiter escaped through the door, he saw a group of people carrying a large box away. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, but was grabbed by Qiao Yan. "Have you seen Gu Tingji? What did he give you?" Qiao Yan had discovered Gu Tingji's signal nearby and ran over, only to find it was not Gu Tingji. This person had traces of healing factors on him, likely a poor soul who had narrowly escaped death. "Gu Tingji? Who is that?" The waiter looked at Xiao Lian warily. "He should be the one who saved you. Telling you to find someone named Shen Fuyu. By the way, haven't you heard of Shen Fuyu?" As Xiao Lian spoke, he pulled up a photo of Gu Tingji. "It's this person, but he is probably in quite a predicament now. Of course I've heard of Shen Fuyu. Her textbook almost failed me in my subject last year. I remember it well. But who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. Come with me, I'll take you to find her." Xiao Yin secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and T become notorious for the previous incident. The two quickly disguised themselves to escape. Before leaving, Xiao Yin also checked on Feng Peisher and Xie Chu's situation. After their argument, the two parted ways, but Feng Peisher still went to help Xie Chu meet Xie Yuan, but she didn't see anyone. "Are you investigating something?" "Indeed. I forgot to ask, what is your name?" "I'm Xie Yijuan. I want to ask if you can take me to a safe place after this is over." "I'm scared." Xie Yijuan appeared a bit anxious, and Xiao Yin looked at him like a child. Was he really asking a child for help? Hearing the surname Xie, Xiao Yin was taken aback, taking a while to recover. No, he had never seen so many people with the surname Xie in his life. So he tentatively asked, "How many people are in your family? Should we protect them all?" "There's only my grandmother. She picked me up when I was little. My grandmother is not well and is currently in a nursing home in District 7. It should be safe there, right?" "Which one?" Xiao Yin felt a bad premonition. It couldn't be the same one as the old man from Yuan Academy, right? Xie Juan's answer confirmed Xiao Lian's suspicion, and he immediately changed direction to find Su Yifan. At this moment, Su Yifan was standing at the entrance of the fleet's land command center, seemingly waiting for someone. Rare visitor. Before Su Yifan could finish his opening line, Xiao Lian yanked him away, his face nearly scraping the ground. It was indeed a bit violent, just like Shen Fuyu. "Come with me quickly. Something is about to happen. Liang Anyun is going to take action." While pulling Su Yifan along, Xiao Yin was glad that luck was on his side. Otherwise, Liang Anyun would have completely kidnapped Gu Tingji. "What do you mean?" Su Yifan hadn't reacted yet. Shen Fuyu only told him that someone would come to find him today, and if he wanted to help Fu Haoshan investigate Xie Weirui's past actions, he should wait, but didn't he mention he would be treated violently or suspected of overtime? We forgot that Ling Hong's mother is still in Liang Anyun's hands. He was prepared from the start. If my sister really cooperates with him to deal with Fu Haoshan, then your master will be doomed. But if my sister doesn't tea, he will threaten Ling Yuan with Ling Hong. He knows everything we are doing. While speaking, Xiao Yin sent a message to Shen Fuyu. What? Su Yifan looked surprised at Xiao Yin and quickly ordered people to follow and send others to find Ling Hong. Once on the spaceship, Xiao Yin told Xie Juan to recall everything he remembered and then try to contact Gu Tingji, but there was no response. Su Yifan had to send people to closely monitor the auction house. According to Xie Juan's recollections, he had lived with his grandmother since he could remember. They depended on each other, surviving on subsistence and aid. Later, Xie Juan got into a good school, but his grandmother became senile and lost her mind at that time. Most schools under Yulin Academy's teaching system had heavy and complicated tasks and liked to do many repetitive things. So Xie Juan had no time to take care of his grandmother and had to spend all his savings to send her to a nursing home. Nursing homes charge much more than ordinary elderly care institutions. He could only work as a waiter in many high-paying but dangerous jobs to earn money. Going to this auction house was a reward given by a previous customer asking Xie Juan to provide insider information. The timeline of his grandmother's illness coincided with the time Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan broke up. While Xie Juan, finding the job at the auction house, corresponded with Liang Anyan's disappearance. However, all of today's events were coincidental. Xie Juan also said he was covering for a colleague who needed to visit family, and he even pulled out all their chat records. After Su Yifan verified it, it was indeed true. Shen Fuyu choosing Xiao Yin was unlikely because this guy had any lucky attributes. He had discovered both the cloning incident and the current situation. The group arrived at the nursing home, and Su Yifan pulled up all visible angles, discovering a familiar figure flashing by. However, after comparison, he confirmed it was Gu Tingji. Gu Tingji couldn't he possibly come here? It must be Liang Anyan. I'll follow him. You wait outside, and send me a photo of your grandmother. Saying this, Xiao Yin was about to slip out. Send a robot. Don't make it so dramatic. Also, have you contacted Shen Fuyu? What is she doing? My master's illness hasn't gotten better, and she hasn't responded yet. Su Yifan had already messaged Fu Haoshan at the door, explaining the whole situation. But the other party had yet to respond. Just as Su Yifan's voice fell, Shen Fuyu appeared in the sight of the three, driving a heavy armor like a robust ghost following Liang Anyan. In the next moment, the surveillance turned black and white, and a huge explosion echoed from a staircase in the sanatorium, with dust lingering for a long time, making it impossible for anyone to see the situation inside. When the dust finally settled, Shen Fuyu stood there, having long lost sight of Liang Anyan, who had vanished without a trace, this undocumented alien disappearing into thin air. All that was left for Shen Fuyu was a phrase. Intermission, when we meet again, one of us must die. After that, Liang Anyan seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, and only the troubles of Gu Ting and the matters of the Xie family continued. Su Yifan went to handle the follow-up, and when Xiao Yin was taking Xie Juan to pick up her grandmother, he saw Fu Haoshan. Fu Haoshan, clutching his chest and looking very tired, walked along the small path to Shen Fuyu and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Fuyu. I haven't been able to protect you well. What are you here for? You're not fully recovered yet, are you?" Shen Fuyu commanded the heavy armor to return to its original coordinates and stepped forward to help Fu Haoshan sit down on a nearby remaining bench. "Do you have something you want to ask me?" Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu, thinking that she should have noticed something was off during this time, and wondered if confessing would lower his image in her mind even more. "Is that all you're here to say? Can't you go home and say it? But you haven't been home these past few days. You've been avoiding me, and you haven't said where you've been." This. Shen Fuyu lowered her head and sat down. "How did you guess the whole sequence of events? I know about Ling Hong, and you didn't tell me about your new communication system." Fu Haoshan pointed to his eyes as he spoke, so I thought it necessary to ask her. Why not look for AI Chui and those people? Shen Fuyu felt a bit displeased. This guy must have known from the beginning that she was doing something, right? Keeping them as your foundation later wouldn't be bad either. Ling Hong has no intention in this regard, and with her mother like that, I have some doubts about her. So I chose her. What foundation of mine? Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in surprise. You can't be serious. Just ask the questions you want to ask. Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan's gentle expression, took a deep breath, and asked, "Why let so many people go?" At that time, you had already become the most practical ruler of the interstellar realm. Why didn't you kill those people? Why wait until now to gamble with everyone's lives in the interstellar? 092, I have to go rescue someone for 2 reasons. The upward channel is unclear, and if I get rid of those people, I will have no one to rely on. Also, years ago, they proposed a deal to me that I didn't agree to, and later I was harmed by Tai Lu and forced to leave. Fu Haoshan changed his posture to relieve the pressure on his heart as he spoke, then patted the spot beside him, inviting Shen Fuyu to sit down, and leaned his head on her shoulder. What deal? They planned to retreat behind the scenes, create a perfect image for me, play some discarded tricks in the interstellar world, and find some puppets to make me collude with them. They thought this behavior was fine, as if they had never studied history. In fact, in the short term, there's no problem. Regardless, we need to go through this process. It's just a matter of how many years we can drag it out. Fu Haoshan was surprised by Shen Fuyu's response and asked back, is this idea of yours influenced by your teacher's civilization? Do you hope for it to be sooner or later? Almost. I used to arrogantly think I was a savior, but recently I've realized that no one can save everyone. From an overall perspective, it doesn't make much difference whether it's early or late. Fu Haoshan, we don't need to think too highly of ourselves. After we die, everything that has been discarded will rise again. All right, so are you willing to take over my mess? Fu Haoshan looked very pleased. I've been struggling with this question. Should I impose these matters on you? I still hope you can live happily and freely. Isn't the outcome the same regardless? Forget it. Let us go home. Shen Fuyu stood up, took Fu Haoshan's hand, and walked outside. After hearing their conversation, Xiao Yin turned to Xie Yijuan and asked, do you think what that man said is problematic? A man's words are deceitful. He made that choice because of his poor health, right? Fu Haoshan hadn't tanned today, and Xie Yijuan recognized him. He felt that a man who has been through ups and downs for half his life is unlikely to relinquish power. And it seems Fu Haoshan's health is indeed an issue. It seems both of them have quite mysterious reputations. Xiao Yin, who initially couldn't see through Fu Haoshan, now realized that Fu Haoshan is genuinely infatuated. He is in the late stage of being love-struck. Let us go. I'll take you to pick up your grandmother. In fact, not only Xiao Yin, but Shen Fuyu also sensed that if Fu Haoshan's feelings were mixed with many interests, he wouldn't have handed over the power he fought for with his life in the first half of his life. So, after you recover, do you want to go back? Shen Fuyu couldn't help but ask. Why go back? Working for you is a guaranteed income. Fu Haoshan replied cheerfully. Actually, that day, I was thinking about how to properly resolve the issues with you. You sat by the hot spring for so long and came up with a retirement plan? Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in confusion. Aren't you too young to retire? Don't you have any ideals? Didn't I say I'd work for you? I can help you manage the money, with no risks involved. No matter what Shen Fuyu said today, Fu Haoshan was very happy. After letting go of many things, he felt much lighter, especially since Shen Fuyu didn't mind. After Shen Fuyu sent Fu Haoshan home, she hurried to rescue Gu Tingji. Since her relationship with Liang Anyan had reached this point, there was no need to avoid him anymore, especially since the matter of the CF family definitely related to Liang Anyan. However, Shen Fuyu took a look at the situation. Before rescuing Gu Tingji, there was a significant problem. She had provoked the other party to take action to thoroughly settle the issues with the Yulin Academy. And now she faced a two-pronged attack against Gu Tingji. Thus, Shen Fuyu found Jiang Pingzhou. Jiang Pingzhou was quite surprised by Shen Fuyu's sudden visit. He hadn't received any news related to her recently, but Su Yifan often came to see him. Jiang Pingzhou couldn't understand what had happened between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. It seemed that Fu Haoshan had made concessions, but was his health really that bad? How did you handle the previous matters? Shen Fuyu, being too busy, forgot to ask Jiang Pingzhou how the issue with Cheng Ruoshua's adoptive parents was going. Greed makes people swallow elephants. I set a trap for them, and now their huge sums of money have gone in, but her adoptive parents are old and won't stay in for long. They will come out eventually. Jiang Pingzhou's tone was very helpless. He originally wanted to deal with them severely, but these people were utterly shameless. They could go crazy and do anything. He didn't have the status or ability of Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu, and he was genuinely afraid of causing a ruckus. In any case, this was just a token of good faith. As long as they could show a willingness to resolve the issue, it would suffice. Shen Fuyu didn't ask further. It was expected. She sighed and continued. How far has the project we discussed initially progressed? Can we produce a finished product? The public denunciation against Gu Tingji was pretty much as Shen Fuyu had anticipated, focusing on 2 points. First, Gu Tingji's background was unclear, and whether he was the originator of a massive scam. Second, Gu Tingji currently had no notable achievements and was unqualified to lead the Yulin Academy. Regarding the first point, it was a matter of perspective. Some believed it, and some didn't, because no one truly knew Gu Tingji's past. It was also because of this that Shen Fuyu had suspected he had really betrayed her when he left with Liang Yanyan. However, later Shen Fuyu discovered that it wasn't that Gu Tingji intentionally hid his past, but that he had changed his name, and due to having no friends, no one thought of him as a classmate. As for the second point, Shen Fuyu was well aware of Gu Tingji's abilities, but he didn't have time, so she needed to take action herself. However, it was hard to gauge. If she revealed too much at once, it would be suspected that it was her doing, and if the amount was insufficient, it would just be like offering a target. Okay, it's already completed. Jiang Pingzhou never slacked off on money-making matters, and this was related to healthcare. If he had had the confidence before, he wouldn't have treated Cheng Ruoxue like that. It's being released under Gu Tingji's name. I've contacted some hospitals, and I'll leave the follow-up to you. By the way, if you find any good rehabilitation therapists, remember to inform Fu Haoshan. Fu's health issues have arisen. Shen Fuyu looked at Jiang Pingzhou's probing expression and smiled. No, he was just upset with me. That's quite a mouthful of dog food. Jiang Pingzhou watched Shen Fuyu leave, feeling like a dog kicked on the roadside, being told to hurry up. Forget it, bear with it, god of wealth. After Shen Fuyu left, she couldn't immediately find Gu Tingji because he had been taken away and placed under house arrest. She could only send Qiao Lian to investigate the situation. Qiao Lian had just settled Xie Yijuan and his grandmother when Shen Fuyu unexpectedly asked him to check the situation. Didn't she say she was worried about him getting into trouble? Now, she was sending him out to gain experience? Sister, I don't want to go. This task is unfriendly to a kid like me. Why? In the adult world, there are many places I can't go. I'm clearly much older than that guy Xie Chu. Yet they can still tell I'm a child. Shen Fuyu had sensed Xiao Lian's complaints earlier, and this time she planned to accompany him throughout, hoping he could find confidence in successfully accomplishing something, but the biggest obstacle turned out to be his age. All right, then I'll come over. You contact Feng Peisher. Okay. The meeting place for the three was very discreet, with no unnecessary introductions. Feng Peisher could certainly recognize Shen Fuyu, but she didn't expect Xiao Lian to say that this was the guardian he found. Are you guys tricking me? Feng Peisher stood up in anger, ready to leave, but was stopped by Shen Fuyu. Do you also think I look a lot like that person with the surname Shen? Shen Fuyu's voice was completely different from the one she usually presented in public. What does this mean? Feng Peisher had never met Shen Fuyu in person. She just felt there was a resemblance. Hesitatingly, she sat down, thinking it might be some kind of conspiracy. Xiao Yin concealed his surprise behind his cup, wondering if his brother-in-law knew that she could change her voice. He thought Shen Fuyu was there to confront and threaten, but he didn't expect this twist. I am an actress, Shen Fuyu said, demonstrating another facet of herself, revealing that she had actually put a bit of a hallucinogen in the bouquet on the table from the very beginning. Feng Peisher was unsure if her ignorance was due to her lack of knowledge or if there was some hidden truth she didn't know. After thinking for a long time, she asked, "What exactly do you mean? Are you going to sue or not?" Feng Peisher wanted to take this opportunity to gain fame and ride on a big wave, but she didn't want to stake her life on it. Being controlled was better than being dead. Yes, but we don't plan to seek you out anymore. You can't even solve your own problems right now, making it hard for us to trust you. Every word Shen Fuyu spoke was beyond Xiao Lian's expectations. What problems do I have? Feng Peisher felt a bit nervous, wondering if they had overheard her conversation with Xie Chu. That would involve Gu Tingji. Could they be here to settle scores with her? Who did you meet yesterday? Who was that person with before? Xiao Yin immediately followed Shen Fuyu's line of thought, realizing it was another form of intimidation. This has nothing to do with you, right? I just met a troublesome junior. Feng Peisher repeatedly recalled that she indeed had not expressed any intention to collaborate with them or use them, and finally spoke up. The person you met is called Xie Chu, and the person he met before was Gu Tingji. He is our opponent. Isn't it a bad idea to bet on both sides? You want to use us and also protect your reputation. How can you have it all? Hearing her thoughts completely seen through by a child like Xiao Yan, Feng Peisher couldn't help but start trembling. What if this woman was not just an actress, but had another identity? She would be in serious trouble. Then can I not cooperate with you? Feng Peisher stumbled to her feet and turned to leave. You better think it through. Xiechu's sister, Xie Yuan, is not easy to deal with. If you continue to associate with him, it will end with you losing both your career and your life. Shen Fuyu had received news before Gu Tingji went missing. 093, you need to have a clear understanding of yourself. Who said I want to be in cahoots with him? I want to care about his matters anymore. Aren't you afraid of the leverage he has? Shen Fuyu no longer cared about what that leverage was. Liang Anjia was dead, and that thing was definitely related to Liang Anyun, who had also disappeared. For an alien species that can change its appearance, this kind of thing poses no harm. At most, it just reveals what happened in the company back then. Feng Peisher unexpectedly calmed down and even thought these few people had found out something. She became confident and said, I'm not afraid. Once he is dead, no one will know about those things. I see you don't have sincerity, so there's no need to cooperate. Watching Feng Peisher gradually walk away, Xiao Yin asked, Are you just going to let her go like that? If so, there is no way to get close to Xie Yuan, and they have quite a few light weapons. They could destroy this city. Shen Fuyu shook her head and brought up a surveillance interface. Inspired by Liang Anyun, she had modified many versions of the surveillance system, and the current inhalation type was much more convenient than the previous skin contact versions. Xiao Lian silently gave Shen Fuyu a thumbs up and then asked, What are we going to do next? I need to meet some people. You keep an eye on this and stay in contact with Su Yifan. Don't disturb Fu Haoshan. Okay. Xiao Yin agreed on the surface, but silently lamented that if it weren't for two love-struck fools being in love, something would eventually go wrong in the galaxy, and she was quite curious about who Shen Fuyu was going to meet. The people Shen Fuyu wanted to meet were all old acquaintances, and of course, the first one was Feng Jingying, who had gone on a hunger strike for a couple of days after being sent to the hospital. It wouldn't be good to rescue someone only to have them go off and do something else, but Shen Fuyu believed Gu Tingji had his own wisdom. After being sent to the hospital that day, Feng Jingying vowed to have a death struggle with Shen Fuyu, but was told that her meager skills wouldn't last 3 seconds against Shen Fuyu. So she began her hunger strike. Now, seeing Shen Fuyu was akin to seeing a nemesis. If there hadn't been anything around to smash, she would have wanted to hit Shen Fuyu to express her anger. In the end, to avoid displaying the ridiculousness of a weak person's struggle, Feng Jingying could only ask impatiently, What do you want? Came to see you and ask if you need an artificial womb to help you have children. If anyone else had made the suggestion, Feng Jingying would have immediately agreed. After all, having children is such a painful and physically damaging thing, so it's best to avoid it if possible. But thinking about Shen Fuyu being able to tamper with the cloning code, Feng Jingying could only suspect Shen Fuyu had ulterior motives. Are you trying to wipe us out? I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. Wipe you out? No need. Tai Lu is already dead, and his power has been completely accounted for. Even if his child is left behind, it poses no threat to me. Of course, if you're willing to gamble your lives to become his puppet, it might cause me some trouble, but you wouldn't want to die, would you? After hearing Shen Fuyu's provocatively charged words, Feng Jingying dragged her weak body up and said, Are you sick? Is it fun to mock those weaker than you? Do you get a sense of achievement watching others jump around? Weaker? Shen Fuyu repeated the word with a smile. But initially, you thought I was weak and that I was relying on Fu Haoshan, which is why you targeted me. Now that you find yourself beaten and retreating, you turn around and blame me? Then you must be sick. Yulin Academy has always slandered you. You've faced so many injustices over the years. Why don't you fight back instead of pretending to be so pitiful? You've caused so many deaths. Why wait until they target you to act? Other people's lives don't matter, right? Feng Jingying's seemingly unreasonable argument had some impact on Shen Fuyu, because she had indeed harmed many people due to her previous weakness. But she could regret this in her heart and criticize herself, never allowing others to bring it up. Isn't this just to make you, oh no, you all the more arrogant? If I had targeted you earlier, wouldn't it have made you wary? Then the sewers would just be full of cockroaches and rats? At this point, Shen Fuyu continued to condemn these two beings, who had followed humanity in migration and wandering for countless years, yet still survived tenaciously in an ecosystem that was unfriendly to them. Fang Jingying had nothing to say. Shen Fuyu had indeed swept them all away. She lay back down, turning her back on Shen Fuyu and ignoring her. I'm not here to debate with you. I'm here to tell you that I found you an excellent place for house arrest and plan to take you there now. Do you have anywhere else in the galaxy you want to go? Upon hearing this news, Fang Jingying couldn't stop her tears from falling. She had originally thought that since Shen Fuyu had let her go, she would find her a better place to live peacefully, but unexpectedly, she was going to confine her instead. Previously, Tailu had told Fang Jingying that Fu Haoshan liked to lock up people who were hard to handle, and before long, those people would go mad, and once they went mad, they would be sent to a lunatic asylum, never to see the light of day again. You don't have to be afraid. I want to use Fu Haoshan's methods on you. I'll ensure you don't go mad, because no one will help you take care of the child. After saying this, Shen Fuyu left. When she reached the hospital stairway, she heard a heart-wrenching scream, followed by several medical staff bringing equipment over, advising her not to get too agitated as it was bad for the child. However, Shen Fuyu felt she was still very merciful. Just as Fang Jingying herself said, her past weakness had caused many people to die. If it weren't for people like Gu Tingji being more prevalent, she would have caused even more deaths by now. Moreover, with so many betrayers and users around her, she wouldn't be soft-hearted anymore. Next was the former principal of Yulin Academy, who had been driven mad by Gu Tingji after Fu Haoshan hadn't yet cracked his technology. When Shen Fuyu arrived, she first listened to the conversations of the caregivers. These caregivers had taken care of these hard-to-handle individuals under Fu Haoshan for many years, without too much prejudice, simply viewing these once mighty individuals who ultimately lost as normal. That new old man has been much better since he went mad. He no longer curses at us or blames heaven and earth, which is his true nature. Yeah, he asked the former principal of Yulin Academy. He contributed to the establishment of the galaxy in his youth, but once he got better, he started doing those things. Maybe it was all an act, not to be trusted. I think so too. They say a person's writing reflects their character. Even now, his handwriting looks soft. Do you remember that woman named Zhuang? After she went mad, her writing became much more juvenile. I never thought she was a thoroughly bad person. Are you talking about that woman named Zhuang? Zhuang Yuyu? Is she also here? Shen Fuyu's sudden appearance made the caregivers, who had originally gathered together, quickly return to their positions. Only the lead caregiver approached Shen Fuyu to explain, seeing that she wasn't angry about them slacking off at work. Yes, Miss Zhuang often fainted in the sanatorium, but no issues were found. The boss suspected it was the environment there, so he had her moved here. This sanatorium, which was almost like a prison under Fu Haoshan, had one good thing. It was in a nice environment, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a cliff on one side, instantly uplifting one's mood and helping to see reality clearly. Does the former principal of Yulin Academy have any intention of harming others? I want to check on him. No, since he went mad and got seriously injured, he isn't like to move around. He has been practicing writing lately, but it seems that the people over at Yulin Academy don't really want him to survive. Has Gu Tingji contacted you? Shen Fuyu recalled that Gu Tingji hadn't interacted with Fu Haoshan as people before. However, it is understandable why Gu Tingji thinks this way. If he leaves behind a potential threat, he would have to sleep with one eye open to guard against others coming back. But Shen Fuyu believes that if this person dies, it wouldn't benefit Gu Tingji much at this moment. Yes, ever since he settled here for just a few hours, Mr. Gu came over to inquire about the situation, implying that if he wasn't insane, he would be locked up in a small dark room. The so-called small dark room is a cramped space filled with the sound of dripping water and bright lights, where a person would completely go insane within 3 days. Got it, it's tea time, right? Hand the stuff over to me. Shen Fuyu set up the tea set and, unable to persuade the former principal of Yulin Academy at the window, poured a cup for herself and said, I know you're not crazy. It's just a ruse. Aren't you going to thank me for rescuing you from that place? Originally, Gu Tingji intended to send the person to a psychiatric laboratory under his supervision, which would soon be wiped out, akin to killing with a borrowed knife. Shen Fuyu intercepted halfway and brought the other party here. I have nothing to say to you. It's the victor and the vanquished. I only regret that I was too greedy back then and didn't kill you sooner. The old man's tone was filled with regret, but there was no hint of guilt. Oh, do you really think you can kill me? You know, I've left a backdoor in every piece of technology or achievement I provided you. If I wanted, the interstellar operations could cease tomorrow. So, did you come today to see my joke? I wish you that day as well. My contributions to the interstellar realm are no less than yours. It's just that I lost, and you all want to eradicate me. You won't have a good end. Shen Fuyu always felt that most of the opponents she encountered recently had a misperception of her, as if everyone believed they were the protagonists in a script. Perhaps because she had protected them too well. Your contributions? You didn't find this interstellar territory, and the previous maintenance system wasn't yours either. Even the basic physical parameters of the interstellar realm you measured need my corrections. You merely had good timing. The talented figures of the previous generation have all died, giving you an opportunity to profit. Isn't that a merit? What is the point of dedicating one's life solely to the welfare of the world? Studying academics while shunning fame and fortune? Can I enjoy what I've earned? This statement seemed somewhat valid, but when Shen Fuyu thought of his numerous lovers across various ages, and the eldest and youngest who could be his sons, she felt he must have some issues with his mindset. 094, why are you hitting people? I understand your thoughts, and they're very correct, but for most people, this is a disaster. I think you should have realized this problem. What exactly do you want to say? Is Gu Tingji in trouble? Then I guess I should eat more for dinner today. How delightful. You should stand up and support your former subordinates. Those who left the Yuan Academy have started to attack your past actions, viewing you as part of Gu Tingji's group. Once you walk away, they have no job security or personal safety. Are you crazy? The old man was startled by Shen Fuyu's words, turning around, and the pen in his hand fell. Shen Fuyu, what do you want to do? First, you destroyed the Yuan Academy, and now what? You only need to say whether you are willing or not. It's not easy for me to find people who can continue working. You're just saying a few words. I find people to help me work, and you can continue living with them, which is good for both of us. I want they benefited a lot while under me, and if they continue to work, I'll be a prisoner? This is good for you, not for me. After getting this answer, Shen Fuyu nodded in satisfaction. As she stepped out, the other side realized something was wrong, but it was too late. This conversation spread throughout the stars. The current interstellar community still has polarized views on Shen Fuyu, but it doesn't prevent them from changing their opinions about the people from the Yuan Academy. The attacks on the Yuan Academy gradually became unreasonable. People began to think that most who didn't stay at the Yuan Academy were either ungrateful or lacked real skills. Although it would still be a long time before this public opinion dispute ended, Shen Fuyu seized this opportunity to quietly promote many people. Gu Tingji was locked in a place filled with signal jammers, completely unaware of this matter, until he heard Xie Yuan's appearance, telling him that Shen Fuyu had taken action herself. So, Gu Tingji had been detained since he was taken away and hadn't seen anyone. This was his first time seeing Xie Yuan, a woman who perfectly matched the mainstream aesthetic of the stars. So, you will soon become the youngest principal of the Yuan Academy in interstellar history. And with Shen Fuyu backing you, you might be able to hold on until you die. Are you planning to replace me like this? Gu Tingji suddenly didn't understand the other party's words. Replace you for what? We can't do research. Aside from having a few gadgets, we have nothing else. Xie Yuan said as she sat down next to Gu Tingji, scaring him to the other side, causing him to fall to the ground. Then what do you want to do? Before Gu Tingji could get up, Xie Yuan hooked his chin, forcing him to look up at this stunning beauty. And then she opened her red lips and said, I just want to be the principal's wife. It wouldn't be bad to have you. The original spouse who didn't outlive the previous old man. I don't want to just kill me. Gu Tingji refused without thinking. Your ideals are great, but I'm not interested. You can't force me. Did I consult you? After a while, once I handle these troublesome matters, we'll get married. Also, I have 2 sons. Although they aren't yours, they are both boys, so enjoy that secretly. Get lost. Gu Tingji felt this was worse than being oppressed by Liang Anyan. At least that person was a normal alien and wouldn't interfere with his private life. Then Gu Tingji paid the price for this statement, getting slapped hard, the taste of blood lingering in his mouth, and everything in front of him turned white. Don't be ungrateful. Remember to give me your salary card and all your assets. By the way, Shen Fuyu must have given you something, right? Hand it over too. From now on, this family will be under my control. You're dreaming. As soon as Gu Tingji finished this sentence, he received another slap, and his untrained body fainted under the 2 slaps in that special place. Xie Yuan still felt unsatisfied and kicked him twice before proudly lifting her head and walking out. Not far from the door, 2 children, only 4 or 5 years old, rushed over to hug their mother's leg. Mommy, did that person agree? Can we not go to school and still attend the best school to become professors? The older boy asked, and have a lot of money to bully others. The younger child quickly added, even if he doesn't agree, he has to agree. Let us just wait to enjoy the good life. You 2 go back first. Mommy has some things to handle. Don't go see him. After sending the 2 children back, she found the family of the auction house owner. They were initially cooperating to get rid of that man to lure Gu Tingji over, and now that the plan had succeeded, it was time to divide the spoils. The woman who earlier had sharply criticized Gu Tingji in front of him had long lost her sadness, sitting there with her hands out for a manicure, lazily saying, have you thought about what to do next? My husband's family is urging me on what to do. I've locked him up, but what if the truth comes out? We can't let Gu Tingji take the blame. Let us just get rid of the old man too. That way, no one can restrict you. I can help you find medicine. The woman sighed irritably and said, I want to do that too, but we haven't gotten their inheritance yet. What if the old man donates it in a fit of rage? Then just say you have children. It's not easy to fake medical reports nowadays. I'll have someone get you a test report. You should also pay attention. I don't know if any of the previous sisters are pregnant now. I just contacted my old sisters these days. They're not living as well as we are. Many haven't married into families. If it weren't for you helping me before, I might be in the same situation now. Then I'll look into it from my side. You must keep your old man steady and also have the sisters prepare a list. I'll handle those people later. But with Fang Jingying causing such a ruckus, you've seen how terrifying those 2 above are. What if we stir up more trouble and end up worse than her? It won't happen. We have Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu values this person a lot. As long as he is in front, Shen Fuyu wouldn't dare to touch us. Just don't be too greedy. All right. Anyway, you say a word, and the sisters will listen. I'll leave first. The woman walked away with charm. Xie Yuan sighed. These people are all orphans, some because of war, some because they're illegitimate children, all just trying to make a living. Now that they finally have a chance to create chaos, they must seize it. Originally, Xie Yuan didn't want this, but she was disgusted by the old man's character. He had that little contribution at the Yulin Academy, and Fu Haoshan didn't kill him, but he didn't have the guts or responsibility to speak up for others. He was still a disgusting old man. She felt like vomiting every time she faced him. Sister, there's a woman outside who wants to see you. A bodyguard stepped forward and said, Who is it? Feng Peisher. She said she has some urgent news for you. Is it her? Let her in. Xie Yuan knew Feng Peisher. Her useless brother had always relied on this person. Now it seemed he was pushed to the edge. A playboy meets sycophants and oppresses those below him. A little brain is used for self-preservation. Is my useless brother the one who sent you to find me? Xie Yuan invited Feng Peisher to sit down, poured a cup of tea, and asked, Yes, but I want to discuss a deal with you. I'll help you get rid of your brother, and you help me get rid of his control. You say it like you can get rid of him. That's the same thing. Don't paint me a picture. I'll be the one doing both things for you. What can you help me with? I am a lawyer and can ensure that you will never be taken advantage of in contracts or agreements, and this is definitely a good thing for you. Feng Peisher said seriously. All right, then tell me what you need me to do. What are your plans? I remember he is quite clever, though all his wits seem to be focused on escape, right? It's surprising that he hasn't crashed in all these years. You've always known about this younger brother's existence? Feng Peisher was somewhat surprised. The fact that she could say this meant she had been paying attention to Xie Chu for a long time, not just now discovering his existence. I used to be next to the principal of Yulin Academy, so I could check on such matters. Xie Yuan smiled and said, You didn't come to me without a plan, did you? That would be a losing deal for me. He wants me to persuade you to sign this thing to cut off ties with the CF family. He wants to protect his assets. My idea is for you to find him, and I'll take the chance to kill him. Just like that, but I'll be a witness. Wouldn't you be escaping from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair? As a woman, you wouldn't treat me like this. I've looked into your past. You come from a difficult background, but you are quite righteous. You saved quite a few people. And following that old man was probably a forced choice, right? Don't act like you know me so well. Xie Yuan didn't really like others to evaluate her this way. She believed she should be a selfish and malicious woman, which was her hardest armor. All right, it's that simple. I don't want to be threatened by a playboy who only harms others anymore. And I've helped him harm quite a few innocent girls over the years. Although I don't want to atone for my sins. I think it's time to stop. Xie Yuan coldly snorted in her heart. These people are really bold to say such things, lacking any humanity after harming others. However, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Okay, I agree, but I can't actually sign this thing. How about we cooperate and put on a show instead? Feng Peisher nodded, and the two agreed on a time. After sending Feng Peisher off, Xie Yuan took another look at Gu Tingji, who had just groggily gotten up from the ground. Seeing Xie Yuan appear again, Gu Tingji stepped back in fear, asking why she was so violent and if they couldn't just talk it out. Of course, now he had no chance to talk properly. His face hurt too much. So weak, yet you can stir up a storm. How much support have Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan given you behind the scenes? You're not just a puppet, are you? Xie Yuan truly began to doubt Gu Tingji's identity. How could he withstand 2 slaps? Some hidden big matters. I am indeed weak and sickly, and the girl is good at martial arts, but if she breaks my face, it won't look good for me. Gu Tingji humbly discussed with the mindset of absolutely not wanting to be beaten again. Xie Yuan noticed Gu Tingji's willingness to compromise and soften her tone, saying, "It's okay. Just put on 2 layers of powder, but don't downplay the severity. I have no interest in marrying a white glove. I am definitely not that. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan promised to hand over the Yulin Academy to me, but if I die, it will become someone else's. Spare my life. You know your place." Xie Yuan stepped forward and pinched Gu Tingji's chin, looking at him from left to right, and reassured him, "Don't worry, it won't break your face. I'm also skilled at hitting people. As long as you listen, you'll have enough to eat." Gu Tingji nodded repeatedly. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. It was just that the women he had encountered were all relatively gentle and reasonable. Even Ai Chui and Ling Hong wouldn't hit people. This one in front of him could really beat him to death. He was still young, had planned for many years, and hadn't successfully reached the top yet. He didn't want to die. Xie Yuan originally came to check if Gu Tingji was dead, and seeing him obedient, she left. However, she wasn't in a hurry to arrange the wedding. She wanted to wait for Shen Fuyu to deal with the subordinates of those old men in the Yulin Academy. Otherwise, if those subordinates looked for a new job, it would be troublesome. Hearing that Xie Yuan was willing to give up, as long as she could see him, Xie Chu felt very happy. He genuinely thought women were just pretentious, so he readily agreed to the request and quickly finalized the time and place. This was the first time Xie Yuan met her brother, a visibly haggard and weak young man due to indulgence in wine, sex, and wealth. Xie Yuan had seen many such people before, and now seeing him, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Since you agreed to come and see me, do you want to see how well your brother is doing? You were never impressive to begin with. You know your place and are willing to give way." Xie Chu's attitude was extremely arrogant, completely forgetting what Gu Tingji had told him before. "Yes, I want to have a good look." Xie Yuan suddenly grabbed her brother's neck. Xie Chu shouted in panic, but no one paid attention to him. The entire restaurant was empty, not even a ghost. This was done by Feng Peisher, who had sued the restaurant a few days ago due to the quality of the ingredients. For days, the restaurant staff had gone to investigate and cooperate with inquiries, leaving only Xie's people behind. Originally, Xie Yuan was still hesitating about how to kill this brother, but now she was completely resolute, even wishing he would die sooner. A brainless narcissist. Why was she born to the same father as him? So disgusting. Then, Feng Peisher emerged from the shadows and stabbed Xie Chu in the heart. He gasped for breath and died instantly. The two spent some time cleaning up the scene before quickly leaving. Like the owner of the auction house, if there were no special needs, Xie Chu might never see the light of day again. After finishing this matter, Feng Peisher took Xie Yuan to the Xie family and quickly completed the transfer of procedures. However, they forgot that all the interstellar systems were under Shen Fuyu surveillance, and their unusual actions were soon discovered by Shen Fuyu. However, Shen Fuyu was currently overwhelmed with her own issues and had no time to handle this matter immediately. Originally, Shen Fuyu planned to continue to support Gu Tingji, but last time Fu Haoshan mentioned that he couldn't find Ling Hong, which made Shen Fuyu, who had a bit of free time, send people to look for Ling Hong. As a result, Ling Hong appeared in a house that Liang Anyun had been in before. The reason it was called an appearance was that Shen Fuyu had searched this house before, and there was no one inside. It was during the second search that she found it, but after searching for a long time, she didn't find any suspicious traces, as if it had appeared out of thin air. After Ling Hong was sent to the hospital, a substance that Liang Anyun had used to monitor her was detected in her body. Shen Fuyu had been looking for a way to eliminate this substance. But the differences between the two races were too great, and without understanding the opponent, she naturally couldn't crack the other's technology. This sense of the unknown made Shen Fuyu very uneasy, so she took the opportunity when Jiang Pingzhou announced new technology to return to Feng Zhe and Tai Qinzu to find some information. However, unexpectedly, she happened to run into her parents. Fortunately, Tai Qinzu was quick and pulled Shen Fuyu aside into a stone forest, where they hid behind a stone tablet and watched Shen Fuyu's parents talk to Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe was genuinely surprised that these two would come to visit him, and for a moment he was at a loss, because of what happened last time with Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. Their reaction as parents was very disappointing to Feng Zhe. No matter what, they should have considered their child's interests first before worrying about whether they would be laughed at. Moreover, it's not like you didn't have money and could only stay in that one place. If you were bullied here and weren't living happily, you could immediately change places. Perhaps if you wanted to leave, the local authorities would even help you out to keep you there. Over the years, Feng Zhe had seen Shen Fuyu's concessions. But for a long time, it had only been Shen Fuyu conceding, and he hadn't seen that girl gain anything. What are you here for? Feng Zhe's tone was very stiff. Although he and Tai Qinzu had just betrayed Shen Fuyu, he felt that just by raising Shen Fuyu as his own, he had the right to give these two a cold shoulder. We want to ask how our daughter is doing now. It was Shi Jian who spoke. Do you still have a nerve to ask? Feng Zhe slammed the table. Why didn't you care before? Now that you think Fuyu is about to rise, you want to come to find her again? Feng Zhe's reasoning was based on the fact that since Fu Haoshan came, Shen Fuyu had frequently appeared in the public eye, while Fu Haoshan gradually faded out. There are even rumors that Fu Haoshan was seriously ill. According to Fu Haoshan's character, the only reason for these rumors to be allowed to appear was that he had completely decided to relinquish power. Otherwise, in the past, everyone knew that Fu Haoshan had withdrawn from the Star Fleet due to injury, but how many people dared to keep mentioning Fu Haoshan's health issues? The fleet had also been intentionally downplaying the presence of Fu Haoshan's injury. It's not that simple. As our daughter, she has affected our lives. We don't want to ignore her problems. Hasn't she caused us trouble since she was little? Now that she has grown wings, if she can't even solve this little matter, then she might as well not appear in front of us. We just want to know when we can return to our previous life. Regarding Shun Jindi's words, Feng Zhe was so angry that he clutched his chest and took a moment to calm down before asking, do you really consider her your daughter? Bringing you trouble? You have never protected her. How has she brought you trouble? It's just that you are seeking your own troubles. We have never sought our own troubles. She is a genius, too smart to be our child. She is self-important, pursuing some ideals with you, but we are different. We only need an ordinary life, that's all. Shi Jian retorted. If that's the case, why don't you never see her again? The money she gives you is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives, right? Feng Zhe couldn't refute this. They were not wrong in pursuing a peaceful life. Shen Fuyu's ideals were indeed incompatible with theirs. Since that's the case, consider your familial ties to be exhausted. As Shen Fuyu's teacher said, the strong are always lonely on the road to the altar, so let her walk this path alone. No, we need someone to take care of us in our old age. The grace of raising her cannot be erased. We're just going to ask how she is doing. Since you don't want to speak, don't sow discord. After finishing, the couple immediately left. Feng Zhe was left in confusion, wondering why they could so naturally treat their child as a tool. Shen Fuyu and Tai Qinzhou slowly walked out of the steel forest. And Feng Zhe noticed that Shen Fuyu's expression changed as she thought about the reason the other party was here. Before he could speak, Shen Fuyu said, I know it was you who talked to Fu Haoshan, but it doesn't matter. No matter what he does after he finds out. It's just me getting to know Fu Haoshan again. As long as you don't mind, that's fine. I see you've been quite busy lately. How do you have time to come here? Tai Qingzhao deliberately avoided the topic of Shen Fuyu's parents, as if no one had been there just moments ago. I'm here to ask what that thing is that can grow into an eye and can be used for monitoring. I want to figure out how to break it, but I have no way to do so. If this thing spreads unchecked, it could be detrimental to the interstellar community. I've only seen that thing in your teacher's notes, but the records are quite rudimentary. It states that this thing can be used for monitoring and can grow into an eyeball under special circumstances. Once it becomes an eyeball, it is contagious. I can help you find all the notes your teacher has related to it. Thank you, Grandpa Phone. Shen Fuyu suddenly lost hope. Was finding Liang Anyun the only way to resolve this? That would be terrifying. The only known special environment was the material of her bracelet, and if there were other materials, then Gu Tingji and Ling Hong would be in danger. After obtaining the notes, Shen Fuyu read the few words over and over again on her way back, gaining only one clue. This thing was used for healing. However, the strangest part was that her material had appeared in recent years, but according to Gu Tingji's description, Liang Anyun seemed to have known from the beginning that the material of her bracelet was a catalyst and knew how to deal with it. Thinking of this, Shen Fuyu felt a chill all over while alone on the spaceship. What had Fu Haoshan's mother done behind everyone's back? Was she colluding with other races? Shen Fuyu hurried back. Jiang Pingzhou's press conference had already ended, but this was just the beginning. She originally wanted to find Jiang Pingzhou to confirm the follow-up matters, but instead saw Fu Haoshan. What are you doing here? I'm here to see how many people are interested in your new invention. It seems many people need this medical environment. Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu with great pride. You should go home and rest. I have things to do. I'm here to pick you up and take you to the Fu family's old residence to see if there are any clues. Originally, Fu Haoshan felt that the old residence, where he did big things, was a bit ominous and didn't want to get involved, but for the sake of clues, he decided to go once, bringing Shen Fuyu along for strength in numbers. Oh, then let's go take a look. Shen Fuyu glanced at the crowd surrounding Jiang Pingzhou and decided to go with Fu Haoshan. 096, the suddenly appearing woman, the Fu family's old residence, is located in a very special satellite belt where the gravity differs from other places, with just a little effort. One can jump up. This was beneficial for individuals during the era of life support devices, but now it serves little purpose. Due to its unique location, when the two arrived, the month-long night had yet to end. Fu Haoshan was holding a lamp for Shen Fuyu while opening the still brand-new door. Have you been maintaining this place all these years? Shen Fuyu asked, touching the door, which was spotless, with smooth and shiny metal. It wouldn't budge even with a push. It was heavy. No, the metal is quite special. Back then, they were still hoping they could achieve immortality one day. Fu Haoshan said disdainfully as he turned around to close the door properly. The two walked together on the main road, which was over 10 meters wide, surrounded by trees at least 10 meters tall, with shrubs around 3 or 4 meters high, creating a canopy that obscured the sky. It was evident that this was a favorable place for plant growth. The house comprised over 1,000 acres of gardens and 3,000 square meters of buildings. Shen Fuyu glanced at her legs and then at Fu Haoshan, asking, by the time we finish this area, it will be dawn. I can do it, but you can't. Fu Haoshan smiled helplessly. I've already sent people to inspect the outside. There's no problem. The place we stayed in wasn't large, and my body isn't that weak yet. All right then. Shen Fuyu caught up with Fu Haoshan. The intricately carved door opened automatically, revealing a spacious hall and a staircase leading to the second floor. The dim yellow light conveyed a sense of decaying solemnity. No wonder Fu Haoshan found this place ominous. The first floor had a total of 15 rooms, including a kitchen and a control room. Under Fu Haoshan's guidance, Shen Fuyu checked each one, but found no signs of abnormalities, nearly breaking her detector in the process. Did something happen here? Shen Fuyu stood in the kitchen, rummaging through pots and pans. This floor is mostly for servants. The plate in your hand has markings on the bottom. These are the dishes they used. The Fu family's servants were numerous. When my cheap father came to power, he dealt with some, Fu Haoshan explained. Shen Fuyu nodded, comparing the markings, and noticed they were not entirely the same. She then asked, this marking looks like a character, but why does the color differ, even with a set of tableware in hand? Shen Fuyu could imagine how luxurious the Fu family's life must have been back then. Fortunately, Fu Haoshan had dealt with them. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened today. Different? Fu Haoshan leaned in to examine the markings closely. Under their current white light, some of the markings displayed an unseen purple hue, while others remained blue. Should we test it? Okay. Shen Fuyu fiddled with her portable device for a while and reached a conclusion. Is someone living here? Didn't you notice the biological traces? This is caused by a blood reaction, and it hasn't been more than half a month. I'll have someone come and search. Fu Haoshan hadn't realized this before, meaning this person either escaped during that time or just arrived. Soon, they pinpointed a cabinet, and upon removing the partition, they found a dark passage inside. Shen Fuyu could stand straight in it, while Fu Haoshan had to bend down. Boss, are you going in by yourselves? Jiang Yu arrived, blocking the way between Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. If something happened to these two, her job would be at risk. Let's go together. Support your boss, Shen Fuyu said, nodding and releasing Fu Haoshan's arm to Jiang Yu. Fu Haoshan inexplicably grabbed Jiang Yu's arm, glared at her, and disdainfully withdrew his hand, catching up to Shen Fuyu. I'm not that sick. I know. It's just to prevent you from falling, Shen Fuyu said while casually grabbing Fu Haoshan's arm again, and the two slowly found a basement. The basement had a dim light on, and an elderly woman was cowering in the corner with a spatula in her hand, watching the three with fear. A pot beside her was bubbling, as if she were cooking. Fu Haoshan raised their lamp to look at the woman, and upon seeing her face, he was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "How are you still alive?" Me? The woman also used the light to see Fu Haoshan clearly, and a look of confusion quickly turned into surprise. Third young master, why have you returned? I thought you would never set foot here again. When she called him third young master, Shen Fuyu realized that this elderly woman knew Fu Haoshan's true identity. That shouldn't be possible. Those who knew such things had mostly died, right? Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly retreated, leaving the three of them staring at each other. Shen Fuyu felt she should leave as well. What if Fu Haoshan wanted to eliminate witnesses? Didn't you leave before the incident at the Fu family? Why are you back here? I killed your sister, Fu Haoshan said quietly, protecting Shen Fuyu behind him. Shen Fuyu casually took the lamp from Fu Haoshan's hand, peeking out to look at the two, playing the role of a qualified light bulb. Upon closer inspection, she found the woman somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. I know. After she died, I was inexplicably hunted down. To escape those people, I came to live here, going out once a month to buy a few things. Hunted? Who is after you? Fu Haoshan pondered. His handling of Li Pingjin had been swift. There shouldn't have been any lingering issues. Someone sent by a male star. He was previously a top artist at Fenghua Entertainment. After hearing the woman's description, Shen Fuyu found it quite professional. No wonder she survived under Fu Haoshan's knife. Keeping up with the times. However, Fu Haoshan understood here that cutting off someone's livelihood was akin to killing their parents. So he asked, wait a moment. Give me his information later. Let's head out first. The three left the small room, and the woman explained on the way why there was this room. It was previously used by Fu Haoshan's father's legal wife, the lady who was devoured by a snake, to imprison disobedient servants. Then why didn't you leave here? Shen Fuyu asked, puzzled. In the interstellar era, it's not easy to find a job that can support a whole family without a contract. As long as you learn to flatter, it's easy to stay. It's truly fortunate that your family has produced someone like you, Shen Fuyu remarked, nudging Fu Haoshan's elbow after hearing that. I also think I'm great, Fu Haoshan replied softly to Shen Fuyu, then turned to the woman and said, this is my wife. Shen Fuyu, you two should get acquainted. Hello. Shen Fuyu smiled at the woman, following them out. Since Fu Haoshan said so, it meant he wouldn't kill her. Moreover, Fu Haoshan had mentioned killing the woman's sister, yet they hadn't been attacked during their walk, and the other party showed no obvious anger or emotional fluctuations, indicating no hostility towards them. My name is Qian Xiang. I used to be the third young master's nanny. The three returned to the house, and Jiang Yu accompanied Shen Fuyu to continue checking the situation, while Fu Haoshan and Qian Xiang sat in the dining room chatting. Facing this nanny, Fu Haoshan had mixed feelings. He didn't know whether Qian Xiang had any relation to Xie Weirui, nor did he know how she felt about him having killed so many people, whether she would be disappointed. Young master, I have been keeping an eye on your matters. I also knew about my sister's collusion with Li Pingjin. It's just that we haven't lived together for a long time. It was her caregiver who told me she had been to Fenghua Entertainment, and I deduced from what happened afterward, Qin Xiang said, her tone anxious, as if she was eager to clarify the matter, afraid Fu Haoshan would suspect her. I know that by the time I started monitoring her, you were no longer in that place. Now this issue is no longer important. I ask you, do you know what Xie Weirui did before I was born? Hearing Fu Haoshan directly mention Xie Weirui's name, Qin Xiang felt a bit scared. Fu Haoshan noticed the problem and comforted her a bit. And only then did Qin Xiang continue. I'm not sure about that, but I know some things about the family's past. Is there anything I don't know? Fu Haoshan frowned. This made him uncomfortable as he thought he had already cleared everything up. Well, some grudges between the second and first madams. At that time, many people in the family were cleared out. The third young master later didn't find the list, so naturally he didn't know. Well, go ahead. The second madam of the Fu family should be the prettiest among all the madams in the Fu family's history. Of course, this is related to the living standards of the era of life support devices. Fu Haoshan's father was an ugly man, so he was used to seeing ugly people for a long time, and he fell in love with her at first sight. However, at that time, the interstellar society no longer accepted some marriage models from the previously underdeveloped productive forces. The second madam's parents stubbornly refused and even threatened that if Fu Haoshan's stepfather continued to pester them, they would make a scene at the fleet and ruin Fu Haoshan's father's reputation. But everyone knew that this second madam entered the Fu family 6 months later. The inside story was that the second madam's parents suddenly died, and it was the first madam who took care of the aftermath. Therefore, after giving birth and suffering a serious loss of vitality, the first madam threatened the second madam to have a child for her husband. Initially, the two agreed to raise the child together, but then the first madam suddenly changed her mind, saying she got Fu Haoshan's father to agree to let her second son be an organ donor for the eldest son, ready to sacrifice for the eldest son at any time. The less-known situation here is that Fu Haoshan's father initially wanted an excellent gene to change the family's appearance. But unexpectedly, the second madam's genes weren't strong enough, and they still ended up with an ugly child. Therefore, he still thought the first madam's child was better. After all, under the public opinion at that time, the reputation of the legitimate wife's child was better. Hearing this, Fu Haoshan suddenly felt relieved that Xie Weirui's genes were strong enough. Otherwise, if he really inherited the ugly genes of the Fu family, he probably couldn't accept himself. However, with that said, a question arises: who killed the second madam's parents, and how did the first madam learn of this news? Fu Haoshan sent a message to Yang Qianting, asking him to pull up the relevant files and check if there were any related murder cases. 097 Love Brain Late Stage Yang Qianting, burdened by the grievances of working overtime, deeply understood why Sui Fan, also a worker, disliked overtime. In the end, he delivered the documents that Fu Haoshan needed to him. The documents did not record a murder case, but rather an incident where a driver, after drinking, mistakenly turned off the autopilot mode and, due to improper operation, caused the deaths of 2 people. Those 2 were the parents of the second wife. Originally, this case was closed, but now Fu Haoshan reopened the inquiry to prevent a repeat of the last case involving a murder of a wife. Yang Qianting meticulously investigated why a professional driver would be drunk. The final investigation revealed that the driver was misled into drinking alcoholic beverages. Due to his profession, he had never drunk alcohol before and did not know he had a very low tolerance, which led to the tragic accident of killing 2 people. However, since the incident occurred a long time ago, it was unclear who had given the driver the drinks, and the driver had already died in prison, leaving the trail abruptly cut off. At that moment, Shen Fuyu called for Fu Haoshan from the second floor. When Fu Haoshan hurriedly ran upstairs, he saw Shen Fuyu comparing a lamp that Xie Weirui had previously owned with a lamp that the second wife intended to smash him with before her death. Did you find something? The lamp on the left is Xie Weirui's. I had it put back in its original place when I had this area cleaned. Fu Haoshan thought to himself that it was fortunate he brought his wife back to take a look, otherwise, this matter might have been lost forever. This lamp from Xie Weirui has half a fingerprint. I compare the prints, and it's not Xie Weirui's. But the other lamp is missing a corner. What's going on? Missing a corner? That's impossible. I was hit by this lamp before, but this material wouldn't chip off a corner. As Fu Haoshan spoke, he inexplicably recalled Shen Fuyu's vanity table. These two lamps were given by the first wife. They were originally a pair, but the master ordered them to be placed in two different rooms. Qianxiang stumbled over and looked at the two lamps, saying, Shen Fuyu had no clue, while Fu Haoshan instructed someone to investigate everyone who had cleaned the old mansion at that time. The two then visited many places, but without any new discoveries. They packed the lamps and headed home. Is there really no liquid with monitoring capabilities on it? Fu Haoshan confirmed again, but the detectors still showed no reaction. Liang and Yin can control such liquid, but now this guy is missing, and we have no idea where to find him. Shen Fuyu had some guesses, but did not want to share them with Fu Haoshan. When Liang and Yin killed Liang and Jie, he specifically asked for some addresses from Liang and Jie's memories. Liang and Yan's disappearance must be related to these addresses. Later, when Shen Fuyu checked, she only found out that these places had once had cold storage. According to her teacher's records, some races could regenerate certain limbs through freezing. In Shen Fuyu suspected Liang and Yan's race could also do this, but she hadn't stopped it from start. Shen Fuyu initially could not understand why she did not stop it, and instead gave the addresses to Liang and Yin, as if she knew nothing. After thinking for a long time, she concluded that it was the negative emotions in her heart that were at play. If that's the case, did Xiaowei Rui really collude with other races? Fu Haoshan's voice was serious and cold, but Qianxiang couldn't help but say in front of Shen Fuyu, Third young master, that's your mother. You should respect her for giving you life. You can't treat her as your enemy. Fu Haoshan felt uncomfortable hearing this and wanted to refute it, but was stopped by Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu humbly asked, May I ask what kind of person Xiaowei Rui is? It seems that both the modeling circle and the flat model circle don't have a good opinion of her. How did she meet my husband's father? The way Shen Fuyu referred to my husband instantly changed Fu Haoshan's expression from the cold winter of December to the blooming spring filled with birdsong, radiating joy and delight, only to be pulled back to reality by Qianxiang. I think the lady shouldn't call her by name. Qianxiang looked at Shen Fuyu with some difficulty. It's a virtue not to discuss elders. Matters between elders shouldn't be something a junior like you should inquire about. Really? Shen Fuyu smiled. Junior? Shen, someone could do whatever they want in the galaxy except summon a particle storm. This isn't a matter of seniority, it's about power. Seeing Shen Fuyu like this, Fu Haoshan thought she was just playing around and didn't interrupt. In fact, Fu Haoshan was quite curious about these things Shen Fuyu was asking. Firstly, he wanted to understand more about his elusive mother, and secondly, gossip is human nature. Madam, what you're doing is wrong. Qianxiang's attitude was gentle, as if trying to persuade Shen Fuyu, no matter how powerful a person is. They stand on the shoulders of their predecessors to see further views. We must maintain humility and respect for our predecessors. Others' shoulders? When Shen Fuyu repeated these words, Fu Haoshan's expression froze, looking at Qianxiang as if to say, what are you talking about? Do you know what it means to dance on a minefield? If you don't want to talk, I can find someone to make you talk. Fu Haoshan immediately interrupted Shen Fuyu's build-up. But unexpectedly, Shen Fuyu smiled, her eyes curving as she looked at Fu Haoshan, asking, You don't have to be so anxious. I know you care about your image. Don't worry. I always give you face. I don't care much about face. Didn't I admit to my mistakes that I should have? Fu Haoshan said cautiously, afraid of making Shen Fuyu angry. He himself was amazed at how smoothly he accepted the reality of his family's position. Indeed, his retired self had a higher awareness. This was a perfect transition from husband to partner. Shen Fuyu did not comment on Fu Haoshan's words, but continued to ask Qianxiang. Discussing these is meaningless. No matter where you go, you need our protection, so it's better for you to tell me the information I want to know. Compared to the illusory etiquette, in the face of life and death, it is utterly powerless. Although Qianxiang did not like Shen Fuyu's attitude, she still answered Shen Fuyu's question, albeit just her subjective opinion. Qianxiang had previously followed the first wife and did not like Xiaowei Rui early on. According to the first wife's recollections, Xiaowei Rui met Fu Haoshan's father in a bar. In the era of life support equipment in the galaxy, only the wealthy could go to public entertainment venues. as supporting and maintaining the life support equipment of entertainment venues required a lot of money. Therefore, Fu Haoshan's sheep father thought he had met a beautiful and playful rich girl and fell in love, completely forgetting the two people at home. "Your dad is quite self-indulgent," Shen Fuyu commented, to which Fu Haoshan agreed. However, after Fu Haoshan's father had an argument with the first wife, he indicated that he did not really want anything serious with Xiaowei Rue. He just hoped that Xiaowei Rue could give birth to a beautiful girl, so that they could have a marriage alliance. At that time, Fu Haoshan's father was already not on good terms with the second wife. Later, Xiaowei Rue forged a checkup report, making Fu Haoshan's father believe she was pregnant with a girl, thus entering the Fu family. But the final result was another boy. Moreover, Fu Haoshan had been remarkably good-looking since childhood, leading his father to once consider having Fu Haoshan switch genders. But looking at his eldest and second sons, he ultimately decided to keep this body. "Such a father died well. Good job. He didn't leave behind any troubles for me." Shen Fuyu once again made a comment that raised Qian Xiang's blood pressure, and Fu Haoshan expressed his acceptance of the praise. Qian Xiang initially thought that Shen Fuyu was at least a reasonable and sensible person, but now her opinion of Shen Fuyu had completely turned to disgust. However, there was nothing she could do under the same roof. She still had to continue answering questions. After Xia Weirui came to their home, she was very kind to everyone. Qian Xiang said she had a good impression of her, while Shen Fuyu felt that Xia Weirui respected seniority and accurately understood the psychology of the Fu family. As for the opinions in the modeling circle, Qian Xiang was unaware. She only knew that at first, Xia Weirui would bring some friends back, but later she gradually stopped allowing them to come, which earned her more praise from Qian Xiang. After hearing this, Shen Fuyu felt that Xia Weirui must have had a purpose for coming to the Fu family, and since Fu Haoshan did not like his mother, it indicated that the child was merely a bargaining chip for her. However, if that were the case, why did Xia Weirui go missing? Logically, she had helped Fu Haoshan achieve so many significant things, and the Fu family was under their control, so Xia Weirui should be enjoying the fruits of her victory. Even if Fu Haoshan was cold-blooded, he would not harm his biological mother. Everything fell into a fog. After returning home, Fu Haoshan asked Jiang Tong to arrange for Qian Xiang to find a safe place to stay and instructed Jiang Yu to deal with that celebrity, while also inquiring about who had ordered the pursuit of Qian Xiang. It seemed there was no progress. When would he give her an explanation? Shen Fuyu teased Fu Haoshan. Since Fu Haoshan had truly delegated power, Shen Fuyu symbolically forgave him. Even if he had deceived her, he had made such a concession, and she hoped her teacher could settle accounts with Fu Haoshan in the afterlife, considering she had gained control over the interstellar affairs. However, her feelings for Fu Haoshan were no longer what they used to be. Perhaps it started when Liang Anyun said those words to her, making her feel weary of this relationship. Or maybe it was when Fu Haoshan questioned her that she realized the essence of it. In any case, Shen Fuyu now often recalled Fu Haoshan asking her if she had never trusted him from the beginning. But if she had never trusted him, how could she have helped him so much? Perhaps this trust had diminished little by little? What caused it to diminish? Was it because Fu Haoshan openly expressed his affection for her value? But he liked everything about her. Fu Haoshan did not sense that Shen Fuyu's feelings for him had faded, and he replied, "I will do it as soon as possible. I'm getting older and work more slowly. Please forgive me, madam." "Oh, it's all right." After teasing herself, Shen Fuyu thought of many things and felt weak. After saying this, she stood up, intending to go back and take a nap. Fu Haoshan naturally followed Shen Fuyu, still immersed in the joy that she did not reject or dislike him. Using a bit of power in exchange for a lifetime of marriage and happiness was still worth it. It's difficult to change her mind. Gu Tingji was originally thinking about when Shen Fuyu would come to rescue him, but after waiting left and right, he didn't see any sign that someone would come for him. However, it was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was just that the lack of any external news made him very anxious. Soon, Gu Tingji calmed down. He began to sort out his current situation and the problems Shen Fuyu was facing. First, there was himself, his Waterloo over the past 20 years. He suspected that the death of the auction house owner was the scheme of Xie Yuan, and it seemed that the agitated woman that day was just acting. They were in cahoots. He found himself in this trap, partly because his strength was indeed insufficient to escape smoothly at that time, and he didn't want to reveal his cards yet. Secondly, his initial investigation had some problems, indicating that Xie Yuan was not to be underestimated. Upon further reflection, although the Yulin Academy had been in decline for a long time and engaged in unreliable activities, they still focused on expanding their influence. After the last kidnapping case, there were still people who hadn't been removed. Gu Tingji naturally began to mock Fu Haoshan, but then thought to himself that if Fu Haoshan really had the ability to control everything, he wouldn't have left the Star Navigation Fleet just because of a minor injury. As for Shen Fuyu's issues, they involved Xie Weirue and Liang Yanyan. Gu Tingji could no longer get in touch with Liang Yanyan, but this person hadn't come looking for him either, which probably wasn't a good sign. He sighed subconsciously at this thought. However, regarding Xie Weirue and the many people with the surname Xie that had recently appeared, Gu Tingji didn't know if they were related. He felt that there couldn't be so many coincidences in the world. It's just that such matters weren't documented in detail during the era of survival, and those involved might have already died, leading everything into a dead end. What are you sighing about? Xie Yuan entered the room with a tray. Gu Tingji was startled and stepped back 2 paces, then sensed a blood-like smell on her, and thought to himself that things didn't look good. Sighing because I'm here, and for the rest of my life, I'll have to be a puppet. A puppet? How could you be a puppet? Xie Yuan threw the tray in front of Gu Tingji and began to apply medicine herself. I won't manage or do research. You could do your own thing. Just give me the money and status. Is there a possibility that your request isn't very reasonable? Gu Tingji said this while holding his head, but his tone was sincere. Originally, Xie Yuan wanted to take action, but seeing Gu Tingji think this way, she decided not to damage his brain and asked, "What's unreasonable? Do you want to die?" No. I can analyze this matter reasonably. Gu Tingji's attitude now was even better than that of a sales clerk eager to sell something. After all, the desire to survive was evident. Seeing Gu Tingji's spineless behavior, Xie Yuan felt disdain. Anyway, she wouldn't believe a man who talks nonsense, so she decided to listen to his arguments. Go ahead. First, you say you need money and status, but both of these are based on strength. The 2 things you obtain rely on me. Who will truly respect you? If I lose power one day, how can you survive under the collapsed nest? You? Will you? You are Shen Fuyu's designated heir. Shen Fuyu can now be said to be the first in the galaxy. Is there anything in the galaxy besides particle storms that she cannot control? Even if you were paralyzed that day, you wouldn't fall. Gu Tingji took a deep breath and smiled. Don't you really have any ideals to strive for? If I were paralyzed, my senior sister would definitely replace me, and I would be cannon fodder. Do you think you can survive alone? I have many siblings. If you can't do it, I can find someone else to invest. I don't care who the principal of Yulin Academy is. I just want to be the principal's wife. Then why don't you work hard to marry Fu Haoshan? Aim a bit higher. If that doesn't work, step back 1,000 paces. Marrying Shen Fuyu would be the same. That's a secure job. I'm just a contract worker. Gu Tingji was really speechless. If Xie Yuan had even a little bit of ambition, she could collaborate with Shen Fuyu now, instead of ending up on the opposing side of Shen and Fu. Do you think I don't want to? I can't even get close to the door of the Star Navigation Fleet, and I don't like women. Are you done arguing? Bring me the medicine. I'm leaving. Xie Yuan didn't want to discuss this with Gu Tingji anymore. She took the medicine and left. Gu Tingji still had a lot to say. He felt bad. It wasn't that he wanted to use this opportunity to escape. He just wanted to finish saying these things. Can't you use your means to deal with those wealthy and unkind guys? Gu Tingji squatted at the door, feeling he must wait for Xie Yuan to return. However, he didn't wait long, and instead saw 2 pairs of children's shoes passing by through the door crack. Is there anyone there? Gu Tingji remembered that Xie Yuan had mentioned she had 2 sons. Could it be these 2? They must be lured over. The 2 children running outside heard someone knocking and stopped, pressing against the door panel to ask, "Are you the stepfather that Mom found for us?" "I'm not." Gu Tingji had just seen the sizes of the 2 kids' shoes and determined that they were already 5 or 6 years old. He would never admit that at his age, he had to be a stepfather to 2 5 or 6-year-olds. Brother, he doesn't admit it. He must have been beaten too little. You kids shouldn't be hitting people for no reason. Gu Tingji was curious about how Xie Yuan educated these 2 children. They looked like they could be spoiled brats, but she shouldn't like that type. Why can't we hit? We can hit whoever we want. Anyone who doesn't listen gets hit until they do. the older boy said proudly. Gu Tingji felt that these two kids seemed hopeless, so he wanted to extract some useful information. He hypocritically said, I'm not unwilling, but you and your mom don't like me. Of course mom doesn't like you. She's seen many of you people. Actually, mom doesn't like men at all. She always says men are all liars and useless. But you will also become men in the future. Gu Tingji didn't know how Xie Yuan was raising her kids. Why did this family of three speak so shockingly? This question seemed to stump the two kids. After a while, the younger one said, we won't become useless as long as mom and you get married. We can go to Yuan Academy and become useful people. Becoming useful isn't something you can just say. Let me ask you, how complex of arithmetic can you do now? Gu Tingji thought that if he couldn't convince Xie Yuan, he had to change these two kids. Arithmetic? The two kids looked at each other and then shook their heads, saying, we can't do it. Then should I teach you? Sure, how will you teach us? Gu Tingji didn't expect the two kids to be eager to learn. So he said, go find some paper and pens and slide them under the door. I'll write for you. In this era where most educational resources are free, many people still need guidance to learn things. Not everyone can become self-taught. Those who lack strong learning abilities cannot learn a skill just by reading books. The two kids happily ran off to find paper and pens. Gu Tingji leaned against the door, feeling a sense of helplessness. He seemed to be overly confident in himself. Today he couldn't convince Xie Yuan, and it was even difficult to teach two children. What would he talk about in terms of changing the current state of interstellar research in the future? Before long, the two kids returned, sliding sheets of paper under the door. After collecting them, Gu Tingji asked, what are your names? Can you write your names? Names? I'm called Daba, and my younger brother is called Xiaobao. That's our names. Daba said this with a sense of certainty. Gu Tingji frowned, wondering what kind of environment these two children had grown up in. He then explained, a name consists of two parts, your surname and your given name. Dabeos and Xiaobao don't have a surname. Do you share your mother's surname? Surname? Mom said we don't have one, but we can take yours, Xiaobao replied cheerfully. Haven't you met your biological father? Why would you take my surname? You should have the same surname as your biological father, Gu Tingji said, though he was insincere, trying to test whether the two children knew about the relationship between Xie Yuan and the former principal of Yuan Academy. No. Have you seen a man who comes to your house and makes you behave? There was a moment of silence outside the door, and Gu Tingji felt a bit nervous, wondering if he had stepped on a landmine with the children. After a while, Xiaobao's voice came from outside. Yes, but he is old enough to be Xiaobao's grandpa. So he should be Xiaobao's grandpa, right? Gu Tingji almost spat blood. That was indeed the case, but he couldn't explain this to the two children. So he wrote down Dabeo's and Xiaobao's names and slipped the paper through the crack of the door. After receiving their names, Dabeo's and Xiaobao looked at each other, and Dabeo's suddenly said, no, this is different from how Mom wrote our names before. What's different? Gu Tingji felt he might be onto something. Mom wrote our names in a complicated way. Yours is so simple. Are you actually pretending you can't write to fool us? After hearing this, Gu Tingji spent quite a while explaining the difference between formal names and nicknames, then coaxed the two children to copy their names. Looking at the two names, Gu Tingji let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he couldn't track down Xie Yuan. It turned out she had escaped using someone else's identity. However, given the current state of the interstellar identity verification system, unless the original person was dead, she couldn't use that identity. This meant that Xie Yuan was holding someone's life in her hands, and he could hope that Shen Fuyu and Haoshan might find some clues in their investigation. Gu Tingji felt he could see a glimmer of hope. Thus, he continued to teach the two children how to write. Since the entrances were blocked by three people, Xie Yuan couldn't see what Gu Tingji was writing on the surveillance footage. She just felt a bit relieved that these men still preferred boys. Gu Tingji observed for several days to learn how to best block the camera angles. After finishing teaching the two children, he specifically instructed them to tear up the paper. The children were very enthusiastic about tearing paper. When Xie Yuan went to find her two sons, she couldn't make out anything from the pile of shredded paper. But as long as Gu Tingji could accept her two sons, it was fine. So, Xie Yuan sent her two sons away overnight without any further probing. 099 genetic testing. This delivery has already caused problems. Nearby, Xiao Yin quickly focused on the movements of two children and at this moment, he had to consider whether to take action against them. No one was giving him any advice. Over the past few days, Shen Fuyu's announcement of treatment factors and techniques by Jiang Pingzhou has accelerated the transformation of the interstellar medical system. Most people in the galaxy no longer care about the trivial matters and gossip of the Yuan Academy. Nothing is more important than their own interests. Therefore, Shen Fuyu successfully helped the missing Gu Tingji and the purebred businessman Jiang Pingzhou, further compressing the interests of certain individuals in the Starfleet. The interstellar community seems to be undergoing a huge change, but in reality, it is already at the center of a storm. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan had to keep one eye open even while sleeping. After the disappearance of Tai Lu, some people lost their spokesperson and target to speak for themselves, making it difficult to take action against Fu Haoshan. The unlucky one was Su Yifan, as overtime became the norm. However, Xiao Yin did not understand why Su Yifan would come looking for him. When he was preparing to go out, he bumped into Su Yifan while holding his clothes. "Found you. Come with me," Su Yifan said without hesitation, pulling Xiao Yin towards a spaceship. Xiao Yin struggled and said, "No, you need to explain what I'm going to do. Where did you settle Xie Yijuan and his grandmother? Take me to collect genetic samples. My master and mistress found some bloodstains at the Fu family's old residence, and we can analyze them." Oh, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yin decided to take Su Yifan along. When they arrived at Shen Fuyu's laboratory, both Xiao Yin and Su Yifan were surprised. It seemed that no one had really seen Shen Fuyu in the lab. More often than not, she would just pick up something randomly, and a few days later, a finished product would appear. "You're here? Let me explain the current situation." Shen Fuyu held a report in one hand while directing Fu Haoshan outside to heat her food with the other. Xiao Yin and Su Yifan exchanged glances, expressing their astonishment at Fu Haoshan's lovesick behavior. And after probing the reasons, they reached a consensus that Fu Haoshan was shamelessly trying to retire. They then turned to Shen Fuyu, revealing a smile that said, "You said it. We found some clues at the Fu residence. I'll start testing first, and I need you to take care of two things." Shen Fuyu pointed to a thick stack of documents on the table. The first is about a murder case. A club manager and 2 children from test tubes were found dead in their home half a month ago, but the bodies were sealed in concrete and only discovered today. To avoid public outcry, the Starfleet has taken on this case. The second is that Xie may have been harmed and is currently missing. Xiao Yin, you investigate this and practice a bit. See Ivan Novet. It had been a long time since such a case occurred in the interstellar realm. The previous case discovered by Gu Tingji, where a man killed his wife to eat her, had already caused considerable chaos. If something like sealing a body in concrete could still happen in an era that no longer required it, Yang Qianting's position would be in jeopardy. However, Xiao Yin was confused. He pulled out surveillance footage and said, "No way. Xie has been moving back and forth between these clubs. Facial features could still be seen." Fake. The network department conducted an internal investigation in the second round. After the last kidnapping case, quite a few undercover agents were not discovered, and we can analyze the shape of his fingers. Reminded like this, Xiao Yin immediately took action. Sure enough, Xie hands were not male, but female. And the skeletal analysis did not match Xie height. "I'll investigate right away." Xiao Yin felt a bit embarrassed for making such a big oversight. "All right, be careful." Shen Fuyu reached out and realized she had to tiptoe to pat Xiao Yin on the head, then turned to pat his shoulder, saying that some things are learned through experience. "I have another question, sister. Xie Yuan sent her 2 children away. Should we use these 2 children? I'm thinking if we really do this, it might not be any different from those people. I think it's feasible." Shen Fuyu gave an answer that surprised both Su Yifan and Xiao Yin. Shen Fuyu used to be cautious, considering many factors and trying not to involve innocent people or those without the ability to fight back. Why was she now so decisive in taking action against children? Not only these 2, but also the previous clone? Seeing the surprised expressions of the 2, Shen Fuyu explained, "You must understand that you can't save everyone, and not everyone is worth saving. Some people are just beyond saving." From Shen Fuyu's words, the 2 detected a sense of coldness. She seemed to have undergone some changes, possibly due to Fu Haoshan. Su Yifan glanced back at Fu Haoshan, realizing he was still the one who could control people's hearts, But was this change a good thing? What made someone who was once so competitive turn into this? Seeing the change in Su Yifan's expression, Xiao Lian shook his head, realizing that not all single people could understand the true essence of love-struck behavior, which is self-persuasion and deception. What else with your expressions? Shen Fuyu, not perceiving the rich inner activities of the two, asked in confusion. It's nothing at all, they both replied in unison, then took their files and left. When the two left the laboratory, they happened to see Fu Haoshan in the lounge outside, getting burned while taking a plate and shaking his hand. They both silently lowered their heads, as if they hadn't seen anything, leaving a bit of face for the retired old man. Fu Haoshan felt their kindness and hoped they would completely forget, then called Shen Fuyu out for dinner. The two sat face to face, and Fu Haoshan was constantly observing Shen Fuyu. After being stared at for a long time, Shen Fuyu first checked her outfit. No problem there. Then she touched her face, but didn't find anything, so she asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? I promised to give you an explanation." And it ultimately turned into you seeking the truth yourself? Isn't this the result you wanted to see the most? Fu Haoshan, I can now see through you. You, as a commander, play with strategy and tactics. Indeed, you are a deeply thoughtful person. Fu Haoshan only smiled at Shen Fuyu's evaluation. She was right. This was indeed the ending he wanted to see. What he had been best at over the years was making people think they were making choices when they actually had none, maintaining his position, preserving relationships, and achieving his own goals. But he had this mindset in this matter. He was just at a loss and needed a different idea and perspective to help solve the problem. I know you no longer have the passionate feelings for me that you once had. I understand. It's all my fault. I think if I didn't have the identity of the Starfleet commander and no ties to your interests, we wouldn't be able to be together. So now I'm putting all of this aside, hoping you can give me a chance to start over with you. Of course, if you don't mind me being a kept man. Seeing the expression of weariness on Shen Fuyu's face, as if she had seen through everything, Fu Haoshan said this. He was indeed very angry that day at the hot spring, but he also realized that his and Shen Fuyu's relationship was originally a pure case of love at first sight, and it was their own cleverness that complicated things. Now that he had lost his identity and wealth, he wanted to gamble that Shen Fuyu would fall in love with him as a person. Overall, he was still looking forward to a retirement life, where he could be a kept man. Shen Fuyu always felt something was wrong with Fu Haoshan's words, but she couldn't articulate it. She would fulfill Fu Haoshan's wishes at this time, so she awkwardly said, "We're doing just fine as we are now. It's okay. We could try both love at first sight and love that grows over time. Someone will bring umbilical cord blood over later. These matters cannot be entrusted to others. Thank you for your hard work, madam." Shen Fuyu didn't know how to respond and continued to lower her head to eat. When the team delivering the umbilical cord blood arrived, she immediately rushed into the laboratory, seemingly avoiding Fu Haoshan. Fu Haoshan gazed at Shen Fuyu for a while from the window with deep affection before he started to busy himself. As a working husband, he had to fulfill his duties and strive to ensure Shen Fuyu could hold her position as the richest person in the galaxy for a lifetime. In the era of life-sustaining equipment, everyone would have a portion of umbilical cord blood preserved, as the medical system at that time required it for emergencies. And because wars could leave people unidentifiable, umbilical cord blood served as a significant marker of a person's existence. This umbilical cord blood belonged to Fu Haoshan's father and 3 wives. He had destroyed the umbilical cord blood of his 2 older brothers to conceal his identity. If one day Fu Haoshan's identity and actions were exposed, there would be no evidence against him. Shen Fuyu was actually responsible for correctly placing the items into the machine, and while she monitored the machine, she couldn't help but glance in Fu Haoshan's direction. She found it hard to understand why she used to feel inferior in front of him, why she had such feelings of self-doubt. They could clearly cooperate equally. Was it just because Fu Haoshan had more experience than her that it created this sense of suppression? As Shen Fuyu pondered this, she frowned, and Fu Haoshan, who had quietly raised his head, noticed it. The two began to have rich inner thoughts across the glass. Shen Fuyu was contemplating why she had previously engaged in such a humble romance, feeling as if she needed to rely on Fu Haoshan's generosity for everything. Fu Haoshan was wondering if something was going to go wrong, whether Xia Weirui had set a trap for him that would ultimately point the clues back to himself. Finally, as a machine emitted a prompt, everything was settled. The blood on the desk lamp wasn't Xia Weirui's, it belonged to the second wife. This result indicated that the two desk lamps had been switched, but there were no surveillance facilities on the lamps, so what was the point of switching them? No. If that liquid could be controlled by Liang Anyun, then didn't this confirm that Xia Weirui colluded with the alien race? Wouldn't that make it reasonable that there were no records of Liang Anyun's race in the galaxy? After much contemplation, Shen Fuyu decided to wait until she found decisive evidence before judging whether Xia Weirui was colluding with the alien race. As for the other issue, Xia Yijuan was indeed related to Xia Weirui, but the relationship was quite distant, which was even more puzzling, as there was no family of the Xia clan with such immense power in the galaxy. Even stranger was that Xie Chu and Xie Yuan were siblings, both carrying the surname Xie from their father. Yet this person had no connection to Xia Weirui. Was this a coincidence, or was there some other reason? Shen Fuyu fell into deep thought. The galaxy had been quite chaotic in the past, and it had only been a little over a decade since order was gradually established. The possibility of gathering genetic data from all related parties was practically zero. Fu Haoshan had just signed a few documents when he looked up and saw Shen Fuyu frowning. He became anxious, knocked on the door, and walked into the laboratory to ask, "Is there a problem?" "It's nothing, just that many old documents can't be found," Shen Fuyu replied while tidying up the desk. "Let's go home and wait for their investigation results." Upon returning home, they found Jiang Yu anxiously waiting for them at the door. When she saw them, she immediately approached and said, "Madam's parents are here, waiting for you in the living room." It seems to be regarding Mr. Qiao Lian's parents. What does that mean? Shen Fuyu knew that Qiao Lian had locked up her parents. Why did these two know about it? What had Qiao Lian's parents done behind her back? Or was someone instigating them? They found out that Mr. Qiao Lian had locked up her parents and demanded Madam to release them, and their attitude didn't seem very good. Judging by Jiang Yu's expression, it seemed quite bad. Investigate who Qian Xiang met during that time, and clarify her entire action route. Shen Fuyu suddenly realized something was amiss. What Fu Haoshan had done must have left a significant mark in history, indicating how drastic the situation was. Considering Qian Xiang's traditional values, would she really not resent Fu Haoshan? Jiang Yu nodded and immediately took action. Before Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan reached the living room, they heard the voices of Shen Jindai and Shi Jian arguing. Although Fu Haoshan's house had a drafty decor style, it was quite convenient for eavesdropping. Why should we wade into this muddy water? That dead girl doesn't even want to care about us now. Shouldn't we be trying to mend our relationship with her? Haven't you heard that Fu Haoshan has relinquished control? Then isn't it obvious whose hands that power is in? Upon hearing Shen Jindi's words, both Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan revealed dark and dangerous expressions, almost as if they were a married couple sharing the same thoughts. Very few knew about Fu Haoshan's relinquishment of control over the Starfleet. It could be passed off that Fu Haoshan had fallen ill and his control had weakened. But it could not be spread that he had given up control. Was there still an insider in the Starfleet? It's precisely because she doesn't want to care about us that we have to force her to do what she doesn't want to do to establish authority. Otherwise, how could we, as parents, listen to her? Haven't you seen that she no longer wants to compromise with us? Shi Jian's words resonated with Shen Fuyu's thoughts. After experiencing quite a lot recently, she could feel that her temperament had changed. She was no longer timid. Of course, the biggest reason was that her feelings had faded. Fu Haoshan looked down at Shen Fuyu's calm smile. She was developing in the direction she hoped for, yet he couldn't feel happy about it. This was probably the inherent flaw of men. Fu Haoshan couldn't help but touch Shen Fuyu's hair, beginning to persuade himself. "You're right, but will she suspect us if we do this?" "Suspect what?" "She should compromise with us." When she was younger, she relied on her intelligence and technical skills, lacking in social graces, which brought us a lot of trouble. After cooperating with us for years, suddenly not cooperating anymore is unacceptable. "Do you know what kind of person your father is?" Fu Haoshan asked softly, wrapping his arm around Shen Fuyu's shoulder. "I know, but he wasn't like this originally. Once, after I offended someone, my grandmother publicly said that I didn't consider my father, and it seemed like he changed after that. I don't know what they were thinking." Seeing that Shen Fuyu didn't want to talk about this matter, Fu Haoshan didn't press further, taking her hand and walking inside. Looking at the two, he began to assert, "On what basis do you demand this? We are your elders." "Stop. I don't want to hear the word elders right now. You better tell me where you got this information, or don't blame me for being rude." Fu Haoshan's current demeanor was entirely like when he was training people in the fleet. The couple, seeing Fu Haoshan's strong attitude, immediately turned to attack Shen Fuyu instead of talking to Fu Haoshan. However, Fu Haoshan directly ordered Shen Fuyu to go upstairs to rest and activated the house's security system. This directly angered Shi Jian. The originally gentle man slammed the table and questioned Fu Haoshan, "What qualifications do you have to interfere in our family affairs? If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have ended up like this. I really misjudged you, you ingrate." "Family affairs? She is now married to me. From any perspective, our relationship is the closest and has the highest priority. Also, the matter you are demanding is related to my star fleet, so of course, I will handle it. Don't fool us. You've already relinquished control of the star fleet. Who will listen to you now?" Fu Haoshan detected the trap in Shi Jian's words. As soon as he said that his influence in the star fleet didn't require any token, things would spiral out of control. So, Fu Haoshan chose to take the initiative and asked, "Do you know how many people's bones have turned to dust for the glory of the star fleet and the interstellar detachment equipment we have now? Do you think your comfortable life is more important or your selfish desires?" These are two obvious questions, but many people will pretend not to see or know. And Shi Jian is one of them. He did not answer Fu Haoshan directly, but said, "Aren't the rights of the two members of the Qiao family also rights? Aren't they people too?" That's indeed not the case. They suffer from mental illness, or else they wouldn't say such things about their daughter, nor would they use her so ruthlessly. Fu Haoshan was referring to Qiao Yin's parents, but was also alluding to the two in front of him. "You're being unreasonable. You're trampling on fairness and justice. There has never been a strict standard for determining mental illness. Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true." Well said. But I want to ask you, are you shouting for them here because you're afraid you might become like that one day? Soon we will know who brought you here. Why not wait and see what that person wants from you? Fu Haoshan's words struck at the heart of Shi Jian and Shen Jindai. Watching the tense atmosphere between Shi Jian and Fu Haoshan, finally realized something was wrong. Her husband didn't seem like this kind of person. So Shen Jindai stepped forward and asked, "Shi Jian, what did your mother tell you? What have you been calculating all these years? Have your years of honesty and integrity been just for our show?" This shocked not Shi Jian, but Fu Haoshan, who thought Shen Jindai should also be one of Shi Jian's kind. What did she mean by saying this? Shi Jian had nothing to do with honesty. "Don't make things worse for me. If it weren't for my family being out of money back then, would I have come to live with you? Look at other sons-in-law. They're all given jobs and live wealthy and dignified lives. What have you done for me besides giving me some money to open a shop?" With this, Shi Jian further confused Fu Haoshan. He knew that Shen Fuyu took her mother's surname because Shi Jian was living with them. But were the requirements for living with them this high now? Isn't that just living off someone else's hard work? He couldn't do such a thing. This immediately provoked the strong-willed Shen Jindai, who loudly criticized Shi Jian. "Not happy living here? Then leave. What are you unwilling to part with? Are you unwilling to part with the money your daughter gives you?" Fu Haoshan felt he had encountered the most difficult problem of his life. For what they were saying, it seemed Shen Jindai wanted to control Shi Jian and Shen Fuyu, but now Shi Jian had fooled them, and all those years of authority had vanished. It truly is a case of not being a family, not entering the same door, but why didn't his own wife have this quality? She didn't have any possessiveness at all. Thinking of this, Fu Haoshan made himself feel depressed. It seemed that Shen Fuyu's anger towards him was not because of Fang Jingying and that child, but because of Shun Ci and her teacher. Why didn't she care about him? Just then, as Fu Haoshan was feeling gloomy, Shen Jindai and Shi Jian had already started arguing, almost coming to blows. Fu Haoshan saw that the situation was worsening and quickly banged the table to separate them, but it had no effect. Just as it seemed they were about to fight, Shen Fuyu, who had been observing from the second floor, rushed down to protect Shen Jindai, while Fu Haoshan held Shi Jian's shoulder tightly, pressing him down on the sofa. "What are you arguing about?" Shen Fuyu's tone was filled with anger. "Everyone wants to be the boss of the family. What are your skills? You say I caused trouble, but when have you ever supported me?" Seeing Shen Fuyu speak up, Shen Jindai disregarded that her words were a reproach to both of them and turned to Shen Fuyu to complain. I never said your offending people would affect me. It's all your grandmother who said that. In the end, you still think it's bad for me to offend people, right? The question is, who do you think I offend for? Will always backing down lead to a good result? Good people are bullied, after all. Shen Fuyu vented her dissatisfaction from these years. She never attacked people for no reason. It was only when she was cornered. The so-called offending people ultimately resulted in no one daring to provoke them again, right? Just like that child before, if you had been a bit more assertive, would you have been stabbed in the back? When your family matters are judged and criticized by outsiders, won't you scold them back? Although Shen Fuyu was simply venting her emotions, Fu Haoshan felt as if pink bubbles were popping in his head. The little issue with Fang Jingying was finally over. She continued to defend herself as always, which was great. How can we scold them back? It's such a small place, whose family matters aren't spread around. Wasn't it you who offended them at the Yulin Academy? I offended them. Aren't they the ones who offended me? You think I didn't let those who were still attacking me rise to power to save your face, right? Shen Fuyu had completely torn her face with her parents today. These were words she had wanted to say for years, but she had been trying to maintain harmony in the family and had kept silent. But today, she couldn't hold back anymore. But whether Shen Fuyu could endure or not didn't change the course of events. Her parents continued to argue, and whoever lost the argument would start blaming Shen Fuyu, leading to an uncontrollable scene. Fu Haoshan could no longer stand by. He stopped holding Shi Jian and went over to hug Shen Fuyu, covering her ears. Shen Fuyu leaned against Fu Haoshan's embrace, the scent of tea on him calming her emotions. After a while, just as Fu Haoshan was about to explode, Jiang Yu arrived with Qian Xiang. When Qian Xiang saw this scene, she shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction as she looked at Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. Fu Haoshan scanned the crowd with a cold, abyss-like tone and said indifferently, "Try saying another word." At Fu Haoshan's words, Shen Jindai and Shi Jian lowered their heads, falling silent. Jiang Yu, seeing this scene, stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Ms. Qian Xiang has something she wishes to discuss with Mr. Fu directly. Everyone knows each other now, right? Why not sit down and talk?" After saying this, Jiang Yu immediately stepped back, giving the five of them some space. On the way here, Qian Xiang had told her the backstory, but Qian Xiang wanted to speak with Fu Haoshan personally. This elder was probably just a bit old-fashioned, seeing no hostility. She felt at ease letting these people stay in the same space. During the time Qian Xiang was out, she met Xiao Lian's parents, who were looking for their son. More accurately, they were looking for Xiao Lian's money. After giving the compensation to Yao Jieying's organization, they received less compensation, and the decline in their quality of life, combined with a lack of hope, made them very irritable. Moreover, Xiao Lian's parents could easily use Shen Fuyu, and it was quite easy for them to manipulate Qian Xiang, especially since their way of thinking was very similar. The three of them hit it off, and Xiao Lian's parents gave Qian Xiang a communicator. The communicator could transmit their situations in real time, supposedly to facilitate their contact. Qian Xiang saw everything, so Shen Fuyu discovered she was entirely self-staging. She hoped Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan would let the two old people go. However, upon contacting Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, she felt that the two were completely unreasonable and lacked the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, so she sought out Shen Fuyu's parents. This clue made Shen Fuyu very angry. She had always protected her parents' information well, but since the incident at Yulin Academy, some relatives of Shen Fuyu's family had wanted to take advantage of her parents, leaking their information. However, they found that their relationship with Shen Fuyu was precarious, so they gave up. Just as Jiang Yu had thought, after hearing this news, Shen Fuyu couldn't help but smash a cup, questioning her parents. "Do you still think I should bring that group of useless people along? What do you think is good about those outsiders?" Now, Shen Jindai and Shi Jian were silent, but their expressions still showed dissatisfaction. Fu Haoshan couldn't understand. It seemed like Shen Fuyu was the outsider in their family. They each wanted to be the leader of their own family, without considering that they could live without these relationships, right? How could you speak like that? What shocked Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan even more was that the one accusing them was Qian Xiang, and she was no longer pretending, pointing at Fu Haoshan and continuing, Don't keep making mistakes. Fu Haoshan hadn't reacted yet when a bullet flew out from Qian Xiang's sleeve. Shen Fuyu reached out and pulled Fu Haoshan down, and the bullet embedded itself into the wall behind them. The security system immediately activated, tightly restraining Qian Xiang, but black blood started to flow from her mouth, and she quickly tilted her head and lost her breath. Seeing someone die for the first time, Shi Jian and Xin Jindai were immediately terrified and collapsed onto the sofa. Jian Yu came in with people, looking at Fu Haoshan as if asking what to do. Fu Haoshan sighed, not surprised by the current scene. He waved his hand and said, "Get her out of here, clean up the scene. Where's that communicator? Has it been taken for testing?" "Okay." Jian Yu nodded and went out. Jiang Tong immediately came in to handle things. After a while, Jian Yu returned and said, "There are traces of monitoring liquid on the communicator, but it disappeared during the testing process." This aligned with Shen Fuyu's previous speculation. This kind of liquid could be controlled remotely, and Xia Werui's identity became even more elusive. Shen Fuyu had someone take her still-dazed parents back to rest. "You should go rest in another place too. Be careful. I'll handle my family matters." Fu Haoshan squeezed Shen Fuyu's icy hand, wanting to send her to another house to rest. "Aren't your family matters my family matters?" Shen Fuyu smiled as she pulled Fu Haoshan aside so as not to obstruct the robots cleaning the house. "Do you think this is no longer my home?" Yes. Of course it is." Fu Haoshan held Shen Fuyu's hand and kissed it several times, his eyes unable to hide his joy. "Today is worth remembering. I will protect you well." Shen Fuyu didn't speak, just allowed Fu Haoshan to hold her hand. Just a moment ago, when Fu Haoshan was holding her, she realized something. She had no family in this world, and neither did Fu Haoshan. It was better to make do together, otherwise they would end up lonely. After a while, Jian Yu returned with the autopsy report, which clearly stated that Qian Xiang had died from chronic poisoning. The drugs in her mouth merely accelerated the failure of her organs. "Should we interrogate Xiao Lian's parents?" Jian Yu suggested. "Not them," Shen Fuyu affirmed. "They are all profit-driven, but afraid of death. Qian Xiang isn't someone they could persuade. Only someone who knows about the Fu family's past could do this, probably Liang Anyan." Liang Anyan. Fu Haoshan gritted his teeth. This guy's playing tricks. He disappeared after the explosion at the sanatorium, and now wants my life. Don't let him find out. Don't rush. This matter might not have been arranged by Liang Anyan. He is likely brewing a bigger conspiracy. Their race can control this kind of liquid, and may be able to control other things too. Shen Fuyu said this with a serious expression. Fu Haoshan looked at her and asked, "We need to catch him quickly, but he is of a different race, and the current interstellar detection equipment is useless against him, which is troublesome. The interstellar characteristic detection equipment is only effective on humans. Once a human becomes contaminated with an alien race, the characteristics become blurred, making it undetectable. Many serious incidents have arisen because of this. However, before Shen Fuyu could solve this problem, Fu Haoshan had already completed his expedition, so there was no such demand. But now it had become quite a hassle. Let's not worry about him for now. We need to bring Gu Tingji back first and wait for news from Su Yifan and Xiao Yan. I'm tired today. Let's rest first." Shen Fuyu seemed to have no intention of getting involved. Fu Haoshan understood that she wanted to see the abilities of these successors. But he had a question he didn't understand. "Do you think Qi Xiaoyin can manage the interstellar public opinion system?" Among the people Shen Fuyu chose, only Qi Xiaoyin seemed to be doing very well. Fu Haoshan hadn't seen much change in the interstellar public opinion system. It was still true that money could make the world go round. What I meant was that AI Chui and Gu Tingji would manage together, and Qi Xiaoyin would just be a figurehead. He is just too inexperienced and has some limitations. Last time, that incident was handled decently. Didn't you always want the science department to come out of the Star Navigation Fleet? Let's swap it. The Star Navigation Fleet can take over the public opinion resources from Qi Xiaoyin, and the Science Department can leave the Star Navigation Fleet for Gu Tingji to manage. Are you serious? Shen Fuyu had never mentioned this idea to Fu Haoshan before. She always thought that Fu Haoshan wanted to keep the Science Department under control as a bargaining chip against Gu Tingji. Now, he was actually proposing such a swap? I'm serious, no other intentions. Let's consider it a trade between me and Gu Tingji. Qi Xiaoyin is also his brother, but that part of the entertainment industry is still left to him. Okay, Shen Fuyu didn't comment further on this matter. It was between Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji, so let them compete. The next day, Su Yifan called Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan early. This was definitely the most motivated he had ever been in his life. The investigation results showed that these people were lured to that place to be killed by a school enrollment opportunity, but according to the statements of those involved, they took the job because they were short on money. It was initially just a scam. However, at this moment, Xie Yuan appeared, clearly stating that there was a school enrollment opportunity, but it came at a price. The original scammers, acting as secondary dealers, dared not recklessly join in and ran off with the money, letting the victims negotiate with Xie Yuan themselves. Fortunately, this scammer was quite clever. He figured that the most dangerous place was actually the safest, used a diversion, and returned, directly witnessing the entire process of the cement sealing of the corpse. Now, this scammer, scared out of his wits, might have gone insane. Fortunately, Su Yifan arrived in time. Otherwise, this scammer would either have been killed or captured as a mental patient. We know Xie Yuan's address. Should we go arrest her now? Su Yifan was still shaken after seeing the autopsy yesterday, having never encountered such a terrifying scene in previous interstellar wars. His resentment towards Xie Yuan lingered. No, wait and see what Xiao Lian will do. Shen Fuyu letting Xiao Lian investigate Xie Chu's matter wasn't truly about having him investigate Xie Chu's cause of death. Xie Chu was undoubtedly dead. She just wanted to see what choice Xiao Lian would make. You want Xiao Lian to start taking over the entire interstellar financial system from here? Madam, that's quite a step. Fu Haoshan immediately saw through Shen Fuyu's intentions. This left Su Yifan puzzled. Isn't most of the business in the interstellar realm in your hands? The financial system is merely a prototype, still under your control, right? Seeing the confused expression on his apprentice Su Yifan, Fu Haoshan had no intention of explaining. These matters still required events to unfold. In fact, he couldn't see clearly what would happen in the future either. However, Shen Fuyu's decision probably had the lessons of her teacher's civilization behind it. Shen Fuyu's response also aligned with Fu Haoshan's thoughts. Right now, I can't clearly say which direction it will develop in. In any case, it's better to prepare early so as not to be caught off guard. You should go back and rest. Since Shen Fuyu said so, Su Yifan naturally ran as fast as he could. After all, not everyone likes overtime. 102 The inherited art of drawing up plans, Xiao Lian still didn't know he had been entrusted with such an important task, but he had already made a decision similar to Shen Fuyu's speculation. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and draw up plans. The key to this problem is still how to find the evidence in Xie Chu's hands. So Xiao Lian took his huge sum of money and found Xie Chu's previous agency. According to the timeline, it is normal for Xie Chu to have disappeared for a short period, but it is abnormal for a major client to come in during this brief absence. The way everyone looked at Xiao Lian was just like when he first visited Feng Peisher's law firm. With Xie Chu's past success as a case, these people saw Xiao Lian as a glimpse of their own future wealth and glory. After all, the money Xie Chu had was not enough to shake Fu Haoshan's existence. But the chips Xiao Lian offered could. Xiao Lian watched as a few people frantically explained how powerful their products were and how strong their operational model was. But he only felt sympathy for Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu. It was not easy to simultaneously maintain the real industry of the interstellar and the Starfleet. All right, I don't understand what you're saying, but I have one question. Xie Chu said you could help settle quite a few matters. What matters can you settle? Upon hearing this, the managers exchanged glances, appearing quite troubled. Feng Peisher, having escaped her own shadow, of course, could not reappear here. They knew that Xie Chu could solve many problems, but they were not the capable ones. Lacking the ability, but not wanting to miss this opportunity, Xiao Lian could see from their eyes their thirst for money. Were they planning to burn money for warmth? Can you do it or not? I entrusted Xie Chu with 10 times the funds. This is life-saving money for you. As Xiao Lian spoke, he stood up, walking past each person while saying, the compensation for the person you hit to death, the compensation for your ex-girlfriend who died in childbirth, the debts that have cost your family everything. Xiao Lian had investigated everyone before coming. None of them had clean hands. He said this to drag everyone down with him. A penny can make a hero stumble, let alone hundreds of thousands or millions. Xiao Yin gambled that this group of people had already been fattened by Xie Chu's reckless actions. Seeing everyone lower their heads, Xiao Yin continued, "You know that the financial industry in Interstellar is not developed. Those who seize the opportunity have the power of specified rules. I hope you consider whether you can handle it or not." Finally, the person in charge couldn't help but speak. He was the one who needed money the most among the group, but Xiao Yin deliberately ignored him, which made him even more stressed. Life and death. I remember a girl disappeared without a sound last time. Xiao Yin couldn't find out the cause of Xie Chu's death, but he did uncover a lot of evidence against him. If Xie Chu was indeed dead, that would save some trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Yin say this, everyone lowered their heads. They could no longer choose. This person in front of them knew too much. But who could know so much? Tyler was already dead, and Fu Haoshan was dominant. Who had that kind of means? Who are you the son of? The person in charge asked cautiously. Xiao Yin had disguised himself this time, making it impossible to recognize him as the Xiao Yin from the news. Such questions were best answered with a bit of mystery. Xiao Yin simply fabricated an absurd identity for himself. Because it was too absurd, no one dared to believe him. Xiao Yin continued to talk nonsense. You know the situation in the Interstellar now. Think about your future and the recent deaths. Scared by Xiao Yin's words, the person in charge, feeling the pressure peak, took a deep breath and said, Xie Chu could handle it because of a lawyer. He has the lawyer's handles. But this handle was not in his own hands, but in yours, entrusted by his father, right? To be precise, it is in your hands. Xiao Yin recently analyzed that if the evidence were in Xie Chu's hands, Feng Peisher would not have this attitude. She would definitely choose to con him out of it. This indicated that the handle was in the hands of the group in front of him. Now everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. How did this guy know everything and even propose those demands? Could it be that Xie Chu was controlled by him? All right, you consider it. Whether to continue holding on to Xie Chu for a slim chance of survival or find another way, it's up to you. After saying this, Xiao Yin left without hesitation. This time, Shen Fuyu's strike impacted almost the entire medical industry in Interstellar. Their investments are difficult to recoup, and if it dragged on, they might as well just sink into the water. Young master, please wait. We agree to your terms. What about sincerity? Please come with us. Having learned from Gu Ting's reckless decision to follow someone, Xiao Yin certainly would not leave the conference room, a place convenient for escape. He remained seated, and the group of managers had no choice but to fetch things for Xiao Yin. Prepare the materials. I'll come assign tomorrow. Xiao Yin left a generous deposit, but would send these people to prison the next day. After obtaining the evidence, Xiao Yin found Feng Peisher, who had forcefully expelled her former partners from the law firm. Now, without any constraints, her life seemed to have opened a new chapter. Upon seeing Xiao Yin, Feng Peisher broke into a cold sweat, thinking of the person who looked like Shen Fuyu. What were they doing after Tai Li's death? In fact, as time passed, many who had done wrong against Shen Fuyu began to feel fear due to the smear campaign against her. It seems like a new life is good. Xiao Yin directly placed the evidence on the table, saying, It seems you are doing well without us, so I'm not that happy. What are you here for? Feng Peisher's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It felt as though, after breaking through her limits once, she no longer had that fear of blood, but could gradually accept it. Xiao Yin immediately stepped back and said, Think clearly. I have solid evidence that can ruin your entire life. Then you can forget about leaving here today. After saying this, Feng Peisher, overjoyed, grabbed an axe at the door and swung it at Xiao Yin. However, Xiao Yin was not Gu Ting, who had not exercised for years. He had been beaten since childhood, was agile, and dodged quickly. When Feng Peisher's axe struck the table, Xiao Yin raised his foot to kick, but chose not to hit her. Instead, when Feng Peisher lunged at him trying to poke his eyes, he only dislocated her shoulder. Whether I leave here today is not for you to decide. Please tell Xie Yuan that Gu Ting is just a Yuan Academy. She should see how Xie Chu made money with money. Xiao Yin did not dare to approach Xie Yuan directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After finishing, he took his things and left. Feng Peisher, with her arms hanging, chased after him and asked, What do you want? When the disheveled Feng Peisher asked this question, her expression was vacant and she was in despair. This came much earlier than Xiao Yin had anticipated. After all, A person who had been threatened for years to do things they didn't want to do and now bore a life. How could they not collapse? When you were killing Xie Chu, what were you thinking? Xiao Yin had no evidence to prove that Feng Peisher killed Xie Chu. He was merely fishing. However, Feng Peisher had long lost her ability to think. Looking at Xie Chu, her gaze darkened as she said, "Of course, I thought I was free. But why is there still you? Do you think the evidence against Xie Chu would be in his own hands?" When Xiao Yin arrived, he had already found out that the person disguised as Xie Chu had been frequently entering and exiting various properties owned by Xie Chu, but he had found nothing. Visibly agitated. Finally, Feng Peisher realized the problem. Killing Xie Chu was useless. She did not obtain or destroy the evidence. But Xie Yuan also did not give her any news. Aren't you going to ask where Xie Chu's money came from? You can't solve the problem at its root by just eliminating this wastrel Xie Chu. You should not be collapsing over your failure. You should be collapsing over your intelligence. The impact of Xiao Yin's words left Feng Peisher defenseless. Having lived in oppression for years, she had forgotten how powerful her methods were when she helped Liang Anyan short the company and transfer assets. Why don't you go find Liang Anyan? You were his benefactor back then. Now that he's back, he wouldn't completely forget about you old folks. This was another question from Xiao Yin. Even if Liang Anyan's whereabouts were hidden, he had been seen when he was near Shen Fuyu. Feng Peisher had done so much for Liang Anyan. Why didn't you go find him? He's not the same Liang Anyan as before. Feng Peisher's words suddenly awakened Xiao Yin. He grabbed the evidence on the table and looked at the time written on it, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This timestamp was before Shen Fuyu met Liang Anyan. If Liang Anyan had a parasitic ability, then before Shen Fuyu met him, he was a different person. Xiao Yin grabbed Feng Peisher's shoulder and asked, "Do you know what kind of person Liang Anjia is?" Liang Anjia? Didn't he die many years ago? He was treated very badly by Liang Anyan. Feng Peisher said, her earlier arrogance gone, now timid after being frightened by Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin didn't say much more. A thought lingered in his mind as he blankly walked out of Feng Peisher's law firm, heading towards where his parents were. On the way, Xiao Yin received a message from Shen Fuyu, saying he should hurry and check on his parents' condition because when Shen Fuyu visited Ling Hong in the hospital, she exhibited the same symptoms as Ling Yuan. Of course, the most terrifying part wasn't that the Ling mother and daughter had such conditions. Previously, Shen Fuyu had someone send her surveillance footage of Zhuang Yuyu before, and today she saw the situation Zhuang Yuyu was in after she visited her about the liquid with surveillance capabilities. Besides that, the former principal of Yulin Academy also exhibited similar symptoms. Shen Fuyu searched through her teacher's notes and all available materials, but found no description of such symptoms. Now, interstellar technology could not explain this condition at all. Shen Fuyu nervously watched Ling Hong, who flickered like a signal, appearing and disappearing, filled with fear of the unknown. What exactly was Liang Anyan doing during this so-called halftime break? Shen Fuyu controlled her trembling hands, feeling as if the interstellar world had reached a crossroads of life and death. A crossroads she had personally delivered to Liang Anyan. 103. Strange occurrences frequently appeared. After finishing the conversation with Feng Peisher, Xiao Yin closely monitored Xie Yuan's two children, who were still using someone else's identities. He couldn't help but urge the network department to find out who the mole was. Unfortunately, Fu Haoshan was stuck in a predicament with no one available to use. And the new head of the network department, Nian Ruo, had concerning abilities. Shen Fuyu, watching the unusual phenomena exhibited by Ling Hong, began to lose her composure and hadn't given Xiao Lian a reply for half a day. By the time Xiao Lian, nearly losing his temper, rushed to the network department, he saw Fu Haoshan's spaceship outside and jumped aboard without saying a word, grabbing Fu Haoshan and saying, "Brother, my sister isn't working. Why aren't you at work either? Gu Tingji is still unaccounted for. I'm wondering who can fill these pits after they've been dug." Fu Haoshan shrank back, staring at the overly familiar Xiao Lian in shock. He hadn't even exchanged a couple of words with him before this person grabbed him. Cough, a bit anxious. "What kind of people are you?" Xiao Yin withdrew his hand and stepped back, giving Fu Haoshan space to cross his legs again. Fu Haoshan put his legs down and opened a stack of documents, showing personnel from the deputy head of the network department to the maintenance staff. indicating that the entire network department had been compromised. Xiao Yin fell silent, and, after a long while, to ease the awkwardness, he quietly remarked, "The strength of Head Yin is truly astonishing, a model for our generation. I found this out myself. After capturing a deputy head to take the place of the main head, Fu Haoshan had not found anyone with enough control. This time, he set up a trap for Jiangyu, catching these people off guard. Of course, Nian Ruo's biggest use was to lower their guard. So Fu Haoshan thought such a head was acceptable. I have a plan. Speak, robot. I know you strictly control the number of robots to avoid a repeat of the tragedy where robots controlled the electrical systems leading to human extinction. But right now, you can't even control people. Why are you still considering robots? Do you know how difficult it is for me to ensure the population of the interstellar during the expedition? What you're doing will impact the existing order of the interstellar. I know, but you have no choice now. You can either go along with the current or offend everyone. Even if you've delegated power, my sister lacks the ability to help you solve everything. From the moment you stepped onto the expedition path, these issues became yours." Xiao Yin's words struck deep into Fu Haoshan's heart. He was well aware of his situation. Reality was harsher than Xiao Yin's understanding. If Fu Haoshan died, the interstellar world would accelerate towards destruction in the whirlpool of energy issues. It can become your and Gu Tingji's problem. We have no military merit and will ultimately be caught in the tide of interstellar development. But why do you care so much? You think you saved everyone, but not everyone thinks you saved them. Well said. After listening to Xiao Yin's words, Fu Haoshan, without hesitation, said directly, "Let the robots take over these positions, and the investigation department will immediately file a lawsuit." Have you been prepared for this? Xiao Yin looked at Fu Haoshan's reaction, astonished and dumbfounded. "Yes, this is your choice. I hope you take responsibility for all of this in the future. You can do what you want, and I and Fuyu will ensure the safety of your every action. But before taking action, go ask your parents why they want to kill me." Xiao Yin didn't know what to say. He didn't actually want to be trained by Fu Haoshan. At first, he was grateful that his life would be changed. But now he realized he was on a path of becoming a sinner from which there was no return. Therefore, when he stood in front of his parents, his feelings were as complex as an 800-year-old unwashed palate. Yet the emotions the other side showed were pure, filled only with hatred. "You almost killed Fu Haoshan? What a skill! How did you manage that?" Xiao Yin now felt as if he was a stranger to his parents. His tone filled with exhaustion when he asked this question. "What's wrong? Is he dead?" "That's great." Xiao Yin's parents each crazily said this sentence. Xiao Yin looked at this scene, feeling a chill in his heart. What happened to them? Why were they so different from the gentle parents who used to come to see him as a child? Even if life in the era of survival devices was somewhat difficult, it shouldn't have led them to truly fall into the depths of greed. Right? He is not dead. Why do you want to kill him? Do you know how big of a deal it would be if Fu Haoshan died? Why do you keep messing around? What happened to your previous lives? Xiao Yin did not expect the wheel of fortune to turn so quickly. Less than a day later, it was his turn to collapse. "So, I want to ask you, what did Fu Haoshan and Shen Fuyu feed you? Why do you trust them so much? Do you know how much harm the so-called expedition has brought to the interstellar? How many great opportunities it has made the interstellar miss?" Xiao's father's question left Xiao Yin stunned. "What are you talking about? Without the expedition, the current interstellar would be a breeding ground for alien creatures. Do you still have a chance to talk about opportunities here? You don't know. It's all our fault for not educating you well." Xiao's mother was almost confirming her mental instability, swaying and spinning around, making gestures of worship, laughing wildly while saying, "If it weren't for the mistake of the expedition, we would have already achieved immortality, just like those alien creatures, living forever and ever. Yes, aren't you afraid of death? Human life is limited, but those extraterrestrial beings live for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Why can't we live like that?" Although Xiao Yin is not very proficient in biology, he knows that humanity has wandered for so many years, eating so much radiation without evolving to exceed 100 years of lifespan. Those who sought to extend their lives through technology ended up dying miserably. Living for hundreds of thousands of years is simply a delusion. Of course, as a human, one fears death, but can't you face your own genes and race honestly? How to live? Clones? What a primitive concept. It seemed that Xiao's father became agitated upon hearing something filthy, of course wanting to become a beam of light, become air, become everything in this world, like a creator. As they spoke, their bodies flickered like a bad signal on a black and white television. After Xiao Yin recorded this segment of video, he was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away. By the time the video reached Shen Fuyu's hands, Xiao Yin was still in a daze. However, when he slightly regained his senses, he caught a glimpse of Ling Hong in the hospital room, who also seemed to begin flickering in response to the video's content. What was happening? Xiao Yin, terrified, grabbed Shen Fuyu's sleeve. Very few people could remain calm in the face of the incomprehensible. He couldn't understand. Humans are not signals. How could they become this way? I can't explain this phenomenon right now. Is there any news from Gu Tingji? No. There's only one question now. Should we kill Xie Yuan? If she is to die, then we need to find evidence of her killing Xie Chu and the auction house owner. If we don't want her dead, then we need to talk to her. Why not talk to her first and then kill her? Shen Fuyu looked at Xiao Lian in confusion. This world is not black and white. First, use her to control the existing interstellar financial system. Then eliminate her to establish authority, solving the problem once and for all. Reminded by this, Xiao Yin finally woke up from his previous panic. This was the proper way. He immediately bid farewell to Shen Fuyu, and, on the way, he received news from Gu Tingji. As the signal connected, Gu Tingji almost cried out in joy. Of course, he knew this was definitely due to Shen Fuyu's technology and Fu Haoshan's recent cleanup of some ill-intentioned individuals, but he absolutely wouldn't seek them out first, as it would be quite embarrassing. Xiao Yin, hurry and save me. What have you been doing these past 2 days? If you don't come to save me soon, I'll be forced into marriage. I don't want to marry someone I don't like. Someone you don't like? Do you have someone you like? Who is it? It can't be Yin Pei Pei, can it? You like her and still send her to me? Xiao Yin deliberately provoked Gu Tingji, as Yin Pei Pei had probably forgotten about Gu Tingji by now. After all, ever since Shen Fuyu took the stage to promote her, Yin Pei Pei, as a chef, had become popular. As long as Shen Fuyu was alive and Yin Jing's matter was not exposed, Yin Pei Pei would definitely become a new internet celebrity, a wealthy beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life. Originally, Gu Tingji was not very clear about his feelings for Yin Pei Pei, but in comparison, Yin Pei Pei was simply too good, and he suddenly felt a stir of emotions, leading him off topic. How is she doing now? Is she well? How much has Yin Jing's matter affected her? Gu Tingji couldn't help but ask. Brother, don't worry. She's doing great in her career, and she hasn't forgotten her original intentions. In the past half-month, she has donated 40 million, which can be said to be using all her father's money to atone for him. That's good. Gu Tingji's hand instinctively touched his still swollen cheek, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. He cursed himself for doubting this and that, while the gentle little chef had diverged from him, and now this one was almost ready to kill him. Stop with the romantic sentiments. Who wants to marry you? Early marriage and early childbirth are fine for you. No wonder you are the type of refined, handsome guy that captivates countless girls in the interstellar realm. Even after being caught, there are still ladies interested in you. After reading Xiao Yin's message, Gu Tingji had many curses in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not, but he still had to rely on others. So he replied amicably, Xie Yuan, I don't know where she ate so many brainwashing pills. She says she doesn't care who the principal of Yulin Academy is. She just wants to be the principal's wife, with endless money and immense wealth. That's not her liking me. She wants to kill me. My face was almost disfigured by those 2 slaps. They're a lifelong shadow for me. Upon seeing Gu Tingji say he was beaten, Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was retribution for always painting dreams for others, wasn't it? Do you have any useful information? I should be able to see Xie Yuan in person in 3 days. You need to tell me about her personality and the status of her subordinates. I can help you inquire. Gu Tingji's recent information was indeed limited. Xie Yuan was not nearby, and he wouldn't sacrifice himself now. Would he? No. Gu Tingji quickly dismissed such thoughts. Even if he had no morals, he wouldn't do such a thing to deceive feelings. He could only bring out traditional pancake-making skills. Wait for me. Within 2 days, I will definitely give you news. Gu Tingji promised. As long as his pancake drawing was good, there was still hope. Xiao Yin expressed disbelief, but to boost Gu Tingji's morale, he encouraged him a few words. Then, Xiao Yin disguised himself as a moving company worker and slipped into Xie Yuan's children's apartment. Originally, to avoid drawing attention and confuse others, he chose a small place. But it gave Xiao Yin a good opportunity to mix in. The two children, who were playing and fighting inside, saw Xiao Yin come in and thought he was a new tutor. Since last time testing Gu Tingji, Xie Yuan also felt it was time to find a teacher for the two children. Even if just for tools, it was still better to recognize characters. But the two had known nothing but play since childhood and had no interest in learning, especially after seeing Gu Tingji write. They found it even more annoying. One stroke after another, it was not as fun as games. Seeing such a young person appear, the two children thought he would be easy to bully, so they approached with the intention of driving Xiao Yin away. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Yin picked them up with one hand each, and the ring in his hand emitted a faint sound that quickly anesthetized Bao and Xiao Bao. The nanny and bodyguards, who had been panicking and hiding, finally reacted and wanted to step forward to stop Xiao Yin, but felt it wasn't worth risking their lives for two little troublemakers. Thus, both sides were at a standstill. If you want to live, you can leave. If you're not afraid of death and want to continue eating from this bowl, you can stay. But no matter what you choose, help me leave a note to tell Xie Yuan that her two precious sons are in my hands, and she better be polite to Gu Tingji. Upon hearing Xiao Yin's words, the nannies and bodyguards immediately helped Xiao Yin write a note, then quickly tidied up their things and scattered like birds. This was their job, but this person mentioned Gu Tingji. That was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Originally, Xie Yuan didn't plan to talk to Xiao Yin after hearing what Feng Peishi brought, thinking that since Gu Tingji was in hand, if he had the ability, he could burn everything with her. However, after her son was kidnapped, she realized that things were not good, and her harmful actions were exposed. Yet, while Xiao Yin was saying he wanted to cooperate with her, his actions of kidnapping her son were truly perplexing. If he had leverage, he could simply come to arrest her. Why go through such unnecessary steps? As Xie Yuan thought about this, a sense of inferiority surged in her heart. She had always felt that her vision was not high and that there was a wall between her and those successful figures. So what she saw was merely the title of a certain lady. For this title, she spared no effort. Now, she couldn't even figure out what others wanted to do, which made Xie Yuan very angry. But she had no choice but to seek clarity from Gu Tingji. After listening to Xie Yuan's description, Gu Tingji made only one request. I can tell you what he wants to do, but can you let me go take a shower? What did you say? I said, can you let me take a shower? You locked me in this place, and there's no hot water. I haven't showered for days, and you don't mind looking at me. But I mind myself. This was not a trouble for Gu Tingji. It was a genuine request. Moreover, he understood that Xie Yuan was testing him with the two children, and this request further demonstrated his adaptable and controllable nature. Before making promises, he needed to establish his identity and show others what they wanted to see. I'll give you 15 minutes. After saying that, Xie Yuan called someone in to carry Gu Tingji out with his feet off the ground. 15 minutes later, Gu Tingji let out a long breath, holding a towel to dry his hair, then squatted down in a corner, protecting his head to avoid being hit. An important task for Xiao Yin was to control interstellar finance. You can imagine how quickly he turned hostile. This guy is ruthless in his actions. He needs your cooperation, but he also needs you to obey. When Gu Tingji said this, Xiao Yin in the distance sneezed, and Xie Yuan was directly angered, almost smashing a cup in Gu Tingji's face. Why should I listen to a little brat like him? Who does he think he is? He is the heir established by Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. To be honest, cooperating with him is much more advantageous than threatening me. It just depends on whether you have the leverage to negotiate with him. Gu Tingji didn't expect Xie Yuan to believe him, but surprisingly, she took it in and asked, "What leverage do you think I have?" This question was wrong. Xie Yuan should have asked what leverage Xiao Yin had. This completely gave Gu Tingji the opportunity to dig in her background. After hearing this, Gu Tingji's attitude became extremely gentle. I don't know what leverage you have, but just compare it according to this line of thought, and you'll know if you can negotiate. Gu Tingji looked up. The tenderness in his eyes seemed to turn into spring water, and coupled with his naturally outstanding demeanor, he inadvertently stirred Xie Yuan's frozen heart. Realizing she was getting distracted, Xie Yuan immediately pinched her palm and said fiercely, I don't know what Xiao Lian has. How can you expect me to compare? Gu Tingji, are you brushing me off? As for Xiao Lian's leverage, I don't know much else. I don't have much contact with him. But based on the current situation, he at least has evidence against Feng Peishi and your two sons. See if there's anything you can use to balance against him. Now, Xie Yuan was feeling a bit restless. She recalled the Demon Queen and her favored minister from novels. Gu Tingji had enough intelligence and courage. Why couldn't he be used for her benefit? Perhaps it was because she wasn't strong enough, having struggled in the world of pleasure for many years. Xie Yuan was always oscillating between wanting protection and trusting no one but herself. She had longed for someone like Gu Tingji, who seemed weak but was actually intelligent. Do you like Shen Fuyu? Xie Yuan suddenly asked. Gu Tingji was still brainstorming what Xie Yuan might ask him and how he should respond to extract the most information when this question completely interrupted his thoughts. Am I sick? Like Shen Fuyu? Isn't that asking for death? Fu Haoshan is terrifying. Gu Tingji couldn't clarify his feelings for Shen Fuyu. If he had to find a description, it would probably be that of a mentor and disciple. Xie Yuan looked down at Gu Tingji, unable to tell if he was genuine or acting, and continued to ask, what if there was no Fu Haoshan? At this second question, Gu Tingji realized the other party might want to recruit him. This was a good opportunity, but he was worried that overextending his credibility now would make it difficult to negotiate in the future. Without Fu Haoshan, Shen Fuyu and I would probably be dead by now. I know this is different from what you imagined, but it's true. Fu Haoshan is true power. This was something Gu Tingji had to admit. Military achievements weren't always available, nor could just anyone attain them, and certainly not everyone could reach the pinnacle. Why is everyone afraid of him? If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have left the Star Navigation Fleet, right? Xie Yuan didn't know why she was so unwilling to accept this. She didn't want to hear these words. She always felt that if she were in Fu Haoshan's position, she could do it too. It was a balancing act. Even if he left the Star Navigation Fleet, so what? Would Su Yifan dare not to listen to him? You don't need to feel bad. Your achievements are already impressive. However, I suggest you consume less of that old man's brainwashing package. Mentioning the former principal of Yulin Academy, Xie Yuan's expression darkened immediately. She stopped dwelling on whether Gu Tingji liked Shen Fuyu and instead asked, did you kill him? No. Fu Haoshan would never let someone like that die. Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Gu Tingji was anxiously thinking to himself, is this really the time to talk about this? Can you ask something else? Is there any way to make him die? Gu Tingji blinked, carefully observing Xie Yuan's expression. This must be hatred, right? It seemed that old man was a stain on her life. At this time, if he took a risk and said something she didn't want to hear, he might be able to extract some information. Yes, in a few years, let it die of illness. This can't be rushed. Do you hate him? But he gave you his last hope. He still has so many family members and children. He only gave it to you. That was a deal I made with him. Do you think that old man has feelings? Everything is just his consideration for his reputation and interests. Facing Xie Yuan's sudden rage, Gu Tingji continued unhurriedly. He can indeed consider these things. After all, he has contributed to the interstellar community. As long as the interstellar community exists, you can never escape the shadows of the past. Can't you? Would you leave a senior who threatens you at any moment? Coward. Xie Yuan grabbed Gu Tingji and shook his shoulders while saying, I'm a coward? If it weren't for you taking away the power he left behind, I could have killed him before Fu Haoshan noticed. But your deal with him hasn't allowed him to live with dignity. For this, you should be content. Why should I be content? Xie Yuan was losing control of her emotions. She looked at Gu Tingji, who appeared helpless, then suddenly panicked and asked, is it really because of me? Not entirely, but you also know I was just an unknown nobody. Taking over Yulin Academy was like stepping into the sky. I was supposed to be cautious everywhere. I try not to do things I wasn't sure about. But why do you hate him and yet still protect his children? Kill them using Xiao Lian's hands, and in a few years, no one can prove your past. They're not his children, so they are my bargaining chips. Gu Tingji looked at Xie Yuan in surprise. You educate them like that, even though they are not the children of your enemy? That's not appropriate, right? But Gu Tingji thought for a moment. The other party wanted him to accept these two children. His expression was inappropriate, so he quickly put on a gentle smile. No wonder they aren't as annoying as he is. But why don't you send them to school? If this continues, even I might not be able to protect them in the future. Not annoying? Xie Yuan shook her head with a smile. You men really talk nonsense. Their mother is also an annoying person. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I can tell you what cards I have in my hand. But you have to guarantee a plan to ensure equal standing for me and Xiao Lian in the negotiations 3 days from now. 105. Is that all you care about? Gu Tingji readily agreed. This was an easy problem to solve since both the questioner and the answer were him. Xie Yuan still didn't know that the people in her network had already been completely uprooted by Fu Haoshan. You know about the last kidnapping case, right? I only have what I have in my hands, along with some undercover agents and a few of my former sisters, who are now married to some significant figures in the interstellar community. Listening to Xie Yuan's ambiguous information, Gu Tingji gave a nonsensical reply. Does equal status mean ensuring those 2 kids stay alive? That's simple. Xiao Yin is eager to cooperate with you. You just need to express that intention, rescue the 2 kids first, and then let Feng Peisher team up with the investment bankers to set him up. What does Xiao Lian know as child? Are you sure? I'm sure. Gu Tingji was quite confident, and those sisters of yours should be a trump card. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan have never understood this. It's their blind spot. They'll realize it when they suffer losses in the matter concerning Feng Jingying. Gu Tingji had probably seen through Xie Yuan's mindset. Her inferiority complex was different from Shen Fuyu's. Shen Fuyu's was a normal inferiority towards Fu Haoshan, but Xie Yuan's stemmed from past experiences, which greatly limited her way of thinking. So what Gu Tingji said was what she wanted to hear and felt was correct. Although this was a way to deal with an opponent, Gu Tingji felt a surge of sorrow in her heart. She should be a very clever girl, and she wasn't lacking in beauty. She clearly could have had a normal and bright future, but now she had ended up like this. Xie Yuan looked at Gu Tingji, lost in thought, and began to doubt whether he was trying to trick her. However, the emotion in his eyes seemed to be pity, which made Xie Yuan very uncomfortable. So, she turned and left, planning to find Feng Peisher to talk. But Gu Tingji, unsure of what was wrong with him, watched Xie Yuan's retreating figure and awkwardly said, Heroes don't ask about their origins. Maybe you can change your mindset, start anew, and do what you want to do instead of living in the shadows of others. After saying this, Gu Tingji clearly saw Xie Yuan's expression darken, and he quickly squatted down, covering his head to avoid getting hit. Xie Yuan suppressed her strange emotions and said, If you're afraid of getting hit, then say less. The door slammed shut, and Gu Tingji sighed and sat down, feeling as if he hadn't gotten any answers but somehow knew a lot. All these years, he felt energetic, but now he felt very tired. So, Gu Tingji chose to take a nap first. He hadn't rested in several days. However, as soon as he did, Xiao Yin started to panic, bombarding him with messages, knowing that Shen Fuyu had also seen them. Don't panic. I suspect Tingji had a rough start, so he's refusing to communicate, Shen Fuyu comforted. No, he refused to communicate. And I'm really worried. What if he gets harmed? Shen Fuyu raised her eyebrows. Xiao Yin actually thought Gu Tingji might be harmed. It seemed this Xie Yuan was a bit impulsive. Shen Fuyu had to continue reassuring, Don't worry. No matter what happens, he won't be in danger. What are you laughing at? After finishing up, Fu Haoshan arrived at the hospital to pick up Shen Fuyu, only to see her lying on a chair with her eyes closed and the corners of her mouth turned up, seemingly unaware of who wasn't sleeping. Shen Fuyu wasn't sure if Fu Haoshan noticed her using the technology to implant images directly into her eyes, feeling a bit awkward as she straightened up. Have you gone home? Let's go. Did I disturb your sleep? No, I just thought about Xiao Yin's personality. He's so anxious. What were you like when you were young? Shen Fuyu had rarely asked Fu Haoshan about his past, fearing it might remind him of bad memories. But now it seemed he didn't mind, so she asked. Fu Haoshan wasn't very keen on comparing himself to Xiao Yin, who was 20 years younger, but since his wife asked about his youth, he had something to say. I was already a stable person when I was young, and my mind and physical abilities were much better than now. It's a pity I didn't meet you back then. If I could, I would have liked to go from school uniforms to wedding dresses with you. And now we should share a grave, Shen Fuyu teased. But it was true. If they were ordinary students, they would have become cannon fodder long ago. That would indeed be unfortunate. Fu Haoshan recalled an earlier divination from Feng Zhe and was relieved it was about a dead person. Otherwise, if it were a living match made in heaven, he would still have to take action to eliminate it. The two didn't head straight home. Shen Fuyu detoured to the address Liang Anyan had taken. This place used to be a cold storage, but was now flattened. How come I didn't know about such a big commotion? Fu Haoshan chuckled at his own words, and then asked, Fuyu, why did you bring me here? I said this is the address Liang Anyan took from Liang Anjia. Aren't you going to ask me why I gave it to him? Shen Fuyu found a stone to sit on, feeling her back and waist aching lately. I know. Fu Haoshan was very clear about the reason. No matter what decision Shen Fuyu ultimately made, he would support her. After all, it was part of the cycle of cause and effect. The malice that so many people in the interstellar community had sown against Shen Fuyu over the years would naturally be borne by them. Whether a person was misled or was inherently evil, directing malice at someone they had never even met or communicated with was always inappropriate. Shen Fuyu was surprised by Fu Haoshan's response. Why did this person always seem to understand her so well? She couldn't quite believe it and asked, looking up, Then tell me, what is the reason? You're wondering if you should use Liang Anyan's hands to take revenge for the past 20 years. We've gradually realized that those who gather firewood for others are likely to freeze to death by the roadside. Qiao Yin and Gu Tingji live much more transparently than we do. Originally, Fu Haoshan felt it was his responsibility to protect the interstellar community, as he had always aimed for that, but now he had somewhat changed his perspective. But many innocent people will be harmed during the expeditions. Every time we wiped out an alien race, what were you thinking? Shen Fuyu was now wavering. Although she couldn't explain the symptoms that had appeared on Ling Hong and others, she was fairly certain that Liang Anyan's methods wouldn't be very painful, but would be tragic. People would slowly die in their dreams. If there were still people who could act, that would be fine. If not, countless people would slowly rot after lying down for a while. This world was a hell on earth amidst a dream. It's just the survival of the fittest. Both fell silent. Some things could hardly withstand scrutiny. Thus, Shen Fuyu decided to turn back home. But she didn't know why she increasingly found Fu Haoshan's persistent behavior of moving into her space unappealing. That night, Fu Haoshan happily claimed the guest room at their home, vowing secretly that the marital home should only have one room. Early the next morning, before Shen Fuyu even opened her eyes, she received a message from Gu Tingji, asking her to find Qiao Yin to test the genetic relationship between those two kids and the CF family. As for why so early in the morning, it was because after sleeping, Gu Tingji's mind had cleared up, and he instantly realized the problem. The chaotic information from their conversation yesterday was irrelevant. The important thing was that they were not Xie Yuan's children. Could you give me some of Xie Yuan's hair? Shen Fuyu wanted to directly capture Xie Yuan, but such a good opportunity for practice couldn't be missed. So, she proposed a request that would make Gu Tingji jump in surprise and alert Xie Yuan. Before Gu Tingji could voice his doubts, he already saw Xie Yuan at the door and, frightened, grabbed a pillow to shield himself. Good morning, is there something wrong? I didn't do anything to offend you, did I? Gu Tingji hadn't been able to turn to anyone yesterday, which would press against his slightly swollen cheek, and fear welled up. You. Xie Yuan had only seen Gu Tingji suddenly get up from the surveillance and thought he was going to harm her. So, she came over, only to find that this guy was still so cowardly. Xie Yuan was speechless. How did someone like him manage to get to this position today? Of course, it's by using my brain. Gu Tingji thought, can I really rely on brute force? That would just send myself straight to prison. Sister, may I ask if your previous profession involved fighting? Wouldn't it be better to be gentler? If I were gentler, I might be disfigured by now. Xie Yuan didn't know why she was telling Gu Tingji this, and after finishing, she immediately wore a cold expression. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Why not use you as my bargaining chip? Gu Tingji didn't expect to get himself entangled in this. Where did you find the inspiration? It really is a good idea. But from your perspective, Qiao Yin should be on the side of Tyla. Why that expression? Do you think I couldn't come up with this idea? Xie Yuan glared at Gu Tingji in annoyance. No, how could I think that? Gu Tingji immediately backed down. This way, he could meet Qiao Yin, and maybe the hair issue could be resolved. Xie Yuan shot Gu Tingji a glare and left, leaving him alone to ponder for a long while before silently deleting his thoughts. At this moment, sending it would attract no attention. Don't you like Yin Pei Pei? Has someone new come along? After many days, Gu Tingji received a message from Liang Anyan, which startled him into quickly checking if there was anything on him that shouldn't be there. After checking, he sighed. If he kept being startled like this every day, he might not survive to see the outside world. Big brother, what do you want? You should already know I'm not genuinely loyal to you, right? Planning to ask me where I am to kill me? Gu Tingji decided to give up. I want Xie Yuan's hair. Find a way to get me a strand. Wait, didn't you agree on something? You have no way to catch Xie Yuan, right? Why does it have to be me to get a strand of hair? Do it yourself and be self-sufficient. No way. She's too fierce. I'm afraid of dying. I can kill you right now. Do you want to live a few more days? Or, in the game now? Gu Tingji compromised again, but he really had no choice but to say he might be taken out by Xie Yuan to meet Xiao Lian in 3 days, letting Liang Anyan find the address and prepare ahead of time. Liang Anyan seemed to have no objections to this, only leaving a message saying, I hope to see you that day, and then went silent. Gu Tingji couldn't understand. Wasn't this guy afraid of running into Shen Fuyu? He couldn't possibly not know that Xiao Lian was on Shen Fuyu's side. Had this alien group become this reckless? Since he would be taken out in a couple of days. Xie Yuan specifically had Gu Tingji implanted with a micro-explosive that would blow him up if he moved a certain distance away. Gu Tingji silently cursed everyone except Shen Fuyu. On the way back, passing through the garden, Gu Tingji saw a flower bed, picked the most vibrant rose, and caught up with Xie Yuan, asking, Has anyone ever given you a flower? Xie Yuan turned to look at Gu Tingji, who had just been implanted with explosives and was still smiling, wondering what his intentions were, especially since the rose in his hand was dazzlingly red. No, you better not have any ulterior motives. I can kill you at any time, but I'm still useful right now. Killing me wouldn't be worth it, would it? Gu Tingji stepped forward, taking advantage of the opportunity to wear the flower to grab a couple of strands of hair. Gu Tingji tried to control his breathing, although he wasn't in immediate danger. He was extremely nervous as it was his first time doing this. Fortunately, Xie Yuan didn't notice anything wrong. She only frowned when her hair was pulled out. Gu Tingji quickly apologized. Sorry, I've only seen some bloggers try this before. It's my first time, I'm not very skilled. Did you get it done? Xie Yuan's ears turned a bit red. She silently warned herself that this person was just a tool. She couldn't trust anyone and shouldn't joke with her life. Gu Tingji successfully got the hair he wanted, just waiting to hand it over the day after tomorrow. At that moment, it seemed like he could see himself escaping to freedom, and he hurried back to tell Shen Fuyu that he had been implanted with explosives, urging her to save him quickly. When Xie Yuan returned, she took off the flower from her head, intending to throw it away, but after a moment's thought, she decided to keep it. However, she didn't realize that she had already attracted everyone's attention. After Shen Fuyu tested the genes, her expression became very strange. The Xie family was quite extraordinary. They should have a place in the history of the stars. What's wrong? Fu Haoshan returned from a meeting and saw Shen Fuyu alternating between frowning and smiling, entering worriedly. It's nothing, just a few interesting things. Xie Yuan's 2 children. One is considered a younger brother, and the other is considered Xie Chu's younger brother, but they have no blood relation. What? Fu Haoshan couldn't react. Only one thought crossed his mind. Shen Fuyu, please don't have a conflict with him over this. I'm not sure, but I have a guess. Once Gu Tingji brings me Xie Yuan's hair, I can restore the sequence of events. However, I always have a feeling of unease. It's not unease, you're just too tired. Fu Haoshan comforted Shen Fuyu, and with his years of experience in deceiving others, he suspected that there might be alien involvement, possibly related to Liang Anyan. What role did this undiscovered race play in previous interstellar events, and how did they quietly head towards extinction? Stop comforting me. Your complexion isn't good either. How about we go for a walk at Yulin Academy? After I had Jiang Pingzhou hold a press conference, Yulin Academy has changed somewhat. The old people at Yulin Academy have actually been in a leaderless state. If Xie Yuan were willing to take them for a fight, there might still be a chance. But now those who should be in prison are in prison, and those who should go home with their tails between their legs are doing just that. They are no longer the powerful figures they once were, which shows that these people are not inherently bad, just too greedy. Moreover, among these people are many relatives of Shen Fuyu. Ever since the last incident where Qian Xiang attempted to kill Fu Haoshan, Shen Fuyu's parents have completely gone silent. Returning home after watching the video of Xiao Lian's parents' situation. I don't want to go. Haoshan refused. He wouldn't say that he had been a teacher at Yulin Academy for 3 months, harassed for 3 months, and now felt mentally unwell at the sight of Yulin Academy. So, do you have any place you want to go? How about an amusement park? I want to have a children's meal. Upon hearing this response from Haoshan, Shen Fuyu stared blankly for a moment before nodding. It seemed they both had no childhood and needed to make up for it. Then the two of them saw the staff from a game company discussing renting the theater at the amusement park. Shen Fuyu hadn't been to work for several days, and to avoid being caught, she quickly pulled Haoshan to leave. This is one of the largest amusement parks in the galaxy. Due to its geographical location by the sea, film crews often come here to shoot. However, after Fong Jingying's incident, the interstellar entertainment industry was severely hit by Haoshan, and they saw many of the original background actors leaving with their luggage. What did you do? I remember seeing many people posting about working here in videos before. Now, there are less than a third of them. I regulated the industry rules, and many people were forced to leave this industry to go back to school. I estimate they won't be able to eat this bowl of rice for the rest of their lives. Now they're in a period of transitional pain. Oh, if I were someone who didn't understand the situation, I should look for some opportunities in this area. Who knows, I might get rich overnight. Shen Fuyu joked. Don't you think you're rich enough? It seems I need to work harder and do a good job. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat this soft rice comfortably. As Haoshan spoke, he took Shen Fuyu's hand and kissed it, attracting the attention of passersby. Haoshan generally tans outside. Although he is good-looking, several passersby cast sympathetic glances at Shen Fuyu because of his dark brown skin. Some little girls even whispered to their companions about how it's a pity that such a good-looking face is paired with such a radiation-damaged skin. Shen Fuyu was currently barefaced with dark circles and unwashed hair, but to avoid being recognized, she hurriedly pulled Haoshan into the restaurant he wanted to eat at. The restaurant was decorated with famous interstellar anime characters, and the two ordered all the children's meals just to collect the toys. Shen Fuyu originally had no interest in toys, but seeing Haoshan enjoying himself so much, she ordered double portions. Isn't one enough? The toys in this restaurant change every quarter. One portion is for you, and the other is for Xiao Lian. He's a child too, and I think no one has taken him out to play. Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu in surprise and complained, Do you think Xiao Lian is a child? What kind of child can figure out how to scheme and draw up plans without any guidance in just 2 months? I don't think he needs it. Haven't you noticed how much he enjoys himself now? That does seem to be the case. Shen Fuyu suddenly felt guilty for some reason. Xiao Lian did seem to be like that. It was evident that he inherited his parents' cunning genes while also perfectly embodying the essence of taking the good and discarding the bad. How about we save it for our child? Haoshan handed Shen Fuyu a sundae, smiling as he leaned in. He didn't want to sleep on the couch anymore. He had been scared last night by the thought of whether he should get a more comfortable sofa. No, raising children is too troublesome. What if they inherit our flaws? That would definitely lead to a mental patient. Shen Fuyu had the technology for artificial wombs. She had thought about whether she would have children with Haoshan in the future. But whenever she thought about the child potentially inheriting her hidden traits and Haoshan's cunning, it felt like it would truly be catastrophic. Surely there must be some good traits to inherit? What good traits do we have to pass on? Shen Fuyu's question silenced both of them. It seemed they truly had none. Besides Shen Fuyu's high intelligence and Haoshan's physical fitness, everything else was acquired. However, whether these two traits were inherited didn't matter much. As long as there were no diseases, they wouldn't affect the child's intelligence or health. Then let's inherit some looks. Haoshan said helplessly, looking at his shadow in the juice cup. That doesn't matter. We can always use technology. Oh, that makes sense. So, do you think it doesn't matter whether we have children or not? Shen Fuyu blinked her eyes, looking expectantly at Haoshan. Are you waiting for me? Haoshan pretended to be angry and pinched Shen Fuyu's cheek, smearing her face with oil. But I respect your wishes. Shen Fuyu wiped her face and, unwillingly, pinched Haoshan's nose, only to be alerted by the detector ring on her hand that someone was secretly filming them from behind. What's wrong? Seeing Shen Fuyu's hand freeze in midair, Haoshan immediately wiped his hands and touched her forehead. I'm fine. Someone is filming us. As she spoke, Shen Fuyu lowered her head to bring up a screen and then controlled all the exits in the store. She also appeared at our engagement ceremony. The screen displayed the personal information of the person filming. She was the wife of a cultural incubation industry park owner, a leader in the industry, but recently suffered badly due to the entertainment industry's impact and hadn't produced anything good for years. Fu Haoshan had no impression of her. The guests he invited to the engagement banquet were based on the customs of the Fu family. At that time, he hadn't severed ties with these people. It was all just face value. Shen Fuyu gradually investigated the other party's information. This person was originally a well-known internet celebrity for handmade crafts. She signed with a company and soon married and had children. Everything seemed perfectly normal. The only abnormality was that there was a 4-year gap in her life. After leaving school at 18, she gradually began creating at 22. During those 4 years, Shen Fuyu couldn't find a single record of her using public transportation, nor any housing information. In these aspects, the interstellar system had inherited the tradition of detailed records from the previous life support equipment era. Could she, like Liang Anyan, have lived in the wild all along and coincidentally encountered a malfunction at a rescue station? Fu Haoshan thought the other party should not have Liang Anyan's capabilities. Shen Fuyu shook her head in confusion and said, "Let's take her back for further questioning. Pack up, we're leaving." Having been filmed, neither of them had the mood to stay in the restaurant any longer. After they left, the woman was immediately apprehended by investigation robots and taken away. 107 They all want to reap without sowing? When the two returned from the amusement park, they received the results of the inquiry. The woman admitted to filming them and provided an important piece of information related to Xie Yuan. They came from the same training class that specifically taught people how to marry into wealthy families. Xie Yuan was one of the shareholders and teachers of the training class, and the woman requested to talk to Shen Fuyu. "You check if her husband has committed any crimes. I'll go take a look," Shen Fuyu said to Fu Haoshan. "Okay, I'll take you there. Be careful." Fu Haoshan kissed Shen Fuyu on the forehead and then took her to the investigation office. When Shen Fuyu arrived, it was evening. She had brought some food for the woman, who awkwardly thanked her and then began to eat. Shen Fuyu had deliberately brought the food, so she silently watched the woman eat. Earlier, Shen Fuyu had seen that the woman's identity information indicated severe malnutrition, yet the health check didn't mention anything about anorexia. Therefore, she brought some high-fat, high-calorie items to see if the woman had any hardships. Watching the woman eat with a face full of grievances, Shen Fuyu thought that it seemed not easy to be a wealthy lady. After a while, when the woman was full and satisfied, Shen Fuyu had a robot clean the table and asked, "What's your real name?" The information in the records was not entirely trustworthy. Shen Fuyu was sure this was not the other party's real name. Before she upgraded part of the systems of the network office, it was easy to change personal data in the interstellar realm as long as one had money. The woman paused for a moment and then lowered her head to say, "Tang Xingran, Miss Tang, why did you film us? Did you recognize me or Fu Haoshan?" After asking, Shen Fuyu thought the question was a bit silly. Anyone who had attended their engagement ceremony would surely recognize them. "I'm quite familiar with you both. I attended Mr. Fu's class when I was studying further. His teaching skills are quite something, and I've also bought quite a few of your books. Did you buy them to burn?" Shen Fuyu laughed. Many of her textbooks were quite detestable, and there was a video of a particularly popular textbook that had garnered over 1 million likes. Recently, her surfing speed on gaming league sites had noticeably increased. No, Tang Xingran repeatedly denied it. "I originally studied communications. Just joking with you. Why did you film us? Are you looking to make a deal with me? I have nothing to trade with you. I filmed you just to get your attention. I know some things about Xie Yuan, and I can tell you, but I hope you can help me get a divorce. Isn't that easy?" Shen Fuyu didn't think that getting a divorce in the interstellar realm was a difficult matter. Tang Xingran didn't seem to want a huge fortune, right? "It would be better to find a good lawyer. I have leverage in my husband's family. I can't get out. I know you don't really understand Xie Yuan, and this would be an easy thing for you. Could you do this for me, considering I can barely count as one of your students?" "Okay, I agree. But what kind of leverage do you have? If you had committed a crime before, it wouldn't be easy to get away clean. And your records show severe malnutrition. What's going on with that?" "I haven't committed any crimes. The evidence is just some videos. My malnutrition is because he wanted to take me to events, but now the big screen in the galaxy shows I've gained over 10 pounds. He thinks it's embarrassing to find me a retoucher, so he controls my diet. I let myself eat, and if it really doesn't work out, I resort to nutrient solutions. Hearing this, Shen Fuyu understood, but she didn't grasp the latter part. Is it that the retouching technology in the galaxy isn't advanced enough? There are so many virtual artists now. Retouching or even using models to replace them is possible, yet they still require people to diet? Watching Shen Fuyu nodding while frowning, Tang Xingran explained, Professor Shen probably doesn't understand the current entertainment industry in the galaxy, right? Virtual artists and real people have two different evaluation standards. Shen Fuyu was actually not interested in this issue, but thinking of Xiao Weirui, she asked, what about flat models and models? Do you know Xiao Weirui? Xiao Weirui? She's an outstanding student from our previous training class. This news directly stunned Shen Fuyu. The two stared at each other for a long time before Shen Fuyu reacted and asked, wait, how long has your training class been running? Who are the people attending? It's been over 10 years. People who want to marry into wealthy families come here, but there are both men and women. Men learn how to attract rich women and how to deceive innocent girls, while women learn how to package themselves as socialites, things you probably don't need to learn in your lifetime. Is there a possibility of not going down this path? Shen Fuyu seemed to be talking to herself. Tang Xingran didn't hear clearly and looked at Shen Fuyu in confusion. Shen Fuyu felt the other person's gaze, looked up, and said, wait a moment. There's news from Haoshan. You can share what you know after that. But can you introduce me to Xiao Weirui? About this person, I only know what I've heard. She seems to be a children's clothing model, then became an employee of a video site, and was discovered during a shoot and became a model. However, some say her personality changed drastically before and after becoming a model. The phrase personality change alerted Shen Fuyu, with Liang Anyun as a precedent. She began to suspect whether Xiao Weirui was also parasitized by an alien race. But aliens should hate the galaxy. How could she give the divine to Haoshan? Shouldn't she hide and watch the galaxy's resources deplete and perish? What kind of changes are we talking about? When was she discovered? Xiao Weirui is very tall and thin, but she used to have a slight hunch. However, during that shoot, she suddenly seemed like a different person when discovered. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that shortly after a particle storm occurred and all the members of the filming team died in outer space. A particle storm? Impossible. Shen Fuyu had previously traced back all storms that had residual effects to predict the particle storm. The galactic environment during the time Xiao Weirui entered the industry was very calm. It shouldn't be in the news. It seems this matter was suppressed. Suppressed? Who did it? I don't know. This kind of thing only circulated within our training class, and I can't verify its authenticity. Do you have a list of the training class? Even if I had the list, it wouldn't help. Everyone who left the training class has changed their identity information. I retain my information before going to the training class because I didn't pay enough money. It shouldn't be like that. Shen Fuyu thought it was more cost-effective to help people erase information. Otherwise, wouldn't an incident like today undo all previous efforts? Tang Xingran saw through Shen Fuyu's thoughts and explained, the people from the training class basically have dirt on them, so they are very loyal to the training class, prioritizing making money. No one wants their past exposed. I'm just a special case who couldn't stand it anymore. Do such training classes still exist in the galaxy? Yes, there should be many. Most are just scammers. However, their contracts are very tight, and public opinion doesn't favor those who want to go down the wrong path. So even if they get scammed, they won't speak out. But, as I understand it, your actions require sufficient knowledge of the target. Who provides the data support? Shen Fuyu felt this model was familiar, but just couldn't recall what it was. Yulin Academy. The 4 words made Shen Fuyu's mind burn with anger. Goodness, they're still doing this under my nose. Were they planning to create a star fleet for a void expedition if I delayed a few more years? I understand. Shen Fuyu suppressed her anger and nodded. You wait here. This place is relatively safe. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. If you think of anything about Xiao Weirui, have them contact me through Yang Qinqing. After saying that, Shen Fuyu quickly headed to the galaxy's largest data security center, which was located in Yulin Academy, so she didn't expect to find any crucial clues. Therefore, when she didn't find any clues, and the lights in the empty data center began to flicker, Shen Fuyu sensed something was wrong and quickly summoned her robot bodyguard in heavy armor. Seeing Shen Fuyu's stance, The lights stopped flickering, and the brightness seemed higher than before. Shen Fuyu silently mocked in her heart. Is this ghostly display too timid? In this place, it was still Shen Fuyu's home turf. 4 robots forcefully invaded the data center's network and communication, finding the person behind the ghostly display in less than 10 seconds. When pulled out, the person was still holding 2 controllers, and Shen Fuyu looked at the action and even suspected the person would appear at a concert next, DJing. Who are you? Shen Fuyu stood in front of the 4 robots, her aura like a deity descending, capable of turning someone to ashes in the next second. I'm the cleaner. The previous principal of Yulin Academy is gone, and the new principal hasn't been in for many days. I'm just making some extra money. The person hurriedly pulled out their work ID. After confirming the work ID, Shen Fuyu asked, who allowed you to make extra money? I did it myself. I was just afraid you wouldn't pay us. I'm asking you, who gave you money to do this ghostly display? Shen Fuyu slightly moved, and the heavy mech made a sound like a landslide. The cleaner was so scared that they covered their head and started spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. A woman gave me 100,000, asking me to press these 2 switches alternately whenever someone came. I've never seen her face or know who she is. I saw her in a park a kilometer away, and she had a robot with her. I just got greedy. Please let me go. Shen Fuyu sighed and had someone take the cleaner away for investigation. Originally, she wanted to go to the park to check the surveillance. But Fu Haoshan sent news that Tang Xingran's husband had run away with a large amount of weapons and told Shen Fuyu to be careful. He was coming over soon. Hearing this news, Shen Fuyu roughly understood. Someone had set a trap, deliberately letting Tang Xingran see herself and Fu Haoshan to trigger Tang Xingran's husband's alertness, wanting to use a knife to kill or create chaos. But why did they have to take risks instead of choosing to be obedient to save their lives? Shen Fuyu didn't quite understand, just like the last kidnapping case. Why resort to violence when they could use schemes? This would harm many innocent people. 108 speaking nonsense. Shen Fuyu sighed and sent Fu Haoshan a coordinate for an open area, asking him to pick her up there, since it was coming for her. The previous kidnapping case's lack of credibility wouldn't matter. It would be the same now. That was an area barren for years due to radiation, nothing but endless yellow sand visible. As Shen Fuyu landed, a group of people landed with her. Those people were wearing astronaut suit-like heavy armor, and through the transparent protective gear on their heads, Shen Fuyu could see their greenish eyes and somewhat rugged faces. She thought it was not easy for them to find so many mutated individuals from the radiation incident. During the abnormal interstellar radiation period, some people's bodily functions changed, allowing them to withstand greater atmospheric pressure. There was originally a project aimed at cultivating super soldiers from this, but it was halted by Fu Haoshan. Being able to withstand greater pressure meant they could wear more powerful external heavy armor, which Shen Fuyu found inhumane. Technical solutions shouldn't come at the cost of harming people's bodies. Therefore, looking at the dozen or so people in front of her and the instigator hiding behind them, Shen Fuyu looked disdainful and said in a deep voice, "Stop shrinking back, come out. Anyway, you're all going to die here. What a big talk. You only have a few robots. We have them too. Your external armor was almost destroyed in the last kidnapping case, and today you are walking into a trap." The man's voice was hoarse, tinged with excitement. "Who told you I only have one set of external armor? It wasn't Xia Weirui, was it?" Shen Fuyu was directly baiting them. Tang Xingran's husband, Luo Yijiang, was once a proud scholar, and now he suddenly wanted to kill her. There had to be some hidden reason behind it. Of course, not everyone would fall for it. Luo Yijiang didn't answer Shen Fuyu, but waved his hand, signaling his team to charge at her. Fu Haoshan had already seen Shen Fuyu's precarious situation from afar, but he and Su Yifan were blocked by robots and lethal weapons. Seeing Fu Haoshan's figure, Shen Fuyu halted the gesture, summoning the 4 robots inherited from her teacher, and instead waved to summon her own 4 robots. A strange magnetic field formed when the robots landed, trapping Luo Yijiang and his small team within it, making them feel as if their bodies were filled with lead and unable to move. How could this happen? Why do you have such technology? Luo Yijiang, of course, knew Shen Fuyu's technical level, but before he came, that woman told him that Shen Fuyu's greatest achievement was divine gift and that there would be no others. However, this kind of magnetic field was an unreplicable alien characteristic. Surprised? When I completed divine gift, You hadn't even struck it rich yet. If I've been standing still all these years, then my genius title is too fake. Shen Fuyu looked at him with disdain, wondering what kind of incredible persuasion made him act without understanding the situation. Luo Yijiang stood there speechless. But wasn't it said that the characteristics of aliens couldn't be replicated in the interstellar environment? Had he been deceived? But now that he had come this far, he didn't want to turn back. As Luo Yijiang charged toward her, Shen Fuyu took a few steps back and sent him flying several meters, asking, "Do I have a grudge against you? It was supposed to be a matter of just going to jail. Why risk your life? Do you remember 15 years ago when a teacher from your school jumped off a building? You were nearby. Why didn't you step forward to stop it when you saw the abnormality? 15 years ago, I had just learned to cook instant noodles. Who are you talking about?" Shen Fuyu had no impression of this event. Even if she had seen something, she probably wouldn't have understood. At that time, she was still a bookworm. "Your math teacher. She asked you to substitute for her, but you refused. Don't you remember?" Luo Yijiang glared at Shen Fuyu, filled with rage. At this point, Shen Fuyu remembered and asked, "But didn't she leave the school later? Isn't it normal that I didn't agree to substitute? I'm a student. I paid tuition, and I was rushing home to plant trees." During that time, Shen Fuyu was obsessed with planting fruit trees, but after a year of setbacks, she decided never to plant again. The term plant killer was made for her, and as for that teacher, there had been no further interactions. At that time, Shen Fuyu, bearing the title of genius, was ostracized everywhere, and so was the teacher. No one liked her, so of course, she was wary of this teacher who suddenly sought her out. She sought you out because she was feeling unwell. You students not only liked to make trouble for her, but your parents also bullied her. Why are you so cold-blooded? If you had agreed, would she have died? Can you blame me for that? Shen Fuyu had initially felt some sympathy, but upon hearing Luo Yijiang's accusations, she was engulfed in anger. No one is obligated to help, and while I'm smart, I'm not a saint. Luo Yijiang was a typical egoist. He couldn't understand what Shen Fuyu was saying. He only knew how to blame her. Seeing that this line of attack wasn't working, he switched to another point of attack, continuing, "Then why did you watch her go up to the rooftop without stopping her? Don't you have even the slightest sympathy for others? When did I ever see her go up to the rooftop? I only saw her name on the bulletin board afterward, saying she no longer taught at the school, along with her achievements over the years. I may like to stay up late, but I don't have bad eyesight." Although Shen Fuyu said this, doubts began to creep in her mind. What if something happened while she wasn't at school and she unknowingly took the blame for years? The events that happened in the interstellar environment at that time were difficult to verify. Even if she bore the blame today, it couldn't be explained clearly. Shen Fuyu suddenly thought, should she just eliminate him? There was no need to clarify this matter. But just as Shen Fuyu was considering taking action, Luo Yijiang continued, "You were also very close to a physics teacher before, but that physics teacher's unemployed uncle was the direct murderer who killed her. Aren't you an accomplice? What physics teacher? Can you provide some evidence? Or did someone from Yulin Academy tell you this? And that's why you're looking for me?" Shen Fuyu had come to terms with it. Facing slander, she chose to smile and let it go. Then an incredible scene unfolded before her eyes. The highest level evidence image she defined slowly unfolded, and the scene depicted was exactly as Luo Yijiang described, but it had never happened. Why did she think so badly? Shen Fuyu's mind was racing, and she reluctantly focused on the key point of the matter at hand. She was harmed and became pregnant, weak enough to give birth prematurely at 7 months, and her family had gone out for business, leaving her alone at home, which led her to despair. Afterward, there was no news of the child. That person. Shen Fuyu looked at the woman stepping onto the rooftop and felt an uncanny familiarity. She seemed like someone she knew, but she couldn't remember. After a long time, Shen Fuyu asked, "Where is that physics teacher from?" Luo Yijiang looked at Shen Fuyu's attitude, unable to understand what she meant. Was she trying to shirk responsibility or genuinely ignorant of the details? But she was Shen Fuyu. How could someone who stood with Fu Haoshan be a simple person? So Luo Yijiang provided a false address. After hearing it, Shen Fuyu murmured, "Then it's not her. I thought Wu Linlang might be that lost child." "What did you say?" I said, "I remembered that the sister adopted by 2 members of my team looks very much like this teacher." Shen Fuyu was now preoccupied with other matters and didn't pay much attention while saying this. Luo Yijiang who was involved in cultural creation and had considered entering esports. Of course, knew that Shen Fuyu's team had two brothers who had adopted a girl. This was the marketing content that Shen Fuyu's team had put out after the last training institution. He hurriedly checked all the information he could find, but there was no photo of Wu Linlang. Luo Yijiang rushed to Shen Fuyu and said, "Show me your photo." Shen Fuyu immediately blocked him several meters away, then enlarged the photo of Wu Linlang. Luo Yijiang looked at Wu Linlang, lowered his head, and opened his pocket watch. The girl on it looked almost identical to Wu Linlang. Shen Fuyu was still in a daze, unaware that Luo Yijiang had been moved to tears. Right now, she only wanted to know where Liang Anyan had gotten the footage of Xie Weirui deceiving her teacher. When Fu Haoshan and Su Yifan arrived after dealing with the robots, they saw Luo Yijiang in distress, Shen Fuyu standing at a distance with her head down, not knowing what to think, and a group of super soldiers being controlled, creating an eerie scene filled only with cries. Just as the two try to understand the current situation, Luo Yijiang suddenly turned his tears into laughter and began to run wildly, chanting, "I found her! Finally, my efforts were not in vain. She will soon inherit a fortune of billions. My company is saved." "Stop right there." Shen Fuyu quickly lifted her head at the commotion and blocked Luo Yijiang's path. "You better clarify the whole story today, or you won't leave here alive. Then let Fu Haoshan release me." "Sure." Shen Fuyu agreed without hesitation, as it wouldn't affect Fu Haoshan's ability to capture people. "Let go of my super soldiers." "All right." After saying this, Shen Fuyu waved her hand to dismiss the robots. Feeling safe, Luo Yijiang revealed everything he knew. It was all told to him by Xie Yuan. But yesterday he had contacted another mysterious person who said their things could kill Shen Fuyu. Feeling the crisis due to Tang Xingran's disappearance, Luo Yijiang immediately agreed. Shen Fuyu frowned. Now there were two mysterious individuals, one directing the cleaning staff of the data center and another manipulating Luo Yijiang. She didn't know if they were the same person, and her evidence-gathering system had been destroyed, leaving it in tatters. It seemed only an alien could have this capability. Could it be Liang Anyan? But he wouldn't expose his own shortcomings. If it was Xie Weirui, then was she an alien? That seemed even more impossible. As Shen Fuyu pondered, she instructed Su Yifan to take the person away. Luo Yijiang watched Shen Fuyu's sudden change of heart in surprise. Before he could curse her, he was killed by the super soldiers he had brought. It was not unexpected. Fu Haoshan watched Shen Fuyu signal for people to handle the scene and then coldly left, casting a glare at Su Yifan, who was pursing his lips and examining the two. "Master, this has nothing to do with me. Aren't you going to ask what happened?" This was no ordinary killing machine. Theoretically, the characteristics of aliens could not be replicated. Su Yifan's ulterior motive was apparent. The interstellar world could not bear this kind of technology. The destruction of the aliens and the current living space of the interstellar world had cost countless lives. And as a former logistics officer, Su Yifan understood the price humanity had paid better than anyone. However, Fu Haoshan did not care about this issue. What he cared about was what Shen Fuyu had seen. The things in Liang Anyan's hands should not belong to him. So who orchestrated everything today? He still approached. The wind and sand of the no-man's land blew against Su Yifan's face, leaving him quite perplexed. It seemed the interstellar world had no future. The one who set the trap must hate the interstellar world or hate Fu Haoshan deeply. "Don't you think this ending is great?" Liang Anyan's sudden appearance caused Su Yifan to summon his external armor without any thought, even trying to suck the air around him to prevent being splashed by the liquid in Liang Anyan's hands. "You don't need to be so nervous. I've learned some things recently, so I came to find you for some items." Liang Anyan was now very different from before. His skin was almost transparent, revealing the blood vessels beneath. The most eerie part was Liang Anyan's pupils, where blue liquid could be seen, which amazed Su Yifan, who had never been on a battlefield. He asked, "How do you aliens view humans?" Liang Anyan looked at Su Yifan in surprise, as if it was rare for someone to care about what aliens think. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If it were just me, I would still admire you. Your survival ability is a dimensionality reduction attack on us. You have been here for only 100 years, yet you have eliminated us old beings who have fought for countless years. Not bad, but But you have Shen Fuyu. If one day she goes mad, you'll be just like us. That shouldn't happen, right? Su Yifan did not know Shen Fuyu well, but he always felt that each time he met her, she was not the same person, as if she was gradually walking towards the abyss. You doubt yourself. Everyone doubts it. So one day, Shen Fuyu will go mad. Do you know how powerful her teacher's civilization is? Why are you telling me this? Su Yifan understood one thing very well. Some secrets should not be heard. Don't worry, it's not a secret. I'm just sharing some recent discoveries, Liang Anyan said. Then it's fine. Go ahead, just don't get too close to me. Su Yifan forced a smile. With Shen Fuyu absent, he could be killed at any moment by this undocumented alien in front of him. Regarding Shen Fuyu's teacher, it seems he is also my benefactor. But to be honest, I want to discuss whether his life was as just as it appears. Honestly, I don't know about this person's life. It's okay. You can take a look. The sky, distorted by radiation, looked like a poorly made curtain, playing back the life of Shen Fuyu's teacher. However, compared to what Shen Fuyu knew, it was quite different, with an added segment showing him in the interstellar world thousands of years ago. In fact, Shen Fuyu's teacher had come to the interstellar world and brought some things to Liang Anyan's race. His race was originally part of the natural environment before the interstellar world. Although they had a home planet similar to a habitat, they could exist anywhere. So, when their home planet was destroyed, there was naturally no record of them left. Their race had lived without conflict, desire, or need for countless years, but ultimately learned about power due to the invasion of Liang Anjie's race. However, they could not wage war and had to classify their hierarchy based on age. Liang Anyan looked like a young man, but in reality, he had lived for countless years, thus becoming the leader of his race. No way, you're still a leader? Su Yifan looked at Liang Anyan's original form in the footage in surprise. By the way, you should tell my master about this. Discussing it with me is useless. It's fine, under the same sky they can see. Liang Anyan was originally exaggerating Shen Fuyu's madness. But now he could not appear because he did not know if Shen Fuyu could replicate the characteristics of Liang Anjie's race. So, everything today was your test? Su Yifan pointed at the remaining bloodstains on the ground. But they seem to be talking about a woman. Do you have any special habits? Can you be a little more serious? Liang Anyan did not answer directly. Today was certainly not his test. Rather, someone had brainwashed her subordinates while she was away, leading them to mistakenly believe they wanted to kill Shen Fuyu. All right. Su Yifan made a gesture to zip his lips, thinking that maybe he should ask those two deities to come quickly to rescue him. However, looking at the thing in Liang Anyan's hand, he didn't dare, as he was still haunted by the memory of the creature covered in eyes. The characteristic of their race is that the more they live, the longer their tentacles grow. The longer the tentacles, the longer they live, but the cost is losing a segment of memory. This way, they can avoid dying from depression due to remembering too much. At such times, two questions need to be considered. First, how to reflect the differentiation of power. Second, how to ensure this rule is not broken. Of course, Liang Anyan did not consider any of this at the time. He just felt that he had merely changed his name. However, other aliens thought differently. They used suffering to demonstrate the differentiation of power and chose to attack Liang Anyan to establish rules that were absolutely beneficial to themselves, thus becoming increasingly eager for war. Do you have weapons? Su Yifan gestured to Liang Anyan's true form, really unable to imagine how they could fight, like sea fish hunting. Liang Anyan fell silent, honestly not knowing, because when the war started, he had already fled in disgrace. By the time he returned, his entire clan had been wiped out. It took him a long time to find out that it was related to Liang Anjie's clan. As for before the war started, he had almost been harmed. If it weren't for Shen Fuyu's teacher insisting on coming out to teach and enlighten, changing those people's minds, he would have become the first to die in their race. However, everything stopped there with no further images. Liang Anyan smiled at Su Yifan and asked, "What is your evaluation?" "This is just an image of my teacher's teacher arriving at your clan. Without a specific process, what can I evaluate? Are you sure you want to see it?" Liang Anyan's reminder made Su Yifan recall that Shen Fuyu could also see everything. If Shen Fuyu got stimulated, that would be a big problem. So he quickly shook his head and said, Still, congratulations on escaping. It's not easy for you to come here as a projector. Why not sit with the Starfleet? No. After saying that, Liang Anyan disappeared on the spot. Su Yifan looked at the normal sky and sighed. This was a trap, but he didn't know why he didn't want to stop it. He always felt that some things weren't worth it. He smiled bitterly and returned to the Starfleet. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan witnessed the entire process. Fu Haoshan cautiously watched Shen Fuyu. She was unhappy. He didn't know when he started to care so much about her emotions. After a while, Shen Fuyu looked up and met Fu Haoshan's worried gaze. He seemed different from before. Shen Fuyu reached out and touched Fu Haoshan's face, saying, "Let us go home." Who on earth taught Liang Anyan? His scheming looks like it was only half learned. Fu Haoshan's expression remained gentle, but he was thinking that the other half should be with her. They were probably taught by the same teacher. On the way home, Shen Fuyu was always distracted. Let us not mention where Liang Anyan's image came from, whether it was true or false. Did she doubt Fu Haoshan from the beginning? Shen Fuyu increasingly couldn't understand what she was thinking, always dazed at home. Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu's vacant expression and reached out to hold her, but Shen Fuyu looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? We've always distrusted each other." No. Fu Haoshan firmly denied Shen Fuyu's thoughts. However, Shen Fuyu insisted on her view. If she hadn't distrusted Fu Haoshan from the start, she wouldn't feel that something was wrong with him after watching Liang Anyan's footage. Plus, after being stimulated by Gu Tingji, she began to distrust him a bit. Had she always been in such a state of distrust towards others? Fu Haoshan sighed as he watched Shen Fuyu lost in her own world, holding her a bit tighter. Time flew by, and it was the day Qiao Lian and Xie Yuan had agreed to meet. However, Liang Anyan appeared among the bodyguards accompanying Xie Yuan, and Gu Tingji glanced at Liang Anyan in surprise, quickly noticed by Xie Yuan. "What are you looking at?" "Looking at your bodyguards. They're all handsome guys." Gu Tingji was rambling about a group of muscular men with bulging muscles and square robots. But this sounded different in Xie Yuan's ears. She asked, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Do you like this kind of appearance?" "Me? I have no such preference." Gu Tingji could joke about other things, but this matter had to be clarified. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him in the future. As an experienced person, Xie Yuan immediately understood that Gu Tingji and she were not on the same wavelength, continuing to ask, "Then why did you notice them?" Originally, Xie Yuan was just a bit uncomfortable and casually asked, but Gu Tingji took it seriously. She wouldn't know about her connection with Liang Anyan, right? That shouldn't be the case. If Liang Anyan didn't have the ability to remain undetected, he wouldn't act rashly, right? I just feel that they don't match your temperament. My temperament? Xie Yuan turned to look at Gu Tingji. What kind of temperament do I have? Gu Tingji probably went through all the words he could think of to describe temperament in his lifetime, but realized that if he wasn't blind, he shouldn't use jittle words to describe Xie Yuan. In the end, Gu Tingji picked the evaluation of a queen. Xie Yuan saw through Gu Tingji's perfunctory tone, snorted coldly, and led everyone toward the agreed location. Gu Tingji still couldn't help but glance in Liang Anyan's direction. How on earth was this guy going to take away his hair? Suddenly, a loud crash came from beneath the floating theater, and a tremendous impact flipped the floating theater, causing everyone to sway and fall to the ground. Xie Yuan didn't care about herself, and hurriedly instructed someone to grab Gu Tingji, but as the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Gu Tingji. Shen Fuyu sat in a distant restaurant, watching Liang Anyan take Gu Tingji away. That woman must be Xie Yuan, right? Shen Fuyu opened the camera to let Tang Xingran confirm Xie Yuan's identity. Her days these past 2 days had not been without results. She realized that the incident with Luo Yijiang that day was just a test for her. But who was testing her? Liang Anyan especially came to show her a segment of footage, looking like a victim. If it wasn't Liang Anyan, then who could it be? In fact, the current interstellar situation was basically under her control. If the other side wanted to strike like an egg against a stone, it wouldn't be someone from the interstellar. It could only be from an alien race. If it was an alien race, then it would be very difficult to determine the other party's identity. No. Tang Xingran's words made Shen Fuyu stunned. Liang Anyan and Liang Anjia both needed to parasitize. She had checked Xie Yuan's information. Her photo was indeed the same as now. How could it not be? Then who is she? Shen Fuyu increasingly couldn't understand this group of people with the surname Xie. Their identities and connections were murky. What had happened in the past? I don't know her. Anyway, she is not the one hanging on the training class wall. Then can you draw the appearance of the person hanging on the wall? My divorce request and those videos. Tang Xingran had been summoned by Shen Fuyu early this morning, but until now, the other party hadn't told her what the outcome was, making her anxious as she looked at Shen Fuyu and asked, Luo Yijiang is dead. You are now considered a widow. Do you still want a divorce? He did some improper things, and after compensating for the family property, whether you divorce or not, you won't get a penny. He is dead? What happened? How could he possibly be dead? He had a group of very powerful subordinates, capable of anything. He couldn't have died. Tang Xingran, in her anxiety, unintentionally revealed what she had hidden from Shen Fuyu before. You know, Shen Fuyu Slutintang Singdang, her gentle gaze sending a chill down the latter's spine. This expression of unprovoked authority suddenly made Shen Fuyu realize that she and Fu Haoshan were becoming more and more alike, causing her to furrow her brows. Tang Xingran knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she laid everything out. After Luo Yijiang discovered that she had previously been in a training class, he was very angry for a while, but to protect his reputation, he endured it silently. However, she didn't know which day someone sent him some videos. And after that, Luo Yijiang returned to his original attitude towards Tang Xingran, still being that good husband, which puzzled her greatly. Finally, after a year of unease, Tang Xingran discovered that Luo Yijiang was in contact with some mysterious individuals and had a group of capable bodyguards. It was nothing at first, but one day Tang Xingran discovered that the skin beneath those people's masks was grayish-blue, and the color would change from time to time. It was originally peaceful, until one time when she was caught peeking. From that moment on, Luo Yijiang began to abuse Tang Xingran, hunger and fear gradually making her feel dazed. However, Tang Xingran, who had learned quite a bit about how to manipulate others' emotions, quickly realized the situation. Although she was greedy, she knew that her life was the most important thing. He must have come into contact with someone with ulterior motives, and she needed to escape quickly. So her encounter with Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan at the restaurant that day was coincidental. She had gone under the pretense of filming to meet an old classmate who was now unmarried and running her own business, hoping to ask for help to escape. Shen Fuyu asked Tang Xingran to identify the so-called sister she wanted to meet, and a casual check revealed a connection to Luo Yijiang. But it was unclear whether there was a relationship with Xie Yuan. After a while, once the drawing was finished, Tang Xingran had a background in art, and the drawing was quite clear. Shen Fuyu put away the portrait and said, "You can now tell me what you know." It turned out that after Xie Werwei retired from the industry, she had a stake in over 100 companies. However, at that time, the interstellar world was rife with chaos, and the Yulin Academy and the Cyber Bureau had numerous indications that many were colluding, with Shen Fuyu being the first to recognize this. Therefore, no one knew about these companies involved in various industries, all of which aimed to undermine interstellar moral standards. Shen Fuyu investigated and found that everyone was still around. It was just that after the Tiela incident, a batch had been dealt with. Since that time, Xie Yuan had been Xie Werwei's partner, but the two had always appeared separately. Shen Fuyu had initially doubted the age issue, but now she understood that it was likely related to another race. In fact, everything Tang Xingran said today held little value. The most significant value lay in those companies, which Shen Fuyu quickly handed over to Fu Haoshan for investigation. How about you help me with something? Shen Fuyu thought to herself, mocking her own situation. There was no one to rely on, and whatever problem Fu Haoshan faced, she would face as well. What is it? Tang Xingran was reluctant to get involved, but she knew she couldn't run away. It was better to take a gamble and try to escape her past. First, answer me. Do you still want to gain without working for it? Do you still want to change your fate through marriage? Shen Fuyu didn't trust these people much. After all, those overly motivated by profit could betray themselves at any moment. Tang Xingran hesitated, and Shen Fuyu looked at her expression as if to say, even death won't change this habit, right? You can leave now. It will be best if I never see you again. Shen Fuyu admired the courage of these people, but using them wasn't so straightforward. Who knew they wouldn't be attracted by other conditions? Tang Xingran left unwillingly, but she had no choice if she didn't leave. Her life would be in danger. If she did leave, perhaps she could marry again and have a chance to change her fate, breaking free from her original family. Shen Fuyu sighed as she watched Tang Xingran's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan had already gotten into an argument with Qiao Yin, both accusing each other of intentionally causing an explosion. However, Qiao Yin knew it was Liang Anyun's doing. He was just playing along with the plot. Having someone help him rescue Gu Tingji was a good thing, as he was originally focused on saving others. The two glared at each other, and Xie Yuan felt a chilling sensation. Why did this teenager give her a familiar feeling, as if he were a heartless devil? Seeing the other's momentum inexplicably weaken, Qiao Yin said gently, "If I really wanted to attack you, would I come alone? You just want a status and endless wealth. Cooperating with me is the same. Why do you still need Gu Tingji? Huh, he has Shen Fuyu behind him. But it seems you have Shen Fuyu's defeated subordinate Fang Jingying, right? That's not important. What's important is who is behind you. To be honest, if you really are in cahoots with Fu Haoshan's biological mother Xie Weirui, how did you end up in such a situation?" Qiao Yin was probing directly. The complexity of the situation lay in how many other races existed in the interstellar world. The more information, the better. After all, the other party wasn't clever. They believed whatever he said. This probing, however, seemed to step on the other's sore spot. Xie Yuan suddenly recalled many unpleasant things, and her expression gradually twisted. "Kill him." Xie Yuan ordered the robot without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill your child?" "Not my child." After saying this, the robot behind Xie Yuan immediately lunged at Qiao Yin. Qiao Yin took a step back, and a robot blocked him. It was sent by Shen Fuyu. It seemed he would have to do the work himself in the future. Relying on others to control the interstellar financial system was not feasible. Qiao Yin vanished on the spot, and Xie Yuan realized that Shen Fuyu might be nearby. But they didn't dare to act recklessly and had to retreat. Gu Tingji watched as Xie Yuan returned and patted his chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, they had no intention of looking for him. Otherwise, the place where he and Liang Anyun were hiding couldn't withstand even a little search. Why are you so afraid of death, yet you still deliberately approach Shen Fuyu to stir up trouble? Liang Anyun used to think that Gu Tingji acted well, but now he realized that this was not just acting. The guy was genuinely afraid of death. Just a moment ago, when he had pulled someone out, Gu Tingji had been almost incoherent, begging for mercy as if it cost nothing. Ordinary people wouldn't switch so easily between having dignity and not. Personal ideals and self-preservation don't conflict. Do you know who Xie Weirui really is? Gu Tingji took out a few strands of hair and handed them to Liang Anyun. "Follow me." Now that the crisis was averted, Liang Anyun took Gu Tingji away from the cramped maintenance station, all the way to a basement that was originally used for storing strategic materials but was now abandoned. In the basement, hundreds of tentacles similar to Liang Anyun's were connected by wires. It was unclear what they were for. However, Gu Tingji, as a human, felt dizzy as he approached these tentacles, reminiscent of the feeling he had when he first saw Liang Anyun's true form. Liang Anyun placed the hair into a detection device, and soon a string of data appeared that Gu Tingji couldn't understand. In the meantime, Liang Anyun's expression darkened. He really didn't know whether he was enemies or allies with Shen Fuyu's teacher now. "I have a task. If you help me complete it, I'll teach you how to control these liquids. I'm a human. Are you sure I can learn?" "I haven't even said what the task is yet, and you're quite confident." Liang Anyun's expression showed no signs of softening, but he still admired Gu Tingji's courage. "As long as you guarantee I can learn it, I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means going through fire and water. But do I need to avoid Senior Sister and Fu Haoshan? If I need to avoid them, there must be additional conditions. I guarantee it, and there's no need to avoid them. We might even need to use them. Okay, you tell me. Help me find my aunt. I don't know whose skin she is in now, so you need to draw her out. Does your race still have gender distinctions?" Gu Tingji successfully missed the point, although he was just trying to ease the tension. "Yes, but originally we didn't have this awareness. It was a distinction that inexplicably emerged after I came to your world. The females of our race are pink." "That sounds nice. Do you have any clues to provide? Does she have any lethal weapons?" "Clues. After we parasitize Your human genes will be altered by us to adapt to the different blood pressure after being parasitized. If the parasitic time is less than a week, then that person can still survive. You can compare the genetic data to find out. I don't know if she has weapons, but I can be sure that if she wants to kill you, it will be very easy. 111 geniuses are geniuses. As a high-risk worker, can you buy me some insurance? Gu Tingji smiled. You have 3 virtual identities of Shen Fuyu with you, right? Aren't you buying insurance for yourself? It's fine. I'll take a few photos and wait for my news. After taking the photo, Gu Tingji glanced at Liang Anyun and then left. Just as he reached the door, Liang Anyun suddenly called out to him, smiling. What do you think Shen Fuyu is thinking right now? It doesn't matter anymore. You should think about what you will think. Gu Tingji felt that Liang Anyun must have known something, but this guy's hatred for the interstellar world shouldn't have lessened. Liang Anyun waved his hand indifferently to let Gu Tingji go, watching his own kin's tentacles in silence. In fact, he had no feelings for these kin he hadn't interacted with for many years. However, it seemed that the position of clan leader gave him a sense of responsibility. If it were just himself, the desire for revenge might not be so strong, but for these kin, it seemed like a necessary thing. They had once struggled to survive during the downfall, while he had been wandering outside, watching them one by one being parasitized by Liang Anji's race. It seemed he had done nothing for them. When Gu Tingji found Shen Fuyu, the two faced each other in silence for a long time until Fu Haoshan, unable to bear it any longer, stepped between them. What are you looking at? Look at me. Stop it. Shen Fuyu walked around Fu Haoshan and hugged Gu Tingji, saying, I'm sorry for not having complete trust in you, but I hope you can still strive to become the most powerful and influential president of the Yulin Academy in interstellar history. I should be the one apologizing. I have let down senior sister's expectations. I will definitely do it, Gu Tingji promised firmly. Seeing this scene, Fu Haoshan felt a pang of jealousy. It seemed Shen Fuyu had never said such things to him, but he also blamed himself for never truly clearing his suspicions. Thinking of this, Fu Haoshan, with a blank expression, pried the two apart, feeling that he must have been set up from birth. But this person couldn't have been so foresight as to predict that he would come to like Shen Fuyu. Could he? Or was this a mutual pursuit? The value of liking someone and Shen Fuyu's kind of strength. Shen Fuyu had her aesthetic for him, and it seemed he was indeed more superficial. Why did Liang Anyun let you come back? Shen Fuyu originally wanted to ask if there were many strange things with Liang Anyun, but she held back. However, this also indirectly reflected that she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She could clearly feel herself becoming more indifferent and filled with hatred day by day, then further losing her compassion and no longer wanting to protect anyone. From the changes she was experiencing now, it seemed that all the efforts of everyone to destroy her were successful. They had nothing in their hands that could destroy the interstellar, but they had changed her, and she could never return to the state where she could persuade herself to let everything go and silently protect everyone. This seemed arrogant, but Shen Fuyu held a dimensional strike from another civilization in her hands. As long as she wished, the current interstellar would become desolate. He wants me to find his aunt, his kin, and also your teacher, senior sister. It seems he has some past you don't know about. I know. Shen Fuyu could guess what that past was. What she experienced today would also be what her teacher once experienced. This was a crossroads of choices. Some chose to become the next evil dragon. Some chose to stand for the people, and some chose to ignore everything. A person's experiences determine their choices. Her teacher ultimately chose to come to the interstellar, find someone to inherit his civilization, pass on his story, and hope that the tragedy would not repeat. This meant he encountered something that made him choose to be the bearer of this civilization's flame. Looking at history, Shen Fuyu could deduce the whole picture of the matter, but she needed to verify it. Shen Fuyu's light words made Fu Haoshan feel a bit heartbroken. He had already made a choice for the interstellar, and the next choice had to be made by Shen Fuyu, a pressure he understood. Although history is driven by everyone, it ultimately requires someone to emerge and conform to the direction. From Fu Haoshan's years of observation, the interstellar could either struggle for survival or face destruction. This wasn't a choice made by one person. It was created by everyone together. He wondered if it was due to the thin air during the life support equipment period that caused many people to suffer from oxygen deficiency. leading to irreversible changes in brain structure over generations. Many people in the interstellar now find it difficult to think. Refusing to think would result in losing the ability to discern, which was the main reason he had been unable to mobilize the Yulin Academy for many years. No one was available, and it would eventually become the biggest problem for the interstellar besides energy issues. Gu Tingji looked at Fu Haoshan and understood his meaning, as he felt it personally. Every essential position in the Yulin Academy's research centers was difficult to fill now. However, if asked whether they could use previous personnel, the answer was no. Greed was like fat cells, only growing larger and never smaller. Reclaiming the losses of the past would be a significant blow to the interstellar. The three fell into silence, but they gasped in astonishment due to Qiao Lian's whirlwind-like big moves. One could only say that many talent-related matters couldn't be filled with effort. After discussing failure with Xie Yuan, Qiao Lian invested a large amount of himself at light speed, changing the entire interstellar financial structure within half a day, becoming the owner of discourse power and rulemaker. Why don't we two old folks retire? Shen Fuyu said very seriously to Fu Haoshan. Where would he lay out these things? Fu Haoshan looked at the suddenly appearing people in surprise. The most they had seen besides air was money, yet they could obediently listen under Qiao Lian's system. Was this a case of the system controlling the dark sides of human nature? Gu Tingji, also from a science background, felt a headache looking at the densely packed thousands of pages of rules. The first to react was Yang Qianting. When he crawled out of the lightspeed ship, Fu, Shen, and Gu were discussing how to find someone. Seeing Yang Qianting's half-dead appearance, they all took a step back in unison. Only Jiangyu, with a bit of conscience, stepped forward to support the overworked Yang Zhuxi. Yang Qianting shook his still unresponsive brain and said, what's Xiao Lian doing? Logically, this should be the job of their investigation department, but they had been unable to seize control for years. Even if they had researched, no one would listen to them. Now, Xiao Lian had suddenly emerged, changing the negative atmosphere of the interstellar with his own strength. Wait, he said, he's in a meeting. Fu Haoshan now expressed respect for Xiao Lian. Although it was his and Shen Fuyu's money being spent, the effect was indeed remarkable for someone so young. At this moment, Xiao Lian was indeed akin to a drama plot. He sat in a massive conference room, and the youngest person sitting below him was older than Fu Haoshan. These old foxes could only resentfully watch the young man who thoroughly understood their rules while providing effective countermeasures. The main reasons they suddenly appeared here were threefold. First, all their financial exchanges had been controlled by Xiao Lian. They either had to give up half their lives or accept Xiao Lian's rules. Second, they had leverage in Xiao Lian's hands, and they feared the power behind him. Third, Xiao Lian had clearly indicated he could help them settle some issues that Fu Haoshan couldn't handle, having been suspended for so long. They didn't know where this young man came from. They only knew that the efforts of their first half of life had been in vain, like defeated dogs. Originally, Xiao Lian wanted to play with him a bit longer, but unfortunately, Xie Yuan was not cooperating. He had been waiting for days. He would absolutely not miss the opportunity to change his fate. This wasn't really a meeting. It was merely Xiao Lian needing these people to reacquaint themselves with their former partners or opponents. He couldn't face everyone alone. So controlling the conflict and directing the knife towards his companions or weaker individuals was always much easier than breaking out of the cage. Xiao Lian quietly left the scene and connected with Shen Fuyu on the phone, telling her that he was going to meet Xiao Miyun and would return in a few days. He hoped they would keep a close eye on Xie Yuan and Feng Peisher, as they had control over many innocent girls. After listening to Xiao Lian's message, Fu Haoshan fell silent, because according to the company list provided by Tang Xingran, he really found it difficult to define whether these people were innocent or guilty. So what have you found out? Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan's expression and felt that things were not looking good. When a person has infinite expectations of getting something for nothing, they are more prone to delusions. There is a saying, when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. I can understand that they're trying to survive, but they have many lives in their hands. And compared to Xie Yuan's harmful methods, they are no better. Fu Haoshan tried to describe this process as gently as possible. And then, Shen Fuyu asked, so I caught those few men controlling them and interrogated them in the Xinghong fleet, but I feel like even if they were burned to ashes that day, their lips would still be sealed. So you haven't gotten anything out of them yet. Gu Tingji cheekily translated Fu Haoshan's words. Fu Haoshan shot Gu Tingji a glare, indicating he could skip the translation, and continued, "We should first consider how to help Liang Anyun find someone." "Are you so concerned about Liang Anyun now?" Shen Fuyu joked. "I'm concerned about whether I am a descendant of humans or of an alien species." During the discussion among the three, Fu Haoshan realized a problem. If Xia Weirui might have been parasitized by an alien species, how should his own species be defined? Would it affect the health of his future children? Shen Fuyu had fallen silent countless times today, as if pondering a question. After long thought, she patted Gu Tingji on the shoulder and said, "I've thought it over. You just need to pretend to be parasitized and go to Yulin Academy." "No, how can I pretend?" Gu Tingji thought the plan was feasible, but wondered if the execution would be a bit difficult. "It's okay. I have special invisible material. You just need to figure out how to transform into Liang Anyun's original form. Only you have seen his original form." As she spoke, Shen Fuyu had a robot bring down a transparent jar from the second floor. The material inside resembled Liang Anyun's original form, and if not looked at closely, it was indistinguishable. Then the question arose. Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji both looked at Shen Fuyu with confusion. What was this material originally for? Shen Fuyu certainly couldn't say it was a failed experiment, so she turned her head away from them and walked off. In fact, she felt that she didn't quite belong there. If she wanted to get involved in Liang Anyun's matters, she would have acted long ago, rather than being so passive now. In short, Shen Fuyu had never given up on using Liang Anyun to take revenge for the years she had lived in misunderstanding and compromise. Fu Haoshan also noticed Shen Fuyu's mood and said little, instead giving Gu Tingji a few instructions before leaving himself. Since things had ended on Xiao Lian's side, it was time to take action to catch people. Therefore, when Xie Yuan saw a side warship from the Xinghong fleet appear on her returning path, she was very panicked. She still couldn't figure out how she had lost such an important bargaining chip as Gu Tingji. After the warship surrounded Xie Yuan and her group, there was no reaction. It was just the feeling of being stared at by a massive object that terrified Xie Yuan. She always thought she would never end up like Fang Jingying. But the cruel reality told her that not only had she reached Fang Jingying's step, but she couldn't even protect her own life. All signals disappeared, and she had no weapons to mobilize. A group of people huddled inside the spaceship, enduring immense psychological pressure, and eventually began to turn on each other. Those desperate individuals initially followed the former principal of Yulin Academy, but later followed Xie Yuan because the original boss had been captured. However, at this point, they began to question why they should follow Xie Yuan when the former principal had many students and lovers. Facing the curses and accusations, Xie Yuan remained indifferent. She was just thinking that her actions seemed quite funny. She hadn't realized that if Xie Weirui had succeeded, she wouldn't have to be a rat crossing the street. Thinking of this, her hatred for Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan deepened. Why were they so gifted and without survival pressure, while someone like her was even a joke for merely struggling to survive? Enough. We're all going to die anyway. Don't you think it's your problem? Letting Gu Tingji disappear right under your noses, all my careful planning has gone to waste. After hearing Xie Yuan's words, the bodyguards, who had been complaining incessantly, seemed to unite. The leader of them shouted at Xie Yuan, "Don't you think about who helped you deal with the bodies of the previous victims? We thought you were so powerful, but it turns out it was all a lie. We might as well have sided with the Xinghong fleet from the start." Some of these people were originally interstellar pirates who had been dealt with during the expedition. They had lived well by hijacking merchant ships between 12 regions, but were entirely wiped out due to the aftermath of the expedition. After losing their means of survival, these once lawless pirates couldn't accept a life of working jobs, so they chose to follow the former principal of Yulin Academy, mainly because the academy indeed had significant influence over the fleet's research. After realizing all this, Xie Yuan shifted the blame. Pointing fingers at each other is useless. Isn't it all because of Shen Fuyu? If Shen Fuyu hadn't died, who would you blame? The hundreds or thousands of useless people you raised can't compare to Shen Fuyu's ability. How can you still think you're in a superior position compared to a group of people who are still striving and someone who only needs a bit of talent to move mountains and fill seas? Who gave you the courage to think this way? Not killing Shen Fuyu was the deal made by the house, but not long after, the house collapsed. Do you have the ability to kill her? The savage pirates thrived on unity. They did not blame Shen Fuyu for Xie Yuan's words because they knew that this person would not die anyway. Bringing her out now was just to take the blame for Xie Yuan. Seeing that the others were not convinced, Xie Yuan simply gave up. After all, it would only take a moment for Fu Haoshan to eliminate them, but after that moment, he would never know who Xie Weirui was or what she had done. So, Xie Yuan endured the disgust of being cursed repeatedly with filthy and vulgar words, betting that Fu Haoshan wouldn't dare to kill her. As for the lives of those bodyguards who were causing such a ruckus, she didn't care. After all, Fu Haoshan wasn't a saint and would eventually eliminate those potential threats. However, Xie Yuan was mistaken. Fu Haoshan was an expert at using others to achieve his goals, just as both sides were a stalemate. He directly opened his mic and proposed conditions to recruit this group of pirates, but they needed to bring back information about all the people with the surname Xie. Why do you have to play this hypocritical cat-and-mouse game? If you have the ability, just kill me. Xie Yuan was furious. You think everyone is your puppet just because you're playing a God's Eye View game? I don't have that ability. I still need you to find people. You call this a game? I don't think so. A game doesn't result in so many deaths. I can understand that you are fighting for survival. But in a survival game, it's the winner takes all. Otherwise, why didn't I die on the battlefield of the expedition, but ended up here? Fu Haoshan never believed he could control anyone's fate. At most, Shen Fuyu would control a bit of his later life. These people were a three-dimensional defensive system. When they were in a weak position, he was the villain. When they were strong, it was a matter of winners and losers. Sure enough, Fu Haoshan's words provoked a strong reaction from Xie Yuan, as admitting her failure was a very difficult thing to do. Xie Yuan stared silently at the emblem on the battleship. Today, she had no way to break the deadlock, but Xie Weirui had gone missing again. The only way for her to escape this world was death. Don't think about dying. I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. At that moment, Shen Fuyu arrived, bringing her genetic testing equipment. She needed to see if these people had been parasitized by any alien species. Seeing Shen Fuyu standing amidst the black sky like a mechanical deity descending, Xie Yuan felt she was about to break down. She wanted a life like that, with such power, but this world wouldn't allow it. Why was it so unfair? Why, as a human, did my efforts lead to a dead end that you wouldn't even glance at? Xie Yuan had done many things, whether it was killing, controlling others' thoughts, or brainwashing innocent young boys and girls, ultimately for one purpose, to become wealthy. In fact, Fu Haoshan couldn't understand Xie Yuan's thoughts. Based on the investigation results, they were after two things, fame and fortune, yet they insisted on choosing those unorthodox methods to achieve their goals. Therefore, Fu Haoshan asked, "You all have strong abilities, and many of you have high degrees, combined with beauty and intelligence. Why do you have to place your hopes elsewhere?" "Oh, what are you talking about? What does a degree matter? What does IQ matter? Does the door of the Yulin Academy open for us? Can we enter the doors of the Galactic 60 offices? Don't tell me you don't know this. Stop pretending." Xie Yuan's seemingly harmless words struck Fu Haoshan hard. While cursing, she pointed out his fundamental issue. Shen Fuyu watched Fu Haoshan fall silent, quietly landing on Xie Yuan's spaceship. The crowd immediately felt threatened. Shen Fuyu looked at the pirates and asked, "Do you truly serve Xie Yuan?" "Of course not." The pirates, thinking this was a loyalty question, immediately denied it. "Then why are you still following her? Isn't it all for the money? We're no longer pirates. Where else can we make money?" Shen Fuyu silently messaged Fu Haoshan not to pick up trash by the roadside, then waved her hand, making everything around Xie Yuan vanish, leaving only her alone. "I can choose not to pursue your crimes. Impossible." What Xie Yuan meant by impossible was not that Shen Fuyu couldn't do it, but that Shen Fuyu wasn't that kind of person. People can change. Why not try walking into those positions that are not open to you and see what you encounter? Does everyone think I'm living easily with this brain? You can try it yourselves. Shen Fuyu's expressionless words made Xie Yuan unable to stand firm, and she fell to the ground, only able to watch as Shen Fuyu approached, grabbing a handful of her hair and placing it into the machine. After a while, Shen Fuyu asked, "Have you ever had amnesia? Or your doctor will tell you this is a mental illness causing your brain to activate its self-protection mechanism." "How do you know?" "Of course I know. Look for yourself. You're almost becoming another species. Shen Fuyu swiped the screen in front of Xie Yuan, which displayed that her genetic composition had significantly diverged from that of humans. Impossible. I am definitely human. Don't alarm me. Whether I'm alarming or not, just try it. As Shen Fuyu spoke, she swiftly pulled out a hair from Xie Yuan's head. The root had already transformed into a glowing red object. Once in the interstellar environment, that red object seemed to activate and began to move frantically, like a snake whose tail had been pinched. Watching this scene, Xie Yuan's mind was nearly shattered. But Shen Fuyu continued explaining, according to my immature understanding, this thing is used to connect all its parasitic entities. As long as you need any particular parasite, the consciousness will be transmitted there. In fact, you have never seen or come into contact with Xie Weirui. Everything is just remnants of another person's memory. Shen Fuyu's words were based on evidence. Previously, Liang Anjia's memory decoded many things. But she found it unbelievable until Liang Anyun asked Gu Tingji to find him some hair. This also explained why these people engaged in the same types of activities, appearing organized but lacking clues to prove where they were at any given time. Am I still saved? I don't want to die. Xie Yuan desperately clung to Shen Fuyu's legs, the force almost pulling Shen Fuyu down. If I say there's no hope, would you be very disappointed? This thing is irreversible. Shen Fuyu asked sincerely from a researcher's perspective. I wouldn't be. You're so capable. You can definitely save me. The problem is, I'm a person, not a god. Have you ever seen an irreversible chemical reaction revert back? As Shen Fuyu moved her legs, Xie Yuan tightened her grip even more. Then what will I become? I don't know. I've never seen it. You are committing sins that cannot be lived through. Shen Fuyu tried to move again, but still couldn't. She was also making her own life difficult. Why did she have to come over? Xie Yuan was unwilling to accept it. She had come this far and did not want to die. She still had a trump card that could ensure her safe retreat and a life of wealth and glory. And she had to make Shen Fuyu save her. I know many things, though not very clearly, but I can tell you. As long as you save me, I will tell you. At that time, you will research a method for salvation. Many others have experiences like mine, and that would be a huge favor. This attitude was quite obvious. Shen Fuyu quickly realized that this person had a trump card. Thus, she gently persuaded I can try. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to hold on me like this? Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan released Shen Fuyu, feeling quite disdainful. Clearly, there was a way, yet she showed no compassion for others. Had these high and mighty people ever considered their plight? Shen Fuyu clearly sensed Xie Yuan's hostility. Who had been brainwashing these people all along? If that were the case, she and Fu Haoshan had indeed lost badly in the public opinion battle. I want to see Xie Weirui. I want to see Fu Haoshan. This request was somewhat strange, and Shen Fuyu naturally suspected something was wrong. However, she felt this was a good opportunity to draw out the true culprit behind the scenes, so she decided to sacrifice Fu Haoshan. Xie Weirui wouldn't really kill her son, would she? Although this son had shown her no basic respect, he must have value to Xie Weirui. Otherwise, the divine gift wouldn't have fallen to Fu Haoshan and the Starfleet. Okay, follow me. Shen Fuyu sent Fu Haoshan a message. There was a passage directly connecting their spaceship to the flanking battleship. Fu Haoshan stood at the other end, watching the two, making Shen Fuyu feel as if he was going to sacrifice himself. And Fu Haoshan had already sensed Xie Yuan's hostility. As they slowly walked in, Shen Fuyu's emotions became increasingly complex. If Fu Haoshan were to die here, the order of the interstellar world would soon collapse, and all the grievances she had suffered over the years would be resolved. Fuyu, come here. Fu Haoshan extended his hand, signaling Shen Fuyu to stand behind him. Just as Shen Fuyu reached Fu Haoshan's side, he suddenly felt pain all over, as if his heart were being violently crushed by someone. Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu initially thought it was an attack, and that blocking it for him wouldn't be a problem, but what was happening? If it were an alien special ability, Xie Yuan wouldn't be unaware that her genes had already changed. Could it be that the other party had deliberately set a trap to deepen Xie Yuan's hatred for herself? Fu Haoshan endured the excruciating pain and asked, I know you want to negotiate with my life, but I hope you understand that it doesn't matter if I die. The command of the Starfleet is no longer in my hands. You'd better clarify what Xie Weirue has done. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die before me. Fu Haoshan said this because he felt guilty and was afraid of death, which is normal. He was not a saint and did not have the resolve to face death generously. He was still afraid that if he died, Shen Fuyu would immediately remarry. Xie Yuan could not afford to gamble either. Her method was merely a way to control part of the alien's body, at most causing Fu Haoshan to faint from pain, but not truly kill him. She needed to secure a way out for herself before Shen Fuyu saw the truth. You could have directly captured me. Why wait until today? However, Xie Yuan also had her confusion. Was Gu Tingji really that important in the eyes of these people? Because someone wants to cooperate with you. That is Xiao Yan. To be honest, you can see what the people standing in my camp have gained now. I don't quite understand what kind of delusion you are trapped in. Shen Fuyu did not express her desire to test her chosen ones through this opportunity with Xie Yuan. That would only add fuel to the fire. She looked at Fu Haoshan's pale face, her hand held in his large, sweaty palm, and felt a deep sense of pity. What have you gained? Xie Yuan suddenly remembered Jiang Pingzhou, a thoroughly profit-driven businessman who abandoned his wife and children, but still succeeded in becoming the 6th richest person in the galaxy, with his assets multiplying 100-fold in just 2 months. No, she couldn't just believe Shen Fuyu's words. Who knew if these people were just putting on a show for themselves? The galaxy had so many orphans due to war, and countless people were left in hunger and poverty because of certain individuals in the fleet, yet Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan stood at the pinnacle of the galaxy, completely indifferent to all of this, which was infuriating. Seeing Xie Yuan's expression shift from reminiscing to hatred, Shen Fuyu knew she must have misunderstood something and continued to ask, if you were Fu Haoshan and I were Shen Fuyu, how would you change the predicament of the galaxy? Of course, by killing all the bad people and saving the good ones. Isn't that a simple enough principle for you to understand? So, what defines a bad person and a good person? Fu Haoshan's weak voice rang out. Originally, Xie Yuan didn't want to answer, but she couldn't control her excitement. Standing before the 2 strongest individuals in the galaxy to express her views was a temptation akin to stepping onto that pinnacle herself. Of course, bad people are those who do bad things, like being unkind to the rich and abusing power. Anyone who isn't a bad person is a good person. Then what are you? A good person or a bad person? I'm definitely a bad person, but I was forced into it by you. I should have been an ordinary, inconspicuous good person, but you all created the devil. Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan exchanged glances, unsure who invented this 3-dimensional defensive debate system that turned the originally intellectually stimulating debate into a means of lowering IQ. We created the devil? Is it that there aren't enough rescue stations in the galaxy? Or is the galaxy already a place filled with demons? As far as I know, you voluntarily went to that kind of place, right? As soon as Shen Fuyu said the word voluntarily, Xie Yuan was about to refute, but Shen Fuyu interrupted. I know you want to say that a man coerced you. Don't worry. Those people will die a miserable death. We are talking about your actions, assisting in the oppression of those weaker than you. You did all that, didn't you? So what if I did? When did you meet Xie Weirue there? Fu Haoshan asked. Xie Yuan realized that the other party was not only trying to extract information, but was also indirectly threatening her. If she didn't speak, it would mean death, and she might also face disgrace. So she immediately accused Shen Fuyu of being just like her. That's because we are enemies. It's normal for enemies to deceive each other. It's a matter of life and death. Why don't we become friends? That would be better for everyone. 3-dimensional defense. Shen Fuyu learned quickly. It was just a matter of rephrasing the same argument from different angles multiple times, but Xie Yuan wouldn't fall for it. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to leave without clarifying today, Xie Yuan had a compromise. But whether what she said was true or false was no longer up to Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. Since Xie Weirue was unjust, she shouldn't blame herself for pushing all the blame onto her. They could just let them fight it out. Shen Fuyu saw through Xie Yuan's attempt to lie and directly brought out the polygraph. Fu Haoshan glanced at Shen Fuyu, and that gentle gaze seemed to ask her why she had become so clever. I'm not just idly sitting around every day. Shen Fuyu felt that her intelligence had been enhanced by her emotional intelligence. The story Xie Yuan told unfolded from Xie Weirue's perspective. starting with how Xie Weirui planned to become a flat model. According to Xie Yuan's residual memories, Xie Weirui was just a shooting assistant before doing this. One time, she and another assistant finally got a chance for a solo shoot, and they excitedly went with their equipment. It was the promotional backstage of a film crew, and the investors required the actors to live stream their products before going on stage. One of the actors was Fang Jingying. However, that day, Fang Jingying seemed to be in a terrible mood. Seeing someone filming her, she instantly turned sour and swatted the tiny camera that was filming her directly, breaking it. To complete the task, Xie Weirui hurriedly asked for a substitute camera position and begged Fang Jingying's assistant to explain that this shoot was specified in the contract, which was not good for everyone, but was scolded by Fang Jingying's assistant. After Fang Jingying swatted away 3 cameras, it finally affected Xie Weirui's work. But she had no choice. At that moment, her boss messaged her, questioning why she couldn't handle such a small matter. Xie Weirui was so anxious that she cried and was forced to apologize, saying that her equipment had issues. And Fang Jingying was just being kind by helping her fix it. If it weren't for her master pleading for her, she would have lost her job. Upon hearing this, the polygraph showed no reaction. Shen Fuyu signaled Xie Yuan to pause and pointed at Fu Haoshan, saying, "Let him return to normal. I'll give you a gift." "What gift?" Shen Fuyu pulled up the surveillance footage, showing Fang Jingying, who was currently sitting there in a melancholic mood. "Do you want to kill her?" Shen Fuyu's words were not directed at Xie Yuan, but rather at Xie Weirui, who might exist somewhere. Xie Yuan looked at Shen Fuyu in surprise. The Shen Fuyu today seemed completely different from her perception, ruthless and fearsome. All right, Xie Yuan initially hated Fang Jingying, so being able to kill her was naturally a good thing. Once Fu Haoshan returned to his state, Shen Fuyu asked through the communication device, "Is Fang Jingying doing well lately?" She asked fine. Jiang Pingzhou was nearly scared to death by Shen Fuyu's sudden voice. When he was notified to monitor Fang Jingying, he thought that one day he would have to help Shen Fuyu eliminate her. But he didn't expect that day to come so quickly, which was a good sign. Put all down. Kill her. Shen Fuyu's tone was extremely indifferent, as if discussing what to have for dinner that night. Xie Yuan was stunned, and after a while, she heard Jiang Pingzhou's response. "It's been handled." On the other side, Jiang Pingzhou did not hear Shen Fuyu's voice and took a deep breath before hanging up the communication. It was the first time in his life he had done such a thing, and his lips were still trembling. "Boss, this won't be a beginning, will it?" Yiqing also didn't expect Shen Fuyu to undergo such a drastic change. Fortunately, when Shen Fuyu harmed Cheng Ruoxua before, she was still relatively merciful, or rather, she was in a phase where there was no one available to use. I don't know, maybe I just got used to it gradually. After a long pause, Xie Yuan remembered the group of pirates that had just disappeared and asked, "Where did those people go?" "They were dealt with," Shen Fuyu replied, her tone chilling, leaving the 2 people present gasping, especially Fu Haoshan, who felt that Shen Fuyu seemed to be increasingly deviating from her original path. Was she really angry? Or was there an unknown side of her personality beginning to influence her? Xie Yuan, frightened, stepped back and bumped against the cold iron door, then continued to recount the story under Shen Fuyu's icy gaze. After that incident, Xie Weirui changed her workplace to a small group specializing in costume photography, where she seemed to find a way to change her circumstances. From that day on, Xie Weirui enrolled in a modeling class, but because she was older, she was kicked out during her first audition. At that time, Fang Jingying was still a blooming girl, and this disparity almost drove Xie Weirui mad. After crying her heart out that day, she became different, somewhat enchanting. During a shoot that day, Xie Weirui harmed someone for the first time in her life. She slipped laxatives to one of the models and took her place. After that, Xie Weirui skyrocketed to fame, becoming a hot model sought after by various magazines and businesses. Shen Fuyu nodded in appreciation upon hearing this, recognizing that ambition and capability matched, made for a talented individual. Fu Haoshan and Xie Yuan were stunned. Could it be that Shen Fuyu had started to admire Xie Weirui? Shen Fuyu sensed their gazes, glanced at them, and signaled for Xie Yuan to continue. She wouldn't admire the murderer of her teacher, but she felt that Xie Weirui was worthy of being her rival. After that, Xie began to start various companies, with lists similar to the ones provided by Tang Xingran. But in comparison, Xie Yuan's side had many more addresses as clues. Shen Fuyu quickly had someone take items over to check if there were any monitoring substances, and the results showed not only were there, but their concentration was very high, indicating that someone was monitoring Xie. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shen Fuyu had Gu Tingji send a message to Liang Anyan, asking him to see if he could retrieve any previous data from these monitoring substances. Liang Anyan needed Shen Fuyu's help, so he reluctantly followed her instructions. But those substances repelled his probing, clearly belonging to his aunt. Then came the part Shen Fuyu was most concerned about. Xie Yuan provided a different piece of evidence in video form. The environment around the three began to change. It was still a hospital. Shen Fuyu's teacher left the hospital and encountered someone sent by Xie. Following those individuals, they met with Xie. Shen Fuyu now saw the truth of the matter. That person was not Xie at all, but someone who looked very much like Xie Chu. Shen Fuyu widened her eyes, looking at the face before her, pulling up the database, and, after comparison, discovered it was Xie Chu's father. Haoshan let out a breath of relief. His suspicions were finally somewhat cleared, just a divine blessing away from being completely exonerated. It's impossible. Such videos can't be altered. How could my teacher's civilized evidence collection technology have issues? Shen Fuyu looked at Haoshan, unsure if she should feel guilty. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yuan intended to sow discord between Shen Fuyu and Haoshan, saying, "Can we alter the video or your perspective? It's just a little psychotropic medication. You saw what you wanted to see. You were already suspicious of everything, so you saw everything you wanted to see." However, Shen Fuyu was no longer the easily influenced person she once was. She smiled at Haoshan and said, "I have indeed always had my suspicions about you. Haven't you ever questioned the source of divine blessing?" "I did suspect the source of divine blessing, but I never thought it would be yours. I suspected it came from outer space. At that time, I hadn't seen Xie for a long time. The interstellar journey during the expedition was quite chaotic." Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu, smiling broadly. He had finally managed to keep her by his side, and now she was here trying to sow discord? Of course, he had to stand with his own wife. All right, capture her. Taking advantage of Xie Yuan's moment of distraction, Shen Fuyu directly ordered a robot to sneak attack Xie Yuan from behind, knocking her out to prevent her from further controlling the unknown substances on Haoshan. The situation temporarily came to a halt, and the next issue was whether Gu Tingji could produce the imprint of the person. However, Gu Tingji felt quite uneasy. He thought this method of disguising oneself as a kind was not reliable at all. At this time, a chance was needed for Gu Tingji's questionable identity to be known throughout the interstellar community. Thus, a few days later, the finals of the game took place at the previous amusement park site. During those few days, Shen Fuyu and Haoshan looked at each other every day, unsure of what to say. Shen Fuyu felt guilty every day, and it seemed that her suspicions about Haoshan had solidified. But Shen Fuyu believed that Haoshan had not suspected her of anything, which made it difficult for her to face him. And Haoshan's calm demeanor made Shen Fuyu feel even guiltier. "Fuyu, what have you been doing these past few days? Why are you always avoiding me?" Haoshan finally stopped her as she was about to go out that morning. Did she really have to force herself to face this? To be honest, it's not a matter of my face. I'm just feeling guilty, right? Did you ever suspect me? Probably not, but I do doubt you every day. Haoshan did not expect Shen Fuyu to say this, stunned for a moment, and stammered, Didn't you always deny this before? Why are you admitting now that you've always doubted me? Last time, when I was so angry and asked you if you always doubted yourself, you didn't admit it. Now this sudden change is hard for me to adapt to." Haoshan had been dedicated to self-improvement, but the current situation made it too difficult to navigate. "Because I realized something. If I didn't doubt you, I would have asked you directly instead of letting everyone in the know keep it from you. So, I should doubt you, but don't be sad. I don't doubt you anymore. I'm just having a hard time facing myself. Let me be alone for a while. Maybe in a few years, I'll be fine. No need to wait a few years. You can forget about it now. I don't mind. As long as you're still by my side, I can accept it. It was my fault to begin with." Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in surprise. Did this guy enroll in a special training class to learn how to sweet talk? This wasn't the Fu Haoshan she knew. Have you been stimulated by something? Didn't you used to say that you liked my value? You used to describe the inseparable connection between marriage and benefits so confidently. What's happened to you now? What's wrong with me? Isn't it normal to recognize a problem and make changes and remedies in time? Fu Haoshan said matter-of-factly, then shifted the topic back to Shen Fuyu. Fuyu, you're also different from before. The original you wouldn't have been so decisive. If it were the old you wouldn't have killed Fang Jingying. When it comes to change, you've changed more. In fact, Fu Haoshan had not discovered any problems. Rather, ever since he was freed from the pressure of those mountains, he found that his way of looking at issues and angles had changed. Shen Fuyu refused to discuss her changes, as she fully realized that she was beginning to lose control of her personality. She could only agree with Fu Haoshan's statement and intended to go out. Aren't you taking me with you? Fu Haoshan followed Shen Fuyu, knowing that discussing this now was pointless. They would only get answers on the day they truly made a choice. In recent days, Fu Haoshan has thought about what would happen if Shen Fuyu chose to destroy the interstellar world. Would his hard work from the first half of his life come to nothing? He would indeed feel sad, but this would be self-inflicted, right? If only he had met Shen Fuyu earlier, he could have protected her better and spared her from so much. Sure, but remember to cooperate with Gu Tingji's performance. After taking a couple of steps with Fu Haoshan, Shen Fuyu felt something was off. Maybe you shouldn't go after all. You saw what happened before with Xie Yuan. You almost got seriously hurt. What if that person is a threat to you? I haven't figured it out yet. What if something happens to you? It's fine. I'll disguise myself. Fu Haoshan meant he would get a tan, and once again, he received comments on how it was a pity such good features were wasted. Su Yifan also received news and was on standby outside, preparing to catch an undocumented alien species. Many of those following Su Yifan were very excited. Most of them had never been on the battlefield and had never seen aliens with their own eyes. This was the finals, and it no longer had anything to do with Shen Fuyu's team. They had stopped at the top 4. Not only did their team lack substitutes, but none of the 7 members were focused on their main profession. Under Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's efforts, the team had successfully transformed from a gaming group into a company headquarters, primarily engaged in public opinion monitoring. So a group of people sat excitedly beside Shen Fuyu, watching others compete. Initially, they had come to esports with the goal of winning, but now they realized this path had gone awry. Is it regrettable? Shen Fuyu asked with a hint of guilt. Not regrettable. Esports is ultimately a youth job. We VE found a more stable job. The speaker was Wu Jing. Upon seeing the Wu brothers, Shen Fuyu suddenly remembered the matter of Wu Linling. Should she mention it to them? But it wouldn't mean anything, as long as you're not regretting it. Shen Fuyu decided to keep quiet. There was no need to add to their troubles. After another explanation of the rules, the game finally began. Everyone entered the game in an invisible identity for close observation. This new technology was provided by Gu Tingji and was the first step of the plan. 115 was provoked again. The game map was the most familiar one to everyone. At the start, Shen Fuyu went for the second boss's grassland. The contestants couldn't see the audience, but the audience could see the contestants. Zhou Yin stepped forward and asked Shen Fuyu, "Manager, why did you help me back then? I feel like you've changed a lot recently. I sometimes think that if it were the current you might not care about me. Do I look very different from before?" Shen Fuyu hadn't seen Zhou Yin for a long time. His words surprised her. Just how much had she changed? Indeed, the old you had many concerns. I always doubted whether you could lead us to the peak of the interstellar world, but now it seems you can, though I feel the price is too high. Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved in these matters? Shen Fuyu had only handed over part of her weaponry to Zhou Yin, but hadn't assigned him specific tasks, unaware that Zhou Yin harbored such ambitions. I don't participate because I feel my abilities don't match my ambitions. I'm a rough fighter. I'm afraid I'm the kind of cannon fodder that wouldn't survive the first episode. Do you think you can now? Shen Fuyu didn't know how to respond to this question. They misunderstood. She wasn't trying to lead them to some interstellar peak. She was making a choice for the survival of the interstellar world. I can. According to the information you provided about the weaponry, I can now skillfully use all interstellar weapons and armor. I've also overcome my previous psychological barriers. I will be your strongest support. Support. Manager. Long time no see. Where have you been these days? Before Shen Fuyu could organize her words, AI Chui suddenly appeared. She had almost been unable to enter the venue due to being late, but fortunately, money talks. Previously, Shen Fuyu had given them a special communication channel, but now it was silent again. AI Chui expressed her anxiety. Although she felt that Fu Haoshan didn't pose a threat now, having everything in her control felt safer. So Shen Fuyu had to make a decision today. Gu Tingji has been kidnapped, and there are some issues with Liang Anyan's identity. I've been dealing with these recently. Congratulations. You're the third most influential woman in the interstellar world. There's nothing to congratulate about. Aikui frowned, looking unhappy. What's wrong? Shen Fuyu had only hastily glanced at the news on her way here, and didn't he know if there was any hidden agenda behind it? Was there a dark side? I don't know. The top two are celebrities. How can I be happy about this? AI Chui, in terms of looks, did not lose to those who flaunt their beauty. And in terms of capability, she was among the top 50 wealthy individuals in the interstellar world, single-handedly supporting the #1 luxury brand. However, this list, which could be considered authoritative expert evaluations and was a yearly indicator of trends in the interstellar world, actually placed two celebrities with barely qualified degrees ahead of her. Of course, she was extremely frustrated. I usually don't care about such trivial matters, but you can't insult people, right? After all, I hold half of the fashion resources in the interstellar world. Are they lifting someone who doesn't even count as my employee? Dream on? Who are they? Didn't they previously rectify false data? Has it sprung back to life now? Shen Fuyu was now sensitive to such matters, as she and Fu Haoshan had long been in a disadvantageous position in public opinion. AI Chui decided not to watch the competition anymore and immediately pulled up the data. Shen Fuyu saw the names and the economic company, and everything went dark before her eyes. Without a doubt, Xiaowei was retaliating against her. After the game ends, I'll handle it. Shen Fuyu just wanted Xiaowei to taste her iron fist. She probably threatened the judges with something to annoy her. As the three chatted, Fu Haoshan returned after receiving the news. Because the space they were in used the most advanced encryption technology, the transmission of information to the audience had become very slow. Seeing Fu Haoshan appear, AI Chui's expression turned even worse. Will this couple back together or not? In any case, AI Chui didn't think Fu Haoshan was a good person. So AI Chui used her gender advantage and approached with a gossiping expression, asking, "Did you two make up after the fight over Fong Jingying?" Suddenly asked this question, both felt very awkward, so Fu Haoshan changed the topic. Let us watch the competition. Let us respect the contestants. That's true. Aikui felt a bit disappointed. To be honest, she hoped to see the interstellar world become a fair place in her lifetime, rather than a place where anyone could wield a knife against their own kind or those weaker than themselves. Although it seemed shameless for her to think this here, she had come from a background of weakness. AI Chui hadn't forgotten the things she encountered when she ran away from home, as long as she remembered her roots. She had the right to think about these matters here. However, the arena was different from the wild monster grounds. Once the plot parts were exited, some changes became random map triggers, making the difficulty much higher. The team members, along with the two who had previously earned their permanent and internship positions with Shen Fuyu, were the main forces that eliminated the Shui team. However, the team members rated them very positively as respectable opponents. When the team saw Shen Fuyu and others standing at the spot where they had first found the dungeon's flaw, they gathered around. Every member of the team was completely different from their previous navette. They seemed to have grown a lot. Fu Haoshan looked down at the pensive Shen Fuyu and suddenly asked, "If I hadn't sent you to this team back then, would you still stay by my side?" Fu Haoshan was quite confused. Many things that happened after their reunion were based on speculating about their feelings. What if Shen Fuyu had left back then? Fortunately, you gave me this battle team. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable now. Shen Fuyu said seriously, "If I hadn't agreed to you back then and had just walked away, we would have become enemies starting from the Zhuang family's incident." "How could that be?" "I have no intention of covering for the Zhuang family," Fu Haoshan said, rubbing his forehead, wondering how he had dug himself into a hole again. "But you would be blinded. Do you know how badly we are losing now?" Shen Fuyu felt that Fu Haoshan, based on his previous understanding, wouldn't cover for the Zhuang family. But he would definitely try to keep things quiet to avoid a sensational incident in the starry world. It seemed that Fu Haoshan had changed quite a bit during this time. Shen Fuyu didn't know whether it was for better or worse. The only reason Fu Haoshan put everything down could only be that he had relinquished his own interests, which meant he had to bear the burden of the entire starry world. Otherwise, the starry world would be ruined. What a carefree way to live without debts. Shen Fuyu thought, feeling that only she was the one who couldn't let go, because once she did, it would be no different from choosing to destroy the starry world. Although history proves that there may be indomitable forces that can save the world, humanity had long lost such innate conditions amidst their wandering. The enhancement of radiation and the development of memory determination technology allowed a person to see their entire life from birth. There have been records of many people choosing to end their predictable lives early because of this, but later, due to the invention of certain special drugs that allowed people to numb themselves, the situation improved somewhat. With this thought, Shen Fuyu realized a dilemma. Was she also the one wielding the butcher's knife? When everyone else became weaker than herself, would she be morally bound? Am I really someone so easily blinded? Fu Haoshan imagined his relationship with the Zhuang family. They had no connection at all, right? There were only a handful of people in the world who knew he was actually Xie Weirui's son. Would he cover for them? If it weren't for the performance, they should have been thrown into that snake pit with the madam back, then to be eaten. Thinking of this, Fu Haoshan felt that it was indeed unfair to everyone in the Zhuang family. When Shen Fuyu looked up, she saw Fu Haoshan's slightly distorted expression and silently labeled him as someone who wouldn't be morally bound. But could she do the same? Just as Shen Fuyu pondered this question, the competition entered a fever pitch, with both side scores tightly contested, capturing nearly everyone's attention. At this moment, Gu Tingji began his performance. In the real venue, to ensure fairness, everyone entered the holographic world. At this time, Gu Tingji manipulated the materials to appear at his collarbone, growing a small tentacle that emitted a faint blue light, which was very noticeable in the already darkened venue. However, in the game, after Shen Fuyu realized that Gu Tingji had started, she threw her own issues aside, and the entire audience system began to show delays and blurry images. These two strange phenomena did not affect the fairness of the game, so no one paid attention, and thus it spread throughout the starry world during the live broadcast. During the halftime break, the Alliance was continuously asked about the blue light and delays appearing in the live broadcast. The Alliance, according to Shen Fuyu's explanation, covered up the facts by saying it was a lottery activity. The scores were the same in the first half and during the halftime break. Fearing overtime would be too taxing for the players, Liang Anyun quietly appeared in the venue during the extra 10 minutes. Shen Fuyu closely monitored the movements around her, but it seemed that no one had any intention of approaching Gu Tingji in the VIP seats, which was quite disappointing. Xie Weirui wouldn't be skipping out because of her and Fu Haoshan, would she? With this thought, Shen Fuyu remembered the issue that AI Chui had raised, prompting Fu Haoshan to investigate the organizing committee. The results were shocking, as several judges from the committee were exposed for scandals shortly after the results were announced. Why did Xie Weirui love to use other people's private matters as targets for attacks? Shen Fuyu thought this was wrong. If she really had the ability, she should confront her directly instead of sacrificing others' lives to slander or frame them. Actually, is there a possibility that flies don't buzz around a seamless egg? This is the method with the lowest cost and the best effect. If they can't even resist this temptation, what else can one expect from these people? Saying this, Fu Haoshan had someone add fuel to the fire, sending a few people to experience the feeling of being disgraced and imprisoned for life. This was the root of his problem of having no one to use. If he used these people, he would be drained and have to watch them form cliques. But if not, robots simply couldn't handle so much work. What is your choice? Why are you still angry? Shen Fuyu asked, rubbing Fu Haoshan's face. Do you think Gu Tingji can do it? I suddenly thought of a question. Does Xie Weirui know you are her son? Huh. Fu Haoshan frowned upon hearing this question, as if recalling something significant. Qian Xiang knew his identity, but everyone who knew whether he succeeded or not had died back then. Did she assume he succeeded or failed? Did you not discuss this question in your previous exchanges? Shen Fuyu was so surprised her jaw nearly dropped. No way. You accepted her help without confirming her identity? I thought she assumed I was her son when she saw me. I really hadn't thought about this issue, but it doesn't matter to dwell on it now. She's our enemy now. Fu Haoshan seemed indifferent, but Shen Fuyu cared and felt very sad. They couldn't even form a normal family. Shen Fuyu prided herself on not envying anyone, but seeing other people's happy families still made her somewhat bittersweet. It's okay. Fu Haoshan rubbed Shen Fuyu's head, noticing her discontent. We can give our child a healthy family. We can work hard. Shen Fuyu nodded, but still felt it was impossible. They would spend their lives in unpredictable turmoil. How could they make a family normal? Soon, the second half of the match continued, and Shen Fuyu gradually lost hope. But she couldn't find Liang Anyun's aunt. If he really killed Gu Tingji, who else could take charge of Yuan Academy? Suddenly, part of the signal became abnormal. Before all the audience entered, Shen Fuyu checked their genetic information and detected anomalies, quickly comparing the data, resulting in chaos. What's going on? Shen Fuyu hurriedly asked Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji to exit the virtual environment. Shortly after, Gu Tingji saw that the entire viewing hall was filled with pale, purple fireflies. He found Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan, but discovered that the two of them couldn't see these floating objects at all. Do these floating objects have any characteristics? Shen Fuyu asked. Yes, they seem to be moving in a regular pattern, as if something is breathing, Gu Tingji described, and immediately Shen Fuyu felt uneasy. She wanted to exit through the door, but found it wouldn't open. The staff responsible for security, who hadn't entered the virtual space, had lost their breath. We aren't trapped in the bodies of aliens, are we? Fu Haoshan, having more experience than the two younger ones, recalled being trapped in a giant alien body before. But Liang Anyun and the others shouldn't be that large, right? They shouldn't be. There's no signal. If we don't exit the virtual space, we might not be able to enter here. Shen Fuyu quickly created a spatial model, stunning Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji. This ability to detect space should be a characteristic of some alien race from before, right? Fu Haoshan looked at Shen Fuyu and silently praised his decision to step aside for others. In 2 hours, we must get out of here. Otherwise, once the competition ends, it will cause panic. Gu Tingji glanced at the situation, even hoping for some overtime. The three of them first ran to the highest point of the venue, which was a hot air balloon dock with a winding iron railing. The three couldn't immediately follow the person ahead, and suddenly, Shen Fuyu disappeared on the spot. When she turned around, she couldn't see Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji, but she saw Liang Anyun standing at the highest point. Shen Fuyu wanted to summon her heavy armor, but received no response, so she could only throw a dagger from her bracelet into her hand. It's been a long time. You've changed quite a bit. Liang Anyun spoke first. Both she and Shen Fuyu were betting on each other's thoughts, unaware that in the end, the gamble would yield no winners or losers. What do you really want? To destroy the galaxy? To avenge your people? Then why are you deliberately getting close to me? You have the ability. Isn't it easy to destroy the galaxy? Can't you find a way to solve this? It's just a matter of how much it costs. Liang Anyun looked at Shen Fuyu's evasive gaze, unsure whether to be happy that Shen Fuyu was no longer trying to be a saint like her teacher, or to be sad that she had ultimately become what she once disliked the most. Liang Anyun's words struck at Shen Fuyu's heart. Given a few days, cracking the current space distortion technology would be no difficult task. If she worked overtime, it wouldn't take 2 days. It just depended on whether she was willing. As she had become a dimensional strike existence in the galaxy after inheriting the technology of another civilization. Most of your kind no longer exist. If you have any grievances in the galaxy, you could talk to me. Why do you come to this point? Because I don't even know if I should destroy the galaxy. You're the last living beings and civilization in this star system. If I destroy you, this place will ultimately turn into an energy mining field. Living is actually more painful than dying, isn't it? So you want me to choose? What merit do I have for that? Shen Fuyu wished she could give Liang Anyun a big slap right now. You act without thinking. I could have chosen myself, but after living in your society for a while, it seems I've lost that ability. Although there are many sinners among you, there are also many silent, hardworking people who have done nothing wrong and shouldn't suffer for the sins of others. You know they are innocent, yet you still want to act against the galaxy? Shen Fuyu wanted to scold Liang Anyun for being shameless. Having already taken action, now she was pretending to be a saint? Aren't you the same? But it seems you have it worse. Whether it's the silent majority or those with a voice, they have all had grievances against you, making your choice even more difficult. Shen Fuyu felt she was about to be driven mad. But her teacher hadn't told her whether to resolve the issue or with the person raising the issue first, so she could only look angrily at Liang Anyan. Liang Anyan was very satisfied with Shen Fuyu's current state. No matter what she ultimately chose, the discomfort in her heart would accompany her for a lifetime. That feeling would surely be worse than death. She couldn't let go of the hurt caused by others' prejudices against her. If Shen Fuyu truly let go, then she would indeed be a saint. Unfortunately, the shackles her teacher had placed on her were not so easily broken, and Shen Fuyu could not continuously persuade herself. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to go out or not? I can tell you that your decision today will directly affect the life and death of the galaxy. What do you mean? The tentacles of my people can connect to the launcher, putting the entire galaxy to sleep, causing everyone's consciousness to enter a hedonistic virtual world. They will forget their painful past, knowing that their physical bodies in the real world will die, rot, and ultimately become a breeding ground for bacteria and insects. This world will become a hell on Earth. A launcher? Where have you hidden it? Shen Fuyu suddenly recalled the explosion when Liang Anyan went to pick up Gu Tingji that day. It might not have been an explosion, but rather a cover-up for something. Anywhere you can think of, but you can see it and cannot take it. Shen Fuyu already had an answer. If it had been implanted in someone's body, she indeed couldn't take it, so she had to change the topic. So you brought me here just to tell me this? No, I didn't expect to be trapped. So I hope you can take me out after you make your choice. You really speak boldly. So, your so-called and is real? Shen Fuyu facepalmed. Did this guy knowingly jump into a trap? Does your reasoning as an alien have some issues? Really, I'm not joking. But you'd better think about how to keep her alive. Otherwise, you will never know the story of Xia Weirui. What about Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji? They are, of course, facing Xia Weirui herself. But don't worry, Mayan's combat power is basically zero, so there's no need to worry about them being killed. Upon hearing Liang Anyan say this, Shen Fuyu indeed felt relieved about Fu Haoshan not being killed, but she worried that Gu Tingji, who never exercised, might fall directly from here and die from fall. The truth was, Shen Fuyu's worry was justified. Gu Tingji was swept by a strong wind and blown to the edge of the railing, almost falling off. Fu Haoshan reached out and grabbed Gu Tingji, complaining, "Can you conspiracy theorists take some time to exercise your bodies, which don't match your brains?" Well, as if you don't engage in conspiracies, Gu Tingji muttered quietly, then said, "We can't tell when this person in the shadows will attack us. This isn't a solution. I'll lure it out. You hide in the corner." Gu Tingji initially wanted to struggle a bit to defend his physique, but seeing the large clouds of dust that had just risen, he chose to listen to Fu Haoshan. Life was more important. At this moment, Fu Haoshan had a dagger in his hand, which he didn't know when he had picked up, and began to recount Xia Weirui's past actions. But the most important part was Fu Haoshan's evaluation. "You've done so much, yet you can only scurry around like a rat in the street. I have enjoyed all the results. Why can't you accept reality?" When Fu Haoshan said this, he thought that if Xia Weirui really recognized him as her son, she wouldn't have helped him before and now would want to kill him. So, there was only one possibility. Previously, Xia Weirui had known Fu Haoshan, but the alien's parasitism had caused memory issues, making the alien think it was a conspiracy monster that didn't know why it had survived to this day. What reality should I accept? Accept that you finally took everything from me? The previous Xia Weirui has been dead for many years. I'm just borrowing her shell to seek more recognition for my faith. Faith in you? What can you do? Fu Haoshan felt a bit contemptuous. According to the other party's description, perhaps the real Xia Weirui was a gentle person, but she had been turned into a monster by aliens and humans. I can help her eliminate those who have harmed her. 117 direct confrontation, but evil people are like wild grass. They grow back with the spring breeze. Can you eliminate everyone with 3 heads and 6 arms? Fu Haoshan attempted to approach with the dagger. Xia Weirui glared fiercely at Fu Haoshan, then disappeared on the spot, but her legs remained in place, making the scene all the more bizarre. Liang Anyan, the forced transfer of Xia Weirui made her flicker like an old television with a poor signal. She couldn't get out today, so she might as well kill Fu Haoshan. As Xia Weirui rushed towards him, Fu Haoshan took a step back and raised his dagger. The iron chain in Xie Weirui's hand clashed with the dagger, producing a piercing sound that made one's teeth ache. However, Fu Haoshan was now an ordinary person without any weapons, and he was quickly forced to retreat, eventually colliding with a pillar nearly 30 meters above the ground, with no cushioning or cover behind him. Just as Fu Haoshan was about to be pushed off, Gu Tingji rushed along the winding passage, grabbing an iron rod to swing at Xie Weirui's head, but she dodged, nearly hitting Fu Haoshan instead. Fu Haoshan reached out to grab the iron rod, and Gu Tingji let go, causing the rod to swing towards Xie Weirui's neck, forcing her to bend down to avoid it. Then, she supported herself with one hand on the ground and attempted to kick Fu Haoshan, but missed. The two stood at the most dangerous spot on the entire high platform, staring at each other as the wind began to pick up. Gu Tingji's fragile frame struggled to remain steady, so he grabbed the railing, making a noise that caught Xie Weirui's attention. "Who is this little handsome guy? Could he be your son, with Shen Fuyu? Who are you calling son?" Gu Tingji wasn't good at fighting, but he could argue his way through a paper if needed. "I'm Gu Tingji. You probably haven't heard of me, but that's normal. We're not from the same era, and it's only natural for someone to be eliminated." To his surprise, Xie Weirui didn't get angry, but instead said appreciatively, "You discovered the matter of the Yulin Academy, right? Not bad. Much more useful than my son. You're overpraising me. It's your family matter. Why don't you resolve it yourselves? I'll take my leave." Gu Tingji was still cautious about his life, especially since he couldn't help Fu Haoshan here. Staying aside might yield unexpected success. "Let you go so you can sneak attack me like before? Not all. It's just your family matter. It's fine as long as it's clear why fight. Harmony brings wealth. And, as an outsider, if I hear something I shouldn't, how can I serve you both in the future?" Gu Tingji's words surprisingly made Xie Weirui laugh. She looked at him for a moment before turning her gaze back to Fu Haoshan and said, "If you had a few sweet words like him back then, Xie Weirui wouldn't have died. If I couldn't find a parasite, I might have naturally dissipated in your human radiation. Not possible. I'm just afraid of dying. You could have put a knife to his neck back then and asked if he could flatter better than I can now." Gu Tingji quickly clarified for himself. Who would say such things if they weren't afraid of dying? "What did you parasitize my mother?" Fu Haoshan asked, feeling conflicted. Xie Weirui had never cared for him since his birth, as his existence never brought her the wealth and glory she desired. "She saved me when she was about to be expelled, and I parasitize her every 7 days to absorb nutrients. Otherwise, staying in your human body too long would kill her. You could keep her like that. Without me, nothing that happened later would have occurred. I believe you have the ability to give her a normal life. This isn't moral coercion. Seeking revenge shouldn't be imposed on a weak person who is already bullied." Although Xie Weirui had once been indifferent towards Fu Haoshan when she might have had self-awareness, he couldn't help but speak up for her now, as they were related by blood. Because of Shen Fuyu, her appearance was truly unexpected. "Of course, I have no grudge against her, but against her teacher. If your civilization remains in its previous state, it would naturally perish within 100 years. But she can change everything. Countless genetic mutations eventually resulted in her existence. Without that old man, Shen Fuyu would be just another face in the crowd, and everything would be acceptable." The phrase "just another face in the crowd" struck a chord with both Gu Tingji and Fu Haoshan. Shen Fuyu had offended countless people throughout her life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have started with the Yulin Academy. Many of Shen Fuyu's peers willingly set aside their morals to slander her. To be honest, I wasn't so heartless when I went after Shen Fuyu. After all, it's not easy for her to have lived this long. If it weren't for her earth-shattering power, she would have long since turned to dust. Xie Weirui had a sense of empathy for Shen Fuyu. Had they not started on opposing sides, perhaps things would have been different. "So what grudge do you have against her teacher?" Fu Haoshan asked. "He ruined my plans. I originally wanted to unite all the alien races to fight back against you humans, but he taught me a so-called imperial mind technique, teaching me how to control subordinates and the populace. As a result, I became isolated, and my race was parasitized by Liang Anja's group for nourishment. The lives of countless beings from our alien race became subjects of his social experiments. Such experiments." Gu Tingji and Fu Haoshan exchanged glances. Among the evidence recently uncovered about the Yulin Academy was this, and the current situation's severity could only be summed up in the words cannibalism. The Yulin Academy has this too. I know a portion of the data was returned to that group. I'm quite surprised you managed to take down the Yulin Academy. That's the largest tree in the interstellar realm. Neither of the two could discern the truth of everything Xiaoweirui said, but they could clearly feel that her hostility had lessened. So Gu Tingji stepped forward and said, "Why don't we cooperate to get out? Don't you want to know what I did? We can talk outside. What has happened isn't the focus. What hasn't happened is what matters. Don't you think?" Gu Tingji felt that neither he nor Fu Haoshan could leave this space. The dimensionality of the creature before them was clearly different from theirs. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. We can't break through from here, so let us just fight first. Xiaoweirui didn't appreciate the suggestion. She only wanted to kill Fu Haoshan, so that her original consciousness wouldn't keep interfering with her. Seeing the negotiations suddenly collapse, Gu Tingji quickly dodged. Just as he leaped aside, Xiaowerui's iron chain struck the ground where he and Fu Haoshan had been standing, creating a large pit. "Why do you want to kill me, mother?" Fu Haoshan lightly landed and, in a daze, spoke to Xiaoweirui. Xiaoweirui, who had originally intended to kick Fu Haoshan off, momentarily lost focus, giving Fu Haoshan a chance to stab her shoulder with his dagger, which then pierced through her back and pinned her to the pillar. Gu Tingji saw the manic look in Fu Haoshan's eyes and then glanced at Xiaoweirui, who was about to recover and didn't know what to say to provoke Fu Haoshan. He shouted, "Don't kill her. The clues for us to get out might be on her." Because of this shout, the two fell into a stalemate, allowing the rain-soaked wind to lash against their faces. One didn't ask, while the other didn't speak, waiting to see if Shen Fuyu could save them. However, Shen Fuyu was not in a good situation. After being knocked down by Liang Anyan for the third time, she nearly couldn't get back up. Just as Liang Anyan grabbed her dagger to stab her heart, he suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you making a move?" Shen Fuyu was in pain all over, especially in her abdomen, feeling as if she had been crushed by something heavy and was about to die. "You're pregnant?" Gu Tingji sensed another life within Shen Fuyu's body. "What? Impossible." Shen Fuyu instinctively moved her hand down, thinking she was going to die with 2 lives today. Liang Anyan's expression became somewhat unnatural. He silently stood up and asked, "How about letting your child take your place? Then you'd have another chance to kill me? Better to die together." The two individuals are currently on the rooftop, where the space is extremely cramped. After Shen Fuyu finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed Liang Anyan's legs with both hands, refusing to let go even after being stabbed twice. Just like that, Shen Fuyu pulled at Liang Anyan's ankles, and the two of them tumbled down together. As they were about to meet their end, Liang Anyan's skin split open, revealing his massive blue, transparent body in midair. Shen Fuyu landed on Liang Anyan's back, and a waft of fragrance enveloped her, causing her to faint immediately. Liang Anyan returned to the eaves above, transforming back into his human form, holding the bloodied and barely conscious Shen Fuyu in his arms, feeling a deep sense of irony. Why couldn't he bring himself to harm her? Logically, beings like them, who do not need to reproduce, should not secrete the hormones that can make one fall in love. The human shell of this person had long since died. He should not be affected by humans. However, Liang Anyan quickly dismissed this train of thought, stepping back and disappearing, reappearing in front of Fu Haoshan and Gu Tingji. "Aunt, how come you can't even defeat a human? If you just displayed your true form, you could kill them in an instant." Although Liang Anyan was speaking to Xiaoweirui, his eyes provocatively stared at Fu Haoshan. Fu Haoshan nearly rushed forward to confront Liang Anyan, but was held back by Gu Tingji, who suggested they first observe the relationship between Liang Anyan and Xiaoweirui, hoping to win one side over. "Do you think I don't know that using any power in your space will be absorbed by you?" Xiaoweirui wished she could carve Liang Anyan into pieces right then and there. He was the one who ruined her plans back then, and now he was making her situation so miserable. Even the years of plotting she had done had been exploited by him. This hatred was unforgivable. That's because you're foolish, insecure, and you've never been clear about your goals. You only want one thing, power, but you don't even understand what power truly is. Although Liang Anyan's words seemed to be scolding Xiaoweirui, they were actually directed at the other two present. Without Shen Fuyu, These two would soon exit the historical stage. Hearing Liang Anyan's words, Fu Haoshan became alert and quietly asked Xia Weirui, "Do you want to get out with us, or die together here? We can't escape unless he lets us go. Didn't you see the only one who can solve this problem has fallen?" Xia Weirui frowned as she looked at the unconscious Shen Fuyu and reminded Fu Haoshan, "She is pregnant, but if this continues, she will soon have to say goodbye to this child." At this moment, aside from stimulating Fu Haoshan to unleash his potential, there seemed to be no other way. Xia Weirui had originally planned to kill Fu Haoshan to provoke Shen Fuyu, but now the situation had reversed. When Fu Haoshan heard about the child, he was first shocked and stared at Xia Weirui to confirm if it was true, then turned to Liang Anyan with a cold expression. Gu Tingji also heard the conversation between the two, but the problem was that the three of them, no, counting him, it was 2.5 people, couldn't overpower Liang Anyan. "I'll buy you time by breaking this space model." Fu Haoshan threw down his watch and charged forward. When Gu Tingji caught the watch, he felt that even a freshly baked sweet potato wasn't as hot, but he hesitated only for a moment before starting to crack the model. Xia Weirui stood in front of him, considered for a moment, and then charged up with Fu Haoshan. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Xia Weirui could only temporarily set aside her grievances and focus on eliminating the biggest threat present. Faced with the combined assault of Fu Haoshan and Xia Weirui, Liang Anyan felt a bit flustered. After all, these two were professionals in fighting, unlike Shen Fuyu, who was overly confident due to relying on equipment and had never lost. Liang Anyan had no choice but to keep retreating while holding Shen Fuyu, evading Xia Weirui's iron chains and Fu Haoshan's dagger. By the time he reached the exit, his face had already been slashed several times. "Why don't you come closer and try? Do you still want Shen Fuyu's life?" Liang Anyan said as he stepped back again. If his center of gravity shifted even slightly, he and Shen Fuyu would fall together. "Let her go. I'll take you as my hostage." Fu Haoshan blocked Xia Weirui, who was trying to charge in for a double kill. "Hostage? Do you think I need someone like you as a hostage?" Liang Anyan looked at Fu Haoshan with disdain. To be honest, the destruction of his race was primarily due to internal factors, but just looking at Fu Haoshan irritated him. "Then what will it take for you to let her go?" Fu Haoshan had already seen the blood droplets sliding down Shen Fuyu's ankle. Whether the child was alive or not didn't matter, but if Shen Fuyu was in danger, what would happen? Seeing Fu Haoshan in such agony, Xia Weirui couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. From what I remember about childbirth, if she miscarries now, she'll probably bleed out and die soon. However, this statement not only provoked Fu Haoshan, but also Liang Anyan. If Shen Fuyu died, it seemed like his life would lose all joy. The old man was already dead, and if his student died too, then once he was gone, his race would become a forgotten past, and no one would remember them, which felt even more tragic. "Throw me the dagger." Liang Anyan placed Shen Fuyu on the ground. Fu Haoshan complied, and at the moment the dagger hit the ground, Gu Tingji sensed something was wrong and shouted, "I've cracked the model." Upon hearing this, Xia Weirui's attack on Fu Haoshan paused midair, and Fu Haoshan was thrown onto the ground by the iron chains, losing his footing, and then he saw Xia Weirui's body torn apart in front of him. In reality, Gu Tingji had not cracked the space model. He merely wanted to provoke Xia Weirui into self-destruction, but this action harmed the 3 people standing near her. Although Liang Anyan was much stronger than Xia Weirui, and one could say he had more experience, Liang Anyan had started looking for a host much later than Xia Weirui, and he had already weakened significantly compared to her. Originally, his space could absorb Xia Weirui, but now it couldn't. The 2 spaces collided and merged, then rapidly shrank, and the tremendous force pulled the 3 into the distorted space, unsure of where they had gone. Gu Tingji stood still, listening to the cheers from below as the competition ended and the champion lifted the trophy. He couldn't tell if it was a strong wind or if everything happened too suddenly, but tears streamed down his face. He hoped he hadn't caused Shen Fuyu's death. Su Yifan also sensed the disturbance and saw the 3 suddenly disappear but couldn't locate their space. Now only Gu Tingji had returned, and he felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Where are my master and mistress? The collision of the spaces belonging to 2 different races triggered an unknown mechanism, and they disappeared. Think of a way to detect the abnormal space distortion. The senior sister is pregnant and may have a miscarriage. What? Su Yifan nearly jumped up. He ran back to the temporary command center, but there was a problem. It seemed like no one in the current star system could calculate this. I have the original space model. You need to calculate it quickly. Gu Tingji followed up at the fastest speed of his life, pulling out the model from Fu Haoshan's watch. The problem is, I can't calculate it. Why don't you do it? Su Yifan awkwardly offered the position. Wasn't this thing easy to use before? Just as Gu Tingji was about to reach for it, he realized how many generations it had been updated. Where's the instruction manual? Don't you usually use this? There isn't an environment to use it in anymore. You know what the fleet's technology department is like. If it weren't for the mistress's technology supporting us, we would be just an empty shell now. Gu Tingji silently took the manual, thinking to himself that it was a good thing Fu Haoshan usually wiped out entire races. Otherwise, if an old enemy suddenly appeared, they wouldn't even know where to strike. This dilemma is indeed lamentable. As the person who updated this device, Shen Fuyu never expected that it would nearly cost her life. When she woke up, she found herself in the home of a middle-aged woman who seemed to live alone. Upon seeing her awake, the woman put down her work and approached her, asking, "You finally woke up. How did you faint by the roadside? What year is it now?" As soon as Shen Fuyu thought about being pregnant, she instinctively touched her belly while speaking, but then she saw her withered shadow on the window. Year 183 of the stellar calendar. What happened? You're not a time traveler, are you? The woman seemed somewhat excited. Shen Fuyu looked up and saw her collection of video discs and novels. Realizing, I'm not a time traveler, I just felt a bit dizzy. Thank you for saving me. Here, S this necklace as my token of gratitude. After saying that, Shen Fuyu staggered away under the woman's surprised gaze. This year marked the first time Xia Weirui had a photo shoot. Had she returned to the past? Or was this a simulated time in space? Wait, you don't need to give such an expensive token of gratitude. Can I ask you for a favor? The woman ran out to stop Shen Fuyu. She had only seen Shen Fuyu's necklace in magazines and knew how precious this limited edition interstellar necklace was, so someone like her must be either rich or noble. She needed to seize this opportunity. What favor? Shen Fuyu thought she needed to hurry to the hospital to confirm her pregnancy, but the woman's reaction suggested that there hadn't been any bloodshed. What had happened during her loss of consciousness? My name is Tao Shujiu, and I'm the director of the 7th District Rescue Station. Recently, there have been people loitering at our rescue station's entrance, dressed in black, robustly built. I think you look like a person of high status. Could you help us get rid of them? Do you have any photos or videos of them? Shen Fuyu thought for a moment. In this world, she was still a child. Using Tiela's account would be safer. So, Shen Fuyu quickly hacked into the interstellar information system with Tiela's account and found these people. They were all bodyguards from Li Pingjin's company, sent by the recently famous Fong Jingying. Has your rescue station ever taken in any special people, like those who were expelled or almost expelled? Shen Fuyu was now certain this was a replicated world. If she had returned to the past, her actions might cause some spatial distortion. Yes, we had a girl who was recently kicked out by her landlord. She is tall and beautiful, and I think she used to be a shooting assistant at some company. A few days ago, she was sent home to reflect after making a mistake, but we don't know if she was actually fired. Can I meet her? Hearing Shen Fuyu say this, Tao Shujiu looked at her warily and asked, do you have a grudge against this girl? Or do you have a grudge against those black-clad men? I can't let anyone take risks. That's my responsibility. Neither. I need to understand the situation before deciding what to do. I'm not someone who can offend people casually, Shen Fuyu explained. Tao Shujiu thought for a moment and said, follow me, but don't lie to me. I genuinely want to help you. I don't want anyone in my care to be in danger. After all, we are all vulnerable groups. I hope everyone is well. So I might be a bit verbose. Please don't take it to heart. I understand. I feel the same way. In fact, Tao Shujiu's words struck at the very issue Shen Fuyu was most reluctant to face. This world is not simply black and white. Whatever decision she makes will lead to problems. The two walked through a narrow alley, past some dilapidated old houses that would be demolished within 10 years. Arriving in an area with about 100 container houses. These houses accommodated people who couldn't afford rent but still needed to work in the city to sustain their lives. Unfortunately, within 10 years, they would either be forced back home or burdened with massive debts. Shen Fuyu had a relatively good family background and was a protected genius. Seeing all this, which she had only viewed in the media, felt vastly different from experiencing it firsthand. After passing through 2 flower beds, Shen Fuyu saw Xia Weirui. At this time, she was still a girl with somewhat dark and rough skin, tall yet hunched over, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. That's her. After Tao Shuju said this to Shen Fuyu, she stepped forward to explain to Xia Weirui, "This young lady wants to meet you. Don't be afraid. She is not a bad person. You can talk inside. I'll walk around nearby." When Xia Weirui saw Shen Fuyu for the first time, she felt that despite her withered appearance and seemingly poor health, Shen Fuyu was still dazzling and hard to look away from. "I know who you are. I want to harm you." Shen Fuyu didn't expect to say such words to her future greatest rival one day. "Oh, actually, it's okay if you harm me. I want to resist." At this moment, Xia Weirui's words were clearly just out of anger. She took off the clothes hanging outside and invited Shen Fuyu into the house. The small room was wallpapered and looked somewhat worn, but the table and floor were spotless. Shen Fuyu thought if her home didn't have a housekeeping robot, it definitely wouldn't be that clean. This made Shen Fuyu inexplicably feel guilty towards Xia Weirui, but then she thought that it didn't seem to be her fault. After all, her current self didn't exist. At this time, the interstellar world could be described as chaotic. It had just landed less than 100 years ago, and everything was possible. The air was filled with the scent of speculation, and countless people were trying to seize the discourse power of the interstellar realm. Yet they were constrained or manipulated by entities like fleets. "What are you thinking about? Is there something wrong with my home?" While asking, Xia Weirui poured a glass of water for Shen Fuyu. The cup had their company's name on it, which Shen Fuyu had never heard of. It probably didn't survive. There's no problem. I want to ask what happened before. Fang Jingying is still a newly popular star, right? What people did you see at the scene? Shen Fuyu didn't know what she wanted to ask. This was a virtual space, and she couldn't change anything. "I saw Li Pingzhen." Xia Weirui became somewhat agitated. "Can you save me? Please help me. I have no home, and I don't want to lose my job. If I get kicked out, I'll be blacklisted by the entire industry." Shen Fuyu was surprised for a moment and asked, "You know Li Pingzhen? Isn't he a mentally unstable old man?" If it were someone else, Shen Fuyu might not have been so harsh in her evaluation. But Li Pingzhen was indeed a teammate who could be problematic. His direct threat to Fu Haoshan was not something an average person could think of. "Oh, I've seen him in gossip news." Xia Weirui didn't understand why Shen Fuyu would say that about Li Pingzhen, but she seemed to see hope, looking at Shen Fuyu with anticipation. "Wait a moment, I'll go deal with 2 people." While Shen Fuyu was still contemplating whether to make a change or let the plot develop naturally, 2 shadows appeared outside the door. Although she had fallen into a virtual space, her devices were still intact, making it easy to capture the 2 people. If only she had brought it during her fight with Liang Anyun. She shouldn't have gone through security that day, being so confident in her signal. "You too." Such peeping is not the act of a gentleman. Shen Fuyu patted the shoulders of the 2 men, then with a strong pull, lifted the 2-1. The 2 black-clad men were thrown into Xia Weirui's house like little chicks, and then they were tied up. In this era, heavy armaments hadn't appeared yet, and Shen Fuyu's existence shocked the 2 men. To this, Shen Fuyu could only say that this virtual space was quite realistic. She just didn't know how to get out. Sighing, Shen Fuyu asked, "Who sent you here?" The 2 men were reluctant to answer, probably due to their professional ethics. Shen Fuyu admired their professionalism, but she needed to know the answer. So she took out some money. "You can choose to tell me the answer and take the money to start a new life. Or you can choose for me to take you to meet Li Pingzhen." As soon as Li Pingzhen was mentioned, the expressions of the 2 changed, as if they did not want to see each other. They glanced at the cash in Shen Fuyu's hand, and one of the smaller-looking men nudged his companion, signaling him to speak. The brawny man in black then recounted everything in detail. On that day, Fang Jingying saw Xia Weirui and felt that she resembled her competitor too much. Upset, she vented her frustration by slapping the other person's phone away. Later, the spokesperson approached her, saying that her behavior was inappropriate and hoping she would clarify the situation so that it could be forgotten. However, Fang Jingying was unwilling and used Li Pingzhen to pressure the business. The business was inexperienced in dealing with spokespersons and feared backlash. So they decided to abandon defending Xia Weirui, letting her sacrifice for a while before things calmed down. But Fang Jingying was still unhappy and insisted, believing that since she had dealt with her competitor, she could also get rid of a small employee. So she found them to drive Xia Weirui away. But was it just about driving her away? Shen Fuyu could not recall any previous stars resembling Xia Weirui, so she did not believe their story. Shen Fuyu's expression was fierce, causing the two to shiver in fear. One of them stammered, "We just want to get rid of her. But our task was to sell her." Sell her where? Shen Fuyu felt this was the opportunity for the alien to encounter Xia Weirui. Otherwise, with so many people gathered here, the chances of finding a host were slim. The two fell silent again. Shen Fuyu turned to look at Xia Weirui, wanted to see her current state. She saw Xia Weirui's face filled with anger, looking as if she wanted to tear the two apart. "How do you want to deal with these two?" Shen Fuyu asked Xia Weirui, thinking that maybe attracting a ruthless and unscrupulous alien was not a good thing in itself. Realizing this, Shen Fuyu felt it was a pity. She had even thought when she entered that Xia Weirui and that alien might be entirely different, and perhaps she could get along well with her. Throw them into the river. The nearest river is bottomless, full of hidden reefs. Maybe we won't even be able to retrieve complete bodies, Xia Weirui said fiercely, looking at the two. Since the two were there to follow, they naturally knew the situation nearby. They initially thought Shen Fuyu was already quite cruel, but this silent one was terrifying. What kind of backing did she have? No, please don't throw us in. We'll talk. One of them pleaded. That place is called Rui Winery, 15 kilometers outside District 12. It's heavily guarded, and only nobles go there. Fang Jingying has already arranged to sell her there with the manager. Shen Fuyu had indeed heard of this place when she first went to Yulin Academy. She heard that it was taken over by Yang Qianting, but the specifics were unknown. She knocked both men out and sent them away. When she returned, Xia Weirui was already cooking dinner. Shen Fuyu said she had already eaten and asked if she wanted to check out that place. "If we go, will we be able to come back alive?" Xia Weirui thought for a long time. She could actually get back quickly without getting involved in this mess. "Sure, but you have to go to the hospital with me first." Shen Fuyu's equipment now was like a dimensional strike. She could take on a group by herself and wanted to reclaim some dignity after being knocked down by Liang Yanyan. "Hospital? Are you not feeling well?" Xia Weirui looked at Shen Fuyu nervously. This person was mysterious but so powerful, she needed to hold on tight. "I'm not unwell. I just want to confirm something." "Okay, I'll go with you." The two did not enter through the front door, but went around to the back entrance of the hospital, bypassing all the surveillance to reach the examination room. Shen Fuyu could confirm that she was not pregnant, but she had indeed been pregnant before. "Did I have a miscarriage?" Shen Fuyu found it hard to accept. Her first child with Fu Haoshan was gone just like that. If only she had been a bit more careful and checked her health, this outcome could have been avoided. "Let's go. You can have regrets at any point along the way. I should clarify, I'm going to fight." Shen Fuyu felt that if she had been born a few years earlier, there wouldn't be so many issues in the galaxy. The teacher should know everything. Why didn't they intervene, but instead let everything develop negatively? Xia Weirui felt a bit excited. She had never seen such a big scene before. The two took a spaceship to District 12, and, at that time, interstellar travel was still slow. Returning to this era's District 12, Shen Fuyu felt quite emotional. "Do you want to take a look around Yulin Academy?" Shen Fuyu turned back to ask Xia Weirui, who had been lost in thought. "Can we get in? Who are you anyway? Why do you act like you can go anywhere you want?" "Me? I'm just someone who frees myself. It doesn't matter who I am, but I can show you many things you've never seen before," Shen Fuyu replied while bouncing backward. Xia Weirui stopped asking further questions, nodded, and said, "Then let's go. I've heard the cafeteria at Yulin Academy is delicious. Can we go to the cafeteria?" "Sure. Is the cafeteria good now?" "The future cafeteria won't be good." Shen Fuyu sighed, thinking that if the cafeteria hadn't been so terrible, she wouldn't have been easily deceived by Fu Haoshan. The two entered Yulin Academy without obstruction. The current security guard was not the one who would later ridicule Shen Fuyu, but the principal was still the same. Shen Fuyu was in a bad mood, feeling that since it was a virtual space, she might as well go beat that guy up. Shen Fuyu strolled around the cafeteria. The standards were indeed much better than in the future. By the time Xia Weirui finished eating, Shen Fuyu had already disappeared. leaving her a note to wait for her at the snack street near the school. Meanwhile, Shen Fuyu had arrived at the principal's office. At this time, the principal did not recognize Shen Fuyu, but when he saw her suddenly appear, he immediately tried to call security, only to be knocked away by Shen Fuyu with a slap. "Who are you? What do I have against you? I'm here to beat you up. Don't you know what you've done?" Shen Fuyu thought of the virtual character. Even if she wiped him out, it wouldn't matter. After saying that, she struck hard. The principal of Yulin Academy crouched on the ground, holding his head, but he did not beg for mercy. Instead, he arrogantly asked Shen Fuyu what he had lost because of her. As long as he got out alive, he would make her pay. "Lost what? Don't you know? I remember your accounts were managed by you personally, right? For that, you even killed a student, didn't you?" Shen Fuyu said, wanting to kick him again. However, she stopped mid-kick. Was her emotion out of control? Were these heavy-duty exosuits not meant for places like this? Hearing Shen Fuyu's words, the principal of Yulin Academy felt even more pain in his head, and everything around him became a blur, spinning. 120. "I hear you want to judge me?" Then he vanished like a TV with poor reception, surrounded by white snowflakes. Shen Fuyu could now confirm that this world was connected to the original one. Could it be that the space created by the collision of Xia Werue and Liang Anyan, both aliens, had overlapped? However, the security that was called did not care about these things. They only knew that the principal had disappeared when they arrived. So they had to capture Shen Fuyu for interrogation. This was the style Shen Fuyu was familiar with. It truly was a family tradition. "What qualifications do you have to interrogate me?" Previously, this group of people was bullying others at the Yulin Academy, and Shen Fuyu always turned a blind eye to it, as the main victims had a mutual understanding of their roles. However, now that she sees these people, they are increasingly irksome to her. Shen Fuyu clenches her fists, unable to control her emotions, feeling as if she has lost her previous calm demeanor. It seems that all of their actions before were successful. She has indeed changed a lot. But what surprises her more is that she seems to enjoy this state. Seeing Shen Fuyu's bad attitude and knowing that her backing is now uncertain, the security guards instantly turned fierce, brandishing electric batons as they charged towards her. After a loud crash, Shen Fuyu found herself under a tree behind the building, while the entire building collapsed with a tremendous noise. At that time, in order to ensure the operation of life support equipment, the interstellar environment underwent significant modifications to the building materials, making the houses very airtight. This led to no one escaping from the collapse. But this office was originally an independent building, exclusively for the principal of Yulin Academy. So there were no innocent bystanders harmed. Due to the immense noise, many people quickly gathered. Shen Fuyu observed the expressions of these people and noticed something was off. If they were virtual beings, they should have shown confusion, a limitation of the logic set in the virtual space, needing to perceive everything happening before them for comparison. However, some of them almost had expressions that read "who did this" or "well done." Thus, Shen Fuyu first went to find Xia Werue to send her out, then used the surveillance to identify those with different expressions. These people seemed to be from a laboratory, all looking pale and disheveled, testing each other. Shen Fuyu hid outside the window and overheard their conversation. "How have you been lately? Were you able to answer when the teacher called at midnight?" "I've been so tired, I didn't answer and got scolded again," one boy said with a forced smile. "You didn't answer? I remember you were the most proactive. Is it because you ran out of coffee? Should we take a few days off for the upcoming holiday to buy some?" Another boy, who hadn't been looking at the other, seemed to be thinking about what to come up with. "Where should we buy it? Can you bring me some? Last time I went out, I ran into him, got scolded, and was forced to drink a lot," a girl suddenly walked over and asked. Upon hearing her inquiry, the two boys' eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, "You also came through? Senior sister, weren't you working in the old area of Zone 9? What happened?" The girl was very surprised, as if she had seen family, tears welling up in her eyes. Crossing over was not as pleasant as imagined. Instead, she felt anxious every day, like someone lost in the jungle, fearing that she could be erased at any moment. "I went home, but when I woke up, I found myself on the roadside in Zone 12. The scene on the street looked just like the old photos in the school history museum, making me think I might have crossed over. I don't think this is crossing over." The boy who had been forcing a smile now wore a serious expression. "We've been hearing strange sounds lately, like the splashes of a level 12 typhoon hitting a steel plate. Could it be that the school is conducting some strange experiments? Is that new principal worse than the previous one? Another boy said anxiously, as he was about to get married and couldn't he afford to miss the wedding date. No way. I heard that the parents of the students whom Professor Shen helped said that the new principal seems to have been stabbed by one of those people before and was later kidnapped. Now his life or death is uncertain. That is too tragic, right? Never mind the new principal for now. Let us think of a way to get out. My mom is in the hospital, and I need to hurry back to take care of her. Yes. My wedding date is approaching too. If my wife is gone, I will definitely fight with whoever got us in here. After saying this, the three fell silent. They had no way to get out and could only stand there. Shen Fuyu waited for a while, but didn't he receive any special clues. So she decided to check out the winery first. The winery was on the mountain with a huge plaque at the gate. The characters Rui written by an unknown famous calligrapher. Shen Fuyu hacked into their surveillance and made her way up the mountain. The area at the top was a huge golf course, with the main building embedded in a hole that seemed either blasted out or originally there. There was a statue, and it turned out that the characters at the entrance were written by the father of Tai Lu, who had been forced to leave the center of conflict after seeing his son lose to Fu Haoshan. The father was still alive and thriving at this moment. Shen Fuyu's sudden appearance caused the hidden sniper to quickly set up the launcher, but his hands trembled slightly. What kind of monster could evade all surveillance and approach them? Get her boss out to see me. 5 seconds countdown. Shen Fuyu didn't he want to be polite to the enemy. If someone from her world and time saw her rushing forward, they would deserve it. When Shen Fuyu finished counting down to 1, a middle-aged man with a balding head and a beer belly emerged, exuding an unpleasant greasy aura. Shen Fuyu thought of her father, Shi Jian, who was also middle-aged and had gained weight, but was not as disgusting as this man. After all, the oil from a life of hardship is different from the grease scraped from exploitation. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? The rotund man pointed a finger adorned with a large ring at Shen Fuyu, his eyes glued to Xie Weirui behind her. At that moment, he thought that the domineering woman looked fierce, while the girl behind her appeared sweet like a flower. But before he could expand on his thoughts, his entire hand was severed in the middle, the severed hand bouncing on the ground like rubber. The man let out a huge wail, shouting at the sniper, "Shoot her! Kill them!" But in response to him, there was nothing but the cool mountain breeze. The snipers didn't dare to act. They had come to make a living, not to risk their lives. They hadn't even seen how Shen Fuyu had made her move. If they acted rashly, it might be their heads rolling. Therefore, the snipers who had left the fleet quickly decided to run away. After all, the winery was bound to be destroyed today, and no one would trouble them. It was better not to get involved in murky waters. Shen Fuyu was also stunned by their retreat speed, but it was fine. She didn't have to worry about protecting Xie Weirui anymore. She stepped forward and asked, "Is your winery selling wine?" "How can it not? Who are you anyway? Don't you know who runs this place? Be careful not to end up in trouble." The man was surrounded by a group of bodyguards, and a medical robot was tending to his severed hand. "Oh, they'll have to take a look today." Shen Fuyu had just checked the outside of the building, and there were no signs of alien presence. Thus, the alien that had been parasitizing Xie Weirui could only be inside the building. After saying that, Shen Fuyu was about to charge inside, but no one dared to stop her, as the recent incident of the severed hand was still fresh in their minds. Seeing his subordinates cower, the man began to shout loudly, "What are you afraid of? If someone dies, there will naturally be someone to take the blame. Go up and kill her." However, he realized that this was not a technology they could currently handle. It would be better to seek help from the big boss. The assistant, while speaking, moved further away from Shen Fuyu. The man had no choice but to send a message to his boss. He watched as Shen Fuyu brought Xie Weirui into the winery. The main color scheme inside was dark red and gold. What should have looked luxurious instead appeared somewhat eerie. Shen Fuyu examined the walls, noting that some of the dark red was paint while other parts were dried blood. Xie Weirui grasped Shen Fuyu's arm and whispered, "Let us leave. What if the fleet people arrive?" "Don't be afraid. The current fleet can't take me on," Shen Fuyu said with great confidence. It was a dimensional suppression. Leaving these virtual scum with a complete corpse would be good enough. Xie Weirui was stunned, wondering who this person was, and since they had come this far, She had no choice but to continue following her. Shen Fuyu kicked open door after door, and the scenes inside made Xia Weirui faint from fright. So, it was reasonable to kill Fong Jingying. One shouldn't easily let those who aid evil go unpunished. Just as Shen Fuyu was dragging the assailants inside out and throwing them out the window, a familiar voice came through. It was still the old fleet, unable to manage noise effectively. It was indeed not easy for Fu Haoshan to defend the starry skies with such equipment. As the guests were thrown into the 100-meter cliff behind, the captain of the incoming attack ship felt her heart skip a beat. If these people died, what would happen to her boss's business? And what about her own money? So she hurriedly shouted at Shen Fuyu, hoping she would immediately stop this criminal behavior, promising that if she surrendered, her life would be spared. Look, isn't this funny? Shen Fuyu said, manipulating a mechanical arm to throw down a suited man, treating him like a sandbag and slamming him against the cliff twice. The phrase shattered bones probably described his condition before he fell. After falling, it would be a case of complete obliteration, needing a shovel to deal with the remains. Xia Weirui's face turned pale, frozen in shock. Shen Fuyu stopped her actions and provocatively said to the attack ship, "If you have the guts, go ahead and fire. We're all going to die anyway." If it said that we perish together, it would be easier to explain. Shen Fuyu generously offered the other side a way out, but the captain panicked first. Sitting still, her subordinates around her looking anxious. "Captain, why not bomb it? Just say it was an alien invasion. After all, everything will turn to ash. Who will know what really happened?" suggested an older man who pushed through the crowd. But there is no such person in the starry skies. Could it be someone from the future world? Is this world going to collapse? What is that alien doing? Their conversation was overheard by Shen Fuyu, who suddenly calmed down. It seemed she understood what was happening. Xia Weirui and Liang Anyan had their own spaces, and people from both spaces had arrived at a similar singularity. But the question was the Xia Weirui in front of her real or fake? Shen Fuyu turned to examine Xia Weirui, only to find her gaze becoming unnatural. And upon closer inspection, she noticed the skin on her neck showing signs of decomposition. Realizing the problem, Shen Fuyu activated her heavy armor and leaped up. A special metallic material instantly enveloped her body, and a transparent shell in the shape of a hive withstood an attack from the attack ship, while a mechanical limb resembling a spider's leg aimed at Xia Weirui. In an instant, Xia Weirui nimbly dodged the attack. When the dust from the destroyed buildings settled, Shen Fuyu saw that Xia Weirui's form had transformed into an ugly mermaid, with a human upper body and a tail that appeared grotesquely large, as if it had been forced into a tight garment, desperately trying to hide her identity. "You can't appear in your own space?" Shen Fuyu said as she charged toward Xia Weirui, but uncertainty gripped her heart. If she truly destroyed Xia Weirui's space, what would happen next? Would Liang Anyan's space cover for such destruction and allow those belonging to the present to return? Shen Fuyu, think it through. You can't control what happens next. That bracelet of yours, which can predict everything, has already been given to Gu Tingji. What will you use to protect your starry skies? Xia Weirui barely avoided another attack. With her external armor, Shen Fuyu was practically invincible. Liang Anyan, that madman, had actually equipped her with a full set of external armor when he threw her in, clearly wanting her to disappear forever in this world, taking the starry skies with her. I never said I would protect the starry skies. After everything I've been through, what is there left for me to cling to? Shen Fuyu said, comforting herself that this was a lie to deceive Xia Weirui. She should have reached that point yet. Oh, then kill me. Xia Weirui floated a distance forward, ready to activate Shen Fuyu's laser weapon that was already prepared for launch, betting that Shen Fuyu would never truly give up on the starry skies. "I can give you a way out. Tell me why you sought so many people with the surname Xia. Then tell me how to get out." Xia Weirui sighed in relief, feeling she had won her bet. The truth was no longer important to Shen Fuyu. However, she still said, because from your human perspective, they are all family, capable of forming a special bond, much more useful than those who are linked by interests outside. As for how to get out, you need to ask Liang Anyan. Haven't you noticed how pathetic I am right now? This answer was within Shen Fuyu's expectations, but she was less convinced about the latter half. So how did you originally get out of your space? Get out? My original space was contracted with those who died on the battlefield, sending them here to continue their tyranny and provide me with the power of faith. You mastered the so-called divine characteristics of Liang Anyan's race? How did you do that? Shen Fuyu had always thought the existence of beings that survived on faith was absurd, and now she felt sorry for her own ignorance. Because part of the remaining notes from your teacher is with me. He once wanted me to be his student, but I'm a leader of a race. He was just someone who crawled out of the mud and happened to stand before me due to luck. You should be grateful to the heavens for even meeting me. Being my teacher, he was unworthy, but you still listened to what he said. You think that listening to him led to your failure, so you harbor resentment, right? Shen Fuyu looked at Xie Weirui, finding these aliens ridiculous. Clearly, there were no resource conflicts, yet they forced conflicts within their own groups, truly looking for trouble. Yeah, only someone as lucky but of low birth as you would be willing to be his student. Shen Fuyu shot a cold glance at Xie Weirui and asked, "Do you care about your background?" But their essay saying that the less one has, the more one cares about it. I want to ask, what is your background? Surely you weren't there when the rules were made, right? Look at my 2-month crash course student Xiao Yan. According to your logic, his background is also low, yet he is making the rules. This statement struck Xie Weirui like a sharp blade to the heart. If their race had to name a leader, it could only be Liang Anyan, because this guy had lived too long and could suppress all his kin in every aspect. Mind your own business. You can't get out anyway, so just wait for your body to rot outside. Xie Weirui's instinct for survival was shattered, and she frantically broke free from her human body. This is the first time Shen Fuyu has seen a living alien in full. But she remembers Gu Ting's words that this race's essence emits a special fragrance, so she quickly switches her breathing system. Then she is swept away by the sudden surge of hot air from below the cliff, and a huge blue figure appears in the air, somewhat familiar. As if it's Liang Anyan, Shen Fuyu silently calculates whether her odds of 1 against 2 can exceed 50. It's a bit difficult, but she can let them fight first. Get out of my space. Take your garbage with you. When Liang Anyan speaks, it feels like the entire space is shaking, even giving a sense of illusion that the sky might crack. This is my space. You should be the one to leave. I've clearly lived longer than you, just lacking some abilities compared to you. Why are you the clan leader? Xie Weirui's gaze flickers between Shen Fuyu and Liang Anyan. She can't get rid of either of them, so she should find an opportunity to run and let them fight. To be honest, I call you Anne according to human rules, just needing a title. We do consider status by age, but rules are meant to be broken. You don't even have the ability to maintain rules that benefit you. What can I do about that? Liang Anyan finds it amusing. This guy has been hiding in the human world for so many years without learning anything. Shen Fuyu silently nods, preparing to leave the battlefield, but is called back by Liang Anyan. Don't you want to go out? Your child is still in my hands. You want to let me go? What are you plotting? Why don't you make it clearer? I can't hear you. Shen Fuyu deliberately avoids the topic of the child. As she estimates the child has been placed in an artificial womb, she trusts her own technology. Seems I taught you well about avoiding the main issues. Why don't you want to call me teacher, but insist on acknowledging that old man? Just because he is a person like you? Shen Fuyu cannot deny that Liang Anyan has indeed taught her a lot. Calling him teacher is fine, but why bring this up now? It must be to divert her attention. She thinks and suddenly realizes, why should I call you teacher? We're merely in a cooperative relationship. You even used me to wipe out all your debts. I'm not causing you trouble. That is good enough. Really? Liang Anyan understands Shen Fuyu's meaning, but hearing her say this still disappoints him a bit. As an excellent villain, his brainwashing skills need improvement. Next time he should just wash away something like love. Is it still fake? Shen Fuyu thinks. Hurry up and make your move. Don't let the spectators run away later. The thoughts of opportunists change in an instant. Seize the opportunity. Liang Anyan sighs, feigning an attack on Shen Fuyu. He doesn't even know why he is following Shen Fuyu's thoughts. Whatever. Xie Weirui will die sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. Just as the two think, while Liang Anyan attacks Shen Fuyu, Xie Weirui, who is trying to escape, suddenly turns back to ambush Shen Fuyu, only to be pierced straight through by a tentacle summoned from underground by Liang Anyan, resembling a grilled fish. Thanks, now let me go. Shen Fuyu retreats repeatedly in the strange gas that follows Xia Weirui's disappearance, running to at least 1,000 meters away, shouting at Liang Anyan, "Follow me to a place." Before Liang Anyan finishes speaking, Shen Fuyu sees a blinding white light before she is disarmed and finds herself in another familiar place, the small town she once lived in. But when she tries to reach the edge of the town, it's just a blank space. It seems to be a model issue. At this time, you had just been born for a few days. Look over there. Liang Anyan suddenly appears next to Shen Fuyu and points to a young couple in the distance. I know, what is the matter? Shen Fuyu sees the date on the clock tower of the town and realizes it's the 7th day since her birth, and her parents are taking her home. At that time, you had a neighbor, a girl in her 20s, who was seriously ill for half a month and was thrown back by her in-laws, but miraculously recovered. After that, she helped your parents take care of you until you were 6 and started elementary school. That wouldn't TB you, right? Shen Fuyu sees Liang Anyan's expression suddenly become complicated. She does have an impression of this sister, but she later died a tragic death, which was also Shen Fuyu's first experience of true evil. It was me. I started planning from that time, hoping you would become a villain, a nightmare of this galaxy. But unexpectedly, I was intercepted by that old man. To be honest, I'm still quite angry when I think about it now. Then why didn't you appear before I met Haoshan? My attributes are so obvious. I like good-looking people. Look at how advanced the cosmetic surgery technology is in the galaxy now. Shen Fuyu's intention was to mock Liang Anyan. After all, this alien hadn't appeared in her life for so long, which certainly meant something had gone wrong. Sure enough, Liang Anyan said, I tried to parasitize the old man, but ended up seriously injured and almost died. What if I become like him? Shen Fuyu found the key information. Her teacher could injure Liang Anyan severely, but just as she frantically tries to recall her teacher's notes, Liang Anyan lightly coughs. You don't need to think about the notes anymore. I burned them. Your teacher loved paper too much in this world. Liang Anyan even shows Shen Fuyu a glimpse of the ashes from back then. You're killing people and hurting their hearts. Shen Fuyu frowned. So why did you bring me here? I could have let you fall to kill you when we fought before, but I didn't want to take action. Shen Fuyu suddenly thinks of a problem. Liang Anyan cannot appear in her world. It would be like Xia Weirui just now, his world disappearing, which means the world he was fighting in before was not his. Plus, since Liang Anyan controls many of his clan's tentacles, it suggests he might have many spaces. How many spaces do you have? Your ultimate plan isn't to transport people in batches to different backgrounds. Shen Fuyu interrupts Liang Anyan. Are you planning to mentally attack them? Yes. Isn't it better to leave people in the most beautiful era? To be honest, although you are invaders in the galaxy, I still have some feelings for your race. Liang Anyan thinks Shen Fuyu is a bit lacking in understanding. You should also ask others if they are willing. Every so-called beautiful era has something unbeautiful. Since you don't like the galaxy initiating wars, then kill everyone to avenge the aliens that once lived here. No need to pretend to be sympathetic. You said the weak are prey to the strong, so I acknowledge your abilities. I just want to ask, what is your decision? If you want this repeatedly betrayed place to disappear, I will activate the device. 3 days later, during the awards ceremony of the game, I will use the launcher to emit a special frequency. If you don't want all this to happen, I will leave from then on and find a place to die. Hearing Liang Anyan's decision, Shen Fuyu looks astonished. She doesn't understand why Liang Anyan has such thoughts. He is also making a dimensional strike against the galaxy. Why care about her thoughts? What do you mean? Don't you want to be the existence that destroys a race? Don't you want to become another abuser? You really lack understanding of emotions. Why are you still in love with Haoshan? Liang Anyan does not directly answer this question. Shen Fuyu, now under his roof, can only follow Liang Anyan's question and answer. At first, I like his face, then I like that he could help me with many things. Anyway, being with him makes me carefree and happy every day. I just feel like we aren't from the same world. Then why, after cooperating with me, do you still go back to him and accept his goodwill? Is it still because you like his face? I taught you how to face this world alone. And at this moment, do you still feel like you and he are from different worlds? It seems you still like that face. If that face were on you, I would like it too. As for the inferiority I feel later, it comes from the influence of my family background. And I realize that from the perspective of future technology, I can actually look down on this world. Is the only difference between me and Fu Haoshan just a face? Liang Anyan didn't know what to say. If he had known this earlier, he should have conspired with his remaining kin to parasitize Fu Haoshan. Suddenly, Liang Anyan's form changed, slowly transforming into Fu Haoshan's appearance. In Shen Fuyu's dead silence and confused gaze, he asked, I am Liang Anyan. If I look like this and live in this world with you, would you be willing? At that moment, Shen Fuyu was shaken, as if two little figures were standing on her shoulders, discussing the issue. One said, Fu Haoshan always has ulterior motives towards you. It won't be easy to win Liang Anyan back. The other said, You have already been moved by Fu Haoshan's sincerity. Perhaps you can start anew. The virtual world is all fake. If you live with a tiger and wolf, isn't that just storing food? I don't want to live here. Shen Fuyu's response was not firm, as she meant that Liang Anyan couldn't do this in the real world, and she didn't like the virtual world, which was a challenge to Liang Anyan's abilities. However, this response seemed to trigger some special thoughts in Liang Anyan. He silently transformed back into his original form and said, I will come to you for an answer in 3 days. After saying that, he sent Shen Fuyu away, and before leaving, he handed over Xie Weirui's tentacle to Shen Fuyu. Back in the real world, Shen Fuyu walked on the bustling streets, where people showed no signs of abnormality, only that news from Gu Tingji said he had found Ling Yuan, who had disappeared for a while. Asking her if there were spatial fluctuations, Shen Fuyu told everyone the events leading up to this, but concealed the part about Liang Anyan taking her away. Fu Haoshan hurried over when he received the news to pick up Shen Fuyu. I will take you to the hospital. Fu Haoshan took Shen Fuyu's pajamas and other items that had been prepared and pulled her into the hospital. Why do I have to go to the hospital? Shen Fuyu looked at Fu Haoshan in confusion. Liang Anyan said you had a miscarriage, which is very harmful to your body. Of course. You need to get checked and rest for a while. I will do my best to ensure everything is fine in the interstellar realm during this time. You can't. Shen Fuyu decisively doused Fu Haoshan with cold water. Liang Anyan's technology is a dimensional strike against the interstellar realm, aside from my teacher's technology, which can contend with it. The interstellar realm can only wait to die. If it weren't for Liang Anyan's race parasitism and their characteristics, we would have been reduced to ashes by now. Fu Haoshan thought about this outcome. Since humans left their original habitat, they have split into countless branches going to different places, where death and destruction have become the norm. It is already a stroke of luck that the interstellar realm has a place to inhabit. So what do you think? Can't we install technology to counter Liang Anyan on a large scale in the fleet? I am urgently training people to crack spatial models. No, he has many spaces, not his own, but shaped by his kin. Different people are sent to different spaces and locked up, targeting people, not any objects of the interstellar realm. Due to the limitations of spatial time segments, human creativity will be infinitely suppressed. We will die sooner or later. Shen Fuyu had a way, but she didn't want to say it. She had already decided to keep this power in her hands, to fight Liang Anyan to the death in 3 days. And after obtaining those tentacles, handing them over to Fu Haoshan, her own life and death no longer mattered. It's okay. Perhaps we were fortunate enough to die together. Fu Haoshan decided that from now on, he would never leave Shen Fuyu's side, as she surely had some desperate plan. No, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm fine. I want to go for a walk. How about that Rui Wine Manor? Fu Haoshan frowned and asked, Why do you want to go there? It has been ransacked, and it should be very dilapidated now. It's not safe. It's fine. The interstellar realm is absolutely safe for me. Shen Fuyu was no longer pretending. With the existing technology of the interstellar realm, even the strongest firepower couldn't kill her. All right, I'll have Yang Qianing deliver the documents over there, okay? Fu Haoshan didn't understand why Shen Fuyu wanted to see that place. Someone must have had bad luck there. When they arrived at District 12, Gu Tingji was waiting for Shen Fuyu. He was handling some matters at Yulin Academy and was accompanied by Yin Pei Pei, who had returned to pay respects to her father. Is there a problem? Wait for me here. Shen Fuyu mentally reviewed the main forces of Yulin Academy. It seemed they no longer posed a threat, right? No, I just have a gift for you. Take care of yourself and rest. A box was handed to Shen Fuyu, who sensed it was the bracelet that could predict the future. She sighed and put it away, then returned an address where Xie Yuan was locked up. Gu Tingji's gaze seemed to ask, "Are you trying to give me a headache?" Fu Haoshan looked at Gu Tingji's expression, shook his head, and thought, still young. What a good opportunity. He turned to Shen Fuyu and said, "Let's go. Your junior doesn't seem too smart." Who isn't smart? Gu Tingji had spent a long time looking at the manual to learn how to crack the spatial model. If Shen Fuyu hadn't returned early, he would have gone to save someone by now. Fu Haoshan completely ignored Gu Tingji and led Shen Fuyu away. He knew what was in that box and that Shen Fuyu wouldn't use it. It was a dead end. Arriving at the current Rui wine manor, it was overgrown with weeds. The original wine cellar emitted a scent of aged wood, with only the colorful mushrooms on top silently telling the stories of what once was. The documents listed some people that Shen Fuyu had seen that day, as well as some she hadn't seen, and of course, there were those who slipped through the net. Shen Fuyu wrote down a few names to give to Fu Haoshan, saying, "Go check them out and try to deal with them before the end of the year." Fu Haoshan received Shen Fuyu's note and felt that she was becoming increasingly decisive, which was a good thing, though not so good for himself, as Yang Qianing would have more work. After Fu Haoshan finished assigning tasks, Shen Fuyu took out the tentacle from Xia Werue and said, "Your biological mother won't be coming back. Why don't you take this away?" Shen Fuyu didn't know how Fu Haoshan viewed Xia Werue's matter, nor did she know his feelings. She just felt it should be returned to its rightful owner. Is this tentacle of any use? Fu Haoshan did not take it. In fact, he had no thoughts about it, and his feelings for Xia Werue were almost indifferent. It is no longer useful. Her space has been destroyed. However, there are many people inside, including those who went missing or whose remains were never found during the interstellar expedition, including Tai Li's father. They have switched to another world to continue their tyranny. I want to ask you, if you were in my position, how would you handle Liang Anyan? What problem? To destroy or not to destroy? This kind of question was practically a death sentence. Fu Haoshan didn't want to face it, but it was also cruel to make Shen Fuyu face it. So he changed his approach. Why not eliminate Liang Anyan first? But we can't get rid of him. But I also don't know what would happen if I said not to destroy him. I can't understand what he is doing. Shen Fuyu sighed deeply. Fu Haoshan felt that this lack of intelligence was an inherited trait, or perhaps they understood but didn't want to face it. It was obvious that Liang Anyan wanted to be his rival. No matter what, he had to provoke him, as he was the leader of the invaders. 123 We will not meet again. Gu Tingji felt his eyes hurt after receiving the address. What did Shen Fuyu mean? Did she want to deal with someone? Why should I handle it myself? Isn't Su Yifan more professional than me? Principal Gu, what are you thinking? Yin Pei Pei didn't understand why Gu Tingji had been avoiding her since her father's death. She had anticipated this outcome when she and her mother made that decision. So she didn't show any signs of blaming him. Did she do something wrong? It's nothing. I have something to do. You can wander around by yourself for a while. I'll be back in half a day. Gu Tingji didn't know why he felt so guilty. He almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. All right, you go ahead. I'll wait for you at the CAF across the school. Yin Pei Pei hadn't finished speaking when Gu Tingji had already run off. To save time, he made a light-speed spacecraft. When he felt the star fleet approaching, he almost crashed into the base gate. Who is that? Gu Tingji was quickly locked on by the patrolling robots. He trembled as he held out his pass and walked in. Su Yifan hurried out to greet him, trying to restrict Gu Tingji's movement and insisting on leading him to Xie Yuan's cell, while happily saying, "Hey brother, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you." "I'm not your brother." Gu Tingji turned around and broke free from Su Yifan's restriction. "What does my senior sister mean? Let me take her out? Why can't you do it? I want to ask you what my master S-wife means. You say this is a dangerous element that harms my master, and yet you insist on locking her up. My people have been scolded by her for days, and their spirits are low. Can't you mute her? Do you have a grudge against your subordinates? No, you don't know what it means? Is it some sort of test? Shouldn't we sit down and discuss?" Gu Tingji really didn't believe Su Yifan didn't know what Shen Fuyu meant. He couldn't make up his mind. If Shen Fuyu really wanted to kill someone, she would have acted long ago, instead of waiting until now. But if she had demands, she could just say them. Was it necessary to play riddles? Then let's sit down and talk. So the two of them sat down in the command room, staring at each other. Both felt that Shen Fuyu had sent the other to test themselves. As someone who had eaten more years of rice than Gu Tingji, Su Yifan took the initiative to start the conversation. Young brother Gu, where did you come from? Didn't you return to the Yulin Academy? When will you return to normal research progress? The pressure on my technology department is huge. You've been idle for so long. How could the pressure suddenly be high? If you really find them unsatisfactory, just fire them. I came from Yulin Academy, of course. Su Yifan nodded expressionlessly. Don't expose me. The technology department will eventually be taken over by you. I'm currently training the management team, and you want me to fire people? The two fell silent again. Su Yifan got up to pour water, then quickly gave orders to check if there were any acquaintances with Gu Tingji in Area 12, and found out about Yan Pei. As a seasoned veteran, he instantly understood Shen Fuyu's intentions. However, Gu Tingji seemed not very smart in this regard. Forget it. It was more important to complete his master's wife's task. When he returned with water, Gu Tingji felt that Su Yifan's face was glowing. What was this person up to? Although they were on the same side, his expression was off. I'm leaving. I have something to do. What? Did Miss Yan urge you to go home? Su Yifan, a seasoned single man, said this with an inherent sourness, without any traces of performance. Miss Yan? Gu Tingji was stunned for a moment before realizing that Miss Yan probably referred to Yan Pei. Go home. What are you talking about? Where's home? Aren't you fond of her? No, I put her father in a trap, and he died in front of me. Later, Fu Haoshan helped me make it look like he was killed by unknown individuals due to chaos. However, once she knows the truth, she will hate me to death. Gu Tingji was self-aware. This kind of grudge couldn't be forgotten or overlooked. Otherwise, his worldview would be questionable. Moreover, he only had a good impression of Yan Pei, not to the point of liking her. I heard Xie Yuan slapped you twice before you agreed to cooperate with her when she suggested marriage. Su Yifan hadn't muted Xie Yuan these days because he knew the gossip was too explosive, which would help him meet the remaining targets. I called it being flexible. You understand. Also, didn't she tell you that I later acted like I had compromised? I don't understand what being flexible means. Don't slander me. She didn't say it, but she definitely likes you. Su Yifan always denied his own flexibility. Such a small matter should be said out loud, as it would be a huge blow to his image. Impossible. Gu Tingji suddenly couldn't think of what to say next. Did Xie Yuan liking him matter? Probably not. What was there to explain? No. Should he ask her and tell her it was all an act? Su Yifan saw the change in Gu Tingji's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. Good. He was going to see Xie Yuan. Wait, what's good about it? It's not easy to generate discrimination when everyone is a single dog. I'm going to take a look at Xie Yuan. Gu Tingji stood up and walked away. He didn't know why he wanted to say these things to someone who was about to die, but it was still necessary to clarify. When he arrived at Xie Yuan's cell, Gu Tingji saw that the originally well-groomed woman was now disheveled, with several wounds on her body, and she looked in poor spirits, indicating that Su Yifan hadn't sat idly by. Xie Yuan. Gu Tingji called her name, but after waiting for a long time, Xie Yuan slowly turned her head to look at him. Then, with a scream, she almost grabbed Gu Tingji by the neck. Fortunately, the detection range of the electronic shackles was very small, so she didn't dare to come over. Gu Tingji, how dare you come back? You treacherous scoundrel. I am treacherous. You harmed others first, and then coerced me. I was just protecting myself. You misanalyzed the situation. Cooperating with Xiao Yin is the right path. Who would cooperate with someone from a family of lunatics? Xiao Yin was going to control the rules of the interstellar financial industry. How could he be easier to control than you, who has no roots? I didn't expect you to be a bad person either. No. Why do you think I have no roots? I didn't before, but I do now, and not only that, but my roots are deep and strong. I'm here just to clarify a few things. Get lost. As a veteran in the romantic field, Xie Yuan certainly knew what Gu Tingji was trying to say. For the first time in so many years, she felt moved by someone, but this was the result. She didn't even have the courage to admit defeat. All right. Gu Tingji saw that her expression indicated she should understand his meaning, so he left. He didn't want to entangle with Xie Yuan any longer. After all, in Gu Tingji's world, the factors of winning and losing were predominant. Struggle, after all, was inherently cruel. Su Yifan witnessed their brief conversation and felt that Gu Tingji should be able to join him in becoming an excellent seasoned single dog, which was quite gratifying. Shouldn't you go back and explain the matter with Yin Jing? You better not give the little girl unrealistic fantasies. Su Yifan boldly stepped forward to remind Gu Tingji. Gu Tingji didn't respond. It was indeed how it should be. This matter had to have an ending, especially since the interstellar situation was precarious. If she fell here, it would be a good thing if she could immediately encounter someone who loved her around the next corner. In less than half a day, Gu Tingji returned. Yin Pei happily ran over to ask, "Where did you go? Can you tell me? I just heard someone say there's a flower car celebration in Area 12 tonight, celebrating the representative team of Area 11 winning the championship of the First League of Metaverse Eternity. Let's go take a look." "No, I have something to tell you. Your father committed suicide because he was deceived by me, not because he was killed by someone escaping from the experimental center, as later reports claimed." Yin Pei was stunned by this news, and after a long time, as the ice cream in her hand melted, she slowly asked, "What did you deceive him about?" "I approached him with a purpose from the beginning. I knew there were many things behind him. My entry into your family's view was planned from the start. Of course, you were an accident. Everything you did preserved your life. Are you saying that if I hadn't gone to find you that day, you would have killed our whole family?" "No. As long as the people behind your father sensed that I had issues, they would first turn against each other in my identity's ambiguity, and that would mean eliminating your entire family." Everything Gu Tingji said was too cruel and complex for Yin Pei. Holding back her tears, she smiled and said, "I understand. I wish Principal Gu a bright future and a place in interstellar history. I should go home now. All right, stay safe on the way back. If you need help, feel free to come to me." After that, Gu Tingji never saw Yin Pei again. Occasionally, someone would edit the videos she had made in the battle team, and Gu Tingji would watch them, but it ended there. After knowing about this, Shen Fuyu had a fascinating expression, which finally converged into one sentence to Lin Yin. "Help me see if there are any handsome guys at tonight's float parade to create a chance encounter with Yin Pei." Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Fu Haoshan quietly leaned over and asked softly. "Don't worry, once she figures it out, I can bring her back to the battle team." Although Shen Fuyu said this, she wasn't confident about whether she could win against Liang Anyun, but having some ideals was always a good thing. Fu Haoshan didn't know how to feel at the moment. Shen Fuyu probably hadn't approached Liang Anyun, but if a fight broke out, it would be a life-or-death situation, and he wouldn't be able to help, making his years of experience in the interstellar seem like a joke. However, he had to pretend not to know Shen Fuyu's plans, and when the time came, he would follow her. After all, he was an experienced hand. Operating heavy armor was no problem. He just didn't know if ordinary exosuits could withstand spatial compression. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shen Fuyu made complete preparations. The worst outcome would be that Gu Tingji took some people to escape on the dimensional Arkansas. That morning, Shen Fuyu went out as usual to be a prize presenter. After Fu Haoshan finished explaining the follow-up work of the Star Fleet, he quietly ran to the most secluded corner of the venue, opened the surveillance, and observed everyone in the venue. Before leaving, Shen Fuyu had given Jiang Pingzhou a task. If nothing happened in the interstellar today, he was to acquire the entire gaming company and have Su Yifan assist him in eliminating the original shareholders. Jiang Pingzhou couldn't quite understand Shen Fuyu's actions. Hadn't the previous investigation results indicated that these people were fine? Now, suddenly asking them to take action could lead to associations with the frequent incidents of some old families in the interstellar. They are connected to Liang Anyun. Everyone related to the Liang family must disappear from history. If nothing happens today, I might not come back. I need to ensure that Fu Haoshan is absolutely unshaken in the interstellar. Professor Shen, you've grown a lot. We're all here for profit. Have you considered cloning Qiao Miyun? Shen Fuyu smiled at Jiang Pingzhou and said, "I hope you won't cross some unbridgeable boundaries. I believe you only think this way because I still have a trump card to give to Su Yifan. You must remember you are a businessman. Speculation carries risks. You'd better keep this thought buried in your heart for the rest of your life, or your whole family will face doom." Her words made Jiang Pingzhou's heart skip a beat. He remained silent for a long time, deciding to accept his position. He was just a small person who had risen to power off Chang Ruoshua's death. If Shen Fuyu were to go on a one-way trip this time, when Fu Haoshan or Su Yifan needed him to achieve a certain reputation, he would have to lead his whole family to death. Shen Fuyu was his only guarantee for survival. Businessman, Jiang Pingzhou had never liked this identity since he was young. But after years of silence in the world of fame and fortune, He had gradually forgotten the part of himself that had been hospitalized for not wanting to attend banquets. This feeling was very strange, as if he had become a character in a game, controlled by his family to satisfy their expectations, while he had lost himself in countless praises. I understand. I will play this role well. Jiang Pingzhou seemed to resign himself as he made a promise to Shen Fuyu. His family had previously been a group of craftsmen making parts for others. Now, they had become one of the top families in the interstellar, but that was it. Going further would be undeserved. Shen Fuyu chose to trust Jiang Pingzhou. After all, he was someone she had nurtured herself. A person who could be seen as a turning point in the interstellar from the perspective of many and should not choose to go down in flames, as very few could resist the immense temptation of leaving their name in history. The ceremony had entered the middle segment, the performance match. Shen Fuyu's detector barely managed to detect some unusual movements, but they were extremely weak, and it was impossible to take the initiative. Just as everyone entered the holographic virtual environment, Shen Fuyu sensed something was wrong. The space was overlapping, indicating that Liang Anyan had officially taken action. There was no one around Shen Fuyu anymore. She was walking alone in a completely unfamiliar map. As the mist dissipated, a village appeared, and the external armor immediately displayed the situation of the village over 300 meters away. The people there were dressed in clothes made of animal skins and leaves, and more than 30 people were gathered together dividing a wild boar, with 2 corpses lying nearby and occasional shouts of arguments coming from the crowd. The Interstellar had lost a lot of historical data, and Shen Fuyu didn't know what era these people belonged to. She only knew that the argument was about whether the wild boar should be distributed according to tribal status or prioritize the families of the 2 hunters who had died. However, those 2 families only totaled about 5 or 6 people, and it was clear they could hardly speak. In the end, the wild boar was still divided according to tribal status. Once the crowd dispersed, the sky rapidly began to alternate between day and night. Sometimes the night lasted a bit longer, sometimes the day did. According to Shen Fuyu's calculations, about a year had passed, and this tribe had disappeared. If it weren't for the obvious traces of a bonfire, one wouldn't have been able to tell that a tribe had once existed here. However, the traces of war were also very evident. Several white skulls swaying in the wind had obvious blunt force injuries. As Shen Fuyu walked into the village, she found Fu Haoshan coming out of a small cave where he had been storing things. "What are you doing here?" Shen Fuyu quickly scanned Fu Haoshan's equipment. The quality of the materials was poor, and she wondered if they could withstand the immense pressure of spatial collapse. "I will face this with you, don't worry. I've made arrangements. All fleets are on standby. They're the last line of defense in the Interstellar. It seems you have been quite successful in consolidating the fleet's power during this time." Shen Fuyu had to admit that unless all of Liang Anyan's spaces were destroyed from the inside, they wouldn't be able to get out. Since that was the case, they should act together. Of course, I can't really just be a man living off a woman, can I? Fu Haoshan reached out and hugged Shen Fuyu. "I've noticed that the changes in time here are regular. There are many tribes, and every time a significant event that determines a tribe's direction occurs, it accelerates events. After the time accelerates, this space becomes fragile." Saying this, Fu Haoshan pointed to a crack in the distance that had been bombed out, resembling a mirage. Clearly, the spatial model had cracked. Shen Fuyu nodded, expanded the monitoring range, and began using the bracelet that predicted the future to check for significant events. After a while, she quickly found a coordinate. The 2 rushed to that location and waited as a group of people burned a woman dressed in rags, her eyes vacant. Then time began to accelerate, and taking advantage of this moment, Shen Fuyu directly shattered the space. After a burst of white light, Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan arrived at a place where everything was extraordinarily large, standing under a tree that made them appear the size of ants. I suspect this is Liang Anyan's maternal instinct. Has the exploration fleet of the Star Fleet never discovered such a place? To be honest, it's a paradise. Because the place was so vast, Shen Fuyu found it somewhat difficult to describe the entire map, but the known map indicated it was a huge forest, undeniably beautiful. "Do you like it here?" A voice came from above them. It was Liang Anyan's real body. It seemed the 2 were no longer in the virtual space. This kind of teleportation was something Shen Fuyu couldn't replicate or understand, which was a huge blow to her. I don't like it here, and please don't speak above my head. Shen Fuyu didn't like the feeling of being overshadowed by an enemy, but Liang Anyun's real body was indeed attractive. If someone cultivated a landscape tank like this, it would surely be exceptional. Liang Anyun chuckled softly, causing the entire forest to tremble slightly. Then he transformed back into human form, but it seemed that this skin was becoming difficult to sustain. Suddenly, Liang Anyun charged at Fu Haoshan, and the two barely managed to dodge, but unfortunately, Fu Haoshan's external suit was too slow, and he was caught by Liang Anyun. Let him go. Shen Fuyu confronted Liang Anyun across a lake, though it was actually just a puddle. Did you encounter Xie Yuan before? Who could control something to cause Fu Haoshan great pain? Liang Anyun had a special plan in mind. He hadn't intended to fight Shen Fuyu today. How do you know? Shen Fuyu had considered this issue earlier. If she and Liang Anyun were to perish together, what would happen if someone came out to threaten Fu Haoshan with that? However, Shen Fuyu had no answer. She thought about using the bracelet to predict, but this wasn't a technical issue and couldn't be foretold. This is a parasitic legacy of our race. He hasn't been completely parasitized. They're just some spores of our race. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, it will allow our group to be reborn in the place where he is buried. Then why not wait? Shen Fuyu felt Liang Anyun could just hide and wait for interstellar destruction and their race's rebirth. Wasn't his current behavior redundant? It's just a possibility. Waiting tens of thousands of years for nothing is also possible. I'm not a leader with the world's interests at heart. They have no feelings for me. So I want to fulfill my own private desires. What do I want to do? Shen Fuyu looked at Liang Anyun in confusion. Fu Haoshan in his hands had already fainted due to a special fragrance. I can help you cure him. Really? Shen Fuyu felt inexplicably happy at that moment. Really? But after that, I will die. I have two clues. First, there are a total of 12 controllers for all devices. If you find them all within 7 days, you can restore interstellar normalcy. Second, after I die, my memories will emerge. I hope you can put my tentacles and memories together. After Liang Anyun finished speaking, Shen Fuyu hadn't even reacted when he disappeared. Fu Haoshan's body began to emit various particles, dissipating into the air, and then he fell into a coma. Everything happening at the scene left Shen Fuyu unable to think. She switched her perspective back to the starry sky, where everyone had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, the Starfleet's response was timely. Otherwise, countless accidents would have occurred. Now Shen Fuyu had to consider whether she should search for the 12 controllers in this seemingly endless place over the next 7 days. In fact, things appeared calm, but they were already worse than the worst-case scenario. Everyone was trapped in different spaces. Even the dimensional spacecraft couldn't be used, and the entire starry sky was eerily silent. However, Shen Fuyu was curious about where her parents would go. Liang Anyun's home planet was also silent. Shen Fuyu suddenly realized she was the only one awake in the entire starry sky. She closed her eyes, feeling lonely and ridiculous. Suddenly, Shen Fuyu remembered something. If everyone thought they had entered a special era, would they think they had traveled through time? And then, Shen Fuyu couldn't imagine what kind of bloody storm that would entail. She could no longer ask Liang Anyun why he liked to kill and harm others so much. Then let's search. Everything is up to fate. Shen Fuyu was a firm materialist, but now she wanted to believe in destiny once. 125 I copied his memories. Shen Fuyu was definitely not the last human in this dimension of the universe, but she was absolutely the only one in sight. She looked at the palm-sized puddle on the map, feeling confused. Then she suddenly began to recall clues that might have been contained in her past interactions with Liang Anyun. They first met in the summer when Shen Fuyu escaped from Fu Haoshan's house and was at an esports venue. Liang Anyun invited the confused Shen Fuyu to play an old fighting game, and Shen Fuyu, in her days, even won against Liang Anyun. After that, Shen Fuyu felt she couldn't continue being so despondent, and under immense family pressure to marry quickly, she decided to explore unfamiliar fields in biological medicine. Because Shen Fuyu's teacher civilization had completed an evolution millions of years ago, medical and biological science had stagnated for over 100,000 years. So her teacher's notes did not contain this content. Thus, Shen Fuyu fell into Liang Anyun's premeditated trap and became a developer at their company. Looking back now, Shen Fuyu felt it wasn't surprising that she didn't realize there was a problem at that time. After all, No one taught Shen Fuyu about human relationships while growing up. During her time working with Liang Anyun, she even thought about how to resolve past conflicts without bloodshed. With this in mind, Shen Fuyu suddenly understood that killing and harming others was indeed a highly artistic and dangerous act. She frowned and quickly wrote down important dates she remembered in the coordinate converter. The machine calculated for a while, and the two light sources in the forest overlapped, instantly making the puddle in front of her glow. Shen Fuyu had no energy left to explore the external environment of this planet, so she had to give up. Fortunately, her photovoltaic equipment was relatively advanced, allowing the two light sources to ensure the normal operation of her devices. Finally, Shen Fuyu locked on several possible coordinates. She settled Fu Haoshan and hurried to those locations in order. Halfway there, Shen Fuyu returned to Fu Haoshan's side and copied his memories. The first location was at the top of a trapezoidal altar, where there was a statue about the same height as Shen Fuyu's 4 robots. According to the existence of Liang Anyun's race, it was probably a child's toy, right? Shen Fuyu looked up at the statue, made of 6 cylindrical pieces, and decided to search around for any writing. To her surprise, she found suspicious traces on the nearby base. After raising her viewpoint, she could see that it was writing, but she didn't recognize it. Overall, this place was well protected, and its geographical location was advantageous, so it likely wouldn't be discovered. It could be a child's secret base. Shen Fuyu recalled Liang Anyun mentioning that their race could live in many places. In other words, perhaps many of them do not live on their home planet. If there is one being that has the deepest feelings for their home planet, it must be Liang Anyun herself. However, their race does not believe in deities, and this statue is clearly of a person, so there is only one possibility. It is her teacher. Suddenly, as the two light sources shifted, a question appeared in the sky, asking what the symbol next to Shen Fuyu meant. Shen Fuyu was confused. What feelings did Liang Anyun have for her teacher? That day he came and presented a film in front of her, then left, saying he would find Su Yi fun for something, but never mentioned what it was. Although he was called a benefactor, he also had a negative impact on his own race and even severely injured him. Given Liang Anyun's character, how would he categorize such existence? As the countdown approached its end, Shen Fuyu, in a panic, uttered the 2 words enemy. The floating text vanished, the statue collapsed, and among the ruins lay 2 controllers emitting blue light. Shen Fuyu collected the controllers and continued onward. However, the next coordinate did not exist. It seemed that Liang Anyun's home planet was folded in space, and she needed to find an entrance to another space. Shen Fuyu was not familiar with the technology of folded space, as it consumed too much energy. She had almost destroyed her data and now harmed herself, so she decided to proceed to the next address. The next address was on the other side of the planet, where it was desolate, covered by a thick ice cap, nearly freezing the unprepared Shen Fuyu. When her hands and feet finally warmed up and she looked around, she noticed that the surrounding space was distorted. Suddenly, a passionate symphony played, startling Shen Fuyu, and many elegantly dressed people appeared before her. But these people's appearances were quite different from those of the interstellar people. Due to a lack of resources in the interstellar world, people had become pale, with delicate and small features, and most were short, with those standing at 1.80 meters considered excellent genetic mutations. In contrast, these people were tall with grayish skin. Among them, a girl who appeared to be in her teens was at least 30 centimeters taller than Shen Fuyu, and the tallest among them might be over 2 meters. The environment around them began to change, gradually resembling a palace. Such architecture had been recorded in interstellar brochures, though it was poorly rated due to unsatisfactory hygiene conditions. As for who lived in such places before, it was unknown. Shen Fuyu watched as these people bowed in unison toward a direction, and she followed their gaze to find a hat placed inside a glass cabinet. The hat looked very familiar to Shen Fuyu, so she scanned and compared it, discovering it was the first gift she had given to Fu Haoshan, bought casually when he first accompanied her to the movies. At that time, Fu Haoshan had just met Shen Fuyu. It was their first romance, step by step, dates, movies, meals. In short, Fu Haoshan was quite free during that time. Of course, this was not the main point. Shen Fuyu had also bought an identical hat for her teacher, which only indicated that her taste had remained unchanged. So this couldn't possibly be her teacher's former civilization, right? After the bowing concluded, the crowd began to dance. Wearing complex costumes with skirts that even exceeded 4 to 5 meters, and their movements were not graceful, but rather chaotic. Shen Fuyu wished she could exchange her eyes for a pair that had never seen such a thing. Then a scream erupted from the crowd. It was the youngest-looking girl. But the way others looked at her was not with concern but disdain, as if saying it was a big deal. At the girl's feet lay a dead person, frothing at the mouth with a hideous death. The crowd ignored him and continued dancing. Shen Fuyu couldn't understand their behavior and had no choice but to start flipping through her teacher's diary. Originally, Shen Fuyu had no intention of prying into her teacher's privacy, so she had never looked at these personal notes. Now, she had to start searching for something that could explain the behavior of this group. After 3 people had died, Shen Fuyu finally found a passage about a ball, stating that the deities of Liang-Anjia's civilization came to seek help from their civilization. But a part of them was captured. Some took the opportunity to use these so-called deities' powers to try to drive away the old ones. But they didn't dare to come openly and could only pretend to act in their name. In fact, what was in the glass cabinet was not a hat but a ring, which belonged to Shen Fuyu's teacher and was stolen, containing those captured deities. After Shen Fuyu learned about these clues, floating text appeared in the sky again, asking who the shortest girl was. Shen Fuyu was immediately puzzled. How was she supposed to know who the screaming girl was? She had never seen such a person. However, logically speaking, it was difficult to tamper with such images. Even Xia Weirui could only use psychological suggestion to make alterations. Liang Anyan modified the hat, so perhaps he could also alter the appearances of this group. But Shen Fuyu couldn't reverse that tampering process. It originated from her teacher's technology, which she later improved and integrated into the interstellar monitoring system. The cost of preventing tampering was that once altered, the process became irreversible. So she analyzed what this scene should have originally looked like. But thinking of this made Shen Fuyu feel exhausted. Since this hat also belonged to Fu Haoshan, it must be related to him. If it was Fu Haoshan's enemy, they wouldn't act like this. They couldn't harm Fu Haoshan simply because they lacked the strength. Therefore, they must be followers of Fu Haoshan or people with vested interests connected to him. To be honest, Shen Fuyu had never seen Fu Haoshan's followers. It seemed that his status and wealth did not attract many followers or admirers. Back in school, many people came to see Fu Haoshan, but it seemed they were like Shen Fuyu, attracted to his looks. So, it seemed Fu Haoshan was quite unfortunate. This left only one possibility. The vested interest was very likely Xia Weirui. Those unconventional training institutions seemed capable of doing this. Who might have gone to this place? Shen Fuyu went through all the names she could remember, but found no clues. Just then, the countdown began, and as Shen Fuyu calculated the time, she shouted Ling Hong's name. To her surprise, she was right. Shen Fuyu froze in place, and then began to panic. She grabbed the 2 controllers and ran outside. On the way, she thought that this logic seemed correct. The matter regarding Ling Yuan had not been clarified. She had been in Liang Anyan's hands for so long, and it wouldn't be strange for Liang Anyan to know these things. Shen Fuyu was really curious, though. How could Ling Yuan send her daughter to such a place? The scene of the avalanche in the distance was no longer visible. Shen Fuyu was still in shock, but the revelation about Ling Hong was overwhelming. She couldn't possibly have forgotten her childhood, could she? Shen Fuyu was very eager to ask Ling Hong what had happened, but she still had 8 controllers to find. If she followed the current route, she would need 4 more coordinates, but she only had 3, and one of them had no entrance. Choosing one coordinate, Shen Fuyu continued forward, but this coordinate was near a lake, an actual lake on this planet. However, from Shen Fuyu's perspective, it already looked like a sea. She looked at the dark bottom of the lake and felt a wave of fear. Shen Fuyu estimated how much pressure her external suit could withstand and, after preparing her oxygen, began to dive. The water was icy cold, and she thought she would need to improve her suit's material strength if she managed to return, as it was not warm at all. After diving over 1,000 meters, Shen Fuyu clearly felt the water's texture change. It became very heavy. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly swam upward, only to be caught by something and rapidly sank. The pressure around Shen Fuyu suddenly increased, and she felt close to suffocating. Her vision became blurred. Just when she thought she was about to die, all the pressure disappeared. Beneath the lake was a vast ruin, now devoid of water, with countless large logs lying haphazardly across the ground, marked with scorch marks. Shen Fuyu suspected that this was a battlefield. As she walked deeper, she saw a viscous substance at the bottom, which she identified as a highly concentrated monitoring liquid. She suddenly remembered that this liquid had healing properties in Liang Anyan's race. Shen Fuyu recalled that Liang Anjia had wanted to trade with Liang Anyan for the method of using this liquid for healing, but no one knew how to use it until now. Avoiding the liquid, Shen Fuyu continued forward, but the path seemed to stretch endlessly. Just when she was about to despair, she realized something. Time was slowing down. Thus, although it seemed she had walked a long way, it had only been a few minutes. She attempted to map out the model of this space, but the signal failed again. At the end of the path, Shen Fuyu saw a massive alien corpse. Liang Anyan's race left behind a grand spectacle after death, forming a microscopic environment that seemed to harbor single-celled organisms. If this place continued to develop, perhaps another civilization would emerge, which didn't sound too bad. Just as Shen Fuyu had this thought, everything before her collapsed as a massive log below broke due to decay. With a cloud of dust rising, the surrounding space warped, and Shen Fuyu was pulled into another space. When she awoke, she had returned to her original location, but it was in the past. She didn't know who was waging war against him. Shen Fuyu initially thought no one could see her, but then a pink alien touched her shoulder. This alien was only slightly larger than an average whale, and judging by the length of its tentacles, it seemed young. It emitted a crisp, cheerful sound, but Shen Fuyu couldn't understand it. She felt that the alien was curious and held no hostility, so she hugged its tail fin, indicating that she could walk with it. The alien did not refuse. The alien took Shen Fuyu to their camp, where she saw various aliens of different sizes and colors, each with a unique landscape within their bodies. Some had trees, others were different fish species, and some had deserts, seemingly confirming the saying that a flower is a world. They were very curious about Shen Fuyu's presence and surrounded her, their massive bodies imposing a significant sense of pressure on her, even though she knew they meant no harm. However, Shen Fuyu still couldn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, a line of text appeared in the sky, instructing Shen Fuyu to uncover the truth of the war, with no time limit, and stating that she could abandon this task to return to reality. But she could not come back to this space. With the language barrier, Shen Fuyu had no choice but to take out a powerful weapon that could decipher languages. But it required sacrificing a few aliens. Shen Fuyu knew that everything she saw was an image of the past, but she still found it hard to take action. The aliens began to speak again and cleared a path, seemingly allowing Shen Fuyu to enter their camp. From a distance, she saw clusters of ancient trees several meters thick that seemed to rise from the ground in the plain. She could see some aliens lingering under the trees, seemingly resting. Shen Fuyu took a few steps forward, and they did not stop her. Instead, they moved aside to let her in. Shen Fuyu thought that this timeline might be from after her teacher had been here, and her teacher had done something that made them lose some wariness towards humans. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic cry echoed from afar. Following the sound, Shen Fuyu saw a silver-gray alien charging recklessly towards this area, and the other aliens appear to be frightened. But they seem to have experience in handling such situations. They collectively emitted various sounds, quickly forming a distorted space around the charging alien, which was then shredded by multiple spaces. Shen Fuyu seemed to understand. The war was fraught with internal and external troubles. On one side were Liang Anyan's followers fighting against Xie Weirui for power, and on the other side was Liang Anjia's race invading. Was this the truth? Shen Fuyu hesitated, unsure if she should fill in the details. But since Liang Anyan had received so many tentacles from his race, and Liang Anjia's clan ultimately faced a tragic end, there must have been something else involved besides her teacher. After this brief episode, the aliens, who had been secretly observing Shen Fuyu, lost interest and left her alone. And Shen Fuyu could even sense their mood was quite low. To Shen Fuyu, this group seemed somewhat strange. According to human historical records, the more powerful and developed a civilization was, the more indifferent it became. However, This group had the ability to control space. It structurally seemed closer to a primitive society bonded by blood relations. After a while, the alien that had brought Shen Fuyu came back and touched her shoulder before turning away. Shen Fuyu followed him to the base of a tree, where she could see some glowing entities similar to fireflies floating beneath the tree, resembling the color of the previous strange alien. After bringing Shen Fuyu here, the alien waved its tail and left. Shen Fuyu took out her detector to examine the tree's composition and was astonished to find that the substance being transmitted from the tree was the monitoring liquid. She quickly stepped back from the tree's nourishing range. Fortunately, her external metal material was special. Otherwise, she would have fallen victim today. However, after stepping back for a while, Shen Fuyu recalled that she wasn't in the real world and didn't need to fear this. After calming her emotions, Shen Fuyu stepped forward to inspect the tree and was surprised to discover traces left by her teacher, which could be considered a precursor to the machine that killed Liang Anjia. However, it was still only a semi-finished product capable of detection. Shen Fuyu hesitated and scanned the entire space, trying to find the presence of humans. After some time of detection, Shen Fuyu found a human several hundred kilometers away and was overjoyed. She waved at the previous little alien and hurried toward that coordinate. On the way, Shen Fuyu prayed that she would not come up empty, as there might be delays, and her energy could no longer last for 7 days after the recent large-scale detection. Upon reaching the location, Shen Fuyu saw someone she was hesitant to recognize, her teacher, who had not yet become an old man. He could have maintained his youth and almost eternal life using their technology, but after reaching the stars, he chose to give it all up. Shen Fuyu did not understand why her teacher would abandon such things. If it were her, she would never give up, even if it meant enduring loneliness and drifting away. She would not forsake her youthful beauty and life. Now presented with this opportunity, Shen Fuyu rushed forward and asked, "Why have you given up your youth and life? How did you end up here?" The sudden appearance of Shen Fuyu startled the refined, middle-aged man for a moment. Then he joyfully said, "You are also human? Which civilization do you come from? Do you need protection? I am your future student. Soon, there will be a settlement here called Interstellar," Shen Fuyu explained. The man understood Shen Fuyu's meaning and nodded, beginning to answer her questions. "It seems that the version of me from your time has already died. That's quite good. When you bear too much, death is a form of liberation. I've always been curious about what my people would look like after they aged. I should have found the answer within myself by that time, right?" Shen Fuyu looked at her teacher, who was always so composed no matter when or where, and gently nodded. "I do have something I hope you can help me with, but could you please tell me what is happening right now? Currently, there is an alien invasion, but they have started fighting among themselves. I noticed that the direction you came from seems to be the front lines. Are there many entities under the trees there now?" "Not many." Shen Fuyu hesitated as she answered. Compared to the number of trees, those aliens had indeed decreased significantly. "A bit slower than I imagined, but that's fine. We just need to wait for the answer here." This calm response sent chills down Shen Fuyu's spine. It seemed she had forgotten one thing. This was actually her teacher's social experiment. However, Shen Fuyu could not confirm what the truth referred to, so she could only wait. From her understanding of Liang Anyan, the truth he sought would surely be something that caused her great pain or confusion. The previous 2 answers had been confusing, and now it should be time for pain. After a long wait, Shen Fuyu noticed that the trees were continuously growing toward their direction, each suddenly appearing from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. The sudden emergence of this planet was different from interstellar phenomena. Crops from the stars could not possibly grow in such desolate and barren-looking areas, which is one reason why many unmanned zones in the stars exist. "Look, how splendid it is." Shen Fuyu suddenly heard her teacher speak. Not having heard clearly, she looked over in confusion. He repeated his words, further perplexing Shen Fuyu about what her teacher had experienced before reaching the stars, and why his speech sounded so villainous. "Are you silent? Do you not agree with my actions? Is it because I taught you some thoughts that are completely contrary to what you see and hear now? It seems I've changed a lot." Shen Fuyu did not answer these questions. She merely felt that time was indeed a marvelous thing. She sighed and continued to watch, still struggling to adapt. Finally, unable to accept the tragic deaths of Liang Anyan's race, she stood up and asked, "Does your experiment require the lives of others as a backdrop? Why are you so agitated?" Didn't I teach you this later? The young, easygoing man looked at Shen Fuyu in surprise. Didn't I teach you about choices? What choices? Shen Fuyu examined the person before her, feeling quite strange. This couldn't be the teacher who risked his life to save others. From her understanding of Liang Anyan's level, combined with the decoding results of Liang Anjie's memories, the virtual space created by their race was similar to her bracelet that could predict the future. Predicting the future and restoring the past are based on the same principle. Could it be that her teacher used to be like this? Then why did he later tell her to have a heart of tolerance and compassion, to help the world? He could have completely prevented this internal strife and external invasion. It's about taking what is beneficial to oneself and discarding what is dispensable. You should not have experienced the feeling of wandering in the pitch-black universe, nor the loss after gaining and losing everything. You did not teach me this later. So, did the lives of all these aliens change your mind? Shen Fuyu temporarily found it hard to accept this contrast and felt quite depressed, speaking weakly. Shen Fuyu's teacher clearly could not understand what Shen Fuyu was agitated about. He did not pay her any more mind, simply watching everything unfold quietly. Shen Fuyu wanted to rush in to save people, but everything here was an image seemingly meaningless. For a moment, she felt stuck as the two humans who could be considered survivors witnessed a catastrophe. In the air, the question remained, asking Shen Fuyu what the truth was. Shen Fuyu steeled her heart, rushed forward, and took the opportunity to insert the translation device into the aliens as they were dying. With enough samples for analysis, Shen Fuyu could now translate their language. The aliens were saying to walk toward Shen Fuyu's teacher, not to believe Liang Anyan anymore. The Liang Anyan here could not be translated. This was guessed from their descriptions of the scenery in their bodies. What did you tell them? Shen Fuyu turned back and asked, is their leader still alive? In your era. Shen Fuyu scrutinized the other person, her brain racing. If she wanted to obtain an answer, did they hope Liang Anyan was alive or dead? He was the designer of this experiment. Dead. Shen Fuyu took a gamble. No matter what. It was a 50-50 chance, just relying on luck. That's good. Otherwise, if he stays, it could be troublesome if I want to revive my race in the future. This place is very suitable for me to rebuild civilization, and there is a group of technologically backward people. If these aliens are alive, humanity cannot win. Shen Fuyu agreed with this viewpoint and looked back at the question in the air. She took a deep breath and wrote down the word survival. After filling in these two simple words, the entire space began to collapse. When Shen Fuyu woke up, she was floating on the surface of a lake, with two controllers beside her. She reached the shore, struggling to accept everything that had just happened. She glanced at Fu Haoshan's location, which was very safe, but he had not woken up. Shen Fuyu changed to another location, not on this planet. She activated the energy collection device to replenish some energy and quickly reached a nearby planet. This was one of Liang Anyan's home planet satellites, with water covering 90% of its surface. Having had previous experiences, Shen Fuyu felt a bit afraid of water, but after searching the land and finding no information, she had to go into the water. The water on this planet was brown, and Shen Fuyu could feel the texture of the material being transmitted, as if there were many particles in the water, and she did not know what they were. Comparing it with the existing database yielded no results. She could only calm her nervousness and continue to dive deeper. Then, amidst the rubble, she discovered a giant ship, about the same size as the main ship of the Starfleet. Shen Fuyu inspected the outside and found no signs of life, so she climbed inside. Shortly after entering, she was almost blinded by the jewels and treasures inside the ship. The paint on the ship could absorb light. Liang Anyan's race should not be fond of such things, right? Shen Fuyu reached out to grab a handful, and it did not feel like normal gold. It felt more like sand. Suddenly, that gold bar shattered, and the golden powder flew into Shen Fuyu's face, blurring her vision. The detectors all malfunctioned, and by the time she came to her senses, she had returned to her small town. But that was a small town from long ago. There were still many patients being brought to the hospital due to life support equipment failures. Shen Fuyu ran to the town's clock tower and confirmed the time. It was before her parents' wedding. Suddenly curious, Shen Fuyu first found the current Shinjin Dai. Her mother had not yet gained weight and was a delicate young girl. Shen Fuyu walked over and waved her hand, but the other party could not see her. It was already the end of the workday. Shen Jindai changed her clothes and walked out of the factory to go home. Shen Fuyu followed her all the way. Her grandmother lived in a small courtyard, a place with only 3 rooms, but housing 7 people. Shen Jindai lived with her mother and sister, with only a small corner for herself. Shen Fuyu listened as they talked about going on a blind date in a few days. According to Shen Fuyu's memories, Shen Jindy's blind dates had never been successful, and she ended up with Shi Jian because he had been framed and had to hide from debts here. Later, that creditor died in a particle storm, and the debt was forgotten. Upon hearing that she was going on another blind date, Shen Jindai was very unwilling and started complaining that others despised their family for being poor. When they heard that her mother had many brothers and that her father had committed adultery, they were all unwilling to proceed. She did not want to be humiliated. But Shen Fuyu's grandmother was unwilling. Their belief was that girls who do not marry are of little value. Therefore, they did not listen to Shen Jindai's words and insisted she must go tomorrow, or else they would go to the factory to find her. Shen Jindai had always been a laughingstock of the factory due to her family's issues, something Shen Fuyu had overheard when her grandparents were arguing in her childhood. They blamed each other for their daughter's shame at the factory. Shen Fuyu checked the timeline. Events in reality were passing very slowly, so she felt at ease waiting until the next day. That night, she even took a look at what the owner of the training institution involved in the previous kidnapping case was doing now. Keith and his wife, along with the owner of a glass factory, bought a factory building that was close to collapsing, and the owner was very eager for someone to take it over. The contract was signed smoothly that night. Shen Fuyu didn't see much more. And the next day, she found the place where Shen Jindai was supposed to go on a blind date. Both parties were quite poor, so the location was in a park. The man was tall and brought Shen Jindai a bottle of drink. When they sat down, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. After hesitating for a moment, the man asked, "I heard your mother has 2 younger brothers who still live at your house. Did your dad bring that woman home a couple of days ago?" Shen Jindai nodded. She was used to being asked such questions right from the start, so she didn't respond and wanted to see what the man would say. "But I heard that your mother's 2 younger brothers are already married and bought houses outside. They still live at your home to take the foundation of the ancestral house. And your dad has taken all of your mother's money to give to that woman's family." Upon hearing this description, Shen Fuyu immediately scanned the man's face. And sure enough, this person died mysteriously half a month later. Shen Fuyu desperately waved her hand in front of him, asking if he was Liang Anyan. Shen Jindai was quite surprised and stared blankly for a while before asking, "How do you know about this? How does my dad know where my mom is hiding? He doesn't even know where the salt is kept at home. I heard about it. If you think it's impossible, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just here to complete a task. Also, your sister didn't come back because she couldn't have children and felt embarrassed. She was beaten at home." After the man finished speaking, Shen Jindai suddenly stood up and ran home. Shen Fuyu hurriedly followed, but it seemed she already knew what would happen next. They split the family, and Shen Jindy's sister was forced by her uncle to return home and died. Standing at the door, the sound of arguing came from inside. Shen Fuyu sighed, suddenly unsure of the meaning of searching for these controllers. If everyone survived, but the suffering continued, wouldn't it be better not to search? Just as Shen Fuyu was feeling dejected, a question appeared in the air, asking her whether she would continue looking for the controllers. If she stopped, the remaining 6 controllers would explode and be destroyed. She could use the 6 controllers she found to revive specific people until the energy of the controllers was exhausted. Shen Fuyu felt it would be better to let Liang Anyan or Xie Weirui kill her. Why must she make choices to determine the fate of others when everything could naturally progress? Suddenly, while lost in thought, Shen Fuyu was bumped into by Shen Jindai, who looked at her warily and asked, "Who are you? Why are you at my doorstep?" "I'm nobody, just lost. I heard noise here and wanted to ask for directions. It seems you're not too happy. Sorry for the interruption." Shen Fuyu turned to leave, but Shen Jindai grabbed her, not wanting her to go, because Shen Fuyu looked quite wealthy in her current outfit. "It's fine. Weren't you asking for directions?" "Gumin." And so, Shen Fuyu was pulled into the small courtyard, which was in disarray, with pots and bowls smashed everywhere. Several familiar relatives stood there, all recognizing that Shen Fuyu was quite rich. This made Shen Fuyu doubt herself. Looking down at her outfit, it didn't seem like any ancient luxury brand. What could this signify? Even more unexpectedly, Shun Jindai said, "This is my friend. She is powerful. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have her take you all away." Shen Fuyu looked at Shun Jindai in surprise, receiving a pleading look in return. Shen Fuyu had no reason to refuse. This was probably a dream many people had in childhood, to have a powerful person come to protect them. "I'm from the investigation department." Shen Fuyu casually mentioned an identity that could intimidate them. This instantly transformed Shun Jindai's expression into that of a proud peacock, as she said to the others, "You all better leave quickly. This family doesn't welcome you. If you don't leave, I'll have you arrested." Upon hearing this, a few men hurriedly left in disgrace. However, Shen Fuyu felt this was quite abnormal. Was this an era where simply saying one was from the investigation department could settle matters? "Thank you. Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Shen Jindai seemed completely unashamed of deceiving her. Shen Fuyu didn't mind and said, "I already know where that place is. You don't need to escort me. Don't let your sister come back." Although Shen Fuyu said a bit more, she knew this was a virtual world. No matter what she did, it wouldn't change what had already happened in reality. If only everything were truly in the past, how wonderful that would be. After walking a long way, Shen Fuyu chose to continue in the air. The space cracked, and she found 2 more controllers. Upon returning to reality, Shen Fuyu began to think about how she should use these controllers. There were still 4 left to find. Should she abandon 4 areas or continue searching? While contemplating this question, Shen Fuyu had already subconsciously determined which 4 to discard. Another day of being startled by her own thoughts. Besides the one coordinate she couldn't find, there was another place, but Shen Fuyu didn't want to go there. That was a coordinate in the interstellar realm. In District 11, the grave of Qiao Miyun. Shen Fuyu had already guessed what she was being asked to choose. Since Liang Anyun planned all this, it indicated he had Qiao Miyun's memories. As long as she broke her own rules, she could use cloning technology to revive Qiao Miyun, but the cost would likely be enormous. After sending Fu Haoshan home, Shen Fuyu arrived at the graveyard. She could still see a paper bag left under a stone from when Xiao Lian came to visit Xiao Miyun. Shen Fuyu vaguely remembered it was from a candied hawthorn shop they had visited before with Xiao Miyun. Xiao Lian was also a genius, in terms of IQ and EQ. He was no less than herself and Liang Anyun. However, no one could escape the dimensionality reduction impact of technology. After lamenting for a while, Shen Fuyu thought of Qiao Miyun's parents, curious about what they had experienced. However, Liang Anyun didn't seem prepared to answer this question and directly made Shen Fuyu choose whether to revive Qiao Miyun. Shen Fuyu chose no, and in the next second, a memory storage device exploded. Shen Fuyu felt a sharp pain in her heart, feeling she was on the brink of collapse. She couldn't help but imagine, if she had a happy and carefree past, would today's choice be so difficult? Reflecting on her childhood, adolescence, and youth, Shen Fuyu felt her life wasn't bad, but certainly wasn't good either. Her family had already made money when she was born. She was well-fed and clothed since childhood. Aside from being bullied by teachers in elementary school and locked in a small dark room, she hadn't suffered physical abuse. But the most terrifying thing was the destruction of the spirit. In her early years, Shen Fuyu had relied on her teacher's skills and her own intellect to challenge the established rules, suffering heavy blows. She could understand the malicious slander, but she couldn't comprehend why. Even when rushing out together was the best way, so many people still chose to stay put and be tormented by life. The technological level of the interstellar world has not yet developed to the extent of her teacher's civilization. There is nothing linked to eternity. Shen Fuyu's unorthodox behavior seems out of place in this world, just like her standing alone in a silent and desolate galaxy, with no one responding to whatever she says. As the conclusion approaches, there is only one last address left. Shen Fuyu is considering whether to go there. If she doesn't, she will directly abandon areas 1 and 2, which do not affect the development of interstellar industry. Shen Fuyu walks to the control room of the Star Fleet, opens the Divine backend, and directly reduces all performance by half, then takes out the control key given to her by Fu Haoshan. As long as she presses the button next to her now, Areas 1 and 2 will directly disappear from the interstellar map. However, these two areas are merely the wealthy districts and entertainment hubs, with energy consumption always occupying the top position in the interstellar context. It's ironic she thinks that it has come to this conclusion, but unexpectedly, someone behind her responds, "Do you think this is unreasonable? I think you should be happy with such an ending." Shen Fuyu frowns and turns around to see Haoshan. The two remain silent, staring at each other for a long time, and Shen Fuyu asks, "If it were you, what would you choose?" "Actually, there's still plenty of time. I could retrieve the remaining 2 controllers. Can't this thing resurrect specific groups of people?" Haoshan steps forward and opens the database. Shen Fuyu understands that he means to resurrect specific groups while abandoning those deemed unnecessary. This idea is similar to the social experiment her teacher conducted among Liang Anyan's race. It is possible, but Shen Fuyu lies. No, the connections are very complex. The classification standard is based on a person's household registration. So even if these 2 areas are destroyed, people from outside will die too. Then destroying these 2 places is meaningless? At this point, Shen Fuyu feels a chill. She seems to have found the root difference between herself and Haoshan. Previously, she was entangled in minor issues, but now she faces significant problems. The 2 are from different camps. They should be enemies. There are ways to reduce interstellar energy consumption, slow down the fragmentation of civilization, and besides, are there any ordinary and innocent people who can step into areas 1 and 2? Destroying these 2 places is inconsequential. As expected, Haoshan counters her, but the existence of these 2 places in the interstellar context serves as a buffer. With these 2 buffer zones, we can clearly avoid direct conflict with our opponents. Why are we afraid of direct conflict with our opponents? Is there anyone in this interstellar world that I cannot eliminate? Shen Fuyu feels a bit irritated, turns, and strikes Haoshan unconscious, sending him back home. The entire control room falls silent again. Shen Fuyu sits down despondently, feeling a destructive emotion surging within her. There are still 5 days left. She could easily find those 2 things, but she is unwilling. She can forgive ordinary people for blindly going with the flow, but she cannot forgive the instigators. Perhaps in these 5 days, she could do something else. Shen Fuyu first destroys areas 1 and 2, then takes out 10 controllers. These controllers are designed very intricately, but making some modifications is not difficult. A day later, Shen Fuyu successfully adds functions to the controllers. She writes a perfect script for all interstellar people, and from today, the history of the interstellar world will change. However, before that, Shen Fuyu destroys some shells according to the list, synchronizes all interstellar devices, and after completing the necessary preparations, she activates the controllers. All the sleeping people gradually awaken, but their memories have been completely altered. Under Shen Fuyu's control, various media also began to stir the pot. Originally, it was a game between Liang Anyan and Shen Fuyu, but it has now turned into a catastrophic aftermath. According to Shen Fuyu's story, 3 days ago, the interstellar world was attacked by a mysterious civilization. The opposing civilization has extensive experience in breeding and consuming humans, and their first act upon arriving in the interstellar world is to capture everyone for selection to find the best food. Due to the short time, Shen Fuyu's modeling of the aliens is rather rough, so after being magnified, it successfully scares a batch of people. After all, according to Shen Fuyu's setup, everyone was just captured without seeing the true appearance of the aliens. Afterwards, the aliens decide to establish a breeding farm here, dividing humans into different age groups based on different levels. At this moment, the people from areas 1 and 2 step forward. Because they're the highest quality food, they stand in front of countless ordinary people and become the first experimental subjects in the breeding farm. According to the aliens' regulations, in the breeding farm, humans do not need to work. They just need to maintain a pleasant mood and live well without harming other food. But they face the cruel reality of dying with time, just as the interstellar world is about to be enslaved. The interstellar fleet stands up and fights against the civilization with a higher level of civilization, and through clues, they reveal the coordinates of their home planet to the universe. Consequently, after facing the sanctions from a new interstellar weapon systems and the crisis of their home planet's coordinates being discovered, This civilization withdraws from the interstellar world, and everyone except for the residents of Areas 1 and 2 who were taken away survives. The interstellar world returns to normal. The entire process and reporting lasts for 3 days. Gu Tingji and Xiao Lian search for Shen Fuyu for 3 days, but find no trace. So they have to meet up with Fu Haoshan. However, before they can meet Fu Haoshan, they keenly notice changes in each other's aura, especially Gu Tingji. After casting a resolute, denying glance at Xiao Lian, he decides to take the secrets about Fu Haoshan to the grave. After a brief panic, the interstellar world begins to reshuffle. Gu Tingji and Xiao Lian each successfully take control of the Yulin Academy, while the other, with the assistance of Su Yifan and Jiang Pingzhou, embarks on a more perilous path. However, half a year passes, and Shen Fuyu still has no news. One day, Jiang Pingzhou, following Shen Fuyu's instructions, completes the acquisition of the gaming company and suddenly receives news that there is a problem with the life center used for assisted reproduction, urging him to hurry over. This is not a good sign. Jiang Pingzhou immediately calls Gu Tingji to go with him. It turns out that the life center has suddenly added a child, only 7 months old. But it has reached the limit that an artificial womb can bear and is at risk of being a premature baby. Can this even be premature? Gu Tingji, who has been focused on improving the system behind the divine gift, has not paid attention to this issue, as this is Shen Fuyu's technology, and there haven't been any problems in the past 6 months. Theoretically, it's due to technical defects in the existence of this artificial womb. It looks like a counterfeit. So, can you tell who it was imitated from? I need to report it. Shouldn't the focus be on who this child is? Gu Tingji knows it is Liang Anyan. Only he can compete with Shen Fuyu's technology in the entire interstellar world. However, he does not intend to bring up Liang Anyan again, because Liang Anyan and some related individuals are all dead, and there is not a single mention of these people in the interstellar database. It appears to be Shen Fuyu's doing. Wait, let's check the genes and compare. Jiang Pingzhou sees Gu Tingji's attitude and understands that there is something significant behind this, immediately following the lead to change the topic. The final result indicates that this is Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan's child. Jiang Pingzhou looks at Gu Tingji with the report in hand. This guy seems not surprised at the current outcome. Did you guess something in advance? Recently, Jiang Pingzhou has been feeling that Gu Tingji is increasingly working like Liang Anyan. Although his interactions with Liang Anyan are minimal, this feeling is becoming stronger. No, Gu Tingji now denies all questions about Liang Anyan and Xia Weirui, as his relationship with these individuals is too complex and close, and he does not want anyone to pry into these matters. Jiang Pingzhou did not continue to ask such questions, but instead asked Gu Tingji whether he wanted to inform Fu Haoshan of this news or send the child back. Gu Tingji nodded, and the two informed Fu Haoshan, who soon arrived. The two kept a respectful distance from Fu Haoshan. Ever since Shen Fuyu went missing, his temper seemed to have become much more irritable, as if he had lost all restraint. Fu Haoshan thanked the two before leaving with the child. As spring turned to autumn, when the child was nearly a year old, the second season of the Metaverse, Eternity, was held, but the Shui team no longer participated. As Shen Fuyu had anticipated, the original team members had found success in other fields, and their dreams of esports were forgotten by their own choice. There was still no news of Shen Fuyu. Those who had mysteriously disappeared and then recovered remained in a vegetative state. Gu Tingji tried to make changes, but it involved too much future technology. Although he was intelligent, he could not understand the technology recorded by Shen Fuyu's teacher. One day, Xiao Yin went to watch a match with Gu Tingji and once again stepped into the theater of that amusement park. Gu Tingji felt a wave of emotions, as if everything had started to deviate from its original track here. Gu Tingji, look quickly. Isn't that person your sister? Xiao Lian suddenly pointed to a restaurant in the distance. The restaurant was too far away to see clearly, so they quickly left the ticket line and ran over. Shen Fuyu was sitting in the same restaurant where she had come with Fu Haoshan, smiling and looking out the window, as if everything was beautiful. As they entered the restaurant and approached Shen Fuyu, they both stopped 2 meters away. They could not face her now. They knew that Shen Fuyu had fabricated the story of another civilization's invasion, indicating that she had endured immense psychological pressure when faced with choices. and nearly lost control of her emotions. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Shen Fuyu asked, "What are you two doing? Why are you looking at me? Is there something wrong with me?" "No," Gu Tingji replied vaguely, suddenly realizing the tone in Shen Fuyu's voice, and countered, "Do you not recognize us anymore?" "I don't recognize you." Shen Fuyu gave a definitive answer, just as Xiao Yin was about to step forward to tell Shen Fuyu who they were. He was pulled back by Gu Tingji. They left the restaurant, and outside, they hacked into the restaurant surveillance system. The footage showed that Shen Fuyu had indeed come here every day for a week, staying for half a day each time, and then leaving with a toy. Why doesn't My sister recognize us? If she has amnesia, she probably can't escape so many interstellar monitors. Is she doing this intentionally? Xiao Yin pointed out the key issue. Gu Tingji also felt confused. During the time Shen Fuyu went missing, he had access to all the technology and equipment that controlled her. If Shen Fuyu had suddenly lost her memory, she definitely would not have gradually opened up these permissions to him. The two realized this and tacitly understood that since Shen Fuyu did not want to face the interstellar issues anymore and wanted to start anew, they would let her be. They only shared this information with Haoshan. Even though Gu Tingji had previously denied any changes in Haoshan, Xiao Yin's intelligence would definitely lead him to guess the underlying issues. Before Haoshan arrived, Xiao Yin asked Gu Tingji again, "Do you feel that Haoshan has the aura of Liang Anyan, like the kind that an alien would have?" "No," Gu Tingji continued to deny. This answer was not important. What mattered most was what Shen Fuyu hoped Haoshan would become. After everything they had been through, Shen Fuyu's feelings for Haoshan, if not completely diminished, had been greatly depleted, and they could no longer return to the past. Gu Tingji thought sadly. Haoshan had already arrived at the restaurant and walked in, sitting face to face with Shen Fuyu. Shen Fuyu said, "There is someone who used to sit here with me, and we had a great relationship. And now, where did that person go?" Haoshan gently asked, looking into Shen Fuyu's eyes. "He flew away. I feel like being with him was like a fleeting illusion. I can't remember clearly anymore." "Sir, could you please not disturb me while I eat? We are married, with registration as proof. I've been looking for you for a long time. Could you come home with me?" Haoshan asked Shen Fuyu for her opinion, as he knew that ever since Shen Fuyu had knocked him unconscious, they could not return to the past. Shen Fuyu looked at Haoshan, then pulled up the interface to search for their marriage registration. Seeing the official stamp, she sighed and said, "All right, I'll go back with you." Thus, Haoshan took Shen Fuyu home, but she insisted that she did not recognize him. She only now had a way to treat Ling Hong and the others. When Ling Hong woke up, she saw Shen Fuyu's hollow and unfamiliar gaze and did not know what had happened, only feeling that many people had hurt her. Shen Fuyu asked Ling Hong about her childhood, but Ling Hong could not remember, and Shen Fuyu did not press her, simply telling her to live well before leaving. As for the child, Shen Fuyu took a long time to accept that this was her child and spent even longer getting used to interacting with the child. During this time, Shen Fuyu's parents visited her and the child a few times. Their relationship resembled that of polite strangers, and it never changed afterward. 129 ending, Part 2, Cage when the child was 1.5 years old. Haoshan suggested having a wedding, asking Gu Tingji to be the MC. Shen Fuyu's condition was becoming increasingly severe, and she appeared to be truly losing her mind. Every day, she could sit on the swing at home for a whole day, smiling faintly at anyone who came, but she no longer recognized anyone. Occasionally, Shen Fuyu would clumsily hug the child, but most of the time, she did not want to touch the child. However, Haoshan returned to his peak after the aftereffect had disappeared. After several rounds of cleansing in the interstellar realm, everything had changed. Gu Tingji looked at the guests before him. None of them were present during the engagement ceremony. Among them, the most striking was Jiang Pingzhou. But Gu Tingji knew he was merely a spokesperson. Xiao Yin had perfectly retreated behind the scenes, awaiting adulthood. And he himself had become the next Shen Fuyu, since she had once again given him the bracelet capable of predicting the direction of future technology. Haoshan assisted the increasingly frail Shen Fuyu through the corridor, and the guests stood up to express their respect for these two actual controllers of the interstellar realm. But how much of that respect contained genuine blessings was unknown. As the MC, Gu Tingji watched the two approach, a familiar scent lingering at his nostrils. Liang Anyun, the haunting alien, had ultimately disgusted everyone before his death. After going through the formalities, Gu Tingji instructed to start the banquet. Once the guests had finished, he couldn't help but ask Shen Fuyu, "Can you tell who this man beside you is?" As soon as the question left his mouth, Gu Tingji felt a sharp gaze from Fu Haoshan. At this moment, Gu Tingji did not have the ability to stand on equal footing with Fu Haoshan, but he still wanted to ask. "I can't tell." Shen Fuyu shook her head, giving an answer that was expected but left Gu Tingji in despair. "All right, Fu Haoshan. I hope that when one day all of us are gone and the interstellar realm is in trouble, you will be the first to stand up." After saying this, Gu Tingji walked out. The weather was beautiful that day, with not a cloud in the sky. Gu Tingji took the first step toward despair, murmuring to the sky, "Liang Anyun, you won." 10 years later, Gu Tingji fulfilled his promise to Fu Haoshan as expected. The development of interstellar technology advanced rapidly, and people no longer felt fear when the vague memories of the invasion catastrophe from over a decade ago were mentioned. However, Gu Tingji still had not outdone Fu Haoshan. He failed to successfully separate the technology department from Starfleet, ultimately leading the newly revitalized Yulin Academy to a fate of providing resources to the Starfleet. Gu Tingji could even imagine that if Shen Fuyu had not previously downregulated the divine performance, the interstellar world would have faced an energy crisis amidst its rapid development. "Brother, I feel like something has been off with you all these years." Xiao Yin had grown up. However, his growth came at the cost of his looks. The young Xiao Yin could have been a star, but now he appeared haggard, devoid of any youthful spirit. The reason was that Fu Haoshan had forcefully disrupted the previous agreement, turning Xiao Yin, who controlled the interstellar financial system, into a tool to be used for prestige whenever needed. Xiao Yin had to manage his subordinates while dealing with Fu Haoshan, leaving him utterly exhausted. "I haven't. I'm just unwilling to accept that I haven't defeated Fu Haoshan," Gu Tingji denied. If sister were still awake, perhaps this wouldn't be the outcome. Xiao Yin held the candied hawthorn he had just bought, but couldn't bring himself to eat it, feeling that the sweetness couldn't mask his bitterness. She became like this because she knew this outcome. You don't need to dwell on it. Just take care of your health. There's really no need to be angry with Fu Haoshan. If you want, you can let him deal with this mess. Unknowingly, Gu Tingji had already begun to walk down Shen Fuyu's path again. "No, my sister is sick, and I must protect this place for her and my biological sister. Order absolutely cannot be disrupted. Whether it's disrupted or not isn't up to you. Just look at what Jiang Pingzhou has been doing lately, and you'll know." Gu Tingji felt a deep sense of regret at this thought. Shen Fuyu had never been close to her son when he was young, and now that child, educated by Fu Haoshan, resembled Fu Haoshan as if he had been molded from the same template, showing a facade of insincerity toward him, Xiao Yin, and the old acquaintances of Shen Fuyu. Recently, Jiang Pingzhou hoped that his daughter could be betrothed to Shen Fuyu's son, but Jiang Pingzhou's education did not overcome Cheng Ruoxue's genes. This girl was exceptionally clever since childhood, but she had low emotional intelligence and was stubborn. Gu Tingji could foresee that if this matter succeeded, it would be another tragedy. Unfortunately, they could not intervene. Although Gu Tingji had a media empire in his brother's hands, he felt that Fu Haoshan was waiting for an opportunity to take everything they had, unaware that if the discourse power wasn't used, it would become useless. Fu Haoshan wasn't like this before. Xiao Yin didn't understand why Fu Haoshan was willing to give up everything when Shen Fuyu was awake, just to keep her by his side. But now that Shen Fuyu had become like this, he turned against her. He has always been like this. "All right, I have to go to a meeting." After their farewell, they didn't see each other for 2 years. The next time they met was at the engagement banquet of Jiang Pingzhou's daughter and Fu Haoshan's son. Gu Tingji transitioned from being the host to a witness. In the same manner, Gu Tingji had become very suspicious. He felt that Fu Haoshan was trying to show off to undermine him. The guests at the engagement ceremony had changed compared to the wedding of Shen Fuyu and Fu Haoshan. As the host this time, Xiao Yin sensed hostility in Fu Haoshan's son's eyes and helplessly glanced at Gu Tingji, both silently sighing. The girl looked blissfully at the boy beside her, and Gu Tingji thought perhaps Shen Fuyu had a similar expression when she first met Fu Haoshan. After the engagement banquet, Gu Tingji asked Xiao Yan. We will eventually have a showdown with Fu Haoshan, but don't you feel we are standing in the position of the former Tiela? We're a bit better than Tiela. At least we lead in technology and have ample funding. Xiao Yan had been waiting for Gu Tingji to say this. Ever since they felt the hostility today, Xiao Yan had been wondering when Gu Tingji would take action. He wouldn't just sit back and wait until they had nothing. Then let's do it 3 days later. I'll start copying the characteristics of the other tribes. You try to maintain interstellar stability. I will confront Fu Haoshan in outer space and in the public opinion arena. Xiao Yan silently nodded, curious if Gu Tingji regretted his initial choice. He had to bear Shen Fuyu's despair while also becoming Liang Anyan, trapped in the cage of the cycle of heaven and earth, but no one had ever been able to break through this cage. The end of the text.